Chapter 1. Early May, the bone-chilling wind swept a few withered leaves past. The weather grew increasingly abnormal. Sunlight filtered through the thin cloud layer but failed to bring even a hint of warmth. Not far from Xiqing Base, in the desolate zone, a group of people walked along, moving forward into the distance. There were 5 of them in total. The leading middle-aged man had a stooped figure and occasionally covered his mouth to cough. "How much longer do we have to walk?" It was the only woman among them who spoke. Her face turned bluish-green from the cold, and she brushed aside some disheveled strands from her temple. "There's nothing here anyway, we might as well go back." At the end of the group stood a slim boy, wearing an old gray overcoat. His pale fingertips hung loosely outside the cuffs. He wore a handmade hat, just as worn out as the rest of his clothes, its wide brim covering half of his face, leaving only a stretch of white chin and lightly colored lips exposed. Wayman stopped and raised his head slightly. He glanced toward the front side, then looked down again, pressing the brim of his hat lower. It had been almost 2 decades since the apocalypse. Human civilization was on the verge of extinction within the barren wasteland. Only remnants of shattered walls and cracks embedded with soil underfoot faintly suggested that this place used to be a street. No one responded to what the woman had said earlier. She opened her mouth again but remained silent, despair flickering in her eyes. They were all rejects expelled from this round. How could they return as recognized humans? The so-called waste humans were those at the bottom of all contribution rankings in the bi-monthly civilian evaluations conducted by the base. These individuals often lacked either physical strength or combat ability, suffered from conditions impairing their body's efficiency, and were unable to complete labor tasks assigned by the base. Furthermore, they contributed little in terms of education or politics. Since the catastrophe, human civilization, heavily damaged, had nearly reverted to primitive society. Xiqing Base was not large, with limited resources incapable of sustaining many more useless members. And as for the reason behind this calamity, no one knew it yet. Some say it was the will of the gods. That God had abandoned humanity, allowing countless bloodthirsty monsters to emerge, bringing divine punishment in their wake. Under such catastrophic destruction, the only sliver of hope for humanity came unexpectedly from one monster. This monster was called the Master of Dark Nests. No one had seen its true form. Rumor had it that it was born at the boundary between molten lava and mud, its massive body submerged in the ocean depths, occasionally surfacing to reveal organs coated with slimy liquid. Instead of hunting humans, it infected them. Those infected would lose their minds, their bodies distorting until they transformed into monsters, becoming its believers. The believers followed the Master of Dark Nests' commands entirely, inheriting its powers. People infected by these believers experienced similar effects. However, a small portion of those infected didn't become believers but instead developed special abilities. If used correctly, these powers allowed them to defend against attacks by believers or other monsters. These people were called new humans. The emergence of new humans led some to revere the Master of Dark Nests as a god who brought salvation. At one point, there were many willing to confront the believers, hoping to gain extraordinary abilities far surpassing normal people. But the creation of new humans was completely random and occurred in less than 1 in 50 cases. There was another crucial fact: while the lifespans of new humans significantly increased, they became incapable of reproduction. Xiqing was one of the first bases established during the initial days of the apocalypse. It was a mixed type, consisting of both humans and new humans, with relatively comprehensive and strict systems in place. Under the protection of the new humans, everyone in the base survived, but barely. The base lacked the capacity to expand or relocate. External conditions worsened day by day, and food supplies dwindled rapidly. The contribution value rating and expulsion system emerged as a solution. Only minors and women capable of reproduction enjoyed special privileges. The useless waste humans, without fault, wouldn't be executed immediately, they'd be expelled instead. Death or rebirth were the only 2 paths. Returning to the base as a new human represented the best possible outcome. Wayman had just turned 19 and was the youngest person among those who had ever been expelled. As the wind kept sweeping around him, he walked at the end of the group, pressing the brim of his hat even lower. His selection this time was expected by most. Wayman had no father, his mother joined Xiqing when she was pregnant. After giving birth to him, she became mentally unstable, muttering incomprehensible phrases all day long before falling ill and passing away a few years later. In others' eyes, Wayman had always been physically weak. Though not suffering any serious illnesses, he seemed perpetually sickly. He was extremely introverted, rarely communicating with others. Up ahead, the woman struggled to catch her breath after stopping again. Wayman walked past her. She twisted her head and caught a glimpse of Wayman's collar, revealing a small patch of skin that was almost translucent in its whiteness. For a moment, she was dazed, then tried to search for Wayman's face in her mind. In her impression, Wayman looked decent, though lately, he always kept himself completely covered up. Unfortunately, he's not a girl. No matter how good-looking, his fate is only to be expelled. You. She spoke, attempting to start a conversation with Wayman. He paused slightly but kept walking. The woman sighed, afraid to linger any longer where she stood, quickly catching up. They had already been walking on foot for over half an hour since leaving the base, encountering neither monsters nor believers along the way. But this didn't bring them comfort. It felt like they were walking on the path leading to hell, never knowing when it would end or when their judgment would come. The longer they waited, the more intense the fear of the unknown became. The sky grew dimmer, and her heart raced faster. She glanced around, stepping forward to try speaking to Wayman again. "Do you think, how many of us can return?" She forced a smile at the corner of her mouth, trying to approach reality with a more optimistic attitude. At first, Xiqing attempted to make the birth of these new humans controllable. Expelled people turning into believers undoubtedly increased the number of monsters. Adding the dangers of the barren area outside the base, even if someone transformed into a new human, they might still suffer misfortune while returning. They once tried setting traps to lure 1 or 2 believers near the base. Infected individuals who turned into believers were killed immediately, while the ones who became new humans were brought back directly. However, unfortunately, the believers grew smarter and more organized. This method was used only twice before the believers stopped falling for it, sometimes even drawing out other larger monsters by mistake. Xiqing already had few new humans, and the base always needed enough manpower to protect itself, unable to take greater risks escorting a group of people with very slim survival chances. They barely survived in the cracks between the monster-ridden apocalypse. To ensure the continuation of humanity, they had to devise cruel rules, yet simultaneously gave a glimmer of hope to those abandoned because of these rules. Wayman hadn't expected her to speak to him, and his fingers quietly curled as the eyes beneath his hat brim showed signs of unease. He slowed down, thinking hard about how to answer her question, when the woman suddenly let out a startled cry. "There. That's," her raised hand trembled uncontrollably, panic on her face. "What thing?" Not far from where she pointed, there stood a 6 or 7 meter tall fragment of a stone wall, with a monster completely covered in ashen gray scales clinging onto it. Its scaly back reflected faint light under the night sky. Its long and slender tail tightly adhered to the wall, its sharp-pointed head tilted sideways as black pupils silently stared at them. The ash-gray scales. This was a believer. It flicked out a serpent-like tongue, confirming that the ones in front of it were pure humans, then suddenly lunged forward with astonishing force. The middle-aged man at the forefront couldn't avoid the attack fast enough, his shoulder pinned firmly to the ground by razor-sharp claws. Blood surged out with his screams of pain. "Who?" The believer roared, arching its back, spitting out a large mass of sticky black pus, instantly wrapping the middle-aged man in it. The middle-aged man screamed again as the believer pulled back its claws and stepped aside, tilting its head while watching him twist and thrash helplessly on the ground in pain. Including Wayman, none of them had ever encountered such a scene up close before. The woman beside Wayman fell to the ground in terror, trembling uncontrollably. The other 3 were shaking like leaves, their feet as if rooted to the spot and unable to move. Wayman was also scared. He took half a step backward, his gaze shifting towards the fallen woman. His trembling fingertips instinctively reached out to help her get up. At that moment, the sound of the middle-aged man's voice vanished. While wiping off the filth on his face, against all odds, he climbed back up from the ground unharmed. Without any mutations, he resisted the infection and had turned into a new human. Unbelieving, the middle-aged man looked at his own hands. I'm. Before he could finish speaking, a muffled puff sound echoed next to his ear. A flesh tentacle as thick as an arm pierced through his heart from behind, blood gushing out instantly. The tentacle slowly retracted, leaving a horrifying blood hole behind. Still wearing an expression frozen in post-transformation joy, the man stiffened and fell, his life extinguished. The stench of blood mixed with a strange putrid smell filled the air, a suffocating cloud of heavy odors. Only then did everyone notice another believer hiding behind the nearby rocks. This one had shorter limbs and was smaller in size. Crossing over the rock, its bloated belly rubbed against the ground making scraping noises. Its flesh tentacle was its tongue, and aside from that, it had the same features as the first believer, ash-gray scales covering its body. A streak of blood trailed on the ground as the believer lingered, licking its malformed lips with relish. Just like that, a newly transformed new human had died right before their eyes. "Ah!" The woman beside Wayman screamed in sheer terror, shaking her head wildly. "No, it's impossible." The 2 believers were drawn by her scream. The first one swung its long, slender tail, impaling the woman's leg and dragging her toward itself. Another person tried to flee, but just as he took a step, the blood-stained flesh tentacle wrapped around his waist. Yet staying meant certain death. Wayman briefly exchanged a glance with the remaining person, and they both fled toward a narrower path on the side. As the sky grew darker, loose rocks and protruding tree roots made the path treacherous. Wayman could hear the heavy panting of the person behind him gradually fading. He stopped and turned around, signaling for him to catch up. Bending over with hands on his knees, the man shook his head. "Go ahead, you don't need to worry about me." In no time, the sharp hiss of the approaching believer became louder. Suddenly, a smooth tail dropped down, tightly coiling around his neck. Guh. His face flushed red as he struggled fiercely, fear evident in his wide eyes. The nearby rock wall was 5 or 6 meters high, with broken stones blocking the believer's line of sight so that it couldn't get close immediately. It lifted the man by the neck with its dangling tail and then hurled him backward viciously. Wayman could only watch helplessly as the man was taken away, while other disordered sounds approached from nearby. If the other two hadn't transformed into new humans, they would already be among the ranks of the believers now. Thinking back to the middle-aged man whose heart was pierced through earlier, Wayman's mood sank to its lowest point. He no longer hesitated, squeezing sideways into an even narrower crack between the stone walls ahead. Before leaving the base, Wayman had expected his own death. If they were lucky, maybe someone among them would succeed in returning to the base, their status elevated beyond what it once was. However, reality proved far crueler than imagined. Even though hope was slim, the instinct to survive remained overpowering. Wayman shoved away rubble, squeezing out of the narrow gap into a dense forest. Such terrain should hinder the movements of believers given their size. Although danger could exist anywhere in the barren area, Wayman had no choice but to act immediately and quickly dived into the woods. Tall grass covered up to his ankles. Wayman stepped carefully, trying not to make too much noise. A sudden breeze rippled through the trees, making rustling sounds. Unawares, Wayman tripped over a dry branch beneath his feet and fell to the ground. The thick grass and leaves cushioned his fall, allowing him to stand back up without injury. As the wind died down, everything grew eerily quiet, leaving only his labored breathing audible. The air smelled of grass and soil. Wayman tensely scanned his surroundings, unsure how far he was from the previous ruins. It seemed the believers hadn't followed him. Had he shaken them off? Or, had they abandoned the chase? Wayman dared not lower his guard, but after running all this way, his strength was almost depleted, and he couldn't continue further. He sat down near a tree to rest, leaning against its sturdy trunk which shielded him completely from view. His breaths gradually steadied, but the cold began to seep into him. Curling up, he hugged his legs and buried his face into his knees. Back at the base, he'd learned how to start a fire outdoors, but this wasn't the right time for it. Feeling somewhat recovered, Wayman stood up and decided to venture deeper into the forest. It was still too open here. If he could find a more densely vegetated area, such as low shrubs nearby, it might be warmer. Otherwise, he'd freeze to death before encountering any believers or other monsters tonight. Night was falling fast, and the forest grew increasingly dark. In the distance, crisscrossed shadows of trees loomed black and foreboding. Wayman had never ventured outside the base before being expelled. Now, with none of his companions left, he gathered his courage and moved forward into the unknown desolation. At the base, new humans occasionally went outside and recounted various horrifying monsters they'd encountered. Including the believers, these creatures usually appeared hideous and large, bloodthirsty, and prone to killing. Some even attacked each other. Most times, they didn't bother hiding. It should be safe enough for now. Wayman kept reassuring himself, easing some of his unease. He walked forward for a while and suddenly heard faint sounds coming from behind. It was the sound of leaves rubbing against each other, but there was no wind now. Crack. A thin branch was snapped under pressure. Wayman stopped abruptly and turned around violently. In the next second, he instinctively gasped. A large shadow slid down along the tree trunk. It moved slowly, and its lower body seemed to be an oval-shaped sphere. When it landed on the ground, it was only about as high as Wayman's knee. The edges of its body had strange stripe-like protrusions. The monster made almost no sound at all. It was unclear when exactly it got close, or perhaps it had been on that tree all along, and Wayman had intruded into its territory. In the dark, it was impossible to see its features clearly, adding an extra layer of eeriness to the scene. Wayman's scalp tingled, and he turned and ran. However, the monster moved faster. Before Wayman could react, everything blurred in front of him. As it lunged toward him, Wayman finally saw several long tube-like objects sprouting from its side. Their tips were incredibly sharp, fiercely stabbing at him. But these sharp weapons aimed at his left hand. Accompanied by a swoosh, his sleeve was torn, leaving a bloody mark on the palm of Wayman's hand. During this brief moment, Wayman's mind went blank, but the pain reflexively triggered his desire to resist. Boom, a sudden intangible energy appeared, flinging the creature away. At the same time, Wayman clearly heard a crackling sound coming from the direction of the monster. The monster took a step back, and its call carried a trace of fear. It glanced at Wayman one last time in the darkness before turning around and leaving. Wayman's hands trembled slightly. He didn't seem surprised or shocked by what had just happened. The monster might return. As Wayman stood up from the ground, he shook his trembling hand, tore off a piece of cloth from his sleeve, and wrapped it around the wound as he moved deeper into the woods again. He failed to notice that before he left, a drop of blood had already slid from his palm and fallen into the soil. The sweet blood seeped through the moist earth, descending until it stopped deep below. Suddenly, the moon and stars disappeared from the night sky, as if everything were draped with a dark veil. The atmosphere felt oppressive and suffocating. A dry leaf was blown off by the wind, swirling downwards before abruptly pausing in midair. Complete silence fell over everything, and time seemed to disintegrate. The blood was devoured entirely, like flipping a switch ever so slightly, and the long-restrained night was about to awaken. Strands of mist rose from the ground, coalescing and stretching in the air, like specters opening their eyes. The dry leaf dropped, and the moon reappeared. Everything returned to tranquility, as though nothing had happened. Wayman's senses twitched, and he paused briefly as he looked up. The wound on his hand wasn't deep, and the bleeding had already stopped. The monster probably hadn't chased after him. He had no idea how vast this forest was, but Wayman was exhausted, unable to move another step. Nearby were a few shrubs. He found a suitable place, crawled inside, curled up, and planned to spend the night this way. The branches and leaves of the shrubs weren't soft, but they bunched together enough to shield him from the cold. Wayman carefully guarded his left hand, gradually closing his eyes in unease. At the same time, a shadow retreated to the edge of the forest, revealing its figure under the moonlight. It seemed to be a spider with 8 thin legs, one of which bent unnaturally. Attached to its back was a massive oval-shaped ball. On its chest were 2 pairs of retracted soft limbs, and its whole body was pitch black. Its relatively small head was white, topped with some peculiar patterns that looked like a human face from afar. It extended the soft limbs from its abdomen and skillfully plucked a type of plant with long, thick leaves, using them to bind its broken leg. After finishing this task, it looked back at the forest. In its tiny green eyes, filled with more fear than before when it fled. The spider dared not approach the forest, so it pulled out a transparent mass of substance from its mouth using its soft limbs. After kneading it a few times, it opened it like a bag and squeezed itself inside. Not long after, the spider vanished from its original spot. Chapter 2. The next day, the damp morning mist in the forest had just risen. In the distance, there was the roar of a monster, which seemed to be coming from the ruins on the side of the woods. Above the weeds at the edge of the forest, the air visibly distorted, swelled, and then split open with a tear. A spider crawled out of the tear, devouring its own cocoon that it had placed inside its mouth. After resting for the night, its broken leg had not fully recovered, so it gathered more leaves and wrapped it up layer by layer again before leaving the forest towards the ruins. By the time the sun rose and drove away the last trace of nighttime chill, the figure of the spider reappeared. It seemed exhausted, the leaves wrapped around its legs were gone, and traces of blood seeped from its wounds. Turning into the deeper parts of the woods, the spider stopped and shook its body, placing the cocoon it carried on its back down. It tore the cocoon open, revealing a gray-white scale inside. Phew! This was a believer, struggling to squeeze out of the cocoon. It was covered in injuries, its forepaws having been chopped off, as it spat out streams of blood. Though the transparent cocoon looked small, it managed to contain an entire believer. Then another one fell out, and yet another. 3 believers all together, crammed between the narrow tree trunks, all in near-death conditions. As usual, the spider ate the cocoon, took a few steps back, and hid behind a tree. It didn't go far but dared not approach either, quietly waiting for something to arrive. The believers on the ground had weak breathing, trying with their remaining strength to escape. But soon, they all huddled together, uneasily staring forward. Something extremely dangerous was approaching, causing instinctive fear to course through their bodies. Amidst the verdant woods, mysterious pure black mists arose, covering the speckled sunlight beneath the tree shade. There was no wind, yet the black mist spread in an instant, tightly enveloping the believers. Instantly, the believers let out sharp, blood-curdling screams, violently struggling within the mists. Blood-stained claws reached out, only to be forcefully snapped off in the next moment. The spider hiding behind the tree trembled with fear, retreating another step, terrified of being included among them. The black mist constantly rolled and twisted, greedily consuming the life force within. The screams had long disappeared, leaving only the crackling sound of bones being continuously crushed. The volume of 3 believers combined was considerable, yet now had shrunk by more than half. When the black mist finally dissipated, what remained were the adhered pieces of skin, flesh, and shattered bones of the believers, hardly recognizable as to their original form. Viscous blood flowed slowly. Compared to when it first appeared, this mass of mist had visibly thickened, dark and deep like an eerie pupil. The spider felt that the black mist was looking at it, shakily emerging from behind the tree. It pressed its abdomen very low, bowing its head in submission as it approached. Waiting for a moment, the black mist did not take any further action, instead floating silently above the corpse of the believer. Confused, the spider tried moving, raising its upper body while bending its large abdomen. Surprisingly, in the center of its round belly, there was a zipper. The spider used its soft limbs to open the zipper, revealing no internal organs inside its abdomen but rather countless sheets of paper filled with writing. With 2 pairs of soft limbs, it rapidly flipped through, skillfully tearing some pieces off. Inside its abdomen, there was also a square thin stone tablet. The spider pasted the torn-off paper onto the tablet, stretching its soft limbs to respectfully push it forward. The tablet was black, inscribed with 1 line of words. You, finally, awakened. Still, the black mist did not react, so the spider thought for a bit and continued searching within itself. It had just gently torn off a character meaning person when a breeze swept by, and upon looking up, it realized that the black mist had already vanished without a trace. Silence reigned all around. After waiting a little longer at the same spot and seeing no return of the black mist, the spider had no choice but to gather up the stone tablet and the disheveled papers. The paper on the stone tablet was too small, so it stuffed it into its mouth and ate it. The corpse of the believer still lay there, emitting a strong smell of blood. The spider zipped up the zipper on its abdomen and dragged the corpse to the edge of the woods, discarding it there. In another direction of the forest, the dense bushes moved slightly as Wei Mian pushed aside the branches to peek out. He had woken up long ago but didn't dare come out, until his stomach growled several times. Before being expelled, the base wouldn't provide much food since it was probably considered a waste anyway. Thus, from yesterday morning till now, Wei Mian had only had half a bowl of porridge. Feeling both thirsty and hungry, he hadn't slept well either, waking up repeatedly during a drowsy state. Upon confirming that the nearby area should be safe, Wei Mian emerged from the bushes, looking around for any edible food in the woods. His luck was good. Not far from behind the bushes, there stood a plant full of fruits. The fruit's skin was greenish-red, small and round. Wild things might be poisonous, so Wei Mian first tore off a leaf and tasted it before picking the fruit to put in his mouth. The fruit was slightly sour and had a very bland taste. The juice slid down his dry throat, and Wei Mian ate several more in one breath. Feeling much better in the stomach, Wei Mian looked for a large broadleaf nearby, wrapping some fruits in it and putting them into his coat pocket. He lowered his head and noticed that his vision suddenly darkened for a moment, then returned to normal. Wei Mian immediately stopped what he was doing and looked around. The forest was still as quiet as ever, without any abnormality, except occasionally birds chasing each other through the tree canopies. Relieved, he assumed it was just his nervousness getting the better of him. With his hunger barely sated, Wei Mian continued cautiously observing the surroundings. Under the hot noon sun, all he could see was green with fresh grass and wood fragrances. It felt like an entirely different world from when he came here yesterday. He stood under the shade of a tree, stretching out his hand to gently touch a leaf bathed in sunlight, feeling the warmth transmitted through it. Before being expelled, Wei Mian, like the other pure humans in the base, wasn't allowed outside, only catching glimpses of the gate from afar. Certainly, there were no such forests in the base, and Wei Mian, who grew up in the Xicheng base, had only seen the outside world in a few precious books. There was still bandage wrapped around the wound on Wei Mian's left hand, reminding him of everything that happened, now seeming like a dream when recalled. Or perhaps it was all a dream, and he hadn't escaped the believer's attack. What he saw before him could have been a hallucination at the moment of death. Wei Mian stepped forward decisively, tilting his head back to let a small patch of sunlight shine on his cheek through his fingers, closing his eyes and slowly taking deep breaths. His exposed hands remained unnoticed, until strands of black mist abruptly covered and began wrapping his fingertips. The mist moved gently, as if caressing his soft skin. The shadow of Wei Mian on the ground became increasingly blurred, as though swallowed by a mass of shadows, yet there was nothing tangible in the air. Unaware of all this, the moment Wei Mian opened his eyes, the black mist suddenly dispersed, and the shadow on the ground returned to normal. He rubbed his arms, feeling that the sun wasn't as warm as it had been. How strange, with such good weather and neither clouds nor wind. After walking around the area, Wei Mian found a patch of unshaded grass again and sat down to bask in the sun, unwrapping the cloth from his left hand. The wound on his palm had scabbed over. It hurt a little if he moved too much, but it should be fine in a few days. That monster had slashed his hand and fled quickly. It actually had plenty of chances to kill him. If that sharp blade had moved up just a little bit, it would have been his neck. Could it be because? Wei Mian rolled up his sleeve and, indeed, found a bruise on his inner arm. The power that flung the monster away yesterday came from within himself. Wei Mian didn't know what it was. Only new humans possessed special abilities called mutations, and he was born in Xicheng and never left the base. He had no opportunity to be infected by believers. This power was weak and far inferior compared to new humans. Wei Mian remembered having a couple of occurrences when he was 7 or 8 years old, but they went unnoticed, and it lay dormant for a long time afterward. Wei Mian thought he had returned to normal until adulthood. Yesterday was the strongest manifestation. The monster likely retreated due to the surprise, which gave him a chance to escape. Wei Mian touched the bruise on his arm, lowering his eyelashes. If only this power would appear when he met the believers, those people wouldn't have. Unfortunately, he couldn't control this power at all, and every time it surfaced, his body showed discomfort, like the bruise on his arm right now. Weak and uncontrollable, it brought him no additional contribution points. He was still in useless waste. In this desolate area, who knows how long he could survive? He even doubted if this power truly belonged to him. How could a pure human be born with such a thing? An image of a face appeared in Wei Mian's mind, one distorted with madness and full of hatred. Those bony hands were tightly gripping his neck. Devil, you are the spawn of the devil. As more unpleasant memories resurfaced, Wei Mian unconsciously tightened his grip on his arm, pressing against the bruised spot and snapping back to reality from the pain. He put his sleeve down and rewrapped the bandages, choosing not to think about the past anymore. Afternoon passed, the sun was covered by clouds, and the forest suddenly turned cold. The recent days had shorter and shorter daylight hours. Wei Mian ate some wild fruits again, returned to last night's shrubs, and curled up inside. For 2 consecutive days, the spider kept running back and forth between the woods and the ruins. However, the number of believers in the ruins was limited. Yesterday, it had brought back 2, and today there was only 1. When the black mist descended, the spider trembled on all 8 legs out of fear, first pushing the stone slab with the note over. Plea, condemnation. It had initially sought the words, forgiveness, flipping through for a long while without success. With little time left, it settled for what seemed closest. The black mist showed no interest in the stone slab at all, disappearing from the spot after draining the life force from the believer, staying not a second longer. The spider sighed in relief, picked up the slab and disposed of the believer's body before starting to weave its cocoon. This time the cocoon it wove was different from the others, it required much more time. Once finished, the spider gently rubbed the cocoon with its soft limbs. The transparent cocoon was invisible to the naked eye. An air-like ripple swirled beneath the empty tree as the spider tore open a seam and crawled inside. Upon entering the cocoon's interior, an entire forest appeared once again. Every tree and every leaf here grew exactly like outside, appearing as if a reflection of the real world. Yet, there was neither sun nor clouds above, everything draped in a dull reddish hue, seemingly devoid of other living creatures. The spider moved forward, occasionally sniffing around, finally stopping in one place. It revealed the sharpest part of its leg and poked a tiny hole in a certain area. Through this fine opening, it could see the true woods outside. Wei Mian was bending down to cross drooping branches, heading off into the distance. At the sight of Wei Mian, the spider's legs throbbed faintly. Its front leg, which had broken, was not yet fully healed, almost injured again that morning when capturing the believer. Above hung the cocoon, making Wei Mian look no different from any ordinary person below, his small frame less than a third the size of the spider. The spider secretly watched until Wei Mian walked out of the range visible through the slit. Lacking sufficient space, the spider turned upward again and resumed weaving tirelessly. By this time, Wei Mian had circled past several trees and spotted a nearby small lake. His eyes widened slightly, brushing aside the branches blocking his view as he quickly approached. Over these 2 days, Wei Mian had remained safe, encountering no monsters or believers. He ate wild fruit when hungry or thirsty, hid in bushes to sleep at night, and rarely strayed beyond a 50-meter radius during his activities. But plants bearing wild fruits were limited. After finishing the ones nearby, Wei Mian had to leave the spot, venturing elsewhere in hopes of finding more luck. Discovering water filled him with immense delight, squatting by the edge and touching the surface of the lake. The weather was excellent as usual, the clear water reflecting Wei Mian's image perfectly, ripples dispersing in the sunlight and shimmering. After his excitement faded, Wei Mian looked up and examined the surroundings, confirming it was still safe. The water seemed clean enough, there probably wouldn't be anything strange lurking. Wei Mian hesitated for just a moment, plucked a leaf to serve as a bowl, and drank a few sips of the lake water. Gazing at the lake, Wei Mian reached into the large pocket of his jacket, retrieving a cloth bag. This was the personal item he had taken upon leaving the base, items of value must be contributed to the base. Being alone, Wei Mian didn't own many valuable things to begin with. Inside the cloth bag were some toiletries, unexpectedly coming in handy now. During the last 2 nights sleeping in the grass, Wei Mian could only wipe his face with his sleeve. Gripping a small towel, he glanced around uneasily, ensuring no one else was there. Indeed, he was alone, no humans, no monsters. Wei Mian removed his cap, fully revealing his face. At the same time, the spider within the cocoon finished weaving an adequate amount, tracking his scent and finding Wei Mian again. SSSS. It emitted some faint sounds, its pair of small eyes wide as possible, unable to resist enlarging the opening within the cocoon a little more to get a better look. The youth by the shore bathed in the sunlight, his dark hair smooth and fine. Underneath his lashes lay ink-black pupils, his features exquisitely beautiful, his skin pale to the point of frailty, resembling a delicate piece of porcelain that needed careful protection. On either side of his temples grew a pair of small, black goat horns. Their tips bent outward slightly. One horn's base bore scratches, deep and shallow, as though someone had tried and failed to cut them off. Hiding in the cocoon, the spider slowed its breathing suddenly leapt up, flipping over its abdomen and frantically rummaging through items. Scattered everywhere on the ground were various papers, torn from books, others cut to size from newspapers. Ignoring the mess, the spider struggled mightily to finally assemble 2 characters, tearing them down and sticking them onto the slab. ELVE. It lifted the stone slab with its soft limbs and looked at Wei Mian through the opening of the cocoon again. However, he looked as beautiful as an elf but bore a pair of devilish horns. Such a contrast was just like a delicate rose growing out of fertile soil, its soft and intricate petals smeared with thick, slimy black pus. The flower bud that should have bloomed exuded the scent of death and decay. The spider was truly captivated, when suddenly a familiar sense of oppression came. A thin layer of black mist appeared out of nowhere behind Wei Mian, wrapping around him at an angle where he couldn't perceive it. The edges caught the pair of little goat horns. At the same time, a wisp of the mist scattered in the direction of the cocoon, clearly already discovering the anomaly there. Each time the black mist swallowed a believer, this was the kind of aura. The spider shivered, keenly sensing the displeasure and faint murderous intent. It quickly closed the opening and trembled while escaping. Wei Mian used the towel to wipe his face and neck, then rolled up his sleeves to clean his arms. The lake water was still too cold, so he didn't dare to undress and enter the water directly. He hung the small towel on a branch to dry it. Wei Mian gathered his other belongings and the cloth bag, putting on his cap again as the first thing to do. He pulled down the brim of the hat, releasing a sigh of relief. While the sun had yet to set, Wei Mian walked along the shore, finding another type of edible wild fruit, as well as some leaves about as thick as fingers, translucent plants in the middle. Wei Mian tasted a bit of it, picking a few leaves along with the wild fruits to store for temporary provisions. Before leaving, Wei Mian hesitated, planning to come back here early the next morning. Even though he hadn't encountered any danger these few days, being cautious at night was still necessary. He embraced the food in his arms and retraced his steps to return to the familiar bush. As night fell, the spider organized the papers stored beneath its abdomen, zipped them up, and prepared to rest. Its cocoon trembled slightly, as if a breeze had passed by outside. No. It wasn't wind. In the very instant the spider realized it, the cocoon was torn apart from the outside. It was caught off guard and fell clumsily into the grass. Fear crept up its spine, almost unable to lift its head, only able to emit trembling sounds similar to begging for mercy. The black mist descended not far in front of it, completely revealing its anger. A large patch of nearby grass and trees withered and dried, their burnt branches crushed into the dirt. The spider wanted to open its abdomen to take out the stone slab, but it couldn't move at all, not understanding why the black mist was angry. Was it because it brought back too few believers today, or something during the day? Boom. The spider was blown away by a sudden gust of wind, crashing into the tree trunk behind it. It dared not resist in the slightest, even staying flat on the ground without moving. The black mist slowly approached, splitting off a clump of fog to cover the spider's head. Finally, it condescended to communicate, delivering its commands for the first time in several days. The spider's gaze became hollow and vacant, returning to normal after the black mist left. There were 2 pieces of information added to its mind. No need to search for believers for him every day. Keep your distance from the human in the woods, they belong to him. The spider sensed disdain in the first piece of information. Before it could react further, the black mist had dissipated silently and disappeared as it came. After confirming that the black mist had truly left, the spider immediately wove 2 layers of thick cocoon and squeezed itself in. The commotion in the woods was a certain distance away from Wei Mian. He groggily opened his eyes, as if hearing some sound. It was very quiet at night, all he could pick up were his own breathing and heartbeat. Wei Mian relaxed and closed his eyes again, trying to adjust himself in the cramped space. Outside the bushes, the spreading black mist began to churn violently. In a semi-dream state, Wei Mian felt someone gently stroking his cheek. Repetitively caressing from the corner of his eye to the edge of his lips, greedy yet restrained, filled with deep affection and possessiveness, something he had never experienced before. Finally, the hand lifted his cap and touched the horns on his head. Wei Mian's eyelashes flickered, unconsciously snuggling closer. Chapter 3. The next day, Wei Mian woke up without sleep and sat blankly with the hat in his hand. Before he went to bed at night, he had clearly worn the hat well. But when he opened his eyes that morning, he found the hat hanging on top of the leaves of a bush. Did he toss and turn so much in his sleep that he accidentally pushed it there himself? When Wei Mian first noticed, he got a shock, picking up the hat and hiding it in the bush for a long time, too scared to come out. However, as the morning passed, nothing unusual happened. It seemed like it was just an accident. Last night, Wei Mian remembered waking up once, then apparently dreaming, though he couldn't remember the details now. Over these few days, Wei Mian had indeed relaxed his guard. The forest was too peaceful, safer than it should have been. He adjusted his hat, pulling it low to cover his face and suppress a trace of unexplained unease, then ate something and headed to the lakeside. To draw water for washing, he hung a small towel and sat by the lake shore under the sun, while idly trying to pull out aquatic plants from the lake. The aquatic plants were thin and slippery, and after great difficulty, he managed to pull up 2 strands which stuck unpleasantly to his hands. Wei Mian simply could not bring himself to eat them, and disdainfully threw them aside. For several days, Wei Mian had been eating wild fruits and thick-leaved plants. He felt as if his entire body smelled of grass, but there was really nothing else to find in this forest. Logically speaking, a forest without monsters should have some animals. Just as Wei Mian was about to pull down his sleeve, suddenly his eyes lit up. A palm-sized fish swam past underwater, disappearing into the aquatic plants in the blink of an eye. There's a fish. Wei Mian's excited expression soon turned conflicted because he didn't have any tools. How was he supposed to catch it? He looked around, stood up and decided to look nearby for something usable, even just a stick would do. After Wei Mian left, thick black mist enveloped the small spot where he had been sitting. Anything he touched, the discarded aquatic plants, the towel hanging on the tree, and even the leaves that brushed against him, was all covered by the mist which carried his scent. Wei Mian found a dead branch, the broken tip slightly sharp enough to easily pierce through a leaf. He also collected some resilient thin vines, planning to tie the aquatic plants with them and try fishing. In a book, he had seen how fishing was done, and the tools required seemed to be similar to what he had. Back by the shore, Wei Mian tied the vine with the aquatic plants and placed it in the water, holding the branch tightly with one hand as he concentrated intently. After a long while, Wei Mian gradually lost patience, quietly changing his squatting position and massaging his stiff wrist. Finally, another fish appeared, smaller than the previous one, slowly swimming past the shore. Without hesitation, Wei Mian swung the branch towards the water, feeling resistance, but when he raised the branch, he only stirred up a clump of mud. The vine bound with the aquatic plants did not help at all, and Wei Mian instantly felt deflated, clutching the muddy branch as he stared at the water surface, feeling utterly frustrated. He even had the impulse to go straight into the water to grab the fish, but with the sun nearly setting, he didn't dare. The water gradually calmed down, and when the wind stopped, the entire lake resembled a huge mirror. Wei Mian leaned over the shore looking for fish. However, that fish had already disappeared somewhere unknown. Sighing silently, just as he was preparing to stand up and go back, his gaze suddenly froze. He had been looking at the water earlier, almost leaning his whole upper body out over the shore, and his clear shadow was reflected in the water. At the edge of his shadow, there were some strange swirling mists. Breath hitched, Wei Mian stiffened, unable to move. The mist floated eerily on the water surface, appearing dark as if encircling him from behind. What is this thing? Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have detected no abnormalities at all, and he would not know when exactly this thing approached. As Wei Mian stayed frozen for too long, the unseen object behind him seemed to sense that it had been discovered. Instead of retreating, the black mist rose even more exuberantly, the escaping vapor lightly brushing against Wei Mian's cheek. A very faint coldness swept across his skin, just as the sunlight was blocked by thick clouds at that moment. Wei Mian was uncertain whether it was a gust of wind. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he reached out his hand, intending to touch the water. Is it in the water? Or? His fingertips touched the water surface, and the fog along with the human silhouette shattered simultaneously. Unable to help himself, Wei Mian's breathing became shallower. He slowly sat upright, mustering up courage to turn around as quickly as possible. His vision blurred, and a blur of black shadow flashed before his eyes. Simultaneously, Wei Mian felt his tear ducts being lightly touched by something. This sensation was undeniably real, as if an invisible person was standing in front of him, gazing at him soundlessly. Wei Mian hesitated for a second, then swiftly climbed up and hid behind the nearest tree. Wei Mian was still shaken, keeping a tight eye on his surroundings without daring to blink. Wei Mian was certain he hadn't mistaken it, there was something behind him, but now it was gone. The image reflected in the water and what had just happened, a mass that resembled fog, did not match any monster he'd ever heard of or seen before. If it wasn't a monster, then what was it? Wei Mian recalled the first day he entered the forest when the creature with the sharp claws had cut his palm. The scar on his left hand was still there, just yesterday, he had finally removed the bandages he'd been wearing constantly. It had been too dark that night for Wei Mian to see clearly what the creature looked like, but he remembered its long, sharp claws. The thing from earlier didn't resemble that monster at all. However, Wei Mian had been in the forest for several days, and the only monster he had encountered was that one, so naturally, he made the connection. Besides, neither seemed intent on killing him directly, only testing him, as far as he could guess. The barren zones were hundreds of times larger than all the human bases combined, filled with unexplored corners and bizarre creatures. It wasn't impossible for a single monster to possess two forms. As the sun began to set, Wei Mian hid behind the tree for a long time. The speed of that thing was far too fast, there was no way he could outrun it. Noticing no anomalies nearby, Wei Mian slowly retreated, each sound his feet made in the grass making him tense up even more. The further he got from the lakeside, the faster his steps became. Eventually, he ran back, entering the thicket before it grew completely dark, forgetting to take the towel drying on the tree. His sleeping thicket had been used multiple times already, losing much of its warmth. Wei Mian thus switched to a nearby larger and taller one. Tightly surrounded by branches clinging to his coat, the dense leaves above him interwoven into a thick canopy, Wei Mian felt a bit more secure inside this hiding spot. Only an environment like this allowed him to relax, even though if danger truly arrived, being stuck here would leave him no chance to escape. The outside world grew darker, and Wei Mian pulled his hat tightly around his head, feeling sleep gradually creeping in. When darkness fell completely, strange noises started emanating from the ruins not far from the forest. By a tree near the edge of the woods, the air warped momentarily as a spider burst out of its cocoon. Shaking off remnants of its casing, the spider looked up toward the source of the noise. Something was approaching, the sounds indicating it was quite large, not some kind of believer. The day before, the black mist had told the spider not to bring believers every day. The spider assumed this meant dissatisfaction. Although it didn't understand why, it stayed hidden in its cocoon all day, afraid it might accidentally catch another believer or worse, encounter Wei Mian. Either case would anger the black mist. However, tonight it coincidentally stumbled upon something else, whether or not it would suit the black mist's tastes. The spider hesitated for a moment, rubbing its 4 pairs of legs together, then eventually made its way toward the ruins. As it approached the ruins, a pungent smell of rot mixed with blood intensified. Rounding the stone wall ahead, a massive mass of unknown material lay sprawled on the ground, slowly slithering along. It engulfed everything blocking its path, rocks, rubble, debris, leaving a trail of slick yellow liquid wherever it moved. 2 believers trailed behind, licking at the residue. This was a maternal feeder. Its highly corrosive fluid could melt almost anything it touched, but its movements were incredibly slow. An average human could easily escape it, so it posed little offensive threat. This type of monster was a symbiotic entity to believers. The material trailing behind acted as the nutrient specifically designed for believers, providing them with enough energy to survive when food sources were scarce. The size of this particular feeder suggested it had fused with over 10 symbiotic entities of believers. The spider immediately lost interest. Even it found this creature repulsive, let alone the black mist. It turned back toward the forest but stopped abruptly after walking a short distance, sensing something. Sure enough, moments later, the black mist appeared. The spider was panicked. The black mist's appearance here must mean it had discovered the feeder nearby, either disturbed by the noise or intending to devour it. In either case, this was due to the spider's negligence. How could it allow the black mist to act personally? It hurriedly turned around, stopping again halfway. Because it suddenly sensed a familiar, terrifying rage, and this time, the target wasn't itself. Not far away, the 2 believers sensed danger and tried to flee. Before they could take a few steps, their bodies levitated suddenly into the air, their necks cleanly twisted and broken. Next came the maternal feeder. This lowly creature, which only knew how to consume and cultivate believers, endured the harshest oppression and anger. The feeder had no vocal cords, it didn't need to make a sound. The creaking noise from its body squeezing itself seemed like its screams until it was split in 2 with a loud snap, splattering sticky brown fluid everywhere. The black mist held no interest in devouring its life force and simply killed it before leaving. The metallic stench in the air grew even stronger. Stones that were covered by the feeder's secretion began to corrode, hissing with steam. The spider only dared to lift its head after the black mist had gone, taking one glance before immediately covering its sensory organs with its soft limbs and scurrying away. Witnessing the state of the dead believers and the maternal feeder, the spider realized that the black mist had already been quite merciful the day before. Still, it didn't understand why the black mist was angry this time. At the same moment, thousands of miles away in the abyssal sea, surging waves quickly rose into terrifying towering walls. The ruler deep beneath the sea was venting its fury. Any creature daring to approach was torn to shreds. Its trembling massive body made it hard to determine whether it was in extreme anger or fear. When the surface finally calmed again, there was another disturbance. Accompanied by the pounding of the waves, a colossal triangular head emerged from the water. It slowly ascended, revealing its long neck and muscle-covered body step by step. It stepped onto the shore and moved forward in a specific direction. Every step of the giant creature caused the soft soil to sink, seawater flowing along its legs and trunk into its footprints. Some wriggling parasites fell off its body, screaming shrilly as they crawled away. Wei Mian, who had fallen asleep at night, had another dream. He dreamed about the strange black shadow he saw during the day. The shadow hovered in front of him, faintly taking on the outline of a vague humanoid figure. Perhaps because he was dreaming, Wei Mian did not feel fear upon seeing such an odd thing. Not only that, but he was also curious. He reached out to touch it, only for his fingertips to pass through the shadow without finding anything. Wei Mian felt inexplicably disappointed, yet the next instant, his hand encountered something solid. It was warm, the texture just like human skin. Wei Mian pulled back his hand as if he'd been burned. The shadow was deeply dissatisfied with his retreat, and the scene in the dream immediately darkened. It lifted its equally vague arm, grabbing his wrist tightly and pulling him closer. Wei Mian began to panic, trying to break free, but the harder he resisted, the stronger the shadow's grip became. Gradually, the shadow ceased maintaining its humanoid form, dispersing into a fog that enveloped Wei Mian. Even though it was a dream, Wei Mian felt his breathing become labored. Only when he stopped struggling did the black mist relent, swirling around him gently and slowly. Wei Mian felt as though he were enveloped in clouds, or perhaps buried in a ball of cotton. A voice whispered softly in his ear. "I like you." The mist caressed him gently, sliding over his neck and cheek, continuously murmuring expressions of affection. When the mist touched a pair of ram horns, Wei Mian's body trembled slightly. He couldn't escape, his consciousness blurred and dazed. His eyes, moist and red, looked vaguely helpless and aggrieved. In the end, he stopped struggling, the last remnants of resistance fading within him as he curled up amidst the mist, sinking into a deep sleep. The next day, Wei Mian crawled out of the thicket, yawning as he took out the stored food. Another night passed without incident, aside from the strange dream he had last night. If things continued like this, could he really live in this forest forever? Wei Mian opened the leaves wrapping the wild fruit, noticing a trace on his left wrist while moving. His heartbeat skipped a beat. He put down the leaf and slowly rolled up his sleeve. Sure enough, there was a clear red mark circling his wrist, standing out vividly against his pale skin. Wei Mian's eyelashes trembled slightly as he tried wiping the red mark with his hand. It certainly looked like a bruise formed from being squeezed. Confused and a little afraid, he remembered the dream he had last night. Although most of it was already hazy, he still clearly recalled a black shadow tightly gripping his hand. First it was the hat that had changed position yesterday, and now the marks on his wrist. Wei Mian pressed his lips together, putting away the wild fruits. He'd lost his appetite. The forest was quiet as usual, but Wei Mian felt a sense of unease. Yet he couldn't comprehend, if there truly was a monster lurking in the shadows, what exactly was its purpose? As sunlight scattered the fog, Wei Mian circled near the thicket before deciding to return to the lakeside once more. He specifically found a branch with a sharp point, holding it firmly as he walked slowly. Approaching the lake, Wei Mian noticed the towel he had left behind was still hanging in its original place. Wei Mian didn't dare approach recklessly, instead keeping a close eye on his surroundings and gripping the wooden branch tightly. There was no movement, no strange black shadow, nothing at all. Even so, Wei Mian didn't dare to relax. He approached the shore quietly and peeked at the water's surface. Only after confirming that his back was clean and free of any abnormalities did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He put down the branch and sat to bask in the sun for a while before picking up the branch again, his eyes fixed on the water. Another fish. Wei Mian held his breath, discarding all thoughts of the shadow from his dreams and the mark on his wrist, and waited for the opportune moment to thrust the branch into the water. With anticipation brimming, he pulled out the branch, but was once again disappointed with the result. Wei Mian knew it must be his method that was wrong, yet he didn't dare dive directly into the water. This lake was surely very deep and one would need to know how to swim. Back at the base, fish had been an incredibly precious source of meat. Wei Mian had only ever seen fish soup prepared in a kitchen from afar once. He hadn't even smelled it before being chased away by others, let alone tasted what it might have been like. Now, with the fish right in front of him, Wei Mian couldn't bring himself to give up. With no better ideas coming to mind, he kept trying. And so all day, Wei Mian squatted by the lakeshore. Several branches were broken or wasted in his efforts, and not a single fish was caught. In the end, the little fish seemed to recognize the danger near the shore and didn't reappear. Wei Mian rubbed his stiff neck, staring at the water angrily, and hurled the branch aside in frustration. He reached into his pocket, ate a wild fruit he had brought along, and then returned to the thicket. Before sleeping at night, Wei Mian curled up and hugged his knees, staying awake for some time without closing his eyes. He'd originally intended to stay awake through the night to see if anything else happened, waiting until the early hours of the morning when the only sound heard was that of a bird flying overhead. There was not a single other noise. Tired from fishing all day, and overwhelmed with exhaustion, Wei Mian eventually couldn't fight it anymore, tipping his head and falling asleep. When the next morning came, Wei Mian checked his entire body as soon as he woke up. He had slept well during the night, without having any strange dreams, and found no abnormalities on his body. This eased his worries considerably. Perhaps in his dream he had accidentally touched himself. Propping himself up with his hat and crawling out of the thicket, his expression froze. In front of the bushes where he'd been sleeping, 2 dead fish lay on the grass. Chapter 4. The bushes were quite a distance from the lakeshore, so how did these 2 fish end up here? Wei Mian slowly straightened up, and the dead fish was only half a step away from him. The thing he had strained to catch but failed yesterday was now right in front of him like some monstrous beast. He stepped around it from the side and retreated several steps. Wei Mian's mind felt somewhat disoriented. After taking a few deep breaths, a guess began to form in his mind. There was no way the fish could have come here on their own. What brought them to him? Was it because he hadn't caught any fish yesterday that someone or something had done this for him? Under the brim of his hat, Wei Mian frowned elegantly, not entirely willing to trust this hypothesis. Perhaps it was some nocturnal animal who caught the fish intending to take it home, accidentally dropping it halfway through its journey. The more Wei Mian thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed, so he eventually abandoned this notion. He hadn't dreamt last night, or at least he didn't think he had. Aside from going to the lakeside during the day, there was no second explanation involving the fish. Had these 2 fish been caught by him personally, he would definitely be thrilled, already pondering how best to prepare and consume them. Wei Mian turned his head, refusing to look further at the dead fish on the ground. Subconsciously, he started walking towards the lake, but stopped after a few steps. He returned, picked up several leaves, and carefully pinched the dead fish with them. The 2 little fish were roughly palm-sized, their dried scales sticking slightly to bits of aquatic plants. They emitted an odd, strong fishy smell. Do all fish carry this odor? Fish meat was highly popular in the base. It was an exclusive food for the new humans. Maybe after cooking, they would give off a better scent. Wei Mian briefly wandered into reverie as he carried the stiffened dead fish, still wrapped in the leaves, over to the lake and placed it on a large rock by the shore. Regardless of how the fish ended up in the bush, Wei Mian temporarily accepted this act as a kind gesture. Yet, waking up to find dead fish beside him was undeniably strange, even eerie, especially compounded by the strange occurrences that had happened frequently recently. Wei Mian couldn't help but feel a bit scared and uneasy. The last factor troubling Wei Mian was the overpowering fishy stench emanating from the dead fish. It wasn't what he'd imagined at all. This sort of smell evoked associations with unpleasant things, not food at all. It dimmed Wei Mian's previous anticipation of fish meat. Throwing them directly away didn't seem right, so Wei Mian brought the fish back here. After setting the fish down, he took a step back, glancing around. Facing the tranquil waters of the lake and the empty bank, hesitantly, he spoke. "Thank you." Wei Mian's voice was very soft, his hands clutching the fabric of his sleeve, unconsciously holding his breath. As soon as his words faded, a gentle breeze brushed past his cheek as if in response. Yet there was not a ripple on the distant surface of the lake, making the wind just now feel like a mere illusion. Unable to help himself, Wei Mian took another step backward before quickly turning and rushing away. The two dead fish remained lying on the rock. Though he had expressed his gratitude, he refused to accept them. The air by the shore twisted and tore, cracks appearing and disappearing sporadically. The fish flesh creaked under pressure, every scale deformed until finally succumbing and slipping into the water. The leaves touched by Wei Mian were spared, mere remnants that had accidentally absorbed his essence, different from the fish rejected by him. Upon returning to the bush, Wei Mian instantly regretted leaning against a tree to sit down. It was just a gust of wind, most likely him scaring himself unnecessarily. He had rushed away without even drinking water, and now, with his nerves slightly eased, the dryness in his throat grew increasingly unbearable. He looked towards the lake but ultimately lacked the courage to go back, instead rummaging through his stash for wild fruit and eating a few. When the midday sun reached its fiercest point, Wei Mian finally dragged himself slowly toward the lakeside again. Approaching his destination, from far away he spotted the rock where he had left the fish earlier. Upon closer inspection, the fish were gone, with one of the two leaves that had supported the fish fallen to the ground. Wei Mian struggled to avert his eyes, muttering to himself that it must have been the wind, or perhaps some passing animal had taken them. In reality, Wei Mian had only ever seen a few birds occasionally flying in the forest. Other than that, animals were scarce, and even insects in the grass were seldom found. And since Wei Mian had entered this grove, bad weather had never once appeared, the wind always came softly and gently. He bypassed the rock and squatted down farther along the shore, pulling out a small cloth bag and wetting a towel in the clear water. Night fell swiftly, the loss of sunlight allowing damp, cold air to seep upward from the earth. Huddled within the shrubs, Wei Mian held onto a leaf, twisting and squeezing it between his fingers, unable to sleep. The surrounding bushes were too crowded, and he longed to shift his position but feared making too much noise in the night. Since he usually fell asleep quickly and woke up at dawn, his joints, which had been fixed in one position all night, might feel sore, but after a good rub, they would be fine again. But now that he couldn't fall asleep, he always felt uncomfortable somewhere. He quietly extended his hand into the darkness and touched a leaf overhead, plucking it down and continuing to hold it in his hand. After an unknown span of time, Wei Mian yawned and finally began to feel sleepy. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly heard some faint noises from outside the bushes. His drowsiness vanished instantly, his eyes wide open, and his heartbeat started racing with tension. Was it the thing that left the fish out there last night? Had it come again? At this moment, Wei Mian wasn't as scared as he was during the day. His curiosity overpowered his reason as he slowly reached out to push aside the branches blocking his view, revealing a small gap to see outside. Dappled moonlight filtered through the tree shadows, illuminating a tiny black shadow moving among the grass, dragging a furry tail behind it. It looked up alertly, as if sensing Wei Mian's presence, then leaped onto a tree and swiftly ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The surroundings returned to calm, and Wei Mian carefully scanned around but found no other abnormalities. It must have been just a little animal passing by, coincidentally seen by him. Wei Mian resealed the branches, pulled up his hat, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. However, the next morning, when Wei Mian emerged from the bush and saw what lay before him, his heart sank bit by bit. In the exact same spot in the grass as yesterday, there were 7 or 8 bright red fruits, placed neatly on large leaves underneath them. Wei Mian remembered clearly, after the small creature had left last night, he'd checked that place, there was nothing there. Yet, during the time he slipped into deep sleep until waking up, these fruits had appeared. Like the fish, the fruits should also be food. But he still had his own supplies and didn't lack for anything. He wasn't like those days when he couldn't catch the fish he wanted. Could it really be that there was a mysterious creature lurking in the dark, silently observing him and bringing him fish and fruit? Why would it do this, and why wouldn't it show itself? Wei Mian recalled the strange black shadow he'd seen by the lake a few days ago, but that shadow had only flashed briefly and never reappeared. And could such a mist-like substance even dive into the water to catch fish? The wild fruits arranged on the leaves had a vivid color, a kind Wei Mian hadn't seen before, and they were also larger than usual. He squatted down and picked one up. The surface was smooth and delicate, soft to the touch, and looked quite appetizing. But books did say that the more vibrant the color, the more likely it could be toxic. Wei Mian wrestled internally and finally decided to put the fruit back down, along with the leaves, and move them behind a nearby tree. While not lacking food, he temporarily didn't want to eat these mysterious red fruits with unknown origins but was also unwilling to throw them away. He thought, if something similar happened again, could he confirm the goodwill of the other party? Wei Mian felt a very peculiar sensation, for throughout his life, no one had ever grown close to him, let alone given him things. As an adult, black horns had suddenly started growing on his head, causing Wei Mian great fear and unease. He didn't dare tell others for fear they might consider him a monster and deal with him accordingly. He became more solitary, going his own way, and gradually faded from existence within the base until he was expelled. Wei Mian moved to the other side of the bush, took out the green-skinned wild fruits he'd stored, ate a few, and then got up to go to the lakeside. When he returned just as the sun was about to set, the fruit under the tree was still lying there, untouched. If the fruit was still there in the morning, then he would eat one. With that decision made, Wei Mian climbed back into the bush. However, that night, Wei Mian encountered another strange dream. Before him was a chaos of swirling black mists enveloping him from all sides. The fog clung to his skin, feeling like cold wind sweeping past, yet also akin to the tongue of a soft animal covered in tiny spines, leaving red marks wherever it brushed. "I don't like." The low whisper once again pressed against his ear, the tone and pronunciation unclear, holding back both agitation and melancholy while seeking Wei Mian's response. "Why, don't you like?" Wei Mian felt as if someone stood behind him, their towering figure completely overshadowing him. The spreading fog condensed into limbs, like several arms tightly wrapping around him, and their palms forcefully rubbing against the exposed part of his neck. This made Wei Mian very uncomfortable. He couldn't break free, so he strained to look behind him, and his already blurred vision suddenly went completely dark. The force binding him tightened, and soon Wei Mian found it difficult to breathe. The feeling of suffocation woke him up from the dream with a start. The moment he opened his eyes, Wei Mian immediately crawled out of the bushes, supporting himself on the ground as he took deep breaths. By now, the sky was almost bright, with a layer of hazy light rising between the trees. Wei Mian hung his head low and saw the red marks on his wrist again. Awoken abruptly, everything that had happened in the dream was still vividly imprinted in his memory, especially the excruciating sensation of suffocation, as if someone had been tightly choking him by the neck. Wei Mian raised his hand and touched his neck lightly with his fingertips. His skin tingled slightly with a faint pain. He leaned against the nearby tree and stood up, heading toward the lake. Once he reached the shore, he squatted down. In the reflection of the water's surface, Wei Mian noticed clear red marks around his neck. On both sides, the area slightly deeper resembled fingerprints, standing out starkly against his pale skin. Wei Mian's face looked sallow, partly due to fatigue from being awakened, and partly because of his unease at the current situation. He felt like the thing wanted to kill him. Wei Mian remembered seeing the description of a certain monster in books before. Its actual form was weak and non-lethal. It hid in dark corners during the day and rarely appeared. However, once night fell, it would seize any opportunity, sneaking into people's dreams and using its unique power to kill them in their sleep. Although Wei Mian could not recall the name or appearance of the monster, this exact description matched the black shadow he had seen by the lake. No wonder he had such strange dreams filled with fog-like shadows similar to the one he'd seen earlier, which then left physical marks on his body after waking. That day, the shadow appearing during daylight might have intentionally tried to scare him, perhaps aiming to plunge him into fear and panic, making it easier for the creature to invade his dreams. Had he not woken up in shock that time, it was highly possible he would have already died of suffocation in his dream. As Wei Mian thought more about it, he grew increasingly terrified and quickly moved to a wider open area, distancing himself further from the shadowed woods behind him. A monster that could only kill through dreams would be unable to harm him while he was awake. But what about when he slept? Without a solution yet, Wei Mian could only wait and see how things turned out later that night. He sat by the lake until the sun set. In between, he gathered some edible plant leaves in the vicinity. Then, he slowly walked back. When he neared the bushes, Wei Mian glimpsed the fruit he had placed under the tree the previous day and instantly sensed something odd. Upon closer inspection, besides the original 7 or 8 red fruits, there were now additional smaller ones with orange-yellow skins. Wei Mian froze, rubbing his temples with his hand. If the shadow was the monster that intruded into his dreams, then what was the source of the fish and wild fruits? Wei Mian didn't believe that whatever wanted to kill him would also bring him food. He squatted down and picked up a red fruit. After studying it carefully, he cautiously bit off a small piece and tasted it. In the next second, Wei Mian's eyes sparkled. So sweet. He restrained himself from eating more until enough time had passed to confirm the fruit was harmless, and then he directly popped it into his mouth. The fruits he had previously found himself were sour and bitter, barely filling his stomach. They paled in comparison to these ones. He ate several red ones, trying an orange one too, which was equally sweet. The quantity of fruit wasn't large, and he didn't know if another delivery would come. Reluctantly, he saved the rest, wrapping them up carefully in fresh leaves and putting them away. Next, he had to solve the problem of what to do at night. He needed sleep, but the shadow could enter his dreams any time. Nearby, Wei Mian found a thin vine and entered the bushes. He tightly wrapped the vine around his wrist and secured the other end to a branch of the bush. This way, if he sensed something wrong in his dream and struggled, the tightening vine would cause him pain and help him wake up. Having done all this, Wei Mian gradually fell asleep amidst his drowsiness. Sure enough, he dreamed again. It was the same encircling black mist. But this time, the black mist was clearly much gentler. The mist swarmed around Wei Mian, caressing his sleek black hair, gently touching the pair of little black horns on top of his head. Reacting sluggishly, Wei Mian shrank back a little, looking for his hat, momentarily forgetting what he intended to do before sleeping. Not finding his hat, Wei Mian seemed to lose a sense of security, his eyes growing increasingly panicky. The mist sensed his unease and began to stroke his back soothingly. The low whispers echoing in his ears returned to the same content as the first night. Like you. Strands of mist coiled around the tips of the ram horns, the slightly moist sensation pressing close, like tender and patient kisses. Wei Mian's pale side face slowly gained a blush. He had never revealed his ram horns in front of others, and even in dreams, he still felt a hint of shame. He didn't struggle or resist, and today he finally accepted the food. At this moment, Wei Mian made the black mist extremely satisfied, and it was so filled with affection that it was about to overflow. The mist loosened from the ram horns and moved down, rubbing against Wei Mian's cheeks and lips, lingering over every exhaled breath. Wei Mian turned his head away, suddenly sensing an unusual feeling at his wrist, which restored some clarity to his drowsy mind. What was he doing? The black mist was right there in his dream, looming nearby, while he seemed as if he'd been bewitched. Wei Mian struggled to calm himself and abruptly lifted his wrist. The suddenly tightened vine cut into his flesh, successfully waking him up. When he opened his eyes to see what was around, his pupils contracted slightly. This thicket where Wei Mian had slept for 2 days was now starting to look droopy, and due to the large movement of lifting his hand, a big tear appeared at the top. Moonlight poured through from above, and thick black mist drifted densely in the confined space beside him, almost making Wei Mian think he was still dreaming. His body reacted quicker than his mind, and Wei Mian broke the vine binding his hands and escaped from the bush without looking back. In the dim night vision, Wei Mian strained to recognize the road ahead, stopping to catch his breath by leaning against a tree trunk. The black mist hadn't followed, and while he wasn't very afraid of it when awake, recalling how the fog had crowded around him earlier still instilled a bit of fear. After resting by the tree for a moment, Wei Mian looked around. He wasn't sure where he currently was. Dawn should be approaching soon, so he stopped searching for a place to sleep and sat on the lush grass hugging his knees. As Wei Mian waited for dawn, in a spacious corner above, the air flickered lightly. The spider carved a small opening in its cocoon, and from outside it spotted Wei Mian. It immediately turned around and spun a new cocoon, crawling inside and shifting through the space of its cocoon to escape far away, lest it encounter the black mist any second later. Having repositioned itself, the spider tossed and turned, occasionally looking up toward Wei Mian's direction. It was conflicted and hesitant, nearly twisting its 8 legs into knots, but ultimately decided to quietly turn back. Wei Mian was still there, hugging his legs with both arms, lowering his face to bury it in his knees. Huddled motionlessly, he looked as if he were asleep. While taking advantage of the temporary safety of his surroundings, the spider stealthily took a peek before pulling its head back, resisting but unable to stop another glance. Its eyes filled with confusion, as well as a mix of hesitation and sympathy. As the sky gradually brightened, the spider didn't dare stay any longer, quickly departing. Returning to the other side of its cocoon, it rummaged through its belly after opening the zipper for a long time until it found a piece of paper. On the paper was a printed drawing with a few words underneath. Weaving a hammock. After organizing the scattered papers, the spider folded the one with the drawing separately and clamped it with its chest limbs, then opened the cocoon and climbed out. Leaving the forest, it reached the nearest ruins, where there was a huge deep pit, emitting intermittent cries from a monster. This was a trap specially set up by the spider to catch passing monsters by chance. Both inside and outside the deep pit were covered with a layer of cocoons. The spider skillfully harvested these and wrapped the monster to take it back. Trapped in the trap was a tree seed monster. Its thick skin was crinkled and piled together like bark, with a pair of sharp horns and 4 short legs supporting its round body. This kind of monster specialized in feeding on healthy tree roots until the tree died completely before seeking new targets. Although it looked incredibly ugly, it lacked the pungent stench common to other monsters. SSSSS. The tree seed went crazy struggling inside the cocoon, only quieting down hesitantly after the spider gave it a few harsh kicks, then it was carried on the spider's back to the woods. Placing the cocoon down, the spider waited quietly nearby. During this period, it took out the paper clamped between its soft limbs and carefully examined the drawing on it. Coincidentally, there were some hanging vines nearby on the trees, so the spider pulled a few down and compared them with the drawing, finding they were quite similar. But how could these vines be transformed into the shape in the picture? The spider's gaze became increasingly focused and serious, at which point the tree seed wrapped in the cocoon began to act up again. Its sibilant cries were deafening, and the spider went over to kick it a few more times. It did not use a sharp blade, the tree seed's tough hide was thick but extremely sensitive to pain, and its screams when wounded could echo across half the woods. The spider was just getting annoyed when the black mist appeared at that moment. It took a few steps back and lowered its head. The tree seed in the cocoon was enveloped by the fog, and before it could even let out a scream, its vitality was completely drained away. According to the black mist's usual habit, it would leave after doing all this. The spider was about to take out a new cocoon to deal with the body when it noticed that the black mist was still there. The mist slowly dispersed, lingering not far away. There were several vines piled up there, as well as the spider's yet-to-be-retrieved diagrams. Realizing that it had been discovered by the black mist, the spider didn't dare to hide anything, including its intentions. It made sounds twice, then opened the zipper on its abdomen to pull out a slate. After a while, it spelled out a sentence using paper fragments on it. Human, need, sleep, bed. More, comfortable. After the black mist looked at the slate, the spider ate the paper pieces on it and continued searching among the papers. As soon as it tore off a piece with the word, difficult, the black mist moved. The mist gradually disappeared, seeping into the vine on the ground. With the recent period of replenishment, the black mist's power had somewhat recovered, allowing it to possess dead objects and drive their limbs. The torn-off vine was also a dead object, and now it was writhing like a snake, constantly entwining together. The spider was stunned as it belatedly realized that the black mist was personally weaving a hammock. Personally weaving a hammock. Seeing the black mist condescending to do such a thing, the spider almost fainted, and the slate in its soft limbs fell to the ground with a snap. It hurried forward anxiously, wanting to take over for the black mist, but was directly waved away. Helpless, the spider could only gather more vines for the black mist and stand by idly watching. The printed diagram for weaving a hammock had only one simple picture, without a method or more details. As the hammock woven from the vines gradually took shape, the spider's gaze turned to admiration and reverence. Before long, the mist withdrew from the vines, leaving the completed hammock for the spider. It was permitted to approach Wei Mian and was responsible for setting up the hammock properly. The spider joyfully took on this crucial task, wrapping the hammock with the softest cocoons. On the other side of the forest, Wei Mian was aimlessly wandering through the woods. He was lost, unable to find the original thicket or the direction of the lake. Wei Mian regretted not paying attention to the path and lamented not taking those sweet fruits with him. By noon, he finally found a short tree loaded with green fruits. The fruit was nearly as large as half his fist. He picked one and tried a bite, it was so sour it almost made him cry. But at this point, he couldn't care less. He forced himself to eat the whole thing, barely quenching his thirst and relieving his hunger. After finishing the green fruit, Wei Mian sniffed and continued walking. Passing through a few clusters of low trees, Wei Mian froze momentarily. He stopped, and his expression gradually turned to confusion and shock. Between two trees ahead, there hung a hammock intricately woven with vines. Wei Mian rubbed his eyes and looked again. Sure enough, the hammock was still there. Unbelieving, he approached cautiously and reached out to touch it. The hammock was perfectly secured under the sunniest spot, and the prickly parts of the vine surface had been carefully smoothed over. It was covered with dry, soft grass leaves, warmed thoroughly by the sun. Stunned in place, Wei Mian didn't move, suddenly raising his hand to pinch his cheek. It hurt, it wasn't a dream. Yet the scene before him was eerily similar to something from his dreams. How could there be such a bed in this place? Wei Mian glanced around but saw no trace of another person. Maybe it had been left behind by someone in the past. If it hadn't rained, it indeed might have remained intact until now. After walking all morning, Wei Mian was utterly exhausted. Facing the hammock, he was irresistibly tempted. He touched the leaves and could not help but lie down on it. It was so comfortable and warm. He no longer needed to huddle awkwardly in a bush, struggling even to turn over. Both physically and mentally relaxed, Wei Mian propped his head on the dry grass and soon fell into a deep sleep. At this time, nearby came some rustling sounds. A vine as thick as a finger climbed along the tree trunk onto the hammock, quietly winding itself around Wei Mian's hand. Then, with its softest tip, it gently brushed against the red mark that Wei Mian had pinched on his own face. Chapter 5. Because it was a dead object, the leaves at the end of the vines were withered, and the soft, limp buds brushed against the corners of Wei Mian's eyes, sliding over his dense eyelashes like feathers. Wei Mian, who was sound asleep, seemed to sense something and moved slightly. The vine immediately stopped moving, stiffening in midair. Wei Mian did not wake up. He hadn't slept well these past 2 days, and he had walked such a long distance that morning. At the moment, he was merely turning over in his sleep. The vine slowly slid down, lying by his ear and gently curling around a strand of his hair before settling down. After a long while, the black mist residing within the vine withdrew, causing it to lose support and slide off the hammock. Wei Mian slept straight through until the afternoon. When he woke up, he looked a bit confused at the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings. He sat up and rubbed his face, his consciousness gradually returning. Last night, he had fled from the bushes and run here, then slept on the hammock. Although he had been worried yesterday due to the shadow in his dreams, this was the most peaceful and comfortable sleep he'd had since leaving the base. With this hammock, Wei Mian didn't want to look for another place to rest. However, the hammock was placed in a very open location. Continuing to sleep here at night might not be safe. Moreover, when the sun sets, there would be nothing around to block the cold. Wei Mian was torn and reluctant, but eventually decided to leave first and find a suitable place to rest tonight. He got off the hammock, patted off the grass leaves that stuck to him, and just happened to see something on the ground. A few bright red wild fruits lay there, underpinned by 2 leaves, right in front of the hammock amidst the grass. This familiar scene lit up Wei Mian's eyes. He stepped forward and picked up the fruits, then turned around to look around. It was the 3rd time already, and once again during his sleep, they had been secretly placed beside him. Even though he wasn't in the original spot anymore, the fruits still appeared at the first opportunity. Wei Mian was extremely curious about the mysterious creature behind all this. After searching the vicinity, however, he came up empty-handed. Feeling a little disheartened, he stared blankly at the fruit for a while. As dusk approached, Wei Mian had to quickly find a place to rest. He turned around and left, placing the fruit in his jacket pocket, occasionally taking one out to eat. Wei Mian's luck held. Not far from the hammock, a broken section of rock wall was deeply embedded in the soil, exposing a cave-like stone hollow with knee-high weeds covering most of the entrance. There must have been a city or buildings here a long time ago, but as time passed, everything was covered by dirt and trees, leaving only faint traces behind. Wei Mian pushed aside the weeds. The stone cave was just big enough for one person. He went nearby to collect many soft grass leaves to spread inside the cave, crawling into it just before it became completely dark. With weeds blocking the entrance, the wind couldn't blow in, and it wouldn't be easily noticed. After eating the last fruit, Wei Mian curled up his legs and lay down on a thick layer of grass leaves to sleep. At night, a tendril of vine slipped silently through the gap between the weeds and entered the stone cave, inching closer to Wei Mian. In its current possessed state, it couldn't enter Wei Mian's dreams, so the black mist manipulated the vine, carefully curling around Wei Mian's ankle with the leaves brushing against his smooth calf. The vine moved slowly, not disturbing Wei Mian in the slightest, squeezing deeper into his thicker clothing before finally stopping. Unlike before, this state allowed direct contact with Wei Mian. Whether it was the slightly rough surface of the plant or the growing leaves gliding over the skin, every sensation was truly perceivable, and carelessness could easily leave faint red marks. Excited and trembling, the vine took care not to be too forceful, unwilling to disturb Wei Mian. Not until the later hours of the night did the vine slowly retreat. The next day, Wei Mian parted the weeds blocking the entrance and looked around, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Seeing a pile of familiar fruits not far away, Wei Mian's eyes crinkled, and he darted out of the stone cave and ran over. These wild fruits were also red and carried some dew from the early morning. Besides that, there was also a small pale yellow flower beside them. Wei Mian picked up the flower to observe it. He didn't know its name, it might have accidentally been picked when gathering the fruits. Reluctant to throw it away, he carefully tucked it into his pocket, where the tiny bud protruded slightly. After eating the fruit, Wei Mian decided to look for the lake he had seen earlier. Food was basically no concern, even without the mysterious creature secretly sending him fruit, Wei Mian could find food himself. However, without water, his body might not last long. That lake was quite large, surrounded by forests. If he headed in the right direction, he should be able to find it. In order to avoid getting lost, Wei Mian carved marks on the trees with a stone and proceeded forward by instinct. Passing through the place he had been yesterday, Wei Mian saw the hammock again. Unable to resist, he paused for a moment longer, sitting down and swinging his legs. Was it just his imagination, or had the position of the hammock been slightly adjusted? The hammock was secured between two tree forks. Yesterday, when he lay down, the middle had dipped deeply, and sitting at the edge easily made him fall backward. But now, the hammock seemed flatter and sturdier, not so easy to sway. Wei Mian's gaze grew increasingly puzzled and bewildered. Had he remembered incorrectly? He didn't dwell too much on it, leaving a mark on the tree before moving on. By afternoon, Wei Mian kept walking, pausing from time to time, until finally, his throat almost parched, he caught sight of the familiar lake surface. Wei Mian immediately moved closer, scooping up water from the lake with the leaves he'd torn off, only to pause suddenly as he was about to drink. He smelled a faint odor, like coagulated blood mixed with something rotting. He leaned closer to smell the water in the leaf, and then the smell vanished. The lake water looked clean, nourishing underwater grass and fish, it should be fine. Wei Mian was so thirsty that he closed his eyes and drank it. It tasted normal as always, and Wei Mian sighed in relief, taking out the cloth bag and towel he carried with him. After a quick wash, Wei Mian found a thick log stump nearby, larger than his calf, with its center hollowed out, perfect for carrying water back to the stone cave where he slept. Squatting by the shore washing the stump, Wei Mian caught a whiff of the rotten smell once again. Filling the stump with water, he stood up and sniffed lightly, catching the source of the smell in the air. It seemed to come from near the lakeside, not far away. Reason told Wei Mian he should leave immediately. This smell could very well indicate a monster, but he hesitated, wondering if it might be a dead animal body submerged in the water. Wei Mian glanced down at the stump full of water in his hands, frowned, and decided to check. If there was nothing in the lake, he would let it go. Carrying the stump along the lakeshore, he confirmed that the water was clean and free of anything suspicious, ready to leave until he looked up and froze. It turned out the lake was at the edge of the forest. From Wei Mian's vantage point, he could see the ruins connected to the forest outside. A large mass of blood-soaked flesh lay quietly beside the sparse trees, and the foul smell was wafting over from there. Wei Mian stayed stiff, identifying some greenish-white scales and distorted limbs on the body. The greenish-white scales were characteristic of believers, motionless, covered in dirt and bloodstains. They had clearly been dead for a long time. And Wei Mian realized this mass wasn't just one believer, it was multiple believers' bodies pressed and piled together, possibly mixed with other monsters. He had never taken this path to the lake before, nor had he ever come here, meaning these corpses had likely been left untouched for who knows how long. At that moment, strange sounds came from afar in the woods, like something heavy being dragged across the grass. Wei Mian immediately hid behind a tree. He dared not make any rash moves, fearing to cause more noise that would attract creatures lurking close by. The sound grew closer, and moments later, he saw a completely black creature slowly approach the pile of corpses at the edge of the forest. This creature had 8 thin legs, resembling an enormous spider, dragging a bag behind it, as large as half its own body, splattered with blood and dirt. It threw the bag into the corpse pile, and the bag burst open with a pop, spilling out 2 dead monster bodies. The dead monsters' postures were extremely similar to those in the pile, limbs bent unnaturally, all bones apparently either extracted or crushed flat. The spider-like creature did not notice Wei Mian. After dropping the corpses, it returned the same way it came, vanishing quickly. Hiding behind the tree, Wei Mian's face went pale, tightening his grip on the stump in his hand. He recognized that creature. It had been the same one that cut his hand on the first night he entered the forest. About the same size and shape, with leg-like appendages akin to thin tubes, it shouldn't be mistaken. Wei Mian looked down and opened the palm of his left hand, finding a shallow scar still present. Had he failed to escape that night, he might have ended up as one of the corpses in that pile. One of the new humans from the base had mentioned that most monsters attacked each other in order to eat their opponents, yet neither the believers nor the monsters bore any marks of having been bitten. Their deaths were tragic, they seemed to have undergone cruel torture before being carelessly discarded. The more Wei Mian thought about it, the more terrified he became. Unwilling to linger further, he hurriedly returned, holding onto the stump. With the marks he had carved along the way, Wei Mian returned to the stone cave as quickly as possible. Upon arriving, he noticed a pile of wild fruit stacked outside the cave entrance. A warm feeling stirred in his chest, finally easing the worry and lingering fear that had plagued him during the journey. Next to the fruit was another flower, this time pink, with a faint, pleasant aroma. Wei Mian accepted the fruit and the flower gratefully, then carried the log stump filled with water into the stone cave. Just before sleeping, he placed the flower beside him, closing his eyes and breathing in its fragrance. In the middle of the night, hovering between sleep and wakefulness, Wei Mian felt something brushing against him. It was icy cold, extending towards his arm, wrapping around it in circles like a snake's tail. It didn't hurt, but it was unsettling. Recalling the encounter with the monster and the corpses at the lake earlier that day, Wei Mian's nerves were already on edge. He wasn't sleeping soundly. He frowned slightly, subconsciously trying to shake off whatever held his hand. However, the cave was cramped, and when he rolled over, his hand painfully struck the stone wall. This woke him up instantly. Feeling around, he sat up, dazed and holding his injured hand. He vaguely remembered why he had rolled over, yet everything around him seemed perfectly quiet. Inside the stone cave, there was only him, the log stump full of water, and the remaining half of the fruit. No second living thing could be seen. Deciding it must have been a dream, though strange, Wei Mian wasn't particularly alarmed since no dark mist appeared, meaning this couldn't be an illusion from his curse. Rubbing his sore hand, he lay down again, but sleep eluded him. After what felt like an eternity, the light seeping through the cracks in the weeds signaled the dawn. The water stored in the log stump was enough for Wei Mian's needs, so he didn't feel inclined to visit the lake today, not wanting to risk encountering that spider-like creature again. If discovered, Wei Mian doubted he'd have the strength to use his ability once more to repel it. When the sun came out, he figured he'd check near the hammock. Thinking about this, Wei Mian quietly yawned and began reminiscing about how comfortable it felt to lie on the hammock. Snap! A slight noise came from the grass outside, immediately catching Wei Mian's attention. The sound was incredibly faint, almost making Wei Mian question whether he'd imagined it. He held his breath and listened carefully. There were more plop sounds, followed by something continuously falling into the grass. Wei Mian suspected something might be responsible for this and cautiously reached out, moving aside some obstructing weeds. His heart rate quickened. Outside the stone cave lay a fresh pile of wild fruits, accompanied by a delicate pink flower. Besides these, Wei Mian saw nothing else unusual. He was perplexed when suddenly a vine as thick as a finger caught his eye, moving subtly. The vine moved as if alive, using its curved stem to nudge a fruit resting at the edge of a leaf, pushing it further inward to stop it from rolling away. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, Wei Mian realized it was alive. Could the mysterious being who delivered him fruit and flowers every day be this very vine? At this moment, the vine seemed aware that it had been discovered. Like a snake, it coiled itself, raising its end high as if acknowledging Wei Mian. Even without eyes, Wei Mian felt as though it was watching him. A moving vine. This scene was bizarre and incomprehensible, but the wasteland was a place where creatures of all shapes and forms could emerge. Wei Mian recalled a book he'd read once. It mentioned certain monsters that resulted from plants existing for far too long, referring to such cases as becoming spirits. Compared to the vicious, bloodthirsty beasts outside, the vine appeared remarkably gentle and harmless. Remaining motionless where it was, the vine created a soft rustling sound as it rubbed against the grass leaves. Encouraged, Wei Mian gathered his courage and ventured out of the stone cave. His movements were slow and deliberate, likely because the mysterious being who always delivered the fruit had never shown itself. On some subconscious level, Wei Mian thought it must be shy and timid, fearing that any sudden movement might scare it away. Kneeling in the grass, Wei Mian smiled warmly, revealing a friendly expression, attempting to greet the vine. Hello. Chapter 5. Weimin's heart was full of anxiety. He wasn't sure if the vine wanted to acknowledge him or not. He clenched the weeds by his side and was about to speak again, to thank the vine. Over these days, it had brought him so many sweet wild fruits, and those 2 little flowers from yesterday. Though those 2 dead fish before, but that was his own issue, he simply couldn't bear the fishy smell, and at that time, encountering such a matter for the first time, facing an unknown creature lurking in the dark, he was a bit afraid. Before Weimin could make a sound, there was a blur in front of his eyes. The vine lunged straight at him, wrapping around his arm, its stem winding upward from the exposed part of his wrist, while the finer end coiled around Weimin's shoulder. Weimin was startled, stiffening his right hand as he dared not move, even holding his breath. After entwining around him, the vine bent its upturned tail closer, tentatively brushing against Weimin's cheek. Weimin slightly tilted his head without resistance or avoidance. The vine trembled, rubbing against him with more force, using the softest part of its stem to continually caress his skin. Weimin went from initial nervousness to confusion and gradually relaxed. He involuntarily reached out to touch the vine's leaves too. He could faintly feel that the vine seemed very excited. When the vine was touched proactively, it became even more agitated and hard to control, whoosh, tightly wrapping around Weimin's fingertips in one swift motion. It was like a green little snake, yet it had no sharp fangs or venom. Weimin thought it was somewhat cute. Did you send me those fruits? Weimin asked cautiously, lifting both hands. The vine affectionately rubbed against him, its leaves grazing his nose tip as though responding. A problem that had troubled him for several days finally found an answer. Weimin said gratefully, thank you. The vine paused its movements for a moment, as if pondering the meaning of his words. That day, when Weimin placed the fish on the rock and said those 2 words, it didn't accept the fish. The vine wrapped around his wrist tightened silently, but Weimin remained completely unaware, lost in thought about what to do next. He had finally met the mysterious creature who sent him the fruits, although it was somewhat different from what he imagined. What then? Weimin did not know why the vine gave him the fruits, but he felt it was at least friendly. In this forest which wasn't entirely safe, it was the only living thing he could interact with. He believed they could become friends, but since he rarely communicated with others, he was momentarily unsure how to start. After hesitating for a while, Weimin spoke stiffly, I am going to the hammock. Do you want to come with me? As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. The question seemed a bit abrupt, and what if the vine just delivered things and didn't wish to have further contact with him? Weimin tightly pursed his lips, his broad-brimmed hat covering most of his face as he lowered his head, feeling both annoyed and anxious inside. His emotions suddenly changed, and the vine acutely sensed it but didn't know why. Its stem curved gently, softly caressing Weimin's cheek, consoling him like it did in dreams a few days ago. It then stopped after coiling around his hand several times. Was this an agreement to go with him? Weimin immediately became happy and whispered, wait for me just a bit longer. He stood up and returned to the cave entrance to take the tree stump filled with water. He washed his face as quickly as possible, and the vine stayed motionless on his hand throughout the process, resembling a heavy bracelet at a glance. He feared the vine might get impatient waiting, so he stuffed some wild fruits into his pocket intending to eat them along the way. By the time they reached their destination, the sun was just coming out. After arranging the dry grass on the hammock and sitting down, Weimin noticed that the material used to weave the hammock looked very similar to the vine entangled around his hand. Weimin touched the hammock beneath him and concluded it was merely a coincidence. The sunlight warmed his body pleasantly. After staying still for a moment, Weimin started talking to himself. This bed must be something left behind by someone in the past, he awkwardly added, feeling uneasy about mentioning that the material of the hammock resembled the same kind of plant as the vine, considering it disrespectful. I've slept on it twice, it's very comfortable. Just as he finished speaking, the vine slightly trembled, loosened its grip on Weimin's wrist, slid into his coat pocket, and fetched a fruit inside to offer it near Weimin's lips. Weimin froze momentarily, opening his mouth to take a bite, experiencing a subtle sense of oddity. In all his years, no one had ever fed him anything. No one cared enough to pay attention to a child without parents, who was ordinary and reclusive, specifically delivering food to him. Weimin knew he was useless, always worrying about upsetting others. Most of the time, when he was extremely hungry, he would only go to the kitchen to ask for something to eat. He never imagined that after being expelled, the only time he experienced a feeling of being cared for would come from a vine in the wasteland. Even a vine, unable to speak, could only wrap around him in the simplest way. And Weimin felt a sense of joy as if he had finally found a kindred spirit. His goat horns only grew after adulthood, the occasional manifestation of his abnormal abilities when he was a child was known only to his mother. That crazy woman neither made a big deal out of it nor showed fear and panic but often looked at him with eyes full of caution and resentment, muttering, little monster. Weimin knew he might not be human, how could a normal human grow black goat horns? But he wasn't a monster either. He wasn't one of those large creatures that devoured flesh, ugly and terrifying. In a way, the vine was very similar to him. It was also a little monster. Wei Mian lay down on the hammock, turning on his side and placing his hand in front of his eyes, gently stroking the smooth stem of the vine. He asked again, "Where did you pick those fruits?" The vine, of course, couldn't answer, so Wei Mian continued talking to himself, "You can show me the place, then I won't have to keep troubling you in the future." He had been in the forest for several days, finding wild fruits that were always sour and astringent, completely different from what the vine brought him. Wei Mian was very curious where it found them. It couldn't be something it grew itself, could it? Wei Mian suddenly tensed up, quietly inspecting the vine's body but found no place where fruit could grow. Only then did he relax. The vine hesitated for a moment, then once again fished out a fruit from his clothes pocket and fed it to Wei Mian, showing no intention of taking him anywhere. Wei Mian stopped asking. Actually, he just wanted to talk to the vine. The vine continued feeding him until the fruits in his pocket were quickly eaten up. Wei Mian woke up too early this morning, and now under the sun's warmth, he began to feel drowsy. He yawned, rubbing the moisture out of his eyes, and said to the vine, "I want to sleep for a while." Not long after these words, Wei Mian closed his eyes and his breathing became even, he had fallen asleep. The vine slowly loosened its grip on his hand, getting closer to his face to feel the warm breath coming from his mouth. Wei Mian didn't sleep for long. When he woke up, the vine was already gone. He searched the hammock and the surrounding forest but found nothing. Wei Mian felt lost and disheartened, returning to the stone cave without seeing any new wild fruits appear. Could it be that he was hallucinating, and all the things he saw about the vine in the morning weren't real? Wei Mian sat in the grass, lowering his head and pulling at the weeds in front of him, his mood extremely low. He thought, perhaps the vine had its own business to attend to and couldn't stay with him all the time. After consoling himself for a while, he returned to the hammock area and stayed there until the sun set before heading back. At night, Wei Mian lay alone on a pile of dry grass, with two small flowers beginning to wither beside him. Black mist seeped in from outside, wrapping around Wei Mian's exposed fingertips. His brows slightly furrowed, and he didn't sleep well. Once again, he dreamed. The black mist in his dream coalesced into a blurry human shape, whose open arms embraced Wei Mian. "It's me." The figure's voice was deep, carrying a trace of hard-to-detect sorrow and reluctance, brushing against the strands of hair by Wei Mian's ear. "It's me who gave you everything." Wei Mian's expression was blank. In the dream, his senses and reactions dulled, and since he hadn't had dreams for the last few days, he let his guard down. He felt himself tightly embraced, invisible hands caressing every inch of his body before lightly pinching the back of his neck. The voice continued, "You accepted it." What did he accept? Wei Mian's mind was a mess, and he couldn't think straight. But he vaguely sensed that the other party wanted a response from him. So Wei Mian tilted his head, staring dumbly at the figure, Instantly, he was held even tighter. Countless swirling mists boiled behind Wei Mian, unseen by him, excited yet restrained. The figure was very satisfied with Wei Mian's reaction and rewarded him by stroking his pale, tender cheeks before moving upward to pinch his small goat horns. A shiver ran through his entire body, and Wei Mian started struggling immediately. Unfortunately, his body was immobilized, leaving him unable to escape. His lower lip curled slightly, expressing his protests and refusal. "No." The figure was in a good mood and allowed him this little temper tantrum, asking softly, "Why? Why couldn't they touch?" Wei Mian fell into confusion again, burying his head in silence. After a long time, he finally spoke, "Ugly." The figure did not speak again. Soon after, Wei Mian felt a soft and slightly damp sensation, brushing against his goat horns, as if it were kissing them. A wave of burning heat surged to Wei Mian's face. Confused, he curled his fingertips, enduring this unfamiliar sensation, unsure whether he wanted to flee or continue. This dream was long. When Wei Mian woke up, he stared at the newly brightening sky in a daze. He had forgotten most of the images from the dream, only vaguely remembering a voice telling him that he had accepted something. Wei Mian cautiously parted the weeds to examine his surroundings but found nothing unusual. He wasn't sure if the shadow in his dream was the same one that had tried to kill him before. Although the feeling from the dream was familiar, he had not encountered any danger. Or, perhaps this dream was just a dream, nothing more. Wei Mian tightened his hat and rubbed his cheeks, feeling like he was missing some important part of the dream, yet he couldn't recall it no matter how hard he tried. He forced himself to forget the unease and strange feelings in his heart and stepped out of the stone cave just in time to see the vine crawling on the ground. Wei Mian's eyes lit up with joy, all thoughts of the dream and the black shadow were immediately thrown aside as he rushed forward a few steps. The stem of the vine was wrapped around a clump of something covered by leaves. It stopped and opened the leaves, revealing wild fruits inside. The slight awkwardness Wei Mian had felt yesterday when the vine left without saying goodbye disappeared completely. It had been finding food for him. He reached out his hand, and the vine climbed up his fingers, wrapping itself around his arm. Wei Mian touched it gently. "I fell asleep yesterday, I didn't know when you left." Squatting among the grass, an unperceived look of dependence and relief appeared on his face because of the unsettling dream, leaving traces of moisture still visible in his eyes. The vine slid upward, circling Wei Mian's neck and coming to rest on his other shoulder, raising its end to rub against his cheek. With his head tilted, Wei Mian waited for the vine to come back down before picking up the fruit and standing up. The vine had left in the morning 2 days ago and returned only early this morning. Wei Mian wondered if the place where it picked the fruit was far away, requiring a long round trip. The forest was unsafe, creatures like vines probably don't dream, but the spider was still lurking. Wei Mian's expression turned serious as he bent down and said to the vine currently coiling around one of his fingers, "There are monsters in the woods. You must be careful when you're outside." The movement of the vine wrapping around his finger paused momentarily before it resumed, seemingly indifferent. After eating the fruit, Wei Mian brought out the hollow tree stump. The capacity of the stump was too small, and the water he fetched was only enough to last one day. He needed to go to the lake today. Recalling the corpse pile and the spider from the previous visit, Wei Mian hesitated mentally but realized he had no choice but to go. Fortunately, the vine was with him, even though it looked weaker than him and might not help much in dangerous situations, it was at least some company. Following the marks he carved along the way 3 days ago, he intentionally changed direction as he neared the lake, staying far from the spot from last time. He placed the vine first, letting it cling to a branch. "Wait here for me." Wei Mian carried the tree stump alone to the lakeside, ensuring there was no danger nearby and no odd stench of decay. He then took out his little cloth bag. After filling the bag with water, he casually picked some edible wild greens growing near the lake shore and turned back toward the tree behind him, where the vine was still waiting patiently for him. A smile appeared under Wei Mian's brimmed hat as he reached out for the vine to coil around him again, heading home with it. The vine did not leave midway like it had the day before but stayed with Wei Mian until the sun set. Several times, Wei Mian wanted to say something but held back. He wanted the vine to stay overnight, resting in the stone cave, but he didn't know how to ask. As the day grew darker, he began to suspect the vine was about to leave. Just at that moment, a strange dark red layer suddenly spread across the distant sky, gradually moving closer. Such an abnormal sight had never been seen before, and an ominous thought rose in Wei Mian's mind as he stood gazing into the open distance. On the horizon, a spherical object radiated red light, looking at a glance like a crimson moon hanging low from the night sky. For a fleeting second, Wei Mian felt disoriented, realizing immediately that this was the so-called red moon. In mere moments, the red glow extended further, moving toward the forested area. Wei Mian hurriedly pulled his hat brim lower to cover his eyes, lifting the vine quickly and diving into the stone cave. When he was still at the base, the first monster he had ever heard about was the red moon. It was a lump of flesh made up of countless deformed organs and limbs, floating and wandering in the barren area. Its body emitted red light to lure creatures closer before killing them. It often appeared at night. This monster moved rather slowly, with poor senses of smell and sight, and its attack power was not high among the monsters. As long as one didn't keep staring at the red light, they wouldn't be completely entranced, and could hide before it got too close. Wei Mian piled all the dry grass from inside the stone cave at the entrance to block it, curling up and trying his best to minimize his breathing sounds. The red moon illuminated an extremely wide area. Having already seen the red glow, fleeing farther away would only make it more dangerous. The vine rested around Wei Mian's wrist. He extended one finger and placed it by his lips, signaling for silence. However, the vine seemed not to understand his meaning. Instead, its coiled stem leaned toward the cave entrance, as if wanting to go out. The red light outside became even stronger, and Wei Mian quickly pulled it back, pressing it tightly against his chest. "Don't go out," he said in a low voice, "there's a monster outside. It's very dangerous." Only then did the vine quiet down, its trembling leaf tips gently brushing against his lips. The red moon gradually approached. In the night sky, it resembled a huge eyeball watching over everything below. The entwined muscles on its surface pulsed faintly, and viscous liquid slid off its spherical body into the grass, producing a sizzling sound as it corroded the ground. Wei Mian buried his face in his knees and closed his eyes, hearing noises like leaves being eaten by insects getting closer, then gradually fading away. Once the surroundings became peaceful again and the moonlight poured back through the clouds, Wei Mian dared to open his eyes. He pushed aside the grass and cautiously examined the outside. The red moon had already left. Wei Mian sighed with relief, hugging the vine in his arms. "Thank goodness, it's gone." Thankfully, there were no incidents. He looked down and patted the vine. "You can rest here tonight. In case that monster is still lurking in the woods." Wei Mian hadn't completely relaxed yet, and this gave him a good reason to let the vine stay. The vine curled around his fingers, indicating agreement. In the middle of the night, the vine suddenly stirred while wrapped around Wei Mian's hand. It loosened its grip on Wei Mian and crawled toward the cave entrance, quickly disappearing into the grass. Far away from the forest, in the ruins now bathed in red light, a believer lured by the glow was struck by thick meaty tentacles. The tentacles tore apart their innards, mixing blood and shredded organs together as they swallowed them up into the monstrous red mass above. Gurgle, gurgle. The red moon greedily consumed, until the believer lying on the ground turned into a dried-up corpse. It retracted its tentacles and once again enveloped itself in its body, moving towards the next target. At that moment, the air of danger and death descended. The surrounding red light was gradually devoured by thick black mist. Not long after, a limp lump of flesh fell heavily to the ground with a thud, its vitality completely drained. Chapter 7. When the red moon approached, the spider immediately hid. It didn't know what the eerie red light was, but its instinct told it that this monster was unusual and definitely not something it could provoke. Its cocoon appeared transparent from the outside and was extremely hard to detect, so the spider stayed still, weaving a cocoon around itself right where it was. However, when the red moon came near, it found that the red light had penetrated straight through the cocoon, shining faintly on its body. By then, it was already too late to leave. The red light filled the small space inside the cocoon and the forest outside, luring all living things towards it. Fortunately, the red light was somewhat filtered by the cocoon, diminishing its effect compared to direct exposure. The spider endured again and again, suppressing its impulse to break out of the cocoon. However, it couldn't help beginning to weave a new cocoon in another space, chasing the red light. Wei Mian was somewhere in the forest, perhaps the red moon might also pose a threat to him. The spider thought of Wei Mian while resisting the red light, but this thought quickly disappeared. The black mist was also in the forest. How could he allow any other monster to covet Wei Mian? The spider kept weaving, constantly expanding the space within its cocoon. It carved out a passage along the trail of the red moon's movements, stretching all the way from the forest to the outside. Until its weaving speed gradually fell behind, the red light retreated, leaving the spider sprawled out on 4 legs, its throat burning with pain from overuse. After resting for a while, it sniffed and climbed up. Just as it intended to go back, it sensed the black mist passing by like a swift wind, heading towards the red moon's place. The spider immediately straightened its back. It still dared not emerge directly and first cut a slit in the cocoon to look out. In the distance, the red moon killed a nearby believer, sucking its blood, and without making a sound, it was shredded by the black mist. Its red light had no effect whatsoever against the black mist. The dead red moon collapsed on the ground, its circular body disintegrating into piles of flesh strips, revealing a central eye enclosed within. Its pupil was now dull and lifeless. The spider saw this from afar, hesitating whether or not to approach. It felt that it really wasn't very useful. It couldn't help the black mist catch more monsters to strengthen its power, except for that one time when it set up the hammock, when it clearly sensed that the black mist's mood wasn't bad. If one day the black mist finds it annoying, will it? The spider shivered. While it was lost in its thoughts, the black mist had already left, either unnoticed or noticed and deemed unworthy of attention. With only the spider left in the vicinity, it racked its brain, deciding to prove its usefulness by other means. It returned to the forest, opened the zipper on its abdomen, and rummaged around inside. What do humans need? Wild fruits, hammocks, and flowers. The spider's small eyes were full of confusion. A few days ago, it had accidentally encountered the black mist using vines to deliver wild fruits and flowers to Wei Mian and hadn't dared to disturb them, looking away after a single glance. It knew that humans are social creatures, they were unlike most monsters. They needed to be with their kind, sharing information and reproducing the next generation. In this sense, Wei Mian, who lived alone in the forest, might lack the companionship of another human. But would the black mist allow another person to approach Wei Mian, even someone of Wei Mian's kind? Regardless, the spider noted down this point. As dawn approached, it checked the trap placed outside the forest, carrying the captured believer back. Although the black mist disliked believers, having one to chew on would surely be better than nothing. Carrying the believer, the spider arrived in the forest just as the black mist descended on schedule, swallowing the believer's life force. It quickly stepped forward, offering several wrinkled sheets of paper with soft limbs that resembled human hands. Each sheet of paper was clumsily covered with small scraps, the words on which formed sentences. The black mist hovered silently in the air as the wind caused by its presence flipped a page. At that moment, the spider seemed to sense something, turning its head toward the side. It glimpsed a corner of clothing under a distant tree. Besides Wei Mian, there was no second human in the forest. Instantly panicked and uneasy, the spider turned its gaze to the black mist. Was it too close to Wei Mian now? It wasn't intentional, surely the black mist wouldn't be angry, would it? The black mist's focus was still on the papers the spider gave it, but the swirling fog hanging in the air froze suddenly, as if wanting to vent anger but forced itself to hold back. He had of course detected Wei Mian's approach much earlier and vanished in an instant. As soon as the black mist left, the spider quickly gathered the fallen papers and wove a cocoon to envelop the believer's corpse, intending to discard it outside. As for Wei Mian, the spider acted as if it hadn't noticed him and simply walked around him. Wei Mian, hiding behind a tree, dared not make a sound, hoping that the spider hadn't detected his presence. This morning, after waking up, he once again failed to see any vines nearby. The red moon had already departed, its whereabouts unknown, and Wei Mian was uneasy, wanting to investigate nearby. He carved marks on the trees with a stone as usual, to avoid getting lost in the forest. Later, he finally heard some faint sounds and assumed it might be the vines. Following the sound, Wei Mian approached cautiously, but by the time he smelled the blood, it was too late. His pupils constricted sharply as he quickly hid himself. In the nearby woods, he saw the spider together with a massive eerie black mist, with a believer's corpse lying on the ground. The body was exactly like the one he'd found earlier near the edge of the forest. The spider's movements were peculiar, its 2 soft limbs growing out of its chest were doing something unclear that Wei Mian didn't fully understand. He slipped his hand into his jacket pocket and gripped a stone tightly. This was the stone Wei Mian used to carve markings. One side of it was quite sharp, making it the only tool he currently had to defend himself. Not long after, rustling noises came from another direction in the vicinity. Wei Mian held his breath, ready to flee at any moment, but instead saw a familiar vine emerge from the middle of the bushes. Startled, he instinctively looked toward the distant spider. Sure enough, the spider had noticed the commotion here as well. The black mist next to it had disappeared without a trace, leaving the spider alone, carefully wrapping the believer's corpse with some unique material. Wei Mian knew it would discard the corpse at the edge of the forest once again. The spider paused mid-motion, its head resembling a human face turning to look directly at him, its pitch-black eyes staring intently. The vine, however, seemed oblivious to the danger, moving slowly in Wei Mian's direction. Having discovered both the vine and likely Wei Mian hidden behind the tree, Wei Mian couldn't waste any more time and stepped out from behind the tree, scooping the vine protectively into his arms. Holding the vine closely to him, he glanced warily at the spider. Unlike Wei Mian's tension and fear, the vine rested calmly in his arms before seemingly coming to life, enthusiastically curling its tip against Wei Mian's cheek. The spider watching this scene grew even more confused. It sensed Wei Mian's hostility towards it, but, the vine in his arms. After brief deliberation, the spider decided to act as if it hadn't seen anything, tightening its grip on the wrapped corpse and preparing to leave. However, as soon as it moved, Wei Mian, already on edge, took half a step back. A strange yet familiar sensation surged within him. His latent ability, dormant for so long, suddenly erupted, targeting the spider directly. On the first night they encountered each other, the spider had lost one leg because of Wei Mian. This time, prepared and at a distance, the spider immediately dropped the cocoon and rolled away with all 8 legs retracted. The believer's corpse lying on the ground couldn't escape the attack. Its already boneless body slumped even more, with the flesh and organs beneath the skin eerily melting into blood, flowing out of the wounds. The air grew heavier with the smell of blood, prompting the spider to abandon the corpse entirely and flee hastily. Once it had vanished completely, Wei Mian sank to the ground, leaning against the tree trunk, gasping silently. His eyes still reflected uncertainty and confusion. The spider had left just like last time. The gentle touch of the vine brought Wei Mian back to reality. He stroked the stem of the vine and said quietly, "It's fine, let's go." Wei Mian first returned to the cave. Sitting at the entrance, he placed the vine in a patch of grass and slowly rolled up the left leg of his pants, exposing his calf. The skin, rarely exposed to sunlight and hidden under clothing, was deathly pale. Wei Mian was thin with delicate bones. In the middle of his calf was a large bruise, purplish and dark green, as if struck forcefully by a heavy object. Only Wei Mian knew that this was due to his use of his power just before returning. Kill 1,000 enemies, suffer an equal toll. Wei Mian gently pressed the bruise, frowning slightly. The vine climbed up his ankle to his calf, hesitant to touch the painful area, only daring to graze the intact skin around the edges, with restless movements. "I'm fine, it will heal in a few days," Wei Mian reassured, pulling down the vine and lowering his pant leg before adding, "It's my own fault, not that monster's." Counting today, this was the 3rd time Wei Mian had encountered the spider. He felt something was off. Why would such a fierce and cruel creature spare him again? Wei Mian didn't think his power was that strong. The spider had just avoided his attack swiftly and hadn't been injured at all. With his mind elsewhere, Wei Mian's caution toward the spider inexplicably diminished a little. Today, the vine hadn't picked any fruit for Wei Mian, but he hadn't paid attention. He had eaten some wild vegetables on the way to find the vine. The taste wasn't good, but it filled his stomach. After resting for a while and feeling less pain in his leg, Wei Mian stood up with the vine in his arms. "Shall we go to the hammock and bask in the sun?" Wei Mian touched the wilted yellow leaves on the vine's stem and frowned. "Why do you seem so listless?" The vine acted as if nothing was wrong and circled Wei Mian's wrist. After thinking for a moment, Wei Mian took out the water he had fetched yesterday and placed it in front of the vine, but the vine completely ignored it, showing no interest whatsoever. Then, could it be because of the lack of sunlight? Upon reaching the location of the hammock, Wei Mian immediately placed the vine where the sun was the strongest. But as soon as he put it down, he started worrying whether too much sun would make the vine's leaves even more wilted. He used his hand to block part of the sunlight and caressed the vine's stem, hesitating. "Would this make you feel better?" The vine loosely wrapped around Wei Mian's fingertips and suddenly darted into his sleeve. A cool sensation pressed against his skin, moving upward. The other end of the vine peeked out from the collar, gently brushing against his chin. Wei Mian's entire arm was wrapped by the vine. Its grip was somewhat firm, and its slightly rough surface left faint marks on his skin. But it still felt unsatisfied. The mere touch of the plant wasn't enough to satisfy it. Chapter 8. Wei Mian's raised hand remained motionless. The sensation of vines wrapping around his entire arm was strange. Instinctively, he slightly turned his head, wanting to avoid the touch of the vines. However, the vines did not only fail to loosen their grip on him but also continued to slide toward his neck and collarbone, brushing tightly against his skin. A wilted leaf from the stem quietly fell off, unnoticed by Wei Mian. He endured a slight discomfort and ticklish feeling, touching the vine with his other hand and speaking in a tone that seemed like he was soothing it. "All right, that's enough." The vine reluctantly loosened but did not retreat from his sleeve. Instead, it coiled around Wei Mian's neck. This posture was perilous. Should the vine tighten again, it could strangle him into suffocation. Wei Mian showed no awareness or caution until the vine finally slid down onto the hammock. Lying on his side, using his own hand as a pillow, he said, "I still don't know what kind of plant you are, how about I give you a name?" The vine could not speak, so calling it simply a vine would be insufficient. Wei Mian first introduced himself by saying his name, then turned over to lie on the hammock and scribble some strokes. He didn't care if the vine could understand it or not. Seeing the vine didn't seem to refuse, even if it could, perhaps it wouldn't show clearly. "How about I call you a ting?" Wei Mian felt a little shy, since the education level at the base where he grew up was limited, and there were many characters he still didn't recognize. Luckily, the character for ting was one he could write. He also wrote a ting twice slowly, trying to make it easier for the vine to see clearly. The vine curled up neatly beside his hand, seemingly watching intently. Subsequently, Wei Mian attempted a call, a ting. The vine instantly hooked his finger, as if answering. Wei Mian grinned, bending his beautiful eyes, pushing his hat up a bit to reveal his whole face. The weather had seemed to become hotter lately, especially when the sunlight was most blinding. Wei Mian always wore a thick hat, one he had sewn himself. It was designed to cover his small black ram horns entirely, with several layers reinforced for this purpose. It was thicker than his outer jacket. Feeling a bit warm after staying under the sun for a while, fine sweat began trickling down his forehead. Apart from daily washing times, Wei Mian never took off his hat. Over the past year, this habit had become deeply ingrained. In this rarely visited barren area, he thought he could relax a little and stop hiding so much. Deciding this, Wei Mian removed his hat and reclined on the hammock. The vine saw this and moved closer, attempting to use its slender tip to coil around his tiny black horns. Just as it touched them, an electric-like sensation shot through his spine, causing Wei Mian to jump up and move away quickly. The vine missed and stayed momentarily stiff before retreating slowly. Even though it couldn't talk, Wei Mian still sensed an awkward atmosphere. Shrinking his neck back a little, he realized belatedly that his reaction was a bit too exaggerated. Not knowing what to say, he figured as just a vine, it might not understand. Still, it had probably been trying to get closer as usual. Thus, he silently put the hat back on, lay down again, and extended his hand toward the vine. As if nothing had happened, the vine obediently wound itself around, pausing without moving further. Deep into the night, the vine coiled around Wei Mian's wrist suddenly relaxed. Fine threads of black mist overflowed from it, slowly filling the small stone cave. Wei Mian was fast asleep, unaware that his dream had suddenly appeared. Unlike his previous dreams, this time he was sitting. Someone embraced him from behind. His consciousness wasn't yet clear. He only knew he seemed to be sitting on someone's lap. He tried hard to see clearly, but there was only an indistinct and shadowy figure in front of him. Once more it was the same shadow as before. Because the last dream hadn't brought any danger, Wei Mian hadn't noticed any abnormalities upon waking, and now he was less sure. With his dazed mind, normal thinking became even harder. The shadow restrained him, grabbing his left leg and pulling up the pants to expose a bruise from earlier in the day, then covering it with its hand. Despite the blurred vision, the touch was undeniably real. Wei Mian resisted a little. The shadow tightened its arm around his waist, and a voice sounded from the side and behind, "Don't move." Wei Mian couldn't break free from the shadow's hold and could only let it press on his leg, rubbing gently over the bruised area. Possibly due to being inside the dream, Wei Mian felt no pain, instead experiencing an unusual sense of comfort. He didn't perceive the shadow's malice and instead felt that it cared about his injury. Calmly, Wei Mian leaned his head back on the shadow and asked blankly, "Who are you?" There was no response, and the shadow continued to caress the bruise. The skin, originally greenish-purple, began to return to its original state. After a while, the voice finally continued, "Who do you wish me to be? Or, what do you hope I look like?" Wei Mian was bewildered. It seemed he didn't quite understand what the shadow meant, his sluggish consciousness beginning to work slowly. Gradually, the surroundings before him became clearer. First came the environment around him, the nothingness of empty space transformed into the familiar stone cave he recognized, a place in his subconscious that felt relatively safe. However, it was clear that the space had grown significantly larger. The dark shadow embracing him also underwent a change. The jet-black figure, cloaked as if wrapped in a layer of mist, condensed into a solid form, and an entire face fully revealed itself. This was Wei Mian's dream, so excluding the intruding outsider, many things were within his control to freely manipulate. The originally blurred black mist now took on the shape of a true human body. It was a young man sitting on the ground holding Wei Mian. Even in this seated position, his upright and muscular frame could still be discerned, his upper body's strong muscles perfectly fit the ideal. His face was cold and handsome, with features that approached perfection. His downturned eyes gazed at Wei Mian, the pitch-black pupils faintly showing traces of dark red, exuding an air of malevolence. Wei Mian followed the young man's weak-colored arm up, his expression vacant. This person still gripped his injured left leg, his palm initially without any warmth but now turning warm, the contact against the skin feeling more real, as though this wasn't a dream. Wei Mian had yet to grasp how all these changes had occurred and dazedly asked again, "You, who are you?" This face was completely unfamiliar, not something etched in his memory. But once again, he received no answer. The man released his leg, the bruise having vanished entirely. He raised a hand to pinch Wei Mian's chin, his movement somewhat forceful, likely because he wasn't yet accustomed to his new body and hadn't controlled the strength well. Wei Mian was compelled to lift his face. The stone cave's light being dim, the man leaned in very close, seeing his current appearance reflected in Wei Mian's pupils. If he leaned just a bit closer, he could brush against Wei Mian's lips. Wei Mian's eyes showed panic and helplessness as he struggled to pull away. Suddenly, the grip on his face relaxed, yet the arm encircling his waist tightened further. The man's gaze dropped as his fingertips gently stroked over the mark he'd left on Wei Mian's face. As fellow humans, the sensations of their skin brushing against each other were transmitted straightforwardly, the temperature, the texture, even the subtle trembling from the veins and pulse that surged within their bodies, indicating Wei Mian's attempt to dodge. Soon, the hand moved from his chin up along Wei Mian's cheek, lingering and rubbing gently. Their faces were incredibly close, a completely unfamiliar aura enveloping Wei Mian, causing his cheeks to inexplicably flush. Everything that developed in this dream was unexpected, making Wei Mian's already dull brain even more confused. He made no effort to avoid it, unconsciously tilting his head slightly, brushing lightly against the man's palm. His eyes conveyed even greater bewilderment and vacancy. He knew it was a dream, so, shouldn't all this, however realistic, be fake? Even so, Wei Mian had never been so intimately touched by anyone in his dreams. A vague sense of unease stirred within him, and then he abruptly realized his hat was missing. This realization startled Wei Mian, prompting him to raise his hand to cover his head, glancing around anxiously. My hat. Hardly had he finished speaking when the familiar hat reappeared nearby. Wei Mian hurried to grab it, only for it to be snatched away and tossed aside the next moment. Moreover, the person in front of him blocked him from picking it up. Wei Mian's wrist was tightly held, immobilizing him. A tangible gaze swept over the sheep horns on top of his head. Embarrassed and both fearful and aggrieved, he said, "Don't look." Even if this was a dream, he did not want to reveal what he had always concealed before anyone. Why? This question sounded somewhat familiar, but Wei Mian couldn't remember where he had heard it. Lowering his head, his gaze fixed somewhere indeterminate, he murmured softly, "It's ugly." The grip on his wrist loosened somewhat, shifting instead to a gentle caress over the delicate skin there. Again, the person holding him spoke, "It's not ugly." Wei Mian immediately lifted his head, filled with doubts and a reluctant anticipation, hesitantly asking, "Really?" His eyes glistened, the moisture accumulated from not being able to reach his hat earlier still present, the man unable to resist leaning closer and repeating in a low whisper, as before, brushing against his cheek, "Not ugly." This action was akin to kissing him, making Wei Mian's face even redder. He turned his head to dodge, no longer attempting to shield his own sheep horns. Perhaps because the dream was so strange, Wei Mian's thoughts were disordered and erratic, though he relaxed a little and began to carefully observe the unfamiliar face before him. He reached out tentatively, touching the man's nose and eyelashes, curiously saying, "I've never seen you before." How could someone completely unknown appear in his dream? The man kept his eyes lowered, allowing Wei Mian's exploration, and responded somewhat tangentially, "I need to leave for a while." This unexpected remark left Wei Mian utterly perplexed. What? His consciousness suddenly grew hazy, his vision became unclear, and all that remained was a final whisper, "The face spider will protect you." Day broke. Awakening, Wei Mian emerged from the stone cave, sitting amidst the grass. After some distraction, he pulled up the pants on his left leg. It was spotlessly clean, there wasn't a mark. Just overnight, the bruise had vanished. Indeed, his dream last night was really odd. However, once awake, everything about the dream became blurred. Wei Mian tried to recall carefully and only remembered seeing one person. It seemed like this person had cured the wound on his leg, then said something along the lines of, "Not ugly." Wei Mian had mostly forgotten the dream, including the stranger's face, but even now the memory still made him feel strangely uneasy. He raised a hand to touch his own face, it felt hot. Chapter 9. Something was off. Wei Mian rubbed his face, trying to make the warmth dissipate quickly. He didn't know what was wrong with him and couldn't remember more details from his dream. The more he couldn't recall, the more anxious he became. It seemed like some crucial information had slipped his mind again. The only thing that had entered his dream was the black mist, but the black mist obviously wanted to kill him. When he woke up, the wound on his leg was completely healed without a trace, which would normally take at least half a month to recover. He didn't think the black mist would suddenly be kind enough to heal his injury, and this time the dream was different from the past ones. If it wasn't the black mist, then who was it? Was it another monster hidden in the forest, quietly watching him? Wei Mian had no clue and looked around aimlessly. He stood up and carefully searched around the stone cave but found nothing unusual. At this moment, Wei Mian suddenly realized that since he woke up, he hadn't seen any vines. Before going to sleep last night, the vines were with him, but when he returned to the stone cave, they were nowhere to be found. Maybe they went to look for wild fruit alone. Wei Mian waited nearby for a while, but when the vines didn't return, he headed to the lake with a tree stump. However, by the afternoon of the next day, Wei Mian still hadn't seen the vines. He didn't dare to go too far, searching everywhere they had been, but the wild fruit delivered daily no longer appeared. This made Wei Mian even more at a loss. There was another unknown anomaly near him, and the only one he could be close to and rely on, the vines, were gone. Wei Mian felt abandoned and even began to wonder if he had done something wrong. After it got dark, Wei Mian returned to the stone cave alone, clutching two small flowers that had long dried and withered. These flowers were given to him twice by the vines along with the fruit, and he had kept them until now. To say it embarrassingly, he had never received anything like gifts before, so even though the flowers had dried, he hadn't dared to throw them away. Wei Mian sighed silently, placed the flowers down, and lay on the pile of dry grass, curling up his legs and hugging his knees. He was extremely tired and, wary of the dreams from last night, he hadn't slept, but at this point, he couldn't hold out anymore and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Not far from the stone cave, a spider's cocoon hung on the treetop. It had been busy all day and had just returned to the cocoon to rest, cutting a small opening to see outside. The stone cave where Wei Mian stayed was right in front. Normally, it wouldn't dare to come this close, but this time was different. The black mist wasn't around. In the early hours of the morning, the black mist summoned the spider and gave it instructions to take care of Wei Mian. The spider hurriedly accepted, and in the blink of an eye, the black mist had already left, with no presence felt in the entire forest. He hadn't told the spider where he was going or when he'd return. When the spider first found Wei Mian, he had just woken up, sitting in the grass outside the stone cave looking fine, though somewhat listless. The black mist had left in such a hurry that it didn't tell the spider much more. Uncertain about what to do, the spider first went around the edge of the woods, setting up many traps. Previously, with the black mist suppressing the area, most monsters didn't dare enter, they mostly lingered at the edges. The previous red moon, which lacked sensory organs, was an exception. Once the black mist was gone, some monsters might become restless and attempt to enter this seemingly tranquil and peaceful forest to find food. Before the black mist returned, the spider couldn't afford to relax. It woke up in the middle of the night to check the area, ensuring safety before coming back to continue resting. For a period of time, everything passed safely. Wei Mian didn't notice the spider lurking in the shadows, nor did he have any strange dreams. With the vines absent, he reverted to his previous routine of going out alone to search for food, fetching water from the lake every other day. The spider quietly watched him travel back and forth through the forest, debating whether it should also start sending some wild fruit to Wei Mian like the black mist used to. It didn't understand why the black mist favored Wei Mian, a human, so much. For most monsters, they would only protect their own kind, relatives, or mates. Clearly, Wei Mian didn't belong to the first two categories. Could it be a mate? The spider suddenly understood. No wonder the black mist personally sent fruit and flowers to Wei Mian, it was the affection and goodwill shown towards a mate. Typically, a happy mate would also become gentler and more obedient. As its subordinate, the spider believed it was its duty to help Wei Mian find food. The spider painstakingly recalled the appearance of the fruits that the black mist used to pick and hastily dug a passage into the cocoon. Thus, the next day, while going to the lakeside for washing and fetching water without sleep, Wei Mian saw a large pile of wild fruit stacked on the shore's rocks. There were several kinds of fruits, various colors mixed together, some big and others small, all very fresh. Wei Mian first hesitated, then approached with pleasant surprise. He thought the vines had returned, but after searching around, he found no familiar figure. Ah Teng. Wei Mian looked around in confusion, with only the occasional wind passing by responding to him. Could it not be the vines, then how did these fruits appear? Approaching the stones, Wei Mian saw that this large pile of wild fruit was at least over 30 pieces. Beneath them, there were no leaves, nor any extra flowers as there used to be. Indeed, it was different from what the vines usually did. Hesitantly, Wei Mian picked up a fruit and bit into it, the taste wasn't nearly as good as before. Since coming to this forest, strange things seemed to keep happening. The spider that didn't try to kill him, piles of monster corpses at the edge of the woods, moving vines, bizarre dreams. Facing once again the mysterious appearance of the fruits, Wei Mian was already no longer as shocked and afraid as he was at the beginning. After pondering for a moment, he took 10 fruits from the pile, leaving the rest untouched. The spider hiding inside the cocoon was delighted to see Wei Mian taking the fruits, even though he hadn't taken all of them. It hadn't placed any flowers because flowers weren't food and held a different meaning. Wei Mian picked a leaf, wrapped the fruits well, put them in his pocket, and started fetching water with the tree stump. At this time, from the other side of the distant shore, a monster slowly crawled towards him. Its body resembled a huge frog, its head crowned with something dense like branches, its ink-green skin dotted with tumors. Its abdomen was highly distended, and its green compound eyes stared at Wei Mian by the lake. Noticing the movement out of the corner of his eye, Wei Mian looked up, his face turning pale. The monster showed a smirk, licking its thin tongue over its eye, the branch-like appendages on its head rubbing against each other to produce eerie sounds. Without thinking more, Wei Mian immediately dropped the tree stump and ran back into the woods. Before he could run too far, he heard a loud bang behind him. Instinctively looking back, the monster had jumped from its previous position, closing the distance significantly. Shifting its bulky frame towards Wei Mian, its rear claws tightened into the ground, ready to leap again. Wei Mian's heart sank, this creature moved too fast. Even if he hid among the dense trees, it might still catch him. Although Wei Mian had special abilities, he couldn't control their methods or effects. With trembling hands hanging at his sides, Wei Mian tried to remain calm, seeking alternatives in his mind. Right at this moment, the air between him and the monster visibly twisted. Then, a pitch-black spider emerged as if cutting through the air. Grr! Grr! It faced away from Wei Mian, issuing an obstructive threatening sound towards the green-eyed monster, revealing the sharp blades beneath its 8 legs. Though the spider's voice was soft, seemingly holding little intimidation, and its size was slightly smaller than the green-eyed monster, the latter's movements evidently paused, its tongues licking another compound eye. The spider had seen this monster once before. Back then, when the black mist was yet to awaken, this monster attempted to intrude into the forest to lay eggs in the lake water, only to be chased away severely wounded after being beaten by the spider. The spider noticed the bulging belly of the green-eyed monster, realizing, this time, it aimed for the same purpose. Seeing Wei Mian, it sought to grab and eat him. As the spider confronted the green-eyed monster, Wei Mian in the background was extremely shocked. If he hadn't misjudged, the spider was trying to stop the monster. But why? Was it fighting over prey? Wei Mian didn't have time to further investigate why the spider would just happen to appear. Seizing the moment both monsters were locked in a stalemate, he quickly escaped deep into the thick woods, disappearing out of sight. Watching its prey escape right before its mouth, the green-eyed monster grew infuriated. Imminent with childbirth, this lake was the best incubation bed. The last time it was driven away by the spider, almost all of its offspring died due to lack of water. Filled with new hatred and past grievances, the green-eyed monster refused to leave just like that. Suddenly, its throat swelled, launching a long thin tongue that pierced through the tree trunk toward the spider. However, the spider had been prepared, the tongue stopped abruptly before it, as if blocked by something transparent. The spider spun its legs, wrapping the tongue tightly with its transparent cocoon, making it impossible to withdraw. It then raised its front leg, severing it cleanly. After Wei Mian left, he didn't walk too far, but instead hid in a shrub nearby. A piercing scream came from the previous direction, and Wei Mian immediately became tense. This voice shouldn't belong to the spider, right? Wei Mian couldn't clarify his thoughts, like when he first discovered food appearing around him, his mind wandered into some wild guesses that were quickly rejected by himself. He had already thought the spider was a bit strange before. If the spider had always been in the forest, able to arrive at any sound instantly, then every single move he made here would not escape the spider's eyes. But all of this didn't make sense either. Why didn't it kill him? There was another bang, as if something heavy hit the ground. The sound suggested the source moved further away. It must be the green-eyed monster leaving. Not long after, something approached the bush where Wei Mian was hiding, creating slight rustles while moving through the grass. Wei Mian held his breath, his heartbeat gradually accelerating. He knew what he was doing carried great risk, the spider might discover him at any moment. And if things weren't what he guessed. However, the sound soon vanished as if it had never existed. Wei Mian waited for a long time, yet everything remained silent. Carefully standing up, he found himself alone in the woods. With confusion in his eyes, Wei Mian stood there for a while, then took a bold step back toward the lake. Approaching the place where he escaped earlier, Wei Mian saw disordered traces of a fight, several trees crushed down, a patch of grass splashed with a lot of blood. Wei Mian skirted around the bloody grass, picking up the tree stump he dropped at the lakeside. The green-eyed monster was indeed gone. The ground where it stayed left a slightly sunken hollow along with some foul-smelling liquid. Wei Mian went to another side of the shore, squatting by the water to refill his container. Holding the tree stump, he stared blankly at the water, suddenly turning his head. Above the woods, a black round head hastily pulled back. Chapter 10. The head disappeared into the tree canopy, the branches moved a few times and then returned to calm. Wei Mian was startled at first, gripping the tree stump tightly and not daring to move. The spider had never left, it had been following him all along. And it didn't seem to have any intention of harming him. Holding on to the tree stump, Wei Mian stood up and began to carefully recall the details of the night he first encountered the spider. He slowly walked to the tree and looked up. Apart from lush leaves, there was nothing, as if the spider had vanished into thin air without leaving any trace or sound. The green-eyed monster appeared similarly when the spider did, it must have some special way of hiding its tracks. Wei Mian tiptoed and stretched his hand into the air, feeling around but touching nothing. When the spider had been discovered earlier, it too seemed frightened. Wei Mian wasn't sure if it had already left. A creature this big is not like a vine plant, especially since the spider had truly cut his hand before. With uncertain intentions, Wei Mian was already taking great courage just by standing here. He didn't linger any longer, quickly returning to the stone cave. The sun wouldn't be shining today either. Seeing Wei Mian retreat into the stone cave, the spider hiding in its cocoon let out a sigh of relief. It had only poked its head out because it was curious why Wei Mian was crouching motionlessly by the lake, which led to being seen by him. Fortunately, it reacted fast, retreating into the cocoon passage and retracting the one on the tree crown before Wei Mian could approach. Wei Mian was a mate chosen by the black mist, so it couldn't get too close. Besides, knowing how strange it looked, the spider figured someone like Wei Mian would instinctively reject it. It didn't want to scare him off. Afterward in the morning, the spider continued patrolling along the outskirts of the forest. Traps laid earlier had worked. From one pit, the spider pulled out an emaciated believer, skewered it, and discarded it far away. The area outside the woods was mostly ruins, with piles of stones and abandoned debris everywhere. Few humans passed through, nor were many monsters willing to come here. Nevertheless, the spider still couldn't let its guard down. It covered the dirt pits again with fresh cocoons, hurried back into the forest, and set out once more to find new wild fruits for Wei Mian. In a certain city ruin far to the north, dark mist rose from the ground, casting a shadow over the surroundings as if night had come prematurely. Crumbled skyscrapers swayed precariously, their broken walls crawling with vines, spreading a pervasive atmosphere of abandonment and neglect. The rubble-strewn battlefield ahead showed clear signs of struggle, several corpses of monsters and humans lay scattered on the ground. One person was still breathing faintly, spitting out blood continuously. They were several new humans who happened upon 3 feeding monsters here while passing through. Although they had managed to kill the monsters together, it had cost them dearly. The healer in the group, with the weakest combat ability, had been killed instantly. Without timely treatment, the sole survivor wouldn't last much longer. His body began to twitch slightly due to impending death, his consciousness gradually fading, and his vision darkened. Had it gotten dark this quickly? In his daze, he saw that same shadow coalesce and form a blurry figure. The figure stood above him in a dominant posture. Who was this? Before he could ponder further about this eerie image, an overwhelming will to survive surged within him. He stretched his bloody hand with all his might, trying to grab the figure. Save me. The figure seemed to crouch down. The thick black fog covering its face made it impossible to see clearly, but he felt an icy cold, utterly indifferent gaze fall upon him. Then he heard the sound of flesh being torn open. It came from his own chest, where a shadowy arm had pierced in and crushed his heart. The person on the ground ceased breathing, his arm falling lifelessly to the side. Dying creatures offered minimal life force supplementation, but better than nothing. The figure dissolved back into black mist, its concentrated fog undulating heavily like liquid. After days of hunting various monsters and believers, the power of the black mist had grown rapidly, becoming even stronger than before in the forest. But it was still far from enough, less than 1/10,000th of his peak strength. Furthermore, the restrictions of the forest had yet to be completely lifted, he couldn't advance further. As night fell, the fog slowly sank back into the ground, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Since the day the spider drove away the green-eyed monster, Wei Mian hadn't encountered any more abnormalities. The spider no longer appeared, but the wild fruits piled up daily by the lake grew more and more. Wei Mian even suspected that the whole plant had been stripped. This method, which was completely different from the vines, seemed to have the same purpose. Moreover, the fruits were always placed on the stones by the lake, not near the stone cave where he rested, as if deliberately keeping a distance from him. The first thing that came to Wei Mian's mind was the spider. But all of this was just his guess. The one placing the fruits could also be someone or something other than the spider. He took 10 fruits as usual and put them into his pocket. This time, he also found some large leaves to wrap the remaining fruits. Wei Mian hadn't taken all the fruits before, and when he came back the next day, it seemed that the remaining fruits had been thrown away, replaced with fresh ones. He felt a little sorry. These wild fruits could still be eaten after being dried, and they would last longer. Thus, Wei Mian decided not to be so polite anymore and intended to take them all back. He squatted by the shore and began washing each fruit in the water. When he looked up, he saw a strange object on the stone where the fruits were piled. The thing was about the size of a palm, looking like several long and thin dry branches glued together, forming the shape of a mantis, its forelimbs raised and hugging a fruit. Wei Mian was startled. This thing wasn't here just now, could it be alive? It remained motionless. Probably because it was too small, it didn't look very threatening, so Wei Mian wasn't afraid. He held his breath for a while and couldn't help but slowly extend his hand. Just as he lifted his hand but had yet to touch the stone, the strange thing suddenly moved. It let out a shrill scream, a sound so fine and small, dropped the fruit, and jumped into the grass, fleeing quickly until it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wei Mian was stunned and quietly retracted his hand. That should be a kind of monster, right? It looked both like a plant and an animal, similar to the vines. It tried to steal the fruits but failed. Having been away from the base for so long, Wei Mian had never encountered a monster scared off by him before, so he took a few more glances at the grass. However much novelty he felt, he knew that the other side was afraid of him, so he lowered his head and continued washing the fruits as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, Wei Mian specially picked 2 fruits from the washed ones and placed them alone on the stone. The spider observed everything from a hidden place. It recognized that creature, it was called a dead branch insect. Even in adulthood, its body wouldn't grow larger. It only ate plants. Perhaps due to the presence of water here and the large quantity of fruit stacked on the stone, it had been lured over. Since it posed no threat to Wei Mian, the spider ignored it and stayed quietly in its cocoon. At night, Wei Mian returned to the stone cave to sleep. The spider guarded nearby for a while and planned to patrol the perimeter. As soon as it set off, it sensed a familiar oppressive sensation rapidly approaching. A thin mist appeared out of nowhere, swirling slowly outside the stone cave. It was the black mist. He was back. The spider was overjoyed. It was about to go forward to greet him when it saw the mist drift into the stone cave. It retracted its raised leg and silently turned around without disturbing him. At this moment, the sleeping Wei Mian fell into a dream. Once again, he saw the same enormous stone cave larger than in reality, spacious and providing concealed safety. He half lay on a warm body, with his waist wrapped in someone's arms. A hand stroked his back and slowly touched his cheek and the black sheep horn on top of his head. When the sheep horn was touched, Wei Mian made a soft humming sound and curled up trying to dodge. However, that hand did not let him go, instead intensifying its actions, pinching and rubbing gently with the fingertips. Wei Mian was in a semi-asleep state. He frowned and looked up, still dazed and a bit resentful for being woken up. The person hugging him exhaled deeply, leaned forward, and brushed against Wei Mian's cheeks, burying their nose in his neck, smelling the unique scent on his body. This act was too intimate. Wei Mian's face flushed slightly. He regained a bit of consciousness and pushed the person away. Only then did he see the face in front of him, dumbly asking, "Why is it you again?" The black mist had returned to the forest tonight just to meet Wei Mian earlier and enter his dreams to be close to him. But Wei Mian not only pushed him away, but also seemed unpleased about seeing him again. Due to Wei Mian's reaction, the accumulation of longing and restlessness over several days burst out. His originally expressionless face revealed dissatisfaction, and his pupils became even darker red. He forcibly grabbed Wei Mian's nape and pulled him closer, causing them to instantly stick together again. "Don't dare to evade." A shadow passed through the black mist's tone, his actions firm yet gentle as his nose brushed against Wei Mian's cheek. He quieted down, waiting until he felt the grip on the nape of his neck loosen slightly before whispering softly, "You hurt me." The corner of Wei Mian's lips drooped downwards. He wasn't happy. This was his dream, so why was something uncomfortable still happening to him? Shouldn't dreams go according to his own will? Wei Mian had long forgotten about the shadow that he once wanted to kill in his dream. In his mind, the person in front of him was gentle and always treated his injuries. As for why the wounds were really gone when he woke up, Wei Mian still felt a bit dazed now and couldn't think too clearly about it. The black mist remained silent, pulling down the collar at Wei Mian's nape. Sure enough, there were several obvious red marks imprinted on his pale skin. He gently rubbed them, but Wei Mian still looped, wrongfully treated. At this moment, a plant sprouted from the bottom of the stone cave covered with dry grass, rapidly growing as it stretched out branches and buds, until it blossomed with a small white flower right beside the two of them. Wei Mian was drawn by the flower, looking down quietly. The black mist seemed to notice something, reaching out to pick the flower and place it in front of Wei Mian, handing it into his hands. All traces of unhappiness vanished instantly from Wei Mian. He held the flower, unsure what to do, then hesitated for a while before speaking, "Thank you." The black mist keenly caught the change in his emotions, brushing his fingers against Wei Mian's reddened earlobe, asking softly, "Do you like it?" Wei Mian nodded honestly, "Mm." He indeed looked happy now, a small flower was all it took to cheer him up. When he was hugged again, he no longer resisted or tried to avoid. This kind of dream consumed Wei Mian's energy, making him feel increasingly drowsy even though he was still asleep. He yawned and leaned his head against the person's shoulder nearby, gripping the flower tightly in his hand before closing his eyes. His consciousness soon blurred over. When he woke up completely, Wei Mian stared blankly at the stone cave around him, feeling as if he were still immersed in the dream. He lowered his head and opened his palm, only to find it empty. He remembered clearly this time, in the dream, someone had given him a flower, just like the person from his last dream. After dreaming about him again after several days, Wei Mian was already unsure how to react. Moreover, every time he woke up, everything in the dream would gradually become vague and unclear, preventing him from gaining more information. Wei Mian sat alone for a long time before parting the weeds at the cave entrance and climbing out. Today, he woke up late. The sun was already out, shining on the grass ahead. Wei Mian took out a tree stump, preparing to fetch water by the lake. As he raised his head, he saw a vine swiftly moving toward him like a snake, its tail coiled around a small white flower. "A ting." Wei Mian called out instinctively, dropping the tree stump and kneeling in the grass, startled yet delighted. The vine placed the little flower in Wei Mian's hands and, as usual, skillfully wrapped itself around his wrist. Holding the flower, Wei Mian felt complicated. He was upset that a ting hadn't appeared for days, yet he also worried whether it might have encountered some other situation. In the end, Wei Mian asked nothing, simply touching a ting's leaves and muttering, "It's good that you're back." He also noticed that a ting's leaves were no longer wilting. Even the dried-out colors on its tip were gone. Upon closer inspection, besides these changes, Wei Mian somehow felt that a ting was slightly different from before. But the only vine that could give him flowers was this one, so Wei Mian didn't think further. With a ting, he headed to the lake to fetch water. There was nothing on the rock by the lake today, the two fruits Wei Mian had placed there yesterday were gone, and there weren't any more wild fruits stacked up like they had been the previous few days. He looked around and instinctively touched the vine on his wrist. A ting returned to his side, while the spider that was suspected to bring him the fruits seemed to be gone again. Or maybe he was just overthinking things. Wei Mian squatted down to fetch water, taking out a cloth bag and towel to wash his face. Behind him, in the grass, a twig-like branch about the size of a finger peeked out cautiously, with sesame-sized eyes. It seemed to want to approach Wei Mian but was also somewhat wary, hesitating for a moment before hiding back into the weeds. After finishing washing his face, Wei Mian did not leave immediately. He hung the damp towel on a tree to dry. By noon, Wei Mian started to feel hungry. He collected the dried towel and prepared to head back. As he walked, he said to a Teng, "While you were gone, there were many wild fruits appearing by the lake every day." Wei Mian wanted to ask a Teng if it knew any other monsters in the forest, but he thought it sounded stupid. Quietly shutting his mouth, he continued walking back, but then suddenly stopped. Through the dense cluster of trees ahead, there was actually a figure. It was a man, quite far away, his clothes filthy. He was staggering as he limped toward them. For the first time in so long, Wei Mian saw a living person in the barren zone. He confirmed he wasn't mistaken and hesitated for a moment before deciding to approach. Humans became infected and turned into believers very quickly. This man looked unwell, as though he had traveled a great distance, but there were no signs of mutation yet. If possible, traveling together would increase their chances of survival more than wandering alone. With this thought, Wei Mian cautiously waved his hand to get the man's attention and took a step forward. At that exact moment, the distant figure stopped, and his limbs began to twist unnaturally. His waist bent backward forcefully, exposing a fresh patch of greenish-white scales between torn flesh, and his limbs swelled to several times their original size. He was mutating into a believer. In just a short time, the human transformed into a creature towering 4 or 5 meters high, its newly formed body and bones covered with blood and chunks of flesh. The believer turned around. Shockingly, its head was only partially mutated, still bearing a human face. Opening its mouth, it mumbled incomprehensible words, sending an eerie chill down Wei Mian's spine. As the believer lunged at him rapidly, Wei Mian didn't have time to turn and run. Instead, the vine on his wrist shot out toward the believer. Wei Mian's pupils contracted sharply. A Teng. The vine moved incredibly fast, weaving through branches and wrapping tightly around the monster's neck, attempting to strangle it. The believer threw back its grotesque head and roared angrily, catching the vine with its agile forelimbs and tearing it apart with all its might. Wei Mian watched helplessly as the vine split into two under the believer's claws, leaving its stem limp on the ground. His mind went blank. But in the next second, he clearly saw wisps of black mist seeping from the vine's broken wound. The believer finally realized the danger, trembling and emitting sorrowful cries before being engulfed by thick black mist. Bone-cracking sounds echoed from within the fog. When the mist dissipated, the believer's body collapsed into a pile of rotten flesh, spreading a heavy stench of blood around. It all happened too fast. Wei Mian stood there shaking slightly, still gripping the tree stump, unable to move his feet. Then, the black mist stirred without wind and drifted behind him. Wei Mian stiffened and glanced down. The oversized coat he wore sagged slightly at the waist, as if invisible arms had wrapped around him from behind. A faint breeze grazed past Wei Mian's ear, like a breath stirring strands of hair. Chapter 11. Ahead lay a scene of chaos, the bodies of believers lying quietly on the ground, their limp flesh barely recognizable as human. A wisp of black mist slid along Wei Mian's face, the gently undulating vapor resembling a tender caress. The gentler this action was, the more eerie it seemed in contrast to the sights before him. Wei Mian stood frozen in place, feeling dizzy from the nauseating stench of blood. After a moment, he felt his waist loosen, the black mist behind him had disappeared, vanishing to some unknown location. Finally, Wei Mian, who left alone, returned to the stone cave, sitting inside with his arms wrapped around his knees. The sun blazed fiercely outside, and the air inside the cave circulated poorly, growing increasingly hot and stifling under direct sunlight. Wei Mian wiped the fine sweat trickling down from his temple, then adjusted his hat even tighter. His mind was in turmoil, constantly replaying the scene that happened in the woods. Vines had snapped apart, and indeed, black mist had appeared from the fractured wounds. Wei Mian had seen it clearly, there was no mistake. Even stranger, after the believer's death, its bones were pulverized into a lump, resembling the piles of monster corpses Wei Mian had discovered at the edge of the forest. Yet, Wei Mian had witnessed spiders dragging the dead bodies there. Because of this, he once considered those spiders as exceedingly terrifying creatures. As Wei Mian thought more deeply, the headache worsened, and he buried his face into his knees. Moreover, wasn't that mass of black mist the very creature that had tried to kill him? When Wei Mian first awakened from the bushes, the surroundings of his dream and his immediate awakening were shrouded in such a sinister black fog. But why did the black mist connect with the vines? And had the vines really died, or? Suddenly, a horrifying suspicion formed in Wei Mian's mind, perhaps the vine was itself the black mist. Perhaps this transformation had occurred since early morning when the vine had come back. Indeed, over the past few days, Wei Mian noticed subtle changes in its appearance compared to its former self, though at the time, he hadn't paid much attention. Yet today, the vine still brought him flowers like it used to do in the past. And there was something odd about the vine, its leaves always looked wilted, while its stems grew yellower and cracked day by day, seemingly slowly withering. That small white flower was still lying in the corner of the stone cave. Wei Mian glanced over at it for a while, then impulsively grabbed it and threw it out of the cave. However, not long after discarding it, he regretted his decision. What if he had guessed wrong? And even if the vine had merely been the disguised black mist all along, weren't those gifts and flowers real? Wei Mian hesitated for a moment, deciding he should retrieve the flower. As soon as he reached out to part the grasses, he saw a vine slithering in from outside. Wei Mian's expression froze as he instinctively pulled back his hand. He had personally witnessed the vine being severed into 2 pieces by the believer's claws. This vine before him was different from the one earlier that morning, it was noticeably thicker and shorter than before. Its movement patterns were unmistakably familiar to Wei Mian, including the way it lifted its tail like a snake, coming closer to rub against the back of his hand. Wei Mian recoiled slightly, finding no escape against the stone wall as the vine skillfully coiled around his wrist. It wasn't dead, it had merely returned in another form. Although Wei Mian had momentarily wanted to retrieve the discarded flower, upon seeing the vine return, an involuntary sense of trepidation still crept into his heart. The shrill screams of the believers still echoed in his ears, might the same fate befall him on some unlucky day. Wei Mian sat there silently for a while before tentatively speaking up, "You. Did you just?" Hearing his voice, the vine moved its body slightly. Its tail uncoiled from Wei Mian's hand, raising itself to gently brush against the side of his face, as if comforting him. It assumed Wei Mian was still afraid of the sudden appearance of the human who had mutated into a believer in the forest. Black mist had never intended to conceal itself from Wei Mian, regardless of the form it took. It possessed the vine simply because Wei Mian liked vines and would approach them willingly. If Wei Mian favored something, it would provide him exactly that. Similarly, the fish, wild fruits, and flowers gifted to Wei Mian were offerings made from the same intention. However, Wei Mian had rejected the fish, so it didn't happen again. The light itch on his cheek prompted Wei Mian to look up, his breath caught involuntarily as he felt both conflicted and uneasy inside. Vines couldn't speak, and the black mist was once a source of unease for Wei Mian, much like the spiders they'd encountered multiple times. Their motives were entirely subject to Wei Mian's own interpretation, leaving him feeling utterly helpless and confused. The fleeting notion that the vine shared any resemblance to himself began to fade. The vine continued to rub against Wei Mian's cheeks. The cave was getting hotter and hotter. Finally, Wei Mian spoke softly, I'm a little warm, I want to wipe my face. Wei Mian didn't dare to dismiss the vine directly, and whenever he washed or wiped his face, the vine would move off him and stay out of the way. As expected, after speaking, the vine brushed against his lips in reluctance, loosened its grip, slid down onto the ground, and slithered out of the cave entrance. Wei Mian didn't know where it was going. When he parted the grasses to check, the vine had already vanished. He exhaled in slight relief, feeling indeed uneasy about the sweat on his body. He then took out a towel and a tree stump filled with water to give himself a quick cleanup. In the woods, the spider had just dragged away the corpse of the believer to discard it, and came back to clear up some of the remaining blood. This was the road Wei Mian passed every day. It was best not to leave too much of a bloody trace around here. There was still a dropped backpack on the ground. The spider opened it, glanced through, but wasn't interested in the contents. While discarding the body by the lake, it left the backpack there as well. It felt restless, it had seen that human enter the woods, but it hadn't stopped them. Since they were of Wei Mian's kind, not a monstrous threat to its life, and black mist was always around Wei Mian. Who would have guessed that this dull-looking, fatigued human would suddenly undergo an abnormal change and be caught red-handed by Wei Mian? Blood stains spattered everywhere among the weeds, wetting a large patch of soil. The spider tried to wipe the stains with its silk cocoon for a while but couldn't completely clean it up. Feeling sorry for wasting so much silk, it decided to dig some dirt from the side to cover it. While it was working hard digging the soil, the black mist appeared without warning. The spider quickly shook off the dirt on itself and went forward to greet the black mist, wanting to take out the stone tablet to explain why it hadn't stopped that human. However, even though the black mist seemed a bit displeased, it showed no intention to blame or punish the spider. During these absent days of black mist, Wei Mian remained safe under the protection of the spider, and the wild fruits that emerged near the lakeside must have been collected by the spider at the black mist's request. With just these 2 things, the spider did well, and there was no need to overly worry. Upon receiving instructions and affirmation from the black mist, the spider sheepishly rubbed its soft limbs together. Since the fruits it picked were received by Wei Mian, it also felt happy. Before the black mist left, the spider opened a zipper on its abdomen and rummaged through again, presenting several more pages filled with words just like last time. It had recently studied something new carefully and wanted to present it to the black mist. On the pages were most of the foods humans enjoyed, categorized into different types such as taste and texture. Humans were complex creatures with diverse needs, they usually required more choices. A single item wouldn't satisfy them thoroughly. Meaning, having only wild fruits every day was really unfair to Wei Mian. The characters on the page were neatly arranged. As the mist glided over the paper, the black mist skimmed through it once. He instructed the spider to handle this matter and informed it that in the future, there was no need to search strenuously for monsters that replenish his strength. He wasn't in the state he was in when he first released the suppression. Going out to hunt by himself would be faster. The spider immediately sensed the importance of the task ahead and meticulously put the paper away. Wei Mian stayed near the stone cave all afternoon without the vine reappearing. Gradually calming down from the impact of witnessing everything in the woods earlier, Wei Mian took out the big pack of fruit he brought back yesterday and placed them under the sun to dry. He didn't go to nap in the hammock at noon. Once the tense emotions relaxed, drowsiness started washing over him. Wei Mian sat under the shade of a tree, leaning his head against the trunk, yawning loudly before closing his eyes to sleep briefly. Maybe because his mind was still preoccupied with thoughts, he didn't sleep for long. When he vaguely woke up and opened his eyes, in the grass where the fruits were drying, a small figure was hugging a piece of fruit and gnawing at it. Its stick-like body closely resembled a praying mantis. It was the little monster he'd seen last time by the lake. Wei Mian instantly became alert. Not far away, the little monster was still focused on eating and hadn't noticed that Wei Mian had discovered it. The creature was about the size of a palm, with a head barely as thick as a finger. After a while of gnawing on the fruit with its front legs, finally a small indentation formed on the fruit's skin. Its body was only slightly thicker than its head, yet it had quite an appetite. Wei Mian watched silently as it devoured the entire fruit. After shaking its body slightly, it pulled off a leaf to wipe its face. Turning its head, it met Wei Mian's eyes. For an instant, the air felt frozen. Wei Mian hastily closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. After a moment, a faint sound came from the grass. When he reopened his eyes, surprisingly, the little monster hadn't run away as it had done last time. Instead, it had moved a bit closer to his direction and tilted its head to examine him. As the sun gradually set, sunlight disappeared momentarily. Wei Mian stared intently at the little monster in the grass, neither moving nor breaking eye contact. The number of monsters in the barren area was countless. No matter which kind one encountered, one couldn't afford to be complacent. But the one in front of him now, it was not only so small, but also herbivorous. It probably wouldn't have much killing power, right? While Wei Mian thought this way, he did not completely let down his guard. After all, he had once thought that the vine was just a weak and peculiar creature. After a brief standoff, the little monster took another step forward, seemingly wanting to get closer to Wei Mian. At this moment, the bushes on the other side rustled as a section of the vine peeked out. It was the vine returning. Of course, it immediately noticed the existence of the stick-like insect, and the fact that this monster was so close to Wei Mian. Under the constraints of the attached vine body, the black mist's overwhelming pressure on other monsters was greatly reduced, but the displeasure and murderous intent remained intensely strong and frightening. The stick-like insect immediately screamed and darted behind Wei Mian. Wei Mian was startled as well. Turning around, he saw the little monster who had just stared at him for half a day without moving, now clutching onto his sleeve and trembling with fear. It was naturally afraid of the vine. This clear act of seeking help prompted Wei Mian to instinctively shield it behind him. The movement of the vine hesitated slightly, seemingly not expecting such a scene. During the vine's moment of hesitation, the stick-like insect took the chance to quickly sneak away. When Wei Mian looked down again, it was already gone. He watched as the vine slowly came over, feeling a bit inexplicable tension inside, and explained, it was just hungry and came here to eat a fruit. It was just one fruit, he still had plenty in reserve. The vine silently drew closer. Suddenly, Wei Mian stood up, I'll go collect the fruits. In a hurry, he went to the grass patch where the wild fruits were laid out and gathered them back using some leaves. The vine stayed still, its slightly raised tail following Wei Mian's movements like it was watching him. The black mist was very perceptive, he noticed the abnormal emotion in Wei Mian. Was it because of that bug earlier? The suppressed murderous intent rose again, but the stick-like insect had already fled far away. Wei Mian busied himself collecting the fruits, and soon enough, the vine crawled over to help roll up the fruits and place them on the nearby leaves. Once all the fruits were collected, Wei Mian softly said, thank you, and carried them alone to put back in their original storage position. Wei Mian's feelings were quite complicated. The vine still behaved as it used to, every action expressing its goodwill and friendliness towards him. But when he thought about it, it was the same black mist that had once left a bad impression on him. This contrast made Wei Mian feel awkward and unable to handle the situation gracefully. And during those 19 years in the base, Wei Mian had been quiet and reclusive, hardly communicating with others, especially after growing black goat horns on his head, making him try to minimize his presence in front of others even more. Even if the other party was human, Wei Mian would be at a loss when dealing with such matters, let alone the current speechless monster in front of him. This uneasy feeling persisted until nightfall, when the vine wound itself around Wei Mian's wrist as usual and went to sleep with him. Previously, Wei Mian was always very close to the vine, often lifting his hand to place beside his face while sleeping, but this time he dropped it. The vine was dissatisfied and climbed up again to Wei Mian's face lying sideways, rubbing its tail against him. Wei Mian slightly turned his head, failing to avoid it entirely. His cautious eyes under the brim of his hat glanced at the vine, let's sleep. He could temporarily forget about nearly suffocating to death in his dreams or choose not to dig too deep into the reasons. Anyway, since entering this forest, strange things never stopped happening to him. The vine paid no heed, persistently rubbing until a faint blush appeared on a small part of Wei Mian's skin before finally curling up quietly in several circles. Wei Mian sighed in relief, closed his eyes, and tried hard not to think too much, gradually falling into a deep sleep. Then, he started dreaming again. It was no longer the secure stone cave, but rather a dim and unclear void filled with surging black fog. Wei Mian immediately felt panicked. He felt someone behind him, turning around and being tightly embraced, the grip squeezing his breath out. Almost instantly, Wei Mian recalled some unpleasant memories and tried to break free from the hold. However, when he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Wei Mian's struggling motion paused, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it you?" It was the person who had shown up in his dreams twice before. Unlike the vague shape of the black mist, this person had a clear and good-looking face. He had treated Wei Mian's leg injuries and even given him a flower. After entering the dream, some forgotten memories of Wei Mian gradually resurfaced, slowly replacing the anxiety and panic from earlier. Seeing that Wei Mian no longer struggled or resisted, the oppressive air around the black mist somewhat dissipated. Wei Mian was unsettled because he had sensed the faint rejection from the black mist in the afternoon and before bedtime, but he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. Was it that the black mist no longer liked him? Did it prefer today's insect? The dark red eyes of the black mist slightly lowered, and its gaze became heavy as it looked at Wei Mian. Of course, Wei Mian had no idea what it was thinking, he only felt that it seemed a little unhappy. He raised his hand, wanting to touch the black mist's cheek, but withdrew it halfway. Looking at the black mist, Wei Mian asked, "What's wrong with you?" The black mist didn't reply. Instead, it grabbed the hand that Wei Mian had withdrawn and held it, lightly or firmly kneading his fingertips. Wei Mian looked at their intertwined hands, and slowly a blush crept onto his cheeks. Unconsciously, he wanted to get closer to the person in front of him but hesitated due to lack of experience. After a while, he raised his head, his expression serious with tension, "Don't be sad." This sentence greatly pleased the black mist. It paused for a moment, then pulled Wei Mian into its embrace, and gently pinched the back of his neck with one hand, letting its fingertips brush over a smooth stretch of his back beneath the collar. The black mist replied, "All right." As it spoke, it got extremely close, its breath brushing against his earlobe, and there seemed to be a gentle touch. Wei Mian's face turned even redder. He quietly turned his head and looked closely at this face so near to him, asking again the question he'd had at first, "Who exactly are you?" As soon as these words were spoken, countless surging black mists suddenly appeared all around, filling every gap within Wei Mian's line of sight. Yet, they kept a circle of empty space around the two of them. Though not fully awake in his dream and having forgotten most of his memories, Wei Mian instinctively avoided touching the mist. In his understanding, the person in front of him was safe and approachable. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he snuggled closer to the black mist. These increasingly excited, silently boiling mists seemed to answer his question, yet also because he intended to peek into what he shouldn't know, angrily seeking to tear him apart and consume him. Wei Mian quietly buried his face lower, revealing only a pair of cautious eyes from under the brim of his hat, looking around. The black mist comforted him, softly stroking his spine with the palm of its hand, "You will know." This dream was extremely short-lived. When Wei Mian anticipated that it would end soon, reluctance showed in his eyes. It was hard for him to describe his emotions. He just asked, "Will I be able to see you again tomorrow?" "Of course." Holding Wei Mian, the black mist circled his slim waist through the wide coat and responded, With the confirmation, Wei Mian's consciousness started fading. Soon, he opened his eyes, seeing the familiar stone wall beside him. Once awake, most details of the dream disappeared, but this time, the face of the person in his dream became clearer. Moreover, he remembered his desire to get closer to this person and their last promise of meeting again. Wei Mian carefully recalled twice, confirming he hadn't misremembered anything. Actually, when he went to sleep, he was somewhat worried whether the black mist would enter his dreams again. Though such incidents never happened during his previous times in the stone cave with the vine, now that he knew the vine was the black mist, the thought lingered, though it did not happen. Seemed like, it hadn't shown up. Wei Mian turned around, just as the vine came over to rub his face. He didn't move, but before the vine could coil around his wrist, he quickly got up and said, "I overslept. I'll go take the fruits out to dry." The movement of the vine froze, remaining still for a while before slowly following him out. The water collected yesterday for washing was already used up, so Wei Mian needed to visit the lakeside. Going directly to it, the closest route would pass by where the believers had died, and he tried to avoid it. However, he feared getting lost and wasting time in the forest, so he didn't detour too far. When nearing that side, Wei Mian couldn't help but glance from afar, and realized the believers' bodies seemed to have vanished. He looked down at the vine coiled around his wrist motionlessly, recalling the spider dragging those bodies into the woods. Wei Mian hesitated briefly, put away his curiosity, and continued forward. Upon arriving at the lake, he saw a backpack casually discarded in the grass. At first, he thought some other humans had entered the woods. As he approached, he found blood stains on the backpack, and there was no sign of anyone nearby. Wei Mian carefully remembered, recollecting that the individual who had turned into a believer yesterday had been carrying something on their back. But after that, events occurred too swiftly for him to pay attention to anything else. Now that person was dead. If there were any usable items in the backpack, he might as well keep them for himself. Wei Mian silently murmured a thank you in his heart, then squatted down to open the backpack. The vine noticed and loosened its grip on his wrist, falling to the ground beside him as it waited. There wasn't much inside the backpack. There was a set of dark-colored clean clothes that looked fairly new, and 2 small jars filled with dried meat. Wei Mian opened one jar and sniffed the contents before eating the smallest piece. The dried meat was tough and not very tasty, but it was the first time Wei Mian had tasted meat in a long while. He wanted another bite, but he couldn't bear to eat more, so he closed the lid and carefully put it into his pocket as if it were a treasure. Inside the backpack, there was also an engraved metal badge and a map. The name engraved on the badge was accompanied by 2 lines, ability, fire element, and base, Changchuan. This kind of metal badge, Wei Mian had seen something similar in Xicheng. It belonged uniquely to the new humans. When they went out and didn't return due to encountering danger, these badges could help confirm their identity if found by others. If not found, the badge served as a makeshift tombstone buried alongside their remains somewhere. Wei Mian inspected the badge in his hand and felt puzzled. It was normal for new humans from other bases to have these kinds of identification badges, but was this badge really the one belonging to the person who had become a believer yesterday? If that person was a new human, how could he have mutated into a believer? Wei Mian couldn't figure it out, so he temporarily stowed the badge away. Lastly, there was the map. The map was made of fabric and covered with dense markings, mixed with numerous place names. At its center, there was a separately magnified symbol inscribed with the 3 words Eden. Looking at this symbol, Wei Mian's expression showed another flicker of surprise. He furrowed his brow and stared at it for a long time, then suddenly undid a few buttons on his coat, pulling up the shirt underneath slightly to reveal a birthmark above his navel. The birthmark resembled a bird diving downward, its beak holding a round object. And this birthmark almost perfectly matched the symbol on the map. Wei Mian was both puzzled and bewildered. Was this a coincidence? The edges of the pattern on his skin were extremely smooth and clear, almost as if it had been printed later. But the mark had existed since Wei Mian could remember, and his mother had never mentioned it, so he hadn't paid much attention to it before. The vine came over and brushed against the exposed skin near Wei Mian's waist. Wei Mian was distracted and absent-mindedly pushed it away, pulling down his clothes. He kept the map separately, storing it aside. As for the remaining empty backpack, Wei Mian still didn't want to throw it away, so he placed it into the lake and tied it with some aquatic plants to soak off the bloodstains and smell of blood. When he held up the set of clothes to check, they seemed a little large for him but could still be worn. He thought about changing out of his current clothes now that the sun was strong enough to allow them to dry quickly after washing. However, with the vine around, Wei Mian felt somewhat uneasy. Holding the clothes tightly, he said to the vine, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." The vine quietly lay in the grass by the lakeside, making no movement. Wei Mian walked alone to the base of a tree, ensuring it did not follow him. He hung the clothes on a branch first, then began unbuttoning his coat. At that moment, a slight rustling sound came from above. Wei Mian looked up and saw a small animal with a tail perched on the branch watching him curiously. It was a gray squirrel, an animal Wei Mian had seen before at the base. Sometimes, they would sneak in to steal food and run off when people approached. But this one did not flee. Instead, it peeked around, twitching its nose to sniff the air, its tiny paws trying to cling to the brim of Wei Mian's hat. The soft hat brim might cause the squirrel to lose its balance and fall, so Wei Mian tentatively extended his hand toward it. The little squirrel was completely unafraid of Wei Mian and leapt onto the palm of his hand from the branch. It lowered its head and nibbled on the sleeve of Wei Mian's coat but found nothing edible. Then it returned to the tree, darting through the forest canopy and disappearing swiftly. For quite some time, Wei Mian stood gazing in the direction where the squirrel had disappeared, only resuming the task of taking off his coat after some moments. Unbeknownst to him, this entire scene had caught the attention of the vine lying at the shore. Chapter 12. Wei Mian hung his coat on a tree and turned to find that the vines by the shore were gone. He didn't know where it had gone. Wei Mian had been watching a squirrel earlier and hadn't noticed any commotion. He stepped out from under the tree, looked around, but truly couldn't see them. They had left as they pleased again, just like yesterday, and no one knew when they would suddenly return. No, the vine always acted this way. It once disappeared for several days, and Wei Mian had worried about it for quite some time. But when faced with a monster that had been following him, whose intentions were still unclear, he could hardly ask it to notify him of its actions in advance. However, without the vines, Wei Mian's gaze fell on the quiet lakeside and the clear lake water, and an idea came to him. He wanted to take a bath. The weather was getting hotter recently, and it got colder after sunset. Wei Mian dared not easily reduce the layers of clothing he wore. If he broke a sweat during the day, he would constantly feel uncomfortable all over. Now that he was alone, he decided to simply wash himself in the water by the shore. He wouldn't spend too much time. The backpack he picked up was still soaking in the lake. Wei Mian walked to the other side farther away, broke off a branch, and tested the depth of the lake water. After confirming it was safe, he quickly stripped off his clothes and entered the water. Even though the sun was shining brightly now, Wei Mian still shivered when his entire body entered the water. The temperature below the surface was much colder than he imagined. He hurriedly finished washing and used a towel to scrub his hair. After drying off his body and the dripping strands of hair on the shore, he changed into the clean set of clothes. For the moment, he couldn't wear the hat. Wei Mian sneezed and placed the hat together with the clothes he had changed out of, hanging them on a tree exposed to the sunlight after washing. As night approached, there was still no sign of the vine. So, Wei Mian packed up his clothes and returned alone. After he left, the spider emerged from its cocoon. It had arrived while Wei Mian was washing his clothes. Seeing that Wei Mian was alone here, it quietly hid and did not appear. Only after Wei Mian left did it come down to the lakeside with its 8 legs and look at the water's surface. A type of creature known as fish, which humans generally love to eat, lived in such lakes. The spider took out a piece of paper clutched in one of its limbs, unfolded it, and looked at the words written on it. 10 ways to prepare fish meat. But this paper wasn't complete. A large part of the content was missing, and there were some places where characters were absent, leaving behind square little holes. The spider studied it for a long time but couldn't understand it, as it was all human-specific terms. It put the paper away and decided to start by trying to catch some fish. After returning to the cave, Wei Mian hung the clothes, which were still slightly damp, nearby. The wind at night would likely dry them by morning. He hadn't brought back the backpack, it was still soaked in the water. He would check it tomorrow. While there was still a sliver of daylight, Wei Mian once again carefully examined the map. Only the Eden in the center of the map had an icon, and the annotation text was larger. This map seemed like it was meant to guide others to Eden, yet the owner of the backpack was from Changchuan. Wei Mian examined it closely for a long time and finally found the 2 words, Changchuan, somewhere on the map. Further north from Changchuan, past a barren area, was a place called Shi City. Wei Mian recalled the direction he took after leaving the Shi City base and traced the route until he found a blank barren zone. This place should be the forest where he currently was. No wonder that person appeared in the woods. He was probably heading back to his own base. Even new humans with extraordinary abilities would rarely venture out alone for safety reasons. And since only one person entered the woods, if he had companions, their chances of survival were likely slim. Furthermore, his transformation from a new human to a believer troubled Wei Mian even more. The end times were cruel. The bottom-tier pure humans who had survived so far relied entirely on the protection of new humans gifted with abilities. If even their state was unstable, Wei Mian didn't dare to think further. He put the map away and curled up in the stone cave, lost in thought. The symbol similar to the birthmark on his body also caught his attention. Eden, the name sounded appealing, evoking goodwill easily. But he, as an exiled man, had no right to join another base. Besides, it was a long journey from here. Once out of the forest, he didn't even know how many days he would survive. Wei Mian sighed silently and closed his eyes, refusing to let his thoughts wander. In the dead of the night, black mist wafted in from outside the stone cave, surrounding Wei Mian's sleeping body. In his dream, Wei Mian opened his eyes and saw a familiar face, feeling somewhat dazed and confused. He soon remembered yesterday's dream and the final promise made then, joyfully exclaiming, "You really came." Wei Mian made no effort to hide his joy, and the mist's usually cold and piercing eyes softened slightly as it responded with a nod, He had left the forest earlier that day to search for new prey outside and had only just returned. Actually, Wei Mian had neglected the vines today, instead becoming quite close to a gray 4-legged animal. This had made the black mist uneasy, and even slaughtering all the monsters along the way couldn't entirely soothe the irritation in his heart. He didn't understand. In his dreams, Wei Mian was always obedient and compliant, but upon waking, he would again become unpredictable and incomprehensible. Once, Wei Mian had been closest to the vines. He liked staying with this green plant, taking the initiative to talk to it and giving it a name. Even when facing danger, he would still protect it, shielding it behind him. However, within just a few short days, Wei Mian had changed. Perhaps because he had left for too long, the vines no longer appeared, and Wei Mian had started liking something else. The black mist recalled the squirrel from earlier today, the one Wei Mian had hesitated to part with, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This inferior creature did not deserve Wei Mian's favor, its body was merely useful as a vessel. At this moment, Wei Mian was still looking at the black mist, extending his fingertip to lightly tug on the sleeve of the mist's cloak. He softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" His handsome face still carried a hint of joy and happiness, his gaze moist and bashful, as if silently asking, "Why don't you hug me?" Because it was in a dream, Wei Mian didn't have to think too much, he had gradually let down his guard and began revealing his most genuine self within this world of consciousness. He also became more straightforward. Since he had developed feelings for the person before him, he unconsciously got closer. The black mist reached out and embraced Wei Mian, bending over to bury his face in the crook of Wei Mian's neck and gently nuzzle against it. His lips accidentally grazed against the skin there. Wei Mian squirmed away, blushing as he pushed the mist. But the black mist could sense that Wei Mian wasn't truly resisting. He couldn't accurately describe it, but this reaction made him want to rub against that patch of skin even harder. Wei Mian detected a dangerous emotion in the black mist's eyes and shrank back. "Don't do this." Even though he was willing to be intimate with the black mist, in his subconscious, kissing was still something that shouldn't be done easily. The black mist looked at him for a while and stopped pursuing further. Instead, he lifted a hand to stroke the horns atop Wei Mian's head. Touching the horns. Should that be acceptable? Wei Mian felt muddled. The unfamiliar sensation transmitted from the horns made him both want to avoid it and yearn for the black mist to continue stroking them. After all, besides the version of himself in his dreams, no one else would like such an ugly thing. As time passed, he began to feel drowsy, eventually falling into a deep sleep against the black mist's shoulder. When the dream ended, Wei Mian woke up promptly as dawn broke. This time, he clearly remembered a detail from the dream: the person kept stroking his ram horns. Even after waking, he seemed to still feel the soft friction's warmth coursing through his spine, making his whole body tremble. Wei Mian's face turned increasingly red, so he quickly crawled out of the stone cave. The hat and clothes that had been left outside dried completely after being exposed to the night breeze. Wei Mian put his hat back on, which somewhat calmed the unease in his heart. He folded the clothes neatly and stored them inside the cave, intending to fetch water from the lakeside. However, he noticed the vines hadn't returned all night. They had insisted on sleeping together yesterday, but now who knows where they had gone. Wei Mian felt a bit strange, but at least he wouldn't worry about them as much as before. He took a stump to the lake and was drawn to a mass of white by the shore. Something about this was off, causing Wei Mian to become cautious. He stood at a distance, observing it carefully. Once he confirmed there was no movement, he approached cautiously. When he got closer, he realized this mass wasn't a monster but rather some unknown substance piled up, resembling fabric. Part of the fabric extended into the water, the semi-transparent material floating above the throng of fish swimming closely together beneath. Staring at it for a while, Wei Mian hesitated before leaning down to try and pull apart the cloth. At this point, he realized it wasn't just any piece of cloth but a tightly woven net. The net enclosed the fish inside, with its opening fixed on the shore. While the fish could survive underwater, they had no way of escaping. Grasping the fabric, Wei Mian tried lifting it. To his astonishment, there were at least 20 or 30 fish inside, making him wonder if nearly all the fish from the entire lake had ended up in here. Seeing this extraordinary sight, Wei Mian immediately thought back to the large pile of wild fruits that had appeared on the rocks by the lake a few days ago. Could this be the spider's doing? Wei Mian touched the white fabric under his hands, noticing how similar it was to the bag used by the spider to carry and dispose of monster corpses before. Though uncertain, faced with so many fish, it would be a lie to say Wei Mian wasn't tempted. He had long wanted to try the taste of fish, but unfortunately, he could not catch them himself. He also dared not accept those 2 dead fish from before. But there were so many here now, more than he could eat alone. Wei Mian thought for a moment, then picked up a sharp-tipped stick nearby and undid the opening of the cloth net. There were too many fish in the net, their movements restricted to such an extent that Wei Mian easily speared one with his stick and brought it out. After readying the net's opening, he looked at the fish, which was still flapping its tail, pondering how to prepare it. It was certainly not edible raw, and Wei Mian didn't know how to cook either. At the base, he had merely learned some rudimentary methods for creating fire by friction. It seemed like roasting over fire was the only option. Setting the fish down temporarily, Wei Mian went into the woods by the lake to look for usable tools. He quickly gathered a lot of dry weeds and several cracked tree barks. Just as he was about to find some branches, Wei Mian heard rustling in the grass beside him. He bent down and saw 2 tiny front limbs pushing through the grass leaves, revealing a head the size of a thumb. Was it that little monster? Wei Mian was somewhat surprised, but remained still. The withered twig bug took a few steps forward, its sesame-sized eyes gazing at Wei Mian. It had been following him all along, making sure that the terrifying presence from last time wasn't around Wei Mian anymore before mustering the courage to come out. Seeing it approaching on its own, Wei Mian slowly squatted down and reached into his pocket for a dried fruit. He placed the fruit in his palm and moved it closer to the withered twig bug. The withered twig bug glanced at the fruit, then looked at Wei Mian, before suddenly darting forward and climbing onto his hand, grabbing the fruit and beginning to gnaw on it. Its hind legs curled beneath it, the posture resembling sitting in the center of Wei Mian's hand. It even looked kind of cute. So Wei Mian just kept his hand extended as it ate. The dried fruit had shrunk after being exposed to sunlight, and it didn't take long before it was completely devoured. The withered twig bug wiped its face with its front limbs and then climbed up along Wei Mian's arm, stopping near his shoulder. Wei Mian turned his face toward his right shoulder and raised his hand to touch the small creature. Before he could make contact, the withered twig bug proactively nudged his fingertip. It really was adorable. Wei Mian liked it a bit and greeted it softly, "Hello." Upon hearing his voice, the withered twig bug tilted its head and blinked its sesame-sized eyes, then folded its 4 limbs and lay down. Was this a sign that it wanted to follow him? Carrying the dry grass and tree bark, Wei Mian stood up and went elsewhere to pick up some sticks, while the withered twig bug stayed silently perched on his shoulder, firmly holding onto his clothing fabric. Even when Wei Mian moved or bent over, it did not fall off. Having finally gathered everything needed, Wei Mian carried a pile of dry grass and branches back to the lakeside and arranged them on a low stone. According to his memory, he awkwardly rotated the stick, trying for quite some time without success. In fact, his palms had already become red and irritated due to the rough surface of the stick. Wei Mian set down the stick and rubbed his hands. That's when the withered twig bug, resting on his shoulder, stirred. It jumped onto the stone, seemingly very curious about the stick, looking left and right. Using its front limbs, it effortlessly lifted the stick, which was as thick as its body and twice as long as it was. Wei Mian was slightly surprised but figured it was just playing around. Just as he was about to take the stick back, he noticed that the withered twig bug mimicked his earlier movements, aligning the pointed end of the stick with the wood block and bark, and began moving its front limbs. Despite being only the size of a palm, the withered twig bug possessed astonishing strength and speed. The stick rotated violently under its manipulation, and smoke soon arose from the connection point. Startled, Wei Mian snapped back to his senses when he saw the smoke and added some dry grass and sticks to keep the spark alive. Then the withered twig bug returned to Wei Mian's shoulder and lay down again. As the fire grew stronger, Wei Mian eventually put the thickest stick inside, which should burn for quite a while. Not knowing how to roast the fish, he simply placed the fish-skewered stick above the fire and flipped it occasionally. Upon seeing this, the withered twig bug tried to take over the branch with the fish, but Wei Mian stopped it. No, no. I can handle this. He felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected that such a small creature would have to help him light a fire. Placing the withered twig bug back on his shoulder, he gently patted its tiny head. Thank you. The withered twig bug rubbed against his fingertips, whether understanding or not. After roughly 10 minutes of roasting, Wei Mian smelled a burnt odor mixed with an indescribable scent. He figured it should be cooked by now, so he took down the stick and doused the fire on the stones with lake water. The fish was roasted black, looking unappetizing, yet Wei Mian still found it tempting. Once the fish cooled down enough not to be scalding, Wei Mian took a bite tentatively. His expression gradually shifted from anticipation to speechlessness, and ultimately, he spat out the bitter and hard piece. Could this be the natural taste of fish? Wei Mian didn't give up yet. He tore off a layer of the roasted fish's skin and tried tasting the flesh inside. This time, it was much better, though still not palatable, but at least it could be swallowed. Wei Mian treasured his first ever roasted fish and carefully picked through it, eating whatever he could. The rest was either too hard or too fishy, however, there weren't many bones. He also tore off a small piece for the withered twig bug on his shoulder, but it seemed to dislike fish meat, so it disdainfully moved to the other shoulder and curled up. After finishing the fish, Wei Mian tidied up the area, stacking all the trash together and burying it under a tree. While at the lake, every step from catching the fish to roasting it had been secretly observed by a spider hiding nearby. Seeing that Wei Mian had eaten the fish, its two pairs of soft limbs on its chest rubbed together in excitement. Apparently, Wei Mian liked fish, and the tools and methods he used for roasting the fish had been noted down quietly by the spider. It looked pretty simple, maybe next time it could try. As for the withered twig bug, since Wei Mian hadn't driven it away, the spider decided not to bother with it. For now, Wei Mian left the remaining fish in the net alone, tossing some water plants and muddy clumps from the shore into the net. The fish should remain alive in there. In the afternoon, as the sun slowly set, Wei Mian went back with the withered twig bug, thinking that if the vines didn't appear tonight, he would let this little monster stay in the stone cave, if it wanted to. However, before they even reached the destination, the withered twig bug climbed down from Wei Mian's shoulder, stood on his hand, and hugged one of his fingers, rubbing against it. Then it darted into the dense grass and disappeared in an instant. Before Wei Mian could call it back, he took out 2 fruits from his pocket and placed them in front of the patch of grass where the withered twig bug had left. Just as he straightened up, a gray figure suddenly leaped into his arms from a tree. Wei Mian almost dropped the water-filled tree stump in his hands. Looking down, he was more surprised than when he first saw the withered twig bug earlier that day. The creature that leapt into his arms appeared to be yesterday's little squirrel. Its whole body was covered with gray fur, while its neck and abdomen were white. It had a fluffy large tail, and its claws were hooking onto Wei Mian's coat, climbing up to his shoulder and sniffing. This position was exactly where the withered twig bug had been moments ago. An odd sensation passed through Wei Mian's mind. He tried touching the little squirrel, which did not flinch at all, allowing Wei Mian to act freely. Even though the little squirrel wasn't afraid of him yesterday. Wei Mian felt something strange about it, but couldn't explain exactly what. But since Wei Mian had never interacted with any animals or monsters before, if the withered twig bug could recognize him, then perhaps the little squirrel could as well. Besides, he truly loved these kinds of furry little animals and couldn't help but touch its tail again. Do you want to come home with me? Wei Mian gently poked the slightly raised front paw of the little squirrel and asked. Of course, the little squirrel couldn't answer him. Wei Mian continued walking forward, and all the way, the little squirrel stayed quietly perched on his shoulder. When they reached the entrance of the stone cave, the little squirrel jumped down, but instead of leaving, it followed Wei Mian to the cave opening. Wei Mian wasn't sure what it intended to do, and as he crouched and crawled into the stone cave alone, the next second, the little squirrel actually came in as well. With graceful movements, it leapt right into Wei Mian's arms and settled itself in a comfortable position. Wei Mian was simply astonished. This squirrel acted so friendly toward him, like a pet he had been raising all along, yet this was only their second meeting. He slowly stroked the little squirrel in his arms, feeling the temperature slightly lower than his own body heat, and its soft fur and fluffy tail. It certainly made for a great pet. Though Wei Mian liked the withered twig bug just as much, the peculiar-looking monster had even helped him drill wood for fire. Still, compared to the fuzzy little squirrel, the withered twig bug felt entirely different. For some reason, Wei Mian thought of the vines again. Considering the precedents, he really shouldn't randomly keep the withered twig bug or the little squirrel around. In this barren zone, it seemed like there weren't many normal creatures. But, the little squirrel was just too adorable, Wei Mian thought. It's just a squirrel after all. Wei Mian consoled himself somewhat, hugging the squirrel in his arms and lying down. As night fell, Wei Mian fell into another dream. He was lying on his side, someone holding him tightly in their arms, the palm pressed against his waist moving slowly over his spine. Wei Mian was sleepy. He half opened his eyes and instinctively nudged closer upon seeing a familiar face, muttering something indistinct. The dark mist didn't hear clearly, lowering its head to ask, "What?" Wei Mian's voice was faint, "I want to touch your horns." Chapter 13. Wei Mian let his guard down more and more in the dream, burying his face into He Wu's neck voluntarily. He had spent a great deal of energy roasting fish during the day, and at this moment, he was so sleepy that he could not keep his eyes open. His consciousness floated up and down, and all he wanted was to have a good sleep in the warm embrace. And whether it was Wei Mian's illusion or not, the sleep in the dream seemed to make him feel more comfortable and sweet. He subconsciously looked for a familiar person and wanted him to touch his horns again, which would help him fall asleep faster. He Wu couldn't refuse, so he tightened his arms around Wei Mian, lowering his head to nuzzle against his cheek. The other hand reached up to touch one of the lamb horns. Wei Mian curled closer towards his neck side, with slightly red cheeks. He looked obedient and soft, completely regarding He Wu as a source of dependence, acting like he wanted to be patted on the horns affectionately. The redness in He Wu's eyes became increasingly prominent, unable to control the strength, the black little horn was rubbed forcefully. Wei Mian shivered along his spine, lifting his head with a pitiful gaze and muttering, "Uncomfortable." He Wu wasn't paying attention to what he was saying at all, he leaned in trying to feel the temperature while he spoke and was pushed away by Wei Mian. Wei Mian was almost about to fall asleep just then, but due to He Wu, half of his drowsiness had disappeared, complaining, "You should be gentler." Not only did he allow He Wu to touch his horns to get him to sleep, but he also gave out commands. This kind of behavior, if done to anyone else, would already have made someone dead long ago. He Wu stayed silent, casting his heavy and somber gaze down low, lost in some thought unknown. Once again covering a pair of lamb horns with gentle, slow strokes, Wei Mian finally felt contented and closed his eyes again. Wei Mian slept soundly through the night, waking up later than usual. When he woke up, the little squirrel from last night was still in his arms. It remained quiet, its black eyes blinking without interruption as it watched Wei Mian. Seeing that he had opened his eyes, it came forward and brushed against his neck side. The fluffy tail of the little squirrel swept over, and Wei Mian felt a slight itch on his face. He soothingly stroked the fur on its back and carried it out of the stone cave. Wei Mian didn't know what squirrels ate, the only food he had was wild fruit and jerky found from the backpack. He took a piece of fruit and handed it to the squirrel in his arms, but the squirrel showed no interest. Then he took out a piece of jerky from the can. There was only so much dried meat, once eaten it would be gone. Wei Mian hadn't eaten it yesterday and felt a bit heartbroken thinking about feeding it now, but decided that offering it once wouldn't hurt. But still, the little squirrel wouldn't eat either, showing absolutely no interest in both kinds of food. Now Wei Mian was at a loss for what to do. The only food left that he could think of was roasted fish. Since the little squirrel stayed by his side without leaving, there was definitely no way he could let it starve. So Wei Mian picked up the little squirrel and headed for the lake with the tree stump. In Wei Mian's heart, he had already considered this little squirrel as his pet, and this feeling was completely different from when he faced vines or dried branch bugs before. Perhaps because one was a common animal in the forest, while the other was a mysterious creature of unknown origin, possibly more skilled in disguise and concealment. The features they revealed on the surface might not be real. Just like yesterday's little monster, despite being so small, it could easily lift branches twice its size and gather fire more efficiently than he himself, who had been trained. Thinking about the dried branch bug, Wei Mian paused mid-step, reaching the place where it had left yesterday. The two fruits placed on the grass were already gone. Wei Mian circled around nearby and indeed saw a familiar figure in the center of lush grass. Most of the dried branch bug's body was hidden in the weeds, revealing only the top part of its withered head, lifting sesame-sized eyes to look at Wei Mian. It seemed to be waiting for him there, and Wei Mian was very surprised, reaching into his pocket to take out a fruit to give it. However, just as he squatted down, the dried branch bug retreated several steps, seemingly a bit afraid. Wei Mian hesitated, it had approached him willingly yesterday, so why today? The dried branch bug distanced itself further, only visible as a vague dot among the grasses. It refused to come closer but didn't leave directly either, observing him from afar. The little squirrel in Wei Mian's arms turned its head quietly, its dark pupils staring at it. The dried branch bug trembled fearfully, retreating further under the leaves until it disappeared completely from Wei Mian's sight. Seeing it was probably gone, Wei Mian felt slightly disheartened but still left the fruit by the edge of the grass. He stood up, touching the little squirrel in his arms. "Never mind. The vine hasn't returned yet, you cannot force these things." Wei Mian silently sighed and continued walking toward the lake. Only when the terrifying presence was nowhere near did the dried branch bug reappear cautiously. It watched as Wei Mian's figure receded into the distance, hesitating for a moment before quietly following after. Just as they were about to reach the lakeside, He Wu detected the presence of a spider nearby. He manipulated the body of the squirrel, climbing up to Wei Mian's shoulder and rubbing against his cheek. Then, with nimble movements, it jumped onto a tree branch. With the spider guarding Wei Mian, he was largely at ease and planned to leave just as he had done in the previous days, intending to return by nightfall. Wei Mian reached out to stroke the little squirrel perched on the tree branch, guessing aloud, "Where are you going?" The little squirrel stretched its paws around his finger, affectionately rubbing against it with evident reluctance. It then turned and darted through the dense foliage, vanishing quickly from sight. Wei Mian helplessly watched, unable to stop him. His lips pressed lightly together, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Why did one thing follow another? With no option left, Wei Mian could only head to the lake with the hollow tree stump now hanging empty by his side. The net spread across the water and the fish within remained intact. Wei Mian first moved to the opposite shore and retrieved the backpack that had soaked for quite some time. Bloodstains still lingered on the backpack, seemingly permanent, though the smell of blood had dissipated. Wei Mian twisted the bag dry as much as possible and hung it near a tree, awaiting the sunlight to thoroughly dry it out. While securing the bag to the tree, a slight sound suddenly came from behind him, something dropping onto the grass. Alert, Wei Mian turned around and spotted an oddly shaped white object lying amidst the weeds nearby. Simultaneously, he caught a familiar scent wafting through the air. It smelled like the burnt fish he had cooked yesterday. At the center of the tree canopy, hidden deep inside its cocoon, the spider grew extremely anxious. Almost sleepless throughout the night, it had been focused on learning how to cook fish. However, after wasting countless branches, it failed to successfully ignite a fire. Desperate, the spider ventured outside the forest and captured a juvenile lizard monster capable of spewing fire, finally managing to set the branches ablaze. Next came roasting the fish. This part consumed several more fish, all ruined due to overcooking until they almost resembled charred coal. After painstakingly achieving a satisfactory result, the spider, fearing the fish would grow cold, carefully wrapped it in a specialized cocoon and opened a zipper on its abdomen, storing the fish along with a pile of paper inside. When the lizard monster escaped while it wasn't paying attention, the spider cleaned up the area as best it could, mimicking Wei Mian's habits. It then returned to its cocoon, planning to place the fish once Wei Mian arrived close by. Awaiting patiently, the spider inadvertently fell asleep but woke abruptly upon hearing the splashing of water from the lake. Quietly cutting open its cocoon, it seized the opportunity to fling the fish out. Wei Mian slowly approached, crouching down cautiously to prod the mysterious white lump with his fingertips. Warmth emanated from the object, causing him to instinctively pull his hand back, confusion and hesitation flickering in his gaze. The material covering this object bore resemblance to the fishing net by the lake, undoubtedly made from the same fabric. Now closer, the aroma of roasted fish intensified, unmistakably emanating from inside. Lifting his eyes to search above, Wei Mian found nothing. He wrestled internally for a moment, then picked up the object, locating wrapping marks on its surface. As suspected, it matched the fishing net by the lakeside. Layer by layer, he unwrapped it, revealing 3 roasted fish inside. For some inexplicable reason, Wei Mian felt a prickling sensation at the tip of his nose. He still wasn't sure who exactly had caught so many fish, but today he had already received the gift of roasted fish. These 3 fish looked remarkably similar to those he himself had roasted the previous day. Rubbing his eyes gently, Wei Mian stood up again, clutching the fish and lifting his gaze towards the barren treetops. "Thank you," he said to the empty air. No creature responded to him, yet Wei Mian was certain that whoever sent him the fish was lurking somewhere nearby. There is also. A sheepish smile crept onto his face. "I can't eat this much, 1 piece would be enough." After finishing, it sounded somewhat like demanding the other person to continue cooking fish for him. Hastily correcting himself, Wei Mian added, not at all, my meaning is." Flustered, he struggled to articulate further, unable to find the right words, leaving him no choice but to hold the fish tightly in his arms. In short, thank you. It must have been the spider. Yet why did it keep avoiding showing itself, when they'd already encountered each other several times before? As if reading his thoughts, Wei Mian heard movement coming from the other side of the trees. Mistaking it for the spider responding to his words, Wei Mian turned around, only to see the dried branch bug rushing toward him. Its front limbs tightly clutched a fruit, which didn't impede its swift speed as it leaped between branches. Approaching Wei Mian so quickly, it nearly missed stopping in time and ended up colliding with his face. Wei Ming freed up one hand to steady the dried branch bug, somewhat surprised and astonished. Are you looking for me?" The attitude of the dried branch bug was now completely different from just a short while ago. It affectionately rubbed against the tip of Wei Ming's finger before squatting on his shoulder and began munching on the fruit. The fruit it clutched looked very familiar. It was precisely the one Wei Ming had left behind just before he departed. Strange. Wei Ming muttered quietly to himself as he sat down under the tree and tore off the burnt shell of the roasted fish. Just moments ago when it saw him, the dried branch bug didn't dare come close, as if it were very afraid of him. At this thought, Wei Ming's eyelashes flickered slightly, as he gradually sensed where the problem lay. But why was the dried branch bug afraid of him? Or, was it something else that frightened it? Wei Ming's first reaction was to think of the vines. The last time the dried branch bug encountered them, it had screamed right away. However, he hadn't seen the vines since yesterday. What remained was only the little squirrel that had been cradled in his arms back then. Coincidentally, the little squirrel wasn't around, and the dried branch bug had returned. Wei Ming furrowed his brows slightly as he got lost in thought and accidentally pricked by the spine at the tail end of the roasted fish. A tiny red dot appeared on his fingertip. He pulled off the fish tail and slowly tore off pieces of the fish meat to eat. He felt a strange sensation due to the thought that crossed his mind just now. If his guess was correct, the vines were actually Hei Wu, the black mist, or rather, one of Hei Wu's shells. The dried branch bug feared the vines, but what it truly feared should be the black mist. If it refused to approach back then, it might have been because of the little squirrel. Wei Ming immediately cut off this line of thought. How could a live, adorable little squirrel possibly be another shell of the black mist? There must be some other reason for the dried branch bug. Perhaps it just happened to be scared of furry animals, which was plausible. Wei Ming no longer overthought and sat under the tree to slowly eat the fish. He usually ate very little in the mornings. This morning, after trying to feed the squirrel, he had already eaten something. After finishing one fish, he couldn't eat the other two. Wei Ming wrapped up the remaining fish again, adding 2 more layers of leaves, and stuffed it into the spacious pocket of his coat, planning to keep it for lunch and dinner. Afterward, he took a quick look at the remaining fish in the net, confirming they were still alive, and threw some water grasses inside. As the sun set, Wei Ming returned alone to the stone cave. The dried branch bug was not with him, leaving halfway through, just like it did the day before. All day, he had eaten only roasted fish, leaving his stomach feeling stuffy and uncomfortable. After drinking some extra water he had brought back, he decided to go to sleep early inside the stone cave. In the night, a gray little squirrel jumped inside and burrowed into Wei Ming's embrace. Wei Ming stirred awake and opened his eyes to see it. Reaching out to hug it, he asked groggily, "Where have you been?" Still half asleep, he closed his eyes and snuggled against the soft fur of the little squirrel. Unseen by Wei Ming, a thread of black mist leaked from the squirrel's eyes, making its pitch-black pupils appear hollow. The mist moved without wind, pulling Wei Ming directly into a dream while he drifted between wakefulness and sleep. His body twitched, and his right hand was lifted up, his fingertips lightly squeezed. "You're injured." "What?" Wei Ming yawned, lifting his head to look at his intact fingers. "No, I'm not." The black mist slowly caressed the tip of his fingers, and the small red mark disappeared instantly. Only then did Wei Ming's sluggish brain recall, it was caused while eating the fish today. Fish? The black mist knew that the fish was prepared by the spider, initially thinking Wei Ming wouldn't like it since he had declined the 2 fish it sent him before. Unexpectedly, now he accepted the spider's fish. The expression on the face of the black mist became increasingly gloomy as it tightly embraced Wei Ming. "Do you like fish?" Wei Ming thought it was asking whether he liked the taste of fish and hesitated, saying, "Not tasty." At that moment, in his dream, whatever he thought of, he would say aloud. The flavor of the fish was far from what he had imagined. Today, he ate 3 entire ones, and by the end, he felt as if his whole body carried a burnt odor. Yet, he didn't have the heart to throw them away. This was a gift he had received, and if it weren't for the fact that fish bones tend to fall apart easily, Wei Ming even had an impulse to preserve the leftover fish bones. Like the first time he received a fruit from the vines, he both dared not believe and subconsciously believed there would not be a second time. But Wei Ming continued, "My roasted fish isn't tasty either." So there was nothing really to complain about. "I've seen fish soup made in the kitchen before, it smelled so delicious." The mention of food sparked memories in Wei Ming's eyes, revealing yearning deep within, and canned fruits, fresh slices of meat, I've never tasted them. There were so many things he couldn't remember what they even looked like anymore. Wei Ming's voice grew quieter and quieter until it became nearly inaudible at the end. The black mist listened silently, its thoughts unknown. After a long while, it made an indistinct sound. Wei Ming yawned again, ceasing to think about food and burying his face in the black mist's embrace. "Stroke my horns." Adjusting its position to hold him better, the black mist reached out and stroked the small horn atop his head. The next morning, Wei Ming woke up to a warm touch on his face. Something wet was rubbing against his cheek, making him feel a little itchy. Opening his eyes and turning his head, he saw that the little squirrel was licking him. He touched the skin where it had licked and sat up, holding the little squirrel into his arms, looking down at its ear tips. "Good morning." The squirrel used its front paws to grab his fingers and continued licking them. Wei Ming's mind still retained a faint memory, knowing that the little squirrel had returned last night, though he wasn't sure exactly when. Caressing the fur on the little squirrel's back, he said, "You're so smart, you know I'm here." Animals should have an excellent sense of smell. Finding the stone cave by following his scent seemed not particularly difficult. While petting the squirrel, Wei Ming's attention shifted entirely to it. For some reason, Wei Ming noticed that the fur on its tail no longer looked as fluffy as it had the day before, several parts were stuck together. When he tried smoothing it with his hand, the tail only looked even more bald. Feeling somewhat guilty, he thought for a moment before picking up the little squirrel, "Shall I give you a bath? Then we can sunbathe by the lake or go to the hammock." The little squirrel obediently lay in Wei Ming's arms, still refusing everything he offered to feed it. Eventually giving up, Wei Ming brought it to the lakeside instead. Passing through the grass where the dried branch bug often appeared, he didn't see the familiar insect but left a dried fruit behind anyway. Once Wei Ming moved further away, a stick-like head peeked out from among the lush green leaves. Upon reaching the lakeside, Wei Ming spotted a white bundle placed on a nearby rock. As expected, it was another batch of roasted fish. This time the quantity was much smaller. Unfolding the cloth net, there was just one fish inside, still faintly steaming. Wei Ming washed his face first, then sat on the shore eating the fish, deliberately tearing off a piece to offer to the little squirrel. The little squirrel sniffed it but still refused to eat. Wei Ming sighed, abandoning any intention of feeding it. And since the little squirrel had left yesterday and returned late at night, it must have eaten plenty outside already. After finishing the fish, Wei Ming finally started washing the little squirrel. He let the little squirrel lie on the shore, dipping his towel in water to gently clean its fur bit by bit. After wiping its body and tail, Wei Ming lifted the squirrel's paws to clean under its chin and stomach. Throughout this process, the little squirrel remained extremely well behaved, allowing Wei Ming to do as he pleased. He squeezed the water out of the towel and began wiping around its neck downwards. At that moment, the little squirrel turned its head toward the woods and suddenly leaped from Wei Ming's hands, running several steps forward. Its fur was almost completely soaked, water dripping constantly. A faint wisp of mist swirled in its pitch-black hollow eyes. Trembling in the thicket, the dried branch bug tried to hide itself. It knew that the terrifying presence had discovered it. The blatant intent to kill rushed straight toward it. A suffocating sense of fear and death began to spread. Escaping now would probably be too late. The dried branch bug blinked its sesame-sized eyes and darted out of the grass. It screamed loudly, rushing frantically toward Wei Ming, quickly hiding behind him. The mist in the squirrel's eyes grew denser instantly but forcibly restrained itself upon facing Wei Ming. Wei Ming was unclear about the situation but could tell, the dried branch bug was afraid of the little squirrel. This scene felt oddly familiar, and Wei Ming instinctively shielded the dried branch bug with his body, watching the soaked little squirrel with inexplicable tension. That unsettling feeling crept over him again, and there was also the patch of fur he'd noticed falling earlier. His thoughts were chaotic, unsure what to do. The dried branch bug clung onto a corner of Wei Ming's clothing, confirming his protection was safe. Gradually, its fear eased. The little squirrel edged closer toward Wei Ming, seeing how he guarded the ugly bug even tighter, exposing a suppressed sullen look at the bottom of its eyes. But since Wei Ming liked it, the squirrel could reluctantly allow the bug to stay temporarily beside Wei Ming. Glancing back toward the woods, the direction where the spider's cocoon was hidden. Its silent gaze caused the spider within the cocoon to shrink, wondering if it was blaming it for not driving away the dried branch bug in time, or... The spider also knew that Wei Ming liked the dried branch bug. This monstrous creature that couldn't grow posed almost no threat to Wei Ming and appeared friendly. So, it had never interfered. Then, it watched as the black mist took control of the squirrel's body and disappeared into the woods. He must be leaving the woods again for somewhere else. The spider glanced at Wei Ming by the shore. He was cradling the dried branch bug in his hands and talking to it. "It's all right, the little squirrel." Wei Ming tried to console, making up an excuse on the spot. "It's just a bit moody, it won't hurt you." The dried branch bug shivered its thin shoulders, not believing a word. As night approached, near the woods, there were 4 people walking together in a nearby ruin area. They all wore clothes of similar colors and styles. 2 tall figures carried large backpacks. Another person stood atop a tall pile of ruins a distance away, scanning the surroundings with a makeshift telescope. After a while, he lowered the telescope and jumped down from the ruins. "There's a forest ahead," he said as he pulled out paper and charcoal from his pocket, marking a location on a simple map and asking his companions, "Shall we go straight through it?" 2 of them were setting up a tent. A young woman with short hair glanced in the direction he indicated, unscrewing her water bottle cap. "Let's go around it. Who knows what ghostly things might be inside." This area was filled with ruins, and the sudden appearance of a forest in the middle seemed strange no matter how you looked at it. It was best to stay far from places whose details were uncertain. Only one tent was set up. The group had divided the night watch schedule among themselves, and 2 of them stepped into the tent to rest. At the same time, Wei Ming lay inside the stone cave, still unable to fall asleep. He kept thinking about the little squirrel's abnormal behavior earlier that day and regretted letting it leave like that. It was halfway through its bath, still dripping with water. It must have been uncomfortable. He wondered if it would come back tonight. Wei Ming sighed inwardly, letting out a breath in the narrow stone cave. The temperature this night was even lower than usual, cold winds blowing now and then. Luckily, the thick weeds at the cave entrance provided enough insulation. With his coat on, Wei Ming didn't feel the chill. He reached out and grabbed a leaf, holding it absent-mindedly in his hand. At that moment, there was a rustle from the grass outside, followed by a familiar gray head peeking out. Wei Ming widened his eyes, hardly daring to believe. "You." He immediately sat up and touched the little squirrel, feeling a chilling coolness. It had really returned, but it didn't look quite right. In the dim light, the little squirrel's fur, which had already lost its smooth fluffiness, was matted together even worse, possibly because it hadn't been dried properly after the bath earlier. Its tail hung limply against the ground. It crawled inside, and the weeds closed over the moonlight, darkening the vision within the stone cave. Wei Ming couldn't make out any other details clearly. The little squirrel climbed onto his knee, dipping its head to nuzzle his hand. The cold and slightly damp sensation made Wei Ming tremble. He didn't waste any more time and quickly wrapped the squirrel's body in some previously washed and dried clothes, trying to warm it up a bit. "Where did you go today?" Wei Ming felt somewhat guilty. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have given you a bath." Even though the sun was strong during the day, for that had gotten wet shouldn't end up like this if it hadn't been dried. So, Wei Ming believed it was his fault. When the little squirrel heard him speaking, it struggled to wriggle out from under the cloth, but Wei Ming held it tightly. Don't move," he soothed, patting its back comfortingly. "Your body is too cold. Once the sun rises tomorrow, I'll take you to bask in it." But being tightly bundled up in layers of fabric meant it couldn't reach out and touch Wei Ming. Black mist started to slowly emanate from the little squirrel's eyes, but due to the darkness in the cave, Wei Ming didn't notice. Wei Ming laid back down, cradling the little squirrel in his arms and gently stroking its fur that clung closely to its body. It was now dark, and starting a fire in the woods wouldn't be wise. They could only wait until morning. Wei Ming, burdened with worries, closed his eyes but slept uneasily, waking up groggy within a dream. Someone was hugging him tightly, whispering softly in his ear. Why? Wasn't he the one who loved the little squirrel most? Why did it seem like he didn't anymore? Was it because of that ugly insect, or? The voice was familiar. Wei Ming struggled to open his eyes, meeting the face he had seen several times in his dreams. Though he actually felt uneasy inside, seeing the person before him relaxed him somehow. Wei Ming couldn't process what this figure had said to him, instinctively leaning closer and murmuring, "Stroke my horns." The person next to him paused momentarily, their palm finally brushing against a pair of horns. Relying on the neck of this person, Wei Ming's breathing gradually became steady, sinking deeply into sleep. The next day, as the sky just began to lighten, Wei Ming woke up. He felt something stir in his arms and opened his eyes groggily to see the little squirrel push aside his clothes and jump out. It squatted down in front of Wei Ming, dipping its head to rub against his cheek. A trace of black mist still lingered in its pupils, not fully withdrawn yet. Realizing what he saw, Wei Ming's pupils shrank abruptly, and he shoved it away. Chapter 14. Not long after the black mist had receded from his dream, Wei Mian woke up. He was just maneuvering the squirrel to get closer to him, wanting to sleep a little longer with it, when he was unexpectedly pushed away. Wei Mian hurriedly ran out, stepping back a few steps away from the stone cave, his complicated expression hard to describe. Moments later, the familiar gray figure squeezed out from the weeds at the cave entrance, its pitch-black pupils staring at him. Wei Mian took another step back. Are you eating? Or rather, the black mist, for they were essentially the same entity. Yesterday, he still refused to believe it, thinking that the dried branch bug's fear of the little squirrel was merely a coincidence, and that it could not possibly be associated with the black mist. But he kept in mind that he should get up earlier today, take the little squirrel to the lakeside, and warm it by the fire before sunrise so that it wouldn't freeze. Wei Mian felt very guilty, thinking that the reason the little squirrel accidentally fell ill was because he rashly gave it a bath and didn't dry its body in time. But all these thoughts were shattered into pieces when he saw the black mist appear in front of the little squirrel's eyes. No wonder the vines hadn't shown up for several days. It turned out they had already changed form and quietly returned to his side. So the first squirrel he met was the real one, and the one that jumped into his arms from the tree afterward was just the black mist. Wei Mian felt somewhat hurt and aggrieved. He thought the little squirrel truly liked him, and that he could have a fluffy, little pet of his own. However, all of this was an illusion. There was no animal sense tracking his scent, it was all the black mist pretending to be close to him. As soon as Wei Mian's words faded, the squirrel crouching in the grass moved, and the dark mist overflowed from its eyes again, slowly coalescing and surging in the air, swirling around the squirrel. The black mist no longer restrained or hid itself, answering his question. It was Ateng, the name Wei Mian had given it. Wei Mian's fingertips clenched at the cuffs hanging by his sides. It really is you, why? Why did it do this? First the vines, then the squirrels, and it seemed to even detest the little monster that looked like a dead branch. More black mist appeared, slowly coalescing and lengthening, floating toward Wei Mian, the mist trying to touch his cheeks. Wei Mian immediately dodged and retreated behind a tree behind, his gaze wary. The mist paused momentarily in the air, the fog quickly becoming denser and more gloomy. The other end of the mist was still on the squirrel, the first little squirrel Wei Mian ever saw. From being lively and active to now lying motionless, its eyes devoid of any life, like a sculpture. Wei Mian's expression was unpleasant, his eyelashes slightly trembling. Is it dead? He did not know what the black mist had done to the little squirrel, turning it into its shell, so the little squirrel would not eat and always had a low body temperature. Wei Mian did not want to think of the worst possible outcome, his fingers gripping the clothes whitening slightly due to the force. The black mist assumed that the reason Wei Mian resisted him was because of this. Like the insect that Wei Mian had protected twice, these creatures, which were like ants, always managed to gain his affection and attention. The black mist suppressed its displeasure and withdrew from the squirrel's body. The little squirrel lay down stiffly, and Wei Mian's heart suddenly tightened. The next second, he saw the limbs of the little squirrel lying on the grass tremble, and it nimbly rolled over and stood up. Its small nose twitched as it rose and turned to look around, its demeanor completely different. It then quickly ran into the forest. Wei Mian watched it run far away and finally let out a sigh of relief. It's good that the little squirrel is still alive. It originally lived freely in the wild, knowing how to find food and shelter. It shouldn't need him to worry too much. His gaze lingered fondly, but the black mist that had been hovering in the air disappeared without warning. Wei Mian wore an expression of confusion as he stepped out from under the tree to look around. Just as he thought the black mist might have left, he saw the little squirrel that had just gone reappear in the woods. It ran toward Wei Mian and swiftly hooked onto his coat, leaping up and rushing into his arms. Wei Mian struggled to catch it. Before he could react, he saw the black mist again withdraw from the squirrel's body. The squirrel's body became rigid for a moment, returning to its original consciousness. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, it hurriedly tried to escape. Wei Mian was thoroughly stunned. He let go of the squirrel and stopped it from moving again by speaking, "Don't go, don't grab it back anymore." He was utterly frustrated, unable to comprehend what the black mist was thinking. If it no longer needed to use the squirrel's body, why not just let it go? Why did it keep bringing it back to him? Wei Mian wouldn't mind adopting a real, furry little pet, but the squirrel obviously didn't want to cooperate. The black mist thus abandoned this thought and moved closer to Wei Mian instead. Strands of mist swirled around him before gathering in front of his eyes to form a blurred figure of a human. The figure was slightly taller than Wei Mian, with its edges billowing with boiling fog, raising an arm to touch Wei Mian. In broad daylight, with the sun shining, seeing such a scene made Wei Mian genuinely terrified, frozen stiff in fear. What on earth was this monster? Wei Mian could actually sense that the black mist had no ill intentions toward him, at least not at this moment. But it was just too strange, its appearance was strange, and its behavior was strange as well. Furthermore, the black mist had already left a somewhat unpleasant impression on Wei Mian. The figure stood on the grass and started walking toward Wei Mian. As it got closer and closer, Wei Mian felt scared and turned his head to hide behind the tree from earlier. "Don't come closer." Looking at the human-shaped black mist, Wei Mian faintly recalled some scenes that seemed to have happened in his dreams. In the dream, there was also this kind of dark shadow, tightly binding him so he couldn't escape, and whispering something into his ear which he couldn't quite hear clearly. The rest was extremely vague, and Wei Mian couldn't remember any more details, only feeling even more uneasy inside. The figure stopped in the shade of the tree, flickering between light and darkness. At this moment, every part of Wei Mian expressed his rejection, his gaze filled with caution and unease. In his dream, the black mist had been so gentle and obedient, even allowing him to stroke its horns willingly. However, once out of the dream, it lost control again. Whatever Wei Mian liked, it could give to him. Food, wildflowers, hammocks, vines, squirrels. Hardly counting the ugly bug, if Wei Mian hadn't favored it, it would never have survived until today. Even when Wei Mian didn't want the squirrel to die, it wouldn't kill it. If Wei Mian didn't want the squirrel to leave, it would catch it back, even though it was eventually released by Wei Mian's own hands. Faced with these insignificant small things, the black mist had enough patience to play along with Wei Mian, yet it couldn't tolerate Wei Mian's rejection of it. Perhaps because it indulged him too much, giving him room for choice. In the quiet forest, the human-shaped black mist vanished into thin air. Wei Mian widened his eyes and anxiously looked around. Where had it gone now? In the next moment, Wei Mian felt a gentle breeze brushing past his cheek softly. The black mist suddenly appeared behind him, like a huge shadow, stretching distorted vines and tentacles to tightly wrap around Wei Mian. Caught off guard, Wei Mian found himself almost immobilized by the mist that looked intangible but held him firmly. The surging mists beside him gave him a sense of being devoured. He panicked thoroughly and struggled desperately. "Let me go." Gradually, another separate figure formed in the mist, its faint breathing falling on his ear, pushing off Wei Mian's hat with a hand. A pair of tiny goat horns atop Wei Mian's head revealed themselves, encircled layer upon layer by the mist, trying to soothe his emotions as usual with caressing motions. But this wasn't in a dream now, nor did it bear Wei Mian's familiar face. This sudden touch only made him even more frightened. His struggle ceased, his body trembling uncontrollably, half from the sensation of the goat horns, half from the anxiety caused by his secret suddenly exposed. "No," Wei Mian's eye corners reddened, as if he were about to cry, the thick eyelashes casting a small shadow. The black mist softened once more, loosening the grip of the mist surrounding Wei Mian. It was just about to try soothing him again or perhaps grabbing the ugly bug if Wei Mian liked it. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful force erupted from within Wei Mian, repelling the black mist behind him. Bang! A thick tree trunk broke clean in half at its waist. Nearby, chaotic grass and trees seemed tossed by a fierce hurricane. The mist scattered everywhere, staying silent for a while before slowly beginning to coalesce again. Wei Mian jumped at the sound, discovering that the black mist no longer bound him. He cautiously turned his head, still looking around apprehensively as if he were unsure of the situation. The black mist hovered in the air not far from him, its color much lighter compared to before. A wisp of mist floating over seemed to want to rub against Wei Mian's face to ease his fear but ultimately retracted itself and disappeared in place. Wei Mian blankly stared around, confirming that the black mist had really left, then returned alone to the stone cave, curling up inside and burying his face into his knees. By noon, Wei Mian still hadn't come out of the stone cave. The weather wasn't good today, it was the first overcast day since he had entered the woods. The gray sky looked as if it were about to rain, and cold winds blew outside in gusts. Wei Mian tightened his coat around himself and pulled a fruit from his pocket. He hadn't gone to the lake. He wondered if there would be any roasted fish waiting for him today or if that little creature could find food for itself. Wei Mian's mood was low. He didn't want to go out and just wanted to sulk alone in this narrow space. Moreover, his left ribs hurt a bit. When he lifted his shirt earlier, he saw a large bruise. It was another side effect of using his power. Wei Mian lightly pressed on that area of skin and furrowed his brows tightly. The black mist had taken that blow, and the fog directly knocked down a tree. It mustn't have been easy for it either, otherwise, how could it have left so easily? Wei Mian silently thought and pulled his cap brim lower. At that moment, he heard some commotion from afar. It was the sound of leaves rubbing against each other, approaching the stone cave. Was it a monster? Or the black mist back again, hidden in another form? The sound stopped not far from the stone cave. Wei Mian tensed up, leaning against the rock wall and not daring to move, his heartbeat gradually quickening. A warm white object was gently tossed into the cave entrance, accompanied by the smell of roasted fish spreading within. Wei Mian paused, then quickly grabbed the roasted fish and emerged from the stone cave. On the grass outside, a very familiar spider was turning to leave. Its body was completely black, with an enormous abdomen and thin 8 legs, while its chest bore a pair of white soft limbs, and a face-like pattern on its head. The spider didn't expect Wei Mian to suddenly come out, having no time to retreat and hide in its cocoon. It softly whined and used the soft limbs on its chest to hastily cover its head, hurrying to escape toward the forest. It really had been deliberately avoiding him. Wei Mian instinctively called out, "Wait." The spider seemed to understand his meaning and turned, stopping its steps. It appeared very nervous, its 8 thin legs poking around on the grass. Every time it glanced at Wei Mian, it immediately lowered its head, looking a little timid and bashful. Except for its size and appearance, what about it made it look like a fierce bloodthirsty monster? Curiosity was sparked in Wei Mian, who tentatively took 2 steps toward it until they maintained a moderate distance. If he went further, the spider would retreat. In fact, Wei Mian also dared not get too close. This was the first time he had encountered a spider so closely. Even though he knew it was the one giving him fish, there was still unease facing such a huge arachnid. Holding the carefully wrapped roasted fish, Wei Mian spoke softly, "Were you the one who brought me the fish the other day?" "Thank you." The spider shyly rubbed its soft limbs together and shook its head, indicating that there was no need to thank. Seeing its action, Wei Mian widened his eyes. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The spider nodded again. This confirmed without doubt that the creature in front of him truly communicated with him. His gaze became increasingly curious, so he sat down on the grass, relieving the spider from straining its neck upward. "So, why do you keep bringing me fish?" Wei Mian asked again. "Were those fruits placed on the stones before given by you?" The spider continued to nod, lifting its soft limbs and pointing to its mouth and belly. Its head was extremely disproportionate to its body, its mouth tiny, yet its abdomen unusually large. Wei Mian guessed that the spider was indicating these were all foods to prevent hunger. "Thank you," Wei Mian said somewhat sheepishly, holding the roasted fish. "You've gone through so much trouble, delivering it all the way here." He assumed the spider, upon not seeing him at the lakeside in the morning, came specially because it was worried he might have nothing to eat. So, the spider clearly had always known where he lived. But the spider shook its head, its pair of soft limbs entwining anxiously. Actually, Wei Mian's guess wasn't entirely wrong. The spider did feel worried after not seeing him at the lake this morning. But the real reason it had come was due to the black mist. Mentioning things related to the black mist, the spider didn't dare to randomly shake or nod its head anymore, needing to answer Wei Mian's many questions more carefully. Under Wei Mian's increasingly astonished gaze, the spider bent forward, folding its abdomen towards its head and opening a central zipper to reveal a stone tablet. Upon realizing that the spider's belly was actually stuffed full of paper, Wei Mian's expression filled with shock. Then, he witnessed an even more astonishing sight. The spider rummaged through numerous sheets of paper, delicately tearing off small pieces and sticking them onto the stone tablet. After a while, the spider stretched its forelegs, pushing the stone tablet right in front of Wei Mian. Every piece of paper on the stone tablet was printed with characters, forming a sentence when pieced together. "Master commands me to come and take care of you." It could actually read. Wei Mian marveled at how different this spider was as he silently repeated the phrase in his mind. He furrowed his brow and asked aloud, "Master? Who is it?" The spider seemed to hear the question but shrank its neck and gave no indication, as if it dared not spell out that name. In a flash of insight, Wei Mian caught a fleeting thought in his mind, the black mist. He suddenly remembered that the 2 dead fish left near him initially might have been placed there by the black mist disguised in a vine-like form. And the fruits delivered by the vines were also brought to him by the spider, just around the time when the vines had disappeared for those few days. The spider quickly turned its head to check if the black mist was nearby before very lightly nodding. It then retrieved the stone tablet and ate the small paper scraps off it. Wei Mian was stunned for a long while before regaining his composure. He had suspected before, upon seeing the bodies of believers killed by the black mist, whose deaths bore resemblance to those piled up at the edge of the woods, that the spider and the black mist might be connected somehow. But he never expected they would turn out to be master and servant. Moreover, it was the black mist that had sent the spider over to take care of him. Wei Mian's thoughts became somewhat disordered. He also recalled the scene earlier when the black mist had left. But it wasn't intentional, and it was the black mist who had first forcefully pinned him down, even taking off his cap. The roasted fish would get cold if not eaten soon. The spider pointed at the fish in Wei Mian's hand and made a motion of putting something into the mouth, urging him to eat quickly. Seeing that Wei Mian wasn't afraid of its appearance anymore and wasn't as nervous as when it was discovered, the entire spider gradually relaxed. Wei Mian unwrapped the cloth package and tore off the hard shell of the roasted fish. "Do you know where the black mist went?" he asked. The spider shook its head. The black mist's destination was something it would never tell it, nor did it have the right to ask. Wei Mian hesitated for a moment and swallowed a piece of the fish. "Then when will he return?" Besides being slightly worried about whether the black mist was injured too severely, Wei Mian realized that there might be some misunderstanding between him and the black mist. He kept replaying all the strange events that had occurred around him since entering the forest, including the little squirrel from the past couple of days. The spider still shook its head, indicating it didn't know. Having no choice, Wei Mian switched topics and directed his gaze towards the spider's abdomen, which was yet to close completely. "Your stomach is filled with these papers." The number of paper books preserved in Xiqing base couldn't possibly compare to what the spider carried inside its belly. However, the spider's collection consisted entirely of various scattered sheets of paper, not actual books. The spider proudly nodded and gently patted its belly like a treasure, carefully tucking the edges of the exposed papers back in. Since Wei Mian was still speaking to it, and might use the stone tablet again shortly, the spider hadn't put it away yet. Out of curiosity, Wei Mian asked, "So, what do you usually eat?" If its stomach was full of papers, wouldn't that mean it didn't need food? The spider extended its soft limbs, casually pulled a leaf from the grass, and chewed it a few times. So, it was a vegetarian. Thinking back to when he had once mistakenly assumed it to be a monster enjoying torture, Wei Mian felt quite embarrassed. He felt around in his pocket and took out a dried wild fruit, offering it with an extended hand. "Do you like this one?" The spider tilted its head and examined it several times before stepping closer in short strides. Extending its soft chest limbs to their maximum length, it swiftly took the fruit from Wei Mian's hand and immediately retreated back to its original spot. It put the fruit into its mouth and swallowed it whole. Wei Mian noticed its careful manner and thought silently to himself, it seemed so shy, no wonder it didn't want to show itself. Gradually, Wei Mian stopped viewing the spider as a monster. Even though sitting in the woods conversing with a spider seemed a bit eerie at this moment. "By the way, my name is Wei Mian." Wei Mian set down the half-eaten fish and drew the strokes of his name on the grass with his fingers. Wei as in future, and Mian as in sleep. The spider could recognize characters. After staring at it for a while, it rummaged through its insides. A moment later, the spider pushed the stone tablet over, and Wei Mian saw the 2 characters stuck on it, precisely, Wei, and Mian. He touched the little pieces of paper on the stone tablet and asked, "What about you? Do you have a name?" Although the creature before him had 8 legs and a massive abdomen, it actually didn't resemble a spider at all. Wei Mian didn't want to hastily address it as such. Wei Mian's words caused the spider to pause momentarily, itself questioning, does it have a name? Does it even have a name? The spider fell into deep thought. It knew it was a human-faced spider, but surely that wasn't a name, right? Like Wei Mian, he was human, yet his name was Wei Mian, a unique and singular identifier exclusively belonging to him. Thus, it realized, it has no name. But it could name itself. The spider's eyes lit up, and it began to frantically search through its insides. Its 2 pairs of soft limbs were very agile, constantly picking up and discarding pieces of paper. It searched for a good few minutes. Finally, it pushed the stone tablet back over, with 2 small paper pieces stuck on it. Luna. Wei Mian softly read, "It sounds nice." A name like a girl's. Wei Mian glanced upward at the pitch-black spider, finding the name slightly incongruous but also rather cute. "Luna," Wei Mian called again, returning the stone tablet to it, "thank you for the fish." The spider was extremely excited, not only because it had finally given itself a name, but also because Wei Mian had praised it. Luna was the most complicated pair of characters it had ever seen, they stood out on paper and looked unique. It picked up the stone tablet and satisfiedly examined it for a while before starting to collect the scattered papers around it. Once Wei Mian finished eating the roasted fish, the spider prepared to leave. The black mist hadn't returned yet, so it needed to seize the opportunity to patrol the edge of the woods and ensure it carried out its duty of protecting Wei Mian. It waved one thin foreleg in farewell to Wei Mian, then hurriedly dove into the woods. Wei Mian tidied up the fish bones and burnt shell, took a sip of stored water, and crept into the stone cave before the sky became completely dark. The weather was abnormal today, getting colder at night. The bone-chilling wind howled outside while Wei Mian added another layer of thick dry grass inside the stone cave, curling up on his side with his wide-brimmed hat pressed down, nearly covering his entire face. Sleeping halfway through the night, Wei Mian was awakened by an odd noise. He initially thought the black mist had returned, groggily pulling aside the underbrush covering the cave entrance, only to see some of the spider's thin legs. Luna. Wei Mian confirmed he wasn't mistaken and climbed out of the stone cave. Sure enough, it was the spider. It was circling the stone cave, occasionally lifting its body to paw at the air, as if manipulating something invisible. Upon seeing Wei Mian awake, it made a couple of woo-woo sounds, its tone somewhat urgent, and then continued pacing around nearby. Wei Mian didn't understand what was going on, walking where it had been standing and reaching out, feeling a resilient and cool sensation. Circling the area, he discovered that this strange material encircled the perimeter of the stone cave, enveloping a small patch nearby. What is this? Wei Mian hesitated to make any sudden moves, stepping back toward the cave entrance. The spider didn't have time to retrieve the stone tablet to explain, merely shaking its head and pointing at the stone cave with its forelegs, urging Wei Mian to go inside quickly. The black mist wouldn't be there tonight, but the nest surge happened to arrive at this moment. During the nest surge, large numbers of believers would gather together, rushing toward the human base, attacking all living things they encountered along the way. The spider had caught a trace of abnormality earlier and promptly came to Wei Mian's location. The route of the nest surge wouldn't cut across the forest, but there might be some believers who strayed from the group entering the woods. The spider scaled the transparent cocoon and went out, reinforcing it from the outside. This transparent cocoon could block Wei Mian's scent and looked normal to the naked eye. Moreover, it was watching from the outside. If it could last through the night, or until the black mist returned, everything would be fine. Wei Mian observed the spider's actions and felt a sense of unease deep in his heart. Just as he was about to enter the stone cave, the ground beneath his feet started to rumble faintly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from afar, carrying with it the pungent smell of dirt and blood. The spider's gaze sharpened as it revealed the sharp blades on the tips of its forelegs. Chapter 15. The appearance of the spider, which seemed to be bracing for a great threat, made Wei Mian even more worried. His eyebrows furrowed as he squatted down and touched the ground with his hand. The vibrations appeared to come from deep beneath the earth, as if some colossal creature was about to burst forth, or like. Suddenly, Wei Mian's face turned extremely pale. He remembered, this was a nest surge. Every 3 or 4 months, all believers would fall into a frenzy simultaneously. Under some mysterious guidance, they surged toward where humans were located. During these times, the new humans' abilities would diminish to varying degrees. The tremors in the ground signaled the running of countless believers. They would crush everything in their path, and nothing could stop them, except death. During the last nest surge, Xicheng base suffered heavy damage, 2 new humans died, and the base was forced to move inward, shrinking its area significantly. And it had been only 1 month since the last nest surge, they were here again. The wind blew from the south, and a cool drop of moisture suddenly landed on Wei Mian's face. He looked up at the sky. It began to rain. The pitch-black night descended like an impenetrable net, pressing down with its oppressive weight and bringing with it an unknown sense of panic that nearly suffocated people. Wei Mian glanced at the spider, then called out to it suddenly, "Luna." His voice trembled slightly, revealing half a pale, bloodless face under the brim of his cap. His expression was full of anxiety. The spider turned its head and gave him a reassuring look, though its tiny pea-like eyes were too small to be seen clearly in the dim light. It waved a foreleg, signaling Wei Mian to go inside quickly. Wei Mian knew the spider was trying to protect him. His feelings were complicated. He moved his lips as if wanting to say something, but his throat felt choked. The vibrations grew stronger. He took one last look at the dark forest in the distance, then bent down and crawled into the stone cave, tightly hugging his knees. At the same time, in the ruins at the edge of the woods, several people were digging a hole in the ground. A fine rain fell. Outside the pit, there were piles of broken rock faces and large stones. Nearby, there were 2 corpses of believers, one of whom was being gutted by a short-haired woman with a knife. Blood immediately gushed out. She discarded the believer's innards around the surroundings, spreading a nauseating stench of fresh blood. A young man pinched his nose, moving his right hand in the air. Nearby, a broken slab of rock vibrated, then rose from the debris and moved according to his actions. Will this work? His face showed irritation. His tone was frustrated. It's only been a month, why are they back already? If not for the sudden arrival of the nest surge, they would have traveled through the night and reached the next area, leaving this place far behind. This area was desolate everywhere. The only place that looked alive, the forest, was too dangerous to enter recklessly, and they couldn't catch even one green-toothed beast for a mount. The short-haired woman took off her blood-stained gloves and threw them on the ground. Try it. During the nest surge, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of believers. Even without the reduction in their abilities, the 5 of them wouldn't stand a chance against so many creatures. It was too late to avoid them now, they could only try to hide. The blood would cover their scent, and the frenzied believers should overlook a small pile of ruins along the way. The hole in the ground was ready, large enough to accommodate them. The 3 people responsible for digging had their arms swell several times in size, growing a shell-like exterior similar to fish scales and sharp claws, which were now gradually fading back to normal. Their faces looked almost identical, they were triplets with the same abilities. The 5 quickly hid in the pit. The man who had telekinetically moved the rock used his power to shift the prepared debris piece by piece to cover the entrance, leaving only some small gaps for breathing. Not long after, the rain stopped. Faint moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting over the ruins and the woods below. In the distant dim vision, a vast group of believers approached. They were covered in bluish-white scales, each differing in looks and size, rushing forward tirelessly like a tide rising from the depths of the ocean, following the pack toward their target. The direction of this nest surge went from south to north. There was hardly any building coverage in this wasteland region, save for the solitary forest that stood directly in the middle. Forced to split, the swarm of believers skimmed past the edges of the forest, but still, a portion of them peeled away from the main group, directly entering the woods. The vibrations and sounds of stamping feet continued, accompanied by increasingly louder HRR noises. The 5 people hiding in the pit held their breaths, not daring to make the slightest sound. Soon, a believer at the front of the group sped past the ruins without a single pause. Then came the second, the third. They hadn't detected the several breaths hiding beneath a few stone walls. Occasionally, some would pause and twitch their noses in the air at the smell of blood, but then they continued on, showing no interest in the 2 believer corpses on the ground. The 5 people in the pit exchanged glances in the darkness, exhaling a silent sigh of relief. But they didn't dare relax yet, remaining vigilant as they kept track of any noise outside. After an unknown span of time, more believers surged by endlessly, the rear ranks grew even more packed. Suddenly, with a muffled bang, a believer tripped and fell right into the debris piled outside the pit, moving a slab of rock slightly and revealing a seam about 3 fingers wide. Everyone's hearts leapt instantly, but fortunately, that believer didn't notice anything unusual and quickly scrambled up to catch up. The young man crouching by the edge of the pit raised his right hand and used his power to slowly shift the rock back into place. However, at this moment, another believer keenly caught onto the fluctuations of the power. It turned its head toward the rock, twitching its pointed ears. It was smaller in size, with a bent spine, standing upright at roughly the same height as an adult. Its limbs were long and agile. With a leap, it landed on the shoulder of a fellow believer and quickly approached the source of the fluctuation. The debris stacked outside the pit shifted again. The believer immediately jumped onto the topmost slab, lying down and sniffing around suspiciously. As the fluctuation of the power disappeared, it stared intently at the dark crack under the rock wall and poked one of its bony arms through it. Seemingly detecting some resistance, it pulled back its arm and shrieked angrily downward, beginning to claw at the covering debris. Inside the pit, the veins of the young man's right hand bulged, using his power to firmly hold the rocks and slabs steady, beads of sweat breaking out on his temple. The other faces looked equally grim. A scream would draw the attention of the other believers, and they wouldn't last much longer. The triplets' hands had transformed into sharp claws, ready for battle. Just then, an eerie silence enveloped from outside. A few seconds later, ear-piercing screams of countless believers rang out, akin to the desperate wails of the abyssal depths of hell. Together with the sound of bones being crushed repeatedly, thick streams of blood flowed into the pit through the cracks, filling everyone's nostrils with a strong stench. Not long ago, dozens of believers invaded the woods. Luna stood guard outside the cave where Wei Mian was hiding, keeping a watchful eye on the front. During every previous nest surge, she only needed to hide inside her cocoon, which could perfectly camouflage anywhere thanks to its transparency. But as a human, Wei Mian couldn't breathe inside like her. She surrounded the perimeter of the cave with a thick layer of cocoon material, almost depleting her reserves. Although it might look normal from the outside, anyone bumping into it would still discover it. Given the open terrain here, it was one of the most likely paths for the believers to take. Luna wasn't confident enough to fully rely on the cocoon for protection and planned to lure them away if any believers came close. Moments later, 3 believers broke through the dense forest and reached near the cave. They spotted the spider blocking their way and snarled, lowering their curved spines threateningly. In their frenzied state, they lost all patience. Even without knowing exactly what they were dealing with, they prepared to attack directly. Unfazed, the spider emitted hiss sounds as a warning and drove her sharp forelegs into the ground. She was stealthily considering where to lead these believers when the rustling sound came again from the woods. 2 more believers appeared. There were now 5 believers, all of them significantly larger than her. Even the smallest one was 3 times her size. Blinking her small pea-like eyes, she promptly turned tail and ran. As soon as she took a few steps back toward the forest, a thick fleshy tentacle lashed out from far away, accurately ensnaring her hind leg. Terrified, she widened her gaze. In the next second, she was hoisted up and slammed forcefully to the ground. Wei Mian, hidden inside the cave, trembled at the sound. He knew the believers had arrived, and there wasn't just one. However, he couldn't see what was happening outside. This sound, was it the spider being attacked? Another dull thud of heavy object hitting the ground followed. Overwhelmed with concern, Wei Mian couldn't resist gently pulling aside the grass blocking the cave entrance and peered out through the narrow gap between leaves. Limited by the angle, he could only see a few of the spider's legs, lying motionless on the ground. Then one of the believers walked over, circled around once, and lifted its powerful claws before forcefully stomping down on the spider. Seeing this, Wei Mian nearly had a heart attack. His mind went blank, and he rushed out of the cave shouting, "Luna!" Interrupted by his sudden appearance, the believer's claw missed and landed squarely on the spider's leg instead. With a sharp crack, the spider's 2 legs were snapped clean off, its body trembling with pain. Oof. The believers, spotting Wei Mian, a living human, immediately abandoned the spider and let out excited roars. Hug. On the other side of the cave, there were 2 more believers. One of them shot out a fleshy tentacle toward Wei Mian but was blocked by the transparent cocoon. But the cocoon wouldn't hold for long. The believers had already noticed Wei Mian, putting him in danger. The spider gritted its teeth against the excruciating pain and shakily rose on its remaining legs. Inside the cocoon, Wei Mian's voice trembled. You should leave. The believers always targeted humans. The spider could easily escape now, using its special methods to hide and safely endure the nest surge in the forest. But the spider refused to go. Limping forward, it placed itself between the believers and the cocoon, blocking their attacks. It was swatted away with a single claw. Once again, it turned its gaze toward Wei Mian, attempting to tear through the invisible barrier in front of it. But then it realized, it couldn't move. Wei Mian lifted his head, tears still streaming down his face. His dark, lifeless pupils reflected the massive form of the believer, while his hollow eyes looked as if he were gazing at an insignificant ant. GK, Gexi. Suddenly, the believer in front of him began to shrink, first disintegrating its bones into pieces that disappeared, mixing its body and internal organs into a pile of soft mud. The scales falling off immediately decayed into ash. Within moments, a 3-meter-tall believer had turned into a small puddle of blood. As if waking from a dream, Wei Mian coughed faintly, a metallic taste rising in his throat as his weakened body collapsed onto the ground. He felt terrible, every inch of his body aching as if being torn open by a dull blade, cutting through the skin and flesh while scraping against the bone beneath. Just before losing consciousness completely, he saw a thick cloud of black mist spread across the sky, blotting out the moonlight like an approaching storm. Chapter 15. The pool of blood on the ground was vivid and bright red. Water droplets that slid from the tip of leaves left a winding trail, yet not even a hint of its usual metallic smell could be detected. Instead, it more closely resembled the juice squeezed out from crushed rose petals, seeping into the soil to nourish it. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed entirely unrelated to the believer who had stood here just moments ago. This strange sight made the other 4 believers grow wary, and they stopped their attack on the cocoon. But before they could react further, the person inside the cocoon collapsed onto the grass as if having exhausted half their energy, unconscious. Already overly excited by the influence of the nest surge, the remaining believers now acted without restraint. The furthest one grinned, its mouth full of fangs, and swung its tentacle again towards Wei Mian. Splush. The transparent cocoon burst with the sound, and the tentacle slowly retracted as cold wind immediately rushed in through the punctured holes. The spider had been knocked aside earlier by one of the believers, colliding with a tree and momentarily losing consciousness. When it awoke, it just witnessed this moment. It grew extremely agitated, gripping the grass leaves with its soft limbs, struggling to rise back up. At this point, the moonlight suddenly disappeared into darkness. The spider seemed to sense something and looked up. A dark fog-like mass hung high in the air, like ink so thick it wouldn't disperse, devouring all light under its shadow completely. It was the black mist. He had finally returned. Wah! The spider almost cried, but its excitement caused a sharp pain where its leg had been broken, making it writhe in agony. An eerie silence spread around as the mist boiled and surged under an intense fury, continuously spreading and expanding until it enveloped the entire forest, still showing no signs of stopping. It carried with it an ominous aura akin to a storm about to hit. The believers below trembled in fear, unable to lift their heads or spines due to the overwhelming pressure, unable to move a single step. Not only these few, but all believers that had intruded into the forest, including those loitering outside near the fringes that hadn't yet followed the nest swarm away, were all struck by the approach of this force. They did not know what it was, but instinctively felt an unshakable terror and despair, waiting for death to descend upon them. In an instant, the black mist descended. The fog surrounded all the believers within range, mixed screams of horror and various sounds of bodies being crushed blending together. Under such an overwhelmingly unmatched force, it was a one-sided massacre. Believers who had their life force consumed suffered in agony before collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Some distance away, 5 people hiding in a pit noticed the change once the commotion from the believers had ceased. With disturbing noises constantly echoing outside, a believer's corpse fell above the stone wall. Blood seeped in through gaps at the entrance, quickly soaking the mud inside. What had happened? Their faces filled with doubt and unease. Worse than before, the young man kept his eyes glued to the flowing blood, gritted his teeth, and tried to push the stone wall open. Staying would be no different than waiting to die. The short-haired woman beside him noticed his intentions, quietly held him back, shaking her head in the dark as a signal to wait a bit longer. After some time, the sounds gradually diminished, and stillness once again enveloped their surroundings. All the believers outside appeared to have died. They waited a little longer before silently moving the stone that covered the entrance, revealing a crack. Once confirmed safe, the five pushed away all the debris blocking the entrance, along with the body, emerging from the pit. Once the scene became clear, they involuntarily held their breaths, utterly shocked to the core, unable to regain their senses for a long while. A chilling cold started creeping up their spines. Believer corpses were scattered across the ground, their deaths cruel and bizarre. Viscous, wet blood flowed beneath their feet, there wasn't a patch of undamaged ground. The heavy stench of blood hung thickly in the air, driving them to feel as if they were standing in hell itself. All believers here were dead, the rest of the group having vanished without a trace, the nest swarm most likely halted. Since the apocalypse, such a situation had never occurred. After a long while, someone asked in a dry voice, was it a monster? Throughout their journey, they hadn't encountered any other new humans, and killing so many believers in such a short period of time would have been nearly impossible, even for the combined forces of several strongest psi talents. If it was a monster. Though most monsters differ from believers, they don't obey the Dark Nest Lord's commands, attacking any creature that enters their territory, including both believers and humans alike. Such a terrifyingly powerful monster should best be avoided in all situations. One of the triplets suddenly spoke up, I saw it. We came out just now. He turned his head and gazed toward the direction of the woods, something went that way. There were also several believer corpses at the edge of the woods, squeezed between narrow tree trunks, long since devoid of any life. The young man beside them pressed urgently, what did it look like? The eldest of the triplets, recalling as he spoke, replied, something like a dark cloud, but I couldn't be sure from such a distance. Zhao Yu, called the short-haired woman, covering her nose and mouth with her sleeve, looking rather uneasy. It's too dangerous here. Let's leave first. The young man had wanted to ask another question but swallowed his words upon hearing her, responding simply, all right. His gaze returned once more to the forest, an intense curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The five quickly packed their belongings and set off, hurrying to distance themselves from the area around the woods. As they moved away from where they had been before, the nauseating stench of blood gradually faded, easing the tension on everyone's faces. They remained cautious, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Zhao Yu slowed down, walking alongside the short-haired woman at the back of the group. Sis, he lowered his voice, I think that monster is unusual. Besides its incomprehensibly strong power, Zhao Yu could not put into words exactly what was strange about the monster, only his instinct told him something was off. And whether the monster had spared them in the pit because it didn't notice their presence or if it noticed but chose not to harm them remained unclear. Instead of fear or dread at the sight of all those bodies strewn across the ground, he felt an irresistible urge to investigate further. He shared these feelings with her, prompting Wenya to frown thoughtfully, hesitating and turning back, asking, really? Zhao Yu possessed an ability that was relatively rare, a control-type power. He could telekinetically move objects containing rock by establishing a kind of connection with them. Only when this connection was established could he use his power to manipulate the object. Because of this, after becoming one of the new humans, Zhao Yu's intuitive senses had mostly proven accurate. When they decided to dig a pit to hide from the nest surge, Zhao Yu was the first to voice doubts, though no better plan existed then. And later, things did go slightly awry. Zhao Yu nodded, truly. Why would I lie to you? Wenya glanced at his expression and knew Zhao Yu had plans for the woods. But they still lacked clear understanding of the monster. If anything unexpected happened and they couldn't return to the base. I won't go inside, Zhao Yu anticipated Wenya's caution and promised, it's getting late. We'll find a place nearby to rest for the night. Then we'll assess the situation tomorrow. With the nest surge forced to halt, some believers might still wander around in groups. Traveling at night wasn't wise. After he said this, Wenya considered for a moment and agreed, all right. The triplets also had no objections. They found a secluded corner among the ruins nearby and set up tents for the night. In the forest, Wei Mian lay unconscious on the ground, half his face beneath the brim of his hat deathly pale. All the believers were dead, and the black mist withdrew from the far end, returning to Wei Mian's side. Thin threads of mist wrapped around him tenderly, gently enveloping his entire body and slowly lifting him off the ground. Suspended mid-air, surrounded by the gentle embrace of the mist, Wei Mian slipped into a dream. As his consciousness slowly awakened, the first thing he felt was excruciating pain coursing through his body. It felt as though knives slashed him everywhere, fire raging within as if determined to burn him to ashes, while the exposed skin outside remained icy cold. Wei Mian let out a low groan, sweat beads forming on his forehead as his body curled inward. Someone lifted him gently, warm palms covering the side of his face, wiping away tear trails. For some unknown reason, feeling this warmth caused Wei Mian's bodily agony to abate somewhat. Instinctively drawn toward the source of comfort, he clutched tightly onto the figure in front of him, filling his nostrils with a familiar, comforting scent. You are injured, came the voice of the person holding him, breathing lightly past his ear. One hand unbuttoned his coat and probed under his shirt hem. Wei Mian furrowed his brow slightly but did not pull away. A large bruise marred the left side of his ribs, a lingering side effect of using his powers before the black mist retreated. As his skin was carefully brushed over there, the bruise swiftly disappeared. When the hand pulled away, Wei Mian opened his eyes sleepily, burying his face in He Wu's chest and whispering faintly, "I feel sick." His voice carried a hint of a nasal tone, laced with an air of grievance, wanting the person before him to heal him again. The bruise on his ribs had already healed completely. The black mist stroked the back of Wei Mian's neck soothingly, asking, "Where does it hurt?" "Here, and here." Wei Mian closed his eyes and pointed randomly on his body, saying, "Every part feels uncomfortable." The black mist held his hand, using some unknown method, and sure enough, Wei Mian no longer felt any discomfort. The unpleasant sensation in his body completely disappeared, and Wei Mian's drowsy mind began to function again. He raised his head and stared blankly at the black mist, suddenly struggling and exclaiming, "Luna! Luna is still outside." The black mist hugged Wei Mian while patiently stroking his spine, asking, "Who is Luna?" "She's a spider that once brought me grilled fish. It's called Luna." Wei Mian's expression was filled with worry, guilt flooding his eyes. It got injured. If not for protecting him, the spider could have easily hidden itself away. All he could think about was the image of believers stepping on Luna's leg until it broke. He had even forgotten seeing the black mist return just before he fainted. The black mist comforted him, "A face spider. It's fine." Before entering Wei Mian's dream, he had checked, Luna's injuries were minor, and her broken leg would regrow within some time. Wei Mian anxiously asked, "Really?" In the dream, he always subconsciously relied on the person before him, and though he worried about Luna's condition, the black mist's words calmed him. The black mist slightly lowered his gaze, brushing the damp corners of Wei Mian's eyes with his fingers. "Yes." At the same time, a strand of black mist enveloping Wei Mian split off and drifted toward Luna. The spider was guarding near the black mist and Wei Mian, wanting to dispose of the believer corpses around them but unable to due to its injury, making walking difficult. Instead, it had woven a cocoon, securing its broken leg and wrapping it tightly, waiting for Wei Mian to wake up first. After being knocked unconscious by the believers, it didn't know why Wei Mian remained unresponsive, only noticing that there seemed to be one less believer on the ground. When the mist reached, the spider bowed its head, thinking it was receiving an order from the black mist. But the mist directly coiled around its body, then withdrew after a short while, and its broken leg had already healed. The spider widened its eyes in disbelief, tearing open the tightly wrapped cocoon on its leg and lifting it to move experimentally. Not only had its broken leg been restored, but several smaller injuries all over its body were also completely healed. The spider was overwhelmed with excitement, letting out two soft, "oh" sounds, still somewhat disbelieving. With the black mist's abilities, such minor injuries posed no challenge. It was simply unexpected for the black mist to condescend and heal it. The spider understood clearly, what the black mist truly cared about was Wei Mian. Only Wei Mian deserved his favor, and the spider merely received a bit of benefit in the process. Revigorated, it began disposing of the believer corpses on the ground, tossing these foul-smelling and obstructive things elsewhere. Inside the dream, the black mist leaned closer, lightly tapping Wei Mian's nose. "There, she's fine now." Wei Mian responded, instinctively wrapping his arms around the black mist's neck. "I want to touch your horns." This had become his unique way of relaxing in the dream world. Touching the horns not only gave him a sense of comfort but also evoked a mix of unspeakable shame and restraint. Whenever this happened, he wouldn't consider other random thoughts anymore. The black mist's gaze darkened slightly. "Why didn't you let me last time?" "Last time?" Wei Mian was confused, innocently protesting, "I didn't do anything." Seeing his different reactions between dreams and reality, the black mist remained silent without going along with Wei Mian's whims. Wei Mian started to feel at a loss, yet he remembered not rejecting the black mist in the dream. His expression shifted from confusion to disappointment as he softly murmured, "Do you not like me anymore?" In Wei Mian's subconscious, the black mist liked him. This like could represent many meanings: family, friend, lover, and so on. The spider bringing him grilled fish daily, getting injured while protecting him, was also a form of liking. Because of this like, the black mist treated him kindly. But everything in reality seemed to have a limit or various reasons behind it, and he didn't dare to overestimate his feelings. However, inside the dream, things were different. He didn't need to consider too much nor delve into the reasons. He followed his instincts. Yet, it seemed the black mist was unwilling anymore. Feeling aggrieved, Wei Mian gazed at him, clutching the hem of a sleeve tightly, resembling a little cat abandoned. Chapter 17. Wei Mian was lost in his own emotions, growing sadder. Moreover, with everything that happened today, even though his dreams made him forget the specific details, the sense of bewilderment and helplessness remained crystal clear. At this moment, the two were inside the stone cave. Suddenly, the bright skies outside darkened. Simultaneously, the spacious cave began to change as well. The distance between the stone walls kept shrinking. It was originally spacious enough for two people, but it gradually became as narrow as it was in reality. Wei Mian was sitting on He Wu's legs, but now that the environment had become crowded, he found himself forced to get closer to him, almost able to feel the other's heartbeat. His breathing caught, and the shrinking of the stone cave stopped. He Wu still maintained the same expression, a face consistently cold with unreadable emotions. He held Wei Mian close, raising his hand to softly brush past the corner of his eyes, wiping away a trace of moisture. Finally, he touched the small goat horn, leaning in as if giving a kiss. Wei Mian couldn't see, only faintly feeling a lingering touch. He assumed that it must have been a kiss. The darkened sky outside the stone cave brightened again, but the space inside hadn't returned to normal. He curled into Hei Wu's embrace and felt that Hei Wu didn't dislike him. Maybe because he was the person in the dream, always responding to every request. Wei Mian thought that how wonderful it would be if Hei Wu could truly appear by his side, someone who likes him and stays with him, tenderly healing his wounds. Wei Mian paused at the fleeting thoughts in his mind and suddenly noticed something off. The injuries healed in his dreams, actually recovered when he woke up. Furrowing his brows in thought, Wei Mian looked up at Hei Wu. The latter was holding him affectionately and asked in a low voice, "What else do you want?" As long as it was something Wei Mian liked, whether an object or a demand, he could fulfill it. Caught off guard by the question, Wei Mian's sluggish mind started to wander. I don't know. Being able to survive safely in this world already felt like a luxury, how could he dare to ask for more? Do you not like that bug anymore? Hei Wu continued patiently, slowly stroking Wei Mian's spine with his palm, and the gray-tailed one. You don't need it either. Wei Mian was stunned for a long time before realizing that the gray tail Hei Wu referred to must be the squirrel, while as for the bug, he had no impression of it at all. Thinking of the squirrel, Wei Mian's mood sank again. The little squirrel doesn't like me. The squirrel had let him hold it, all due to Hei Wu's manipulation. After Hei Wu left its body, it ran away just like that. Hei Wu replied calmly, if you like it, that's fine. Why bother about the feelings of inferior creatures? All Wei Mian needed to think about was what he wanted or did not want. Unfortunately, Wei Mian seemed not to like those creatures being controlled by Hei Wu. Unable to follow his line of thinking, Wei Mian gradually recalled why he was afraid earlier in the morning and why he had hidden in the cave without coming out. It's all because of that fog, he mumbled under his breath, if it wasn't for it. He was already satisfied when the little squirrel let him touch it. If it weren't for that black fog using the little squirrel's body to deceive him, how would he have felt so disappointed? And if he hadn't realized sooner, the squirrel might not even have survived. Also, the fact that Hei Wu had forcibly clung to him and frightened him wasn't something Wei Mian forgot to add silently to his mental grudge list. Upon hearing Wei Mian mention him, Hei Wu paused. What is it you blame me for? It's not you, Wei Mian said absent-mindedly, his wandering gaze beginning to slowly brighten. He knew what he wanted. I want to keep a little pet. Wei Mian's voice was very soft, becoming increasingly yearning towards the end, with really sharp ears, big round eyes, and a large tail. There used to be a cat in the base besides the squirrels that often came to steal food. This cat was the pet of the strongest new human with powers in the base. Wei Mian remembered that the cat was white and always clean, incredibly timid. It would flee at the sight of anyone except its owner. He had only seen it from afar twice. In the base, only that new human enjoyed privileges. Regardless of whether there was plenty or scarcity of food, his cat would never go hungry. Wei Mian didn't particularly care much for cats, he merely envied that even a pet seemed to have it better than him, with love and care. After going through this episode with the squirrel, he finally developed the desire to keep a pet. Hei Wu agreed, all right. Wei Mian didn't pay much attention to his answer, muttering as he leaned on him, Fluffy, holding it would definitely feel comfortable. Although he said it, this was merely a wishful thought within the dream. Nevertheless, all the bad emotions he had brought into the dream had already faded into the unseen corners. The horn on his head was gently stroked, and he began to feel drowsy, closing his eyes and soon breathing steadily. The spider had been busy for most of the night, cleaning up the bodies and bloodstains of nearby believers. The only thing it couldn't erase was the heavy smell of blood, especially since there were still more bodies scattered throughout the woods and at the edges, which it hadn't had time to handle. Almost the entire forest reeked of this unpleasant odor. Its newly healed legs weren't fully recovered yet, and they started to ache after overuse. Eventually, it became so exhausted that it couldn't run anymore, so it only managed to clean a small area near Wei Mian. What troubled it even more was that the lake water had been polluted. Apparently, several believers had wandered or drunk water by the lake before dying right by the shore. Large amounts of blood flowed into the lake. Even worse, one believer's body half fell in, spilling out shredded innards through its cracked wounds. The blood of believers was not only foul-smelling but also slightly toxic to humans, rendering the fish inside the cocoon unusable. The spider painfully cut open the cocoon, pondering where it should go next to find new sources of water and food for Wei Mian. With so many believers dead tonight, their deaths would undoubtedly have contributed greatly to the growth of the Black Fog's power. There was a high chance that it could leave the woods entirely now. It wondered whether the Black Fog would still allow it, or Wei Mian, to follow him. The spider hurried back and found Wei Mian already sent back to sleep in the stone cave by the Black Fog. The Black Fog had disappeared again. The spider spun a cocoon and half entered it, guarding outside the stone cave. When Wei Mian truly woke up, the sky outside was bright, with sunlight shimmering between the blades of grass and blinding his eyes. This familiar yet tranquil scene made him momentarily disoriented. He slowly sat up and tried to recall what had happened last night. At this moment, the spider heard Wei Mian stir and quickly pushed aside the weeds at the cave entrance with its spike-covered front legs. Ugh. Wei Mian blinked in surprise and said excitedly, Luna. He immediately crawled out and anxiously inspected the spider. Are you okay? Those believers, Wei Mian remembered clearly that the spider's 2 legs had been crushed last night, and it had also been swatted away by one of them. But now, all 8 of the spider's legs were intact, with no visible wounds on its body. The spider knew Wei Mian was worried, so it took a step back and spun around on the spot before opening the zipper on its abdomen and pulling out a slate. This clearly meant it wanted to communicate. Wei Mian quickly sat down opposite the spider, waiting for it to push the slate over. It read, "A blessing from my lord." Its master, in other words, the black fog, meaning. Did the black fog heal your injuries? Wei Mian asked, reaching out tentatively to touch the spider's front leg. The spider instinctively recoiled, blinking at Wei Mian's hand, then cautiously extended its leg toward him. Wei Mian lightly touched it, the surface felt smooth and cool, leaving no trace of any previous injury. Recalling how the spider had collapsed last night with 2 of its legs horribly crushed, he couldn't help but feel a pang of deep sympathy. Sighing, Wei Mian said, "Don't do that again in the future." After all, he was just an ordinary human being, unlikely to survive for even 2 days without this forest. How could he possibly be worth risking the spider's life? The spider didn't understand, hesitating briefly before attaching more words onto the slate. As long as my lord is here, we're safe. Wei Mian mulled over the meaning of these words, finally noticing something strange about the surroundings. Several patches of grass had been reduced to bare soil, their grass completely vanished. The air carried a faintly odd smell. Frowning, Wei Mian looked around. Last night, he vaguely remembered fainting before there were 4 believers around, and then seeing the black fog. He stared at the patches of earth that looked like they'd been dug up and guessed, the black fog came back, right? It was the one who killed those believers. The spider nodded. Not just those few, it killed all the believers. Wei Mian remained silent, glancing toward another patch of grass nearby that hadn't been disturbed. On the tips of some leaves were faint traces of red. He also remembered the large believer that had stood there moments before it dissolved into a small pool of blood within his sight. Although Wei Mian wasn't sure why, his state at the time had been abnormal, and he later passed out inexplicably. But if it was his doing, the uncontrollable power inside him didn't produce such effects. Thus, it was very likely the black fog returning in time. Thinking of this, Wei Mian looked around again. Where's the black fog? No sooner had he spoken than the spider scrambled back a few steps, crouching low among the grasses and bowing deeply. Mist appeared behind Wei Mian, materializing out of thin air and quietly caressing the strands of hair around his ear. Realizing something was amiss, Wei Mian turned around and sure enough saw the familiar black mist. Standing up, he took a step back to avoid the touch of the mist and hesitated for a moment before speaking, a tang. Wei Mian still habitually called it that. Yesterday, though there had been a minor conflict between him and the black fog, the latter seemed to have no ill intent. It had rushed back to save both him and the spider and healed the spider's wounds. Now, he understood the connection between the black fog and the spider. Since the spider could communicate with him via the slate, through it, he could also interact with the black fog. Even if the black fog remained mysterious and unpredictable, always doing things he couldn't fully comprehend, Wei Mian decided to try and coexist peacefully with it. He still hadn't let go of what happened with the squirrel. Without understanding the black fog's purpose, he felt uneasy. Thick streams of mist swirled, varying in density within a large mass, and one tendril slowly moved towards Wei Mian's right hand. As if testing his reaction, the fog paused midway, waiting for a moment. After confirming Wei Mian didn't intend to dodge, the fog continued forward, quickly wrapping around his wrist. His right hand was lifted, the mist resembling past vines, winding from his wrist to his palm, its end gently touching his fingertips. Wei Mian felt a little nervous but didn't move. For the first time, he attentively felt the touch of the black fog, carrying a vague dampness and coldness. Just like real mist. This could be considered their first friendly contact, perhaps. The atmosphere grew quiet. The spider stood perfectly still behind them, not daring to take even a single step, for fear of disturbing the black fog's interaction with Wei Mian. After a while, Wei Mian tried to slowly pull his hand back. Thank you last night. He wanted to express gratitude to the black fog for healing the spider's injuries, but then realized that the black fog was the spider's master, treating its subordinate probably wasn't something Wei Mian needed to thank it for. As soon as Wei Mian pulled his hand away, the mist lingered in the air for a second before drifting over again, trying to rub against the side of Wei Mian's face. But this gesture reminded Wei Mian of the uncomfortable memory from the morning before, so he turned his head and dodged. Not only did he dodge, but he also cautiously pulled his cap down further, muttering quietly, "Don't touch my hat." Friendly as they were, should the black fog keep doing this, there was a high chance Wei Mian might lose control of his abilities again. Fortunately, the black fog stopped any further actions and hung quietly in front of Wei Mian, looking gentler and more harmless than ever before. Slightly relieved, Wei Mian took the opportunity to explain his attack on the black fog the other morning. It wasn't intentional. Wei Mian lowered his head, his eyelashes trembling faintly. "I don't know why. I couldn't control myself." The center of the dark mist swayed slightly as if responding to his words. Uncertain, Wei Mian fidgeted. He was explaining something incomprehensible to a monster, one that they probably wouldn't understand since they weren't the same species anyway. Still bowing his head, he added, besides, at that moment you suddenly. I was scared. That unclear silhouette and the mist forcibly entwining him terrified him. It wasn't until the spider delivered grilled fish later and informed him that it was done under the black fog's guidance that Wei Mian gradually calmed down. If the black fog maintained its goodwill toward him, surely it would understand. Looking up and seeing no response from the black fog, Wei Mian added, also, why do you hide in the body of the squirrel? Vines were probably just ordinary plants, but the squirrel was different. Regardless of the reason, Wei Mian hoped the black fog would stop doing so. The moving mist drifted slowly, occasionally scattering on its edges. This airy substance revealed no emotions or intentions. So Wei Mian turned and gestured to the spider behind him, Luna. The mentioned spider seemed confused but glanced at the black fog, stepping forward cautiously by Wei Mian's side. It appeared somewhat stiff and tense because it had chosen a new name for itself but hadn't yet had the chance to tell the black fog. Luna can read and write. Wei Mian lifted his chin slightly, pride subtly showing on his face as if he himself had trained the spider. Whatever you want to say, Luna can relay it to me. Without hesitation, the spider straightened up and immediately unzipped its abdomen to retrieve the slate, ready to receive instructions from the black fog. Wei Mian waited patiently beside it as a thin strand of mist extended out, gliding over the spider's head. Then, the black fog disappeared into thin air. Confused, Wei Mian looked down at the frozen spider. A few seconds later, the spider shook itself back to reality and started flipping through the papers stored in its abdomen. It stuck a small piece of paper onto the slate and handed it over to Wei Mian. The master said, because you like it. The master has other matters to attend to and will be leaving. When Wei Mian saw the words on the slate, he paused, because I like it. Chapter 85. The spider nodded, confirming that Wei Mian had read the note, then swallowed it. It did not continue searching its stomach for other pieces of paper. The words to deliver on behalf of Hei Wu were likely just those two sentences. Wei Mian focused on the first sentence, because he likes. He likes, what? Squirrels. Furrowing his brows, Wei Mian's expression gradually changed from concern to confusion and surprise. Because he likes squirrels, Hei Wu gave him one. Thinking back, the two fish that were once brought to him and the wild fruits delivered daily by vines, this time it was a squirrel, delivered in a different manner. Wei Mian felt incredibly astonished. Reflecting on these instances, hadn't Hei Wu been treating him well all along? Even yesterday, when the spider came with roasted fish, it said Hei Wu sent it. But why does Hei Wu treat him so kindly? Is he mistaken about something? In Wei Mian's heart, there was both frustration and an inexplicable happiness. No matter who, finding oneself cared for and noticed while alone would bring joy, even if the caregiver was a monster. Gripping his sleeve absently, Wei Mian lost himself in thought. Seeing him silent, the spider tilted its head. Regaining his senses, Wei Mian asked the spider, where is it going? The spider hesitated for a moment, dipping into its belly to rummage. As a subordinate, it shouldn't casually mention Hei Wu's affairs. But now, since Hei Wu wasn't present, besides, Wei Mian held an unusual place in Hei Wu's heart. Affixing a clean little note, the spider pushed over the stone slab. Master needs to digest and store the ability. With numerous and varied pieces of paper in its stomach, sometimes the spider couldn't find the exact words. It could only express its meaning as succinctly as possible. Hei Wu had killed too many believers this time, absorbing life energy that needed to be converted into his own power. However, because Hei Wu had spent all night by Wei Mian's side, he didn't have time to handle this. Confused even further, Wei Mian questioned, digest, abilities. Blinking its tiny eyes, the spider remembered Wei Mian still didn't know what truly happened last night. Approaching noon, the intense sunlight enveloped the forest, casting warmth and calmness among the trees. However, everywhere the scent of blood mixed with decaying flesh spread insidiously. The spider brought Wei Mian to the edge of the forest where, far away, bodies of the believers lay piled in layers amidst the ruins. There were also some areas within the forest that spiders hadn't cleaned up yet, leaving large pools of dried, blackened blood. Wei Mian looked pale and turned his head, unwilling to see more. Initially, the spider merely took Wei Mian to the lake, informing him the water was no longer safe to use. Nests surging through this area inevitably drew the followers inside, though killing them directly ensured safety, the water source was now contaminated. Wei Mian had to seek elsewhere. Having missed fetching water yesterday, the small tree stump he relied on was already empty. Eating some dried wild fruit failed to quench his thirst at all. There was no knowing how long it might take for the lake water to return to normal. Hence, before sunset, Wei Mian decided to search for fresh fruit elsewhere within the forest. Truthfully, he wanted to explore places farther beyond the woods, keeping a map he found last time. If his observation was correct, a close-by region contained remnants of an ancient city, typically covered with lush vegetation. Perhaps he could find new sources of water there. However, venturing into unknown territories implied encountering new monsters or additional followers, which made Wei Mian cautious enough to stay within the forest boundaries, accompanied by the spider. Unknowingly, he reached the periphery of the woods and witnessed an extremely gory sight outside. Supporting himself against a tree trunk, Wei Mian squatted down, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve to alleviate nausea. The spider hadn't disclosed the full events of last night. He thought only the believers who trespassed into the forest had perished, while others left with the nests. Judging from the external scenario, however, the number of dead believers in the vicinity alone was at least several dozen. Noticing Wei Mian's pallor, the spider regretted not telling him earlier or avoiding leading him near the corpses outside the forest altogether. Plucking a clean leaf, the spider handed it to Wei Mian and raised its flexible limb to indicate covering his mouth. Accepting it, Wei Mian slowly realized the enormity of his fear. So many believers had died. What kind of monster was He Wu, and why had it remained here in the forest all along? Lowering his head, he crushed the leaf in his hand. The grassy juice released a fragrant aroma masking the foul smell drifting in from outside. Rising, he said resolutely, "Let's go." Attempting not to think about those corpses, Wei Mian hurried off with the spider beside him. Far off among the ruins outside the forest, there were two people. Wen Ye was crouching partially behind the ruins, observing the surroundings. He urged, "Are you done yet?" Wen Ye held a telescope in his hand, looking toward the direction of the forest. "Just a moment." The two of them had separated from the triplets and had come here near the woods that morning. Wen Ye always had an inexplicable fixation with the monster in the forest. Even if he wouldn't go inside to search, he still insisted on trying to catch a glimpse of its true form. Wen Ye and the triplets didn't quite understand why Wen Ye persisted. He explained, "Think about it. If this monster is at odds with the Lord of the Dark Nest and specifically hunts believers, an enemy's enemy is naturally a friend. Moreover, the monster had easily killed many believers last night without even revealing its full potential. The living environment for humans and new humans was getting worse. The time between nest surges was shortening, and it would likely become worse in the future. Without devising ways to reduce the number of believers, they wouldn't last more than a few years. But how could such a powerful and mysterious monster be easily tamed by humans? Wen Ye sighed inwardly but understood Wen Yu's obsession, which was why she agreed to stay one more day. After a while, Wen Yu put down the telescope and hid together with Wen Ye behind the ruins. His eyebrows were furrowed tightly. Those bodies outside are still like that, with no signs of having been touched. Has the monster not appeared? Wen Ye suggested, "Let's go back. We shouldn't stay apart from the others too long." "No," Wen Yu stopped Wen Ye, speaking with difficulty, "I think I saw someone inside." Wen Ye was startled first, then her expression turned skeptical. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Wen Yu shook his head, "I'm not entirely sure either." The telescope was homemade, so the distance and clarity of what he saw were limited. Wen Yu couldn't confirm exactly what he had seen, but something was indeed moving inside the forest. A blurry figure flickered, the shape and movement resembling a human, accompanied by a large patch of blackness that obscured visibility even more. He carefully described everything he'd seen. After listening attentively, Wen Ye concluded, "You definitely saw wrong." Without giving Wen Yu a chance to say more, she forcibly pulled him away. "We can't delay any longer. We need to head to Eden quickly." Only now did Wen Yu fall silent, remaining quiet on the way for a long while. Suddenly, he spoke up, "Going to Eden isn't necessarily the best choice." Wen Ye stopped in her tracks and sighed, "We have to try." At heart, they were both clinging to a sliver of hope for something seemingly impossible. Wen Yu immediately changed his expression, "Then let me try again. I don't think I saw wrong. If what he saw was really a person, then this person must be a new human with strong abilities. Regardless of whether this individual was alone or part of a team or base, Wen Yu wanted to meet them." This time, it was Wen Ye who fell silent. She sighed once more before eventually relenting, "You'll get one more day." Before Wen Yu could rejoice, she added, "No matter what you saw, we must follow our original plan and head to Eden." Wen Yu immediately responded, "I understand." As the two gradually left the woods behind, Wen Yu looked back one last time, lost in thought. Before the sun set in the afternoon, Wei Mian finally found some bushes bearing wild fruits. He tasted a few, they tasted good and were juicy enough. Finally, his parched throat got some relief. Wei Mian picked some fruits, wrapping them in leaves, and handed over two to the spider nearby. The spider shook its head and didn't take them. Since it didn't eat, Wei Mian simply stopped, carrying the fruit back with him and the spider to the stone cave, along the way picking some wild greens that looked edible. The spider seemed curious about Wei Mian's actions. Could these leaves also be eaten? Wei Mian noticed the spider's interest and explained, "These leaves are food too, probably great for making soup. But I don't have a pot." The spider seemed to understand to some extent and silently remembered what Wei Mian said. By the time man and spider returned to the stone cave, the black mist happened to appear at the same time. It seemed as if the mist had just returned as well. Its floating vapors enthusiastically coiled around Wei Mian's wrist. The spider tactfully moved aside and together took over the fruits and wild greens from Wei Mian's hand, rewrapping them in its cocoon to store properly. Surrounded by dark mist, Wei Mian felt a strange kind of tension, a tang. He knew the mist wouldn't harm him, so fear wasn't the issue. But when he thought about all the believer corpses outside the forest, shivers ran down his spine. The black mist seemed to sense his emotions, as it retracted its dispersed vapors and condensed together. Surprisingly, its volume began to slowly shrink. Until only a small lump remained, and with a whoosh, it moved into Wei Mian's arms. Without thinking, Wei Mian reached out to catch it, holding his breath and not daring to move. The edges of this mist were still indistinct, yet they faintly revealed a strange shape. Wei Mian felt that the shape was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall what it was. The mist wriggled slightly in Wei Mian's arms, brushing against the small section of his wrist exposed outside his sleeve. The sensation was akin to the wet, warm tongue of an animal with tiny spines, causing a slight tingling sensation on his skin. Wei Mian's expression became lost and puzzled, but he truly wasn't tense anymore. He cradled the mist in his hands and absent-mindedly muttered, "You're so light." As soon as the words left his lips, the mist in Wei Mian's hands grew heavier, and its outline appeared slightly clearer. Additionally, the end of the mist started to stretch upward, growing something resembling a tail. Chapter 19. That long strip of condensed black mist was roughly as thick as Wei Mian's wrist. The edges of the fog dispersed outward, resembling a burning black flame. Wei Mian looked down at it, and two words suddenly popped into his mind, tail. He cradled the black mist in his hands, and the originally light-as-air sensation began to change, feeling like the fur of an animal. Wei Mian's expression was stunned as he hesitated, reaching out to touch it again. The black mist grew slightly heavier, but it was still very light, and he could easily support it with one hand while slowly covering it with the other. In the past, Wei Mian would definitely not dare to touch the black mist so directly, but now he was just too curious. He could vaguely guess that the black mist was transforming into something, just like the blurry human figure it had formed on that day. Under his palm, it was warm to the touch, very much like stroking the back of a squirrel, though the fur was coarser and thicker. It indeed felt like a small animal. Wei Mian's eyes widened as he touched all the way back to the position of the tail. This area felt even fluffier, soft and furry. Wei Mian suppressed the excitement in his heart, holding back the urge to keep touching it, and withdrew his hand. "Tang, how did you become like this?" The shape of the black mist changed again. Besides the tail, there were vague outlines of limbs, a body, and a head. It raised its head and continued rubbing against Wei Mian, its tongue with fine spines licking inch by inch along his skin. Although the tactile sensations under Wei Mian's hand were so clear, the black mist still appeared as a blurred mass, its outer layer of fog wouldn't disperse no matter what. This made Wei Mian even itchier inside. He thought for sure the black mist had transformed into a fluffy little animal, and he was really curious about its exact appearance. Looking towards the spider for help, the latter remained immobile on the grass, completely ignoring Wei Mian's subtle eye signals. As soon as the sun set, the sky quickly darkened. Neither the black mist nor the spider showed any intention of explaining themselves to him, and Wei Mian certainly couldn't just stand there forever. He cautiously said, "It's getting dark. I have to go into the stone cave." Upon hearing this, instead of leaving him, the black mist adjusted its posture and curled up in Wei Mian's arms, seemingly implying that it intended to go in with him. As a mysterious and powerful monster that had wiped out a large group of believers in one night, Wei Mian absolutely didn't dare to leave it behind. With a mix of complicated emotions, tension, unease, and a little anticipation, Wei Mian embraced the black mist and together they entered the stone cave. In the narrow space, Wei Mian sat carefully, trying to stretch his knees as straight as possible so as not to squeeze the black mist in his arms. His hands hovered awkwardly on either side. This was the first time Wei Mian was alone with the black mist, knowing its true identity. He consoled himself quietly, reminding himself that it wasn't much different from before, it was a tang, and it also reminded him of the squirrel. The dim lighting inside the stone cave made the outline of the black mist look more like an animal, bringing to mind the cat at the base. It moved, lifting its forepaw to hook onto Wei Mian's clothes, then leaning forward to lick his chin. Wei Mian held his breath, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. Though he felt a bit nervous, he wasn't scared. Seeing the tail standing up behind the black mist, he couldn't help but whisper softly, "May I touch you?" The black mist paused for a moment, then used its head's soft fur to gently rub against Wei Mian's cheek. When it raised its head, Wei Mian noticed it had grown a pair of pointed ears. It looked like a cat, but sharper and longer, still wrapped in a faint layer of fog. It should be willing, otherwise it wouldn't have voluntarily followed him into the stone cave. Finally, Wei Mian reached out to the black mist. At first, he was cautious, carefully caressing its back before slowly moving toward the tail. The black mist was about 3 times the size of a squirrel, crouching on Wei Mian's chest like a cat. Wei Mian finally ventured to touch its ears, poking the very tip with his finger. The ear twitched, and afterward, the black mist stretched its neck, moving its head to rub against Wei Mian's palm. Apart from some minor differences, it was really quite like a cat. As Wei Mian's confidence grew, he even dared to pinch one of the black mist's forepaws. He had always loved these types of furry little animals, and this black mist was extraordinarily gentle, allowing Wei Mian to do as he pleased. Wei Mian nearly touched every part of the black mist's body, eventually grabbing the large and thick tail with both hands and curiously asking, "Is this the body you've transformed into, or your original form? For instance, was the fog its second form? Could it be that the true body of the black mist is exactly what it looked like right now?" The moment Wei Mian finished speaking, the black mist opened a pair of dark red eyes, its vertical pupils gazing directly at him. It seemed as if it had just fully developed all parts of its body, aside from the eyes. It now emitted a warm breath that brushed across Wei Mian's collarbone. Wei Mian was startled by those eyes and immediately let go, his spine pressing hard against the wall as he nearly pushed the black mist away like he had done with the little squirrel before. He sobered up quickly. This was a monster that could easily kill him, yet moments ago he had been pinching its tail. Wasn't that too reckless? The black mist's form at this moment was so deceptive, coupled with the spider's appearance which was nothing like a ferocious creature, that it had made him lose himself. So Wei Mian dared not move again. The pair of dark red eyes reminded him of some fierce wild beasts that could leap forward at any misstep to tear his neck apart. As he indulged in these random thoughts, the black mist really moved closer, cold pupils devoid of any emotion. Wei Mian's heart beat faster and faster, and he tightly closed his eyes. "I'm sorry." He didn't quite understand why he should apologize, but somehow, if the black mist were truly upset about something, this would give him a chance to struggle earlier. However, the black mist only gently touched his cheek, its moist and cool nose brushing against his skin. Its actions were extremely gentle, entirely contrasting with the intimidating eyes. Gradually, Wei Mian calmed down, reopening his eyes. The light-bodied black mist lay on his clavicle, starting to lick him again, from the side of his face to the tip of his chin, and then to his white neck and clavicle, leaving traces and scents all over his skin. Wei Mian tried not to look into its eyes, slightly tilting his head back, reaching out to touch the fur on the black mist's back again. He wasn't as scared as before, but neither was he as unrestrained as before. He restrained himself, lightly stroking the tips of the black mist's tail. "I'm going to sleep. Are you staying here?" Before even finishing the question, Wei Mian already guessed the answer. Sure enough, the black mist retracted itself back into his arms, wrapping its tail around its side. Wei Mian adjusted his posture while holding it, lying down. Closing his eyes for a moment, he quietly reopened them to find that the black mist also had its eyes shut, breathing steadily. Without those dark red pupils staring at him, Wei Mian felt less fear and completely relaxed, closing his eyes once more. While deep asleep, Wei Mian was pulled into a dream. He turned over, discovering that the small animal form of the black mist in his arms had vanished, replaced by a familiar face, an arm hugging his waist. Unaware that this happened in both dream and reality, Wei Mian instinctively snuggled closer to the warmth in front of him, yearning for the sensation of soft fur. A hand reached up to caress the horns on Wei Mian's head, making him hum like a child asking for affection. He raised his head and met the gaze of the black mist. Even though the black mist's face always remained cold, Wei Mian felt it had a good mood today. Overjoyed, Wei Mian leaned against the shoulder of the black mist. "I finally have a pet." He still remembered the wish mentioned in the dream, though, there was a slight difference between reality and the dream. It wasn't exactly a true pet, and he hadn't even seen the real form of the other party, he'd only caught glimpses of its outline and eyes. The black mist responded with a single, "Do you like it?" Wei Mian nodded, hesitating for a moment before murmuring softly, "But, it's a bit scary." The slain believers outside the forest and those dark red eyes still sent chills down his spine. Nevertheless, overall, the black mist was gentle towards him. Although tense during their interactions, Wei Mian didn't reject it altogether. After remaining silent for a long while, the black mist lifted Wei Mian's chin, making him look up. He asked, "How is it scary?" From the previous dream, he mostly confirmed that Wei Mian didn't realize he was the person who appeared in his dreams. Hence, his attitude fluctuated constantly. He wanted to create a human form according to Wei Mian's dreamy imagination, but there weren't enough believers for him to consume. Therefore, he had to compromise. When Wei Mian said he wanted a pet but disliked how the black mist inhabited the squirrel, he transformed into a shape that might please Wei Mian better. But just now, Wei Mian thought he looked fierce. With confused eyes, Wei Mian muttered, "It looks scary, and when it's unhappy, it would kill me." In his dream, Wei Mian expressed all his genuine thoughts, pulling his hand away from his chin and burying his head, muttering further, "Actually, it isn't that fierce, it seems to like me. Luna is much cuter. I'm not afraid of Luna." Wei Mian's thoughts shifted erratically, and soon he mentioned Luna again. The black mist knew that was the new name of the spider. The strength of his hand stroking Wei Mian's horn slightly increased, carrying a hint of resentment in his words. "How could it bear to kill you?" He had never expected that the spider held such a unique place in Wei Mian's heart. It was just an 8-legged insect, adorable. The black mist suppressed the irritation rising in his heart and said patiently, "Where does it look fierce? Its tail isn't even big enough." If it weren't for making Wei Mian happy, how could such a foolish question ever come out of his mouth? Wei Mian, however, didn't want to dwell on this anymore. He raised his head and suddenly stretched out his hands to cup the face of the person in front of him. "You're the best," his cheeks slightly flushed, his pitch-black pupils faintly shimmering, "I like you the most." After speaking, Wei Mian leaned in and planted a kiss on the black mist's cheek. His soft lips touched briefly and then quickly parted. Chapter 20. This wasn't the first time Wei Mian had made the initiative. He had already regarded the person in his dreams as his closest existence. Hugging or stroking the horn to sleep peacefully had long since become routine. But kissing the side of the face was already his limit, he was expressing affection, and that was all. Wei Mian quickly drew back, burying himself in the embrace of Hei Wu and offering his head's horn, wanting to go back to sleep. But then his chin was gripped. Hei Wu mimicked Wei Mian's gesture, leaning close to place a kiss on his face, his lips pressing gently against the skin. Wei Mian's face reddened as he pushed him away. I want to sleep. What just happened? Hei Wu said, his breath hot. Do it again. He couldn't find that fleeting sensation anymore, the emotion swelling until they almost overflowed, making him want to be closer to Wei Mian, but it seemed like only when Wei Mian acted that way could he feel it. Wei Mian refused, stammering, why are you still? He didn't know how to express the remaining half of his sentence. Seeing Hei Wu's appearance filled him with fear and regret, as if he'd provoked something he shouldn't have. Sure enough, his waist tightened, and even more urgent, passionate kisses rained down on his cheeks and neck. Unable to escape, Wei Mian tried struggling at first, but then stopped moving altogether. His face became increasingly red, his voice laced with panic. I don't feel well. Hei Wu could only restrain himself, caressing the red marks on Wei Mian's skin. Where do you not feel well? Wei Mian didn't answer, turning his back to him. I'm going to sleep. Unconvinced, Hei Wu held him from behind, grasping one of his hands, but detected no abnormalities. When Hei Wu looked again, Wei Mian had already closed his eyes, probably just exhausted. When his wrist was held, Wei Mian's eyelashes, which were drooping, flickered slightly. After a while, he turned back again, curling up in Hei Wu's embrace. The next day, Wei Mian woke up hungry. The fruits he'd found yesterday were few in number, and searching for them had taken almost the whole day. Wei Mian hadn't dared eat too much, he was afraid of finishing them and having to return to the forest where the rotting corpses of believers lay. As he reached to rub his empty stomach, he felt another warm body in his arms. Wei Mian looked down. By now, the sky outside had brightened, and the light in the stone cave was clear. A pitch-black cat was lying on top of him. The black cat opened its eyes, revealing deep crimson pupils. It was Hei Wu, his form was no longer wrapped in mist, every part of his body perfectly clear, looking exactly like a real animal. Had Wei Mian not seen it shrink and solidify step by step the day before, he might have thought it had simply found a new vessel. His expression filled with curiosity, Wei Mian raised his hand as if to touch it, but then hesitated and pulled back. You've turned into a cat? Actually, it wasn't entirely like a cat. Compared to the cat from the old base, this one had a sharper, slimmer jawline, longer and thicker limbs with broad paws, and a thick tail whose fur was much longer than the rest of its body. When standing upright, it would look extremely fluffy. Though small, its body was about as long as Wei Mian's arm, and its dark red eyes were certainly not those of an ordinary animal. Wei Mian knew little about animals, so he could only refer to cats for comparison. Ignoring these subtle differences, it still appeared very similar at first glance, just fiercer and less tame. The black cat stood up, rising on its forepaws onto Wei Mian's chest, and licked his nose tip with a wet tongue. Despite its unyielding appearance, the action was gentle, and after gazing into its red eyes for a while, Wei Mian grew accustomed to them. Finally, Wei Mian reached out and stroked the black cat, erasing the slight awkwardness from last night. He left the cave with the black cat in his arms, ate a few fruits picked the previous day, and was about to search for the spider that had disappeared when he noticed a patch of air distorting. Then, familiarly, the spider emerged. Its soft appendage near its chest still clutched something, appearing beside Wei Mian after breaking free from its cocoon. First, it bowed respectfully toward the black cat cradled in Wei Mian's arms, then handed over the item to Wei Mian for inspection. It was the tree stump Wei Mian used to hold water, its surface tightly wrapped in silk. Opening it, Wei Mian saw it was full of fresh water. Wei Mian's eyes widened. Luna, where did this water come from? The spider lifted a leg, pointing toward the direction outside the forest, indicating it had fetched it from there. Is it far from here? Wei Mian took a sip and glanced in the direction the spider pointed. The spider hesitated for a moment and shook its head. It wasn't that far. It had just taken some time to locate the water source, and rushed back before dawn, knowing that if Hei Wu were to leave, Wei Mian wouldn't be safe. Wei Mian didn't want to use this precious bit of water to wash his face, so he simply rinsed his mouth and considered that as cleaning up. He then carefully wrapped the tree stump with the cocoon. As he drank the water, the black cat jumped out of his arms and silently squatted in the grass. It seemed like today it had no intention of leaving. Wei Mian, holding the tree stump, looked at the spider. A tang, he called, turning to the black cat as it glanced over, I want to leave here and go somewhere else. How could he let the spider fetch water for him every day when the water source was contaminated? Not only for that reason, but also because of the pile of corpses on the outskirts of the woods, which made Wei Mian feel uncomfortable. The black cat's gaze suddenly turned cold. Wei Mian quickly explained, I mean, will you come with me? Wei Mian felt conflicted. In reality, having the black mist and the spider with him was a form of indirect protection. He should be grateful to them, so he didn't directly ask the black mist if it wanted to leave with him, it was up to the black mist to decide. If the black mist didn't allow him to leave, he would have no recourse. Upon hearing this, the emotion in the black cat's eyes slightly softened. It got up and came closer, lightly jumping back into Wei Mian's arms. It lowered its head, rubbing against Wei Mian's hand before looking at the spider nearby. The spider promptly approached Wei Mian, nodding to show that the black mist agreed to leave these woods with him. Since the black mist could now manifest in its true form, the forest's restrictions no longer applied, and they could go wherever they wished. Meanwhile, the spider eagerly gazed at Wei Mian, wanting to stay with him too. Of course, wherever the black mist went, the spider would follow, but it made all the difference coming from Wei Mian's mouth. The black cat lazily cast a glance at the spider, which immediately bowed its head and quietly stepped aside. Relieved, Wei Mian said, "Then we'll first go to where Luna found the water source and find a place to rest along the way." He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but ever since he woke up, he felt an overwhelming stench around the area. Even though the spider had cleaned the woods, the large number of bodies at the periphery would decay if left unchecked. Wei Mian didn't dare think further. He stood up with the black cat in his arms. "Shall we leave today?" He didn't want to stay another moment in these woods, fearing that those outside corpses might attract other monsters. The black cat licked under his chin and settled quietly in his arms. Wei Mian didn't carry much, just a tree stump and some fruit. The spider had already tucked everything inside a cocoon to carry for him. All that remained were items on Wei Mian himself. He pulled out the map from his last trip, suddenly sensing something odd. Touching his ribs, there had once been a big bruise from his conflict with the black mist that day. Later, he didn't pay much attention to it due to encountering more issues in the nest surges. Now, however, it was entirely healed. His rib area displayed flawless white skin. After scrutinizing it several times, Wei Mian set his clothes down bewilderedly. This situation had occurred before, but Wei Mian hadn't been able to identify the cause, so he let it slide. Adding this time, he clearly remembered that it was the person in his dream who treated him. These days, he continued to have dreams almost to the point of taking them for granted. Discovering that his wounds were genuinely healed filled him with a vague sense of unease. Come to think of it, he did mention in one of his dreams that he wanted a small pet, and then. Wei Mian looked down at the black cat in his arms, uncertainty crossing his face. He still couldn't recall the face or the voice of the man in his dreams, which was vague. All he remembered was how good the man was to him, always gentle and soothing him to sleep. Looking at the black cat in his arms, although it wasn't particularly cute in appearance, it was undeniably kind to him. The black cat lifted its head to meet Wei Mian's gaze, its vertical pupils reflecting his face in the sunlight. While pondering that it couldn't possibly be true, Wei Mian felt strange and after much deliberation, tentatively asked, "Are the injuries on my body cured by you?" The black cat just stared at him without moving. Instead, the spider rushed over, vigorously nodding. Who else could treat his wounds except the black mist? With such a straightforward and swift answer, Wei Mian became unsure again. Dreams are dreams, and reality is reality. The black mist had indeed been by his side all along, knowing about his injuries was normal. What happened in his dreams was merely coincidental. This seemed plausible, yet Wei Mian still felt something odd. Besides, if the dream was just a dream. Wei Mian felt subtly disheartened, stroking the black cat in his arms. "Thank you." He also noticed that it was always the spider answering questions. Now that the black mist had its own body, why did even a simple gesture like nodding need the spider to assist? Was it that it didn't want to do it, or was it unable to? Wei Mian imagined the black cat nodding, and surprisingly, thought it should look quite adorable. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to directly ask the black cat in front of him to nod for him to see. Wei Mian pushed this thought aside, unfolded the map, and located the position of the woods. He asked the spider to confirm the direction of the water source and looked for it on the map. Indeed, it was the nearest ruin zone to the woods. After carefully packing away the map, Wei Mian hugged the black cat closer and bent down to touch the top of the spider's bent forelegs. "Let's go." The spider had just been lost in its own disappointment for not being invited before, but upon hearing this, it immediately perked up and took the lead, guiding Wei Mian. A man, a spider walking ahead, and a black cat cradled in his arms. The black cat half closed its eyes, occasionally leaning against Wei Mian's hand for a rub. As the spider walked at the front, it bypassed a few trees and suddenly stopped. It turned back to glance at the black cat and quickly pulled out the cocoon from its mouth to hide inside. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the black cat's dark red eyes were intently staring ahead as if there was something there. Confused by this, Wei Mian also halted. "Luna." A few faint sounds echoed through the forest, and a figure emerged from behind the tree. It was a young man standing at a moderate distance, his face showing shock and joy. This person was Wenyu. He could barely contain his excitement and stepped forward to approach Wei Mian. "You're..." Just as he took a step, a thick cloud of black mist appeared out of nowhere and struck him fiercely. This was an actual human, and likely a new human at that. Though unfamiliar with him, Wei Mian instinctively tried to stop the black mist from attacking again. A tang. The black cat narrowed its eyes slightly, its bristling tail returning to normal. Wenyu straightened himself using the trunk of a tree. He sustained minor injuries, coughed while covering his mouth, and raised his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions. He did not step forward any further. Wei Mian took a cautious step back, his wide-brimmed hat concealing most of his face. "Hello, my name is Wenyu. I'm a new human from Guishan Base," Wenyu introduced himself first, offering a friendly smile. "Was that your ability earlier? It's very unique." Wei Mian paused, hugging the black cat tighter in his arms. "Yes." Chapter 21. Wen Yu restrained his excitement and tried his best to speak in the friendliest tone possible as he approached Wei Mian. He knew that his sudden appearance would inevitably cause the other party to be on guard and that it was normal to be met with some hostility. The important thing was to show that he had no ill intentions. He hadn't been mistaken that day, the figure who appeared in the forest was indeed human. Wei Mian wore a simple, modest grey coat and a wide-brimmed hat that covered most of his face, making it impossible to discern his expression. In his arms, he held what seemed to be a black cat. The black cat's pupils were a dark red, an abnormality that caught Wen Yu's attention. But since the apocalypse began, all kinds of bizarre and extraordinary creatures had emerged. This calm creature being held suggested it wasn't a monster. Moreover, some powerful new humans with mysterious whereabouts often kept pets that weren't ordinary. This was nothing unusual. Wen Yu was almost certain that Wei Mian was the one who had killed so many believers that night and successfully stopped the surge. The mass of black mist from before must have been his ability, perhaps something like materializing his own power, which launched attacks simply and brutally at high speeds. Upon hearing Wei Mian respond, Wen Yu thought to himself that this was indeed the case and continued, "There are 4 others with me. They're outside the forest and haven't come in. We were originally just passing by, but we got delayed a couple of days due to the surge." He spoke quickly, revealing everything, appearing open and transparent as if they truly happened upon the area by chance. More importantly, there were no signs of him having mutated into a believer, he seemed entirely normal. The scene he had witnessed last time left Wei Mian with some minor psychological scars, but beyond that, there was no reason for him to reject a fellow survivor. Still, Wei Mian looked down again at the black cat in his arms. He lied to others, claiming that the black mist was his own ability. He wasn't sure whether the black mist would get upset. Wei Mian didn't want anyone to know that he was just an ordinary human. He suspected it might bring about more trouble. And if he were to deny it, how could he explain the existence of the black mist? Both the black mist and spiders were monsters, considered by most people to be nearly equivalent to believers, but their significance to him was different. The black cat remained still and quiet in his embrace, observing Wen Yu's every move from afar. It gave no reaction to Wei Mian's words. It wasn't angry or arguing back, so Wei Mian felt relieved. The newcomer named Wen Yu seemed to be waiting patiently for his response, but Wei Mian wasn't sure what to say, merely nodding with an. He claimed to come from Gui Mountain Base, a name that stirred a vague memory within Wei Mian. If he remembered correctly, it was marked on the map he had picked up. Mentioning the nest surge, Wei Mian realized Wen Yu must have seen the dead bodies of the believers outside the forest. However, he probably didn't know the exact cause of death. Wei Mian suddenly realized, did Wen Yu mistakenly think that he was the one who killed the believers? "It's fate that we've met," Wen Yu smiled, probing further. "We're going to Eden from here. How about you?" So long without seeing any companion of Wei Mian's, it seemed he was alone. Wen Yu ventured into the woods, taking a risk, certainly not just to confirm his suspicions. Meeting such a formidable new human, the priority was to form an alliance. If they could travel together, or if the other hadn't joined a base yet, then that would be even better. Even though Wei Mian only told him one word, giving no other information. Eden. Wei Mian, hearing this familiar name, looked up. Wei Mian clearly showed interest in this place. Wen Yu secretly noted it could work out well and responded accordingly, "Yes, don't you know about Eden? The base assigned myself and 4 others to investigate the situation." As he spoke, he took a step forward and pointed behind him toward the edge of the woods. "My companions are over there. They should be preparing lunch now. Would you like to join us? We caught a giant-toothed crow this morning, enough food to last the whole day." This was clearly an invitation to join them. From start to finish, Wen Yu was showing goodwill towards Wei Mian. In the wilds, food was something no one could refuse. Even if Wei Mian didn't intend to travel with them, he could at least eat before leaving. Wei Mian was indeed tempted, not just because of the food but also because he had already planned to leave the woods. As for where to go, he had no clear goals or plans of his own. Perhaps, he could first inquire about this Eden place. The mark on the map had always drawn his attention. He looked down and met the gaze of the black cat in his arms, not detecting any displeasure or obstruction in its eyes, so he responded, "All right, thank you." Wen Yu's tone grew increasingly enthusiastic. "Why are you being so formal? Outside the base, it's not easy to meet another living soul. Especially in this barren area, regardless of whether they were from the same base, monsters and believers were their common enemies." Wei Mian was encountering people outside the base for the first time, and they were treating him with such friendliness, which made him slightly nervous. He quietly wiped the sweat off his palms and awkwardly managed a smile as he followed Wen Yu out of the woods. He took one last look at where the spider had disappeared, reassured that it could hide wherever it wished, so there wasn't much to worry about. On the way, Wen Yu walked ahead, keeping a moderate distance from Wei Mian. Occasionally, he turned around and started chatting, mentioning when they left the base and when they expected to return. Due to various reasons, they had been delayed significantly and hadn't yet left this barren region. Wei Mian remembered while listening that Gui Mountain Base was also located in the direction of Shi City, though much farther away. The new human who mutated into a believer inside the woods had an identity card that read, Changchuan. As far as he recalled, Changchuan was close to Gui Mountain and one of only 2 bases in the same general direction as Shi City. Wei Mian always carried the identity card on him, wondering if when you knew anyone from the Changchuan base. Lost in thought, he heard when you ask him, by the way, how come you're alone? Are you going back to the base, or? Wei Mian moved his lips but didn't answer in time. He could have told Wen Yu that he was expelled and later became a new human. Seeing his hesitation, Wen Yu quickly reassured him, it's fine, don't worry, I was just asking casually, my mouth runs loose sometimes. In his mind, he wondered why that strange-eyed black cat seemed more intimidating than Wei Mian himself. Whenever its dark red eyes fixed on him, it gave him chills. Wen Yu dared not say more, thinking that pets could sense their owner's emotions. If Wei Mian was upset, he wouldn't be able to fight against the other's ability. Finally quieting down, the cold stare of the black cat lingered on his retreating figure. They soon left the woods, carefully stepping past the already decaying bodies of believers, and arrived at a distant ruin. There were 4 others waiting there, a short-haired young woman and 3 identical men. They were all surprised to see Wei Mian, never expecting Wen Yu to actually find someone in the woods. The triplets eyed him warily, but Wen Yu adjusted her expression first and introduced herself to Wei Mian. She was Wen Yu's older sister, resembling him in appearance, with a gentle yet efficient demeanor. Wei Mian had a good impression of her right away. The triplets shared the surname Zhang and were usually addressed as Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, and Zhang San. Wei Mian had never seen people who looked so alike, so he couldn't help but glance at them a few times before lowering his hat brim to cover his eyes. My name is Wei Mian. He appeared newly adult, his voice timid, completely different from the night when the ground was littered with believer corpses. Wen Yu's feelings were mixed, and she felt inexplicably compassionate. Her tone softened further, haven't eaten lunch yet? Come over and eat something first. They were roasting meat, planning to finish quickly and leave. Wen Yu wanted to make a final trip into the woods. Since the bodies of the believers remained piled up at the edge without anything coming out, and no other monsters were nearby, Wen Yu agreed to let him go, but only near the edge, not deeper inside. The triplets complained about the time wasted during their journey and refused to accompany Wen Yu. Wen Yu didn't insist, promising he would return quickly before setting off alone. Regardless of his stubbornness, this trip had indeed been worthwhile, as evidenced by the triplets glancing at each other and resuming cutting roasted meat with small knives. Wei Mian had long smelled the rich aroma of roasted meat. As he approached a few steps, his hunger became even stronger. For a long time, he'd only eaten wild fruit and several flavorless grilled fish. Even in the base, he'd never encountered food with such a tempting smell. Wen Yu wrapped a piece of roasted meat in broad leaves and handed it to Wei Mian. The black cat in Wei Mian's arms leapt onto his shoulder as he accepted the roasted meat. Thank you. The roasted meat was as long as his arm, slightly thinner than his wrist, passing through warm leaves to his hands, filling the air with enticing scents. Wen Yu's gaze shifted upward, meeting the black cat on Wei Mian's shoulder, then quickly returned, sit down and eat. There's more if it's not enough. The black cat stared at the roasted meat in Wei Mian's hand, its dark red pupils revealing no emotion. These people were of Wei Mian's kind. He was willing to interact with them, and the black mist could permit their approach. However, if these humans with abilities had other intentions, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Wei Mian sat down against the rubble, carefully taking a bite. The crisp outside and tender inside of the roasted meat filled his mouth with abundant juices, the saltiness perfectly balanced. Even without more seasonings, Wei Mian almost bit his own tongue. This was the best tasting thing he had ever eaten in his life so far. Of course, back at the base, there were foods that looked more exquisite and delicious than this, but he didn't have the privilege to touch them. Since Wei Mian never lifted his head from when he took the first bite, Wen Yu became even more heartbroken. She silently tugged on Wen Yu's sleeve, signaling him to prepare another piece for Wei Mian. It wasn't until halfway through that Wei Mian remembered the black cat perched on his shoulder, tearing off a small piece to offer it. Ateng, do you want to eat? The black cat stared coldly at the roasted meat in Wei Mian's hand before lowering its head and opening its mouth to take the bite. It needed to taste the food made by these humans, what exactly it tasted like, making Wei Mian like it so much. When Wei Mian raised his head to feed the cat, his face, long concealed by the hat brim, finally revealed most of itself. His skin was snow white, his side profile delicate and handsome, sitting behind the ruins with his back to the sun, casting a soft glow over his fine features. Zhang Er, one of the triplets, momentarily held his breath, nearly dropping the knife in his hand meant for cutting the meat. He stared straight ahead until Wei Mian finished feeding the cat and then realized his rudeness, quickly lowering his head. Chapter 22. Zhang Er kept his head down, eating a piece of roasted meat quietly, but couldn't help looking at Wei Mian again. No one noticed his abnormal behavior, but it didn't escape the black cat's sharp eyes. Seeing the cat eat the roasted meat, Wei Mian was surprised and tore off another piece to feed it. Zhang Er was secretly watching him when he suddenly met a pair of dark red vertical pupils. The black cat swallowed the roasted meat whole without chewing, and then gave an icy glance. It quietly squatted on Wei Mian's left shoulder motionless, appearing eerie as if it wasn't really a cat but something concealed within a feline shell that didn't want to be known by others. Zhang Er immediately felt chills down his spine and couldn't help shivering. He dared not look any longer, and even the feeling of amazement upon seeing Wei Mian's face diminished greatly. Calmly thinking about it, Zhang Er believed that Wei Mian was truly strange. Regardless of whether Chow Yun was indeed stopped by him or not, he appeared alone in this desolate area with no companions, most likely hadn't joined a base, yet so easily followed Wen Yu over and accepted their food. In the end times, adding a powerful new human to the team is certainly more beneficial than harmful, but they knew nothing about Wei Mian, so they mustn't let down their guard. Despite thinking so, Zhang Er still raised his head again, and those dark red vertical pupils made his heart race nervously. He consoled himself, it's just an animal after all. Even if it were a monster, what's there to fear? Wei Mian prepared to feed the black cat for the third time, but it turned its head away, refusing to eat. It jumped down from his shoulder and nestled in Wei Mian's arms. Its body was made up of condensed black mist, so perhaps it didn't need normal feeding. Wei Mian no longer insisted and ate up the remaining roasted meat in his hand. At the right moment, Wen Yu passed a homemade wet wipe and allowed Wei Mian to clean his hands, then she sat nearby. Is this enough? There's more over there. We can't finish them ourselves, throwing them away would just be wasteful. Wei Mian quickly shook his head, it's enough, thank you. Wen Yu saw this scene behind them and glanced a few more times. Indeed, a person's appearance often influences attitudes. Before bringing Wei Mian back, he never expected his sister to be so proactive and warm-hearted in her concern. After wiping his hands, Wei Mian tightly squeezed the paper napkin into a ball, as he wasn't used to talking so closely with anyone. The black cat perceived his tension and slowly licked his wrist with its prickly tongue. Wen Yu scrutinized Wei Mian quietly. His coat looked like it had been worn for a long time, the edges of the sleeves and collar frayed and unraveled, the cap sewn from several different kinds of fabric with uneven stitching. Coupled with how he almost devoured the roasted meat earlier, it was unclear how long he had been alone in the wild. Wen Yu did not delve further into why Wei Mian was alone in the forest. In her view, with Wei Mian's abilities, he would receive the best treatment wherever he went in any base. She couldn't help asking, how old are you? Where are your family? Wei Mian paused slightly while gripping the tissue and softly replied, I'm 19. I don't have a family. Without a family, he'd always been wandering around, managing to keep alive despite having only such basic skills. Wen Yu grew increasingly sympathetic, sighing, Guishan base isn't far from here. If you're willing to go, I can draw you a map. She thought differently from Wen Yu. Going to Eden was their business. Unless Wei Mian brought it up himself, she wouldn't insist he join them. If Wei Mian wanted to join Guishan base, the map was the only help she could offer, as they couldn't delay any longer to send him there. Once Wei Mian successfully reached Guishan base, the people there would take charge of evaluating and accepting him. As Wei Mian stroked the cat in his arms, he ultimately decided not to tell Wen Yu that he had been expelled by Shicheng. Almost every major base had a similar policy for expelling individuals. Perhaps there might be slight differences between them, but anyone who was expelled was invariably considered a waste. He had lied before. If questioned why he didn't return after successful transformation, he wouldn't find a proper reason. Wei Mian also understood that once Wen Yu and the others discovered that he wasn't a new human, their attitude towards him would surely change completely. Wei Mian somewhat regretted that when he met Wen Yu, he shouldn't have claimed that the black mist was his ability. He felt guilty due to his lie, yet couldn't help but develop a bit of greed. The reason was simple, the roasted meat tasted incredibly good just now. The roasted fish he and the spider cooked together just didn't taste as good. Perhaps, he could learn the method of roasting meat from Wen Yu and the others. He didn't dare to ask for anything else. Wei Mian remained silent without responding, so Wen Yu assumed he was declining her offer. The decision is yours, Wen Yu said gently. We're leaving this afternoon. Do you plan to stay in the woods or go somewhere else? Wei Mian pointed a direction with his hand, that way, look for water sources. At that moment, Wen Yu interjected, we happen to be heading there as well. Shall we go together? Wen Yu did not object and looked at Wei Mian, patiently waiting for his response. Wei Mian recalled what Wen Yu had mentioned about their purpose of this trip and hesitated, when you said you guys are going to Eden. He wanted to learn more about Eden from them, pondering whether to tell them about the new human who had mutated into a believer. Wen Yu glanced at Wen Yu and then turned back, yes, our group came out this time specifically for Eden. Wei Mian became even more curious, what exactly is Eden? Now it was Wen Yu's turn to be surprised. They had thought Wei Mian was interested in Eden and assumed he knew about it. Wen Yu spoke with deep meaning, a place no new humans can refuse. Zhang San, one of the triplets, replied seriously, Eden, a base that was just built a few months ago, its leader claims his ability is enhancement, which can help all new humans strengthen or evolve their abilities. In addition, Eden was originally a type of supply station base, providing resource exchanges for passers-by. In the apocalypse, money became useless waste paper, only medicine, weapons, and food could possess the qualification to exchange for other equivalent items. Strengthen, or evolve. Wei Mian couldn't hide his amazed expression. No wonder Wen Yu would say that. The living environment of the apocalypse was becoming increasingly harsh, while the number of new humans continued to decrease. Only by enhancing their strength would they have the opportunity to solve more believers and monsters. Even if it weren't for these reasons, who wouldn't want themselves to become stronger? We're not sure yet, the emotions in Wen Yu's eyes were hidden beneath her lowered eyelids as her hair strands fluttered in the wind. Let's check out the situation first. As she spoke, she took out a map, identical to the one Wei Mian held, including the icon of Eden right at the center. The map was precisely distributed by Eden personnel to various bases, and their leader engaged in transactions rather than charity. If one wanted to enhance their abilities, naturally they needed to pay a fee, but they still didn't know what that entailed. Seeing the familiar map in Wenya's hands, Wei Mian paused for a moment, also pulling out his own from the pocket of his jacket. For some reason, the black cat in his arms grew restless, its spiky tail swelling to twice its size as it stared intently at the map in Wenya's hand. Wei Mian thought it was due to the cat's aversion to Wenya's proximity, so he patted it soothingly and explained to the equally surprised Wenya and the others, "My map, I found it." The black cat had calmed down again, half-closed its dark red eyes, and rubbed against Wei Mian's palm. Wei Mian thought for a moment and then pulled out an identity tag with engraved words. The leader of Eden's ability, the deliberately scattered maps, and the mutated new human all made Wei Mian feel unease deep in his heart. He handed the identity tag to Wenya. This person, he transformed into a believer in the woods. Wenyu leaned closer to scrutinize the identity tag in Wenya's hand and blurted out without hesitation, "Impossible." The tag clearly etched the abilities owned by its master. Being a new human, how could he possibly turn into a believer? Wei Mian moved his lips slightly and whispered, "I saw it with my own eyes." There was a hint of fear and aftershock in his voice, and the black cat stood on its front claws, holding on to Wei Mian's clothes as it approached and licked his cheek. Wei Mian tightly hugged the black cat accordingly. Although the black mist had used vines and a squirrel's shell to approach him, without it, he would have already died in the woods. Upon hearing Wei Mian's words, several people, including Wenya, immediately changed their expressions. New humans mutating into believers was something that had never happened before. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, the reason new humans were able to counteract the believers was due to their abilities and stability. If they could also mutate, wouldn't that make them a new batch of timed bombs? Nest Yong shortening the time period had already alerted several of them to potential crises, yet they could never have imagined issues arising within the new humans themselves. When you anxiously pressed further, was it truly a believer? Not his ability. Was he attacked and reinfected? According to the abilities written on the identity tag, fire type, and because believers couldn't infect new humans, when you knew it was impossible, but he still clung to hope. It was a believer, those greenish-white scales covered in a cold sheen, how could Wei Mian possibly misidentify them? As for the rest, I don't know. When you did not ask further about the person's mutation situation. Wei Mian's possession of the identity tag and map proved that he had died long ago, likely at Wei Mian's hands. This also explained why Wei Mian's first reaction upon encountering him was to attack. When you stood up and paced around nearby, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He squatted back down next to Wenya, gripping her arm, "Sis, maybe we shouldn't." Wenya cut him off, "It's late, let's pack up and leave here first." How could she not know what Wenya was thinking? Changchuan base had gone to Eden ahead of them, and according to the timeline, the person Wei Mian met was on his way back from Eden. He turned into a believer on his way back, perhaps there was some connection between the two. But Wenya didn't want to say these things in front of Wei Mian. She adjusted her expression and looked at Wei Mian. "We are going to look for water too, let's go together." Wei Mian no longer rejected the invitation. He responded with a sound and stood up, still holding the black cat. The traces of fire and roasted meat had been cleaned up by the triplets. Carrying the leftover raw meat would leave a trail of blood along their journey, so they threw it all away. Having done this, the group set off together, Wei Mian following behind. He looked back toward the distance, unsure whether the spider had followed them or not. After Wei Mian and when you left, the spider emerged from its cocoon. The black mist went along with it, evidently agreeing to let the stranger approach Wei Mian. And as such a large creature, it certainly couldn't reveal itself while following Wei Mian. The spider looked down at its 8 legs and its sizable abdomen, secretly feeling disheartened. It quickly perked up and started weaving a new cocoon, then entered this cocoon world and quietly followed behind. Wei Mian's destination was far from the woods, and the spider gasped for breath when it stopped, pulling all the cocoons from the road so far to eat, as a supplement for the next leg of the journey. As it ate, it cut a slit to peek outside. At that moment, the spider saw a small, familiar figure leap onto the pile of ruins, watching Wei Mian in the distance just like it was. A body as tall as a palm, resembling withered branches, it was the stick insect. After the nest surged, neither Wei Mian nor the spider had seen it again, assuming it was no longer in the woods. They hadn't realized that it was still there and intended to follow Wei Mian. The stick insect seemed to sense something odd, raising its head and catching sight of a hole torn in the air, revealing the gaze inside fixed upon it. Its sesame-sized eyes blinked, and it waved its front limbs threateningly. With the black mist absent, the stick insect didn't fear the spider at all. Moreover, it was clear that the spider was hiding here just like it. The spider silently watched the stick insect's arrogance, keeping its head low to continue eating the cocoons. When Wei Mian set out again, the spider hastily followed. The stick insect acted the same way. Its small size made it nearly impossible to detect, allowing it to jump freely between piles of ruins. The spider envied it greatly, never daring to stop the rhythm of weaving cocoons in its mouth, yet it had already fallen behind significantly. Seeing Wei Mian's silhouette becoming more distant and with no other monsters or believers nearby, the spider decided, gritting its teeth, to simply emerge from its cocoon. The sudden appearance of the spider startled the stick insect, which eyed it cautiously. However, it soon realized that the spider was doing the same thing, following Wei Mian's departure, keeping a distance both undetectable and traceable. The stick insect relaxed, as long as the spider wasn't causing trouble for it. Thus, the two creatures, drastically different in size, moved forward together under an atmosphere of quiet harmony, and somewhat eerie tension. Throughout the journey, the stick insect continued observing the spider. It knew the spider was one of the Black Mist's minions, having helped make some grilled fish for Wei Mian by the lake. During the surge of nests, the stick insect hid in the grass and escaped harm but was later terrified when the Black Mist appeared. Fortunately, the Black Mist only slaughtered all the believers and did nothing to it. After calming down, it wanted to find Wei Mian, but the Black Mist was always by Wei Mian's side, so it dared not get close. The Black Mist disliked any creature coming near Wei Mian. The squirrel once did, but the only exception was the spider, which made the stick insect envious. It hopped closer to the spider on the ruins and greeted it with a chirp, choo. The spider, unable to hide well due to its large size, was nervously observing its surroundings. Upon hearing the stick insect's sound, it merely glanced at it without reacting further. Seeing this, the stick insect ran off on its own after turning its head. A little while later, it couldn't resist approaching again. Ahead, Wei Mian and the few humans stopped midway, seemingly deciding which way to go. The spider hurriedly hid behind the ruins. The stick insect didn't need to be as cautious as it was, standing on the ruins while looking down at the spider from above, patting its head with its front limbs. The spider remained still, neither getting angry nor pushing it away, its pea-sized eyes blankly staring at it. This made the stick insect curious, so it no longer cared that the spider had ignored it earlier. It simply climbed onto the spider's head and sat down, choo. The spider dared not make a sound, and upon realizing the stick insect had no ill intent, let it stay. When Wei Mian set off again with the group, it silently circled around the ruins ahead with the stick insect perched on its head. As twilight approached, the group arrived at the nearest ruins of a city. Unlike the previous ruins, most here were remnants of high-rise buildings that hadn't yet collapsed, their roadways covered in greenery and rubble showing traces of their original appearance. They entered the ruins area, finding a small stream that nearly traversed half the region, with lush plants growing wildly nearby, and crystal-clear water. The triplets unfastened their backpacks, one was responsible for fetching water, while the other two prepared to search for food in the surrounding area. Wenya took the fetched water and drank a sip, seeing that Wei Mian remained motionless. She guessed and asked, "I have another clean water bottle here. Would you mind using it temporarily if you don't dislike it?" Wei Mian nodded hesitantly with a thanks. He usually carried water in only a tree stump, but the tree stump, well, it was currently with the spider. After receiving the wooden water bottle from Wenya, Wei Mian thanked her again, squatting down by the stream. The source of water the spider found last night was likely this place. Wei Mian drank more than half the bottle of water at once, turning his head to offer the water bottle to the black cat. The black cat showed no interest, merely licking his cheek instead. Refilling the bottle, Wei Mian stood up and saw Wenya and Wenyu setting up a tent. It was his first time seeing such things, so he couldn't help but look for a bit longer. Wenya noticed his gaze and smiled, saying, "We only have 2 tents and must take turns keeping watch, you see." Wei Mian shook his head quickly, "No need to worry about me, I can just sleep outside. There were plenty of places to hide here. If not, he could simply sleep in the grass by the stream." Wenya assumed Wei Mian's abnormal powers rendered him immune to such concerns, so she stopped speaking. She fastened the straps of the tent and pulled Wenyu, who had been silent all along, whispering lowly, "That's enough. We've been dispatched by the base. How can we return without finishing?" Moreover, the reason for the new human's mutation being connected to Eden was just speculation. They would need to meet the person to confirm. Also, they didn't necessarily need to make a deal with Eden's leader on this trip. "I know," Wenyu softly replied, "but I feel anxious." The sudden shortening of the nest surge and the strange mutation of the new human made him certain that something significant was about to happen. Whether or not there was hope for this journey remained unclear. Wei Mian sat on a rock nearby, gently petting the black cat in his arms and whispering to it, "Let's rest here for a night, all right? I think they're good people." The latter part of his sentence was spoken extremely softly, audible only to the black cat, which quietly rubbed its nose against his tip. The slightly wider paw pads of the larger cat pressed against his face. Wei Mian considered it an agreement, curving his eyebrows into a smile as he buried his face in the thick fur of the black cat. The black cat narrowed its vertical pupils, enjoying Wei Mian's initiative approach, making those nearby seem a little more amiable. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Yi and Zhang San, who had gone out searching for food, finally returned. They caught a few birds and some wild vegetables leaves. Although there wasn't much meat, it was enough for everyone. When Zhang Yi and Zhang San returned, both held their jackets in their hands, wearing only thin tank tops. Wei Mian noticed some scale-like patterns on their arms slowly fading. They were evidently animal transformation-type mutants whose parts of their bodies could change into non-human forms, making them exceptionally powerful and physically superior to ordinary mutants. As for Wenye and Wenyu, the two siblings, Wei Mian hadn't yet seen their abilities. Wenyu collected a lot of branches and leaves to start a fire, clearly preparing dinner. Wei Mian watched carefully how they cooked, but then saw Wenyu taking out a few wooden bowls, chopsticks, and even a pot from her backpack, pouring in some clear water. The birds had already been skinned, eviscerated, and washed cleanly, cut into pieces and put together with the wild greens into the pot. Wenyu added a bit of powdered seasoning inside. All of this was beyond Wei Mian's expectations. He had no pot, so even if he'd learned how to cook, it would have been impossible for him. As Wei Mian watched, so did the black cat, its dark red pupils in the night becoming increasingly eerie as they stared intently toward the pot. Zhang Er sat beside Wenye but grew uncomfortable under the black cat's gaze, standing up and moving elsewhere. Gradually, the aroma from the pot drifted over with the wind. Wei Mian quietly twitched his nose tip, his eyes beneath the brim of his hat subtly lighting up. When the meat and vegetables were cooked, Wenye ladled out a bowl first and handed it to Wei Mian. Surprised by her kindness, Wei Mian took it, murmuring, "Thanks." The soup in the bowl was still scalding hot, and he blew to cool it, unable to resist taking a sip. The next moment, he winced from the heat. But Wei Mian didn't care, cradling the wooden bowl as if it were a treasure. He ate every bit, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Seated on the other side, Wenye said nothing, taking his empty bowl and ladling another portion into it despite Wei Mian's attempts to refuse, thrusting it back into his hands. "Eat more," Wenye couldn't help sighing, "you're too thin." Wei Mian felt a pang in his nose and lowered his head, Apart from the spider and the black mist, Wenye was the third person who treated him this kindly. After dinner, Wenye went to the stream to wash everyone's utensils. Wei Mian rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, wanting to help. Wenye didn't refuse, making a little space beside her and smiling as she said, "When Wenye was your age, he only knew how to hide at home and sleep." She didn't specify whether that was before or after becoming a new human. Wei Mian quietly washed the bowls, his chin barely showing under the moonlight. Wenye suddenly asked curiously, "I see you always wear a hat, do you fear the cold? Or was it the light?" These days, the temperature was gradually rising, and it wasn't cold even at night. For a moment, Wei Mian's body stiffened slightly, mumbling unclearly, Clearly unwilling to elaborate, Wenye tactfully dropped the subject, taking the bowls he'd cleaned and putting them back in the backpack. Charged with watching the first half of the night, Zhang Yi and one of the triplets were assigned to guard duty while the rest of the group entered the tent to sleep. Wei Mian intentionally sought if the spider had followed, wandering to a place a bit further away and sitting behind a tree. He waited for a while, not noticing any movement from the spider, and gradually, drowsiness crept over him. Leaning against the tree trunk, Wei Mian fell asleep and woke again already inside his dream. His brows furrowed slightly, burrowing into black mist's embrace and placing his hand on his stomach, uncomfortable. Perhaps because he had eaten 2 meals, one at noon and one at night, more than usual, his stomach, which usually consumed only a little food, couldn't take it. While awake, he could endure the discomfort, but once in dreams, his instincts drove him to seek something familiar to lean on. A hand slipped beneath his clothes, its warm palm meeting smooth skin. Black mist pulled Wei Mian closer. "Where does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt," Wei Mian, eyes closed, muffled his voice into Black Mist's chest. "It's just I ate too much, need to rub it." Black Mist paused briefly before massaging gently with soft movements. "Don't eat too much next time." Wei Mian sighed in frustration, "But I can't help it, why does the food others make taste so good?" After rubbing him for a while, Black Mist leaned down and spoke softly, "I can also make you food." His breath brushed across Wei Mian's ram's horns, tinged with a hint of resentment and reluctance. Wei Mian shrank his neck instinctively, responding slowly, "Oh." Chapter 35. Wei Mian paid no attention. The person in his dream was going to cook for him, but it was still just a dream. The slight discomfort in his stomach gradually disappeared with the massage. The intimate gesture reminded Wei Mian of the last time He Wu had treated his rib injury like this. In the same dream, the memories became incredibly vivid, and Wei Mian began to feel confused. Could the person who healed his injuries be the one in this dream? Being able to dream about the same person every night is itself an unusual thing. With warm palms closely pressed against his skin, creating ambiguous friction beneath his clothing, moving gradually toward his smooth spine, He Wu looked down and said, "Do you hope I am real, or fake?" Wei Mian's cheeks flushed slightly, finding it hard to bear such intimacy, but it was he who had asked for his stomach to be rubbed. He shrank into He Wu's embrace, trying to avoid the hand behind him, muttering, I don't know." Of course, he hoped it was true. However, the remaining rationality told him that because it was in a dream, all likes and affections were tinged with blurred imagination. Would he accept the existence of such a person in reality? Not only did he doubt himself, but also doubted the other side. Would there really be someone who wouldn't reject everything about him and unconditionally care for him? The refined few he met during the day were willing to travel together with him, generously giving food without reservation, simply because they mistook He Wu for his power. In fact, he was utterly useless, with ugly goat horns, and accompanied by 2 monsters, He Wu and Spider. If others knew about these things, they would only see him as a monster. He Wu was very dissatisfied with Wei Mian's response, "Don't know." Wei Mian's attitude toward those people today already made him sense some danger. Indeed, because they were the same kind, he instinctively felt good towards them, reacting much differently than when he first saw Hei Wu and Spider. Even in the dream, Wei Mian liked his human form but didn't care much for his foggy original body. But with the power he has recovered so far, Spider being too timid to show up, and not wanting to leave Wei Mian's side to let him stay with those people. Wei Mian's emotion sank a little, lowering his thick eyelashes and staying silent. Hei Wu kissed his goat horn gently and continued stroking the tender flesh under his hand. You've said before, you love me most. Wei Mian blushed, his thoughts immediately swayed, lost and helpless, burying his face in Hei Wu's chest. Outside the dream, Zhang Er, on watch duty, went to relieve himself nearby and returned at just the right moment to pass by where Wei Mian was resting. Somehow driven by impulse, he stopped and looked over. Wei Mian sat quietly under the tree, leaning his head back against the trunk as if asleep. The moonlight shining through the tree branches revealed just a small part of his chin beneath the edge of the wide-brimmed hat. Zhang Er still remembered the hidden face, although he had only seen it once, the impression was quite deep. The black cat with strange eyes was nowhere to be found, and Zhang Er couldn't help but get closer to Wei Mian, walking lightly until he was not far away from him. He wasn't sure what he was doing, perhaps just wanting to take another close look at Wei Mian while he slept and wouldn't notice him. Dark fog suddenly appeared before Zhang Er. Before he could react, the fog coalesced into a vague figure, which in the blink of an eye was right next to him, grabbing his neck. The figure applied tremendous force, forcing Zhang Er's feet off the ground, preventing any sound from coming out of his throat, and the scales on his arms struggled to appear but failed to take shape. His powers couldn't be used, and the feeling of suffocation led him to mistake it for death. He desperately struggled, trying to seek help from Zhang Yi on the other side. At this moment, Wei Mian stirred restlessly under the tree. With a soft bang, the grip around Zhang Er's neck loosened abruptly, and he was thrown onto the grass. The figure dissipated into thick fog, returning to Wei Mian's side to softly envelop him until he fell back into deep sleep. Simultaneously, a pair of dark red vertical pupils opened in the darkness, their cold gaze landing on Zhang Er. Zhang Er's expression was filled with terror, and he quickly got up and fled. Back near the tent, Zhang Yi looked around behind him. What was that noise? Zhang Er covered the marks on his neck with his hand, coughed lightly, accidentally fell. Sitting on his own, Zhang Yi didn't notice anything unusual about him and nodded without further questions. Only when the pain in his neck had completely disappeared did Zhang Er summon the courage to glance in the direction where Wei Mian was, with lingering fear still evident in his eyes. He didn't know what it was, possibly the ability of not sleeping, or maybe that black cat. But Zhang Er was certain, he had almost died just now. The disparity in strength was too great. When his neck was gripped, he could not fight back at all. The final act of the figure releasing him seemed more like a warning. If he dared again, well, Zhang Er wasn't even sure himself what exactly he would dare to do. But the fear of confronting death was incredibly real. It felt as though there was still a gaze following him from behind, preventing him from telling Zhang Yi the truth. All because Wei Mian's appearance was so deceptive, he was no delicate youth. The one who could kill over 100 followers and repel a nest swarm meant that even their 5 combined wouldn't be enough to match up against him. Zhang Er touched the lingering marks on his neck and lowered his voice. Brother, are we really going to take him with us? He even dared not mention Wei Mian's name. Zhang Yi glanced straight ahead. That person is very skilled, isn't it better to have him along? And seeing Wei Mian interact with Wenya and her brother, it seemed like he was merely a quiet child. Zhang Er pulled at the corner of his lips. Yes, he is pretty skilled. Just then the wind picked up, the moon was obscured by clouds, and the surroundings grew darker all at once. Zhang Er immediately remembered the earlier scene, a chill running up his spine, so he held his tongue. He completely retracted any inappropriate thoughts, and when he saw Wei Mian and the black cat in his arms the next day, he went alone to the rear to pack up the tent. Everyone's breakfast was simple, roots of a plant found by the stream. They peeled and ate it raw, tasting somewhat similar to berries. Wei Mian ate a few bites, taking advantage of the time while Wenya and others were looking at the map and discussing which path to take. He quietly slipped away to a secluded corner on the other side. He looked around and softly called out, Luna. The black cat in his arms lifted its eyes, gazing at a cracked stone wall where the air slightly distorted. A black head emerged, imprinted with a human face. Luna. The worried expression on Wei Mian's face turned into delight, finally relaxing as he stepped forward to touch the transparent cocoon. I didn't see you last night, and I thought you hadn't followed me over. Spider let out a soft, woo, for some unknown reason glancing at the black cat with a hint of avoidance and timidity. It only exposed its head outside the cocoon, suddenly moving slightly at its neck before a palm-sized figure crawled out from within the cocoon. Wei Mian widened his eyes in surprise. Huh. Under the cold gaze of the black cat, the stick insect only held out for 2 seconds before retreating back into the cocoon, trembling inside. Even though the black mist seemingly had no intention to kill, that gaze remained rather terrifying. Spider knew the black mist would be displeased. It tore open the cocoon a little more with its soft limbs and took out a prepared slate. A row of words was attached to it. It always follows me. So you came here together through the woods. Wei Mian poked the cocoon, but unfortunately, the stick insect did not want to come out anymore. Seems like it likes Luna a lot too. Precisely because of this sentence, the heavy atmosphere around softened somewhat, and the black cat closed its eyes, curling comfortably in Wei Mian's arms. Spider breathed a sigh of relief. It knew that with Wei Mian present, nothing bad would happen to the stick insect. Wei Mian broke off a piece of the uneaten plant stem and fed it to Spider, saying as he did, "Wenya and the others don't know when they'll leave yet, it shouldn't take long." They were setting off for Eden, that place. Wei Mian actually cared about a bit too. If he were a new human, he'd likely go as well, not necessarily for enhancing abilities, but because he wanted to know if Eden had any connection to him. The icon on the map and the mark on his body were nearly identical. Could there be such coincidences in the world? However, he wasn't a new human. To rely solely on a mark to venture into an entirely unfamiliar place, Wei Mian couldn't make up his mind. Moreover, he already had 3 whole monsters tagging along. Wei Mian sighed, "There's water here, and we can find food. Once Wenya and the others leave, we'll stay here." This area offered more hiding spots, making it safer than the woods. The black cat, which had been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked at Spider. Spider paused, threw the half-eaten stem into the cocoon for the stick insect to eat, and then also retreated inside. The sound of pages flipping emanated from within the cocoon. Spider quickly placed the slate with newly affixed paper in front of Wei Mian. The master said, "Go to Eden." Wei Mian froze. Why? But Spider put the slate away, ceasing further communication with him, proving that it didn't know either. It was just passing on a message from the black mist. The black cat in his arms was quiet, and Wei Mian looked down at it with a lowered gaze. Why did the black mist want to go to the human base? A vague sense of unease rose in his heart. Could it be? Wei Mian cautiously probed, "I think Wenyu and the others are pretty decent people. You wouldn't make a move against them, would you?" He feared that after the black mist arrived at the human base, there would be a bloodbath. To monsters, there was no distinction between humans and believers. The black cat looked at him for a while, then moved closer to lick his chin. Wei Mian was both anxious and bewildered. Was this an acknowledgement of what he had said? Chapter 24. The black cat stood up, gripping Wei Mian's coat with its front paws. Afraid it might fall, Wei Mian carefully supported its hind legs and back. The warm, wet animal tongue scraping against his skin felt strange at first, but he gradually got used to it as he tilted his head, waiting for the cat to stop. The stick insect peeked out of its cocoon again, quietly perching on top of the spider's head. The black cat now appeared perfectly normal, and since meeting Wenyu, it had not shown any aversion to strangers. Wei Mian took this as approval and relaxed somewhat, though he still wondered if the journey would be too inconvenient with the spider following. It wasn't that he didn't want the spider nearby, he was worried it might be spotted by others. Unless he went alone after they left, using the map to find his own route. Wei Mian thought this plan feasible. As for food, wasn't that just something to eat? He ate wild fruits in the forest every day and lived just fine. Moreover, without traveling with others, he might feel freer and more relaxed. After coming to this conclusion, Wei Mian finally patted the spider's head, instructing it and the stick insect to hide. Then he hugged the black cat and returned to Wenya and the others. Seeing Wei Mian's figure, the lines between Wenya's eyebrows visibly relaxed as she picked up her backpack. "We're about to set off. What about you?" Wenyu stood behind, looking in their direction, also awaiting Wei Mian's response. He could see that when Wei Mian asked about Eden yesterday, it was out of interest in the place. But for some reason, there seemed to be hesitation. Was it because they weren't proactive enough? Wenyu did not want all their efforts to find Wei Mian in the woods to end merely with an acquaintance. Before Wei Mian could answer, he spoke up first. "Why don't we go the same way? Let's visit Eden and see what's going on." However, Wei Mian shook his head apologetically. "I need to stay here. Thank you for the food these past 2 days." Disappointed, Wenyu couldn't say much more since Wei Mian had already refused. Among the triplets, only Zhang Er felt secretly relieved, while the other 2 showed no great reaction. "Alright, take care of yourself," Wenya said as she opened her backpack and pulled out a small box of dried fruit. "Keep this." Unlike Wenyu, she didn't press the issue. She simply worried about Wei Mian being alone in the wilderness, once again needing to fend for himself. Uncomfortable accepting the gift, Wei Mian tried to refuse, but Wenya shoved the item directly into his hand. "There's a map inside leading to the Gui mountain base. You can go anytime." She believed in Wei Mian's abilities and said no more. After bidding him farewell, she departed with the other 4. Wei Mian gripped the little box of dried fruit tightly in his hand, his expression conflicted. Only after Wenya and the others were far away did he remember that he hadn't returned the wooden flask of water. It was too late to chase after them, so he silently cleaned the flask by the stream, refilled it with water, and decided to return it if they ever met again. With no one else around, the spider and the stick insect finally emerged, drinking water together by the stream. Wei Mian put down the wooden flask and stroked the black cat in his arms. "I lied to them." His mood was low as doubts crept in about whether what he had done was right. Wenya had been so considerate towards him. Yet, he was traveling with 3 monsters. The black cat didn't need hiding, the stick insect was small, but the spider was different. Thinking about the spider having to remain hidden throughout the journey made Wei Mian's heart ache. Before being expelled from the base, he had never imagined that one day he'd worry about monsters. Staring at the endlessly flowing stream, Wei Mian sighed. Lunch will just be some fruit. Hearing this, the spider assumed Wei Mian was hungry and opened its abdomen to reveal a small package filled with Wei Mian's things. Tree stumps previously used for water, dried wild fruits, and 2 packs of meat jerky they had scavenged earlier. The blood-stained backpack had been washed once by Wei Mian, but the bloodstains wouldn't come off, so with the spider helping him carry items, he threw the pack away. Wei Mian opened the box given by Wenya, eating a piece of dried fruit and feeding a bit to the spider and the stick insect. Only the black cat refused to eat. In the end, the box was placed with the other items and stored back inside the spider's abdomen. Not until afternoon did Wei Mian plan to leave. He still ate something casually before pulling out the map and searching for a route, exactly in the direction Wenya and the others had gone that morning. More believers roamed the ruins. Throughout the morning, several approached, only to be instantly killed by the black mist, their bodies then dragged far away and discarded by the spider. Wei Mian had finally confirmed what he had seen at the edge of the forest, where those piles of bodies had come from. His mood was complex, and his arms holding the black cat grew heavy. When they were ready to depart, the black cat unexpectedly jumped out of his embrace. Seated on a stone by the stream, Wei Mian watched as the black cat squatted in front of him on the ground, its figure gradually becoming blurred. It dispersed into a pure black mist, slowly coalescing into the shape of a human form. The human-like figure was covered with a layer of mist, extending one hand towards Wei Mian. Under the blazing midday sun, it couldn't penetrate through the thick black mist, making this scene look quite eerie even in broad daylight. Wei Mian was puzzled, standing frozen in place, afraid to move. Having grown accustomed to the black cat's presence, seeing the mist suddenly turn into a humanoid silhouette startled and unnerved him somewhat. But before he could react, the shadowy figure reached out directly, grabbing his hand. Warm, feeling akin to human skin, this sensation gave Wei Mian a fleeting moment of hesitation. Then, the figure embraced him. Everything around Wei Mian was obscured by the fog, it was as if he had been forced to close his eyes. Unable to see anything, this actually made him feel less tense. And, this embrace gave him a sense of familiarity. In his mind, Wei Mian inexplicably thought that this person-like being was trying to console him, but he couldn't clearly explain why he would think such a thing. Regardless, Wei Mian no longer felt fear toward this blurry figure. His breathing and heartbeat steadied down. Whether it be the black cat, the mist, or this shadow, it was all the same entity. And truly, the black mist had been consoling Wei Mian. Ever since Wenya and the others left earlier that morning, Wei Mian hadn't been particularly cheerful. Though the black mist didn't like those few individuals, they were still humans like Wei Mian. Perhaps this was the reason for his low spirits. He was growing, weak, timid, and in need of protection. He found solace only among his own kind. There was also information within the materials gathered by the spider stating that humans are social creatures who require mutual companionship. These were things he could provide, though it just needed some time. Once he possessed a real human body, he could satisfy every need and desire of Wei Mian. After some time, the figure loosened his grip on Wei Mian, returning to his original form as a black cat. It then looked up at Wei Mian while crouching there. For a moment, Wei Mian remained dumbfounded before snapping out of it, bending down to lift the cat back into his arms. That hug made him feel oddly awkward. Opening his mouth several times to speak but finding no words, after hesitating for a while, he finally said, "Let's go." The black cat licked under his chin once before curling up and closing its eyes. Wei Mian didn't travel too fast. As dusk approached, he stopped moving and began looking for a suitable place to rest. This ruin zone was vast, and it would take at least a few days to traverse entirely. Along the way, Wei Mian spotted several corpses of believers, which must have encountered Wenya and her group. Before complete darkness set in, Wei Mian managed to find a piece of collapsed structure large enough to shelter them. With the help of the spider, they cleared away the broken stones inside and laid down a thick layer of dry grass. A fallen stone wall served perfectly as overhead cover. During the journey, Wei Mian had not found any edible food, so in the evening, he could only take out a few wild fruits, munching casually just to fill his stomach. The dried meat and fruit slices were too precious to eat. Sitting down, he instructed the spider to fetch the provisions stored within it, when the black cat suddenly left. After brushing against the back of his hand gently, it leaped nimbly out of the ruins and soon disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, the stick insect leapt onto Wei Mian's lap, having taken advantage of the opportunity presented by the black cat's departure. There seemed to be traces of lingering mist on Wei Mian, causing the insect to shiver continuously while gripping tightly onto a section of his clothing fabric. "Chew. Are you cold?" Seeing it tremble ceaselessly, Wei Mian wrapped it carefully in his warm palms. "So, you can make this sound." Previously, he'd only heard the stick insect scream, assuming that was its usual voice. He gently stroked the insect's tiny head and asked, "Do you have a name?" Staring blankly at him, the insect appeared confused about the question, prompting the spider to shake its head in response. "Then from now on I'll call you." The stick insect probably couldn't recognize words like the spider could, nor choose its own name, so Wei Mian thought for a moment. How about I call you Chirp? The stick insect made a chirp sound, as if responding to Wei Mian. Taking this as agreement, while unscrewing the water bottle cap to take a drink, Wei Mian noticed the black cat had returned. It looked the same as when it left, followed by a wisp of mist containing something inside. The stick insect immediately detected its presence and quickly slipped off Wei Mian, hiding in the spider's cocoon. The black cat didn't bother with it and dropped whatever was inside the mist onto the ground, revealing its true form. It was part of a wing, nearly as long as Wei Mian's arm, with black feathers stained with blood. The species of bird was unknown. There was also a branch hanging with some green fruits, and a small creature resembling a gecko. As soon as the creature broke free, it attempted to flee but was immediately restrained by the mist. The black cat's vertically slit eyes gleamed faintly under the moonlight as they glanced at the spider, which instantly understood. It picked up the wing and went to clean it by the stream. Wei Mian had intended to do it himself, but the spider beat him to it. Under the pale moonlight, he watched the spider use its soft limbs to pluck the feathers before discarding the bone where there was little meat. As it prepared to start the fire, this step did not require Wei Mian's help since the little monster that could spit fire, retrieved by the black cat, took care of that. Previously, when the spider tried to roast fish but failed to ignite a fire, it would capture one of these creatures for assistance. The spider had assumed the black mist simply delegated the task to it, but it seemed the mist remembered how to handle the situation itself. Dry branches were ignited, and once the little fire-spitting monster was set free, the spider secured the wing above the fire pit. A wisp of black mist drifted over. With the help of the mist, the wing began rotating slowly. It became evident that the spider's roasting skills weren't appreciated by the black mist, and now the latter decided to take over. After reflecting, the spider recalled how terrible its roasted fish turned out previously, so it stepped back. A little later, upon command from the black mist, the spider cut open the fruit, squeezing its juice onto the surface of the wing. Wei Mian sat nearby observing, feeling that this method resembled his usual way of roasting fish. The only difference was the extra steps involving cleaning and applying fruit juice. The black cat multitasked, lying comfortably in Wei Mian's embrace while manipulating the mist to turn the meat. Wei Mian's heart grew oddly complex. So, you know how to do this too. Even a few monsters knew more than he did. The black cat lay quietly until the smell of roasted meat gradually filled the air. The sound of the fire attracted two believers who were killed as soon as they approached by a sudden surge of mist. Wei Mian glanced into the distance upon hearing the noise, unable to make anything out clearly. Turning back, he focused on the aroma of roasted meat wafting toward him. With nothing eaten at noon, his empty stomach growled with hunger. Confirming that the meat was cooked, the spider washed a large plant leaf clean in the stream water and revealed its sharp front leg tip, cutting the meat off the wing. Though its front legs weren't as effective as knives, enough meat remained on the bone for Wei Mian. Placed on the leaf, the roasted meat was handed to Wei Mian, who stared at it in disbelief. He originally thought that without traveling with Wanya and her group, he'd have to go back to eating raw wild fruits and vegetables. This water source wasn't comparable to the lake in the forest, there wasn't even any living thing visible within it, not to mention finding a fish. On his journey during the afternoon, Wei Mian reflected on whether his recent stability had made him start to feel unfulfilled. At first, surviving had been all he needed, he asked for no more. Wei Mian truly wanted to walk with Wanya and the others, but he wasn't a new human. Everything up to now, he owed to the monsters around him, and he couldn't ignore their needs. Not to mention, during his time in the base, he hadn't enjoyed any special treatment either. But just when he had prepared himself to return to living alone with the monsters again, he ended up receiving this roasted meat. The spider handed him a clean, thin branch to use as a fork. Hesitantly, Wei Mian took a bite of the roasted meat, his expression growing increasingly stunned. This taste was slightly worse than what they ate at noon yesterday, but only slightly so, and far better than any roasted fish Wei Mian or the spider had ever managed. With the wind strong at night, the roasted meat cooled quickly. Burying his head, Wei Mian continued to eat until every bit of meat on the leaf was gone, when he finally realized he had forgotten to feed the black cat. The spider and stick insect ate vegetarian diets, but the black cat had tasted roasted meat the previous day, which made Wei Mian want to share each bite with it. Holding the now empty leaf awkwardly, he said, "I forgot." The black cat seemed to know what he wanted to say, coming close to tenderly lick the tip of his nose. The spider cleared away the remaining debris. Wei Mian held the black cat and sincerely sighed, "You're so amazing." Powerful strength, the ability to transform into a cat, having a spider as a subordinate, and even knowing how to roast meat, whereas he could do none of those things, and actually needed a monster to take care of him. This complex sentiment carried on into his dreams. After falling asleep at night, Wei Mian woke up in a familiar dream. The black mist was holding him. Is the food at night not delicious? Wei Mian hesitated for a moment before nodding, "It's delicious." If so, why wasn't he really happy? The black mist pulled him closer, his palms soothing his spine. "Do you miss your own kind?" Wei Mian's dull mind couldn't fully understand what he meant, but his actions suddenly reminded him of something. During the day, that embrace from the black mist. He looked up, dazedly staring at the figure before him. "You." "What?" Their intimacy increased as the black mist lifted Wei Mian's chin, rubbing it slowly. "The food you like. I can make it too." Those steps were easy for him after seeing them once, capturing the taste Wei Mian liked wouldn't pose any difficulty if he decided to learn. Wei Mian's expression grew increasingly stunned. Did you make it? He finally realized where the problem lay. Was the person in his dream actually the black mist who held him before he went to sleep? There must be other aspects that could explain it. But Wei Mian had just woken up from his dream, with memory still hazy. This thought persisted relentlessly. Ah yes, the black cat. He said he wanted a small pet, and the next day, the black mist transformed into a cat. The black mist glanced down. It was me. He showed no intention of concealing anything. Wei Mian didn't know how to react as sudden pain surged through his body, eliciting a muffled groan. This unexpected pain spread all over, like magma inside his bones trying to burst out and burn through every layer of his skin. Wei Mian instantly paled, collapsing into the black mist. His consciousness blurred, sensing someone tightly embracing him, which lessened the pain significantly. Wei Mian opened his eyes to see his cuffs rolled up, revealing wrist covered in bruised marks. Holding him close, the black mist's palms swept across the bruised skin, yet as soon as they faded, new bruises appeared. Simultaneously, the pain surged again, leaving Wei Mian barely able to speak, trembling and clutching the edges of his clothes tightly. He leaned weakly against the black mist, feeling hands slipping inside his clothing, and each touch bringing a significant reduction in the pain. With his last ounce of strength, Wei Mian burrowed into the black mist, clinging to him like a lifeline, his voice nasally tinged with discomfort. It hurts. The black mist continually healed his injuries until he stabilized somewhat, kissing the ram horn atop his head. You're growing. The gentle kisses and caresses finally calmed Wei Mian, whose tear-streaked eyes drooped in exhaustion as he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 25. In the narrow gap between the stone walls, Wei Mian lay with his eyes tightly closed, his face pale and bloodless. He slept restlessly, a deep frown creasing his brow as mists swirled around him gently. The surrounding area shook, plants withered and regrew again and again. Tender green buds turned yellow and curled up in an instant, becoming dust in the soil. Spiders and dried branch insects had retreated to a distance, huddled together shivering and not daring to approach even half a step near Wei Mian's stone wall, fearful of being affected yet unwilling to leave. Only when everything nearby was completely calm did the dried branch insect release the spider's front leg and jump onto its head. They knew only that the strange occurrences originated from Wei Mian, but they didn't know exactly what had happened. Even though there was black mist by Wei Mian's side, indicating that nothing significant should happen, they were still concerned and slowly approached him. Upon arriving at the stone wall, under dim light, Wei Mian lay sleeping soundly on a pile of dry grass, breathing steadily and uniformly. The black mist coalesced into a vague human form, embracing him from behind. At this point, the spider let out a sigh of relief and led the dried branch insect back to the cocoon to rest. It wasn't yet dawn when the black mist woke the spider, instructing it to take care of Wei Mian before departing. He needed to search for food, not just for Wei Mian, but also for himself. Moving along the direction of sunrise, the cries and sounds of combat among believers grew increasingly clear. Faint wisps of fog began to appear in the sparse woods, watching over a few familiar figures nearby. Wen Yu stood protecting Wen Ye behind him, manipulating the surrounding stone walls to defend against the believers' attacks. The triplets were fully in their beast forms, their arms covered with scales, their claws bloody, a bizarre combination of non-human traits and human bodies. There were 3 believers in total. Though smaller in size, their advantage lay in their agile and flexible movements as they darted between the group. Wen Yu, worried about accidentally injuring his companions, could not use his powers to their fullest extent. At this moment, a 4th believer quietly circled from the other side, readying itself to strike. Watch out! Wen Yu shouted in warning, momentarily distracted on his own end. One small believer sensed that the weakest person among them was Wen Ye and quickly charged forward. Its long and sharp claws slashed hard, easily cutting through the stone wall blocking the two. Wen Yu pushed Wen Ye back, but unable to evade in time, his right shoulder sustained a wound. At a critical moment, Wen Ye lifted his left hand, and a short arrow shot out from inside the cuff of his sleeve. The arrow pierced the heart of the believer, exploding with a bang sound, instantly taking away its life as the body fell limply to the ground. By this time, the triplets had also dealt with the other believers, suffering only slight injuries. The black mist remained silently in place for a while before vanishing without a trace. Wen Ye took out bandages and medicine from his backpack. The smell of the corpse is heavy. We need to leave here immediately. Wen Ye responded affirmatively, glancing toward where the black mist had appeared just now as if sensing something. There was nothing there, no signs of abnormality. Furrowing his brows slightly, he shifted his gaze back. As he applied ointment to his wound, he said, continuing like this isn't going to work. We need to catch a green-toothed beast instead. Green-toothed beasts loved eating rock walls, and they were most abundant in the ruins. They were among the most docile of monsters and could be lured with food, serving temporarily as mounts to hasten travel. Wen Ye finished wrapping the bandage around Wen Yu's wound and removed the short arrows from the deceased believers' bodies, destroying them. Agreed, he replied. When Wei Mian woke up, it was almost noon. He lifted his heavy eyelids, feeling as though his entire body had been crushed, but when he sat up, he didn't feel any particular discomfort. The black cat came in from outside, leaping into his lap and rubbing its head against him. Wei Mian absent-mindedly stroked it as memories from his dream gradually became clearer, and his movements paused. Last night in his dream, his body inexplicably experienced unbearable pain, and it was the person in the dream who continuously treated him. Before that, this person had asked him if the food last night wasn't tasty. And he admitted that the roasted meat was made by him. For some reason, this time Wei Mian remembered his dream clearly, especially the waves of pain coursing through his body. Perhaps due to this, he remembered the rest of the contents as well. Every word of their conversation, the tone used during replies, only the face of the person in the dream remained unclear and blurred. Wei Mian had considered this possibility before, but every time after a scene in his dreams, upon waking up, he could barely recall them, and attempting to vividly reminisce on more details would make them even blurrier. Similarly, whenever he entered a dream, everything in reality became a distant memory. Wei Mian only remembered that he felt very close to the person in his dream. This person healed his wounds, never rejected him for his horns, and soothed him to sleep. He remained in this dazed state for a long time. Although the black mist had previously admitted that it was responsible for healing the bruise on his rib, Wei Mian still wondered if the person appearing in his dreams might just be a figment of his imagination. Actually, since the black mist had been so kind to him, after overcoming the initial misunderstanding, Wei Mian no longer feared it. Even though it entered his dreams without warning, he didn't need to worry about being harmed. But the closeness with the person in his dreams felt too intimate. In the first 19 years of Wei Mian's life, he rarely conversed with anyone and lacked any experience in intimate relationships. The instinctive closeness and dependency he showed in his dreams, along with the intimacy between them, caused immense anxiety upon waking up. At this moment, the spider poked its head out, holding freshly peeled nuts on its soft limbs. Wei Mian's thoughts were interrupted, and he hastily crawled out of the space within the stone wall as if guilty. The nuts were brought back by the black mist, they tasted sweet and crunchy. Since Wei Mian had only recently woken up and couldn't eat much, a handful of nuts was just right. As he ate, he subtly glanced at the black cat curled in his arms, catching sight of the slit pupils staring back at him. These deep red eyes seemed completely unrelated to the person in his dream, yet Wei Mian immediately recalled the scene from his dream where he fell asleep while having his ram horn stroked. His hand trembled slightly as he slowly set the nuts down. The black cat stared at him unwaveringly, as if asking why he stopped eating. After hesitating for a while, Wei Mian finally asked, "Is the person who has been appearing in my dreams, you?" The black cat remained unmoved, and both the spider and the dried branch insect had disappeared somewhere else. Wei Mian continued, "If it is you, could you nod or blink?" He held his breath anxiously awaiting a response. A moment later, he saw the black cat slowly blink its eyes. Even though Wei Mian had prepared himself mentally, he still didn't know what to do, mouth opening but no sound coming out. He had hoped for the person in his dreams to truly stay by his side, but he hadn't imagined it would be the black mist. Or, perhaps, he hadn't thought it would be a monster. And he still couldn't remember the face of the person in his dreams. Or maybe the blurred figure the black mist once formed was something he unconsciously imagined into a face. His heart was troubled when the black cat suddenly turned back into mist. Wei Mian was distracted and startled, nearly falling backward, scattering the nuts on the ground. The mist instantly coalesced into a vague human form, grabbing his hand and pulling him into an embrace. It was a pose they frequently took in his dreams, Wei Mian always leaning forward, letting the other touch his horns. Wei Mian remembered this, but this familiar action made him even more flustered. He closed his eyes instinctively, refusing to see the swirling mist before him, clutching tightly at his sleeve in a helpless manner. The black mist sensed Wei Mian's tension. His reaction was far different from how he acted in his dreams, as if ready to push it away and flee at any moment. The black mist assumed it was because he currently didn't have a true physical form, and this appearance made Wei Mian repulsed. So, he returned to animal form, and the black cat, now with a fluffy tail upright, squatted on Wei Mian's lap again. Facing the familiar and seemingly more harmless black cat, Wei Mian's tense emotions relaxed noticeably. He picked up the nut from the ground and then remembered to thank the black mist. "Last night, thank you." The pain in his dream was incredibly real, as were the bruises surfacing on his body, making Wei Mian uncertain if it was related to the unstable abilities in his system. The black cat licked his cheek in response, drawing closer. Wei Mian wasn't quick enough to avoid it, and somehow, it reminded him of the dream. The person in his dreams never went beyond kissing his face like this, but... Wei Mian's ear tips flushed red. He pushed the black cat away and ate another nut. When the black mist initially transformed into a cat, it was covered in a layer of foggy mist, spending an entire night evolving into its current form. Could the figure be going through a similar process? If so, what shape would it take? Once the thought arose, it became uncontrollable. The faces in Wei Mian's mind remained blurry, unable to fully form. And gradually, he realized the person in his dreams might really step into reality. Thinking about this, a subtle sensation welled up in Wei Mian's heart. He was a bit anticipatory, yet also afraid his anticipation would turn out to be false hope. Although the black mist could turn into a cat, it was fundamentally a monster, making Wei Mian feel too awkward to ask outright if it could possess a real human form. It all seemed quite awkward. Wei Mian twisted open his water flask, drank some water, took a few deep breaths to stop thinking further, and stood up, preparing to depart. He had risen too late today, almost wasting the entire morning. The daylight was shorter afternoon, and the sun would set in a few hours. Wei Mian quickened his pace, heading for the area with the densest ruins before it got dark. Broken walls and remnants were scattered everywhere, with stones of various sizes blocking the path, their surfaces covered by green plants growing from the cracks. The spider led the way ahead, while Wei Mian followed closely behind, occasionally stopping to look around. It was getting dark, and they needed to find a place to rest as soon as possible. Meanwhile, far away, Wenyue and Wenyasha, along with a few others, finally managed to catch a green-toothed beast. They spent a great deal of energy setting traps and waiting for the right moment, which cost them time. They planned to travel at night and rest during the latter half of the night. Wenyue used several stone slabs to pile up a small hill, under which lay a beast with long green fangs, now busily eating. This was a monster, completely unconcerned about the people outside, its interest was solely focused on the food in front of it. Wenyue carefully moved one of the stone slabs, trying to get closer to it. The green-toothed beast they had caught was quite large. All 5 of them could fit inside if they squeezed together. Suddenly, the green-toothed beast lifted its head and looked toward the distance. Its massive body began to tremble. It discarded the half-eaten rock, curling up into a ball and emitting soft cries of distress. What's happening? Wenyue frowned, intending to step forward to see if the green-toothed beast had eaten something it shouldn't have. Wenyasha grabbed his arm and stopped him, her expression serious. Wait, there seems to be something. In the direction the green-toothed beast had been looking, something that frightened it was approaching. Chapter 25. The moon hanging in the night sky suddenly vanished into darkness. There was complete silence around them, then a warm, damp, salty breeze blew from the distance. It seemed as if they were standing right before surging waves. But there was only rubble all around, and the nearest sea was at least 3 months' journey away. It didn't seem to be caused by followers of some kind, the most likely possibility was that it was a monster. The green-toothed beast was still trembling with fear. Mustering up its courage, it cautiously looked around and abruptly smashed through a stone wall blocking its way to escape to one side. When you wanted to stop it. They had caught this green-toothed beast after such hardship, and letting it go meant they might not find another one anytime soon. He had barely taken a step when his expression changed dramatically. Several insects, each as long as an adult's arm, darted out of the darkness. Their features were unclear under the night, but they blocked the path of the green-toothed beast, quickly climbing onto its body. The green-toothed beast screamed pitifully as it fell down. The scent of blood spread around, mixed with the sounds of tearing flesh and gnawing on skin. When did these insects get close? They hadn't noticed a thing. Zhang Yi's hands transformed into sharp claws, his voice deep as he urged, run quickly. A rustling sound came from the direction where the wind had blown earlier. This time, they managed to see clearly, there were at least dozens of insects, crossing over the ruins in a group toward them. Their speed was too fast, dodging them wasn't an option. When you manipulated nearby rocks to smash directly into the swarm. The impact of the falling stones flattened the insects into a pile of mushy meat. These creatures seemed to lack strong fighting capabilities, appearing fierce only because they happened upon prey like the green-toothed beast, which had no ability to resist. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief, it was better than dealing with the 4 believers they'd encountered that morning. When you continued using his abilities to fend off the approaching insects, while the few that slipped through were quickly handled by the triplets. Only after all the insects were dead did the area grow quiet once again. When you turned his head to look, finding nothing left of the green-toothed beast except a bloody skeleton. Although none of them had been touched by the insects, the sight of this still sent chills down their spines. When you covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, turning away and unable to bear watching any longer, let's go, we don't want to attract more monsters. At this moment, Zhang Ye's voice rang out nearby, full of horror, what is that? Following the direction of his pointed finger, the others saw a massive shadow emerging vaguely in the dim night. The shadow appeared to be at least 100 meters tall, with a slender body resembling that of a human. Its head resembled an irregular triangle. It took steps forward, moving slowly and clumsily, yet somehow closed the gap in the blink of an eye. It's a monster. When you clenched his teeth, exchanging a glance with the rest before all turned around instinctively and fled. Monsters were different from believers. Most of them held their own territories or had distinct patterns of behavior, they wouldn't actively search for humans to attack. However, if one encountered them, they certainly wouldn't show mercy. They had never heard of the enormous monster that was rapidly approaching, so they had no idea what to expect. With such an overwhelming disparity in power at hand, retreating was undoubtedly their first priority. If retreat failed, hiding was their next best option. They left their previous position, bypassing the ruins and heading to the side, hoping to steer clear of the monster's path. Just after passing through 2 collapsed high-rise buildings, the colossal shadow had already approached within 100 meters. The moon reappeared, its faint light revealing countless creatures dropping off the monster's body. One could tell they resembled the insects they had faced earlier. He immediately understood, the insects had been brought by the monster. These large bloodthirsty crawlers were probably parasitic organisms living on the monster. Its speed was simply too fast. They hadn't yet reached a safer distance, and continuing further ahead might make noise that drew the monster's attention. When you, leading from the front, carefully shifted aside a few rocks. Within the wreckage, he found a spot where they could take cover. He let Wenya enter first, followed by the triplets, while he squeezed in last, using rocks to block the entrance. Peeking through the cracks between the stones, Wenya watched as the monster continued forward, seemingly oblivious to the presence of anyone hiding to the side. As long as they patiently waited, they should be able to successfully evade this monster. But just as the group began relaxing, the familiar rustling sound arose from a short distance away. Wenyu's expression changed slightly, as indeed, he saw over a dozen insects appear amidst the ruins ahead. One insect led the pack, being larger than the others, with prominent protrusions forming a pair of curved antennae. It constantly surveyed the surroundings, guiding the insect swarm closer to the location where the group was hiding. At this moment, the monster halted, and its head twisted around in an eerie manner. It seemed like they had been discovered. Wenyu didn't dare to make a move, his eyes fixed on the insect swarm that was getting closer. He could only quietly adjust the stone at the entrance, making the gap narrower. However, he underestimated the insect swarm. They smelled their way to the blocked gap, and realizing they couldn't squeeze through, started attempting to break the stones with their forelimbs and mandibles. Though these insects could be killed with one blow, their strength was not to be trifled with. Their mandibles were sharp, and their prominently stronger forelimbs ended in sharp hook-like claws. Precisely because of this, the green-toothed beast that hadn't managed to escape had been torn apart by the insect swarm in mere moments, leaving only a skeleton behind. The insect swarm soon covered the entire entrance, their long legs probing into the cracks, and the sound of the stones being scraped and bitten made Wenyu's teeth grind uncomfortably. Before long, a crack appeared in the stone, and a small piece of broken rock was dug out. Though able to manipulate even broken stones, the effect was far inferior to intact rocks. Wenyu's forehead glistened with sweat, his limited vision entirely obscured by the insect swarm, offering no sight of the distant monster. If this continued, the insects would eventually enter, leaving them crammed together in the narrow space with no means to evade. Wenyu waited for the right moment, and finally struck, moving another stone outside to crush the insect swarm. After several high-pitched screams, it finally became quiet outside. A smell similar to rotting fish mixed with seawater spread inward. Wenyu resecured the entrance, trying to peek outside but seeing only darkness. At the next moment, he saw some wriggling things drop from the dark sky above. The monster stood right in front of them, blocking everything from view. Wenyu's pupils contracted sharply as his hand trembled while manipulating his ability. Wei Mian followed the spider for a while, still unable to find a suitable place to rest. The night was colder than usual, hinting at an impending rain. They'd better find shelter. He paid attention to the stones beneath his feet, suddenly raising his head to sniff the air. What smell is this? The spider also stopped, taking a few steps back. The stick bug sitting atop its head slid down and hugged its forelegs tightly. Wei Mian noticed its unusual behavior and grew cautious. What's wrong? As the words left his mouth, he caught sight of a massive shadow appearing in the distance. Was it a monster? Before Wei Mian could react, the black cat jumped from his arms, its fur bristling. It transformed into its mist form, disappearing almost instantly from where it had been. Ah Teng. Wei Mian glanced around blankly. Where did it go? The spider gently tugged at Wei Mian's sleeve, urging him to follow. The stick bug jumped into Wei Mian's coat pocket to hide, causing Wei Mian to hesitate momentarily before proceeding with the spider toward another direction. Just before the mist appeared, the huge monster was lifting its muscular leg to crush the ruins where Wenyu and the others were hiding. It suddenly paused, its deformed skull slowly turning. The black mist descended like a collapsing cloud, its ink-like color bubbling and boiling, rapidly expanding in size. 2 plump bugs fell off the giant creature's face, revealing its eye sockets, which were packed with dozens of lifeless eyeballs. Its neck twisted unnaturally, the grinding of bones producing a sound akin to excited roaring. Its stiff body turned awkwardly, lifting its arm to strike toward the black mist. The black mist didn't dodge, it tightly enveloped the monster's hand, immediately causing congealed black blood to fall in chunks. The monster's head trembled slightly, its mouth splitting open in anger as it let out a scream. Its other hand swung fiercely, scattering the mist wrapped around it. Its previously wrapped arm was revealed, now reduced to a shriveled stump. When the black mist arrived, Wenyu was the first to notice the abnormality. The monster wasn't attacking them anymore, but had changed its target. Through the cracks, he looked on with a slightly stunned expression. Wei Mian. Wasn't that black mist Wei Mian's ability? Taking advantage of the monster's distraction dealing with the mist, Wenyu moved the stone at the entrance and stepped out with the others, quietly moving to a more concealed spot behind. The insects that had fallen from the monster no longer approached, apparently fearing the black mist, clustering together at a distance. Wenyu carefully examined the surroundings, her brows knitted in concern. Is that Wei Mian's ability? Where is he? Zhang Er kept his eyes fixed on the monster, muttering, let's go quick, we don't know where this monster comes from. Wei Mian might just be able to take care of the monster, but they certainly couldn't. If the monster shifted its target once again, survival should be their immediate priority. The other 2 triplets remained silent, presumably agreeing with Zhang Er's words. Wenyu also kept quiet, while only Wenyu hesitated in her expression. The disparity in strength was too great, they indeed might not be of any help. Without the black mist's appearance, they would already be corpses by now. It was impossible for Wenya to make the decision to flee at this moment. After a moment of thought, she turned and signaled for the group to retreat further back, to avoid being caught in the monster's attack. Let's hide first, then see how the situation unfolds. Since Wenya wouldn't leave, naturally Wenya wouldn't either, and the triplets could only remain as well. Not far away, the giant creature tore at the mist enveloping its body. The places that had been covered lost all vitality, turning into a dried corpse-like state, yet the massive cloud of mist didn't seem to have diminished in the slightest. It was enraged and terrified by the speed at which the black mist grew. A few cold eyeballs fell from its eye sockets. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of another scent, emanating from the farthest edge of its sight. Unlike the darkness and gloom brought by the mist, this sweet aroma was wrapped in a fragile and tender exterior, subtly revealing an immensely tempting nature. The monster rekindled with excitement. If it couldn't eliminate the black mist, capturing the other would suffice. It no longer paid attention to the mist trying to engulf it and took steps forward toward the source of the scent. Wenya and the others hiding nearby witnessed this scene and cautiously followed from afar. Though the monster's actions were peculiar, the mist never dispersed, indicating Wei Mian might still be nearby. In the distance, Wei Mian seemed to sense something and looked up. The shadow was still there. No, it was getting closer. He and the spider had just found a barely sufficient refuge, but needed to remove several rock walls inside. The spider was industriously moving them aside. In the span of just a few breaths, the shadow drew even nearer, the enormous body completely blocking out the moonlight and the wind. Wei Mian gasped inwardly, involuntarily trembling as he called out softly, "Luna, hide quickly." The spider noticed the arrival of the dark silhouette, giving a timid, sound, but positioned itself protectively in front of Wei Mian. As the monster took one more step closer, its movements became increasingly sluggish, its gaunt legs almost unable to support its body. The infuriated mist repelled it several times, unwilling to let it near Wei Mian. This confused the monster, but it couldn't ponder further, its sole focus being to seize Wei Mian. Suddenly came a thunderous boom, causing the monster's body to stiffen as it lowered its head slightly. Its withered leg had completely died off, forcing it to kneel on the ground and rendering it unable to advance another step. With the goal so close, it refused to give up, roaring furiously as it raised its arm, attempting to grab hold of Wei Mian standing amidst the ruins. That was the only part of its body still intact, the bright red muscles and blood vessels forming a swollen mass of flesh. Its palm swung toward Wei Mian. The spider refused to hide alone, and Wei Mian had no time to escape. As soon as the mist vacated from the monster's body, it instantly moved to Wei Mian's position, tightly wrapping around him and shielding him from the monster's final blow. At the same moment, Wei Mian looked up in confusion. That grotesque arm suddenly paused in mid-air for a second. The exposed bones and hideous muscles went limp, softening like melting snow under the sun, reverting to their original form. The blood and flesh chunks fell mid-air, shrinking continuously until they turned into a small puddle of blood that splattered onto the stones. A silence followed. Wei Mian turned pale, closing his eyes tightly before collapsing. As the mist dissipated, the group hidden at a distance was the first to recover, led by Wenya. That's Wei Mian. The monster should be dead now. She immediately got up to check on Wei Mian's condition. At this exact moment, the vanished black mist reappeared, coalescing into a humanoid shape. When the mist covering the figure gradually dissipated, revealing its obscured original form, everyone froze. It was a man, tall and statuesque, dressed simply in black, his back facing them, his face entirely concealed in shadows. The air seemed to thin suddenly, leaving the group, including Wenya, immobilized, struck with even greater fear towards the mystery and unknown than when they had seen the giant monster earlier. Daring not to move another step, they watched the man emerge from the mist, kneeling half down and gently picking up the unconscious Wei Mian. Chapter 27. He Wu horizontally carried Wei Mian, slightly turning his head to reveal half of his face. At a distance, it was impossible to make out his features, only the cold glance directed backward was visible. For a moment, when you felt an intense wave of killing intent. It was as if he had returned to a time not long ago when they were forced to hide in a narrow stone wall, seeing through the crack a massive shadow standing before them like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. For some unknown reason, that killing intent disappeared again. Several people were hurled away by an invisible force, landing awkwardly on the ground but without any fatal injuries. When they looked up again, the man and Wei Mian were both gone. Though clearly possessing a human body, could a human who emerged from the mist still be considered human? If it were a monster, why would it have a human form? Moreover, wasn't that black mist Wei Mian's ability? Everything everyone had experienced tonight surpassed their previous understanding. After a long pause, Zhang Er couldn't help but speak up. What do we do now? The monster was dead, they had survived successfully. As for Wei Mian and the mysterious man who just appeared, he didn't want to investigate further. Only he knew that he had almost been strangled to death by the silhouette made of fog, so only he lacked the immense shock others felt. He had already realized how bizarre Wei Mian and his abilities were, along with that dark red-eyed black cat. No one answered Zhang Er. When you alone approached the corpse of the giant creature and crouched down halfway. The monster's vivid red muscles had vanished, leaving behind only a crinkly layer of skin stretched over thick bones. He reached out to touch, and immediately the bones crumbled into a pile of debris. Most of the debris was gray powder, mixed with some strange broken bones. These broken bones were normal in size, yet it was impossible to tell what kind of creatures they originated from. Some resembled human bones, while others did not. With a gust of wind, other parts of the corpse began gradually crumbling apart, including the deformed head. Scattered throughout the ruins were shards of bone, except the dozens of eyeballs and the eye sockets remained unchanged, lifelessly rolling across the ground. The monster seemed to be stitched together from countless skeletal remains, then endowed with new life. This thought sent chills down Wen Yu's spine, causing him to take a few steps back. He remembered the name, Dark Nest Master, when it first appeared during the Apocalypse origins. Alongside the claim that God abandoned humanity, Dark Nest Master is our sole hope, there was also a widely spread ancient prophecy of God-induced destruction. A deity remade itself from despair and hatred, gaining not only rebirth but also brand new, more powerful strength. The gods did not forsake mankind, they fell or perished under the retribution of the new deity, their corpses twisted into grotesque puppets hidden deep beneath the sea in a disgraceful existence. Because of the downfall of the old gods, all kinds of monsters roamed freely, and those believers adorned with bluish-white scales served as punishment handed down by the new god to humans. But no one knew the origin of the new god's anger, perhaps only humanity's complete extinction could resolve everything. Regardless of which version was true, Wen Yu believed neither. He never believed in gods, and under the apocalyptic times, he lacked the energy to delve deeper, it was hard enough to survive. Yet the scattered bones before his eyes, the briny smell of seawater lingering around, somehow these details matched some aspects of the legends. Including the right arm of the monster dissolving inexplicably, the man appearing from the fog, all of these caused Wen Yu to realize that he was probing into realms he should not enter. Even the terminated swarm phenomenon, thinking about it carefully now, was it truly done by Wei Mian? Wen Yu started doubting his own judgment, his expression becoming increasingly grave and uneasy. Little Yu, Wen Yu arrived behind him, speaking softly, "Don't think too much, let's go." Wen Yu closed his eyes briefly and nodded in agreement. It was nearly midnight now, and though they only suffered minor injuries, the prolonged tension and after effects left them utterly exhausted. Continuing their journey was out of the question. They departed the area and found a suitable spot to rest. As the giant beast delivered its final blow, He Wu timely appeared by Wei Mian. With He Wu present, Wei Mian wouldn't get hurt. The spider hurriedly escaped, hiding inside its cocoon. Before creatures like the behemoth, it instinctively felt fear, it had nearly reached its limit. Also, the several humans it had encountered before came nearby. Had it been slower, it might have been discovered by them. Not until He Wu formed the true human shape and took Wei Mian away did the spider quietly follow them inside the cocoon space. He Wu didn't go too far, instead, he sat leaning against the stone wall at a place where vegetation was most dense. This environment could make Wei Mian feel more relaxed and comfortable. He Wu adjusted his position, holding Wei Mian tighter, took his hand to check the situation, and threw the withered branch insect hidden in his coat towards the spider. The spider caught the insect which feebly fell onto its soft limbs pretending to be dead. After a while, it leaped up and quickly fled into the spider's cocoon. Wei Mian was still unconscious, his pale face under the brim of his cap with knitted brows leaning unconsciously towards the familiar scent. His arm was intact without the injuries all over his body as in the previous dream, but he had used his ability, so there might be other parts of his body that couldn't withstand it. He Wu was about to enter Wei Mian's dream to treat him there since the effects were the same. But at this moment, Wei Mian groaned, discomfort waking him from his unconsciousness. His mind was blurred, thinking he was still in a dream, clinging tightly to the person in front of him, pain. The pain wasn't as intense as the last time, but it was more like an indeterminate suppression and anxiety. Wei Mian squeezed his own palm hard, wanting to cry out of discomfort. Someone gently held him, slowly soothing him from the back of his neck down to his spine, this simple action immediately relieving some discomfort. A thin mist surrounded them, He Wu gently untangled Wei Mian's tightly clenched hands, rubbing the imprinted palm. "Is there any other place you're uncomfortable?" Every use or rapid growth of his ability made Wei Mian's body unable to cope. Only timely suppressing or swallowing the leaked power could alleviate his discomfort. Wei Mian buried his face in He Wu's neck hollow, after a while muttering, "Shoulder, it hurts." He Wu undid Wei Mian's coat and shirt collar under this posture, and sure enough, found large bruises on his shoulder. When that spot was touched, Wei Mian shivered slightly but didn't dodge. He almost forgot that the person in his dream was the monster he lived with every day, but his innate closeness couldn't change in such a short period. Besides the physical pain and discomfort, Wei Mian's consciousness was unclear now. After the bruises disappeared completely and his skin healed, He Wu asked again. Wei Mian moved closer, hugging him tightly and remaining silent. So He Wu proceeded as he did in the last dream, his hand exploring under Wei Mian's clothes, inch by inch smoothing the skin beneath. When Wei Mian's breathing slowed and he relaxed, He Wu lowered his head and brushed his slightly red ear tip, touched the horns. In a semi-dream state, Wei Mian responded, "Yeah." He thought he was still dreaming, but He Wu, unaware of this, assumed it was because he'd taken a true human form instead of the vague shadow he was before, hence why Wei Mian hadn't rejected him. However, he had only consumed the giant beast's vitality to condense his form, the unrefined power wasn't stable and couldn't last long. Before dawn, Hei-Wu placed the sleeping Wei Mian on a pile of dry grass prepared by the spider, turning back into mist and dispersing in the air. Upon waking up, Wei Mian only saw the spider and the withered branch insect beside him. Looking around bewilderedly, he asked, "Where is Ting?" With no sight of the black cat, gradually regaining awareness, Wei Mian remembered everything that happened last night. His expression changed slightly as he anxiously said, "That monster, did it die?" Before losing consciousness, Wei Mian only remembered the giant creature's reaching hand and the fog swirling around him. The fog protected him, but then the same phenomenon as the nest swarm occurred, making him faint again and see Hei-Wu's human form in his dream. Since Hei-Wu could enter his dreams to heal him, he must have been fine too. The spider was about to open its abdomen to fetch the stone tablet but decided it would be better to bring Wei Mian there for a clearer view. Nearby where they had been the night before, they followed the spider around two corners, where Wei Mian spotted scattered bones amidst the ruins. Stopping in his tracks, he stood a distance away, inhaling sharply. These scattered remains had already lost their original appearance. Even though Wei Mian had been mentally prepared, he never expected to see this scenario. The death of the monster and its corpse were unlike anything Hei-Wu had killed before. Hesitating for a moment in place, Wei Mian cautiously approached. Crouching down to carefully examine a small piece of bone on the ground, suddenly came a voice behind him, "Wei Mian." Turning at the sound, Wei Mian met several familiar faces. Wen Ye's expression was complicated, sighed somewhat, saying, "It really is you." Wei Mian hadn't known they had been there last night, hastily standing up. His first thought was how to explain his presence here. He clearly said he would stay where they last parted. At the moment Wei Mian got up, the expressions of several people obviously became alert and on guard. Wei Mian didn't notice. He was never good at lying to begin with, and was at a loss due to the current situation. Looking down, I came to look for my cat. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Mian caught a glimpse of something black out of the corner of his eye. He turned to look, but the spider was nowhere to be seen, probably having taken the opportunity to hide with the withered branch insect when someone approached. A black cat leaped down from the broken wall, jumping over the ruins to come before him. Chapter 25. The black cat raised its fluffy tail and brushed against Wei Mian's calf. In the end, he couldn't bear to leave Wei Mian in the care of the spider. The human form was unstable, but the animal form could suffice. Wei Mian immediately picked up the black cat as if clinging to a life-saving straw. "How did you end up here?" The tip of the black cat's tail gently swayed before it looked up and licked under his chin. Wei Mian glanced at Wen Ye and the others again, giving a somewhat stiff smile. "What a coincidence, you're here too." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the few individuals across from him became rather strange. Wen Yu opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. They had originally planned to leave directly, glancing back one last time just before departing. However, they really did encounter Wei Mian. He appeared unscathed, still accompanied by that black cat, while last night's mysterious figure was nowhere to be seen. Curiosity is always a natural trait for most humans, or else they wouldn't have come back here. Yet Wei Mian had only known them briefly, and there was truly no need to inform them. Wei Mian felt uneasy in his heart. From their parting place to here, it didn't seem too far. And after waiting for half a day before setting off, traveling slowly along the way, how could they still meet? Plus, all those scattered fragments of bone nearby, could they have seen that enormous monster last night? Before Wei Mian could think deeper, Wen Ye spoke, "We're leaving now." It seemed like they were back to where they had been when they parted ways for the first time. That same phrase had left Wen Ye's lips then as well. Wei Mian looked down and hesitated for a moment. Aha. He wondered whether he should offer further explanations or even tell them outright that he indeed planned to head to Eden. But Wen Ye gave no inquiries. Yet since Wen Ye and the others weren't aware of his true circumstances and predicament, upon meeting them again, Wei Mian still chose not to travel with them. For a while, the atmosphere turned frozen. Wen Ye nodded, "All right, take care." With that, she turned to leave. Just as Wei Mian called out, the water flask." He remembered the wooden flask he hadn't returned yet, but upon mentioning it, he suddenly realized it was currently stored inside the spider's stomach. Wen Ye didn't mind. She smiled, "Keep it, we've got plenty extra ones." Upon hearing this, Wei Mian felt even more embarrassed, watching them walk away with conflicted feelings. A fuzzy tail tip swept over his hand, catching Wei Mian's attention as he looked down into the black cat's eyes. If only the monster beside him could get along peacefully with Wen Ye and her group, everything would be much better. Though Wei Mian only thought about it silently in his own heart, he dared not allow the spider to appear before strangers. He gently pinched the tip of the black cat's ear. "Were you hurt last night?" The black cat turned its head to free its ear and slowly began licking Wei Mian's fingertip. After it finished, Wei Mian quietly curled his fingers. "Also, thank you for treating my wounds." He recalled how apart from feeling sore all over, there had also been a bruise on his shoulder, which was completely healed now. The black cat's tail twitched lightly, seemingly responding to him. Once its surroundings were confirmed clear, Spider emerged from the shadows, holding fresh fruits with 2 pairs of soft legs, drops of washed water still visible on them. Wei Mian accepted the food Spider had found for him and rested near the vicinity for a while before heading toward the direction marked on the map. And then, he encountered Wen Ye and the others once more. It was already afternoon. Along the way, Wei Mian had stopped for lunch prepared by the black mist and spider, a hind leg of some unknown animal, roasted until oil sizzled. His pace was slow, even deliberately slowed down, yet. Wenye and Wenyu squatted next to a pile of ruins, while the triplets lurked in the shadows behind them. Facing them, Wei Mian stood opposite, and both parties saw each other clearly. This atmosphere felt even more awkward than their earlier encounter and parting in the morning. Wei Mian halted his steps. Fortunately, Spider was the first to detect nearby presence, quickly retreating into its cocoon. Wenyu focused intently on the pile of rocks ahead, gesturing to Wei Mian to stay quiet and urging him to hide. Uncertain why, Wei Mian followed his indication and ducked behind a tree. Tall bushes and weeds grew among the broken buildings, nearly forming a vast green waterfall. The leaves in the center trembled slightly as an enormous creature emerged. The monster stood as tall as an adult, covered entirely in green scales. Around its neck was a ring of green fur, with a pair of prominent green fangs jutting out past its lips. Approaching the rock pile, it sniffed and then bit into one rock. Green-toothed beasts are non-picky eaters. In this wasteland full of ruins, any kind of stone suffices, but they particularly prefer wall shards dug out from abandoned high-rise buildings. They never miss an opportunity if available. As it gnawed mindlessly, it inadvertently squeezed itself into a preset trap. Wenyu took his chance, manipulating a broad and thick stone wall to block the entrance. Under his psychic power, the rock pile was very sturdy, and the green-toothed beast would not be able to escape anytime soon. Only then did he come out with the others who had been hiding in the shadows. Zhang Yi held a thick rope, tying secure knots. Wei Mian saw this scene and became very curious. It seemed they only wanted to capture this monster, without any intention of killing it. He quietly approached with the black cat, watching as Wenyu moved away the stone wall, got closer to the green-toothed beast, and tied the rope around its forelegs and neck. Wenyu stood at the back, noticing Wei Mian's look of curiosity and taking the initiative to explain, "This is the green-toothed beast that exclusively eats rocks. It's one of the more docile monsters that can be used as a mount for travel." Wei Mian gradually widened his eyes upon hearing this. This monster, like the spider, didn't eat meat. Thus, Wenye and her companions, being new humans, wouldn't reject all monsters. And the last thing Wenye mentioned, using it as a mount. Wei Mian recalled seeing something similar in a book, something like a horse. Wenye answered immediately, yes. After finishing off a small pile of fragments, the green-toothed beast realized it was bound by the rope. It didn't seem overly alarmed, even appearing a little clumsy as it accidentally bumped its head. However, when it turned and noticed Wei Mian standing nearby, fear flickered in its eyes. Its legs grew weak as it tried to shuffle backward. Green-toothed beasts typically didn't fear humans, so its abnormal behavior quickly caught the attention of the others. Following its line of sight, Wenyu looked toward Wei Mian. Could the green-toothed beast be afraid of Wei Mian? Or, the cat in his arms? The black cat lay quietly by Wei Mian's side, its dark red slit pupils slightly lowered, staring intently at the green-toothed beast for a moment before losing interest and looking away. Upon this, the green-toothed beast recovered and shakily bit into a piece of rock to settle its nerves. Wei Mian paid no attention to this small interlude. He thought to himself that finding a monster like this to serve as a mount could indeed save quite a lot of time during travel. And given how large this creature was, the spider could also shrink its legs and climb on. His gaze was too fervent and was noticed by the black cat, whose eyes flicked back to him. Did Wei Mian take a fancy to this large and rather ugly monster? The green-toothed beast began trembling once again, finally drawing Wei Mian's attention. He looked puzzled and cautiously took a step back. Sure enough, when he stepped back, the green-toothed beast's condition stabilized somewhat. Wei Mian guessed why, so he retreated further with the cat in his arms. He simply sat down on a clean stone by the roadside to rest, intending to find a place nearby to spend the night shortly after. At this point, Wenyu handed the rope over to the triplets and came alone to Wei Mian's side. He cautiously glanced at the black cat lying in Wei Mian's embrace, stepping closer once he saw it seemed uninterested in him. "Are you going to Eden?" After their departure in the morning, they had already discussed why they happened to encounter Wei Mian here. Combined with his evident interest in a green-toothed beast just now, the most likely reason was that Wei Mian and they were heading to the same place. But for some unknown reason, he wasn't willing to travel together with them. Unlike Wenye, Wenyu's character was straightforward, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with asking. They certainly weren't direct competitors, so there was no need for secrecy. However, he initially thought having Wei Mian join their group would make their journey safer. Now, that thought was diminished. Not only because Wei Mian seemed too mysterious, but what had transpired these past 2 days was truly incomprehensible. Wei Mian was caught off guard by Wenyu's directness, hurriedly standing up in fluster. Seeing his perplexed expression, Wenyu involuntarily softened his tone. "No need to get tense, I'm just asking." Wei Mian lowered his head and fidgeted with one of the black cat's paws. "I'm sorry, I lied to you." Wenyu sighed. "No big deal. My sister was actually worried about you, so it might be better that you left your previous location." He didn't have a trace of blame in his words, putting Wei Mian at ease, who gratefully nodded. Wenyu asked, "How about we catch a green-toothed beast for you?" Wei Mian, unwilling to cause more trouble, shook his head hastily. No need, no need." He could roughly guess that when you used food as bait to capture the green-toothed beast, something Spider might be capable of doing as well. More importantly, when you hadn't questioned the reason for his lie, which instantly made Wei Mian feel relieved. When you nodded, looking at Wei Mian hesitantly, last night, the person who took you away. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he voiced the question. The scattered remains of the monstrous corpse continued to linger in his mind. Wei Mian, however, responded blankly, took me away. Who? His expression appeared genuine, causing Wen Yu to lightly furrow his brow. Why did it seem like Wei Mian knew nothing? At this moment, Wen Yu behind him called, Xiao Yu. Wen Yu had to put aside his doubts and hurriedly turned around, we'd better go first, take care. This parting might not be the last, they could still encounter each other on the road. The green-toothed beast's back was flat and sturdy, fully packed with 5 people, and 2 of the triplets had to stand. Wen Yu used food as bait, and the green-toothed beast slowly started walking forward. Wen Yu looked back and waved at Wei Mian. Wei Mian responded in a daze, and Wen Yu had already turned her head away. He sat down by the roadside again, still thinking about what Wen Yu had said just now. It turned out that they had seen him last night. But why did Wen Yu ask that question? There was only black mist, a spider, and a palm-sized little monster beside him. Wei Mian looked down at the black cat in his arms. Or was it the blurry human shape formed by the black mist, because it was too dark at night, and Wen Yu didn't see clearly? The more Wei Mian thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. He stood up and walked to the place where the spider had disappeared, calling out softly, Luna. The air twisted for a moment, and the spider poked its head out from the cocoon. Wei Mian petted it and the dry branch bug on its head, let's find a place to rest. The food for the evening was still being searched for by the black mist. The spider was responsible for making the fire and roasting the meat, adding a few new leaves to wrap it up, which smelled strangely aromatic. Wei Mian, famished, waited expectantly on the side. After the black mist returned, it seemed to have gone somewhere, while the spider busily turned the branches skewered with meat and the dry branch bug was also helping. The moonlight shone from behind, and another shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Simultaneously, footsteps came, and Wei Mian paused, immediately standing up to look back. A few steps away stood an unfamiliar man in thin black clothes. Wei Mian retreated cautiously, who are you? The newcomer slightly lowered his eyes, his expression cold, seemingly dissatisfied with Wei Mian's reaction. Chapter 29. To solidify his form, it would take just a day's time. After handing the food over to the spider to handle, the black mist once again coalesced into a human form, now possessing an even more realistic body temperature. He remembered that in his sleepless dreams, besides this face and body conjured up from his subconscious, there was also the consistent warmth upon touch. Every detail was crafted entirely according to what Wei Mian liked and was familiar with, completely transforming himself into the semblance of a real human being. But Wei Mian asked him who he was. Could it be that he didn't remember last night's events? Yet earlier in the day, he had expressed gratitude for treating his injuries. The black mist stepped forward, and Wei Mian retreated again. In panic, Wei Mian turned to look, only to find that the spider hadn't hidden itself away but instead was calmly continuing to roast the meat. This wasn't the typical reaction when the spider encountered strangers. Wei Mian realized there was something unusual about the man before him, a sense of confusion and uncertainty spreading across his face. This person was strikingly handsome. Setting aside the unfamiliarity and wariness, this was Wei Mian's first impression of him. Even though he'd grown up in the base and hadn't seen many people, he still felt this individual stood out. He was taller by a head and didn't have the same thinness as him. His features were almost flawless. The only thing was his pale complexion. When those pitch-black eyes looked at him without any emotion, it made Wei Mian feel an involuntary hint of fear. But gradually, Wei Mian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity welling up within him, even though this face was entirely unfamiliar to him. He recalled how every night, the black mist would appear in his dreams, yet he could never clearly recall its features after waking. Given the spider's reaction to the stranger, it seemed there was only one possible identity for this person. But when dreams truly became reality, Wei Mian couldn't adjust so quickly. On top of this, he couldn't clearly remember the face of the black mist after waking. It might have been that the mist never even had a clear face in the first place, and its previously assumed human form had always been somewhat blurred. Even if Wei Mian had guessed that, like a cat, it might slowly lose some of the fuzzy foggy qualities. He had always considered the black mist to be a monster. Now, that monster had transformed into someone like him, a human. Wei Mian was far from prepared psychologically. He kept stepping back until his back pressed against a wall that was half destroyed, nervously watching as the figure before him grew closer. The black mist questioned in return, who am I? Wei Mian slightly widened his eyes, could it still speak? Wait. In his dream, the black mist might have been able to speak too. He also didn't recall the voice but found it strangely familiar in this moment. He cautiously ventured, is it Ateng? Upon hearing these words, sure enough, a glimmer of softening appeared on the cold visage before him. The black mist didn't reply verbally, but his jet-black pupils held a distinct difference from before. As he looked down at him, all Wei Mian could think of was a black cat. Every time he called the black cat, it quietly gazed back at him without much emotion, perhaps merely flicking its tail tip lightly in response. Wei Mian's emotions instantly grew even more indescribable. This wasn't merely a monster taking human form or a dream character becoming real, it was his cat turning into a human too. If the black mist could be considered his cat. Moreover, facing the new shape of the black mist, he seemed destined to interact with the other in an entirely different manner going forward. For a moment, the atmosphere hung heavy with silence, save for the faint sounds of the spider turning the branch while roasting meat nearby. Wei Mian didn't know what to say, then suddenly the black mist extended his hand. He grabbed Wei Mian's wrist, pulling it to his cheek before murmuring, "Don't you remember me?" Although Wei Mian recognized him, his reaction remained peculiar. This face had no distinction from what he dreamed, it wasn't his memory faltering, nor did anything seem wrong. Letting Wei Mian touch him, feeling the most genuine warmth of his own body, if anything was off, he could modify it. Unprepared, Wei Mian's palm was forcibly pressed against warm skin. It was as if he'd been burned, attempting to pull his hand back. Unfortunately, the black mist's grip was too strong. Though his hold wasn't tight, Wei Mian was completely unable to break free. His tone and appearance differed little from before, perhaps the brief moment of gentleness after Wei Mian calling Atang had simply been an illusion. If Wei Mian failed to give him the answer he wanted, the black mist might become angry. Wei Mian assumed the meaning behind the black mist's words was that he had condensed into a human form in the past, but this time it was more complete. How could he not remember? After pondering for a bit, Wei Mian answered hesitantly, "I remember." Regardless, this response satisfied the black mist. He released Wei Mian's hand but hesitated to let go. Having a true human form felt even more real than what he'd experienced in Wei Mian's dreams. The delicate, pale skin revealed the flow of blood beneath the surface of the veins. Upon drawing closer, the unique essence belonging to Wei Mian grew even stronger. The black mist caressed that small section of wrist, turning over the soft palm to expose it to sight. Wei Mian's earlobe subtly flushed red. In his dreams, he and the human form of the black mist were very close, but those were dreams which he forgot mostly upon waking. In reality, he had never been too physically close with anyone, not even a mere touch of hands. The vines, the little squirrel, and the black cat, none of these counted, they were different from the human figure before him now. At this moment, the spider approached, holding up meat already roasted, ooh. Taking advantage of the black mist looking away, Wei Mian quickly withdrew his hand, taking the roasted meat. "Thanks." Avoiding eye contact, Wei Mian hurriedly sat by the fire where the roasted meat was prepared, gently blowing away the heat. From the corner of his eyes, Wei Mian saw the black mist approach as well, sitting on a stone slanted opposite to him. A strand of mist slowly drifted forward, wrapping around the roasted meat in Wei Mian's hand at a distance. After a moment, it dispersed, leaving the previously scorching meat now at an agreeable temperature. Wei Mian slightly froze, feeling his tension and unease easing considerably. Regardless of what shape the black mist assumed, Wei Mian would treat him kindly. He quietly nibbled on the roasted meat, occasionally sipping water handed to him. Ordinarily, when the black mist turned into a black cat lounging in his arms, such actions like offering water were handled by the spider. Upon placing down the water pot, Wei Mian noticed it was the black mist who had passed it to him. With residual embers still flickering faintly, their dim glow cast a gentle expression on his face. Wei Mian moved his lips slightly but then lowered his head again. Whenever he ate something, he always fed a bite to the black cat first to see if it would eat. Now, the cat had suddenly become a person. Still, never mind, anyway, the number of times the black mist actually consumed the food he fed him could be counted on one hand. As night fell, the spider tidied up the sleeping area just as rain began pouring down. It hastily added another layer of dry grass to keep out the cold and brought over a rock slab to shield against the wind. Due to physical discomfort, Wei Mian hadn't slept well the previous day. By the time the spider finished setting everything up, Wei Mian was already extremely drowsy, curling into the pile of straw and tightening his coat collar. Outside, the black mist remained, having taken human form. Would it revert back to a cat to sleep together with him? While lost in random thoughts, in Wei Mian's dimmed vision, the fog drifted inside akin to wisps of smoke. Before he could react, the fog rapidly coalesced in front of him. Another body squeezed into the confined space, the black mist lying sideways beside Wei Mian, effortlessly reaching out to embrace him. After their brief contact earlier in the evening, he decided that entering Wei Mian's dream was no longer how he wanted to maintain their intimacy. Wei Mian's breath caught momentarily as he hurriedly pushed him away. "Wait, you." The person's features remained obscured in darkness, yet warm breath fell upon him. "What?" Once more, Wei Mian reverted to his vacillating attitude toward him. However, the black mist's mood was decent enough for the moment, allowing Wei Mian slight resistance and asked patiently, "You don't like this?" Restraining Wei Mian's struggling motions with ease, he stroked his spine just as he usually did. Wei Mian almost felt short of breath. He believed his face must have turned completely red, stuttering, why do this?" The black mist matter-of-factly replied, "It has always been like this in your dreams." "But those are dreams." Wei Mian wanted to cry but didn't know how to explain things to him. Their strength disparity was far too great, despite exerting all his strength, the black mist remained unmoved. Wei Mian knew the black mist harbored no malice toward him, yet being held like this rendered it impossible for him to fall asleep. In desperation, Wei Mian bravely suggested, "How about, you enter my dreams again?" The black mist rejected it outright, "No. Leaving one hand free, he gripped Wei Mian's chin and made him look up, intending to get even closer. From Wei Mian's perspective, it seemed as though he intended to kiss him, so he instinctively closed his eyes tightly, a tang. His voice quivered slightly, carrying both reproach and a touch of grievance, along with a tiny bit of temper cultivated during this period. In dreams, he and the Black Mist were intimate, yet the Black Mist in the dream wasn't quite as forward towards him as it was right now. Wei Mian's face was forcibly tilted upwards, his chin pinched somewhat painfully, and he pursed his lips slightly. Mid-action, the Black Mist halted, subsequently releasing Wei Mian's chin. Wei Mian appeared unhappy, he didn't want this to end. However, the Black Mist also hadn't left the rather cramped hay pile meant for one person. He instead gently massaged the red marks on Wei Mian's jaw. Does it hurt? Wei Mian tried to calm his breathing and climbed up, wanting to leave. He had completely lost his sleepiness, his face was burning, and he wanted to go outside to breathe in some fresh air and feel the wind. The Black Mist thought he was trying to escape, and his patience was finally worn out, especially since it was raining outside now. He sat up and blocked Wei Mian's way, pulling him over with an arm so that Wei Mian ended up sitting on his lap. Alright, the Black Mist's tone was deep as he pressed Wei Mian into his embrace, one hand moving up his back and pinching the nape of his neck firmly but not too roughly. Go to sleep. Chapter 30. Wei Mian now couldn't move. His entire body was rigid, as his neck was pinched, forcing him to tilt his head back in the darkness. The two were extremely close, their breaths intertwined. When Wei Mian stopped struggling, Heiwu held him and laid down again. The rain outside grew heavier, and occasionally a cold breeze would blow in. Heiwu touched the side of Wei Mian's face, it felt warm. Do you feel unwell? Wei Mian didn't make a sound until his skin was caressed again. Then he mumbled vaguely, no. Buried almost completely in Heiwu's embrace, his voice was faint when he spoke. It wasn't that he felt unwell, rather, he was too nervous. But the person holding him tightly right now had always been an incredibly intimate and familiar presence to him. More importantly, Wei Mian had no way to resist. The bit of awkwardness and discomfort in his heart gradually began to fade. And with the unclear vision, he could not clearly see Heiwu's face. It felt like he was in a dream for a moment. Although dreams aren't as dark as this, after closing his eyes, the feeling seemed similar. Wei Mian thought he would be unable to fall asleep, but in fact, not long after, he relaxed. Drowsiness surged once more, and unconsciously, he leaned into the warmth of the embrace. Just before falling asleep, Wei Mian vaguely felt his hat being lifted off. Heiwu gently touched his hair, asking, "Want to touch your horns?" Wei Mian instantly woke up and immediately stopped Heiwu's action, saying, "No. There's no need. After all, there are differences between dreams and reality, and his horns have always been a forbidden zone he doesn't want exposed." Wei Mian gripped the edge of his cap tightly, anxious inside, fearing that Heiwu would force something upon him. He suddenly remembered the time they clashed in the woods, when Heiwu was still a blurred shadow, restraining him and taking off his hat to touch his horns. Now that he knew Heiwu was the person from his dreams, it made sense, since they've always been like that in his dreams. Heiwu remained silent for a while, then did not continue touching Wei Mian's hat, instead holding him again. Wei Mian let out a sigh of relief and closed his eyes again. He thought to himself, just don't consider Heiwu as a human, let him remain the monster who always hides under a shell and disguises as other creatures. After all, sleeping together isn't that different from how he used to cuddle with a black cat every night. Listening to the scattered sounds of the rain outside, Wei Mian quickly fell asleep, while Heiwu didn't enter his dreams. This sleep continued only until dawn. When he woke up, what greeted his eyes was a grayish earthen wall. As usual, Wei Mian's brain took a moment to wake up, then he realized there was someone behind him. Heiwu hugged him from behind, holding one of his hands. With his tall stature, he nearly encased Wei Mian entirely in his embrace, enveloping him in his aura. Wei Mian's fingertips felt like exquisitely carved jade in his hands, continuously softly stroked, feeling the sensation of skin friction, accompanied by Heiwu's slightly heavier breathing above him. Heiwu sensed that Wei Mian had awoken and finally released his hand, moving upward to touch his trembling eyelashes. He then proceeded to stroke the side of Wei Mian's face. "What do you feel like eating?" After a whole night passed, the sky outside was already bright. Wei Mian slowly moved inch by inch to free himself from Heiwu's grip and sat up. When Heiwu reached out to touch his slightly red face again, Wei Mian hastily lowered his head. Anything is fine. No, he can't keep treating the person in front of him as a monster. And for some reason, whenever Wei Mian saw Heiwu's face, he always felt nervous. He took this as being unaccustomed to being so close to someone, as it didn't count in the dream world. In his childhood, Wei Mian also eagerly hoped many times that his mother would become normal, treat him kindly, occasionally dreamed about it, but everything returned to its original state upon waking, thus dreams and reality will always differ. Heiwu got up and left, and Wei Mian followed closely behind, accepting the water pot handed by Spider and went to the stream to wash up. Upon returning, Heiwu had already come back with some fresh fruits and, surprisingly, a shivering green-toothed beast trailing behind. Wei Mian hesitated a moment. Is this captured by you? Spider stepped forward to take the fruits to clean them, Heiwu affirmed with intemon, lifting his right hand. The green-toothed beast was terrified of him, practically on the verge of fainting. However, it managed to walk to the front of Wei Mian, barely keeping its 4 legs up without collapsing. Yesterday, when you lured a green-toothed beast, Wei Mian was very eager and wanted to try capturing one as well. Today, one was delivered right in front of him. To say he wasn't happy would be a lie. He hadn't even mentioned this to Heiwu, yet could the other guess his thoughts. Even though the green-toothed beast was large in size, it feeds on rocks. And the one standing in front of Wei Mian appeared far too frightened to resemble an ordinary monster. With the black mist and spider around, Wei Mian wasn't afraid of it. He picked up a broken stone from the ground, holding it up to feed the green-toothed beast. Wei Mian's aura was gentle and friendly. The green-toothed beast took a step forward, lowering its head to eat the broken stone. As it was about to touch the stone in Wei Mian's hand, it suddenly stopped again, its limbs shaking even more. Not understanding why, Wei Mian simply shoved the broken stone directly into its slightly open mouth. Feeling the intense gaze and terrifying aura directed at it ease slightly, the green-toothed beast came back to life as if nothing happened and swallowed the stone after crushing it with its teeth. Without ropes or food as bait, the green-toothed beast seemed obedient enough. After finishing breakfast, Wei Mian carefully inspected the green-toothed beast's body and gently touched its green scales and the hair around its neck. Perhaps because it didn't eat meat, like spider, there was no foul smell on the green-toothed beast's body, and its scales were clean. We can sit on its back, Wei Mian called Spider over and assigned positions. Luna can be in front, sitting at the back might make you fall. Spider humbly nodded, but she knew whether she could sit together with Wei Mian depended on Heiwu. The stick bug was very interested in the newly arrived monster, jumping from Spider's head onto the green-toothed beast and rolling twice in its soft neck hair. After eating quite a bit just now, the green-toothed beast realized that Heiwu wouldn't kill it, so its condition improved a lot compared to before. Wei Mian walked around the green-toothed beast once, wanting to try sitting on it first. However, the height of the green-toothed beast was nearly up to his head, so he looked around for some ruins to stand on. At this moment, wisps of mist drifted over, enveloping Wei Mian's body. His feet suddenly left the ground. The mist seemed to disperse with a breeze but was able to lift Wei Mian up directly. Carefully, the mist placed Wei Mian on the green-toothed beast's back. Once Wei Mian was seated steadily, the mist withdrew. Just as Wei Mian turned to thank Heiwu, his vision dimmed. Someone had appeared behind him, and Heiwu also sat over. For the green-toothed beast, the weight of the two of them was very light. It was mainly afraid of Heiwu, standing still for a long while before finally taking a step forward. This was Wei Mian's first experience like this. At first, he was somewhat uneasy, tightly gripping the green-toothed beast's neck fur for fear of falling off. The green-toothed beast slowly moved nearby, though not fast, it was enough for Wei Mian. He beckoned to Spider not far away, excitement showing on his face. Luna, come over quickly. Heiwu also looked at Spider, who immediately understood. After approaching, she first wove a transparent cocoon, firmly fixing it on the rear half of the green-toothed beast's back. Wei Mian and Heiwu sat in the front, and there was still space at the back just enough for Spider's cocoon. After the arrangement, Spider climbed onto the green-toothed beast's back and crawled into the cocoon, along with the stick bug. At a glance, there were only two people on the green-toothed beast's body. Wei Mian watched Spider's movements and felt slightly disappointed, as he originally wanted her not to sit in the front. Seeing Spider completely disappear into the cocoon, he raised his head to meet Heiwu's eyes. We set off now. Heiwu put an arm around his waist, and at the same time, the green-toothed beast started walking forward again. From the brief trial earlier, Wei Mian misunderstood the speed of the green-toothed beast. As they truly began heading toward their destination, the surrounding scenery passed by faster and faster. The wind blowing in his face was strong. Even though Heiwu protected Wei Mian from falling off, he reacted in surprise and hurriedly pulled his cap tighter. Seeing that he wasn't comfortable, Heiwu held Wei Mian around the waist and flipped him around directly. The wind kept blowing, causing a dizzying sensation. After changing positions, Wei Mian reflexively hugged Heiwu tightly, only daring to look up after a while. The green-toothed beast was galloping now, its speed several times faster than at the beginning. Regaining his senses, Wei Mian realized how close he was to Heiwu, but he didn't dare let go of his hands. He also wanted to see Spider at the back. Wei Mian carefully poked his head out and saw a small dot appear above the empty back of the green-toothed beast. A small opening broke through the transparent cocoon, and the stick bug was just sticking its head out, enjoying the wind with its eyes closed. Now relieved, Wei Mian silently adjusted his hat brim. At this speed, they might reach Eden in 1 or 2 weeks. Wei Mian didn't have much concept of distance, only able to roughly guess. Suddenly, he remembered they hadn't checked the map before setting out, but following the direction they previously headed, this road was correct. Whether by coincidence or due to the black mist's will, the green-toothed beast was brought back so obediently, meaning it likely followed commands just like Spider. At that moment when Wei Mian hesitated, it was the black mist guiding Spider to tell him to go to Eden. In the past, the black mist had no human form and couldn't communicate directly with Wei Mian. It also didn't know that he was the person in its dreams. Wei Mian could never quite figure out his true purpose for wanting to go to the new human base. Adding to this, the black mist probably knew the location of Eden, which made Wei Mian even more curious the more he thought about it. Unable to contain himself, Wei Mian tilted his head up and asked, "Why do you want to go to Eden?" One hand of the black mist moved from guarding Wei Mian's cap, shielding him from the wind blowing ahead. Nest, Heiwu replied softly, lowering his gaze, it stole something from me. Chapter 31. Wei Mian's eyes looked blank at the bottom of his sleepless night, who? He assumed that the black mist was referring to a new human, who had stolen something of his and thus he needed to go to the human base to look for it. Although this seemed somewhat far-fetched upon reflection, Black Mist, being a monster, possessed unpredictable and unimaginable powers, even capable of transforming himself into a living person. Who would have the audacity and strength to steal his things? What has been stolen? Wei Mian's eyes were full of curiosity as he asked, is that person also in Eden? The Black Mist remained silent, causing Wei Mian to realize whether he had asked too many questions. Even now, he still didn't know the reason why the Black Mist treated him well. The Black Mist indeed had done a lot for him, but at the end of the day, it was only due to his reliance on the Black Mist and Spider that allowed him to survive smoothly. This greatly resembled how Wei Mian used to feel when staying in the base, because he hadn't come of age yet, even if he did nothing, he wouldn't be expelled. However, he considered himself ultimately as an unhelpful nobody. His unstable power might even become a burden, so he dreaded causing even a bit of trouble for others and dared not expect much. Being able to barely survive was already more than enough for him. He felt there wasn't anything about him that was worth special attention, and even if someone liked him, such affection probably wouldn't last long, just like the inevitable tests and expulsions after adulthood. The day the Black Mist gets tired of him or dislikes seeing him, he could simply abandon him. Wei Mian closed his mouth and stared down, fiddling with the hem of his sleeve. However, the Black Mist raised a hand, touching the temple area of Wei Mian with his fingertips. In an instant, a variety of disordered images appeared in Wei Mian's mind. Black mist spread everywhere, just like a torn cloud that scattered around. Wei Mian felt as if he was placed inside it. He wasn't the protagonist, yet he could sense the agony of struggle. A part of his body was deprived and split, he was powerless, falling into darkness in front of countless blurred shadows. Next, Wei Mian witnessed an expansive, profound sea area. The seawater kept boiling violently, greedily swallowing up a large mass, blue waves gradually turned into black sticky substances, from which deformed, swollen tentacles reached out. Subsequent scenes became even more confusing. The soil stained by blood, unrecognizable corpses everywhere before his eyes, maggots crawling through hollow eye sockets, withered trees in ash gray, mysterious black goats appearing from dead forests. Finally, Wei Mian actually saw himself. Hiding behind his hand hurriedly, fresh blood dripping from his palm. Too much information rushed in all at once, making Wei Mian's headache unbearable. He couldn't tell whether the last scene was a confusion in his memory. The black mist put down his hand, allowing Wei Mian to retreat from the current state. Gasping for fresh air, he clenched the clothes in his hands tightly. He wasn't sure what he saw exactly, but every single image brought him feelings of suffocation and pain, as if looking one more time would make him die inside. This was something he shouldn't explore or touch. Trembling all over, Wei Mian stared at the black mist fearfully, his eyes filled with dread. The black mist slightly frowned between eyebrows, holding Wei Mian into his embrace to soothe him. He had overestimated Wei Mian's ability to bear, his human body was too weak. Leaning against the warm embrace, it took Wei Mian a long while to calm down. He no longer dared to ask any questions to the black mist, nor to recall any image that had emerged in his mind. Wei Mian knew that the black mist probably wanted to tell him something, but those scenes made him extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps it was the black mist's warning to him. He should not have been curious. Moreover, based on this experience, Wei Mian speculated that the nest mentioned by the black mist might not be referring to the new humans. There is also a nest character in the name of the Master of Dark Nest. Just like others, Wei Mian had heard of the Master of Dark Nest. This mysterious monster, who created followers and new humans, had speculations and rumors about it circulating everywhere, but no one had ever seen its true appearance. But if it was this, what connection did it have with Eden? Wei Mian could vaguely smell the pungent sea water at the tip of his nose, from the second picture that appeared. He started to feel headaches and discomfort again, and could only try hard to discard everything in his mind, refusing to think about these issues. Closing his eyes and taking deep breaths, Wei Mian felt a gentle caress on his back and heard the black mist asking, still not feeling comfortable. After a while, Wei Mian muttered faintly, it's gone. His voice sounded listless, indicating that his mood rather than his physical body was unsettled. Thinking about the terrified expression of Wei Mian earlier, the black mist assumed he was still scared. Don't worry, he said as he lowered his hand to stroke the hair by Wei Mian's ear, as long as I'm here, you will be very safe. This was probably the longest sentence Black Mist had ever said, and Wei Mian couldn't help but hold him tighter. After a while, he looked up and softly asked, you won't leave me behind, right? No matter where they were going or what they were going to do, Wei Mian's sole hope was that he would manage to survive. Black Mist glanced down at him, moving his fingertip to rub the side of his neck, I won't. His expression was cold and devoid of any emotion, yet he remained highly deceptive. It seemed as if a real human being was speaking before Wei Mian's eyes, and no one could see through it. But only Wei Mian knew that he wasn't. A monster dressed in human skin, perhaps even the heat emanating from him was fake. Being with him meant safety, he wouldn't die under the claws of other monsters or believers. However, the greatest danger also stemmed from him, should he wish, Wei Mian wouldn't last even a second longer. Combined with the images forcibly intruding into his mind earlier, Wei Mian realized how little he truly knew about black mist. Still, Wei Mian did not let go, staring blankly at black mist as his mind wandered. He had been gazing too long, his pitch-black pupils solely reflecting black mist's shadow. This reminded black mist of some happy and satisfied memories from within Wei Mian's dreams. He leaned closer, lightly grazing Wei Mian's cheek with his lips. To Wei Mian, this felt like a kiss. With a hint of panic in his eyes, he clutched the edge of his sleeve tighter but didn't pull away. Wei Mian could sense black mist's improved mood and cautiously asked one final question, "Do you like me?" He couldn't articulate what kind of like, but as long as black mist was willing to protect him, that certainly counted as liking. Black mist, who was holding Wei Mian's wrist, began to gently rub its skin, sometimes lighter, sometimes heavier, yes. Upon hearing that, Wei Mian felt much more reassured. Both the physical and mental discomfort from earlier vanished entirely, and he obediently leaned against black mist. The green-toothed beast kept up the pace all the way until noon when it finally stopped. Spider and withered branch bug were finally able to come out of their cocoon. Spider stretched its 8 legs, then retrieved a water flask from inside its belly. As usual, black mist went out to look for food, killing the wandering believers nearby before leaving. When he returned, he saw Wei Mian feeding stones to the green-toothed beast. For reasons unknown, perhaps related to Wei Mian's physical constitution, the green-toothed beast also favored him, allowing itself to get close. Even though Wei Mian handed it the hardest-to-eat kind of stone, it swallowed them without fail. When black mist reappeared, the green-toothed beast still circled around Wei Mian, attempting to rub its neck fur on him. At the approach of the familiar terrifying aura, the green-toothed beast turned its head and spotted the expressionless black mist, frightened to the point of its legs almost giving out. The task of handling the food was passed to Spider, and black mist watched as Wei Mian strained to stretch out his hand, trying to touch the top of the green-toothed beast's head. The colder black mist's gaze grew, the more terrified the green-toothed beast became, lowering its head and shaking uncontrollably. Only realizing how much it feared black mist, Wei Mian, upon seeing this, felt a growing uneasiness himself and pulled his hand back nervously. "You're back." Black mist shifted his gaze, it can find its own food. In other words, Wei Mian didn't need to feed it. As soon as those words left his mouth, the green-toothed beast ran off like it had received special amnesty, immediately scurrying far away to dig through the ruins' crevices for stones to eat. It didn't dare to stay too close to Wei Mian, nor too far away. Not understanding black mist's thoughts, Wei Mian lowered his head. "I understand." Spider's skills in roasting meat had become increasingly proficient, requiring almost no assistance. Wei Mian took the steaming roasted meat laid out on leaves and quietly glanced at black mist sitting nearby. After a moment, Wei Mian finally mustered the courage to ask, "Tang, would you like to eat?" Though still somewhat unaccustomed, every time black mist sought food for him, it seemed fitting to ask at least once, even if he didn't eat. Moreover, after black mist promised to protect him that morning, Wei Mian grew even more uneasy upon reflection. He couldn't keep accepting care from the other without offering anything in return, and sharing food was at least something he could do now, even if he couldn't reciprocate fully. Raising his eyes, Wei Mian held out the roasted meat. "When you turned into a cat, I remember you ate this." He waited for black mist's response, but the latter still didn't speak. Did that mean he didn't want to eat? Just as Wei Mian hesitated, he saw black mist vanish from where he stood, replaced by the familiar black cat. The black cat strode a few steps to Wei Mian's side, leaping into his arms and settling down. Wei Mian stared at the black cat for a moment, hesitating as he picked up a piece of roasted meat and fed it to the cat. The black cat predictably opened its mouth and swallowed the meat just like before, no chewing, only swallowing. As a result, the portion of roasted meat was split into 2 servings. The usual amount of food was always large, and Wei Mian could never finish it alone, so sharing with the black cat was perfect. After lunch, Wei Mian carried the black cat to the stream to wash his hands, using the opportunity to clean the cat as well. It had been a long time since he'd seen its fluffy tail, so Wei Mian's desire to hug it grew stronger. Just as he reached out, the black cat abruptly transformed back into human form. Startled, Wei Mian stumbled backward but was caught by black mist's hand gripping his wrist, preventing him from falling. Feeling slightly disheartened, he pressed his lips together lightly and said, "Shall we head out?" The green-toothed beast had also eaten and drank its fill, while Spider and withered branch bug once again disappeared into their cocoon. As dusk approached, they arrived at the edge of this ruined zone and encountered 5 familiar figures. The green-toothed beast slowed down, allowing Wenya and her group to see Wei Mian, and the man in black standing behind him. Facing them again left Wei Mian completely at a loss for words. What's more, there was someone else beside him now. But then Wei Mian realized that upon seeing black mist, Wenya and her group showed no surprise whatsoever, only caution and wariness. Chapter 32. Wei Mian sat sideways on the back of a green-toothed beast, leaning entirely into He Wu's embrace. Wenya and the others had no time to speculate about their relationship, all their attention was on He Wu. That night, he had taken Wei Mian away, but there was no sign of him the next day, until now when he reappeared. Wei Mian was also looking at them, feeling quite conflicted. Greeting them at this moment would be somewhat awkward. Everyone was heading in the same direction, through the ruins area, and this path was the shortest. The green-toothed beast that He Wu brought back showed no negligence, moving faster than the one when you had captured. And with an additional person around, Wei Mian didn't know how to introduce He Wu's identity, just some new human they happened to meet along the way. As he hesitated, the green-toothed beast continued forward, passing by the group. Wei Mian leaned slightly forward. Them. He Wu guided the green-toothed beast to stop outside a small grove of trees ahead, lowering his gaze as he asked, "What is it?" Deciding not to stay with those other humans was Wei Mian's choice, so He Wu wouldn't overly concern himself with them. With dusk approaching, Wei Mian needed rest every night. Running into unimportant people wasn't unexpected, and finding a suitable place to settle down was more urgent. The green-toothed beast lowered its back slowly and crouched down. He Wu then carried Wei Mian down. In the distance, the figures became a few blurry spots. After standing steady, Wei Mian let go of He Wu's hand. "I am fine." He had wanted to at least greet them, but since the opportunity had passed, he decided to let it go. Both the spider and the dead branch bug emerged. For safety reasons, they first hid inside the forest. The green-toothed beast went off nearby to look for food on its own, while He Wu stood in front of Wei Mian, looking down at him. "Do you want to go with them?" After all, they were of the same kind, and wanting to get closer and interact was natural. These words, however, made Wei Mian feel as if He Wu might be upset, so he quickly shook his head, "No." He Wu fell silent, leading Wei Mian into the forest. On the edge of the area were only collapsed ruins and piles of broken stones. Only this grove could offer a minimal respite, with water sources nearby as well. And this place seemed to be downstream from a stream that gathered into a small pond within the forest, filled with fish. In this way, He Wu wouldn't need to leave to search for food, only instructing the spider to bring back some wild vegetables and fruits. The mist could penetrate the water, making it easy to grab a fish. What remained was how to prepare it. In times past, Wei Mian would have simply roasted the fish over the fire, but now, He Wu manipulated the mist to form a small knife-like shape, slicing open the fish's belly to remove the organs and scrape off the scales. Wei Mian sat beside him, her face cradled in her hands, watching intently. "So it's done like this." The mist paused for half a second before continuing. He Wu hadn't told Wei Mian that during his outing searching for food, he would often intentionally pass by where Wen Ye and the others were located. There were only a few living humans in this region, and they alone knew how to prepare food, including fishing. He Wu's learning ability was extremely fast, he remembered after seeing once, including the taste of food that Wei Mian preferred. After handling the fish, the spider returned at this moment, bringing some plants suitable for roasting meat and some wild fruit. It set the things down and gave a few yu sounds, gazing towards the direction they came from. The dead branch bug on its head called out chaotically in soft cries and assumed an attack-ready stance, but was swiftly grabbed by the spider. Wei Mian perceptively noticed something unusual. "What is Luna saying?" By this time, it was already dark, and communication via stone tablets was inconvenient. He Wu personally threaded the fish onto a stick made of branches. Their tracks have been discovered. Wei Mian immediately tensed up, but the spider, seeing this, quickly shook its head and pulled on Wei Mian's sleeve to reassure him. When it and the dead branch bug went out looking for vegetables and fruit, they just happened to encounter the familiar group of humans Wei Mian knew. The spider promptly led the dead branch bug away in a rush, uncertain whether the other party had seen them. Upon returning, it reported this to He Wu. Wei Mian gently patted the spider's head. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." He gradually calmed down too, knowing that as long as He Wu was by his side, even the spider would be safe. Even though the spider's size among monsters wasn't small, with its 8 legs and facial patterns resembling a human's, Wei Mian always subconsciously thought of it as a weak creature incapable of self-defense. At this moment, the dead branch bug took the opportunity to rub against Wei Mian's finger. As soon as He Wu's gaze shifted towards it, the bug hurriedly moved away. Roasting fish was similar to roasting meat in the past. In the end, He Wu carefully removed all the bones and placed them on clean leaves before giving them to Wei Mian. The fish flesh was delicate, and the spider kindly offered a pair of twigs that could be used as chopsticks. Wei Mian tasted a piece of the fish and realized that the grilled fish he had made before was practically a waste of ingredients. His mind was complicated, and this was the first time he had tasted normal fish meat. By the time he came to his senses, the leaves were already empty. Wei Mian looked up helplessly with the leaves in his hands, as He Wu asked, "Do you want another one?" "I'm full." Wei Mian shook his head, lowering his eyelashes. "I forgot to ask if you wanted some." He Wu didn't care, taking Wei Mian away from the streamside to find a place to rest in the woods. There was lush vegetation everywhere nearby, ankle-deep weeds covered their feet. Insects between the grass leaves and dirt quickly fled when disturbed. Halfway through their walk, Wei Mian suddenly stopped, furrowing his brows. The same pain as before surged from within him, coming without warning. Wei Mian almost fell down instantly. His body was caught by someone, the pain briefly knocking him unconscious. When his consciousness returned, he was leaning against He Wu. Both sat among the grass, under a dense tree canopy. A warm palm gently stroked his spine. Wei Mian didn't feel as much pain anymore, it seemed that He Wu had already treated him. Feeling weak, he instinctively leaned closer to He Wu. "Doesn't hurt anymore?" The voice came from above. Wei Mian nodded in the darkness, looking at a piece of neck very close to his face. It was the first time outside of dreams that Wei Mian received treatment from Hei Wu, but everything felt completely natural. The hand on his back continued to gently stroke, gradually moving elsewhere. Wei Mian flinched, his breathing uneven. Hei Wu thought he was still in pain and hugged him tighter. Wei Mian struggled slightly, raising his slightly red face. You. Hei Wu caressed his cheek with the other hand, patiently waiting for him to finish speaking. Wei Mian moved his lips but said nothing more, quietly leaning against Hei Wu's neck. He still felt a bit unwell, but Hei Wu's touch made him feel better. Besides, although Wei Mian knew that Hei Wu was treating him, it was the same kind of action as usual, yet it couldn't help making him nervous and blush. Since the apocalypse, there have been numerous cases of homosexual relationships. There were even several couples in Wei Mian's old base. He wasn't a child anymore, even though inexperienced, he still understood these things. When Hei Wu appeared in his dream initially, Wei Mian thought he was an illusion. Unconsciously, he got close to him. After waking up, he realized that he might like people of the same gender. However, he never expected that the other party would be a monster with human form. Wei Mian was lost in thought for a while, drowsiness slowly creeping in. The hand inside his clothes had pulled out, gently massaging his nape. Wei Mian was more relaxed and dependent compared to last night when they embraced in sleep. The hat atop his head shifted slightly. Hei Wu softly asked, touch the horns. He knew that Wei Mian didn't like showing his horns outside of dreams. If Wei Mian still refused, he wouldn't touch them. Wei Mian opened his sleepy eyes, carefully thinking. As he was about to answer, the dead branch bug hurriedly ran over, chirp chirp. Hearing its call, Hei Wu's gaze darkened. Where? Wei Mian was startled, blankly lifting his head. What, where is Luna? The spider was nowhere to be seen, only the dead branch bug tugging at Wei Mian's clothing, no longer caring if Hei Wu would be upset. When Wei Mian and Hei Wu left the stream, the spider and the dead branch bug were just packing up their things. Now, only it had come back alone. At the same moment, footsteps sounded nearby in the forest. The trees in the woods were sparse, and Wei Mian's eyes had gradually adapted to the darkness. Under the faint moonlight, he saw a familiar figure fleeing toward him and Hei Wu. They stood up, realizing that the shadow running towards them was the spider. It quickly hid behind Hei Wu, trying to conceal its body. Only then did it start weaving a cocoon secretly, hiding itself first. The approaching footsteps grew nearer, when Yu and one of the triplets appeared from behind a tree, surprised upon seeing Wei Mian and Hei Wu. Upon seeing them, the dead branch bug jumped onto Wei Mian's shoulder a few times, fiercely waving its forelimbs and making hostile sounds. Alas, its voice was too thin, sounding anything but intimidating. Chapter 33. After Hei Wu and Wei Mian left, the spider began to clean up the traces left behind at the streamside, such as the charred branches and fish bones. It had spent a lot of time with Wei Mian, so it also enjoyed piling discarded items together and burying them. Kuzishang stood on its head directing where anything was still left uncleared, when Wenyue and Zhang Yi suddenly appeared not far away. They had originally been on the other side of the woods and were planning to rest nearby. They indeed saw the spider before. However, they didn't startle it and watched as the spider walked away. Is this creature from around here? Zhang San lowered his voice. Did it notice us? From a distance, that spider seemed to glance in their direction, then rummaged through the bushes for a while, and quickly left. Compared to wandering believers, monsters entrenched in certain areas would make them more cautious, especially unfamiliar ones. I don't know, Wenya furrowed her brow. We're so close, unless this place isn't its territory. Perhaps it was just passing through. Monsters are highly sensitive to unfamiliar scents invading their territories, yet somehow it didn't detect them. As they were about to leave the ruins area, they'd better avoid any trouble if possible. Let's eat something first. Wenyue kept his eyes on the increasingly dark woods around him. We're all tired after a whole day, and it's unsafe out there. Outside, the ruins were almost entirely flattened with insufficient buildings to provide cover. If they wanted to light a fire to have something warm to eat, it might attract even more dangerous creatures. No one else voiced any objections and sat down after setting down their backpacks. Not until the group finished dinner and prepared to set up tents for rest did the spider reappear. All of them relaxed somewhat. Zhang Yi and Wenyue went together to fetch water. When they reached the stream side, they encountered the spider again. Wenyue immediately pulled Zhang Yi to hide, his face looking grim. It's still nearby. Hiding in the shrubs and tall grass, the spider was facing away from them, its head buried, doing something unknown. Earlier, there hadn't been any anomalies, and they assumed the monster had already left the woods, but unexpectedly it remained. Not long afterward, the spider lifted its head. Both men held their breath. The spider turned its head and departed, leaving a small dirt mound in the place where it had been. What's this thing? Zhang Yi looked serious. A trap. This monster looked similar to an ordinary spider, which usually weaves webs to capture prey using traps. Perhaps this monster does the same. If not, why would the spider keep roaming in this vicinity without attacking, when it could have easily discovered them despite the short distance? Wenyue contemplated. Let's take a look. Both silently rose and approached under the moonlight to inspect the small dirt mound. At first glance, there was nothing unusual, broken twigs peeking out of the soil, with faint familiar scent lingering in the air. Before Wenyue could recall what this scent exactly was, a faint sound came from the side. Zhang was focused on the dirt mound, both turned their heads to lock eyes with the spider under a tree. The spider paused, then turned and fled. It looked too cowardly. Zhang's hand started showing scales. Maybe we should just deal with it. Or drive it out of this forest patch, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rest peacefully tonight, and it was hard to find a better refuge outside. Wenyue hesitated as Zhang chased straight away. He had no choice but to follow. But as they pursued the spider's escape direction, they didn't go far before losing sight of it. The trees in the forest were not densely spaced. A creature of that size shouldn't disappear so fast. Zhang carefully examined the surroundings, while Wenyue looked up towards the sky. His perception far surpassed that of a normal person. Though that direction seemed empty, he felt something was there. Wenyue pointed toward his gaze. There. Without thinking, Zhang swung his clawed arm directly. With a "hist," it sounded like a piece of transparent fabric being slashed open, revealing the spider within. The spider was startled but luckily dodged fast, otherwise, its head would already be split in two. It tried to retreat into its cocoon along with Kuzushang, escaping through the cocoon space, but Wenyue always knew its location. Time was required to weave the cocoon properly, and the spider didn't have enough time to run far. Forcibly emerging due to the chase. It darted around aimlessly in the forest trying to lose Wenyue and the other by hiding elsewhere, but they relentlessly pursued, unwilling to confront them directly. Not only because these humans knew Wenyue, but also because the spider itself had never come into contact with new human species with special abilities. Apart from the person who always seemed to know its hiding direction, the other one's arm had fully transformed into a beast-like state, terrifying to look at. The spider was afraid it couldn't win. It circled around the woods twice, and having no other options, ran toward the direction of the black mist. When the newcomers arrived, Wenyue's first reaction was to protect the spider behind him. Turns out you two are here too. Wenyue didn't finish his sentence when Zhang stepped forward. Where is that monster? I saw it escape to this area. The spider had already hidden inside its cocoon. Without Wenyue's perception and pointing, Zhang could not see where the spider was. Wei Mian's shoulder-borne Kuzushang was too small, completely ignored. Enraged, it leapt down from the grass and rushed over. Wei Mian failed to stop it. Chirp chirp. Under the moonlight, Wei Mian couldn't clearly see where it had run off to. He only saw Zhang stepping back in alarm, exclaiming, "SSS, what is that thing?" As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of black mist appeared, violently hurling both individuals. The tone of the black mist was icy. Leave. The two collided with tree trunks but weren't seriously injured. When Wenyue got up and realized the attack came from the mist, his face slightly changed. This wasn't Wei Mian's ability. It was exactly the same as the first time he encountered Wei Mian, when they were attacked in a similar manner. At the same time, Kuzushang returned to Wei Mian, hopping onto his palm. We were merely chasing the monster here, so why did you suddenly attack? Zhang Yi stood up furiously. And what is that thing? He was referring to the Kuzushang that had returned to Wei Mian, the tiny insect-like thing that had left several cuts on his face. Though these injuries were no big deal, they left him fuming. Now seeing Kuzushang together with Wei Mian, he assumed that bug was under Wei Mian's control. The black mist remained expressionless, refusing to acknowledge Zhang Yi's words. The mist crept closer and faintly coalesced into the shape of a hand, gripping his neck. Zhang Yi's feet dangled in the air, leaving him instantly unable to speak. This sudden situation caught Wenyue off guard. Unable to touch the mist, he couldn't free Zhang Yi. Wenyue wisely adjusted his posture. We have no ill intent, we really just accidentally wandered here. Zhang Yi's face turned red with the suffocating feeling causing slight convulsions in his hands as they reverted back to their normal form. If this continued, he might truly die here. Wei Mian lightly tugged at the sleeve of the black mist, a tang. The black mist remained unmoved. Wei Mian then grabbed the hand hanging by his side. The spider had run so quickly just now, it probably hadn't been hurt, perhaps it was an accidental encounter. With such a limited forest, how could new humans come across monsters and expect to peacefully coexist? The black mist pulled Wei Mian closer by turning his hand, while releasing the mist that dispersed into the air. Zhang Yi fell awkwardly to the ground, his eyes brimming with terror, all traces of earlier anger gone. In his single-minded pursuit of the spider, he had temporarily forgotten that the man beside Wei Mian was far from an ordinary human. Wenyue helped him up and gestured for him to return first. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yi apologized to Wei Mian and the black mist, clutching his neck as he hurried away. He no longer cared about the spider from before. Unbeknownst to him, Wenyue could sense that the spider had fled all the way there, hid behind Wei Mian, and concealed itself within a peculiar transparent substance. Even though the sky was dark, such a large creature getting close meant Wei Mian and the black mist could never have missed it or stayed indifferent. Moreover, the actions of the black mist seemed like protecting the monster. The only possibility was that these two were acquainted with that spider. In this instant, Wenyue figured out many things and said with a complicated tone, "So you didn't want to travel with us, it was for this reason." He probably guessed something already, as Wei Mian edged closer to the black mist, attempting to block Wenyue's view towards the rear. Just because the black mist let Zhang Yi go didn't mean Wei Mian viewed it as if nothing had happened. Having spent so much time with the spider, apart from that incident at the nest surge, he'd never seen it so flustered and frightened during its pursuit. Wei Mian's tone stiffened. "There's no monster here, you can go back." Wenyue cautiously observed the black mist's expression, daring to crouch halfway down and looking at the spider's hiding spot with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I didn't realize your master was here. Are you unharmed?" The spider was unharmed. It understood that this human was talking to it, seemingly rather friendly. And the person chasing it aggressively earlier was Zhangyi, so it couldn't help but peek its head out, meeting Wenyue's gaze. Ugh. The spider thus appeared completely defenseless before Wenyue's eyes. Wei Mian had no time to stop, hurriedly crouching down and shielding it. "It's vegetarian, it won't attack people." Even with the black mist present, there was no way the spider could get into trouble, yet Wei Mian didn't want Wenyue to think of it as some kind of terrifying monster. Wei Mian's reaction further confirmed Wenyue's speculations. He continued, Earlier we misunderstood, thinking it was a wandering monster nearby. It's good that it's fine. There were naturally many docile creatures like green-toothed beasts that wouldn't actively attack humans, so Wenyue found nothing strange about this fact. But the relationship between Wei Mian and the spider was clearly out of the ordinary. Wenyue concealed his inquisitiveness and curiosity, rising to his feet and saying, "We'll be resting here in the woods too, on the other side." He then mentioned a few more things, such as their coincidental meeting again, promising to explain the existence of the spider to the others when they returned. If Wei Mian disagreed, he could choose not to. Since they had been discovered, Wei Mian kept his head lowered. Fine, whatever. After Wenyue left, the spider emerged entirely from its cocoon. Wei Mian immediately examined it all over. "Are you alright?" The spider shook its head, spinning around in place to show it was unscathed. The Kuzishang leaped onto its head, following along for the spin. After all that had happened, Wei Mian could no longer sleep. Returning to the tree under which he'd rested, he idly pulled at the weeds on the ground. Being discovered is better. No need to hide it anymore. Who knew if they would accidentally encounter each other a few more times? Clearing everything up early was always preferable. Moreover, Wenyue hadn't shown any aversion toward the spider. The black mist was by his side, lifting him closer in an embrace. "Can't sleep?" Wei Mian vaguely responded, gazing at the black mist and suddenly asking, "Why didn't Wenyue and the others ask who you are when they saw you?" At that moment, he had an inkling something wasn't right, but there hadn't been time to dwell on it. He'd always been alone, and within merely one day, someone else had appeared by his side. Even if they greeted each other casually, shouldn't they have asked a question or two? Yet Wenyue and Zhangyi's attitude seemed as if they'd met the black mist before. But the black mist had only condensed into its corporeal form last night, or perhaps, because of this face. Wei Mian's expression grew increasingly solemn as he cautiously extended his fingertip to touch the black mist's cheek. "Is this face yours, or modeled after someone else's?" The black mist captured his fingertip in hand, raising his gaze. "Do you dislike it?" This unexpected question caused Wei Mian's ears to redden instantly, his composure slipping. He lowered his head to hide his panic. "I." Yet the black mist cupped his chin, forcing him to look at him, repeating the question, "Dislike?" Wei Mian evaded his gaze. "Why, do you even ask this?" The black mist thought his preferred looks had changed, disliking his current appearance. "If you dislike it, I can change it." For some unknown reason, his current expression looked tinged with gloom, dark clouds gathering in his eyes. "This isn't my face." Before encountering Wei Mian, he only existed as a mass of mist. The black mist recalled every face Wei Mian had encountered, trying to find the one most likely responsible for his supposed infatuation with someone else. Stunned for a moment, Wei Mian couldn't help but wonder what "can change" implied. It sounded like if he just said he disliked it, the black mist would immediately switch faces. Given his ability to condense into both a black cat and a human form, he should indeed be able to freely transform into other shapes. Transform until he pleased. Recalling how the black mist used tendrils and small squirrels as vessels to approach him. The black mist waited for his answer. Before losing patience, Wei Mian gradually inched closer, leaning into his embrace, tilting his head to look at him. His beautiful dark eyes shimmered faintly under the moonlight. "This works just fine." The black mist ceased questioning, drawing near to nuzzle Wei Mian's cheek, caressing the hair by his ear. "Want to touch the horns?" Wei Mian buried his face once more, muttering after a while, "Yes." Chapter 35. The hat was slowly taken off, the ram's horns were fully exposed to the air without any cover. At this moment, Wei Mian regretted a little. Except for his previous dreams, he would only briefly take off his hat every morning when he washed up, and within half a minute, he would immediately put it back on. Even in dim environments, Wei Mian still felt uneasy, almost wishing he could immediately find a crack in the ground to hide in. Now there was no way to change his mind anymore. He had probably been confused by what the black mist said earlier, which is why he agreed to let his horns be touched. But then again, when thinking about how the black mist had changed into several different forms of species and remained by his side in various appearances, Wei Mian believed it was because the black mist liked him. Especially that black cat the black mist turned into, so small and light, allowing himself to be held and petted with its fluffy tail, fulfilling Wei Mian's desire to have a pet. Not only did the black mist treat him well, but also cared about his preferences. He felt as though he was walking on soft white clouds, falling unwittingly into a state of enchantment. Wei Mian tightly shut his eyes, burying his face into the black mist's embrace while internally repeating to himself that this was all a dream. In the dream, he wouldn't feel so nervous. When the horns on his head were gently touched, Wei Mian trembled slightly. It didn't seem as uncomfortable and unbearable as he had imagined, since after all, it was something he'd experienced many times in his dreams before. Everything was both strange and familiar. However, the feeling was several times stronger than in his dreams. A certain deformed and ugly organ in his body was being gently caressed, making Wei Mian tremble out of shame, yet at the same time, he also experienced an unusual sense of satisfaction and longing. The chill ran through the crevices of his bones. Wei Mian tightly embraced the black mist and pulled closer into his arms, not lifting his head until his breathing became labored. His wet gaze looked at the person in front of him. The hat lay aside in the grass. He wanted the black mist to release his horns so that he could hide himself under the hat once more. Though Wei Mian's lips moved, somehow he couldn't voice a word of refusal. His hands clutching the cuffs were trembling continuously. The black mist thought he was either uncomfortable or scared, so it applied even gentler force, coming close to nuzzle affectionately against his nose. Go to sleep. The black ram's horn in the palm was slightly longer than when they had first met, though it wasn't particularly noticeable, and Wei Mian estimated he hadn't noticed it himself either. In the black mist's eyes, these horns were just as endearing as Wei Mian was. There was a shallow scratch near the base of one of them, possibly from an unsuccessful attempt to cut it off with a knife. The mark had been around for some time. The black mist had seen it when Wei Mian first took off his hat upon entering the forest. Perhaps made by someone else, perhaps by Wei Mian himself. From his throat came an indistinct mumble, sounding like a tender hum, yet the grip on the sleeve in his hand didn't loosen even slightly. The black mist's action did not pause. It released the horn in its hands, instead soothingly stroking Wei Mian's back to comfort him. The inconsistency between Wei Mian's dreams and reality had long been known to the black mist. As long as Wei Mian did not show any signs of rejection or fleeing, it could remain patient indefinitely. Yet, after letting go, Wei Mian felt an unexplained faint sorrow deep inside. He lowered his head to hide his emotions and leaned against the black mist's neck. Lying amidst the thick patch of grass, the cool dampness of the night soil seeped outward, yet everything was completely blocked by the warmth of the black mist's embrace. Wei Mian did not put the hat back on. He gently moved, causing the tip of the ram's horns to brush against the black mist's cheek. He immediately froze, holding his breath motionlessly, but quietly shifted away. Moments later, he couldn't help leaning forward again. The black mist seemed unaware, continuing to stroke his spine lightly, with faint breaths showering down from above. Wei Mian felt as if he was committing some sort of bad deed, his face redder than ever, and after quite a while, he finally reminded softly, the hat. If he didn't wear it, he might not be able to fall asleep tonight. Only then did the black mist fetch the hat and re-wear it for him. It was as if nothing of what happened just moments ago had ever occurred, yet undeniably, something had indeed changed. Wei Mian's heartbeat finally settled, drowsiness returned anew, and his breathing gradually slowed. Early the next morning, Wei Mian woke up startled by some movement nearby. Opening his eyes, he saw a spider quickly moving about in the vicinity. On one side, the black mist stood watching a distant direction. Since yesterday, Wei Mian had slept too late and was still very sleepy now. He got up, yawning. He was about to ask the spider what it was busy doing when hurried footsteps approached from the forest path. It was Wen Yu. His expression was serious, and behind him followed Wen Ye and the triplets. The spider instinctively tried to hide, but seeing the black mist and Wei Mian standing right beside it, it abruptly stopped itself. It wasn't afraid anymore now. Furthermore, when you had already known its identity yesterday, it belonged to someone. The spider straightened its spine and came to Wei Mian's side with its 8 long legs. The gazes of the 5 people across were almost all on the spider. The triplets had clear signs of vigilance in their eyes. Apart from that, their expressions were not good. When you spoke first, the swarm is coming again. Wei Mian instantly woke up, looking hurriedly at the black mist. No wonder he felt that the spider seemed a little strange, there was indeed something unusual. It had been less than a month since the last swarm, yet it was already coming again. When you had come so early this morning specifically because of the swarm. A large number of believers were about to arrive. Would Wei Mian, or rather, the man beside him, still kill all the believers like last time? When you admitted to being selfish. At a time like this, they would be much safer staying close to Wei Mian. Even if Wei Mian might not welcome them, survival took precedence over such considerations, which was why he had come here under the pretense of giving them notice. Why don't we resist together? When you suggested tentatively, I can find some stones and rock walls to pile around the outer edge of the forest, bypassing the path where the believers will pass. The black mist raised a hand to tidy Wei Mian's coat and his hat that had tilted while sleeping, saying softly, breakfast will be a bit late. When you. While they were thinking about how to survive, the other party only cared about when breakfast would be served. This precisely indicated that this person didn't worry about the swarm at all. Wen Yu's expression twisted slightly but quickly returned to normal. The black mist clearly didn't take the swarm seriously. Wei Mian nodded blankly, then turned to look at Wen Yu and the others. Their intentions, Wei Mian didn't think too deeply about, but similarly felt that it was safer for everyone to stay together. Maybe it was the influence from the base. New humans were precious resources anywhere, capable of resisting monsters and believers and protecting the few remaining pure humans. Plus, having known each other, Wei Mian didn't want anything bad to happen to them. Thus, he nodded in response to Wen Yu's words, "Don't go too far." This was exactly the answer Wen Yu wanted to hear, and he sighed in relief, "Alright, thank you." Before the words even faded, Wei Mian added, "You mustn't harm Luna and Chirp." They didn't know who he was talking about. Wen Yu looked at the spider by Wei Mian's side, guessing, "Is it called Luna?" Seeing Wei Mian nod, Wen Yu's face showed a smile, "Such a cute name." She squatted down to observe this creature before her, slowly put down her backpack on her back, and lowered to unzip it. "Did Xiao Yu say that it eats vegetables?" Wen Yu took out a wild fruit with a red surface from her backpack, as big as half a palm, placed it in the center of her hand, stretched her arm out, wanting to give it to the spider. Before Wei Mian could say anything, the spider moved forward a few steps, hesitated and stopped halfway. It looked at Wen Yu, then lowered its head to look at the fruit in her hand, eventually moving closer again, extending a soft limb to take the fruit. With the swarm imminent, a human was still leisurely feeding a monster in the woods, a scene that was both eerie and oddly harmonious. After taking the fruit, the spider did not leave immediately but seemed curious about Wen Yu, tilting its head to observe her. Wen Yu smiled, "Who's Chirp?" Last night, Zhang Yi and Wen Yu had told everything that happened to the other three, including the strange bug that had scratched Zhang Yi's face. Although they found it hard to believe, once they thought about the other odd events happening around Wei Mian, the fact that he was so close with monsters became less surprising. Besides, they also had a green-toothed beast, so tame monsters, though rare, weren't non-existent. Regardless of what the others thought, Wen Yu was just as unopposed to spiders as Wen Yu. There was a small white cloth bag hanging around the spider's neck. Upon hearing someone called Chirp, a tiny head the size of a thumb popped out from the top of the bag. Chirp. Not even Wei Mian had noticed the stick insect hiding here. It too sensed the impending danger, panicking as it sought a safe place to hide. So the spider made this little cloth bag for the stick insect to hide inside. Sure enough, there was another one, another kind of monster. Wen Yu wasn't sure what the stick insect ate and was about to search her backpack again when the stick insect already lost interest and pulled its head back in. When it had retreated halfway, it saw Zhang Yi from last night and let out several gibberish cries. Then its gaze shifted and saw two more identical faces. The stick insect fell into confusion, its voice getting quieter and quieter. But the swarm was drawing near, it was too afraid, and it quickly crawled back into the cloth bag. The spider scrutinized Wen Yu up and down multiple times, pondered something, then turned around holding the fruit and returned to Wei Mian's side. It took a small bite, sending the piece outside the cloth bag, then a pair of tiny front limbs emerged to take it in, squeezing together inside the bag. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly. Wen Yu had gathered quite a few stone walls, placing them at the edge of the forest as a block. As long as the swarm passed by from the outside and any stray believers entered the woods, they would deal with them directly. However, Wen Yu's capability was limited, and he could not set up defenses in too many areas within a short time. He wiped the thin sweat appearing on his forehead and secretly prayed that this decision was the right one. Afterward, he noticed thick black mist had appeared somewhere unknown, spreading like dark clouds in the sky. Chapter 35. Ho ho. The lead believer approached first, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the woods. They halted their advance and, in an instant, were engulfed by the fog rushing toward them. Harsh screams echoed as blood erupted. Trouble at the front immediately plunged the entire nest swarm into chaos. Believers scattered in all directions, only to be surrounded by an increasing amount of fog. Wei Mian's face was pale as he hid in He Wu's embrace. He had seen how He Wu killed believers before, every inch of their muscles and bones crushed until no life remained, leaving no possibility of reassembly. But now it was a large-scale massacre, with various horrifying sounds and an increasingly strong smell of blood seeping through the gaps in the rock piles on the edge of the forest. During the previous nest swarm, Wei Mian had lost consciousness halfway through and woke up to find piles of bodies. Now that he was truly experiencing it firsthand, the impact was even greater. Even without looking, one could imagine the sight of hell. Wen Yu and the others were similarly astonished once more. Could humans really possess such terrifying strength? Along with their amazement came an involuntary fear and chill. And the state of Wei Mian and He Wu also confirmed some of their suspicions. It seemed neither of them had ever considered concealing it. This overwhelming fog was He Wu's special ability. There were too many believers, and soon they pushed aside the piled-up stones. A few even broke through from the other side of the forest. He Wu didn't flinch, softly comforting Wei Mian in his arms, "Don't be afraid." The spider looked around, then calmly retreated into its cocoon, leaving the stray believers nearby for Wen Yu and the others to handle. The triplets revealed their fully beast-like arms, and Wen Yu used rocks to fend off the believers, managing rather effortlessly. Wei Mian sniffed the familiar scent in front of him, and his complexion eased considerably. When he lifted his head, he happened to see Wen Yu protecting Wen Yu behind him. Wen Yu gripped her left wrist, calmly observing the movements of the surrounding believers but did not use her special ability. Among the five, hers was the one Wei Mian had never had a chance to witness. Curiosity grew stronger at the sight of this, but as tempting as it was, randomly prying into or guessing someone else's abilities wasn't polite, so Wei Mian buried his head again, tightly hugging Hei Wu's waist. Unsure how long it had been, the commotion outside gradually subsided. Hei Wu sat down on the clean grass under a tree with Wei Mian in his arms, while Wen Yu went out to check. He returned shortly after, saying, "They're all dead." The number of believers this time seemed much smaller, perhaps due to the short interval between attacks or because some of them detected the danger and fled directly. Nevertheless, the nest swarm was successfully stopped. This was the second time they had experienced such a situation, and everyone had moved from initial shock to numbness. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, along with the foul stench of blood. All 5 members of the group had some blood stains on them, though luckily none were injured. Wei Mian raised his head from Hei Wu's embrace, reluctant to look at the dead believers nearby. "Is it over?" As the two stood up, Hei Wu took his hand gently. "Yeah. Are you hungry?" Wei Mian's appetite had long since disappeared, so he shook his head in response. Seeing this, the other 5 showed varied expressions. Wei Mian was protected far too well. In the face of the nest swarm, he merely lost a bit of time and peace of mind. He was beautiful, fragile, and slender, resembling a delicate flower in need of support, easily stirring the protective instincts of others. Looking at Hei Wu, his eyes held nothing but Wei Mian from start to finish. The adoration reached its peak, changing the original feeling, almost as if Wei Mian could ask Hei Wu to do anything, and he would comply. "When you spoke up voluntarily, let's leave here first. There's a new ruin area ahead, we can rest there." They hadn't eaten since getting up early that morning and weren't nearly as rested as Hei Wu. Everyone was exhausted. The fog that had been drifting around gradually faded away until it vanished completely, and Hei Wu's pupils shifted from black to crimson. His gaze lowered, and only Wei Mian noticed the fleeting change in his pupil color, which quickly returned to normal. The spider emerged from the cocoon just then, perched atop a freshly revived twig insect, whose sesame-sized eyes glared at the triplets. Hei Wu remained silent, gazing at Wei Mian, who realized he might be waiting for Wei Mian to make the decision. Then, "All right," Wei Mian nodded in agreement, implying he was willing to temporarily accompany Wen Ye and the others. Their green-toothed beasts from earlier had already disappeared, and the group left the forest, walking on foot toward their next destination. Along the way, there were still quite a few believer corpses, and blood flowed everywhere. Wei Mian endured the nausea until the smell of blood was entirely gone, then relaxed his furrowed brow. The triplets hurried ahead and were quite fortunate to find a new water source, a small lake. Everyone stopped by the lake. After a brief rest, Wen Ye took out a small pot. The sight of the pot immediately caught Wei Mian's attention. Truthfully, he had grown tired of eating roasted meat every day. However, lacking other utensils, he couldn't be picky about the food that Hei Wu and the spider prepared for him. Hei Wu followed his gaze and softly said, "You like that?" To his surprise, Wei Mian understood his intention, quickly pulling on his sleeve, "That belongs to others." Hei Wu remembered the oddly shaped item in Wen Ye's hand. In his eyes, these few people were only useful for things like this. His expression grew colder as he turned Wei Mian's face away so he wouldn't look anymore. However, the spider was just as curious. It cautiously approached, standing at a distance to observe. When it saw Wen Ye taking wild vegetables that Wen Yu had found, it stepped forward but silently stopped again. It wanted to help wash the vegetables, but since there were others around Wen Ye, the spider hesitated. Not because of fear, these new humans were unfamiliar to it, except Wen Ye, who seemed the gentlest and kindest. Her aura also felt a little strange. Ultimately, the spider did not go over and return to Wei Mian, watching Wen Ye start a fire to cook. By the time the meal was ready, it was already noon. 2 bowls of plain vegetable soup were delivered to Hei Wu and Wei Mian. Though without any meat flavor, it smelled pleasant. Wei Mian thanked Wen Ye, and the appetite he had suppressed all morning was finally triggered as he blew on the hot steam rising from the edge of his bowl. The other 5 sat opposite them. Because an extra bowl was given to Hei Wu, they didn't have enough, and Wen Yu would have to wait until Wen Ye finished before eating. Hei Wu held the wooden bowl in his hands, drinking tastelessly with no expression, then handed the rest to the spider. This type of purely vegetarian food could be consumed by both the spider and the twig insect, and the 2 creatures excitedly circled the wooden bowl placed on the stone. The twig insect cautiously tasted it first. Seeing Hei Wu's gesture, those sitting across became complicated inside yet dared not say much. After midday, everyone set off again. This time, none of them had green-toothed beasts for transportation, and they had to rely solely on themselves. Wen Yu intended to search nearby ruins, but Hei Wu said, "There's nothing here." He did not elaborate on how he knew, causing Wen Yu to hesitate briefly before sighing, "All right, let's check ahead." But even walking till evening, not a single green-toothed beast came into view. Although they walked together, they formed basically 2 separate teams. Wei Mian's speed was a bit slower, and Hei Wu was unhurried as well. Wen Yu and the others quickly advanced to the front. By the time both parties met again, they had already prepared dinner. Wen Yu waved at the 2 of them, calling out to Luna and Chirp. Seeing other humans liking them too, the spider was thrilled, ready to go forward, only to meet Hei Wu's indifferent stare, prompting it to quietly pull its leg back. Wei Mian asked Hei Wu, "Should we go?" By evening, they also needed to search for a place to rest in the vicinity. Besides, it was clear that Wen Yu and his group had somewhat of an intention to please He Wu. If they willingly provided food, He Wu would not need to leave and hunt again. As for He Wu's identity and their abilities, no one asked, so Wei Mian wouldn't mention it either. Lowering his eyes, He Wu said, "Go if you like." Hearing this, Wei Mian instead felt a bit embarrassed, whispering, "We can stay further from them when sleeping." Meaning dinner could be shared together, He Wu perceived Wei Mian's thought and led him toward the group's location, with the spider closely following behind. Dinner included the plain vegetable soup made earlier, grilled meat, and some roasted fruit, perhaps the most sumptuous meal since Wei Mian left the base. Once again, the vegetable soup did not include any meat. Both the spider and the twig insect licked the bottom of their bowls clean after tasting human-made food again. After the meal, He Wu took Wei Mian away. The spider looked back with reluctance as the group staying behind knowingly refrained from asking where they were going. Bathed in moonlight, Wei Mian rested within a relatively clean and intact ruin wall. Feeling rather full, he was gently rubbing his belly when he was unexpectedly scooped up into someone's arms. A hand belonging to another person began massaging him gently. Wei Mian naturally positioned himself comfortably, leaning in front of He Wu. Somehow, he recalled the previous night, when He Wu touched his horns. Wei Mian's palm clenched then relaxed secretly, wondering if He Wu asked again tonight. If he did, he might agree. Yet, all the way until Wei Mian started feeling drowsy, He Wu never said those words. Wei Mian felt a faint sense of loss, and as he came back to his senses, his ears gradually turned red. How could he have been waiting for that? But for Wei Mian to bring up such a request outside of dreams on his own was impossible. Lifting his head, Wei Mian looked at the profile in front of him, opening his mouth to speak, "I." He Wu lowered his gaze, touching Wei Mian's lips softly. Wei Mian grabbed the hand resting on his stomach, his thick eyelashes fluttering lightly. "I feel much better. No need to press anymore. All right." He Wu removed his hand after saying just that one word. But he did notice something off about Wei Mian's mood, stroking his slightly flushed cheek gently. "Not sleepy." It was then that the spider passed by outside, seeing that the two were still awake. Stopping briefly to think, it moved closer to He Wu and emitted two low whimpers. He Wu didn't respond too much, merely replying with a soft, Curious, Wei Mian asked, "What's Luna trying to say?" He Wu remembered her name, she hasn't transformed. After humans got infected and became new humans, they all needed to go through this transformation process. But Wenya hadn't. The energy around her was pure and clean. Chapter 35. No transformation. Wei Mian was momentarily stunned, then became even more confused after reacting. Is she a human? A pure human, without any special abilities and without having gone through a transformation. Wei Mian indeed hadn't seen Wenya use any special abilities. During the surge in the morning, she was just like himself, almost entirely protected by Wenya behind his back. With the black mist present, not many believers managed to enter the forest, and the four of them, led by Wenya, could deal with the situation relatively easily, so Wei Mian didn't think much about it. Moreover, how could a pure human leave the base and come to such a dangerous wasteland? And as a woman, Wenya should be better protected within the base. Wei Mian couldn't understand, but both the spider and the black mist had said this, and being creatures themselves, they must have sensed something. If this were true, it made sense that ever since meeting them, Wenya always subtly expressed a desire to befriend Wei Mian. After seeing the black mist and experiencing the second nest surge, Wenya might have guessed the true source of the mist and thus showed friendliness toward the black mist, and even toward the spider, things that Wei Mian could clearly perceive. They were 5 people in total, but only 4 possessed special abilities, leaving 1 pure human female in need of protection. So when encountering other newer humans who were stronger, their intentions for forming alliances and traveling together became clear, to make the journey to Eden safer and more secure. But why? Wei Mian didn't understand why a pure human would do something so dangerous. The spider was also confused, initially finding Wenya's aura peculiar. New humans gain special abilities through the Dark Nest Lord essentially. Though they may not become believers, remnants of the Dark Nest Lord's power and aura still remain inside them. Most monsters are highly sensitive to these auras, including spiders. Wenya and the few new humans around her were different from others. She was more similar to Wei Mian, carrying no trace of impurity, which is partly why the spider accepted food from her. Still, Wenya's warmth paled in comparison to Wei Mian's. Yesterday's green-toothed beast used for travel would willingly follow Wei Mian's commands even without the Black Mist's coercive orders. With its speculations confirmed by the Black Mist, the spider left tactfully to hide itself in a cocoon nearby and rest. Wei Mian remained lost in shock and confusion as the Black Mist pinched his chin with slight displeasure. Don't mind her, sleep. Wei Mian murmured indistinctly, relaxing, involuntarily leaning his head to rub against the tip of the Black Mist's finger. I just feel, she and I are somewhat alike. Neither of them had special abilities, they weren't new humans yet somehow survived in this perilous wasteland. It was unknown whether Wenya had some unspeakable secrets as well, if not for the awareness of the spider and the Black Mist, this secret might have been concealed all along. The Black Mist lay down with Wei Mian, resting on soft dry grass, gently stroking Wei Mian's back with his palm. you're different. Being of the same kind, yet not quite the same. Wei Mian remained silent, his horns growing atop his head proving otherwise. Plus, his strange and uncontrollable ability that sometimes appeared and sometimes disappeared, the inexplicable pain in his body, all of these started after he grew those mysterious goat-like horns upon adulthood. Wei Mian was terrified for a long time, beginning to believe what his raving mother once said might actually be true. He really was the offspring of demons or some evil creature, a monster. Leaving the base afterward, everything Wei Mian experienced was beyond his expectations. Following several real monsters, he stopped overthinking all these things. As for the abnormalities happening to him, as long as the black mist was by his side, he didn't have to worry about anything. At times, Wei Mian even thought the black mist seemed to know where his strange internal abilities came from, and why his body endured unbearable pain. Yet he never questioned or brought up the topic. Lost in random thoughts for a while, lying down but unable to sleep obediently, the black mist reached out and brushed his trembling eyelashes in the dim light. "What are you thinking about?" The black mist caressed Wei Mian's cheek tenderly, not sleepy. Wei Mian softly muttered, "Nothing," and lowered his head, burying deeper into the black mist's embrace. After a moment, he lifted his head again. The edge of his hat grazed the black mist's nose tip, his voice quieter now, "I." The black mist grabbed Wei Mian's nape, massaging lightly, "Want me to touch your horns?" Wei Mian's face turned redder immediately, stammering, "Okay." When his hat was taken off and the small goat horns wrapped by a warm palm, they were touched and caressed softly at the tips. Wei Mian's breathing became heavier, all the chaotic thoughts in his mind vanishing. He had finally found satisfaction but felt ashamed because of it. In the darkness, Wei Mian stared at a patch of skin on the side of the black mist's neck, wanting to bite down with his teeth and rub against it. It seemed this was the only way he could vent the two contradictory emotions within him that couldn't be reconciled. The black mist held Wei Mian in one arm, the other horn being neglected. He leaned closer and brushed it with his lips. Wei Mian's body trembled slightly as he struggled to dodge. He raised his head, panic-stricken yet utterly bashful, his tone laced with grievance, "Don't kiss." The black mist repositioned his hold on him, uncomfortable. Wei Mian said nothing, his face red as he turned away, quietly gripping the fabric of his cuffs. He tried to calm himself down, pretending nothing had happened just now. With his horns continuing to be stroked, Wei Mian closed his eyes and gradually steadied his breathing as he rested in the black mist's embrace. At another campsite, the group of 5 had set up their tents for rest, switching shifts for nighttime watch halfway through the night. Wen Yu, stifling yawns, prepared to sleep. Zhang Yi had just woken up and was still putting on his clothes when Wen Yu approached. Lowering his voice, Zhang Yi asked, "Do we really have to travel with those two?" He admitted that due to their presence, they had managed to pass through the nest surge so easily, but these two were of unknown origin. Especially the mysterious man by Wei Mian's side, last night, he almost killed him. The original plan was for them to head to Eden together. Traveling with Wei Mian and the other might prove dangerous. When you pulled the blanket over and lay down, closing his eyes, "Let's talk about it later, I'm sleepy." Zhang Yi could only swallow the remaining words and stepped out of the tent alone. Later at night, he sat silently with Wen Ye and Zhang Sen watching the cold wind together. If it weren't for Wen Yu's unique abilities, his ability to control rocks, sharp instincts, and his talent in using skills to capture green-toothed beasts, this task would not be so effortless for anyone else. Zhang Yi grew increasingly troubled, glancing a few more times toward the direction Wei Mian left for earlier. Early the next morning, Wen Yu proactively sought out Wei Mian and the Black Mist, inviting them over for breakfast since Wen Yu had made an excessive amount. After speaking, he hurried back, while the spider cautiously observed the expression on the Black Mist's face and formed an idea. It came forward with a bundle of woven cocoons and presented it to Wei Mian. Eek. These cocoons were white, unlike the transparent ones it usually used for hiding. They felt thick and soft, different from what it had used before to fish. When Wei Mian unfurled it in his hands, it turned out to be a long-sleeved shirt, very simple in design. Surprisingly happy, Wei Mian asked, "Is this for me?" The spider nodded. Having used fewer cocoons in the past few days, there was surplus stock. Thus, it wanted to try making clothing for Wei Mian. Coincidentally, Wei Mian had an extra upper garment stored inside its belly, which could serve as a reference. Though not proficient in other matters, it excelled in weaving. The material made from these special cocoons was durable and impossible to tear with ordinary knives. Even though the Black Mist was around and Wei Mian wouldn't encounter much danger, the spider still had a piece of cloth on its limbs. When Wei Mian took it, he found it to be a sleeveless vest. Eek eek. The spider pointed towards the direction Wen Yu had left in, gazing longingly at Wei Mian. Standing nearby, the Black Mist voiced its intentions on its behalf, Wen Yu. So, the spider had also made one for Wen Yu. Immediately understanding its meaning, Wei Mian asked, "You want me to help you give it to her?" Embarrassedly, the spider nodded. This was considered repayment for the food given to it by Wen Yu. Regrettably, since it prioritized Wei Mian, there wasn't enough silk left for the second piece, hence no sleeves. Wei Mian returned the vest to the spider, squatting down to pat its head. "She will be much happier if you personally deliver it to her." Left with the vest, the spider hesitated, while Wei Mian went off to a secluded corner to change clothes. The cloth made from cocoons had great elasticity. Though it looked small, once worn, it fit perfectly and was comfortable. Wei Mian's original undershirt had been washed white long ago, with a hole torn on the shoulder where threads hung loose from wear and tear. After some internal struggle, he folded this shirt that had accompanied him for several years and placed it in a corner, deciding not to take it anymore. Having changed, Wei Mian came out, finding the black mist waiting for him just outside the bend. The spider was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, Wei Mian asked, "Where's Luna?" "It went to find Wenya." The black mist answered, extending a hand towards Wei Mian. It was him who had sent the spider ahead. Since the spider enjoyed interacting with that human, there was no need for it to stay by Wei Mian anymore. Wei Mian obediently placed his hand in the black mist's palm. Following the delicate wrist upward, he touched a new piece of fabric. The black mist remained expressionless as he pulled Wei Mian into his embrace, unbuttoning a few buttons of his coat before inserting his hand inside towards his side. Wei Mian grasped his hand, his face flushed red. "What are you doing?" The black mist pinned him down and explored almost from his ribs to his back, his eyes carrying an unreadable meaning. "Do you like this outfit?" He had to admit that the spider did a fine job this time. The garment was not only well-fitted but also breathable, with fabric so soft it felt like a second skin. Wei Mian was at a loss, unsure what the black mist meant, yet instinctively sensing jealousy. Was it because he wore the clothes given by the spider? Wei Mian quickly said, "Luna also made clothes for others." Cautiously glancing at the black mist, he noticed his expression indeed softened considerably. Realizing that the spider's creation would be worn by another unrelated person diminished his concern significantly. He loosened his grip on Wei Mian, refastening his coat, then lifted his gaze and noticed Wei Mian staring intently at him. Wei Mian still carried a faint blush on his cheeks, batting his thick lashes. "You're different from Luna." He hadn't expected the black mist to really become emotionally charged over such a trivial matter, showing something akin to jealousy. The spider was more like a friend to Wei Mian. The black mist casually retook his hand. "How am I different?" Without warning, Wei Mian leaned closer and quickly kissed his cheek. He immediately drew back, startled, his heart pounding like a drum. But Wei Mian moved too fast. The fleeting sensation vanished instantly, leaving the black mist unaware of what just happened. So when Wei Mian mustered up the courage to look up and saw no reaction from the black mist, he felt disheartened, gazing at him blankly. The black mist detected a change in Wei Mian's emotions and lightly touched his slightly warm cheek with his finger. "Are you hungry?" Wei Mian looked down, responding quietly, "Yes." Never mind, he thought, as a monster, his thoughts and emotions likely differed greatly from humans. After some delay, Wei Mian and the black mist finally arrived. By the time they got there, the spider and Wenya were alone nearby. The sleeveless vest must have already been handed out, as the spider opened its abdomen and was using a stone tablet and pieces of paper to communicate with Wenya. The dried branch insect silently sat atop the spider's head, also wearing a tiny white outfit. Wenya clearly found the spider's uniqueness both surprising and fascinating. She gently touched the small pieces of paper on the slate while examining the spider's abdomen. In the distance, Zhang Yi held a wooden bowl and muttered lowly, "Freaks." One after another, they all were. Zhang Yi, sitting beside him, upon hearing this remark, continued drinking his soup. Chapter 37. The spider attached a small piece of paper on the slate, telling Wenya about the function of the vest. Its cocoon was hundreds of times stronger than ordinary clothing and not easily soiled. Originally, the spider had been worried that Wenya would reject it, since it was an 8-legged monster, and the cocoon was made from silk. It was unlikely that an ordinary human would be as accepting as Wei Mian. But Wenya accepted it, seemingly even liking it. The others also looked interested, probably not expecting it to not only make clothes but also read. The spider felt pleased inside and returned to Wei Mian's side with the slate. After eating breakfast, the group continued moving in the same direction. Their pace was different. By noon, the two groups were already some distance apart. The black mist went out again to look for food. When he returned with two birds that had just died, another green-toothed beast trailed behind him. This green-toothed beast was much smaller than the last one, looking like it was still immature, yet it was braver. It timidly approached, getting closer to Wei Mian upon seeing him, then moved away under the cold gaze of the black mist. With a new riding mount, they no longer had to walk. For safety reasons, Wei Mian still let the spider weave a cocoon on the back of the green-toothed beast for him to hide in, preventing any unexpected encounters with others along the way. The green-toothed beast sped forward after eating its fill, while Wei Mian quietly leaned against the black mist, gazing blankly at the scenery rushing by. Since morning, he seemed in low spirits, his entire demeanor subdued. The black mist grasped Wei Mian's wrist and felt the new clothes he wore underneath. "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Wei Mian shook his head, raising his face to look at him before repeating, "No." However, everything conveyed by his eyes and tone was clearly off. After a moment of silence, the black mist asked again, "What do you want?" "Anything you like. As long as it could make Wei Mian happy." This sentence finally brought a bit of energy back to Wei Mian. He straightened up, his expression gradually becoming dazed. "Can I have anything I want?" The black mist replied affirmatively, "You can." Wei Mian lowered his eyelashes but said nothing more. He tightly embraced the black mist's waist, burying his face in his chest. His muffled voice reached out, "It'll be fine as long as you don't leave me." The black mist ceased speaking further. He decided to wait until Wei Mian fell asleep that night, then enter his dreams to ask again. Most of the time, the Wei Mian in dreams represented his true feelings and desires, things even he might not have realized himself. The green-toothed beast ran all afternoon without encountering Wen Yu and his group again. They did come across several places where people had lingered before and found dead followers, presumably all remnants left by them. Perhaps they too had found new green-toothed beasts, which accelerated their progress greatly. The spider quite missed the vegetable soup made by Wenya, gathering many wild vegetables in the evening. Unfortunately, they didn't have a pot. In the end, the leftover wild vegetables were roasted over the fire together, but the spider only ate a few bites and stopped. At night when sleeping, the black mist touched Wei Mian's horns as usual, waiting for him to fall soundly asleep. A faint mist swirled around the two. In his dreamlike state, Wei Mian woke up from his sleep, his expression disoriented and absent-minded. Once again, he found himself back in the stone cave within the forest, the person in front of him all too familiar. Before his slow thoughts could catch up with what was happening, instinctively, Wei Mian moved closer to the black mist, wanting him to hold him. The black mist extended his hand, pulling him close, and asked softly, "Were you unhappy today?" After a pause, Wei Mian slowly responded, "Yes." He looked up at the black mist with sad eyes. "What do you want?" The black mist stroked Wei Mian's pale cheeks gently, "Tell me." Wei Mian vaguely remembered him saying something similar earlier in the day. He pursed his lips, "That's what you said, that I can have anything I want." The black mist answered affirmatively, "You can." Upon hearing this confirmation again, Wei Mian sat up. The black mist waited patiently as Wei Mian stared at him for a while, then suddenly dove back into his arms. "Then kiss me." Wei Mian lifted his face, his clear pupils reflecting only the black mist, "Just one kiss will do." In his dreams, he couldn't think too deeply, whatever he said or did stemmed purely from instinct, and it wasn't entirely because of that unanswered kiss from earlier in the morning. Last night, when the black mist touched his horns, he planted a kiss on them. Although Wei Mian immediately pulled away, that peculiar sensation had taken root deep inside and carried over into his dreams. It wasn't because he felt uncomfortable that he rejected being kissed on the horns, it was because he thought it was too embarrassing to handle. In the dream, things were different. Wei Mian didn't care about anything when he was asleep, he just wanted to be satisfied. The black mist paused silently for a moment. "Kiss?" Seeing that he seemed not to understand what he meant, Wei Mian had no choice but to demonstrate once, planting a firm kiss on the black mist's cheek, just like the same spot as in the morning. The black mist's eyes darkened slightly as he finally understood. Wei Mian had once done similar actions before and said he liked him the most. It only happened that one time, and afterward, he would never do it again. Also, Wei Mian had suddenly leaned close during the day then pulled away, but his movements at that time were so light and quick that they couldn't compare with how direct and obvious he was now. "This is a kiss." Wei Mian held the black mist's face with both hands, his voice becoming softer and softer, "How could you not know even this?" This time, the black mist understood. He followed Wei Mian's example and planted a kiss on his cheek. Wei Mian's face turned slightly red as he hugged the black mist's neck. "You need to kiss my horns too." The black mist continued doing as told, carefully kissing the pair of ram's horns on Wei Mian's head until he couldn't bear it anymore and pushed himself away. Wei Mian breathed lightly, then bit down hard on the black mist's chin. He still underestimated himself, as he found himself equally embarrassed by such acts in the dream, yet he also felt comfortable and didn't want the black mist to stop. Contradictory feelings of conflict and satisfaction kept piling up. Just after biting, Wei Mian regretted it. As he moved back a little, he realized there wasn't even a mark left on the black mist's chin. The black mist touched the place where Wei Mian had bitten earlier and looked at his slightly parted lips. "Do you want more?" Wei Mian grabbed his hand, his ears flushed bright red. "Do you know what a kiss means?" Recalling what Wei Mian had said the first time he kissed him, the black mist lowered his eyes. "It means liking." All of Wei Mian's lingering sadness from unresponded affections disappeared, and he curved his lips in a smile as he leaned closer. "And since you've kissed me, you can't kiss anyone else." No matter in what form the black mist existed, he must be good only to him. It was the first time in his dreams that Wei Mian showed possessiveness, and if he were awake, he probably wouldn't be able to say such words. The black mist replied, reaching out to stroke the pair of horns leaning closer to him. The next day, Wei Mian woke up early. As his consciousness gradually returned, he recalled everything from the dream last night, leaving him with a blank stare. Why did it turn out like this? The dream was the same as before, the face of the black mist was unclear, but whatever had happened, he managed to piece together around 70 or 80%, which was enough. He had no control over himself in the dream, recklessly demanding kisses from the black mist and requesting kisses on the horns. Wei Mian closed his eyes briefly, reopening them to find himself staring straight into the black mist's gaze. His face flushed red immediately, silently reminding himself that it was all just a dream, not something that really happened. But Wei Mian forgot why he dreamed, as the black mist had entered his dream again after many days, experiencing everything he went through. Wei Mian watched helplessly as the black mist approached, planting a soft kiss near his lips, pulling back slightly. Are you awake? It was still early, the sky outside just barely turning gray. Wei Mian could have slept a while longer. Yet with each breath of air from the black mist speaking, Wei Mian felt his breathing grow difficult, opening his mouth in struggle to utter a, yeah. As the black mist moved in to kiss him again, Wei Mian tried to dodge by turning his head, but failed. This kiss landed on the side of Wei Mian's face. Sensing his faint avoidance, the black mist lightly pinched his nape to keep him from moving. Do you dislike it? Unable to string coherent sentences, Wei Mian stammered before being kissed again. The black mist whispered softly, you're the one who told me to. He reminded Wei Mian of everything that had happened last night so he wouldn't forget again. Wei Mian became increasingly flustered inside, realizing the black mist might follow through on everything he requested in his dream. Would the kissing of the horns happen again outside the dream? As dawn broke, Wei Mian hurriedly sat up, awkwardly changing the subject. I'm hungry. The black mist also sat up, reaching out to pinch Wei Mian's chin and forcing him to look at him, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Before Wei Mian could react, the black mist stroked his lips and said enticingly, kiss me. Chapter 38. Everything that happened in the dream was still hazy for Wei Mian, even though he remembered what he had done. The courage he had finally mustered yesterday received no response, and Wei Mian retreated. It would be very difficult for him to take the initiative again. However, just after one night, things developed far beyond his expectations. Wei Mian's eyelashes trembled slightly, and for a moment, he didn't move. The black mist grew impatient waiting and kissed him again. This time, it landed directly on his lips, heavy and scorching, leaving Wei Mian stiff all over. He almost reflexively pushed away the person in front of him, but the black mist quickly withdrew. As if the kiss before and this one were no different, it was just a matter of position. There was no further action. Wei Mian remained stunned for an instant, breathing softly. The two had always been very close, and the black mist had once performed similar actions akin to kissing. But those felt more like light rubs between animals without any other intent. It was after last night's dream that he truly learned how to kiss. To say he knew wasn't entirely true. He only knew how to do what Wei Mian had taught him. In essence, he was still a monster and couldn't be the same as a real human, yet he kept asking Wei Mian to kiss him. Wei Mian's ears turned bright red as he cupped the black mist's face and kissed him lightly. He still couldn't be too proactive and kissed the same spot as yesterday, then quietly observed the black mist's reaction. The black mist finally became satisfied, holding Wei Mian and letting him sit on his lap while he couldn't resist reaching out to caress his soft lips. No matter how many times he kissed Wei Mian, it couldn't compare to when Wei Mian took the initiative to kiss him. At this moment, the spider walked by from outside, with the dry branch insect sitting on its head loudly calling out to Wei Mian, chirp. It noticed Wei Mian's reddened face and patted the spider's head to make it look. However, the spider lowered its head even lower and hurriedly ran off into the ruins, disappearing from sight. The surroundings grew quiet again, Wei Mian leaning against the black mist. I'm hungry. The black mist reluctantly let go of him. All right. He got up and left, and after a while, the spider and the dry branch insect came by and accompanied Wei Mian to fetch water and wash up. After Wei Mian finished wiping his face, he realized he had forgotten to tell the black mist not to enter his dreams anymore. Or, let him know in advance. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that next time, he wouldn't do something uncontrollable in his dreams. But by the time the black mist returned, Wei Mian had forgotten about it. Not until they settled down for sleep that night did Wei Mian hesitantly bring it up to the black mist. The black mist caressed the ram's horn in his hand and kissed him lightly on the mouth. All right. Wei Mian was caught off guard, feeling shame as he buried his face in the black mist's chest. Following the direction and route on the map, after several days, the green-toothed beast carried the two to a forest. This forest connected to the ruin area and had no name on the map, only a simple marker. Not far through, it would reach Eden. There was nothing edible for the green-toothed beast in the forest, so Wei Mian intended to let it go. The green-toothed beast liked Wei Mian, ate the last stone he offered, and yet still refused to leave, hesitating to take even a single step. Black Mist stood aside and coldly said, "It won't die even if it goes a few days without food." He was right. The green-toothed beast had a large body, with thick fat layers that could sustain it for several days. Though his words seemed to indicate that they could take the green-toothed beast into the forest, the creature began to shiver involuntarily in its limbs. Soon, it turned and bolted into the ruins without looking back, vanishing instantly. The dry branch insect mocked it once, completely forgetting that it had once been equally cowardly. Entering the forest, Wei Mian carefully inspected the surroundings. It's unusually quiet here. Before getting closer to the forest, they encountered several wandering followers outside, all dealt with by the Black Mist. Followers disliked coming to places like forests where spaces are relatively narrow. If no other monsters resided there, this patch of woods would be safe. With the Black Mist around, Wei Mian had never encountered any danger. Still, he remained vigilant. The closer they got to Eden, the more anxious and uneasy he felt. Since their last separation from Wenya and the others, they hadn't met each other again. Even though heading in the same direction with the same goal, their routes should have coincided. He wondered whether they had entered the forest ahead of them. By walking forward for an entire day, the forest remained eerily silent, showing no abnormalities. Only a few flying birds occasionally swooped over the tree branches, hit by the fog and falling down. The spider discovered a new stream, while Black Mist started a fire and roasted bird meat for dinner. They rested nearby for the night. There was no overhead cover in the forest, but luckily it wouldn't rain in the coming days. Wei Mian curled up in Black Mist's arms and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, a pitch-black shadow appeared from behind a distant tree. It was very small, about 1 meter tall, and its exact appearance was unclear in the dark. It approached Wei Mian's location silently. When it stepped out of the darkness and into the moonlit grass, its true form was finally revealed. It turned out to be a little girl around 5 or 6 years old, with features delicate like a porcelain doll. Her black hair hung down to her waist, her complexion was somewhat pale, and her eyes were hollow without any light. The little girl stopped and stared blankly at Wei Mian's profile. Her unwavering gaze was quite eerie. Suddenly, something in both her pupils flashed simultaneously, like an extra set of eyelids. Really beautiful. The little girl's lips didn't move, yet a somewhat deep male voice emerged from within her body, slowly speaking these 3 words. As soon as he finished, another voice continued, really beautiful. This phrase was repeated several times in succession, each time in a completely different tone and voice, both male and female. The little girl then took a step forward, intending to move closer. At that moment, the mist suddenly appeared and mercilessly struck this creature, sending it flying. Black Mist opened his eyes, his cold gaze falling on the distant figure. He hadn't detected any hostility from the monster, rather, it was curious, using its own way to express its fondness for Wei Mian since it had approached. Its boldness was undeniable, but just because Black Mist hadn't killed it immediately didn't mean it could get close to Wei Mian. In the instant the mist attacked, the little girl's body swelled into a sphere, her limbs disappearing, her stretched face flattened, and her black hair tightly clinging to her rounded back. Inside her, it seemed filled with air, as she floated away, bouncing a few times, unfazed by the mist's attack. Upon landing, she reverted to the form of a little girl, her face splitting open to reveal a row of fierce sharp teeth. Humph. She sounded resentful but dared not come any closer, instead quickly turning and fleeing. The forest regained its calm, and Wei Mian, who was sleeping soundly, stirred slightly, turning over in Black Mist's arms. The next morning when Wei Mian woke up, he had no idea what had happened during the night. The spider had indeed heard some commotion late at night, but when it opened its eyes, the monster had already been driven away by Black Mist. It hadn't even realized a strange monster had come near. So it assumed it must have misheard and went back to sleep. Compared to the ruins littered with debris, the spider preferred the environment of the forest. As soon as it woke up, it was energetic, heading to the stream to fetch water and picking some wild fruit. On the way back, the leaves above it suddenly rustled. There was no wind, and no birdsong was heard. The spider stopped, looking up. The dry branch insect perched on its head also gazed in the direction of the sound, yet saw nothing. The spider looked around, clutched its water jug tightly, and hurriedly returned. The forest covered a large area, and traveling only by foot would take a few more days to cross. Wei Mian moved forward while paying attention to whether there were any traces left by others in the forest. Black Mist knew that he wanted to find Wenya and the others' tracks. Even though they were of the same kind, Wei Mian's constant concern for the others made Black Mist somewhat displeased. During their midday break for rest and lunch, Wei Mian wanted to go around the nearby area again. There's no need to worry, Black Mist said coldly, they won't die. Since they hadn't encountered any corpses along the way, those people should still be alive. Wei Mian obediently sat quietly in the grass for a while, then gradually extended his hand towards Black Mist, a tang. Black Mist grasped it, pulling him close and placing him on his lap. Are you angry? Wei Mian asked anxiously, Wenya doesn't have any special abilities, I'm just worried about her. He had long noticed the subtle low pressure surrounding Black Mist but never figured out why, nor did he know how to ask. Seeing that Black Mist remained cold and indifferent, Wei Mian kissed him gently on the face. This worked better than any words, Black Mist's expression eased slightly as he touched Wei Mian's smooth and fine neck, kiss me again. Wei Mian's face turned red as he leaned in once more, kissing lightly near his lips. Monsters also liked kissing. And clearly, Black Mist preferred it when Wei Mian initiated the kiss himself. Wei Mian pulled back slightly, tilting his head to rub against his palm. Don't be mad anymore. Black Mist responded softly, I'm not angry. He wanted to touch Wei Mian's lips and give him one last kiss, but his actions suddenly paused. Black Mist turned his gaze toward the distance, his tone returning to its usual cold hardness, someone is approaching. He stood up with Wei Mian, who followed his gaze and looked, is it Wenya and the others? The spider also sensed it, an unfamiliar presence. In an instant, it took the dry branch insect and hid inside the cocoon hanging under the tree branch. Not long after, several unfamiliar faces appeared one by one ahead. They were a few men, ranging in age from their early 20s to mid-30s, all of whom should be new humans. They stopped, their eyes continuously appraising Wei Mian and the other figure. The leader had somewhat longer hair tied into a small braid at the nape of his neck. The man with the braid held a cigarette rolled from dried leaves, took a puff, and exhaled a cloud of murky smoke. Newcomers. At that moment, another group of people approached from behind them. A familiar voice sounded anxiously, "They are my companions." It was Wen Yu, who hadn't been seen for quite some time. He quickly walked up to Wei Mian and the other, letting out a sigh of relief. "Why have you arrived so late?" Wen Ye and the triplets weren't by his side. Just as Wei Mian was about to ask, Wen Yu lowered his voice, "I'll explain later, follow me first." At the same time, the spider hidden in the cocoon peeked outside through a small opening, fully focused. Suddenly, there came two soft taps on the top of the cocoon, as if someone had lightly knocked on it with their fingers. The dry branch insect happened to be underneath and curiously cut open a small slit with its forelimbs. But it saw nothing, perhaps just a fallen leaf. Uninterested, the insect laid back down. Moments later, a few strands of black hair drooped through the slit. Chapter 39. The spider didn't notice the anomaly above. It saw Wen Yu through a small gap but couldn't see the other familiar faces. Limited by the angle, the spider couldn't see farther and dared not make any rash moves. Though protected by the black mist, both Wei Mian and it, the two monsters, would be fine. No matter how many new humans were on the other side, they wouldn't withstand the erosion of the fog. But they were about to reach the human base. On someone else's turf, caution was better, so as not to cause trouble for Wei Mian. The spider patiently waited and soon saw Wei Mian and another leaving with Wen Yu. It quickly wove a new cocoon, entering the space inside to follow them. The few strands of black hair that had hung down from the crack above retracted. A breeze passed by, gently swaying the leaves. Xiaobian's gaze flickered among the three figures. He crushed out the yet unburnt leaf cigarette against the tree trunk and casually tossed it. "That's perfect. You team up with them, explain all the rules clearly. Don't mess up." He led the people behind him away from the side, casting a final glance at Wei Mian before leaving, his gaze skimming over the brim of the hat that covered most of his face. When their figures gradually disappeared, Wen Yu gestured toward another direction, "Let's go this way." He walked ahead first to lead the way, while Wei Mian held on to He Wu's hand dangling by his side, pulling him along. He Wu remained cold and indifferent in demeanor but did not resist either. After walking a stretch of the path, Wen Yu spoke, "Those people just now were a group of nomads." Nomads referred to new humans who hadn't joined any base. They didn't have fixed places to live, instead gathering together and roaming across various regions, hunting believers and monsters. Sometimes they even sought resources to exchange with nearby bases. This type of organization was something Wei Mian had once seen long ago at the base. Several nomads carrying medicinal herbs found in the wastelands arrived at the base asking to trade for equivalent smoked meat and fruit. Wei Mian still remembered the base trying to keep them there, which naturally ended in refusal. Joining the base might be safer and provide more comfortable accommodation, but it also meant shouldering the responsibility to protect the base and all its pure humans, along with numerous complicated rules. In the wasteland area, however, they didn't need to consider too much. As long as they possessed absolute strength, they could do anything, including forcing others to work for them. "We arrived 2 days ago and ran into them as soon as we entered," When you said, "There are quite a lot of these people, and they've been staying in the forest for half a month. The forest is a necessary route in several directions to Eden. They stayed here to intercept new humans wanting to go to Eden, forcibly demanding that they join their organization. To leave, one had to pay enough toll." Wei Mian slightly widened his eyes. "Toll? Resources, calculated per capita," When you explained, "If you don't have enough resources to pay the toll, you have to work for them." The forest was vast. It was said that before the apocalypse, it was specifically used for growing medicinal herbs. Even now, many could still be found, but it also harbored a number of monsters. Working for them meant risking your life daily to find resources for submission. And they only accepted valuable ones, ordinary items didn't interest them. Wei Mian furrowed his brows. "Isn't this just like robbery?" "Exactly," When you bitterly smiled. "Unfortunately, they are in large numbers, and our 5 can't match them. We could only temporarily comply." Not only that, they were also separated. The triplets went with another group, and Wen Yu was taken away as well. The exits were blocked, making it difficult to get out once inside the forest. And even if they managed to escape and take a detour around the woods to reach Eden from another direction, it wouldn't be easy either. It would take at least another half-month of time, and the journey would be even more perilous. Wei Mian looked displeased, turning to look at He Wu. The man with the little braid earlier said that the 3 of them would form a team. If they wanted to cross the forest, wouldn't they also need to pay resources? Or perhaps they'd have to break through by force. There was no expression on He Wu's face, seemingly unmoved by what Wen Yu had said. Meeting Wei Mian's gaze, he noticed the concern and unease in his eyes and consoled him softly, "Don't worry about these people. They would simply go straight through. Anyone daring to stop them would face only one outcome." He Wu didn't think much of this group of nomads. Wei Mian knew that once a conflict arose, He Wu wouldn't show mercy to those new humans. Wei Mian sighed imperceptibly, nodding slightly with an He had heard before that most nomads had poor morals and ethics, but he hadn't expected they would resort to such actions. Facing the apocalypse, they were still scheming against their own kind. He Wu's reaction was within Wen Yu's expectations. He pointed a direction, "Keep going this way, and you'll reach the exit of the woods." Along the way, if you encounter other teams of nomads, they'll see there are only two of you and that you're unfamiliar faces, so they might stop you. In other words, before reaching the guarded exit, they would still run into others. It wouldn't be easy to reach their destination. Wei Mian noticed what Wenyu implied, "Aren't you coming with us?" Wenyu shook his head. Wenya is still with them. The triplets' abilities weren't weak, he could temporarily ignore them, but he couldn't leave his sister behind. Besides, Wenya's situation was special. If the nomads discovered anything unusual, the consequences would be unimaginable. "They know we're siblings and deliberately separated us," Wenyu said with a cold expression in his eyes. "I need to find Wenya." This was why the man with the braid had agreed for them to form a team of 3. He didn't want to assign more people to keep an eye on them, certain that Wenyu wouldn't leave. As for Wei Mian and He Wu, they probably saw there were only 2 of them, along with Wei Mian's frail and young appearance, so they didn't consider them worth mentioning. Actually, as long as He Wu was willing to help, taking 2 more people wouldn't have been a problem at all. But when you wasn't about to make such a request, they had known each other for less than a month, they barely counted as companions, and He Wu had no reason to help them. Last time during the nest rush, it was already embarrassing enough how they'd begged to stay, and the same happened after a few other encounters. When you clearly understood that He Wu didn't like them very much. It was merely out of consideration for Wei Mian that He Wu put up with them. Wei Mian hesitated again now. He knew Wenya's condition and looked at He Wu for help again. "Then, why don't we stay behind first? Leaving after finding Wenya wouldn't be too late." He Wu remained silent, and when he didn't answer, Wei Mian felt uneasy. Before meeting Wenyu, He Wu was already displeased by how Wei Mian cared too much for others, and now. If it were someone else, Wei Mian might have truly ignored it, but Wenya was different, whether it was her as a person or her identity. Wenyu interjected then, "I don't dare ask for your help, but my sister, as long as she can safely arrive at Eden, I will do anything you ask." Not even half a glance was spared for him. He Wu lightly touched Wei Mian's lips instead. He didn't need Wenyu to do anything, but he wanted Wei Mian to kiss him. Wei Mian immediately understood his meaning and his ears flushed slightly. "I know. Can we talk about this later?" He Wu neither confirmed nor denied, simply lowering his hand. They had done it just once at noon, yet he had already learned to use this way of demanding rewards, leaving Wei Mian at a loss for words. However, these rewards from him were indeed insignificant. Wei Mian rubbed his earlobes and turned back to Wenyu. "Do you know where Wenyu was taken?" "No. I don't." Wenyu was both surprised and confused. What happened? How did He Wu agree without uttering a word? There was indeed a squad among the nomads consisting entirely of female new humans, though he wasn't sure whether Wenya was among them. "Let's go towards the direction of the exit first," Wenyu suggested. "We'll adapt along the way and look for chances to gather some information." "Wah." The spider's voice suddenly sounded from the slant above as its head poked out of the cocoon. "Wah." It had been listening to their entire conversation and also wanted to find Wenya. With enough silk, its cocoon could lead to anywhere, plus it could serve as hiding place. It was perfect for the job. Other than He Wu, none understood the spider's intentions. Wei Mian extended his hand and patted its head gently, while patting the stick insect sitting on the spider's head simultaneously. "Are you worried about big sister Wenya too?" He Wu showed no indication. The spider dared not act rashly and bowed humbly. The stick insect chirped coincidentally, seemingly responding to Wei Mian's words. Just before nightfall, a heavy horn sound echoed through the forest. The group had just found a spot to rest and settle down for dinner when you explained, "That's the nomad's horn." The horn sounded every 3 days, signaling everyone else could deliver supplies to designated positions, but during the rest of the time, it wasn't allowed. When you originally intended to follow the small braided man's team to search for medicinal herbs but ended up delaying half a day due to meeting Wei Mian and company, leaving him with nothing to contribute. Having made plans to directly leave after locating Wenya, they no longer needed to look for any supplies either. At night, the 3 rested nearby. Wenyu initially offered to take the first watch, but Wei Mian glanced at He Wu and declined. He then chose to sleep a bit farther away from Wei Mian and He Wu, but he wasn't alone. The spider and the stick insect stayed by his side. The spider's cocoon hung above him, and the stick insect peeked out, unable to sleep. After a moment, it jumped down to examine Wenyu. It stepped on Wenyu's body, kicking with its hind legs as if trampling on him. However, Wenyu didn't move a muscle, his eyes closed as though he had no sensation at all. Finding this uneventful, the stick insect returned to the cocoon to rest. By the dead of night, a small figure quietly approached the area. The creature still looked like a little girl. In her hand, she held an animal's leg, its species unknown, longer than her arm. Its skin was a burnt reddish-brown, devoid of any bloody smell, as if smoked, indicating human food. Having been attacked by mist once yesterday, she dared not come closer today, circling far off and sitting quietly in a slightly open patch of grass. The little girl's hollow eyes gazed distantly at the sleeping Wei Mian. Suddenly, her head split open in the middle, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth and, inside, a long tongue. The monster lifted the meaty leg and, biting through the skin and bones, took half of it before swallowing it whole like a snake. At the same time, her throat and body slightly wriggled until the food was completely consumed. She closed her mouth, and her exterior returned to its normal disguise. Her dark tongue swiftly glided over the center of her face, her black hair fluttering in the breeze. The other half of the leg meat was carefully placed in a conspicuous spot in the grass. After setting it down, the little girl turned around and quickly vanished into the woods. Chapter 40. The next morning, when you discovered half an animal's hind leg left in the grass. His expression was on guard. Covering his nose with one hand and using leaves to lift it, he said, "Wasn't this thing not here yesterday? No one kept watch last night. Before sleeping, when you checked around and found nothing unusual." And obviously, this meat had been smoked, a method of preserving meat only humans knew. However, the broken edge looked like it had been bitten off by an animal's sharp teeth. Considering the size of this piece of meat, it must be from a rather large creature, but they hadn't heard any commotion during the night. Could it be, cut by special tools? But why would it appear here? Wei Mian turned his head at the sound of his name. What is it? Hei Wu was peeling fruits for him. Spider-shaped creatures brought these back early in the morning from the creek. The fruit had a tough skin, but inside it was sweet. After peeling one open, Hei Wu fed it directly to Wei Mian, who took a bite from his hand. The fruit was medium-sized. After Wei Mian had his bite, half remained. Hei Wu glanced down at the fruit once before swallowing it and picking up another to peel. Wei Mian was watching what Wen Yu held and didn't notice his actions. A piece of meat with bone. When you came closer, looking toward the spider-shaped creature, did Luna eat part of it and toss it there? The spider shook its head quickly. It only ate vegetables. This wasn't leftovers from its meal. If not the spider, it couldn't possibly be the small twig-like insect either. When you examined the meat repeatedly, what should we do with it? In the apocalypse, food was one of the most precious resources. This piece of meat seemed fine. Wash it, and it should still be edible. Wei Mian hesitated. Hei Wu handed over the freshly peeled fruit, stating, "Throw it away." When you blinked, immediately nodding, "Unidentified source, better to discard it." Carrying the meat, he moved further away and tossed it in a more noticeable location. If someone else could find this and eat it, that would also count as a good deed. Not far away, a pair of pitch-black eyes observed this scene. The monster's limbs were contorted, twisted around the tree in an unnatural posture, with thick leaves concealing it completely. It had no facial expression, just a slight crack appearing in the center of its face as its fangs ground together. The food intended for Wei Mian had been thrown away. The monster knew Hei Wu must have done it deliberately, preventing Wei Mian from accepting the food knowingly when only he was aware of its presence last night. It felt infuriated but utterly powerless. During their first encounter 2 nights ago, it already realized Hei Wu was not an entity it could challenge easily. Remaining motionless, its hollow gaze occasionally shifted towards the spider-shaped creature and the twig-like insect beside Wei Mian. Not long after, the 3 figures ahead set off again. Loosening its limbs wrapped around the tree trunk, the monster silently followed them. The spider-shaped and twig-like insects made progress within the space woven into the cocoon, which had limited speed due to the weaving constraints. Therefore, they moved slowly inside. Wei Mian consciously slowed his pace, waiting for them. The twig-like insect stayed in the cocoon for a while, confident that being small reduced its chances of being noticed, jumping around playfully in the grass outside. The spider envied this freedom, feeling exhausted within the confines of the cocoon all alone. Fortunately, Wei Mian showed consideration by occasionally stopping for rests, causing the trio to advance very slowly without any urging from Wen Yu. Moving forward all day, the surroundings changed hardly at all. They encountered a few strangers midway, probably newcomers to the organization who merely exchanged distant glances before each going their own way. That evening, they accidentally bumped into a few nomads. These were people who had briefly seen Wei Mian and Hei Wu the previous day following someone with a ponytail. One of them stopped, looking skeptical. "Why are you still heading in this direction?" To find collectible supplies, one had to go to the edges of the forest, and it was obvious that Wen Yu and the others weren't following the right route. Lost, Wen Yu laughed lightly, indifferent about whether they believed him or not. "We'll look for herbs early tomorrow morning." Seated under the tree, Wei Mian quietly sipped water, praying they'd leave soon. He wasn't worried about being found out, but rather concerned that if Hei Wu got angry, these people might not leave. Fortunately, the one speaking did not press the matter further, simply coldly humming, "Better hurry up. Once everything is submitted, you can move on." With that, he led the others away. Hei Wu lifted his gaze, a frigid glance landing on their backs. Suddenly, Wei Mian edged closer, whispering, "Don't mind them, let them go. Just fearing making noise and drawing others while they haven't yet found Wen Yu, it would be best to remain calm for now." The murderous intent in Hei Wu's eyes suddenly dissipated as he naturally embraced Wei Mian. Wen Yu tactfully stood up, tidied up the things in his backpack, and prepared to rest elsewhere. Wei Mian was still not used to being too intimate with Hei Wu in front of others, so his earlobes were a bit red as he hid his face. After Wen Yu walked away, Wei Mian raised his head again. He pushed the brim of his cap up a little and hesitated to say, "I'm feeling a bit hot." Hei Wu reached out to touch his forehead and cheeks, asking, "Uncomfortable?" "No," Wei Mian shook his head, "I want to take off a layer of clothing." The weather had been getting hotter recently. In addition to wearing an overcoat and the spider's cocoon, he also had another spare one. Earlier, riding on the green-toothed beast for travel meant that it felt a bit cold when the wind blew, but now walking on foot made him too warm after some time. Wei Mian glanced at Wenyu under the tree nearby and said softly, I also want to fetch water and wipe myself. Will you come with me? The spider and the twig-like insect were there, and it was fitting for them to stay with Wenyu since these two monsters could keep him company. Hei Wu responded, all right. Under the moonlit night, the two quietly got up and walked to the creek. Wei Mian took out his small towel from his pocket. He took off his overcoat and another piece of clothing underneath, placing them on the clean grass, stopping when only the cocoon garment covering his body remained. Hei Wu was still beside him, showing no intention of leaving. The cool night breeze made Wei Mian's face grow hot instead of calming down. You. He wanted Hei Wu to leave while he changed, but he didn't want him too far away either. It was so dark outside, they might encounter strangers at any moment, and there was no guarantee this water was safe. What if? Wei Mian convinced himself eventually and decided not to speak up, realizing Hei Wu, as a monster by nature, probably didn't care about such trivial matters. Taking a deep breath several times, Wei Mian removed his final piece of clothing and dipped the towel into the creek water. The icy creek water was unbearably cold. Wei Mian had just wiped a few spots before he couldn't stand the chill. And perhaps because he was slightly nervous, his hand slipped, causing the towel to fall, almost sinking beneath the water. Hei Wu quickly fished it out, wringing it dry like Wei Mian did, and handed it back. When Wei Mian received it, he was startled. The towel had warmed up. Wei Mian spread out the towel, surprised to feel its warmth, using it to rinse, then letting Hei Wu reheat the towel for another round. As Hei Wu wrung the towel dry for him, Wei Mian felt somewhat embarrassed and said, thank you. But this time, Hei Wu didn't give the towel back to Wei Mian. Instead, he intended to help. Wei Mian noticed and retreated to dodge. I don't need. Ignoring his protest, Hei Wu firmly pinned him down, making him sit on his lap. You're too slow. The night was colder than the day. At Wei Mian's pace, he'd surely catch a chill. Holding the towel, Hei Wu's palm radiated continuous warmth as he gently cleaned the white side of Wei Mian's neck. Chapter 41. The towel slowly moved downwards, though the action was incredibly gentle. A faint redness appeared on Wei Mian's skin. Hei Wu worried if he felt uncomfortable and paused to touch his reddened body. Does it hurt? Wei Mian gripped his hand, with trembling eyelashes. No pain. He unconsciously leaned towards Hei Wu, as if trying to shield himself from his gaze by doing so. However, Hei Wu thought Wei Mian might be cold and protected him with one arm while using the other hand to wet the towel and continue wiping him. From chest to back, sides of the waist, and arms, no part was left untouched, and even his fingers were carefully wiped. When Wei Mian did this on his own, the warmth of the towel quickly disappeared and only lasted for a short moment. With Hei Wu holding the towel, the warmth only increased, truly feeling warmer than before. Wei Mian buried his face in Hei Wu's neck. Not long after, he was lifted up, his hat removed. His hair at the forehead was brushed aside, and he obediently closed his eyes. His face was still flushed, the heat not having subsided since it arose. Every time Hei Wu touched him, he wanted to shy away but couldn't help moving closer to the source of warmth. Hei Wu was indeed only helping him clean his body, without any other intentions, showing an unusual seriousness despite his typically cold demeanor. Yet, the more serious Hei Wu became, the more awkward Wei Mian felt. As an adult, needing help with something like this made him feel. After finishing his face, they finally came to the horns on top of his head. A warm towel pressed against them, carrying damp water vapor, causing Wei Mian's breathing to become rapid again. He buried his face once more. Hei Wu stroked his soft hair, soothing him. It will be over soon. Only after hearing this did Wei Mian raise his head, fully exposing his horns so that Hei Wu could wipe them. This strange sensation didn't last long. Hei Wu put down the towel, touching the tips of his horns. All done. Wei Mian responded indistinctly, hugging Hei Wu and burrowing into his embrace. His clothes were still on the ground. Hei Wu gently caressed his smooth back, hesitating to let go for a moment. Though the night was dark, Wei Mian almost seemed to glow with whiteness, his tender flesh entirely unlike that which would have grown up in this end-of-the-world era. Even his bones were finer than those of an average adult man. Everywhere about him was refined and beautiful, as if he had been born to be cherished. Hei Wu grew increasingly unrestrained, rubbing everywhere. Wei Mian tilted his head back, breathing shallowly, gazing at him with moist eyes. He usually wore his cap, its deliberately lowered brim concealing this enticing face, preventing many people from seeing it. Hei Wu's gaze turned ambiguous, the force of his hands growing uncontrollable. Wei Mian let out a soft hum, looking innocent yet wronged. He playfully kissed Hei Wu's lips. After kissing, Wei Mian pulled back slightly and then moved forward to bite his chin, applying a little pressure with his teeth, as if only this could somewhat relieve his complex emotions and feelings. Hei Wu allowed him to bite, waiting until he let go before picking up nearby clothing. Shall we return? Wei Mian touched the place where he had bitten just moments before, finding no mark at all, and asked blankly, did you not feel anything? Hei Wu dressed him in a cocoon-like garment, answering, I did. Not long after Hei Wu and Wei Mian left together, a familiar figure arrived near the area. The little girl glanced at Yue Wen sleeping on the ground, then lost interest and looked up towards the empty space above. She knew the spider's cocoon was there, as well as another small monster. Both these monsters could openly stay close to Wei Mian, and she wondered why. Even though she meant no harm, He Wu ordered the food she sent over to be discarded. The little girl, expressionless, sidestepped and climbed up a tree trunk beside her, poking the transparent cocoon with her finger. If she hadn't seen the spider hide inside herself, she would never have found this monster's hiding place. The cocoon remained quiet, without any reaction. Since He Wu wasn't around, the little girl's boldness returned, cautiously tearing a small opening in the cocoon. Being unable to see anything through the exterior, she twisted her body into a thin snake-like shape and slipped through the slit she created. The spider wasn't directly inside the transparent cocoon but had added another layer of cocoon within it. Inside this cocoon, the spider had woven a unique personal space that resembled the forest outside, except for being enveloped in a dim red haze with a rather limited area. To expand the space, more cocoons needed to be woven, but this amount sufficed for both the spider and the withered branch bug who lay sound asleep in the plush, soft grass. Upon sensing the intrusion, the spider immediately became alert, opening its eyes. It abruptly stood up on all 8 legs, causing the withered branch bug that was resting on its back to accidentally slip and fall to the ground. The withered branch bug woke up too, groggily climbing up the grass leaves, chirp chirp. Then, they saw a little girl about 5 years old climb in through the cocoon outside. She wore simple black clothes and peered at them from the narrow entrance. The little girl had an expressionless face, her pitch-black eyes empty. The spider was initially stunned, then realized this wasn't a human but a monster. Even though it had a very deceptive appearance, there wasn't even a trace of human aura about it. However, unlike the way the black mist reconstituted itself using foggy essence, the creature in front of it must have naturally looked like this. This was extremely rare among monsters and even more alarming for the spider since it hadn't sensed this monster's approach, and now its hiding place inside the cocoon had been discovered. Without much time to think, the spider revealed the sharp blades at the tips of its legs, protecting the withered branch bug beneath its limbs while emitting a low, threatening growl from its throat. It was both intimidating the monster to leave and preparing to tear open the bottom of the cocoon, ready to flee if it couldn't fight. The little girl tilted her head, inspecting the spider who appeared poised for battle. Luna. Her entire face and mouth didn't move, yet the sound emitted directly from her body, and it was incredibly familiar. The spider froze, its gaze gradually becoming vacant. Gur. How could this be the voice of Wei Mian? Luna, the little girl called again, this time mimicking Wen Yu's voice, "You're Luna." It had followed Wei Mian for 2 days and heard him and Wen Yu call the spider by name, something the black mist never did. Although the black mist had spoken before and it could imitate voices, it held deep fear towards the black mist and didn't dare open its mouth, even though the latter wasn't nearby right now. The spider sensed the little girl seemed harmless, hesitatingly nodding. But the withered branch bug thought the little girl was a real human, paying no attention to what the voice sounded like and angrily wanted to give whoever disturbed its nap a good lesson. It quickly darted forward, its small front limbs armed with tiny barbs aimed at the little girl's face. Chirp. The spider couldn't stop it, only watching helplessly as the withered branch bug attacked the little girl. But she moved faster, swiftly grabbing the withered branch bug with one hand. Trapped and unable to move, the withered branch bug realized something was off. Its sesame-sized eyes widened as it saw the girl's face split open to reveal a row of glittering sharp fangs. The withered branch bug trembled uncontrollably for a moment. Yip chirp. Thankfully, the monster didn't harm it but continued speaking in Wen Yu's voice. Your chirp. The little girl's frail and diminutive appearance paired oddly with a man's voice, but seeing her face split apart earlier made this seem less strange. Seeing how terrified the withered branch bug was, the monster switched to a softer female tone. I won't eat you. It quickly let go, and the withered branch bug scampered away, hiding behind the spider. After letting the withered branch bug escape, the little girl fully entered through the cocoon's entrance and began curiously looking around the soft grass floor. With each step she took forward, the spider and the withered branch bug retreated, staying at a distance squeezed along the edge. The spider speculated that the little girl resided in this forest, which was her territory. She had detected an unfamiliar presence sneaking in, out of curiosity, so she came to investigate. Some monsters didn't repel other monsters, humans were different. Still, Wen Yu was outside. Concerned, the spider quietly slit the bottom of the cocoon to check outside. Below, Wen Yu was sound asleep, his breathing even and peaceful, seemingly unaffected when the monster entered. Relieved, the spider started feeling curious about this peculiar-looking monster and was hesitant whether to take out the slate to communicate with it. This monster clearly didn't just mimic voices, it could speak. However, the little girl suddenly paused, her features slightly contorting, her hair standing on end like bristling fur, though given her long hair, it looked quite comical. She whispered softly, "Goodbye," then turned around and hurriedly crawled out of the cocoon without looking back. The spider was utterly confused, but when it pursued her, the monster's figure had already vanished into the woods. Not until a little while later, when the black mist and Wei Mian returned together, did the spider realize why the monster had suddenly left. Apparently, it also feared the black mist. No, all monsters feared him. The spider hurried over and accepted the clothes and towel from the black mist's hands. The towel was still damp, so Wei Mian asked it to hang it on the branches overnight to dry. The spider complied while emitting a few growls, informing the black mist about the monster's visit and departure. The black mist wasn't surprised, his face devoid of any extra expression as he straightforwardly led Waymian to rest. The spider couldn't quite guess what this meant, but since the black mist didn't say anything, it didn't bother further and simply hung the towel before returning to the cocoon. Their sleeping area was already layered with an additional bed of dry grass. Waymian yawned, his tear-filled eyes blurred as he lay down. After shedding a piece of clothing, the inside of his coat suddenly felt strangely empty, and he wasn't used to it yet. He tightened his collar and snuggled closer to the black mist. Though extremely tired, his mind continued circling around the events that occurred before they returned. The black mist had helped him warm up with a hot towel, then, they came back. Waymian felt a sense of loss, unable to articulate why he should feel this way when the black mist treated him so well. He stared at the black mist's face just inches away, even yearning to bite him again. The black mist noticed Waymian's abnormality, reaching out to touch his cheek, not sleepy. Waymian gripped his hand, hesitating for a while before stammering, "No, it's not that." He lightly rubbed the black mist's palm with his fingertips, hinting something, I'm a little cold." Upon uttering these words, Waymian realized what he was doing. His earlobes turned bright red, yet he didn't release the black mist, mustering up courage. "How did you heat the water?" The black mist remained silent, and soon after, Waymian could feel the temperature in his palm gradually rising. Outside the palm, the temperature of the rest of his body was still normal. Waymian brushed the black mist's hand against his cheek, and the black mist naturally moved downward, caressing his neck and collarbone. At this moment, Waymian wanted to pull back, but the black mist gave him no time to react, unbuttoning his coat. The scorching palm touched his skin, and Waymian's heart raced fast. He hugged the black mist's neck like a child begging affection, "Eating." The black mist traced up along his spine, murmuring softly, "You're not cold." Startled by being caught in the act, Waymian blushed even harder and struggled to push him away. The black mist wouldn't let him escape, easily restraining him as he pulled off the cocoon-like robe to expose more skin. Unrestrained by the cocoon now, the black mist acted more freely, heavy breaths falling on his skin. "Do you like it?" Waymian buried his head and said nothing, raising it only when he began feeling short of breath, and bit him hard. As always, there were no marks left where he bit. Waymian pressed his lips together briefly before whispering quietly, "Kiss me." The black mist indulged his wish, leaning in to kiss his lips and cheeks. Waymian added, "And my horns." Thus, his cap was removed, and his horns received gentle kisses filled with tenderness and affection. It seemed that no matter what request he made, the black mist would grant it. Before long, Waymian drifted off to sleep. The black mist tidied his clothes and gently cradled him in his arms. Far away on the other end of the forest, several people trudged forward with weary bodies, each carrying a few cloth sacks stuffed full. They arrived at a safe zone, finally daring to stop for rest. "Let's rest here tonight," one person tightly wrapped a wound on his wrist with a strip of cloth. "Tomorrow we won't go. Let's submit these first." The bags were all full of herbs. They had just come back from the medicinal plant gathering area near the edge of the forest, almost swallowed whole by a huge tree snake. While speaking, he glanced at another tall man nearby, clearly seeking his opinion. The tall man appeared much better than the others, as if he hadn't gone through the same dangers. His clothing only bore a bit of dirt and he showed no injuries. Leaning against the tree trunk, towering over the group, he nodded and motioned with his hand, "Bring the stuff here first, let me count them." Silently exchanging glances, the men saw accumulated anger in each other's eyes. The tall man was the herder responsible for overseeing them. Each time he claimed to be counting, in reality, he took away a significant portion. They'd harbored thoughts of resistance, but the tall man possessed greater supernatural abilities despite contributing less physical effort during their herbal gathering tasks. Besides, before forming this team, some of them didn't know each other, and two of them even had companions in different groups. Ultimately, the cloth bags were handed over one by one to the tall man. He directly took the two fullest ones and skimmed through the remaining bags perfunctorily, waving them off. "All right." He placed the retained herbs to his side, pulling out a stick of dried meat from his pocket. The others hadn't eaten dinner either, too exhausted to look for food, so they closed their eyes, trying not to listen to the noise the tall man was making. Moments later, an indignant shout erupted from the tall man, "Where are my herbs?" A few people opened their eyes, glancing at each other, not knowing what had happened. The tall man's face turned grim, gripping a bag in his hand as he spoke word by word. "I just placed it here, 2 bags, and now only one remains." The other one had vanished right under his nose. Yet the other individuals, aside from securing the remaining medicine well, had stayed seated under the tree without moving an inch. The tall man took a few steps forward, grabbed the collar of the person nearest to him and lifted him up, glaring viciously. "Was it you? Only you were near me just now." "It wasn't me." That person rushed to refute. "I was sleeping. If you don't believe me, ask them." Seeing no falsehood on his face and indeed finding no trace of the missing bag on him, the tall man was about to continue questioning when he suddenly heard a voice mocking, "Fool, can't even keep track of your own things." Infuriated, he immediately released the man and turned around. "What did you say?" "Ah." The one he looked at denied vehemently, "It wasn't me, I didn't speak." The other two also shook their heads, claiming it wasn't them either. But they had clearly heard a voice, and it sounded familiar. After some deliberation, all thought it must have been one of the two others present except themselves, yet unsure who exactly among them, so none came forth willingly. With a gaze sharp as a venomous snake's, the tall man scanned across their faces one by one, deeming each like someone who might have stolen his herbs and even cursed him without confessing. He let out a cold laugh, ordering them to stand in a line in an open space, disallowing any items in their hands. Subsequently, he wandered alone nearby to search. At this point, another voice muttered angrily, "A bunch of useless ones." Deliberately muffled, the sound still rang clear into everyone's ears except for the tall man. This time, it was unmistakably the tall man's voice. They wondered how the bag of herbs could have vanished without a trace. Maybe the tall man's actions were staged, an opportunity to seize even more of the remaining herbs. Each face unconsciously revealed anger, yet with some hesitations, refrained from an immediate outbreak. Finding nothing after his search, the tall man returned fuming to the group. "Why are you all staring at me?" By then, he finally sensed something amiss and glanced back toward where the herbs went missing. If they truly hadn't stolen the herbs, then who could it be? What a strange place. Puzzled and uneasy, the tall man urged the rest, "Let's go, don't linger here." Unexpectedly, the tall man didn't demand the remaining supplies, leaving the others somewhat surprised. Though slightly hesitant, they ultimately followed his lead, packing up hastily and leaving the vicinity promptly. It wasn't until the next morning that the lost bag of herbs appeared near the forest where Wenyu and the others rested. It was Wenyu who found it first. Being the earliest riser, he intended to scout for food nearby. He stumbled upon the cloth bag full of medicinal herbs not far from there. The surface of the bag was clean, sealed neatly with flexible branches, appearing as though someone intentionally placed it beneath the tree. Wenyu initially refrained from making hasty moves, but eventually opened the bag to inspect its contents, becoming immediately dumbfounded. Yesterday, it was half a smoked leg, today, a bag full of herbs. These two occurrences together weren't ordinary. Wenyu showed the discovered herbs to Wei Mian, pondering if it might be for you. Somehow, it felt connected to Wei Mian. Chapter 42. Wei Mian was dazed and asked, "Who would give it to me?" It was only a few days ago that he had entered this forest for the first time, not even recognizing what was in the bag. He hadn't paid attention to the food that appeared yesterday, but today's was indeed a bit strange. Moreover, the bag was placed under a tree not far away. Had neither the black mist nor the spider noticed anyone approaching at night? Wei Mian looked at the black mist, who then spoke, "It's for you." He was carefully peeling fruit for Wei Mian, tearing off the bitter white silk from its skin before feeding it to him. Wei Mian took a bite, watching as the black mist ate the remaining half. His ear roots slightly reddened. "Who gave it to me?" Since it was indeed for Wei Mian, the black mist no longer insisted on throwing it away. Wenyu wisely left the bag full of medicine alone and went off to organize things elsewhere. The black mist picked up another fruit, a little monster. His tone was slightly cold, displeased with the monster's persistence. He didn't kill it, giving it a chance to escape, not letting it approach Wei Mian again and again. When the girl contacted the spider while he wasn't around last night, his patience had already worn thin. Later, when it returned with more herbs, the mist almost claimed its life. But the creature was brave and quite intelligent, with sharp senses. It had detected the killing intent from the black mist early on and didn't linger like the previous evening, leaving the herbs and fleeing. And yet, despite knowing the black mist wanted to kill it, it still came back with the bag, uncertain whether it was too confident or simply fearless. What kind of monster? Wei Mian was even more confused, having encountered very few monsters on his journey. Why does it keep giving things to me? Beside him, the spider and the dried branch insect inspected the herbs in the cloth bag. The dried branch insect fell into the bag and fished out a round fruit, taking a bite before spitting it out loudly. The spider lifted it out, readying the soft branch rope to close the bag securely. The black mist continued feeding the fruit to Wei Mian, his gaze unreadable. "It likes you." This response caught Wei Mian off guard, and he couldn't help but feel there was a hint of jealousy in the black mist's voice. Wei Mian swallowed the fruit, inching closer to the black mist. "Have I met it? What does it look like?" He thought to himself, maybe the gift was actually meant for the black mist. After all, in most human bases, the most prestigious new humans always receive better supplies and treatment. Even if they don't need them, others would deliver these things directly to them. However, this bag of herbs seemed unnecessary for the black mist. After finishing feeding the last piece of fruit, the lingering moisture on the black mist's hand slowly evaporated, transforming into faint smoke without leaving a trace. He extended his hand, pulling Wei Mian into his arms, whispering, "Ugly." Not just ugly, if Wei Mian saw its split skull and sharp teeth, he'd surely be frightened. "Pay it no mind," the black mist soothed, caressing Wei Mian's back gently as he murmured, "I'll kill it." His sudden words were spoken casually, leaving Wei Mian momentarily stunned, but this monster kept sending things without disturbing them, which should mean it harbored no ill intentions. Especially with the spider and dried branch insect always around Wei Mian, and once even the green-toothed beast, so long as they did not harm others, monsters and humans could coexist peacefully. Wei Mian remembered how the dried branch insect used to always follow him, making the black mist equally displeased, wanting to kill it if it didn't hide cleverly behind him each time. But later, the black mist accepted the dried branch insect, allowing it to stay nearby, proving that his attitude had softened somewhat. After pondering anxiously for a while, Wei Mian hugged the black mist, his chin resting against him. Can you promise not to hurt it? It's only delivering things. He hadn't even had the chance to meet it yet. If it truly was for him, he'd have to thank it properly. The black mist maintained an unchanging expression, not replying. Wei Mian leaned forward, kissing his lips lightly before quickly withdrawing, asking again, all right? The black mist couldn't help but pull him closer, freeing one hand to slide inside the gaps between the buttons of his coat, lifting the hem of his shirt. Wei Mian flushed silently. After last night, the black mist seemed to have learned something new. He resisted quietly, murmuring softly, not in the daytime. So it was acceptable at night. The black mist withdrew his hand, pinching Wei Mian's chin tip. All right. He didn't say whether he agreed to Wei Mian's previous request. Wei Mian pressed further. Then what about the little monster? The black mist hesitated for a moment, relenting. All right. That bag of herbs eventually stayed behind, entrusted to Wenyu for safekeeping. The black mist didn't need such things. Wei Mian had him, and he didn't need them either, so he thought they could be used to probe for Wenyu's location. Wenyu's plan was to submit the herbs, as this big bag could offset 1/3 of a person's transit fee. Handing it over might make the nomads less vigilant towards them, giving him an opportunity to inquire about something. Neither the black mist nor Wei Mian had objections. The three continued forward, and 2 days later, the horn sounded again in the forest. There were multiple fixed points for handing over supplies. Wenyu followed the horn sound to the nearest one. He went alone while Wei Mian waited with the others. After a long time, Wenyu returned, his expression slightly excited. Wenya is near the exit. The female new humans among the nomads hadn't ventured out recently, they were helping tally the supplies. It seemed they also planned to go to Eden. Wenyu finally understood why this group of people were guarding here. By intercepting passing new humans, they accumulated large quantities of supplies because they too wanted to enhance their abilities. And wanting help from Eden's leader certainly required some form of payment. These supplies would serve as the best ticket. Wenyu held a simple map of the forest. He opened it and examined it. At our current pace, we'll arrive in 2 more days. His goal was solely Wenya. As for Zhang Yi and the others, they could only hope to bump into them. He couldn't afford to worry about too much at present. The spider was also concerned about Wenya. Upon hearing that he had located someone, it finally relaxed. It was just about to search nearby for some dry grass to lay down as bedding when it suddenly sensed unfamiliar presence approaching, quickly hiding with the dried branch insect. A tall man appeared, holding a very familiar empty cloth bag. He stormed up to the 3 of them with great anger. He raised the bag in his hand and coldly laughed. So it was you who stole my stuff. Yesterday, this bag of herbs was clearly behind him, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. Afterward, something strange happened. The tall man puzzled over it for a long time, almost ready to let it go. But today, while leading others to deliver supplies, he spotted the familiar cloth bag. This bag was made by someone from their group, different from others, so he instantly recognized it. However, the supplies had already been handed over, and the person responsible for collecting and recording didn't care about this. They merely pointed the tall man in a direction, telling him to handle it himself. When you looked completely bewildered, did you mistake us for someone else? Wasn't this the bag you submitted? The tall man fiercely threw the empty bag to the ground. In this direction, there are only the 3 of you. Still trying to lie. By now, the sky had darkened. From a distance, when you couldn't clearly see what the man was holding, temporarily failing to associate it with the herbs. He raised both hands. There must be a misunderstanding here, let's calm down. The clothing the tall man wore bore the mark of the nomads. Since when you hadn't found Wenya yet, he didn't want to conflict with any of them. Wei Mian immediately thought of something and quietly tugged on the hand of the black mist hanging by his side. Could this person be referring to the bag of herbs from the morning? If so, the monster had stolen it from this man and then delivered it to them. The black mist's face remained icy as he soothingly took Wei Mian's hand. Misunderstanding? The tall man obviously didn't believe it, his eyes scrutinizing all 3 of them back and forth. Then tell me, where exactly did you find the bag of supplies you just submitted? When you realized the situation wasn't good. That was precisely what the tall man meant. Of course, he had also guessed the herbs were stolen, but when he tried to answer, no words came out. Herbs grow in dangerous zones with several directions. However, they hadn't even touched the edge of the danger zone. How could they know which direction they came from? Seeing the reaction of the trio, the tall man became angrier. I knew it was you. He didn't know how these people had managed to steal the herbs without anyone noticing, and in his rage, he didn't have time to further investigate. The tall man clenched his hands tightly, slowly gathering his special ability, speaking viciously. Who is the nomad leading you? Each team should have a nomad responsible for watching over them. Among the 3, there were no familiar faces. Helpless, when you knew the matter probably wouldn't end well peacefully. As he thought about leading the tall man farther away before addressing the issue, thin mists began quietly forming in the air. At this moment, a voice rang out behind the tall man. It was me who stole it. The voice sounded like that of a child, tinged with panic and tears. Except for the black mist, including the tall man, the other 3 were stunned. The tall man turned around, simultaneously exposing the figure behind him to Wei Mian and the others. It was a little girl of around 5 years old, her jet black hair hanging down her back. She stood still under a tree, with most of her face hidden in the shadows. A child being alone in the forest was odd no matter how you looked at it. The tall man did not ease his guard. You? Are you in league with them? The little girl took a step forward, revealing her delicate but lifeless features. No. The tall man was closest to the little girl and saw clearly that her lips didn't move at all when she spoke. His expression turned grave, and he stopped paying attention to Wen Yu and the others, instead focusing intently on the girl. Something's off, you're not human. Hee. The little girl's face remained emotionless, yet the voice emanating from her body was laughing. Then, this laughter suddenly turned into a male voice. Fool. Chapter 43. This voice. It was exactly the same as the one he heard last night. At the time, he thought it was one of the others cursing him secretly behind his back. The voice was familiar but he couldn't immediately identify who it belonged to. Now it seemed. The tall man felt a chill down his spine. This creature had quietly stolen herbs from right under his nose, not only resembling a human but also able to mimic different voices. He had been part of the nomadic group for several years, encountering countless strange and eerie monsters in the barren zone, but he had never seen anything like this one before. With unclear knowledge about this monster's abilities, the tall man became extremely alert. Despite feeling uneasy inside, he refused to show any sign of weakness. He gritted his teeth and said, playing ghost. Being tall already, his leg muscles bulged and transformed even more now, making him taller. His ability was beastification. In the darkness of night, it was hard to see its exact details, but the palms of his hands had also undergone abnormal changes, swelling to twice their normal size, and the nails on his fingers were sharper than even the ones during beastification. When the little girl appeared and faced off with the tall man, Wen Yu retreated to the back, lowering his voice. What's going on? He also guessed something. How could there be a child of this age running around recklessly in the apocalypse? However, just like the tall man, when he suddenly saw a creature that looked almost identical to a human, his heart still trembled with unease. Wen Yu's gaze involuntarily fell upon black mist. He still remembered that moment, when this person emerged from a clump of fog, and until today, he did not know his true origin. Wei Mian quietly tugged at black mist's sleeve. What should we do? At the start, when the voice of the crying little girl appeared, Wei Mian was startled. Later, the voice completely changed. Blocked by the tall man's sightline and obscured by the dark night, he couldn't make out what the little monster up ahead looked like. At this moment, the tall man turned his head and asked the three people, what are you still standing there for? He had come alone without bringing anyone else, and the herb theft truly was a misunderstanding on his part. Once this monster was dealt with, apologizing would suffice. If it were another person, they would certainly have stepped forward to help instantly. But now, it was Black Mist and Wei Mian, and then Wen Yu. Black Mist coldly observed the situation, took hold of Wei Mian's hand, and turned to leave. Wen Yu glanced left and right, quickly following them. It went without saying that Black Mist wouldn't possibly help the tall man who was human. The little girl wasn't worth his concern either. It had made the trouble for itself, so let it solve it alone. If it weren't for Wei Mian, he might have eliminated it already. Due to Wei Mian's unstable power, if Black Mist didn't intervene, neither would he follow up. As for Wen Yu, he wanted to find Wen Ye and leave here as soon as possible, something which relied on Black Mist. Seeing the three of them directly leave, the tall man was both shocked and enraged. On his own, he couldn't be certain he had an advantage over this monster. Reacting swiftly, he turned, intending to go together with them. If the monster was going to chase, then it should chase after all of them. He didn't believe that when confronted, these people would still escape unharmed. However, just as the tall man took a step forward, suddenly his vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, the little girl appeared before him, as ethereal as a ghost. Where do you think you're going? With every word, her voice kept changing, finally twisting into something completely beyond human range. Isn't that why you're looking for me? Her skull slowly cracked open from the middle, revealing a long tongue licking over sharp fangs, shining with a cold light under the moonlit sky. Before leaving, Wei Mian looked toward the direction of the small monster again. He knew Black Mist didn't like other monsters, but he still felt worried for it. Its body seemed rather small, and the tall man's ability was a strong transformation into a beast form. It wasn't clear whether it would be easy to handle. This thought struck Wei Mian, and he suddenly realized that since an unknown point in time, he had started considering things from the perspective of the monsters first. Though he didn't wish for new humans to die either, many times it seemed impossible for humans and monsters to coexist peacefully. A team consisting of monsters and humans like theirs probably wouldn't exist ever again. When you understood that questions better left unasked should remain unanswered, and silently walked ahead, maintaining some distance between himself and Wei Mian. Wei Mian softly asked, did you see it? That little monster giving things away? The three words, little monster, spoken from Wei Mian's lips, sounded slightly irksome to Black Mist. Like how he named the spider and the stick insect, prefixing monster with little had become a kind of unique name for it, though Black Mist had started using it this way first. Yes, his steps briefly paused, tightening his grip on Wei Mian's hand. It has the skills to steal supplies, it won't suffer losses under the humans. Moreover, if it couldn't even handle the regular humans from earlier, there would be no need to waste effort saving it. Given Wei Mian's nature, once it was saved, he would let it stay nearby. His tolerance had limits, one useless thing was enough. The stick insect lying on the spider's back suddenly felt a chill down its spine and flipped over to scratch its neck. After resting at night, Wei Mian took a long time to fall asleep. With his eyes closed, his breathing couldn't fool Black Mist, he was likely still thinking about what happened earlier. Wei Mian's hat was placed aside as Black Mist stroked one of the ram horns, speaking in a low tone, "Stop thinking about others." He tightened his grip, clutching the horn and running his fingertips over its tip. Even though the ram horn didn't feel pain from knife cuts, every touch made it hard to endure. Wei Mian shrank his neck instinctively, burrowing deeper into Black Mist's embrace, muttering indistinctly, "No." Black Mist's other hand rested on Wei Mian's lower back. His slightly lowered eyes revealed unclear emotions. After a moment, he suddenly said, "It's here." Wei Mian was fully engrossed by the feeling of his horns being touched. Hearing this, he vaguely responded, What?" Then realizing, he pushed Black Mist a bit away, "Is it the little monster?" Black Mist fell silent again and gave the horn a firm squeeze. Without hesitation, Wei Mian bit him on the lips. Every time he wanted something from Black Mist, kissing usually worked best. This time seemed no different. After Wei Mian pulled away, Black Mist leaned in and kissed him again, gently rubbing against his lips with an almost possessive affection. In the distance, a small figure appeared next to a tree. The little girl was unharmed, her smooth black hair cascading to her waist, fluttering lightly in the wind. There was a streak of blood on her face, which she wiped away with her tongue poking out between her teeth. Her skull reconnected seamlessly, erasing the gap, and once again, she became the seemingly fragile and beautiful little girl. She originally thought that giving Wei Mian the herbs meant acceptance, or at least not rejection. However, Black Mist was always by Wei Mian's side, preventing her even from getting close to him. Walking around nearby, the little girl still sensed hostility from Black Mist and dared not approach. Finally, she turned and left. Black Mist softly pinched Wei Mian's nape, his gaze falling toward the distant behind them. "It's gone." Struggling to turn his head, Wei Mian followed his line of sight but only saw the dim shadows of trees. Again, he failed to see what the little monster looked like. Slightly disappointed, Wei Mian's curiosity was now fully piqued, especially after hearing its voice in the evening. Turning his hand around, he hugged Black Mist's waist voluntarily. "Should it be fine?" Black Mist paused for a while before replying affirmatively, Relieved finally, Wei Mian yawned, moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. Black Mist reached out to wipe it off. "Sleep." For 2 consecutive days, when you found things sent by the little monster near their camp. Once it was 2 birds that had died not long ago. They roasted them over a fire, perfect for breakfast. Another time, it was a pile of fresh wild fruits, of the same kind Black Mist had peeled and fed to Wei Mian. When you accepted the birds without opposition from Black Mist, yet the wild fruits were strongly rejected by him. Despite having hardly any difference, he only allowed Wei Mian to eat those found by the spider. Unaware of why Black Mist cared so much about it, Wei Mian obediently avoided the fruit gifted by the little monster. So the fruits went to Wenyu, along with the spider and the stick insect. Accepting gifts from an unknown monster for the first time intrigued Wenyu immensely. And all this, seemingly stemmed from Wei Mian. He grew even more curious about the origins of Wei Mian and Black Mist, but he refrained from questioning too much and quietly acted as if invisible each day. 2 days later, the 3 approached the edge of the forest. Here there were more nomads, frequently casting glances of curiosity towards the unfamiliar trio. Finding a less crowded corner temporarily, Wenyu halted. It was then that Black Mist finally permitted the spider to use its cocoon to search for Wenyu nearby. The spider spent half a day spinning enough silk, carrying the stick insect into the cocoon. Not until nighttime did it return, cutting open the cocoon and sticking out a head. Oof. Chapter 44. The spider found Wenyu. She wasn't far from here. Wenyu took out a map, and the spider marked Wenyu's location on it according to the direction it had just located her in. It was already night, and the nomads would increase their defenses and tighten the watch at the exits during the night. Wenyu decided to wait until morning. He looked towards Heiwu, seeking his opinion. Wei Mian yawned, while Heiwu gently wiped away the moisture that had seeped out of his eye corners. "Are you sleepy?" "A little." Wei Mian tried to stay alert. "Should we leave tonight?" Without hesitation, Heiwu replied, "Tomorrow." Wei Mian nodded and rubbed against his palm. Wenyu sighed in relief. He knew that Heiwu was very powerful, so it didn't matter when they left, but he and Wenyu were different. Plainly speaking, if danger arose, Heiwu would only protect Wei Mian first. The closer to the exit, the more nomads there were, and they also set up camp nearby to spend the night. To be on the safe side, the 3 of them walked a bit further into the peripheral area and rested in a more secluded spot. Early the next morning, the spider went out again to scout, confirming that Wenyu was still at last night's location. She, along with a few others, was outside a small warehouse counting herbs that had been collected. There were many people guarding both the exit and the warehouse, nearly 20 in total. Wenyu's head was bowed as she tied several bags together with soft twigs. A flash of something unusual suddenly caught her attention at the corner of her eye. A shadow about the size of a hand crept quietly toward her feet. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a stick insect. Joy flickered across Wenya's eyes before she quickly hid it and continued silently counting supplies. The other new humans around her hadn't noticed the stick insect. After a while, Wenya put down what she was doing and stood up. "I'll go relieve myself." One of the new humans glanced at her a few times before lowering his gaze again. "Be quick." Wenya nodded in response and then left alone. She followed the stick insect jumping in the grass to an open space nearby, glancing around to make sure no one else was here. The air above her suddenly twisted for a moment, and the spider cut open its cocoon, revealing half its head. Ugh ugh. Hearing the sound, Wenya looked up, overjoyed. "Luna. It really is you." She lowered her voice, careful not to disturb those nearby. Upon seeing the stick insect earlier, she had guessed the spider was nearby and used this opportunity to gain some solitude, only to find the familiar spider indeed. If the spider was here, then surely Hei Wu and Wei Mian must be too. But where exactly was Wenyu? At this moment, the spider ripped the cocoon wider, revealing a piece of stone attached with paper. On it was written, "Wenyu is here, follow me." This is what Wenyu had prepared for the spider, knowing that upon seeing it, Wenyu may not necessarily follow immediately and might instead try to look for him first. True enough, after reading the words on the stone, Wenyu immediately asked, "Where is he?" The spider retracted the stone and pointed at the stick insect with its foreleg, indicating that Wenyu should follow it. It then disappeared back inside the cocoon, and the stick insect leaped into the grass ahead. Wenya glanced behind her once more, hesitating briefly before following. She worried that if the nomad saw her alone in the forest, they might become suspicious, but there was nothing else she could do now. The stick insect moved faster, apparently able to choose routes without anyone around. Wenya closely followed from behind, gradually getting farther and farther away from the edge of the woods. However, not long after, Wenya ran into a few passing new humans. One of the nomads saw her and called her to a halt. "What are you doing here?" His eyes filled with suspicion as he scanned the area. "You should be at the warehouse. What are you doing wandering so far all by yourself?" Nomads were relatively considerate towards women, and all female new humans were arranged to stay in the warehouses. During this time, they weren't required to go out to search for supplies. So, there was absolutely no reason for Wenya to be here. If she were going anywhere, a nomad would have accompanied her. Wenya remained calm on the surface, but her mind raced to think of an excuse. But the nomads weren't easily deceived. Seeing her stammering, he immediately guessed that she was trying to escape. He snorted coldly. Just as he was about to use his powers, a sudden swirl of black mist drifted in from the side. The appearance of the mist was bizarre, catching the attention of the nomad and those accompanying him. Someone asked, "What is this?" Mist had never appeared in the forest before, and the speaker reached out to touch it. As soon as he touched it, the thin mist seemed to solidify, and his entire arm was violently twisted off. He screamed in pain, clutching his broken arm as he backed away step by step. The scream of pain reached the ears of those nearby who were still awake. He paled and grabbed the palm of the hand within the black mist. The black mist momentarily paused, retracting the fog without directly killing the person. The mist slowly withdrew, with everyone present, except for Wenya, wearing expressions of terror. The lead nomad unleashed his powers, a faint bluish light appearing in his hand. However, disregarding the threat posed by the mist, Wenya rushed toward it and quickly vanished among the intersecting trees. Though the nomads wanted to stop her, they were wary of this peculiar mist, fearing some new monstrous creature. After Wenya's figure disappeared, the black mist seemed to grow even more intense, the inky haze beginning to spread once again. With one person tending to their injury, the situation wasn't conducive to chasing after Wenya, especially since she had entered the mist and might not survive it. The nomad carefully considered the matter, noted the position of the place, and then led the others away as the mist began to approach. On the other side not too far away, Wenya successfully regrouped with Wenyu and the others. Seeing that Wenyu was unharmed gave her great relief. She tightly embraced him, patting his shoulder before releasing him and gratefully saying to Wei Mian and Hei Wu, "Thank you." She was an intelligent person, she could guess that Wenyu had been protected by the black mist. "Brother, we should leave here first," Wenyu said. "Someone will likely come after us soon." Wenya nodded, and the four of them set off together. Their direction was precisely the exit where Wenya had departed from earlier. During the journey, Wenyu explained their plan to Wenya. Though she didn't say much, her eyes showed clear signs of worry, clutching at the left sleeve of her blouse. She had no abilities, only the hidden sleeves darts that she could use sparingly. And since there was no ruin in the forest, Wenyu's abilities would be significantly reduced. Wenyu understood what she was concerned about, silently taking hold of her arm. Rather than staying stuck in this predicament, they should take a gamble. The closer they got to the exit, the more uneasy Wei Mian became. He couldn't describe his emotions clearly. He was both afraid that the confrontation between the black mist and the group of new humans might result in injuries, and unwilling to witness any excessively violent scenes. Amidst the apocalypse, these nomads may indeed have made mistakes, but they had stopped numerous believers or monsters endangering humanity. Whether for others or themselves, there being no way to completely end the world's devastation, the new humans remained indispensable vital resources. Wei Mian glanced at the black mist by his side, catching its attention immediately. The black mist paused in its movement, causing Wenye and Wenyu behind to also halt. It pulled Wei Mian into its embrace regardless of others' presence, gently caressing his hair beneath the rim of his cap. Afraid? Wei Mian buried his face and murmured lowly, a little. He suddenly felt useless, not only unable to help but needing the black mist to care for his emotions even at such a time. When he raised his head to assure the black mist that he was fine, the latter moved closer and lightly touched his lips. Close your eyes. With others still around, Wei Mian's ear roots flushed slightly red, obediently closing his eyes. Thick mist started emanating from the black mist, encircling the two like before when they faced the nest surge, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Wenyu and Wenye were also enclosed within moments, unsure what the black mist intended to do. They weren't near the exit yet, and there was no one around here, so the black mist didn't need to act in this way. Not until the sight in front was almost entirely obscured by the mist, did distant voices draw near, having noticed the anomaly here. At this moment, Wenye's sleeve moved slightly. Upon lowering her gaze, she saw that the spider had emerged from the cocoon. It wove a few strands of white silk thread intertwining them. One end was tied to Wenye's hand, and the other end was held by the spider itself, leading ahead to guide the way for the duo. Unaware of what was happening, Wei Mian felt his feet slightly lifting off the ground as he started moving forward. He opened his eyes and found the figure in front blurred amidst countless fogs swirling around him, leaving him unable to see anything else in the surroundings. Wei Mian remained baffled for a moment, roughly understanding the black mist's intent. He wouldn't let him see anything, so he wouldn't feel fear. After much time had passed since last seeing the shadowy figure, Wei Mian no longer repelled it. Reaching out to touch the face of the shadow, his fingertip merely went straight through. Wei Mian jumped in fright and quickly retracted his hand. A wisp of soft mist coiled over, affectionately winding around his wrist. Out in the open, the nomads and other new humans all detected the advancing waves of black mist. This mass kept growing larger, while any attacks directed into it proved ineffective. Some braver souls tried reaching out to touch it, but despite looking unsubstantial, upon contact, the mist acted as though turned to immovable iron limbs, forcibly wrenching and breaking the touching limb apart. The nomad who had recently encountered Wenye wore a serious expression and said to the person beside him, "It's this thing." Unable to approach the mist, the leader of the nomads could only order everyone to retreat. Fortunately, although the mist was lethal, it did not actively harm people or damage the warehouse supplies. Instead, it continued to move towards the exit. None of them noticed that hidden in the center of the mist was a person, while a spider led two others stealthily out of the exit. The moment they stepped out of the forest, Wenyu felt an immense relief. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. The black mist must have expended all this fog, probably for Wei Mian's sake. The rear end of the mist gradually left the forest and headed further away, allowing the nomads to relax. No supplies were lost, and this phenomenon was clearly not man-made. Perhaps it was some kind of monster or supernatural event. And just at that moment, someone noticed a small figure trailing behind the mist. It was a little girl, following the mist with a blank expression on her face and an empty gaze. There were no children among the nomads, and people of such young age shouldn't exist in the wastelands. They couldn't stop the mist, but they certainly weren't about to let some strange creature boldly walk right up to them. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, a streak of blue light struck toward the little girl. Surrounded by nothing but air, the little girl's body suddenly swelled into a sphere, springing upward to dodge the attack. "So it is a monster," someone stated. "We can't let it come closer. Kill it." It was the leader of the nomads speaking, and moments later multiple ranged attacks targeted the little girl trailing behind the mist. She rolled to evade, though she wasn't entirely successful as a wound appeared on her side. Enraged, there was little she could do, for the attackers kept their distance, placing her at a disadvantage. At this point, she might as well hide, yet Wei Mian had already disappeared with the black mist. Having taken Wei Mian, the dark mist might head anywhere. If she didn't hurry, she might never see Wei Mian again. The little girl reverted to her human form, her skull splitting open then snapping shut, revealing a distorted, menacing face. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage and charged into the mist. Chapter 45. The mist completely concealed the frail figure of the little girl, rendering all attacks against her ineffective. The leader of the nomads frowned, another beside him also sensed something unusual. Why isn't the mist attacking that monster? It walked into the mist and scathed, its figure disappearing inside so that the actual situation couldn't be seen, but it clearly wasn't in trouble. "Let's not make any rash moves for now," the leader said, "wait until the mist clears, then send someone to follow it and take a look carefully." Not only because of the monster entering the mist, but also because one of his subordinates had just told him that they'd encountered mist in the forest earlier. A new human attempting to escape took advantage of their people being injured and disappeared in the direction where the mist appeared. When the black mist finally dissipated entirely from the woods and headed toward the distant ruins area, the leader of the nomads immediately ordered his men to count everyone. On the other side, the black mist kept drifting until it stopped at some ruins farther away from the woods. The mist slowly condensed, its covered area continuously shrinking, finally transforming back into a human body. The black mist opened its eyes and gently set down Wei Mian. Wenyu and Wenye were unharmed, thanks to the spider leading the way. otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to navigate forward through the thick mist. The withered branch insect conserved the most energy, having stayed motionless on top of the spider. And at the rear was still another figure. The little girl stood there dazedly, neither leaving nor daring to step further ahead. Wenya hadn't seen the little girl before, and upon noticing her suddenly behind them, she immediately gripped the crossbow. "Who are you?" Wenyu pulled her back and whispered, "It's a monster." In concise words, he told Wenya about how the little girl had delivered something to Wei Mian and even stole herbs from the nomads. Wenya was still coming to terms with the fact that this monster looked exactly like a human. She frowned and vigilantly watched the little girl. Similarly noticing the little girl was Wei Mian. He finally saw this creature that had shown up near him several times, yet its appearance completely surprised him. She was too much like a human. If he hadn't been prepared, he never would have recognized the little girl as a monster. Instinctively, Wei Mian looked at the black mist. Could it be that the little girl also used some method to turn herself into a human body? And somehow, he vaguely guessed why the black mist had always been repelled by this little monster. Was it because they both had human bodies? If that was the case, then, the black mist was still irreplaceable. The little girl stepped forward half a step and tilted her head to examine every face around Wei Mian. 2 humans, 2 monsters, and the black mist. Its gaze remained vacant, but only the black mist could feel its eyes lingering on itself. "Thank you," was the voice heard last night, fitting for the little girl's outward appearance, and then instantly changed into Wei Mian's, "for saving me." She didn't really expect much when entering the mist, hoping merely to temporarily dodge outside attacks and escape later. But the black mist hadn't harmed her, which made her feel rather surprised. Changing into Wei Mian's voice had no malicious intent, it simply liked Wei Mian. It had followed them for several days. Since the spider and the withered branch insect could stay by their side, why couldn't it? Before it finished speaking, the mist suddenly reappeared before its eyes and fiercely struck its entire body. The little girl had no time to transform into a sphere to soften the blow and took the full hit directly, clumsily falling onto the debris behind her. Shaking in fear, it could sense an unprecedented fury radiating from the black mist. He didn't allow it to use Wei Mian's voice, almost crushing it in an instant. Thanks to the good impression Wei Mian had formed about the little girl, the black mist did not resort to killing outright. Wei Mian froze upon hearing his own voice as the little girl spoke and because of the black mist's sudden attack. He opened his mouth, unsure what to say. More and more, he began to understand the actions of the black mist. His attack on the little girl must have been due to the sound of her voice. As expected, the little girl switched her voice back, sobbing and saying, "I'm sorry." Her face remained expressionless, contrary to her tone, creating an extremely eerie combination. Afterward, it quickly covered its wounded arm and fled, vanishing among the ruins. The spider watched its retreating silhouette from afar, looking concerned. Actually, it quite liked the little monster, it could communicate effortlessly. Pity that after barely managing to leave the woods together with them, it angered the black mist again. After the little girl left, the group continued advancing toward the distance. The woods were close to the ruins area, and the number of debris increased, perhaps they could find 2 green-toothed beasts. With the green-toothed beasts, it would take no more than a day to reach Eden. However, by nightfall, they hadn't encountered a single living creature. When they stopped to rest, Wenya looked regretful, "We left in such a hurry that everything in my backpack was left in the woods." Her bag contained a tent, a small pot for cooking food, and a few wooden bowls. Without these tools, sleeping at night and preparing food would be inconvenient. The spider extended its soft limbs, patted her hand in comfort, and then went to fetch water from the newly found water source, checking if there were any fruits along the way. It took longer than expected. Just as the withered branch insect was about to go look for it, the spider finally returned, carrying a giant-toothed crow that had died not long ago. It had already been simply processed, guts and feathers removed. A giant-toothed crow was a type of monster that could serve as food, with flesh similar to ordinary birds but generally much larger in size. This one was enough to feed the 3 who hadn't slept yet. The spider pointed toward the direction it had come from, Yule. It told the black mist that the giant-toothed crow was given by the little girl. The 2 monsters met by the stream, where the spider used a stone slate to ask about the little girl's injuries, reassured when learning she wasn't seriously hurt. Before leaving, the little girl caught the giant-toothed crow for the spider to bring back. The black mist's gaze swept over the giant-toothed crow without further comment. The spider understood the unspoken meaning and immediately started a fire to roast the meat. While waiting for their food, Wei Mian quietly grabbed the black mist's hand. "Don't be upset anymore." The black mist turned his eyes to look at him and lifted his hand, so Wei Mian easily sat into his lap. Not far away were Wenyu and Wenya. Being so intimate with the black mist in front of others made Wei Mian a bit nervous, but he didn't want to see the black mist remain displeased about what happened earlier that day. Ever since entering the forest, the black mist seemed to have been constantly compromising because of him. Whether it was helping Wenyu and her brother or sparing the life of the little girl. As a monster, perhaps it wouldn't think too much like humans and always act more freely. Wei Mian felt complex emotions, a vague sense of guilt and heartache. He knew exactly how to make the black mist happy. He leaned forward to initiate a kiss, timidly extending his tongue. Wei Mian had never done this before, only vaguely knowing that real kissing should be deeper. Initially intending to try it once, he severely underestimated the black mist's ability to learn and understand. Soon, Wei Mian switched from being the active partner to the passive one, his fingertips curling as an electric sensation spread throughout his body from the point where their lips and tongues touched. Even worse, the black mist quietly undid the buttons on his coat and started pressing hard on his skin from a hidden corner. With his mind blank, Wei Mian could only hear the interwoven breathing sounds of the two and some noises that filled him with shame. Almost drowning in it, his muddled thoughts failed to remind him that there were others nearby. After a long while, the black mist let him go, his palm caressing upward from Wei Mian's ribcage. Wei Mian's face flushed red as he held onto the black mist's hand. You. The black mist had learned well and performed even better than Wei Mian did. Silent as ever, the black mist leaned in again for another kiss, only to be bitten by Wei Mian. Wei Mian's bite wasn't heavy, he stroked the spot where no tooth marks were left. I really like you. He kissed again, briefly brushing his lips. Only you. The night vision grew darker, plus Wei Mian's back was to the campfire, making the black mist's expression unclear. Holding the black mist's face in both hands, Wei Mian whispered softly, "Are you okay today?" Thanks to the black mist releasing so much mist, they'd managed to leave the woods. He wondered whether the black mist had been injured or weakened by this. I'm fine, said the black mist, fastening Wei Mian's coat buttons and hugging his waist through the clothes, his deep voice laced with pleasure. You did well just now. Though it was a kiss, it also allowed them to get closer to each other. Unable to resist, he gently touched Wei Mian's reddened lips, reaching for his teeth, wanting to explore further. Instinctively wanting to evade, Wei Mian sensed the black mist's intention and bit down again. The black mist withdrew his finger and tenderly kissed Wei Mian's cheek. Chapter 45. After the spider had finished roasting the meat, it noticed Wei Mian was still in Hei Wu's arms. It hesitated to approach and call out. It first handed food to Wen Yu and Wen Ye, then roasted a string of wild fruits for the withered branch insect. When Hei Wu finally let go of Wei Mian, the spider quickly offered the still steaming hot roasted meat. The roasted meat was received by Hei Wu, torn into small pieces and placed on clean leaves before offering it to Wei Mian. After dinner, Wen Yu and the spider went nearby to search for dry grass or plants they could sleep on. Wen Ye approached and sat next to Wei Mian. Her face showed gratitude, but also a bit of fear for everything that happened earlier. She sincerely said, "Thank you." If they hadn't met Wei Mian and his companion, they might not have survived the first wave of attacks. When they left the base at first, they still lacked some considerations and preparation wasn't sufficient enough. This time after getting separated from the triplets, they didn't know if they would meet again. The three of them, with higher strength, should be able to successfully gather the needed supplies and leave the forest. She and Wen Yu relied on Hei Wu and Wei Mian to escape, thus they had no right to ask them to bring the triplets along. Hei Wu didn't pay attention to Wen Ye. Wei Mian answered for both of them, "You're welcome." He watched the tired look on Wen Ye's face and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want to go to Eden?" Wen Ye is not a new human, she has no special abilities and her stamina was far less than those of new humans. The wasteland was full of danger for her. Other new humans go to Eden to enhance their special abilities, why would Wen Ye, a pure human, go? Wen Ye noticed Wei Mian said, "You," instead of, "you all." His question was only directed at her, not including Wen Yu or others. Wei Mian probably guessed. Wen Ye wasn't surprised, Wei Mian and Hei Wu's origins and abilities were mysterious, and they even brought monsters with them. They might have already figured it out long ago. She remained silent for a moment, then tossed a twig into the fire that was still burning. A while later, Wen Ye said, "My sole purpose staying in the base is to be a childbearing tool." New humans lost their ability to reproduce, which made female pure humans the most valuable resource. In some bases, polyandry even occurred. Wen Ye didn't know that Wei Mian had also once been in a certain base, assuming he didn't understand these facts. Her expression remained serene as the flickering firelight danced across her face. "I wanted to know if there's any method where the leader in Eden could directly transform humans into new humans." There's something more Wen Ye didn't say. She and Wen Yu had been infected by believers together, resulting in Wen Yu becoming a new human while she remained unchanged. She neither turned into a believer nor gained any special abilities. This was already an inexplicable event. If other people in the base knew, they'd likely treat her just like any ordinary pure human, allocate partners, marry off fast, and bear children as soon as possible. Wen Ye did not want this life path. Therefore, she and Wen Yu concealed the truth from people in the base, claiming that they had both transformed successfully. She was skilled in making wrist crossbows. With minor modifications, this skill became her special ability. Ever since childhood, she learned martial arts with Wen Yu under their adoptive father, giving her far greater combat skills than the average female pure human. However, over time, there was still a risk of being discovered. Thus, when the news about Eden came, they immediately applied to go there. Wen Yu speculated there might be something wrong with her body. Seeking another opportunity to be infected was too risky. Trying Eden seemed like the better option. In case her potential abilities were so low level that they rendered her indistinguishable from normal people. And even if she were truly an untransformable pure human, Eden remained the only place with hope, however slim that hope might be. The essence of enhancing one's abilities is the secondary reconstruction and evolution within one's body. Converting pure humans to new humans follows the same process. Growing up till now, this was the first time when you decided to act on impulse. Regardless of everything, she wanted to try even once. Even if it wasn't for herself, when you required enhancement of his abilities. Wei Mian opened his mouth to speak but fell silent, unable to reply. He could not interfere with someone else's decision. For Wenya, staying safely in the base enjoying the best resources would not compare with risking her life for the road she desired to walk. Both remained silent momentarily until Wenyu and the spider returned with sufficient dry grass. Without a tent, they laid down pads in clean areas near the ruins and prepared to sleep overnight. Initially, Wenya, like Wenyu, planned to take turns keeping watch. But Wenyu told her it wasn't necessary. As she saw Hei Wu and Wei Mian lay down together, and the spider took the withered branch insect over and wove a cocoon beside them. Monsters' perception abilities generally surpass those of new humans. Having the spider around made Wenya feel safer. Late at night, a small group of people slowly approached the ruins. They were nomads, having followed the fog all the way here. Because they didn't dare to get too close, they lost track of it once. That huge mass of fog seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace of where it went. But there was only one road in this direction. If they returned without finding any clues early, they would surely be reprimanded by their leader for not taking the task seriously. So, they decided to search a little further before heading back as dawn approached. Under the moonlight, the group cautiously scanned their surroundings while moving forward slowly. A little further ahead lay the place where Wei Mian and his companions rested. At that moment, another faint sound came from the opposite side of the ruins. Someone turned and saw a small head quickly disappearing. He immediately shouted, "It's that monster." Many had seen the little girl earlier in the day and recognized her distinctive long black hair and her delicately beautiful yet expressionless face. When she realized she was spotted, the girl hastily turned around and fled. The nomads had been searching all this time, finally finding a creature they could report back about, and promptly gave chase. As the sky was about to brighten, the little girl appeared alone near Wei Mian's group, carrying a giant-toothed crow whose neck was already twisted. She'd easily lost those nomads behind her, who were likely still trying to find their way back. Sitting atop the highest point of a ruin, she dropped the crow casually and rested her cheek on her hand, gazing into the distance. After a while, another silhouette appeared, approaching her hurriedly. It was the spider. It woke up early, patrolling the surrounding area when it spotted the little girl. The food the little girl left yesterday was already gone, and the spider hadn't even had a chance to thank her. Standing below the ruin, the spider waved its forelegs at the girl to greet her, "You." The little girl looked down and said quietly, "Luna." Her face remained expressionless, but her voice clearly carried a hint of excitement and joy, and her face cracked slightly in the middle before closing again immediately. Though the black fog kept her from getting closer to Wei Mian, she'd managed to make a new friend. Hanging from the spider's neck was a small cloth bag, out of which poked the head of the withered branch insect, stretching its front limbs lazily after waking up. When it looked up and made eye contact with the little girl, it instantly remembered the rows of sharp teeth hidden under her face and trembled in fear. Whoosh! It quickly hid back inside the bag. The spider, however, wasn't afraid at all. It climbed onto the ruin beside the little girl and noticed the dead crow beneath her feet. The little girl picked up the crow and handed it to the spider. "Food." The spider nodded and took it. The two monsters came together. The little girl sat on a rock, leaning over and poked the cloth bag hanging from the spider's neck. "Chuch. Come out," it replied sweetly in a cute tone, but to the withered branch insect, it sounded like a death sentence. The insect refused to come out from the bag no matter what, so the little girl quickly lost interest and redirected her gaze back to the spider. Stretching her thin hand, she gently touched the smooth forelegs of the spider. "You're so pretty." With 8 legs, the spider looked far more beautiful than her own form. Indeed, the aesthetics of these monsters were different. The spider opened its large eyes wide and shyly rubbed its soft legs. It then pulled out a slate from its abdomen and stuck a note on it. "You are too." The little girl attentively watched the spider's movements. When it showed her the slate with the note attached, she tilted her head, studying it curiously, her head slightly cracking open. "What is this?" The spider paused. It seemed the little girl couldn't read. It had assumed, since she could talk, she could also communicate just like humans, but apparently, reading comprehension might only belong to it among the monsters. So now, it wouldn't be able to ask the little girl her name either. Feeling somewhat defeated, the spider ate the note it posted and put the slate back into its abdomen. It then picked up the giant-toothed crow from the ground again. The little girl asked, "Are you going back now, Luna?" The spider nodded, and the little girl showed obvious reluctance. She touched the spider's leg again and the little cloth bag hiding the withered branch insect, murmuring softly from deep within herself, "Goodbye." Chapter 47. The spider returned with another giant-toothed crow. Upon seeing it, Hei Wu did not utter a word, tacitly accepting the offering from the little girl. This was a good sign, and the spider was happy for the little girl too. It began to process the giant-toothed crow's body. The only one not thrilled was Ku Ji-chong, which had a psychological shadow cast by the little girl. It feared that she would reveal the teeth in her head again. However, the spider seemed quite fond of her. It sulked alone in the small cloth bag for a while until the smell of roasted fruits enticed it to peek out. Wei Mian, who woke up in the morning, couldn't eat anything too greasy. With the temperature having dropped recently, the giant-toothed crow would be prepared at noon instead. The group casually ate some wild berries and vegetables before setting off together. As they got closer to Eden, they started encountering more and more teams of new humans. These people came from different directions. Some merely glanced at them from afar before leaving, while others were more enthusiastic, approaching actively to talk to them. This task fell to Wenyu, who occasionally engaged in conversations or inquiries with the new humans who wanted to communicate. Wenyu knew what to say and what not to say, gathering some useful information from their words. Eden is a semi-open base. Wenyu furrowed his brows. There's a slight error in the map. If we maintain our current speed, we'll arrive by noon tomorrow. A semi-open base means no gates and no fortified walls. Once followers or monsters approach, an attack must be resisted immediately. Sometimes, the new humans are scattered, not necessarily all in one place. When danger comes, whoever encounters it first will suffer. Such bases exist exclusively among new humans and do not accommodate pure humans. In addition to the leader's special abilities, Eden also offers material trading and exchange, making its semi-open design reasonable. Still, Wenyu felt a subtle unease. He had originally thought that once inside Eden, they could stay safely for a while. Now, it seemed that wouldn't be possible. An open base also meant they'd need to continue finding food and shelter on their own, seeking trade opportunities when necessary with people within the base. Wei Mian listened carefully, finding this arrangement not so bad. Because this way, he could bring both the spider and Ku Ji Chong into Eden. The spider has a cocoon, which can hide it well. Even if there are other people around, it should remain safe. Wei Mian also thought about the little girl. If she followed as well. With her slim frame, carefully hidden, it probably wouldn't pose much of a problem. The second piece of information Wenyu gathered was that, as they moved forward, there would be more followers nearby. They had already encountered some over the past 2 days. Before the followers had the chance to get close, they were killed by the mist. It wasn't clear whether the concentration of new humans ahead or the semi-open nature of the base drew the followers easily toward Eden, tracing scents and traces. The third piece of information pertained to the leader of Eden. To enhance abilities, one didn't need to trade materials. Instead, being chosen by the leader was enough. As for the conditions of being chosen, Wenyu hadn't found out, but he knew many had received help from the leader for free, eventually leaving Eden with enhanced powers. After learning that Eden was a semi-open base, many groups of new humans lingered nearby without immediately getting closer. In any case, once we enter Eden, we need to be even more cautious. Wenyu said, not just because they were accompanied by monsters, but also due to the necessity of protecting Wenyu. What remained was meeting Eden's leader and testing the feasibility of enhancing their abilities. If it truly matched the rumors, they would then address Wenyu's issues. After hearing all this from Wenyu, Wei Mian nodded seriously. Alright, you need to be careful. He hadn't forgotten that Heiwu also had business to attend to here. Wei Mian even had a strange premonition. Once they reached Eden, they might end up parting ways again as they had at the beginning. Especially now that the triplets weren't with them. The two of them had only each other. Whatever happened later, they needed to be even more cautious. When resting at night, Wei Mian stayed awake the whole time. Heiwu slowly stroked the sheep horn in his hand. Suddenly, Wei Mian lifted his head from his embrace. Getting closer, Wei Mian whispered softly, "Ah Tang." Heiwu replied with a soft and caressed his face. You mentioned earlier, that nest stole something from you. Wei Mian's eyes revealed no trace of drowsiness as he cautiously asked, is it an Eden? Heiwu remained silent for a moment before responding, yes. He could sense the presence of the nest. That chilling, damp smell of seawater, continuously spreading from deep underground, originated precisely from the direction of Eden. But the nest knows he's here and may not dare to show itself. He needed to temporarily hide, entering Eden with Wenyu and the others, to find the location where the nest had attached itself. Heiwu also knew what Wei Mian was worried about. He stroked Wei Mian's back in a consoling manner as he always did, we'll see when we get there, Wenyu will be fine. As long as he was around, two humans wouldn't go unprotected. Wei Mian now felt more at ease, kissing his lips softly. You're so good. Heiwu responded by pinching his chin before gently caressing the sheep horn one last time. The next noon, the group arrived at Eden. The spider advanced hidden within its cocoon, while Ku Ji Chong remained close by its side. Ahead were still ruins and ancient relics, no different from the places they had passed earlier. The only difference was that a sign stood by the roadside, bearing the same emblem marked on their map. The words Eden were carved into it. Had he not seen it himself, Wei Mian could never have imagined that Eden would look like this. Despite Eden's unimpressive appearance, the area around it teemed with new humans. As newcomers, their small group drew many curious gazes. On the surface, they looked like a team of just 4 people, making them one of the smaller groups around. The spider's speed being limited, the group entered Eden's territory and chose a secluded corner to rest. There were a few sparse, short trees nearby that could help block the view. No sooner had they stopped than other new humans approached, clearly attempting to make friends with them. Upon inquiry, when you learned that the opposing team was small too, originally 5 members set out together, but they lost 2 during an encounter with believers. Now, they urgently needed fresh recruits, even if only temporary ones. The man's demeanor was sincere, and he even offered some smoked meat jerky to Wen Yu. Wen Yu declined the offer but refused the food politely. He wanted to accept, but their team situation was unique. Seeing the refusal, the man looked regretful, yet insisted on gifting the jerky to Wen Yu's group. Unable to further decline, Wen Yu consulted with the other 3 and then offered half of the giant-toothed crow left over from breakfast to the stranger. This crow had also been caught by the little girl and brought back by the spider. Finally, the other party left, and Wen Yu sighed, it's not easy for anyone. These people had been sent out by the base, and now, losing 2 along the way, the remaining members didn't know whether they'd reach Eden's leader successfully. Luckily, the resting spot wasn't far from here, so if any danger arose, they could help out. Wen Yu patted his shoulder, don't worry, let's go fetch water first. With the spider unable to come out because of the crowd, both of them naturally took charge of these errands. At noon, the group ate some smoked jerky and wild fruit, then continued moving forward. The spider stayed concealed inside its cocoon above, weaving new silk ahead while erasing its own path behind. Recycling materials became its method of movement. Ku Ji-chong also lent a hand. Moving at incredible speed, it pulled the abandoned cocoons over to assist. Just as they were halfway through this process, a familiar face emerged in the channel, completely covered in a cocoon. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the little girl. Ku Ji-chong's forelimbs trembled instantly, rushing quickly to hide behind the spider. The little girl had already entered the cocoon, finding it quite useful for remaining undetected by the new humans outside. Its sole fear was being driven away again by Hei Wu, yet during her journey, she faced no interference until suddenly dragged by Ku Ji-chong. Reuniting with familiar friends, the little girl was elated. She couldn't help but split her skull slightly open, letting her tongue slide across the gap, chirp chirp. Ku Ji-chong stiffened momentarily, then shook uncontrollably. Thankfully, the little girl merely called out to it, having no intentions of doing anything harmful. Her attention quickly shifted to the spider. She embraced the spider's smooth forelegs joyfully, a happy voice ringing inside, Luna. From the outside of the cocoon, Hei Wu glanced up briefly. His gaze grew colder, yet he said nothing in the end. Chapter 48. The deeper they went into Eden, the environment gradually began to change. It was no longer just chaotic ruins and collapsed walls. Clear roads started to appear, as well as some simply constructed dwellings built by human hands. These dwellings should belong to Eden's new humans. They all looked relatively new, most likely having been built recently. Given that this base could be infiltrated by believers at any time, its current state was already pretty impressive. In the afternoon, one of the new humans found Wei Mian and his group, saying he would register them. This person arrived late, and it was unclear if he really belonged to Eden. When you asked, where is your leader? There are plenty of people wanting to see the leader, the man replied impatiently. When it's time to see you, you will be seen. When you stopped asking and gave his own name along with Wen Yu's, as well as their respective abilities, black mist and dream manipulation. Hei Wu and Wei Mian did not register because they did not need enhancement of their powers. This made the man somewhat surprised, though he didn't ask more, only giving them a few extra glances. Before leaving, he said to the group, in a few days, there will be a sacrificial gathering in the garden. Hopefully, by then, you haven't left yet. A sacrificial gathering, coming from the mouth of one of these new humans in such an apocalyptic setting, sounded bizarre. When you kept calm and nodded, all right. While it was still daytime, when you went around, discovering nearby teams of new humans waiting just like them. Some of them had been waiting for almost a month. The leader remained unseen. Occasionally, a few people came over to take account of those present, then left immediately after finishing. Many began to doubt the authenticity of Eden, but others claimed that indeed a few individuals received help from Eden's leader in enhancing their abilities before returning successfully to their bases. Moreover, Eden was rumored to offer supplies in exchange for something from passing new humans, which wasn't exactly true. The available items were scarce, barely comparable to the stockpiles held by nomadic groups in the woods. As he continued inquiring, everything about this place became even more suspicious. Lucky enough, when you managed to find someone who had been here for a month. This individual witnessed firsthand a new human who successfully obtained assistance. He was a middle-aged man approaching 40 years old, speaking firmly, I'm certain that person's ability did enhance, and not just slightly. At that time, he and several companions were present when the new human tested his enhanced ability before departing with immense excitement. Because he had personally witnessed it, he chose to stay and wait here patiently. All new humans arriving here shared a common goal, to strengthen their own abilities for better protection in this world ravaged by the apocalypse. Some were sent by bases, while others lacked fixed bases entirely. When you asked further, do you remember that person's name or the base they were from? The middle-aged man had indeed asked about this initially, but after so much time had passed, his memory was hazy. Frowning, he recalled, called Lu, something. His base, seemed not too far away, called Chang. When you blurted out instinctively, Changchuan. Lu Zi. Yes, that's him. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, startled, you've heard of him. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu felt his heart sink to rock bottom, yet he kept a composed expression, struggling to force a smile on his face. Yes, our base is not far from Changchuan. As twilight approached, Wen Yu stopped talking further with the middle-aged man, bade him farewell, and left. On his way back, Wen Yu looked grave, pulling out an identity tag from his pocket. The name engraved on it was clearly Lu Zi. This identity tag was originally picked up by Wei Mian in the woods. That new human who had intruded into the woods underwent a transformation into a believer right under everyone's eyes. Later, Wei Mian told this story to Wen Yu and the rest, handing over the identity tag to him. Wen Yu had previously been skeptical. New human's condition had been stable since the apocalypse, and he hadn't heard of incidents like this occurring. Now, everything fit together. Lu Zi had come to Eden, enhanced his abilities successfully, and departed intending to return home with a few companions. However, something must have gone wrong on his way back. An unexpected mutation occurred. Wen Yu closed his eyes momentarily and put the identity tag back safely. If other new humans knew about the possibility of mutating into believers, panic would certainly spread. Though he had not witnessed it himself, only learning of it from Wei Mian's account, there was no reason for Wei Mian to lie to him. Moreover, this place gave Wen Yu a strange feeling that he couldn't put into words. When he returned to their resting spot, Wen Yu immediately informed Wen Ye and Hei Wu about what had happened. He clenched the identity tag in his hand and made a tough decision. I don't want to stay here anymore. I'm going back. This meant that all their efforts over the past half-month would be in vain. However, Wen Yu didn't want to risk their lives further. Leaving now might still give them a chance. Wen Ye thought he was being rash. Then how will we explain our return? With our current situation, what's the probability of making it back alive? She wasn't blind to the strangeness around Eden, but without the triplets, how could they return home? They should at least wait and see if they'd encounter the others or find someone to travel with. Besides these reasons, Wen Ye also wanted to stay. It was not easy for her as a pure human to reach this point, and she couldn't convince herself to go back so easily. Wen Yu threw the identity tag at her. What I fear most is staying here longer and dying for sure. Seeing the siblings about to argue, Hei Wu looked unsure of what to do, glancing towards the black mist. At that moment, the black mist raised his eyes. I'm not leaving. His purpose for coming here had always been different from Wen Yu's group. Their decision to stay or leave was unrelated to him. But out of consideration for Hei Wu, he expressed his position. Since Hei Wu wouldn't leave either, it meant that Wen Yu would lose his protection. Realizing this, Wen Yu calmed down. Earlier, he had subconsciously included Hei Wu and Black Mist in his decision to leave, assuming that they'd depart together. But realistically, he and Wen Yu alone might die within half a day from the believers' attacks. They were simply too accustomed to everything going smoothly on their journey, taking it for granted and forgetting who they actually depended on to get here. Suddenly, Wen Yu realized that until now, he still didn't know why the Black Mist came to Eden. Meeting the cold gaze of Black Mist, Wen Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps because Black Mist spoiled Hei Wu excessively, and through Hei Wu, he had been willing to protect them, leading Wen Yu, an outsider, to mistakenly forget the situations during the last two nest swarms. Black Mist was far more dangerous than countless believers, only managing to retain some semblance of humanity due to Hei Wu's presence beside him. Wen Yu took a sip of cool water from his flask, deciding not to mention leaving again. Putting down the water bottle, he asked, "Is there anything Wen Yu and I can help with?" After a moment, Black Mist replied, "Try to find a pot." Hearing this, Wen Yu almost thought he had misheard. What? The moment Black Mist glanced at him, Wen Yu understood instantly. All right, I got it. The use of the pot, surely, it was to cook food, which must be prepared for Hei Wu. As for the matter of the new humans mutating, none of them brought it up again. The identity tag remained with Wen Yu. He had acknowledged the present situation. Even if they decided to leave, they couldn't do so right away. That night, while sleeping, Hei Wu was still thinking about the things Wen Yu had mentioned, feeling very uneasy. Black Mist consoled him, "Don't worry, I'm here." But Hei Wu wasn't worried about encountering danger. He shifted slightly, unbuttoning his jacket and lifting his shirt. The night was too dark to see clearly, but Hei Wu touched his stomach by feel. There's a mark here, just like Eden's emblem. Yesterday, when he saw Eden's signpost, it reminded him of this mark. This was one of the reasons Hei Wu originally wanted to come to Eden. In the darkness, a warm hand reached out and gently stroked that patch of skin. Black Mist hugged Hei Wu tightly and whispered, "The emblem matches your mark." Hei Wu paused for a moment, realizing the difference between what Black Mist had said and what he had just stated. Did his mark exist before Eden adopted its emblem? Chapter 49. Wei Mian had never paid attention to the birthmark on his body before. He had no father, his mother died early, and a strange power within him that he could not control, along with the ram horns that grew on his head after adulthood, left him with little time to care about anything else. And the birthmark on his body seemed to be somehow connected to this completely unfamiliar place. Wei Mian asked in confusion, "What does this mark represent?" Perhaps, it wasn't a birthmark he was born with. Instead, under circumstances unknown to him, someone or something had left this mark on his body. As Black Mist stroked the skin beneath its fingers, it replied, "Mother Goddess, Asuri." The totem symbolizing the Mother Goddess appeared on Wei Mian's body, along with what was known as the Eden base emblem. Names completely foreign burst forth from Black Mist's lips, leaving Wei Mian utterly confused. He suddenly began to feel a headache, growing pale. God. Is there really a God in this world? In the darkness, Wei Mian was embraced by a familiar warmth, Black Mist gently kneading his neck in comfort. Xiao Chao deliberately left the emblem here, came Black Mist's deep voice, as bait. It was trying to lure, perhaps, believers of the Mother Goddess who may or may not still exist, or possibly itself. And as for why Wei Mian bore this mark, Black Mist didn't know, or at least couldn't yet confirm. He was human, but his abilities and aura were entirely different. Wei Mian's headache slightly subsided, but his mind was still chaotic, the one you mentioned just now. Once again, like last time, upon touching the unknown, his body began to feel uncomfortable. Yet Wei Mian remained fixated on the Mother Goddess that Black Mist had mentioned. Black Mist rarely spoke to him about anything related to itself, including its purpose for coming to Eden, which Wei Mian only half understood. The rare mention of an unfamiliar name made Wei Mian feel that it must be important. And the mark on his body, did it indicate that he too was somehow connected to the Mother Goddess? Was she a true deity, or merely some form of solace sought during the apocalypse? But Black Mist fell silent, raising its hand to massage Wei Mian's temples, softly stroking the ram horns atop his head. Your body can't handle it, it kissed between his brows, don't worry, I'll protect you. There was nothing left to ask, so Wei Mian mumbled, At the same time, he felt curiosity towards Black Mist's identity for the first time. Could it be, that he wasn't a monster? Quietly, Wei Mian reached out, touching Black Mist's lips. His fingertips gradually moved down, sliding past the jawline and Adam's apple. Each touch was undeniably real, even the pulsing veins beneath the skin. Such a real body, yet it could transform into a thick cloud of fog in an instant, or even a black cat from before. God. Wei Mian murmured, then tightly embraced Black Mist, burying his face in its neck and muttering, You truly are my God. A tender kiss landed on his horns, and Black Mist embraced Wei Mian without argument. Over the next 2 days, the four of them stayed where they were, not moving forward anymore. Coincidentally, the team that had given them smoked meat dry rations earlier was also nearby. When you went over and chatted with them for a while, and indeed brought back a mini pot and some cutlery. It turns out their team didn't just lose 2 people, they initially had 3 more, when you said, so they ended up with extra things. He exchanged part of the fresh giant-toothed crows and wild fruits for the pot from those individuals, and the cutlery was included as a bonus. Maybe because when you looked friendly and was the most approachable person those few encountered recently, they traded very smoothly. With the pot, they could now cook boiled meals. Still, finding food was a challenging task. The number of new humans nearby had increased, and apart from an endless supply of water, other supplies were extremely scarce. However, Wei Mian noticed that their food for the last 2 days was quite abundant, not at all worse than before. They had not only roasted meat but also vegetable soup cooked with the new utensils. When you, responsible for starting the fire, simply said, it was from Luna. He wasn't clear how the spider managed to find these ingredients every day, but there were plenty. Its well-constructed tunnel network above their heads could lead in any direction. At this point, none of them except Black Mist knew that another creature had formed inside the cocoon. The little girl lay inside the cocoon, peeking out through a small slit. After the last incident where she angered Black Mist and nearly lost her life, she dared not show herself easily, even though Black Mist might have already allowed her to approach. Better safe than sorry, hiding inside the cocoon wasn't bad either. As for the ingredients delivered on time every day, they were collected by the little girl outside. It moved fast and could approach prey silently, knowing exactly what Wei Mian needed to eat. Every day it secured enough supplies and then returned via the cocoon. When she saw Wei Mian devouring the wild greens she had brought back, the little girl happily split her skull open, resting her chin in her hands. The stick insect couldn't bear seeing her licking her tongue from the middle of her head anymore and tore a hole in the cocoon to leap out. It came to Wei Mian's side, taking advantage of its small size making it less likely to be noticed by outsiders so it didn't have to stay in the cocoon all the time. How did you come out? Wei Mian absent-mindedly patted the stick insect's head and looked up at where it had jumped out. The spider was still inside the cocoon, and Wei Mian, thinking that it hadn't eaten anything yet, picked up a few fruits and got up to go to the entrance of the cocoon. He reached out to touch the transparent cocoon and handed over the fruits, Luna. A crack slowly appeared in the air, but instead of familiar soft limbs stretching out, another tiny hand emerged. Wei Mian's eyes widened as he instinctively stepped to the side, blocking Hei Wu's line of sight. He thought Hei Wu didn't know the little girl had followed them again, and wanted to help hide her for it. Yesterday, Wei Mian was still wondering why he hadn't seen the little girl these past 2 days, speculating whether she had given up on following their group after being suddenly attacked by Hei Wu last time. Not just any monster could enter the spider's cocoon, and the spider also hadn't revealed the little girl's presence to Hei Wu. Now it seemed this little creature not only hadn't given up, but had also secretly befriended the spider while they were unaware. That pale little hand slowly took the fruit from Wei Mian and quickly pulled back, then stretched out again to take another one. After taking several fruits from Wei Mian consecutively, the crack in the cocoon grew larger, revealing a pitch-black eye and a few strands of hair at the top before Wei Mian had already turned away. The little girl sat cross-legged, dividing the fruits Wei Mian gave her with the spider. It was an omnivorous monster, capable of eating both meat and vegetables, with a particular fondness for human food. It opened its skull, threw all the fruits into its mouth, swallowing them whole without even chewing. In comparison to the little girl, the spider was much more delicate, possibly because it had stayed with Wei Mian for a long time and learned how humans ate. It wiped off the water on the surface of the fruit first, then used its sharp front legs as cutlery to cut the fruit in half, finally peeling off a layer of skin before consuming the fruit pulp inside. The little girl dumbly watched the spider's actions and lay down right there to sleep. On the third day, the new person who had previously come from Eden to register them arrived again. Again, the same task of counting people, this time including He Wu and Wei Mian. It was emphasized once more that the sacrificial ceremony would begin the next day, offering the chance to see the leader, who would later schedule times to meet with each of the newcomers. When you asked, "What is the sacrificial ceremony?" the man's expression became somewhat fervent and yearning, restraining his excitement. "It is prepared for the deity of the new world. He will descend tomorrow." When you hesitated, "A deity?" He tried to keep his expressions natural, but a trace of doubt still slipped through. For such a long time during the apocalypse, very few people still believed in deities. Any faith couldn't match up to the power needed to survive. Staying alive was the key. The man's gaze immediately turned cold. "You just need to stay put and not run around." He took one last glance at Wenyu behind Wenyu, and at He Wu and Wei Mian who remained silent, then turned and left. After he was gone, He Wu lifted its gaze to look at his departing figure. The sacrificial ceremony, even after all this time, humanity still couldn't let go of that lingering obsession. If these humans were to witness the true face of the so-called deity, who knows what kind of reaction they'd have. Chapter 50. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the base, broken only occasionally by hushed voices of those keeping watch. Thin mists clung low to the ground, silently weaving through the ruins. The base's own personnel were few, and for over a month, it had gathered many new human teams from various places. The mist extended outward. Eden was vast, and in 4 different directions stood road signs engraved with the 3 characters Eden and symbols on a map. Further ahead, away from the crowd, dozens of believers wandered nearby. They were restless and hungry, there was no food around, yet they wouldn't take a single step away. These believers had likely waited here for an unknown period, as if awaiting their master's command. The mist did not disturb the believers and quietly vanished after a moment. When morning came, many new human teams began moving inward towards the base, planning to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. Only Wei Mian and his group remained still like mountains. Once the people around them had left, He Wu recounted everything he had seen last night. There were suspected believers stationed outside the perimeter of the base. When you turned pale and once again showed intent to leave. But He Wu told them to merely be cautious themselves, nothing more, and that there would be no leaving due to this matter. He didn't act against those believers, and Wei Mian could roughly guess the reason. It was about that nest. If they startled the nest, it might not appear, and finding it again would be difficult. When He Wu mentioned the believers, Wei Mian subconsciously thought of the Lord of the Dark Nest. All the believers were almost certainly servants of this mysterious monster. If the nest indeed belonged to the Lord of the Dark Nest, along with the deity spoken of one night by He Wu, it made Wei Mian even more curious about his true identity. Though no matter what He Wu really was, in Wei Mian's eyes, he would always be as he appeared, without any difference. Could there possibly be something even more terrifying than being a monster? Yet the curiosity and desire to understand more about the person he liked couldn't be avoided. They delayed their departure until last, and on the road, Wei Mian hesitated for quite some time. When they stopped midway for rest, he quietly pulled on He Wu's sleeve, a tang. When you took water flasks to fetch water nearby. He Wu reached back and held Wei Mian's hand. Wei Mian asked softly, "Is the nest the Lord of the Dark Nest? The god descending at the sacrificial ceremony?" Many things He Wu hadn't explicitly said, piecing together fragmented clues, Wei Mian could also guess. But he didn't want Wenyu and the others to hear, fearing they would worry and fear even more. He Wu paused. "Yes, it's the title it claims itself. Wishing other creatures to call it master, but the followers who obey its commands are actually monsters incapable of speech." He Wu's straightforward answer made Wei Mian somewhat uncomfortable. Then, Wei Mian hesitated, his voice becoming quieter. "Are you, a god too?" Perhaps due to Wei Mian's overly careful demeanor, He Wu pulled him closer and embraced him in silence for a moment. "No." This response was unexpected by Wei Mian. He originally thought. He Wu kissed his forehead gently as if soothing him. "I am not a god." He wasn't a god but possessed power more terrifying than any god. However, this point He Wu didn't disclose to Wei Mian. He had been sealed away for a long time and was far inferior to his original state. Unless he could reclaim the part stolen by the nest. Wei Mian opened his mouth slightly. "All right." He hugged He Wu's neck. "No matter what you are, I like you." When you returned carrying the water flasks and happened to witness the affectionate scene between the two. They stumbled away, deciding to wait a bit before returning, better not to disturb them at that moment. Seated behind a nearby tree, when you unscrewed the flask cap and drank a sip of water, the sacrificial ceremony seems to be at night. "We'll leave immediately if anything goes wrong then." If this place truly had spirits lurking, they wouldn't remain hidden for long. With so many new humans, finding companions to leave together wouldn't be difficult. Wenyu knew about Wenyu's unease because of their special abilities. He usually had his own instincts. But strangely enough, she also sensed something unusual this time. Contrary to Wenyu, the further into Eden's center they went, the stronger her sense of belonging grew, as if someone up ahead was waiting for her. Wenyu did not mention this to Wenyu, she simply agreed, okay. After lunch, the group rested where they were. Wei Mian customarily picked a few fruits to feed the spider and little girl inside the cocoon. There was also a small bowl of wild vegetable soup. After the little girl stretched out her hand and took all the items, Wei Mian suddenly remembered, he wasn't sure whether the girl ate vegetarian food or not. Beside them were some leftover roasted meat, still warm. Wei Mian thought to offer it to the little girl to try. He used a leaf to carry a few pieces of meat and turned around to find Hei Wu looking at him. Wei Mian suddenly felt guilty and stammered with the leaf in his hands, The spider didn't eat meat, how could he explain this to Hei Wu? Hei Wu extended his hand toward Wei Mian, come here. Obediently, Wei Mian stepped forward, and the roasted meat was taken from his hand and set aside. I know she's here, Hei Wu lowered his gaze, if you want it, come out and take it. As soon as his words ended, a crack appeared on one side of the cocoon ahead of them. First came a mass of pitch black, dense hair, followed by an upside-down face. The little girl finally dared to show herself, blinking her true eyelids beneath her pupils to gauge Hei Wu's reaction. It turned out that Hei Wu had known all along. When the little girl emerged, Wei Mian discreetly waved to her from a spot where Hei Wu couldn't see. The little girl stayed a distance away, and Wei Mian wasn't sure if it was just his imagination or if he noticed a straight line forming at the center of its face, but it quickly disappeared. There was no one else nearby. The spider emerged from the cocoon, holding the fruits Wei Mian had given earlier on its long limbs, and sat near the dying fire, starting to eat. The little girl remained suspended in mid-air until confirming that Hei Wu wasn't angry and wasn't going to chase her away. Only then did she slowly jump down. Her movements were light and agile as she flipped onto the grass, walking closer with steady steps. Her eyes looked vacant, as if staring at Hei Wu, or perhaps at Wei Mian. For the first time, Wei Mian closely observed this little creature. Aside from its numb expression, it looked exactly like a human. This contrasting appearance, of a delicate and fragile 5-year-old girl, no matter how bizarre the place or timing of her appearances, anyone would hesitate when seeing her. The roasted meat on the leaf was on the other side of Hei Wu. The little girl obviously wanted to take it but was hesitant to get too close to Hei Wu. So Wei Mian voluntarily moved the leaf and the roasted meat closer to the girl. Hei Wu watched this monster coldly, yet he didn't stop Wei Mian's actions. When the little girl stepped forward again, she crouched down and lifted the leaf with her hands. Her gestures were identical to a human's, including the way she tilted her head to look at things, and the shorter strands of hair framing her cheeks fluttering gently in the wind. Had he not already known its identity, Wei Mian wouldn't have been able to tell this was a monster. At this moment, the line on the girl's face reappeared, the same one Wei Mian had seen moments ago. Now that he was closer, he could clearly see that it was a seam. The seam gradually widened, splitting her delicate features in two, and her skull opened right down the middle. Rows of grotesque fangs were revealed, and the little girl opened her mouth wide, swallowing both the roasted meat and the leaf into it. Wei Mian inhaled sharply, startled by the sight. This monster originally looked like this. Lost for words to describe what he saw, Wei Mian instinctively edged closer to Hei Wu. The little girl shoved the food into her mouth and swallowed it whole without any chewing motions. Its long tongue licked the fangs before the skull closed back together. The way this small monster ate reminded Wei Mian of something familiar, so he turned his gaze to Hei Wu. Wei Mian had some more fruits beside him. He picked one up and offered it to Hei Wu, saying, I want to eat this. Hei Wu accepted it, peeled the fruit's skin as usual, and fed it to Wei Mian. Wei Mian took a bite, and Hei Wu ate the rest, just as he'd done these past days. Hei Wu placed the half-bitten fruit in his mouth and swallowed it whole, without any chewing action, never even blinking. Indeed. Wei Mian thought to himself that perhaps because they were both monsters disguised as humans, they shared similarities in certain small details. Wei Mian once again inspected the little girl's bloodless skin and hollow-eyed gaze. However, despite her realistic disguise, she couldn't be like Hei Wu who possessed body heat and breath. Chapter 51. The little girl swallowed the food, and her head merged back into its original form, showing no sign of abnormality. The black mist didn't stop her from approaching, so she grew bolder, especially after being confined in the cocoon for several days. The little girl walked around nearby and then stood in front of Wenyu and the other person, sizing them up. Apart from a hollow expression and gaze, she looked no different from an ordinary human. However, just thinking about her cracked head earlier. But like the spider, she was one of the friendly monsters. All the food they had eaten these days had been brought back by the little girl. Wenyu gave the little girl a smile, who tilted her head and watched her for a while before slowly moving closer. She extended her small hand, touched Wenyu's short hair, quietly saying, pretty, then turned and went back to the spider. When it was time to leave, the little girl and the spider both returned to the cocoon. The stick insect didn't go, it was still a little afraid of the little girl and wanted to seek comfort from Wei Mian but was dissuaded by the gaze of the black mist. It jumped around in the grass and finally hid in Wenya's coat pocket. As the night gradually fell, the group stopped. Nearby, there were crowds gathering, with many familiar or unfamiliar faces anxiously waiting together. Torches were lit along the roadside leading to the center, and at the farthest point within sight was a makeshift platform built from piled stones. The black mist leaned against a broken fragment of stone wall, coldly staring ahead. In an unnoticed corner, tendrils of mist began to spread. The temperature this night was somewhat low, and Wei Mian tightened his coat as he stood beside the black mist. The next second, he was embraced by the black mist, who stroked his soft hair, asking, "Are you hungry?" They hadn't yet prepared dinner during their journey, and Wei Mian had only eaten some dried meat and fruit. If something happened soon, there would be even less time to consider these things. Wei Mian shook his head. "I'm not hungry." Wenya stood under a tree opposite, silently observing the surroundings, while Wenya went ahead to gather information. He soon returned, telling the group, "The leader has appeared." At that moment, the previously quiet base suddenly became noisy as many teams eagerly wanted to move to the front. They had already waited for a long time just to see this rumored leader once, to understand if their abilities could be enhanced or what conditions were required, wanting clarity. Wei Mian glanced sideways, seeing someone in a black cloak appear on the high platform made of piled stones at the center. He was wrapped tightly, leaving almost no skin exposed, with two new humans following closely behind. "I apologize for making you all wait." A weak, raspy voice rang out, and everyone instinctively quieted down. Judging by the voice, this must be a man in his 50s. He pulled down his cloak hood, revealing a thin face. Wei Mian was too far away to clearly see his specific features. After speaking, the man coughed lightly, covering his mouth, before one of his subordinates stepped forward. "After the sacrificial ceremony, the leader will address your needs." Everyone had waited until now, and it wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer, though some dissenting voices still emerged. The man on the platform paid no attention to the doubts, stretching his hands out from beneath his wide cloak. Once again, silence descended upon the crowd. In his hands, he held a beating heart. The surface of the heart was spotless, without any blood or odor, perfectly cleaned and shimmering faintly orange-red under the moonlight. "What is this?" Those closest to the platform saw most clearly, shocked by the strange sight. Even though they had encountered many peculiar and eerie creatures outside, none of them had ever seen a heart that could beat independently. The leader in the black cloak held the heart with a fervent and obsessive gaze, his emaciated hands gently caressing it. "Don't rush," he said, "only with the descent of the new god can I be granted more power." His fanatical behavior made the surrounding new humans feel uneasy. Could it be that his abilities weren't based on infecting believers? And where did this heart come from? Most teams of new humans weren't interested in a sacrificial ceremony. Those near the platform heard these words and felt even more bizarre. Some individuals quietly retreated, already having second thoughts but reluctant to leave. At this moment, cries erupted from afar among the believers. The crowd stiffened slightly, but no one panicked. With so many new humans with powers present, what could a few believers possibly do? Unexpectedly, a gust of wind rose from somewhere unknown, carrying the damp, salty smell of seawater which spread from the distant end. The sky grew darker, and the heavy black curtain of night pressed down mercilessly. Wenyu covered his nose and mouth, furrowing his brow. "What smell is this?" It was somewhat familiar. When they had encountered Wei Mian for the second time, the huge monster and the parasites on its body also had this smell. The leader stood high upon the platform, holding up the heart in both hands as he muttered, "Descend." He had gone through great effort, bringing so much fresh blood to the new god. Shouldn't he be rewarded accordingly? With his eyes tightly shut, suddenly the heart in his hand became even brighter, almost illuminating the surroundings like daylight. A few new humans closest to him raised their hands to shield their eyes. When the light faded and they looked up again, the man on the high platform was overjoyed. He knelt down directly, muttering something incomprehensible to himself, then soon stood back up and walked down from the platform. The crowd at the front scattered cautiously, watching him warily. The leader didn't care and went straight to a person. "You," he pointed at the new human with an eager expression, "I bestow upon you the qualification to evolve." This statement without proper context left everyone exchanging confused glances, while the heart in his hand emitted even more brilliant light, enveloping the new human in front of him. Moments later, the light disappeared, leaving the new human unharmed but slightly dazed. He looked down at his palm, and his hands instantly transformed into beast-like forms, his expression gradually shifting from disbelief to extreme excitement. "My ability has been enhanced." The commotion within went unnoticed by the new humans on the outskirts. Distant believers approached, and they were all prepared for battle. A new human who had conversed with Wenyu earlier quietly came over and said to him, "This creepy place feels off. How about we leave tonight?" Wenyu didn't respond, and the new human called out to him again before he snapped back to reality. His expression turned grave as he gazed at the growing crowd near the central platform. What's happening there? Dozens of believers quickly attacked from the same direction mentioned by the black mist earlier. This night was bound to be restless. Wenyu placed Wenyu behind him, then turned his head toward the direction of the black mist. He still stood beside the ruins, hugging Wei Mian in his arms, quietly disappearing into the darkness, barely noticed by anyone. Near the high platform, the gathered new humans inside had completely ignored what happened outside, as if it were another world. Quite a number of them surrounded the leader, queuing up one by one to receive the enhancement of their abilities. The leader, feeling the attention and expectations around him, the surging, divine power, coursing through his body, felt as if he were the savior of the world, which made him extremely pleased. And the first new human whose ability had successfully been enhanced earlier, was pushed to the edge of the crowd. He slightly frowned, wiping some blood off his nose. He seemed a bit uncomfortable, and the next moment, bent over violently coughing, scattering droplets of blood on the ground. His companion nearby asked concernedly, "What's wrong?" He did not answer, staying bent over for a long time. It wasn't until his companion noticed something odd that he slowly looked up. A crackling sound of joints echoed as the person had a blank expression, faintly revealing blue-white scales on his handbacks. When someone finally realized things were amiss, it was already too late. A colossal believer suddenly appeared, carrying bloody chunks of flesh and torn fabrics, roaring and attacking the crowd. At first, they thought some believers had broken in, trying to protect the leader in panic, guarding the heart in his hand that could enhance abilities. But not long after, several new humans underwent mutations right in front of everyone. Their bodies twisted and deformed, brand new bones extended from their bodies, exposing the skin underneath showing blue-white scales. They were all individuals who had recently received the ability enhancements. Upon seeing all this, the gaunt face of the leader revealed a satisfied smile. Taking advantage of everyone being preoccupied with the chaos, he remounted the high platform, cradling the increasingly pulsing heart in his arms, casting a gaze down like looking at a group of ants. "It is your honor to become followers of the new god." Chapter 52. Inside and out, chaos reigned, and no one paid any attention to the leader who stood alone on the platform. As for the two subordinates who had been by his side earlier, they had somehow turned into believers and started attacking the surrounding new humans. Wei Mian listened to the heart-stopping sounds coming from outside, and looked up to see. A black mist pressed him down, and the fog gradually coiled and gathered around the two of them. His eyes lowered slightly as he softly said, "It's here." Unsure whether it was Wei Mian's illusion or not, the tone in the black mist seemed tinged with some disappointment. The two were in a corner where no one cared. The torches that had been used to light the road had all gone out one by one, and darkness came amidst the clamor. No one noticed the mist creeping along the ground, gradually heading towards the platform. The leader still held his heart with an expression full of madness on his face. The new deity had already arrived, and he could feel the blood boiling within himself. Parts of his body were losing control. But this didn't matter. With the help and guidance of the new deity, he would truly gain the right to use this heart. A vague and indistinct voice seemed to whisper near his ear, enticingly low, "It's not enough yet, these are not enough." This voice, sometimes near, sometimes far, was like an eerie sound emanating from inside his body, sticking to his bones and flesh. The leader trembled slightly, his eyes becoming distant. Anything the new deity asked him to do, he would willingly comply with. There were still quite a few new humans nearby who hadn't been influenced by the heart resisting the believers. The leader intended to walk down and spread the heart's glow further away. As soon as he took a step, thick black mist suddenly arose around him. The mist wasn't clear at night, resembling a thin veil of silk. None of the new humans present paid heed to this anomaly, but the believers instantly detected the danger. Their attacks slowed down suddenly, showing even signs of retreating, anxiously looking around. Since believers acted more out of animalistic instincts, they could not act under instructions while experiencing extreme fear. A few of the smallest ones stepped back a few steps, attempting to escape through the side. In this instant, the mist became dense, pressing against all believers like an impenetrable net. Meanwhile, the new humans standing aside remained completely unharmed. Those who had not been illuminated by the heart's glow would not turn into believers, and though the black mist didn't care about their lives or deaths, they could be easily eliminated if needed just to avoid being used by the nest in the future. But since the nest obviously did not want them to live as humans anymore to promote mutation among the new humans, the black mist actually had no intention of fulfilling its wishes. Dozens of believers were slaughtered, and sharp screams echoed everywhere. The new humans stood blankly on the spot. When the mist rose, the leader standing on the platform discovered he could not move. He also couldn't speak, his body stiffened, like a statue. Helplessly, he watched the believers being killed, disbelief clouding his eyes. Could this be someone's special ability? At the same time, he saw a wisp of mist drift over and wrap around his neck. The leader choked instantly. Unable to struggle, the air in his chest cavity slowly depleted. Yet, he didn't die immediately, perhaps because the new deity still existed within him. But when the mist appeared, the new deity immediately went dormant. If he hadn't retained consciousness, he would almost no longer sense the existence of that energy. The heart he held also darkened, losing its luster and vitality, weakly pulsing. On the periphery, the black mist led Wei Mian out. Wen Yu recognized it was him as soon as he saw the mist, but did not raise an alarm. He quickly bypassed everyone else. Standing by the roadside, the black mist said, "Take the others away." Even without his order, some groups among the new humans had already fled upon seeing the believers killed by eerie mists. Wen Yu nodded and returned to the group of new humans he had been with earlier. They were temporarily safe now, but they had no idea what other anomalies might occur in this strange place. It would be best to leave first. Other groups of new humans responded similarly, but at this moment, when you realized that Wenya was missing. Carrying Wei Mian forward, the black mist paused close to the platform. In the dimness of the night, with remnants of mist swirling, spiders emerged from their cocoons, guarding around Wei Mian. A little girl also appeared. She laid herself down on the spider's back, and at first glance, one might mistake them for a monster together. The little girl floated lightly, almost weightless, making it very easy for the spider to carry her. Wei Mian's nose was filled with a strong smell of blood. All the believers within his sight had died. Though he had witnessed scenes worse than this when the nest surged before, one hand was pulled by the black mist, while the other shielded his nose. Approaching the high platform, the black mist stopped. He left the spider by Wei Mian's side and approached the leader alone. The leader was still suffocating, this feeling making him so uncomfortable that he longed for death as a form of release. When an unfamiliar man appeared before his eyes, in his dazed state, he thought it might be an illusion. The black mist raised his hand, and the fog loosened slightly. The leader suddenly inhaled a fresh breath of air and finally felt alive again. Yet, he still couldn't move, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was consumed with fear, though the exact reason eluded even him. Then, after a while, he realized, this fear wasn't his own, it came from the new deity within him. The new deity was afraid of the stranger walking closer. But how could the new deity feel fear? It was a god. This shattered one of the leader's fundamental beliefs. His hands, trembling uncontrollably, lost their balance, causing the heart to roll off the high platform. The black mist scrutinized the figure before him, seeing through its exterior to the thing hidden inside. This was one of the reasons why he felt somewhat disappointed. The nest had merely used some tricks to temporarily attach itself to this human body, its true form not present. Without its true form here, it could not be killed completely. It was unsurprising, though, if the true nest were here, it would have noticed his arrival much earlier. The black mist looked at the man coldly, his tone laced with mockery, new god. During the extended period he had been suppressed and sealed in the woods, the spiders had told him everything happening outside. Including the birth of the nest and the grim fates of the other gods. You've discarded your old name, the black mist manipulated the mist, inch by inch climbing onto the skin of this vessel. What shall I call you now, Faith? Being attached to the human body, pain was something both parties could distinctly feel. The leader, together with the nest lurking inside him, experienced the sensation of bones being crushed bit by bit. Unable to endure, the leader passed out, only to be awoken by excruciating pain. In his blurred consciousness, he heard a voice issuing words that did not belong to him. Faith is dead, this voice filled with resentment declared. I am temptation, the new deity. Toward the end, the voice shook and spiraled out of control. The black mist remained coldly rooted in place, watching the contorted face before him, blood seeping from every orifice. Wei Mian, standing not far away from the stage, couldn't hear clearly what the black mist was saying to the person up there. When an object rolled down from the platform, Wei Mian's attention was instantly captured. It emitted a faint light, and an extremely odd impulse suddenly surged within Wei Mian. After hesitating for a moment, he moved forward. The spider followed closely behind, the little girl's pupils flickering with obvious signs of nervousness. As Wei Mian drew near, he squatted down, extending his hand to gently pick up the heart on the ground. A strange phenomenon occurred then, the heart ceased beating in his hands, immediately turning stiff and gray. With just a slight movement from Wei Mian, the heart crumbled into pieces, revealing a tiny transparent sphere inside. He stared blankly as he picked up the orb, discarding the rest of the residue. Inside the orb, an insignia was engraved, the emblem of Eden, the very mark also imprinted on Wei Mian's body. For no clear reason, Wei Mian suddenly wanted to cry. He wiped the orb with his hand, it emitted a soft orange glow briefly, then faded quickly. This abnormality didn't go unnoticed by the black mist high on the platform. Turning around, he saw the leader also gazing at Wei Mian. Through the leader's eyes, the nest pierced through the hat Wei Mian wore, uncovering the black goat horns atop his head. Bafflement, shock, then deep-seated joy arose. So this is how it is, the leader heard the voice inside him say. So. The leader was purely human, his body couldn't withstand the strain any longer and died. The nest, forcibly detached from within, had no choice but to leave. Wei Mian still knelt on the ground. He lifted his head, bewilderedly staring at the approaching black mist. The black mist helped him up, raising his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. Wei Mian showed him the orb in his hand, asking, "What is this?" He vaguely felt it had something to do with himself but didn't dare make wild guesses. Empowerment, replied the black mist. An ability left behind by the mother goddess. Chapter 53. Endow. Wei Mian muttered. He didn't understand what kind of power this thing had. He hadn't witnessed the scene when the leader used a heart to turn new humans into believers before his death. In Wei Mian's hands was a round ball that fell from the heart, and he only felt deep sorrow in his heart. Yet, this thing clearly had nothing to do with him. The black mist hugged him tightly, soothing him gently, "Don't be sad." Wei Mian took several deep breaths, gripping the orb tightly. He buried his face in the black mist's chest and muffledly replied, "Mm." Neither of them noticed that a trace of dark marks from within the orb quietly escaped and seeped into Wei Mian's body. With the leader dead, the nest consciousness lodged inside him was forced to disperse. Having lost the endowment, the plan was interrupted. This meeting with the black mist left it heavily injured. From some unseen place far away, a large number of believers who were gathering collapsed for no reason. Without sufficient energy to sustain them, they suddenly lost all life signs and died permanently. But this was far from achieving the black mist's purpose. The true self of the nest did not show up, unable to destroy it completely. It would surely lie low and look for a new opportunity again. The fog slowly disappeared nearby, moonlight pierced through the clouds, scattering around. A heavy bloody smell lingered, and quite a few believer corpses still lay on the ground. More than half of these believers were originally new humans. Not just the nest, but humanity also suffered great losses. A few new humans who hadn't yet left remained in the distance. With the sudden quietness of the base, they mustered the courage to approach the dais. The spider immediately hid with the little girl. Seeing the leader's corpse, one of the new humans said with a fearful tone, "Who would have thought Eden was? If we had been any later, we probably would have become believers too." They had to return immediately and warn others at other bases. What a load of nonsense this so-called Eden was, it was an outright deception. Yet, their greatest frustration was that they didn't even know the true identity of the leader. The heart he held seemed to be what turned new humans into believers. But if the root cause wasn't just this, perhaps they could also, at some unexpected moment, suddenly mutate into believers. What they once believed was a desirable future has instead become a crueler reality. Their faces pale, those new humans looked toward the black mist and Wei Mian, saying, "You'd better leave soon too, quickly get away from this cursed place." No longer seeking anything else, they resolved that each extra day alive was a blessing. With that, they departed in groups while Wei Mian still stood there blankly, holding the orb tightly. "Wei Mian. Wen Yu hurried over from afar, his expression anxious. "Did you see my sister?" Wen Yu went missing midway. He did not take the opportunity to leave with the other new humans. Up until now, he had still not found her. Wei Mian shook his head, and the black mist showed no reaction. Then from the other side came Wen Yu's voice. "I'm here." She stepped onto the ruins, waving her hand toward Wen Yu, with a dried branch bug perched on her shoulder. Wen Yu sighed with relief and quickly walked forward to greet her. "Where did you run off to?" Behind Wen Yu was a believer killed by a sleeve arrow. She had a bit of blood on her, but otherwise was unharmed. She shook her head and simply replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." When the mist appeared and began to slaughter the believers, she sneaked over secretly, detouring past the dais toward a distance. She always felt that something in that direction was drawing her attention, getting closer and closer, making her unable to resist going to check. However, Wen Yu was still rational enough not to venture too far before stopping. Wen Yu confirmed that she was safe and sighed softly, "We could have left earlier." He had a premonition that they no longer needed to stay by the black mist's side. Not because the danger had passed, but because the black mist no longer required them as draggers behind. Earlier, Wen Yu had seen Wei Mian's abnormal state from afar. Considering the situation of Eden, the eerie leader, and the sudden outburst of the mist. All this was too strange. Wen Yu did not want to delve deeper into the reasons, nor was it something he was qualified to investigate. He merely wanted to survive and bring Wen Yu back safely to the base. "Half of the nest's believers are dead," the black mist spoke up suddenly, casting a cold glance. "It will be safe in the near future. Not only here, but outside as well, the nest needed time to heal and recover. The remaining believers, in order to survive, would behave very obediently." Wen Yu didn't understand the reason, but he could believe the black mist unconditionally. When he looked expectantly at Wen Yu, however, she fell silent. She turned her body and gazed in the direction she had come from, muttering faintly, "Let's wait, another half day." Wen Yu seemed to have made a decision in an instant, gripping Wen Yu's hand tightly. "If we wait half a day more, we'll go back." Wen Yu was extremely confused. Before he could utter the word "why," the black mist spoke again. "What did you sense?" This question was directed at Wen Yu, who furrowed her brows. I can't quite explain it." The black mist did not press further, and it took Wei Mian away from the area. Everywhere were corpses of believers, but with nightfall approaching, they didn't venture too far. The spider and the little girl led ahead and barely found a place where they could rest. Wei Mian glanced back, noticing that Wen Yu were walking in this same direction. "Perhaps she is a descendant of the worshippers of the mother goddess," the black mist voiced aloud, sending the spider to find food. Thus, the nest cannot infect her. The black mist was uncertain, he was merely sensitive to the aura of the nest, including the believers and new humans, they fundamentally stemmed from the same source. But the worshippers always lived apart, never venturing out alone, and clearly, Wen Yu was unaware of her own identity. Wei Mian listened silently. Ever since he had picked up the round orb in his hand, it felt as if he had lost his ability to think clearly. He absent-mindedly mumbled in agreement, suddenly recalling the words spoken by those few new humans just before they left. "Is it the nest that turned new humans into believers?" Wei Mian struggled to say this sentence. Hence, it wasn't surprising why some scales on the believer corpses he saw still clung to tattered, blood-stained pieces of cloth. And there was that time earlier when one had mutated right before his eyes upon entering the woods. Yes. The black mist spoke concisely yet simultaneously glanced at the round orb in Wei Mian's hand. Endow causes new humans to mutate. The effect of endowing resembled evolution, enhancing the new humans' abilities, yet they had already been infected by the nest, their innate powers fundamentally originating from it. With the imbalance in their internal energy, the scale tilted toward the other end. When they completely lost their reason, they became nothing more than followers of the nest. Wei Mian roughly understood. The nest used the endowment left behind by the mother goddess, along with that puppet-like leader, to create the Eden coveted by countless new humans. The black mist had once said the nest stole something from him. Could it be this? Wei Mian asked outright, but the black mist denied it. On this matter, the black mist appeared unwilling to elaborate further, his demeanor becoming increasingly cold. Then, Wei Mian picked up the round orb in his hand. Can this thing make you stronger too? The black mist extended his hand, pulling him into his embrace. No. His power differed from the new humans, incapable of being enhanced through endowment. Wei Mian dropped his hand. All right. He felt like he had many more questions, yet at a loss on where to begin. And he sensed that learning about anything related to the mother goddess would neither make him feel uneasy nor physically uncomfortable. Clutching the round orb in his hand, the black mist abruptly added, perhaps, it could strengthen your abilities. Wei Mian froze. Mine. His, what kind of abilities did he even have? All he knew was that he had ugly goat horns atop his head, and his body often ached, but under the black mist's help, these issues eased and recovered each time. That strange power within him, every single instance he used it, Wei Mian remained dim-witted, unsure of its actual purpose. He remembered during the nest incident, when a believer disappeared right in front of his eyes. The massive figure visibly shrank, transforming into a small puddle of crimson, unidentified liquid. At the time, Wei Mian couldn't confirm if it was his doing, but during the second encounter with the giant creature, the same happened. That detached arm became the same as the believers in the forest. Images started surfacing in Wei Mian's mind, a gigantic hand shriveling rapidly in moments, chunks of flesh detaching from the bones, all traces of blood vanishing as if melting snow under the sun, ultimately evaporating without a trace. Wei Mian gazed down at the round orb in his hand. If the ability of endowment was akin to evolving the new human's inherent powers, his might be closer to regression. Chapter 54. Heiwu was uncertain about what Wei Mian's abilities truly were. These were unique to him, perhaps originating from the mother goddess. Though his body was human, the abilities he possessed could be enhanced through bestowal. But since he was human, just like the new humans who became believers, he wouldn't be able to withstand an overload of power. Wei Mian suddenly felt a bit afraid. He pulled his sleeve down slightly and used clothing as a buffer beneath the sphere to avoid touching it directly. If I use it, will I also? His eyes revealed concern as he voiced his speculation, become a believer. Heiwu replied, no. Wei Mian had not been infected by the nest, he wouldn't become a believer, but he would die. His body wouldn't endure, leading to its extinction. The final outcome, in reality, was the same. Wei Mian still didn't fully understand whether his previous physical discomfort stemmed from his inability to handle such power. With Heiwu's help, he managed to recover smoothly. As he was about to ask, the spider and the little girl returned with food. Also, some branches came over from Wenya. The little girl carried a small pot in her hands. Wenya and Wenyu were resting nearby, and the spider sent a portion of the food to Wenya in exchange for this pot. The pot contained freshly cooked soup. Wei Mian only ate a little from the pot before losing his appetite. Probably due to the bloody scene he'd witnessed earlier, he could inwardly convince himself that it didn't matter, but his body betrayed him. The new humans who traveled long distances, their bases were certainly still waiting for them to return. Unfortunately, after a few more outbreaks of the nests, the remaining human bases and fighting forces might no longer be able to hold out. Too much had happened in recent days. After settling down, Wei Mian instead began to feel low spirits. His head hurt a bit, so he went to bed early. Before sleeping, Wei Mian handed the sphere over to the spider, asking it to store it inside its abdomen. The spider looked at the faint orange light emitted by the sphere, stepping back while shaking its head repeatedly. Ugh. It refused to touch it, perhaps out of fear. In the end, it was Heiwu who told it to take it in. The spider appeared confused. It extended both pairs of soft limbs and paused right before touching the sphere, retreating again. It let out two, sounds and ran outside. Not long after, it returned with 2 clean leaves, carefully wrapping the sphere within them. With careful motions, once the sphere was safely wrapped, the spider opened its abdomen and placed the sphere deep inside. After handing over the sphere, the sudden emptiness in his hand left Wei Mian feeling a pang of loss. It was as if this thing originally belonged to him. Even though he saw it for the first time, a sense of possessiveness spontaneously arose. Wei Mian mentally warned himself against indulging in it and closed his eyes. Late into the night, Wei Mian had a dream. Unlike when Heiwu entered his dreams in the past, this time he could clearly sense that this was a genuine dream. He found himself in a forest, one that seemed similar to the place where he first encountered Heiwu, but he wasn't entirely sure. Wei Mian's consciousness floated vaguely, instinctively driving him forward step by step until he reached a massive tree in the center of the woods. This tree's trunk would require around 10 adults holding hands to encircle it. Its lush branches and green leaves nearly covered the entire sky. Standing under the tree and looking up, Wei Mian faintly felt the tree's trunk resembled a human figure. It wasn't just a subconscious notion from his dream, but something else made Wei Mian feel this tree was like an adult female. Perhaps because he had never been close to his mother, was he having such a dream? Yet, he had seen his father too. Continuing ahead, he reached out and touched the trunk, evoking a profound yet unexplainable sense of familiarity within him. The next moment, however, some black viscous liquid began sliding down from the top of the tree. Startled, Wei Mian stepped back several paces, letting go. The tree transformed right before his eyes. Numerous leaves wilted and fell off, the branches deformed under the erosion of the unknown liquid. Within a short period, the enormous tree turned into a large mass of flesh-like material. Everything around couldn't escape either. Grass and leaves swiftly turned gray and died. Black pus flowed across the soil, resembling wriggling tentacles slowly inching toward Wei Mian. Confused, Wei Mian gazed down at his feet, taking another step back. He could feel that the tree was degenerating, transforming into something else. Yet his feelings of familiarity toward it remained unchanged. Instead, he felt heartbroken and powerless to save it. Until finally, a shadow stood up from that mass of darkness. It was a black goat. Its wet fur clung tightly to its body. The goat horns on its head were almost identical to Wei Mian's, only Wei Mian's were smaller. The black goat slowly turned its head towards Wei Mian, its pitch-black eyes gazing at him. Wei Mian felt a chill down his spine and abruptly woke up from the nightmare. Outside, it was already daylight. Heiwu was by his side, pulling him into an embrace. What happened? Wei Mian breathed in a few mouthfuls of fresh air and buried his face into Heiwu's clothes. Last night's dream still vividly lingered in his mind. Wei Mian's voice trembled as he spoke, I. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through his body, causing Wei Mian to pass out directly. When he came to again, Heiwu was cradling him while sitting by a stream. In his hand was a familiar towel that he gently used to wipe Wei Mian's cheeks and neck with soft strokes. Unaware of how long he had been unconscious, Wei Mian no longer felt the pain but realized that his body lacked all strength. Heiwu put down the towel and held him snugly. Are you feeling any better? With a muffled voice, Wei Mian replied affirmatively, He closed his eyes for a brief rest before speaking up once more, am I? Heiwu knew what he intended to ask, gently stroking his back in comfort. Your abilities have been strengthening continually, making your body unable to endure it. Even without the use of bestowal, the energy within Wei Mian was growing gradually, occasionally skyrocketing since the moment Heiwu had first encountered him. Why? Wei Mian looked lost, hesitating to say, I had a dream last night. That strange dream, devoid of reason or conclusion, featured the human-shaped tree and the black goat appearing randomly in front of him. However, Wei Mian also felt that these elements were somehow connected to him. Everything that had happened recently, along with the peculiar power inside his body, made him inevitably start paying attention to his origins. The pair of horns on the goat in the dream instilled fear in Wei Mian. There was a horrifying thought in his mind, one that sent shivers through his entire body whenever it surfaced. Silent, Heiwu tightened his embrace around Wei Mian. After some time, the spider and the little girl returned, and Heiwu touched Wei Mian's forehead. Are you hungry? After resting a bit, Wei Mian felt slightly refreshed and indeed quite famished. He nodded, prompting the spider to light a fire by the stream to cook meat. Strangely enough, the little girl had learned some cooking skills, picking wild vegetables and washing them in the stream water, stuffing them into a small pot to boil. By the time they finally ate, it was already noon. Wei Mian sipped his soup in small mouthfuls, simultaneously blowing off steam, while the spider fed the little girl food nearby. Their relationship had advanced rapidly. Wenya quietly sat not far away. The little girl imitated the spider's actions, peeling a fruit's outer skin and beckoning Wenya with a wave of her hand. Wenya stiffened momentarily, hesitant about whether she should go or not. Ultimately, she couldn't resist the lure of food and moved step by step until reaching the little girl, snatching the peeled fruit from her hand, then returning to her previous spot to munch on it. After eating lunch, the spider cleaned up, while Wenya and Wenyu emerged through ruins and the small forest, locating Wei Mian and Heiwu. Wenya hurried with a grave look on her face. Some people are heading toward Eden. Heiwu raised his gaze, looking in the direction she pointed. If it were a regular team of new humans, both her and Wenyu would approach directly to stop the group and inform them of Eden's current state. But this batch of new humans seemed a bit different. In Wenyu's hand was a telescope picked up from somewhere, his brow furrowed as he described, they were identical clothing embroidered with Eden's emblem, and there's a monster beside them. Realizing this point, Wenyu immediately brought Wenya into hiding. These people could be remnants of Eden, and the creature by their side appeared bizarre as well. The beast wasn't too large in size, resembling a tiger, covered entirely in white fur. It followed closely alongside those new humans, clearly not serving as a mode of transportation. After expressing his thoughts, Heiwu suddenly stood up, declaring, they're not from Eden. Hardly finishing his sentence, disordered footsteps approached. Around 10 or so humans appeared nearby, spotting the 4 individuals by the stream. The spider had already led the little girl and Wenya into hiding. There was also a creature beside these people. The leading middle-aged man's eyes swept over everyone, eventually landing on Wei Mian. Wei Mian, he addressed, evidently knowing Wei Mian's name. Chapter 55. Among these people were both men and women, all aged between 30 to over 40. They wore similarly styled clothing, differing only in color. However, all of them had a familiar emblem embroidered with gold thread at the chest. This emblem was precisely the one that had once been carved on the Eden signpost, known intimately by the group. The middle-aged man called out his name correctly, startling Union, who warily hid behind black mist. Wen Yu and Wenya also remained alert, with Wenya occasionally glancing at the white-furred creature standing with them, an eerie feeling stirring within her. This creature, which could possibly be a monster, felt strangely familiar to her, yet she had never seen it before. Black mist shielded Union behind him as his gaze swept over the group of people across from them, including the completely white-furred monster. Or perhaps not a monster, this was a guardian beast, specifically under the command of the mother goddess, to protect her followers. His guess was correct, these people had nothing to do with Eden. Chao deliberately left the symbol on the map just to draw them out, but hadn't expected Black Mist to get there first, resulting in his plan's premature failure. However, they had called out Union's name, which drew Black Mist's great attention. Strands of mist began to appear in the air, Black Mist's expression turning cold. Chao has already left. When the mist appeared, the white-furred guardian beast sensed the danger, growling deeply in its throat and embedding its claws into the soil. The middle-aged man patted the top of the guardian beast soothingly, respectful tone resonating, "You are indeed here." Their conversation was cryptic yet brimming with shocking information, clearly showing the familiarity between the middle-aged man and Black Mist. Union felt unsettled, tightly gripping Black Mist's palm. This small action didn't go unnoticed by the middle-aged man, causing a subtle furrowing of his brow. Black Mist's patience was about to run out, the surrounding mist gradually thickening. The guardian beast started to grow restless again, but the middle-aged man didn't wish for conflict with Black Mist, hastily explaining, "We've come according to the prophecy's guidance, to protect Union." Everything about Chao and Eden, they'd known for long. Protecting him? Union looked up, inspecting these people and pausing his gaze on the embroidery at their chest, hesitating to ask, "Who are they?" Black Mist replied quietly, "Followers of the Mother Goddess." He dissipated the mist, his tone still unwarmed, "With me here, you don't need to protect anyone." If he couldn't confidently ensure Union's safety, he wouldn't have brought him here. But the middle-aged man glanced at the bewildered Wen Yu and Wenya nearby, still voicing out, "Union's power inside his body is unstable. If we don't find a way to control it soon, it might put his life in danger." They found Union not just to guard him closely but also to retrieve the abilities within him, planning to bring him back to the base. The prophecy had once mentioned that they would encounter resistance in this matter, looks like it was referring to the person near Union. As if responding, 2 believers sniffed their way over. Before the believers could approach, the guardian beast beside the middle-aged man suddenly leapt up, its body nearly doubling in size, rushing towards those 2 believers and shredding them in moments. The smell of blood quickly dispersed, the guardian beast discarded the bodies of the believers and reverted to its original form, jumping into the stream to wash away the blood stains on its body. Once the guardian beast returned to the middle-aged man's side, Black Mist spoke up, "How to stabilize?" By asking this question, it meant he acknowledged the words of the middle-aged man. No one knew Union's condition better than him. The continually strengthening powers, if not restrained, Union's body wouldn't bear it. Moreover, since Union's abilities stemmed from the Mother Goddess, though he could help control it temporarily, there was no guarantee for later. Even though he didn't want these people hanging around, for the sake of Union's safety, he could endure it for now. The middle-aged man did not answer immediately but instead said, "We must take Union back first." Simultaneously looking aside, and Wenya. Confused, Wenya stepped back, Wen Yu blocking in front of her, "What are you going to do?" These people with the Eden icon embroidered on their clothes weren't liked by him either, and unclear about the situations of Black Mist and Union, he absolutely would not allow any harm towards Wenya. Despite Wen Yu's hostile attitude, the middle-aged man paid it no mind. He assessed Wen Yu, saying slightly regretfully, "If it wasn't for you protecting Wenya all this way, we probably wouldn't have found her. But we have rules, our base does not admit humans with special abilities." Wen Yu's face hardened, "What do you mean?" "Not accepting new mutants, so they themselves are purely human." Or, he thought about how Wenya was not gifted with any special abilities after being infected, and these people just mentioned a prophecy that seemed to show they were familiar with them. Wen Yu's mind grew increasingly confused until Wenya gently held his hand. "It's all right," Wenya whispered soothingly, her voice trembling slightly. She looked at the middle-aged man, "I can go back with you, but at least let me know who you really are." There's much to explain about this question. The middle-aged man did not immediately answer either, raising his hand for the group nearby to set up camp. "Let us get to know each other first." Thus, the group that originally consisted of only 4 people suddenly increased by over 10. Even in the base, Union had never interacted with so many people before. He was flustered and sat under the tree with Black Mist. When others were busy preparing to settle the area, the middle-aged man came over alone to speak with them. He introduced himself as Li Xian, from the Mother Goddess Worshipper's base. The term worshippers was something when you had just heard from Black Mist, he still maintained a cautious expression, Mother Goddess. Worshippers? What does that mean? He pointed at the emblem on Lixian's chest. Why do all of you have the Eden icon embroidered on your clothes? At the mention of Eden, Lixian's face darkened. This is the symbol representing the Mother Goddess, always present on every believer. As for Eden, it's merely the trap that Chao devised after stealing the bestowal. They clearly knew everything. Black Mist raised an eyebrow. If you know everything, why didn't you stop Chao? As soon as Black Mist spoke, Lixian adopted a respectful yet careful attitude. We learned about it when we received the prophecy. We had indeed heard that someone here had the symbol of the Mother Goddess, and planned to send people to investigate. The trap Chao had set aimed at new humans with special abilities rendered the presence of the symbol unnecessary. It was deliberately placed there to attract the followers. But Chao underestimated their vigilance. It wasn't until a new prophecy appeared and was verified that they came here. After explaining this point, Lixian started recounting the origins of the followers. Whether it was before or during the apocalypse, most humans were atheists, but gods truly existed. They were the followers of the Mother Goddess Arce, also called believers. For generations, they had been protected and guided by the Mother Goddess, deriving power and prophecy from their devotion. The guardian beast represented strength, ensuring the safety of the followers in the apocalypse, safeguarding their base from attacks by Chao and his disciples. Regarding the prophecy, Lixian didn't say much, only revealing that one of the followers could foresee the future. It was through her that Lixian learned of Union and Wenya's location. Wenya is the descendant of the followers, Lixian said. In the early days of the apocalypse, some of our people got lost outside and couldn't reunite with their guardian beasts. He looked up at Wenya. You and your brother should have heard about it from your parents, right? You two weren't biologically theirs. Wenya remained silent, but Wenya reacted as if struck by lightning. Turning his head, he questioned Wenya, noticing her reaction. He realized Wenya had known this fact for a long time. But Wenya hadn't thought about anything else, especially not during this apocalypse. Initially, she only wanted to avoid staying in the base as a mere breeding tool and never thought of finding her real family. She and Wenya had no blood relation, so what? Wenya never imagined she would somehow be tied to the followers. Her mysterious premonition from the past few days might be because of that reason. At this moment, the guardian beast approached, its black nose sniffing Wenya's scent and wagging its tail. It then turned toward Union, wanting to approach him as well, but backed off because Black Mist was nearby. After Lixian finished explaining Wenya's background, he shifted his gaze to Union. Union must return to the base with us. His eyes softened, and his tone lightened somewhat, as if afraid of scaring him. You are the son of the Mother Goddess, carrying part of her divine powers within you. Chapter 55. Lixian said these things without any reservations in front of Wenya and Wenyu. Wenya was originally a member of their tribe, and it was inevitable she would find out eventually. And Wenyu, as Wenya's younger brother, had known them for so long that such matters did not matter between them. However, they would not take Wenyu back with them. He possessed strange powers and was infected by the nest. The followers' base absolutely would not accept anyone deemed as new humans. When Lixian mentioned the son of Mother Goddess, the rest fell silent. When you stood up first, I'll go help over there. He didn't understand what Lixian was talking about, these believers, this Mother Goddess, and he didn't care to know. He hadn't even figured out the situation with Eden. When you got up and left, and when you stood up as well. She said she'd go to help too and followed when you's back. Under the tree were only Wei Mian and He Wu remaining. Wei Mian's face was pale, and she tightly gripped He Wu's sleeve. Lixian had come over, knowing his name, knowing all their situations, and likely also knew who He Wu was. His words probably weren't false. At that time, He Wu had told him that the mark on his body came from the Mother Goddess's totem, and he guessed that he might be related to the Mother Goddess. But why was he the son of the Mother Goddess? His mother was just a human being, everyone at the base knew this. And the black goat that appeared in his dreams, growing horns out of its head. Could these also be related to the Mother Goddess? He Wu's gaze was fixed on Lixian's face. He remained silent, seemingly pondering over the truth of what he had said. Lixian looked at their expressions. You don't believe me? He frowned. Prophecies never fail. Wei Mian is undoubtedly the son of the Mother Goddess. Moreover, when he said that the force within Wei Mian needed to be suppressed, He Wu clearly admitted it by allowing them to stay. Wei Mian moved his lips slightly, looking around. There were too many people nearby, and it was daytime. He didn't want to take off his hat for others to see. As for Wenyu and Wenya, they had been traveling together for such a long time, and Wei Mian had always hidden his horns well. Except for He Wu, no one knew how he differed from ordinary people. Wei Mian mustered his courage and asked Lixian, what characteristics should the son of the Mother Goddess have? Characteristics? Lixian showed hesitation on his face. Other than the inherited abilities, there seemed to be no particular traits. Could it be related to the black goat? Wei Mian's voice grew softer, unconsciously pulling at his cap brim. For example, having horns like a goat. Lixian's face turned very grim instantly. He understood what Wei Mian meant. His body shook slightly, as if suppressing some emotions. Closing his eyes momentarily, he said, there is one more thing I haven't told you yet. He originally intended to say it after bringing Wei Mian back to the base, but now He Wu doubted the truth of Wei Mian being the son of the mother goddess, or perhaps suspected he was lying. Therefore, he must reveal this matter as well. Wei Mian wasn't feeling great either. Even though he hadn't taken off his hat, he almost exposed his secret to a complete stranger he met just today. Unable to resist, he snuggled closer into He Wu's arms, who embraced him from the side and said simply, "Speak." At the beginning of the chaos initiated by the nest, a new power was born, named enchantment. It was the brand new goddess of enchantment, her power extraordinarily strong, beyond anything anyone could fight against. Even the mother goddess was ensnared by her, willingly sinking into corruption. He Wu raised an eyebrow. Corruption? Yes. Li Xian's expression was full of sorrow and anger, sighing after a brief moment. The mother goddess was the leader of all gods, symbolizing vitality and the future. Her fall virtually caused the occurrence of the apocalypse directly. The other gods lost their protection, dying under the hands of the nest. Countless monsters emerged from the earth. However, the mother goddess wasn't entirely unprepared. Before her disappearance, she kept bestowal in her heart and past, future, to the offspring of her followers. But unexpectedly, the nest stole bestowal and used this power to create Eden, luring new humans with lies and bait. To protect themselves, the followers stayed deep within the base year-round unless necessary. Even though they had guardian beasts, they couldn't match the power of the nest. As for Wei Mian, Li Xian glanced at Wei Mian, his eyes sweeping over the part of his head covered by the hat. After the mother goddess' fall, her body transformed into a black goat. She combined with a human woman and bore a son. After that human woman gave birth to the divine child, the mother goddess perished, leaving behind information for her followers. With their deity suffering such erosion and desecration, Li Xian was reluctant to disclose these truths. He would rather believe that the mother goddess had been killed by the nest, using other methods to leave a successor with her own abilities. But when Wei Mian mentioned the black goat and the horns, he had no choice but to acknowledge it. After listening to Li Xian's explanation, Wei Mian turned his head, his nails tightly digging into the palm of his hand. Li Xian knew that the information he had shared was overwhelming and needed some time for He Wu and Wei Mian to digest it. He stood up and finally said one last thing to He Wu, "Please trust us." Li Xian left for somewhere else, and only then did Wei Mian lift his head. His lips were bitten until they turned white, his eyes filled with panic and fear. He Wu lightly touched his cheek with the back of his hand as Wei Mian murmured, "So, I really am the child of a monster." His mother was human, but his father, the mother goddess, was the fallen version of her. Wei Mian now finally understood why his mother had hated him so much, even wishing for his death. She would act irrationally, calling him a monster. Last night, after seeing that eerie black goat in his dream, Wei Mian had suspected something. But when it was truly confirmed by Li Xian, Wei Mian found himself still unable to accept it. Could the fallen mother goddess still be considered the mother goddess? So instead of being the son of the mother goddess, he was the son of a monster. This realization made it hard for Wei Mian to breathe. When he first discovered the horns growing out of his head, he dared not tell anyone and tried cutting them off with a knife. He felt nothing while cutting, yet the horns were incredibly hard, leaving only a shallow mark. He Wu held Wei Mian close and whispered gently, "No, you're not a monster." With soothing tones, he kissed Wei Mian's cheek and lips, "You are human." Under He Wu's comfort, Wei Mian relaxed slightly, closing his eyes and leaning against him. From a distance, Li Xian watched their intimate actions and saw an intense uneasiness in his eyes. A female believer in her 30s stood beside him. "What do we do now?" "We must bring Wei Mian back," Li Xian said quietly. "Wu is too dangerous, he doesn't know who Wu really is. They shouldn't be together." He Wu could condense his true form into a human body, which shocked Li Xian when he first saw it. Judging from the current situation, their relationship was clearly extraordinary. Only the blood of the mother goddess and her son could unlock He Wu's seal. How they ended up together, Li Xian no longer cared to investigate. Even though He Wu seemed harmless now, he was still dangerous. Finding Wei Mian to end the apocalypse was their goal. The nest had to die, but Li Xian didn't want another nest to appear. He shifted his gaze, "Bring the guardian beast over." That evening, the people who came with Li Xian prepared dinner. It was rather simple, no utensils were brought, just a few seasonings mixed with washed wild vegetables, stirred briefly before being ready to eat. He Wu didn't let Wei Mian eat the wild vegetables. He called out the spider and the little girl, instructing them to find food nearby. Even though the spider and the little girl were monsters, they were under He Wu's protection, so the believers wouldn't harm them. The spider, newly hatched from its cocoon, appeared somewhat nervous. It looked at the large group of strangers and the guardian beast, fearing they might attack. In contrast, the little girl was much bolder. She even wanted to touch the fur of the guardian beast but was pulled away by the spider. The two monsters went outside while He Wu started cooking a pot of wild vegetable soup for Wei Mian. He was skilled and calm, obviously experienced with such tasks. Li Xian couldn't quite express how surprised he was to see someone like Wu cook for humans. From time to time, he glanced toward He Wu until catching He Wu's cold stare. Embarrassed, Li Xian muttered, "Sorry." He turned aside, avoiding looking at He Wu and Wei Mian. Not long after, the spider and the little girl returned with several fish, roasting them by the stream. Wei Mian ate just a little bit. Aside from Wenye and Wenyu, the spider also gave the roasted fish to Li Xian as a gesture of goodwill. The guardian beast approached, sniffing the spider carefully. The spider froze, not daring to move until the guardian beast stepped back. Only then did it quickly return to Wei Mian's side. Their closeness to Wei Mian wasn't surprising to Li Xian. Wei Mian was the son of the mother goddess, inheriting part of her abilities as well as possessing certain evident qualities. He was kind, compassionate, inclusive, and exuded a charm that drew the spider and the little girl closer to him. However, monsters attracted to Wei Mian and submitted to him were of a simpler nature. As usual, Wei Mian slept on the dry grass laid out by the spider, accompanied by He Wu. Though the night was quiet, the sudden increase in people around him made Wei Mian uncomfortable. With no sleep coming, he replayed every word Li Xian had spoken. Wei Mian reached out, touching the trembling eyelashes of the black mist, and asked, "Are we going to their base?" The black mist captured his hand and kissed it gently, "No rush." Li Xian hadn't yet explained how to help Wei Mian suppress the power inside him. Moreover, Li Xian was likely withholding some truths, not revealing everything. It was normal for Li Xian to be wary of him, and the black mist didn't care. Whether or not to send Wei Mian to the believer's base was something he still had to think about. Wei Mian snuggled closer into the black mist's embrace. No matter what happened, as long as the black mist was by his side, he wasn't as afraid. Even if he were the child of the mother goddess or a monster, so what? His horns had been with him for over a year now. Whether he liked it or not, he had to learn to adapt. A warm palm gently caressed his back, and Wei Mian closed his eyes, gradually drifting off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wei Mian woke up due to some noise. His eyes remained heavy, as though in a dream, feeling his body wrapped by something, and the ground trembling slightly. "Hurry!" A vaguely familiar voice came faintly from another direction. "The array can't hold him for long, let the guardian beast buy us some time." Chapter 57. The voice completely startled Wei Mian awake. He opened his eyes and discovered that his body was wrapped in something. The black mist was no longer around him, and he immediately panicked, fumbling with his hands around the surroundings. The thing that wrapped around his body felt like animal fur. It was warm to the touch, as if it were alive, and Wei Mian quickly pulled his hands back. He thought of the guardian beast that accompanied Li Xian, the white beast capable of freely controlling its size. If it belonged to some kind of monster class, perhaps it had special abilities. In his half-dream state earlier, he had heard a voice, which seemed to belong to Li Xian. Wei Mian strained to open his eyes wider and whispered softly, "A ting." No one responded. Soon after, there were sounds of disordered footsteps outside, and whatever was enveloping him began to move. He was being taken away. The black mist was nowhere to be found, causing Wei Mian's heart to become increasingly anxious. When he touched again with his hands, a sudden burst of energy inside him tore a cut into the strange fur in front of his eyes. The wailing sound of a wounded beast rang by his ear, and a shadow flickered before his eyes. "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." Li Xian's voice sounded, and Wei Mian faintly caught a hint of a faint fragrance. Then everything went black again before his eyes. Just before he completely lost consciousness, he heard Li Xian mutter softly, "Sorry." Wei Mian slept deeply this time, without dreams or waking up midway. When he opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. The view in front of him continuously flew past at high speed, and his whole body was sunken in thick white hair. Upon touching, the sensation slightly stung his fingers. His body swayed gently, with wind brushing past his cheeks. He was moving along with something. Everything around him was completely unfamiliar. After just waking up, Wei Mian paused for a moment. As his mind gradually came back to life, he abruptly sat up. It was then that Wei Mian confirmed that he was on the back of that white guardian beast. The size of the guardian beast had grown even larger, 2 or 3 times bigger than the largest believer Wei Mian had ever seen, weaving through ruins at great speed yet extremely steadily. Behind Wei Mian, Li Xian showed concern, "Are you awake?" Upon hearing his voice, Wei Mian turned his head, wary, and cautiously moved backward. However, both of them were on the back of the guardian beast, which was still advancing. Wei Mian didn't dare make too many moves. "Don't be afraid, I won't harm you," Li Xian sighed upon seeing Wei Mian's defensive expression. "Sorry, I took you away without your consent, but I can explain." At this point, the guardian beast bypassed the ruins ahead, tilting both riders sitting on its back towards one side. Wei Mian gripped tightly onto the fur to steady himself. Once the guardian beast continued forward smoothly, Wei Mian pulled down the brim of his hat and retreated a bit further. "Where is a ting?" There was no sign of the black mist, nor the spider, and the entire back of the guardian beast carried only him and Li Xian. The other believers had disappeared. Wei Mian's hands were trembling. He didn't know what Li Xian's intention was. He knew perfectly well about the strength of the black mist. Not even Chao Yong could pass through his fog, and yet Li Xian managed to take him away right under the black mist's nose. With the unstable power within him, if Li Xian intended any harm, he would have absolutely no chance of victory. Wei Mian quietly glanced sideways, contemplating the possibility of jumping directly off the back of the guardian beast. A tang. Li Xian hesitated in his tone, do you mean, the mist? Wei Mian remained silent. Li Xian continued, he's on his way here. Taking you away from him merely delayed things for a little while. He couldn't stand against the black mist. Relying solely on the seal left by the mother goddess last night, combined with the abnormal abilities of the guardian beast, barely held the situation in check. But the seal was incomplete, estimated to last for less than half a day. Once the black mist arrived, he wasn't sure if he'd survive. Li Xian was fully prepared mentally, he was willing to risk his life to gain an opportunity to be alone with Wei Mian. Wei Mian still said nothing. Li Xian asked again, how long have you known the mist? Do you know his true identity? Last night, he observed intimate gestures between the two, their relationship far beyond ordinary, but when he brought up the mother goddess and other deities, Wei Mian's reaction clearly showed ignorance. Wei Mian truly did not understand the black mist's identity. At first, he thought it was a monster, later speculating it might be a god. Yet, the black mist had said, I'm not a god. Wei Mian's first 19 years were spent in the base. In his limited understanding, besides monsters and so-called gods, he couldn't think of a third answer. Li Xian saw his silence and sighed, you indeed don't know. I took you away precisely to tell you this, the mist isn't as gentle as you see him. He's very dangerous. Having a human-like shell on the outside, but inside being entirely different in essence. Wei Mian listened quietly and suddenly interrupted him, last night, what did you use to take me away? Li Xian was caught off guard, but soon replied, it was the secondary stomach pouch of the guardian beast. The guardian beast's size can vary greatly, and so can its secondary stomach pouch, which has the ability to store and conceal. He explained to Wei Mian that the secondary stomach pouch wasn't a real stomach, rather a space where one could still breathe. Li Xian also said, the rest of my clansmen are currently within it. Once we reach a safe place, the guardian beast will release them. Wenya and when you were also inside. Li Xian had initially intended to only take Wenya, but since last night they had left in a hurry, considering that these two siblings might still need some time to say goodbye, he decided to take them both along first. Wenya would likely not be able to return to his previous base. If he was willing, Li Xian could help find him a suitable place near the believer's base. Seeing Wei Mian continue to remain silent, Li Xian cautiously asked, are you worried about the mist? Wei Mian silently lifted his eyes. Under his gaze, Li Xian continued, the seal left by the mother goddess before her demise, only the remnants of that power remains, and it cannot harm the mist. Seal. Wei Mian caught the key point in his words. That's right, Li Xian responded, this seal was specially set up for the mist by the mother goddess years ago. There were two of them, one was used in the Yufeng forest, and the other has always been kept by us. However, the passing of the mother goddess allowed the strength within the seal to gradually fade away. Yufeng forest, Wei Mian immediately thought of the forest where he first encountered the black mist. He had never heard the name of that forest, and there was no marking of it on Eden's map. If it was indeed that place, why was the black mist sealed? Could it be that the mother goddess and the black mist were adversaries? Yet yesterday when Li Xian met the black mist, his attitude towards him was very respectful, and the black mist did not make any moves against him. It seemed Li Xian guessed what Wei Mian was thinking. He tentatively said, do you want to ask about the seal? I can tell you everything I know. The wind blew from behind Wei Mian, and he tightened his hat brim, placing the other hand on the guardian beast's fur to stabilize himself. Since waking up until now, Li Xian had done nothing to harm him, instead explaining clearly how he took him away last night. Although Wei Mian still harbored some caution, he had become calmer. After a while, he softly said, all right. Have you seen the true form of the mist? Li Xian asked, something similar to black mist that can coalesce into substance. Wei Mian nodded, and Li Xian continued, the mist was born alongside the deities. Originally, he had no gender or name, just a title. Endless Mist. Li Xian told Wei Mian that at the birth of the deities, there were three who possessed the greatest power. The mother goddess represented life and nature, she was the chief among gods, there was also the god of faith named Me. The third one was exactly the endless mist, known as the devouring god. But the mist was actually not a god, he possessed even stronger power than the deities but lacked divinity. Lacking divinity was equivalent to those monsters in the apocalypse, doing as they pleased, unable to be constrained by rules. The deities feared the mist, so they joined forces to suppress him, stripping away his powers and sealing him in the Yufeng forest. The body of the endless mist itself was made of mist, and his power was equivalent to part of his body. Li Xian gave an example, it's like cutting flesh and removing bones, leaving behind only a heart that barely beats, buried deep underground. Wei Mian couldn't believe it, and his nose tingled with emotion, why treat him this way? Li Xian fell silent. There was no mention in the old records of what the mist had done to be sealed by the deities, perhaps he hadn't done anything, yet his existence alone was enough to make the deities uneasy. As a follower of the mother goddess, now that the rest of the gods have perished, he had no authority to comment on this matter, but tried to inform Wei Mian of the facts as much as possible. How long has he been sealed there? Wei Mian clutched the animal fur in his hands, when I saw him, it was in a forest. Li Xian guessed it correctly. The first seal was personally laid down by the mother goddess, strengthened by the power of the other gods, almost indestructible. Only the blood of the mother goddess's son could break the seal. Wei Mian must have accidentally given the mist a chance to touch his blood. Li Xian mentioned this as well, leaving Wei Mian with a bewildered expression on his face. He carefully recalled the events before encountering the black mist. On the first night entering the forest, while in the woods, he encountered a spider, and his hand was cut by the spider's foreleg. This was the only time he had been injured and bled in the forest. It might have been then, while fleeing into the woods, that he accidentally dropped blood somewhere. In fact, that time, Wei Mian had found it strange, the spider had a chance to kill him but merely cut his hand before leaving. His mind was very chaotic at this moment, and he didn't have the energy to delve deeper. Wei Mian wondered, if he hadn't gone to that part of the forest, would the black mist remain sealed there forever, never seeing the light of day, or would it wait for the arrival of the next mother goddess's son? Would there even be a second son of the mother goddess? Wei Mian didn't ask Li Xian about this. Instead, he focused on digesting everything Li Xian had told him earlier while anxiously waiting for the black mist to find him. There is more I need to tell you, however. Li Xian gave Wei Mian no time to process his thoughts and sighed again. Sealing the mist underground and stripping away its power was supposed to be the best outcome desired by the gods, but it turned out to be the beginning of all these disasters. After the mist was sealed, there would be no second devouring god, so the gods should have felt secure. But much later, the problem arose with another deity. Do you remember the god of faith I mentioned earlier? Li Xian looked at Wei Mian. Me. Yes, I remember, Wei Mian replied. During its peak, the god of faith's power nearly equaled that of the mother goddess. But as time passed, the force of faith diminished significantly compared to before. In the end, Mi's strength couldn't even match that of the lowest-ranking deity among the gods. Mi was filled with shock and fear, restless day and night. He feared that if things continued like this, he would become the first god to vanish due to the loss of power. So Mi went to the depths of the ocean, stealing the power taken from the mist and claiming it for himself. Mi devoured the mist's power, abandoned his past identity as the god of faith, Li Xian said softly, and gave himself a new name, Nest. Chapter 58. Wei Mian's pupils slightly contracted as he confirmed again, the nest. Yes, Li Xian nodded. You must have also heard of it before. Most new humans call him the Lord of the Dark Nest. It was precisely because the power of the mist was swallowed that Nest could give birth to new abilities. Perhaps the word mutation would be easier to understand. Later events were mentioned once by Li Xian yesterday. The mother goddess and the other gods could not stop the nest, and they kept perishing. Afterward, the nest still wasn't satisfied. The title Lord of the Dark Nest was a self-proclamation. Since the end times began, he had continuously tried through various means and methods to make the remaining humans aware of him. But he was no longer the god of faith and couldn't let humans willingly become believers. The nest unleashed his anger on humans, believing that the lack of faith among humans had led to the weakening of his strength, eventually bringing him to this point. The monsters covered in pale green scales were exactly the works of the nest, but for some unknown reason, a small part of the humans who were infected didn't turn into monsters. Instead, they gained special abilities. Although powerful, the nest had undergone a tremendous physical change after swallowing the mist's power. He became a huge mass of black matter, perpetually submerged under the sea, only able to achieve his goals through the hands of his followers. The emergence of new humans temporarily held back the followers, allowing the surviving humans to barely scrape by until now. Perhaps due to how long it dragged on, combined with the detection of the broken seal of the mist, the nest started to grow anxious. Recently, the intervals between surges from the nest grew shorter. And within Eden, traps were set for the new humans, all designed to kill more new humans. Once the number of new humans decreased, the remaining pure humans would lose their protection and wouldn't stand a chance against the followers. Furthermore, the nest knew that the worshippers of the mother goddess were still alive. Maps deliberately scattered around contained emblems of the mother goddess. Upon seeing them, her followers would likely come forward. Then he would capture them all. However, the nest probably did not anticipate that the first to confront him would be the mist. The mist had his powers stripped away, but he is still the swallowing god. A faint trace of fear appeared on Li Xian's face. Anything devoured makes him even stronger. And his almost terrifying learning ability, he had just spent such a short amount of time and was already capable of condensing a human body. In many cases, his actions were indistinguishable from those of a human. Wei Mian recalled the 2 previous surges from the nest. The overwhelming waves of black mist brought death to every single follower without exception. Yet, this was not even the peak period of the black mist. The gods wished to seal him forever out of fear. Li Xian continued, the mist is dangerous, far from what you see. You. Wei Mian interrupted him, why do you know all this? Li Xian hesitated briefly before replying, because of the future. Wei Mian was confused, and Li Xian vaguely explained, before the mother goddess perished, she stored another of her abilities within her followers. These details would also be told to Wei Mian later. But with time pressing, he needed to inform Wei Mian of the identity of the mist first. Seeing Wei Mian still looked perplexed, Li Xian smiled, Future is about your age, and when we return to the base, you will meet her. Future was a person. However, Wei Mian had no time to dwell on these things as he noticed that Li Xian intended to bring him back to the base. Wei Mian lightly furrowed his brows. I haven't agreed to go to your base. Especially before the black mist came after him, what if once inside the base, the black mist couldn't find him? Wei Mian's concern wasn't unwarranted. Even the nest couldn't locate the hideout of the followers, so only the emblem could serve as bait. Wei Mian's refusal was clear in his expression, and everything Li Xian had said seemed to not have swayed him at all. Li Xian's tone grew urgent. I know all of this is too sudden for you, but you are the son of the mother goddess, and we have an obligation to guide you. This made Wei Mian feel even more resistant. He didn't want to know anything Li Xian said, didn't want Li Xian to tell him how dangerous the black mist was. Since meeting the black mist, it had never harmed him, except for his initial misunderstanding. The black mist protected him, cared for him, and no one else could do these things. What guidance should I follow? Wei Mian averted his gaze. Maybe you've mistaken me for someone else. I am not the son of the mother goddess. No, there won't be any mistake. Li Xian spoke decisively. Between the prophecy of the future and the hidden horns on top of Wei Mian's head, no other human could possibly possess these features, even though his powers hadn't been verified yet. As for what guidance Wei Mian needed, Li Xian didn't elaborate. Before reaching the base, his original plan was to let Wei Mian and future meet first, taking it step by step. Li Xian seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, the bestowal, stolen by the nest, have you seen it? The bestowal was utilized by the nest and stored in Eden. Now that Eden had been destroyed, the nest must not have taken the bestowal away. Wei Mian hesitated before replying, it's, with a tang. The mist had mentioned that the bestowal was one of the mother goddess's abilities. As a follower of the mother goddess, Li Xian didn't need to be kept in the dark about this fact. That small orb that emitted orange light was last placed inside the spider's belly. The spider must certainly now be with the black mist. Li Xian's expression changed slightly, then he sighed, I see. Since the bestowal wasn't with Wei Mian and the base was still far away, Li Xian momentarily didn't know how to tell Wei Mian everything else. The young man before him clearly lacked worldly experience, the time he spent with the mist had already made him highly dependent on it. Li Xian started to get a slight headache. Unfortunately, the prophecy could not have revealed Wei Mian earlier. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Ultimately, after a brief silence, he only said one sentence, you must remember, under no circumstances should you allow the mist to regain the lost powers. All the gods were dead, even if the mother goddess were resurrected, she probably wouldn't be able to seal the mist again. At the height of its power, the mist would likely become another nest. For the rest, they'd have to wait until they brought Wei Mian into the base to discuss further. When the mist came over, if it willingly followed them back into the base, there would be no more opportunity for the mist to be alone with Wei Mian. Wei Mian, however, felt confused. Wasn't the mist's lost power already swallowed by the nest? Could it actually be spit out again? Only now did he finally understand what the mist meant when it said earlier that the nest had stolen its own thing. Wei Mian originally thought it was some object, but it turned out to be the mist's power, a part of its body. No wonder it always showed disdain and anger whenever the nest was mentioned. The guardian beast continued galloping towards its destination, ignoring any lone believers they occasionally encountered. Li Xian stopped mentioning taking Wei Mian back to the base. Wei Mian sat quietly on the beast's fur. He began to slowly recall details from the past he hadn't understood, finding answers in Li Xian's words. For instance, the mist once said, I am not a god. Back then, Wei Mian almost believed it when he asked such a question, it must have been a god. Unparalleled strength, combined with the mist seeming to know everything, it was the mist who had first told Wei Mian the name of the mother goddess. And much earlier, he had asked the mist why it had gone to Eden, what exactly had the nest stolen from it. The mist showed him some chaotic images which Wei Mian couldn't make sense of. Dissipating mists, the sensation of the body being torn apart, and blurred shadows surrounding him as he drifted off to sleep. Now Wei Mian finally grasped what the mist had tried to explain, what it had gone through. The pictures displayed were precisely from the perspective of the black mist. However, at that time, Wei Mian had a splitting headache and didn't dare to ask any more. And the title, Swallowing God, that Li Xian mentioned was distant and unfamiliar to Wei Mian. He couldn't understand why Li Xian risked his life just to bring him here and say these things. Moreover, Wei Mian sensed that Li Xian hadn't finished speaking. The references to future and the bestowal, as well as whatever could prevent the black mist from regaining its strength. Li Xian telling him about the pasts of the gods and the origins of the apocalypse must have aimed at more than merely letting him know how dangerous the black mist was. Right at that moment, Wei Mian longed for the black mist immensely, it seemed they had never been apart for such a long period. The morning sunlight gradually dispersed the cloud layer, and Li Xian took out a map from his body, opening it to examine it alone. After folding the map, he looked around and then said, it's not early anymore. Why don't we stop nearby, eat something, and then go on? Li Xian lowered his head and patted the body of the guardian beast gently, as if talking to it. Neither he nor the people in the secondary stomach bag would care if they rushed back to the base without eating or drinking for a whole day, but they had Wei Mian with them, so they had to take him into consideration. The guardian beast slowed its pace and gave a low, woo, seemingly responding to Li Xian's words. However, at this very moment, a layer of pitch-black mist rose from the ruins far away. The mist moved forward at an alarming speed. The guardian beast sensed the danger first and immediately quickened its steps. What's going on? Li Xian steadied his body, frowned, turned his head toward the rear, and immediately appeared shocked, so fast. With the seal broken, it had not lasted even half a day. Following his gaze, Wei Mian also saw the mist spreading continuously towards their location. His eyes lit up suddenly, and if it weren't for the fact that the guardian beast was still in the middle of its journey, he would have jumped off right then and there. Quick, make the guardian beast stop. Wei Mian shouted to Li Xian. I'm not going to the base with you. Li Xian was caught between a rock and a hard place. Stopping the guardian beast meant sending Wei Mian back to the mist, and they hadn't even reached the base yet. This was much faster than he had anticipated. But continuing without stopping might not allow them to escape the mist's pursuit, and if they failed, the mist's wrath would only worsen against their other clan members. Clenching his teeth, Li Xian ordered, "Stop." Even so, it was a moment too late. The guardian beast had barely come to a halt when its massive body was suddenly struck by an overwhelming force and sent flying through the air. The black mist arrived immediately after, from which two figures leapt out. It was the spider and the little girl, along with another even smaller figure no taller than a palm. The dry twig insect perched atop the spider's head, screeching loudly, "Chirp chirp." Li Xian fell to the ground together with the guardian beast. He clutched at the fur tightly, cushioned by the guardian beast's body, sustaining hardly any injury. Dust swirled all around. When he finally raised his head, the spider's sharp front legs were already raised just in front of him. In the distance, the mist had gently set Wei Mian down, wrapping around his body protectively. The swirling threads of mist gradually dispersed, coalescing into a familiar shape. Without hesitation, Wei Mian rushed into the embrace of the black mist, clinging tightly to it, a tang. Chapter 59. Li Xian's secretly placed seal didn't last long. While Wei Mian was taken right under his nose, the fury of the black mist was unsurprising. The spider and the little girl's strength was far inferior to that of the guardian beast. The spider tried to stop it but got struck away by the guardian beast's tail. The guardian beast wouldn't truly harm creatures like the spider, which generally wouldn't attack humans. The spider fell exactly on its own cocoon and landed in the grass. It helplessly watched as Wei Mian was hidden inside the secondary stomach of the guardian beast and could do nothing. Ugh. Not until the wee hours of the morning did the black mist break through the seal. He appeared from swirling fog, his face cold as frost. A mother goddess seal, and there was another one. He underestimated Li Xian and these followers. As a purely human being with no special abilities, enduring nearly 20 years in the post-apocalyptic world without protection from newer evolved humans, relying solely on the guardian beast was insufficient. The spider hurriedly ran over, pointing in a direction. Wah. Black Mist lowered his gaze and said, "All right." He knew the direction in which Wei Mian had been taken. Li Xian left hastily, not having time to cover their tracks. The enlarged guardian beast had left very obvious traces along the way. Perhaps it was also possible that Li Xian had never intended to conceal the tracks. He knew Black Mist would eventually come looking. But taking Wei Mian away from him without consent was an unforgivable act by Li Xian. Before the spider could make a move, the guardian beast leaped up, its massive body blocking Li Xian. However, the guardian beast couldn't prevent the approach of the Black Mist. The Black Mist pushed away the guardian beast, instantly wrapping around Li Xian's arm, with a sound, crack, breaking it. Li Xian screamed out in pain, the sound cutting off abruptly. The mist then wound around his neck, snapping it in the next second. Holding Wei Mian tightly, the anger in Black Mist's eyes had yet to subside. At this point, Wei Mian lifted his head and suddenly kissed his face while saying, "I understand. I know what you wanted to tell me that day." Black Mist's eyelashes trembled slightly, halting the flow of the mist. Wei Mian's eyes were filled with sympathy as he tightly embraced Black Mist, burying his face in his neck whispering, "How could they treat you like this?" He paid no heed to what Li Xian said. Just thinking about the torture Black Mist endured, the excruciating experiences sealed underground for centuries, made him feel uneasy. Black Mist raised his eyes toward Li Xian, who was holding his broken hand, guessing correctly, "Did Li Xian tell you this?" Wei Mian has a human body, so it's appropriate for fellow human Li Xian to inform him of these things. He won't become too burdened. Although Wei Mian considers himself no god, his diminished power is still far weaker than before. However, the revelations Black Mist shared are beyond Wei Mian's comprehension, even leading to feelings of fear and repulsion. Deities are not something humans should confront or involve directly. In this aspect, when you were tactful, never delving into Black Mist's identity. Wei Mian murmured, keeping his face buried, "He didn't do anything, he just told me many things." Li Xian was still controlled by the mist, preventing the guardian beast from making any additional moves. The cause of the apocalypse, and the past of the nest, Wei Mian tightened his arms around him. He also said, "You're dangerous." Thus, Li Xian went through painstaking efforts, using a fragmentary seal to take Wei Mian away. He knew he couldn't disclose all this when Black Mist was present. Li Xian tore a piece of fabric from his clothes, wrapping it around his injured arm, and looked up meeting Black Mist's gaze. With pallor on his face due to pain, "I know the seal can't contain you, I only wish to delay you." From start to finish, Li Xian never believed he could rival Black Mist. It was a mistake for him to emerge from the forest seal, and now Wei Mian seemed to be the only person who could suppress him. The sharp end of the mist drew a blood trail on Li Xian's neck before retreating. Black Mist chose not to kill him. Relieved, though still trembling in fear, Li Xian said, "Thank you for your understanding." The guardian beast immediately moved forward, licking Li Xian's wound. With the help of the guardian beast, his arm began healing slowly. The spider and the little girl felt frustrated but could do nothing and returned beside Black Mist and Wei Mian. Wah! The spider softly protested. With Black Mist's character, Li Xian should have already been a corpse. Silent throughout, Black Mist decided Li Xian still held value to Wei Mian. He hadn't forgotten the continuously growing power within Wei Mian's body. If Li Xian indeed had a solution, his life could be spared temporarily. Not long after, the fractured bones in Li Xian's arm healed, leaving only some superficial injuries. Unmindful of treatment, his previous respectful demeanor resumed, testing cautiously, "Let us prepare breakfast for you and Wei Mian." Black Mist didn't need to eat, Li Xian was mainly asking on behalf of Wei Mian. He had retrieved his life from the mist, giving rise to a flicker of hope that Black Mist might truly be willing to return with them to the base. Given the present situation, it seemed Black Mist going along was likely the only way for Wei Mian to agree. If Black Mist agreed to have them stay close again, Li Xian would make additional efforts. Black Mist then said indifferently, "Get lost." Li Xian didn't dare add more and quickly left upon mounting the guardian beast. However, he didn't leave far, stopping at a distance. Black Mist glanced over but paid him no mind. Now certain of Black Mist's intentions, Li Xian decided breakfast must still be prepared, they just shouldn't get too close to Wei Mian anymore. That was already better than what he'd anticipated. Sighing, Li Xian instructed the guardian beast to release their clanmates from the secondary stomach. Once empty, the guardian beast shrank back to its normal size, rejoining Li Xian's side. Li Xian ordered his followers to search for food nearby. A subordinate asked, "What do we do now? Should we return to the base?" Everyone in the secondary stomach had also heard everything that happened before, including what Li Xian and Wei Mian said. After pondering, Li Xian replied, "Not in haste. Send word back to the base first, and inquire about the future." The subordinate nodded and turned to leave. When you were among the believers. Wen Yu's complexion was not good, he'd learned he couldn't join the believers' base with Wen Yu. Wen Yu hesitated, finally saying only, "I respect your decision." Returning to the believers' base might be exactly what Wen Yu wanted for her own future. Staying outside or joining other bases wouldn't suit her well. The former was perilous, while in the latter case, if she was discovered to lack special abilities, she'd still end up as a reproductive tool. Wen Yu managed a faint smile, patting Wen Yu's shoulder. "All right, I understand." How could she not worry about Wen Yu? But Li Xian had assured her last night that he'd find an acceptable base for him. They were now very far from their original base. On his own, Wen Yu would almost certainly never be able to return. And during their journey to the believers' base, they would probably have little time to spend together. Speechless, the two went off to help others prepare breakfast. At a distance, Wei Mian noticed the guardian beast hadn't entirely left yet and even more figures appeared beside it. He guessed these were the clan members hidden earlier inside the guardian beast's secondary stomach, frowning slightly. Why haven't they left? Following Wei Mian's gaze, Black Mist asked, "Do you dislike them?" Wei Mian hesitated, a bit. It wasn't outright dislike. Yesterday, Li Xian's people had been quite friendly, accepting creatures like the spider and the little girl without prejudice. It was still because of Li Xian suddenly taking him away and what he'd said over the past few days that Wei Mian had not yet fully accepted them. All he ever wanted was to survive peacefully, nothing more. But suddenly, a group of people came and told him he was the child left behind by the gods. Wei Mian also disagreed with what Li Xian had said about Black Mist. He said, "You're dangerous, and wants to take me back to the base." Wei Mian snuggled into Black Mist's embrace, hugging him. "But I don't think so. I don't want to go there." At least for him, Black Mist would never harm him. Even if Black Mist was searching for the whereabouts of the nest, Wei Mian wanted to continue staying by his side, despite not being much help. But Black Mist then said, "We can go." Wei Mian paused in surprise. Where? To Li Xian's base. Black Mist held Wei Mian's wrist, gently rubbing it, and for the first time, showed a trace of hesitation on his face. "Your body can't endure much longer." Black Mist had never mentioned this point to Wei Mian, not wanting him to worry or fear. When Li Xian came yesterday, he made a comment which Wei Mian had possibly missed, since he'd just recovered from pain. "My body can't endure what?" Wei Mian asked bewilderedly. "You have a human body," Black Mist explained, "and it cannot suppress the growing power within you." Besides helping Wei Mian absorb the leaking strength to temporarily stabilize his condition, Black Mist had found no other method. His godlike power continued increasing every moment. Confused and at a loss, Wei Mian stammered, "Then." No wonder Black Mist agreed to let Li Xian stay and spared him earlier, it was all for his sake. "Will you go?" Wei Mian looked up at him. Without hesitation, Black Mist replied, "Yes." He would never part ways with Wei Mian again. There would be no third seal for the believers, and nowhere could keep him restrained. Receiving Black Mist's affirmation, Wei Mian calmed down. If you go, I'll go. His reliance was evident on his face, and after having been taken away once, he wanted to leave Wei Mian's side even less. Black Mist held Wei Mian, soothing him with kisses. All right. In the distance, the believers had prepared breakfast and arranged for Wenya to bring it over. However, even Wenya wasn't allowed to come close, as a thin layer of mist blocked her way. Wenya could only wait where she stood until the spider emerged, passing through the mist to take the small pot from her hands. She absent-mindedly patted the spider's head. How are they? The spider nodded, indicating everything was fine. It bid farewell to Wenya before returning with the pot to Wei Mian's side. The rest of the day went by like this. Black Mist and Wei Mian stayed put, not allowing anyone else to approach. As night fell, Li Xian reluctantly let everyone settle down nearby. On the other side enclosed by the mist, Wei Mian had already fallen asleep early. He curled up in Black Mist's embrace, unconsciously clutching tightly onto the clothes in his hand. Silence reigned around them, when suddenly, a streak of darkness darted across Wei Mian's neck. Chapter 50. The trace vanished in an instant, silently dissipating into the air. He Wu quickly opened his eyes but failed to detect any abnormality. Wei Mian slept quietly in his arms, using his hat as a pillow, breathing evenly. They were sleeping by the ruins at the roadside, with leaves and hay that the spider had fetched laid beneath them. Mist swirled in the distance, preventing any creature from approaching. He Wu moved gently, raising his hand to touch Wei Mian's goat horns. In his sleep, Wei Mian subconsciously leaned towards him, rubbing against his palm. He Wu closed his eyes again, and the surrounding mist slowly flowed before finally solidifying and stilling. Wei Mian was actually not sleeping soundly, he had another dream. In the dream, Wei Mian stood outside a familiar forest, where warm sunlight shone on his body. Despite it being daytime, the forest was quite dark. This forest was precisely where he and He Wu had first met. Wei Mian stepped forward, treading on soft grass. Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind. Don't go in. It's dangerous. In the dream, Wei Mian's consciousness was blurred. His expression was vacant, hesitating for a moment before stepping into the forest anyway. He spent a long time in this forest, holding not just memories of being with He Wu, but also those with the spider. Even though he had left for a while, this place was definitely not a dangerous one to him. That voice kept warning Wei Mian urgently and anxiously, don't unseal it, you can't let him out. Warm liquid slid down from his palm. Wei Mian looked down at his hand, noticing an unknown wound. Because of the dream, Wei Mian felt no pain, blankly watching the deep red blood fall into the soil. The vision in the forest suddenly grew darker. The unfamiliar voice stopped abruptly and then continued in a regretful tone, this is bad. Countless black mists rose from the ground, instantly tightly enveloping Wei Mian. Everything gradually became blurry, and Wei Mian struggled to breathe. Although he was very familiar with this mist, it felt strange, this was not He Wu's mist. Wei Mian struggled hard as the voice continued, you don't understand him. The forest disappeared, and so did the grass beneath his feet. Just as Wei Mian was about to be unable to withstand the constriction of the mist and awaken from the dream, the mist suddenly loosened. Do you think why he likes you so much? The voice fluctuated near and far, as if there were a pair of eyes in the dark void, staring at the fallen Wei Mian, because you are the son of the mother goddess. Wei Mian showed some reaction, his expression slightly dazed, what? Finally, he showed a bit of concern, unlike his previous sluggishness. The mist slowly dissipated, fading away completely, yet the voice remained. You don't know. It's understandable, the voice came closer, as if an invisible person were standing right in front of him. Once you know the truth and want to escape, you won't find anyone else. Wei Mian's slow brain reacted late, know what? You are the son of the mother goddess, yet you have a human body, the voice went on, divine power is constantly growing, which the body simply cannot bear. He Wu had mentioned this to him, and Wei Mian responded sluggishly, So, aren't you curious why you've been able to live until now? The voice drew closer, circling around Wei Mian, the divine power leaking inside and outside your body has all been devoured by him. If it weren't for your excellent nourishment, how could he recover so fast? Wei Mian's eyelashes trembled, and his expression became more vacuous. This is why he likes you, the voice sneered, to use you to restore his power, and when the time is ripe, completely devour you. The voice speaking beside him became fainter and fainter, the lingering breath in the dream was about to vanish. Wei Mian lowered his head, suddenly spoke, who are you? His eyes grew clearer, looking towards the void, Chao. Chao, who according to Li Xian stole He Wu's strength, abandoned his former self, and became the new god of deception. Though Wei Mian's thoughts in the dream were slow, they were not completely led by the nose. He Wu's personality and moral fiber were better known to him than to anyone else. The voice did not respond, seeming to acknowledge it. Wei Mian's response was unexpected by Chao, and it lightly laughed, don't you believe me? He must have already learned something, leading him to be on guard and to remain resolute even in his dreams. But even so, Chao had achieved its goal. It subtly endowed a thread of consciousness, aiming to take the opportunity to enter Wei Mian's dreams while he was not asleep. Unfortunately, He Wu's growth far exceeded its imagination. It dared not reveal too much, and it couldn't hold on to its presence for long. At the moment of imminent dissipation, it whispered in Wei Mian's ear, "I haven't deceived you. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." As soon as the words were spoken, the dream was forcibly interrupted, and Wei Mian's consciousness withdrew, plunging him back into slumber. When Wei Mian woke up the next day, he still appeared somewhat dazed. Every detail of last night's dream was crystal clear in his mind. That voice, with its damp, moist undertones, made him feel uneasy even as he recalled it now, also beginning to panic. Why did he dream of Chow? Though they had never met, Wei Mian felt that it must have been Chow. Somehow, it had infiltrated his dreams. Hei Wu soon noticed something amiss with Wei Mian. Stroking his slightly pale cheek tenderly, he asked, "What's wrong?" With the same gentleness and care as always, Wei Mian looked at him blankly and said, "I dreamed of Chow." He told Hei Wu about his dream last night but hesitated when recounting its content, eventually claiming he could no longer remember clearly. Hei Wu's face turned cold as stone. He gripped Wei Mian's wrist tightly and checked the condition of his internal body. After a short while, his expression changed slightly, yet his tone softened a little. "It's gone." Chow had been cautious, knowing it might very well be discovered by Hei Wu, and didn't dare linger any longer. As for when exactly Wei Mian had come into contact with it, it was merely during their visit to Eden days ago, when Chow saw Wei Mian through the eyes of the leader before he died. Hei Wu summoned the spider and let it retrieve the orange sphere stored in its abdomen. The spider quickly opened its belly and handed over the sphere carefully wrapped in leaves to Hei Wu. The sphere fell into Hei Wu's hand, emitting a faint glow before returning to its quiet state. Hei Wu inspected inside the sphere but found no traces left behind by Chow, confirming that it had departed. He handed the sphere back to the spider, which respectfully accepted it again. This time, it replaced the wrapping with some fresh leaves, hiding it back inside its belly. Throughout all this, Wei Mian watched silently, anxiously asking as Hei Wu looked over, "Is there anything wrong?" The endowment was something left behind by the mother goddess. Li Xian had asked yesterday if it had been completely eroded or contaminated by Chow. In these few days, the only thing he'd touched was this. Hei Wu comforted him, saying, "There's nothing wrong." He had overlooked this point and would henceforth be more vigilant, not letting Chow have another chance. Hei Wu got up with Wei Mian and went to an empty patch of ground prepared nearby where there was a stone wall they could sit on. After sitting down, Wei Mian accepted the clear water passed to him by the spider, one hand still clutching onto Hei Wu's sleeve. "As long as I'm here, it can't hurt you," Hei Wu said as he took Wei Mian's other hand. "And don't believe what it says." Being the current god of deception, Chow excelled in using words to provoke others. Even a trace of almost unperceivable presence couldn't be ignored. Wei Mian drank a sip of water and nodded, mm. After washing his face with the water the spider brought back, Li Xian sent Wenya over with breakfast. As soon as the mist around the outer perimeter started rippling, the spider rushed over first to receive the food from Wenya's hands. It was just about to turn and leave when Wenya called it back. Through the layer of mist, Wenya crouched halfway down and said, "Li Xian sent me to ask. Can we start heading towards the base?" They had waited outside for a day. If they were going to decide, they should do so now. Since Hei Wu didn't drive them away, Li Xian assumed there was hope. The spider, ed twice, pointing backwards to indicate that it needed to consult with Hei Wu. Wenya roughly understood its meaning. "Alright, Li Xian also mentioned that you guys can enter the base together." Not just Hei Wu, but the three monsters by Wei Mian's side were also allowed entry. This morning, Wenya had heard from Li Xian that this was possibly the first time the Believer's base was welcoming outsider monsters. However, since Wenya was a new human being and infected by Chow, he couldn't join them due to unstable factors within his body. A monster like the spider, however, was different. The spider's eyes lit up slightly, nodded, and then turned away. While waiting for the spider to return, Wei Mian looked down, idly counting Hei Wu's fingers one by one. Skin, body temperature, everything seemed quite human-like. Lifting his head slightly, Wei Mian suddenly asked, "Why do you like me?" Wei Mian was certain Hei Wu liked him. Their past interactions hadn't been false. Whether he was a monster or a deity, Wei Mian didn't believe for a moment that Hei Wu felt nothing, even if he wasn't truly human. The little girl was nearby as well. Ever since she had been following Wei Mian and Hei Wu, she had become much more obedient than before. She sat on the ruins, swinging her feet, appearing at first glance to be no different from a human child. But upon closer inspection, one could notice her hollow gaze and expressionless face. Hei Wu, however, was different. In some sense, he too was a monster pretending to be human. Hei Wu fell silent for a moment, seemingly surprised by why Wei Mian would ask such a question. His memories drifted back to the day when his seal was broken, finally seeing the light of day once again. Later, he found Wei Mian by the lakeside. Unable to resist, Hei Wu reached out to Wei Mian, pulling him into his arms. Intimately leaning against each other, Wei Mian sat on Hei Wu's lap, still waiting for his answer and urged softly, "Why?" Hei Wu lightly kissed his lips before pulling back slightly. "There is no reason." When Hei Wu realized that Wei Mian's aura was different from others, his initial intent was to consume him entirely. Yet for some unknown reason, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Chapter 51. What do you mean, no reason? Wei Mian looked into He Wu's eyes, not hearing the answer he wanted. Even if He Wu made up some random excuse, just like how He Wu liked him, there weren't really that many reasons either, but most importantly, he treated him well. Wei Mian knew he shouldn't trust what the nest said in his dreams. If He Wu was truly just treating him as something to replenish his powers, why would He Wu treat him so kindly? With He Wu's strength, if he wanted to do anything to him, he wouldn't even need to care about Wei Mian's wishes. At the same time, Wei Mian was insecure too. After pondering for a moment, he also couldn't think of any reason why He Wu would like him. He wasn't providing He Wu with much help, couldn't even cook, basically equivalent to being a burden. If he had to find one point, then, maybe it was that his face was decent. When Wei Mian was young, he had heard many compliments about his appearance. Later, because of his mother and the strange power inside him, he distanced himself from people and didn't appear in front of others often. But Wei Mian always knew that he looked good. He Wu seemed to still be contemplating Wei Mian's question, he'd never thought about these things before. His evaluations were similar to Li Xian's, they were mostly done on a whim. He wanted to do it, so he did it. Wei Mian's mood obviously became somewhat low, and He Wu stroked his cheek. What did the nest say to you? After being together for so long, He Wu could always keenly sense changes in Wei Mian's emotions. He'd never asked about such things before, but today he suddenly remembered after meeting the nest in his dream. He Wu hadn't taken the nest seriously originally, its faint traces of presence were nothing compared to him, insignificant enough not to cause any ripples, let alone easily sway someone like Eden's leader. Wei Mian was half divine after all and wouldn't fall for easy manipulation. Wei Mian's eyelashes trembled slightly as he murmured vaguely, nothing. He hesitated whether he should tell He Wu, he only cared about this little matter of being liked. As for the other things the nest mentioned, Wei Mian didn't believe any of them. He Wu moved his lips as if wanting to say more, but at that moment the spider happened to return with breakfast. So, he paused temporarily and let go of Wei Mian, allowing him to eat first. The food when you delivered was only one portion prepared for Wei Mian, without portions for the spider or the little girl. There was none for the withered branch insect either, it was the smallest and could be satisfied with a single fruit. The two larger monsters needed to find their own food. Their stay place was too desolate, and since Li Xian and the others were also searching for food, the little girl went out for a walk and found nothing. Although the spider had a large body, its abdomen was filled with papers, so its actual food intake wasn't much, it could go hungry for a while. But the little girl was different. A crack appeared along the edges of her cheeks, and she secretly licked her sharp fangs, edging closer to Wei Mian. Though her eyes appeared vacant, her true eyes should be hidden deeper within her skull, yet Wei Mian still felt she was looking at him expectantly. He picked up 2 roasted wild fruits and handed them over. The little girl glanced at He Wu, seeing that he didn't stop her, and gladly accepted them. Her face, which usually lacked any expression, slowly formed a smile. But this face wasn't her real one, it was merely a piece of skin printed with facial features. The little girl didn't know how to smile properly, merely imitating to the best of her ability, which made her corners pull stiffly. Her twisted attempt at a smile made her look more like she was crying instead. This appearance was slightly frightening, but Wei Mian paused for a breath, finding her cute despite it. He gently touched the little girl's black hair, saying softly, "Eat." She was very excited. Previously, whenever He Wu was around, the little girl dared to get close only cautiously, let alone touch Wei Mian. Since the hair was part of her body, she could clearly feel the warmth from Wei Mian's palm. The gentle, warm aura radiating from Wei Mian, if not for He Wu being here, she might have wished to snuggle up to Wei Mian for a hug. Of course, this daydream stayed in the little girl's heart, tilting her head to rub against Wei Mian's hand before retreating with her fruits. The spider placed the wooden flask full of water next to Wei Mian and came beside He Wu, It relayed Wen Ye's words to He Wu, including her agreement for the 3 monsters to enter the base. Bases of believers rarely allow outsiders to join, let alone new humans. Now, they're showing willingness to bring all 3 monsters inside, clearly an act of goodwill. It was both for He Wu and Wei Mian, only because He Wu was willing to go, would Wei Mian come. He Wu had mentioned this matter to Wei Mian yesterday, the abilities within Wei Mian's body were still unstable, and they needed to visit a believer's base. Once they found a solution, they could reconsider their next steps without delay. Meanwhile, Li Xian on the outskirts was anxiously waiting. Time was running out for them, and they needed to bring Wei Mian back as soon as possible. An older believer standing beside Li Xian asked, "Are we really going to take He Wu and those monsters back with us? Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" He Wu's growth was too rapid. The combined forces of all the guardian beasts in the base might not even defeat him, and letting him straight through the gates would undoubtedly put the clansmen inside the base in greater danger. To most believers who knew the history of the gods, He Wu was akin to a second nest. In fact, he was even more dangerous than the nest. The nest's intentions were clear, every move it made having its own reasons and motives, but He Wu was different. No one knew what he wanted or what he would do in the future. Li Xian pressed his fingers against his temple, "It should be fine." The reply from the base after receiving their message earlier that morning was brief, only 4 words, "Let things take their course." Such vague responses usually came from the mouthpiece of the future. Though Li Xian didn't fully understand the meaning behind it, the mouthpiece hadn't explicitly opposed their plan, which at least indicated that the outcome wouldn't be disastrous. Sending another message back would be too late. Li Xian decided to take the risk. He also lacked time to try other methods. Letting things take their course, he interpreted this as following He Wu and Wei Mian's wishes. As long as they agreed to return to the base, any requests they made could be fulfilled to the best extent possible. Moreover, the three monsters staying close to Wei Mian weren't particularly powerful and generally had good dispositions. Even the guardian beasts showed no hostility towards them. After a long wait, Li Xian sent someone over to check again. The subordinate hurried away but quickly returned, reporting that the mist enveloping the outer perimeter had vanished. Li Xian's heart sank. Could it be that He Wu had taken Wei Mian away? Approaching where the mist once obstructed their view, he saw the spider coming toward them at the edge of his vision. On the spider's back rode the little girl, while the smaller monster seemed hidden somewhere else. And trailing behind the spider were He Wu and Wei Mian. Relief washed over Li Xian's tense nerves as his hand, resting at his side, gently touched the top of the guardian beast's head. Prepare to leave. Chapter 52. Apart from Li Xian, all the clan's people of the believers were taken into the guardian beast's secondary stomach. Subsequently, the guardian beast's size continued to grow, becoming as large as it was in the early morning yesterday, its massive tail hanging behind. The guardian beast lowered its head, and Li Xian climbed up by stepping on its front paw and shoulder. Wei Mian stood slightly back, reaching out to touch the white fur of the guardian beast. What's its name? Li Xian, sitting above, replied, its name is Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi. Wei Mian called out. The guardian beast twitched its ears, spraying warm breath from its wet nose. There are a total of 10 guardian beasts, named from Yuan Yi to Yuan Shi, said Li Xian while sighing. By now, only 4 remain. The guardian beasts are life-saving amulets left by the mother goddess for the believers. Wei Mian has witnessed the formidable power of Yuan Qi when facing believers. Compared to Li Xian and his people, Wei Mian prefers this furry guardian beast more. He did not ask much, but imitated Li Xian's actions, stepping on the guardian beast's front paw and trying to climb up. The mist appeared in time to give him a helping hand. When Wei Mian successfully climbed to the back of the guardian beast's neck and sat down, black mist had already appeared behind him. Wei Mian turned around, almost startled. You, when did you get up here? The black mist wrapped its arm around Wei Mian, letting him lean against its chest. Just now. Then the spider and the little girl climbed up too. The spider again had a white small cloth bag around its neck, with a pair of eyes quietly peeking out from the dead branch bug inside. This guardian beast was too big, and with strangers present, the dead branch bug became timid and dared not come out easily. Li Xian moved backward, keeping a certain distance from the 2 people in front, patting the guardian beast's back. Let's go. In response, the guardian beast stood up and began to take steps forward. The black mist felt some tension in the guardian beast's body. Whether they be monsters, believers, or ordinary animals, all possess an extremely sensitive sense of smell. The black mist is extremely dangerous and unfamiliar. The guardian beast would not disobey Li Xian's orders but could not avoid feeling tense. The guardian beast started at a slow pace, only gradually relaxing after traveling a considerable distance. On the road, the black mist asked Li Xian about the prophecy he mentioned earlier. When first meeting Li Xian, he had once said that they were guided here by a prophecy. Before the black mist could inquire further, Wei Mian was taken away that night. Recalling this matter again, the emotion in the black mist's eyes became noticeably colder. The guardian beast sensitively noticed and carefully stepped over a ruin. That is one of the abilities left by the mother goddess, said Li Xian, not daring to conceal it from the black mist. Sitting at the back, his voice carried against the wind, the mother goddess herself perished, but bestowal and the future remained. Wei Mian noticed that Li Xian only mentioned 2 abilities and didn't refer to his own. He leaned on the black mist's chest and discreetly glanced through its shoulder towards the back. According to Li Xian, originally, the believers did not have this ability. They worshipped the mother goddess, receiving her protection. Sometimes, the mother goddess would choose someone from the clan to dream, also known as divine descent. Divine descent brought guidance from the mother goddess to the believers and sometimes predicted the future, warning and alerting the believers. Before the apocalypse arrived, during the mother goddess's last divine descent, she directly handed over the future to the believers. The believer who experienced the divine descent was a woman who had just become pregnant at that time, and the future was absorbed by the fetus in her womb. Wei Mian was lost in what he heard, looking puzzled. Li Xian explained, that unborn child possessed the ability to foresee the future. Like the infected humans in the nest, they each have different abilities, just from different origins. The bestowal was taken away by the nest and scattered outside, until recently when it was retrieved by Wei Mian. The future is a trust and gift from the mother goddess. The believers no longer need to rely on divine descent, they themselves can know the future. And that child is the future Li Xian referred to before. Future is both her name and a synonym for her ability. Black Mist cared about only one thing: can she help Wei Mian? Li Xian hesitated momentarily and ambiguously said, it can also be put that way. However, Wei Mian felt confused. The ability to predict the future is so powerful, and the believers still have several guardian beasts protecting them. Why since the apocalypse have they done nothing, hiding in the base until finding him in black mist a couple of days ago? Could it be that the mother goddess leaving the future to the believers wasn't hoping they could stop the nest and the believers? Take this Eden for instance, they could have completely prevented the new humans from falling into the nest's trap in advance, and perhaps fewer people would have died. Those are the remaining combat forces in the apocalypse. Even with Black Mist's intervention, the nest suffered heavy losses, but one believer often needs more new humans to resist. Wei Mian couldn't help but ask this question. Li Xian bitterly smiled, it's not that simple. Similar to Wei Mian's situation, the future is a divine ability, yet it has been placed inside a human body. Since the day she was born, future has been different, she neither cried nor laughed, her thinking was dull, and she needed someone by her side to take care of her all the time. Her brain was filled with too many memories that did not belong to her, these memories came from every moment in the future and every breathing creature. Moreover, there wasn't just one future. Any small change will extend the future into numerous choices, Li Xian sighed, like the wings of a butterfly. Each flapping of the butterfly's wings brings different results. Even the mother goddess could not accurately predict every event that would happen in the future. Otherwise, things would not be as they are now, the mother goddess personally sealed away the mist but could not stop the birth of the nest. As a human future, she cannot sift useful information from the massive and chaotic memories. Most of the time, she remains silent and dull. But whenever she speaks, it must be something extremely important. After hearing about the situation in Eden, Li Xian guessed it was a trap set by the nest and had been discussing with his clan whether to go or not. They sought Future's opinion, but Future never gave a reply. Until one day, Future precisely stated Wei Mian and Black Mist's location. With clear eyes and articulate speech, Future instructed Li Xian to bring Wei Mian back at all costs. This was the first time Future took the initiative to inform Li Xian of the prophecy's content in a commanding manner. Daring not to neglect it, Li Xian immediately set off with some clanspeople and the guardian beast. After listening to Li Xian's words, Wei Mian felt a strange sensation in his heart. At some distant place, another unfamiliar human, like him, was deeply connected to the mother goddess, and yet she found him precisely at this moment. Would it have made any difference if it were earlier or later? The doubt in Wei Mian's eyes was captured by Li Xian, and since he had already explained so much, Li Xian no longer concealed anything about Future's ability. In an extremely small probability, the future may only present one choice, Li Xian explained, but the conditions are strict, requiring all necessary conditions to be met. Just like how a butterfly happens to break out of its cocoon in the morning, happens to fly over a stream, and happens to rest on a red petal. They currently sit on the back of the guardian beast, heading toward the believer's base, which is the result of each previous choice and development. The key points might be a few, or many, no one can know. Chapter 53. After explaining the situation of the future, Li Xian fell silent. Wei Mian thought to himself that both the powers of endowment and the future came from the mother goddess. Then what about his own power? He had never been infected by any believers, yet as the son of the mother goddess, his inner abilities should also originate from her. To be more precise, the fallen black goat mother goddess. Wei Mian had doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask them out loud. He tightened his cap brim, burying his cheek into the warmth of the embrace in front of him, revealing one eye gazing at the swiftly retreating scenery on the roadside. Li Xian sat behind, retracting his gaze from the two of them. He sighed silently, the look of worry in his eyes not decreasing. The guardian beast continued without stopping, running for half a day straight. Li Xian said, "We'll reach the base before dark." Their journey hadn't encountered any believers or new humans, the surrounding silence was terrifying. Though the guardian beast had specially chosen the most remote route to cover its tracks, it was strange not to have encountered even one believer. Li Xian presumed that the nest at Eden had suffered severe damage, with many believers dying off and unable to replenish quickly. Estimating the time, he planned to have the guardian beast find a place to stop, so they could begin searching for food to prepare lunch. Suddenly, the pace of the guardian beast significantly slowed down. Its gaze was vigilant, staring forward, growling threateningly in its throat. This was the guardian beast's reaction upon encountering danger. Immediately, Li Xian drew a short knife from his waist. The rest of the clan members were all in the secondary stomach bag and needed the guardian beast to let them out first, otherwise, the stability during the guardian beast's movements would be compromised, making those inside uncomfortable. At this moment, there was a slight tremor beneath their feet. In the distance, a wave of surging monsters was approaching, with the lead ones covered in pale green scales, these were the believers. Li Xian's expression changed slightly, a nest surge. Were these believers coincidentally encountered, or deliberately waiting here? This location was close to the base. If the latter, with the believers appearing in batches here, the nest very likely already knew the location of the base. Li Xian dared not delay, jumping down from the back of the guardian beast. But He Wu interjected, "Not necessary." These three words left both the prepared guardian beast and Li Xian hesitating. Subsequently, mist suddenly rose up. Wei Mian seemed to know what was coming next, tightly hugging around He Wu's waist, burying his face deeper. He Wu reached out, gently covering Wei Mian's ears. The mist formed a wall ahead and began spreading in the direction the believers were coming from. The leading believers hesitated slightly in their steps, but they were only beasts following orders. Even though they sensed danger and death, they absolutely could not retreat. As expected, blood-curdling screams and the sound of bones being crushed rang out. Li Xian looked shocked, slightly averting his eyes, unwilling to see more. Although he knew He Wu had regained quite a bit of strength, generally speaking, with only the few remaining guardian beasts present, they'd have little chance of stopping him, which was why Li Xian had attempted to bring He Wu back. If you can't stand against him, don't become enemies for now. Now seeing firsthand how helpless large numbers of believers were under the shroud of mist, Li Xian felt some residual fear. That day when He Wu chased after them, if it weren't because Wei Mian hadn't been harmed and he still needed to find a way to resolve the problem within Wei Mian's body, perhaps, neither him nor his clan members and the guardian beasts wouldn't have survived the return. Only now did a thread of fear and regret arise in Li Xian's heart. He truly shouldn't have directly taken Wei Mian away. Fortunately Wei Mian had an intimate relationship with He Wu. The number of nest surges was far less than before, and within just a quarter of an hour, all the believers died under the influence of the mist. The smell of blood wafted over with the wind. The guardian beast twitched its nose, unconsciously taking a step back. Li Xian put the knife he held back in its sheath, grabbing the tail of the guardian beast and climbing back onto its back, clearing his throat quietly saying, "Let's go." The guardian beast shook its head, striding around the bodies strewn everywhere, stepping past the edges of ground dyed red by blood. As the unpleasant stench faded gradually, Wei Mian finally raised his head from He Wu's embrace, breathing in fresh air in small gasps. He looked behind, that vast sea of corpses had already disappeared from sight. This batch of believers came rather abruptly, but reflecting on the increasingly frequent nest surges lately, it made sense. However, he wondered whether believers gathered elsewhere as well. So many new humans had died, and the remaining bases must hold out at all costs. At noon, the guardian beast stopped, and everyone began looking for food to prepare lunch. During this time, Li Xian instructed the guardian beast to take Wenyu to a nearby new human base. Li Xian had reviewed the map. For the guardian beast, a round trip would not take much time. With the black mist around, they'd be safe. Wenyu had already known about this plan and spent the journey mentally preparing. He gave Wenyu one last embrace, bid farewell to He Wu and Wei Mian, as well as the spider and the other 3 creatures, then sat on the back of the guardian beast. The guardian beast shrank to its normal size, just enough to carry an adult, and receiving Li Xian's command, it ran off into the distance without looking back. Wenyu stood by the roadside, watching Wenyu's silhouette until he disappeared from sight. Turning around, she lightly wiped at her eyes. Beyond that, no trace of sorrow or reluctance was visible on her face. She quickly returned to normal and joined the ranks of the believers. Before departure, the guardian beast returned, and everyone set off again. They encountered no further dangers in the afternoon, and as night began to fall, the guardian beast arrived in front of a forest. It lowered its head, allowing those on its back to get down, releasing the members of the clan from the secondary stomach bag before resuming its usual size. Li Xian patted the hair on the guardian beast's head, signaling his thanks, and explained to He Wu and Wei Mian, "The base is in the forest, we need to walk inside." If there were no guides leading the way, blindly entering the forest would make it impossible to find the location of the base. For reasons unknown, perhaps because of some previous experiences, Wei Mian had quite a liking for environments like forests. Pushing up his cap brim, he glanced around, stepping into the woods behind He Wu and Li Xian. The deeper they went into the forest, the denser the trees became. Li Xian took several turns, the vision becoming dimmer. Leaves above blocked out the sunlight entirely, making it increasingly difficult to identify directions. Walking ahead, Li Xian felt uneasy. Although he had made the decision himself, bringing the devouring god after breaking the seal to the mother goddess believer's base caused him some nervous sweating. However, it was too late to regret now. Calming his mind, Li Xian reached out to touch the trunk of a tree ahead. This tree looked unremarkable, blending in with the surrounding forest. If not for Li Xian stopping, Wei Mian wouldn't have paid any attention to it. As soon as the tree trunk was touched by Li Xian, it began to twist. Wei Mian stepped back half a step, holding his breath, staring at everything in front of him. The originally straight trunk split into 2 parts, transforming into 2 tightly entangled roots. The trunk slowly rotated, untwisting and tilting apart. And behind the trunk, another space appeared. No wonder the believers could always stay hidden in the base undetected. Even if they found this tree, they couldn't access the base. Several clansmen were already waiting at the entrance opposite them, along with 2 identical guardian beasts. "Aunt Li!" A young man shouted, unable to hide his joy and relief. However, when he looked at He Wu and Wei Mian, there was evident caution, and the same went for the others. Li Xian acknowledged, moving aside to let He Wu and Wei Mian go first. He Wu's expression remained unreadable as he led Wei Mian in. Facing the unfamiliar faces, Wei Mian instinctively bowed his head, using the wide cap brim to cover most of his face. When Li Xian asked the clan people where the future was located, someone replied, "By the lake." "We tried to bring her back, but she refused to leave." Such incidents happened often, so Li Xian wasn't surprised. He arranged a place for Wenyu to stay, then personally led He Wu and Wei Mian inside. The base was large. Because of some special concealment methods, viewed from the inside, there were no tall walls around the edges nor designated guards. This was entirely different from the other bases Wei Mian had stayed in before. Compared to the typical ruins bases in this world-ending era, this place resembled a secluded utopia, a small village. Li Xian introduced the base as they walked. At first, our numbers were limited. Later, we started to accept outsiders. As long as they are pure humans and gain the approval of the guardian beasts, they can join us. It was also thanks to the guardian beast and the land left by the mother goddess that they had grown from a group of over 10 people to more than 100 now. They were the last remaining believers of the mother goddess, and perhaps one day, they would become the only remaining pure humans. The Black Mist showed no interest in this. He Wu did not voice any opinions, and Li Xian soon fell silent. Then he led them to a standalone wooden house. It's been arranged beforehand. There's hot water and new clothes. Li Xian cautiously observed the expression on Black Mist's face. I've just arranged one room. It was a double room. Li Xian didn't need to guess. Had he separated Wei Mian from Black Mist, it would surely irritate the latter. The rooms for the spider and the other 3 creatures were next door. There was no precedent within the base for allowing creatures inside, but for now, they could make do with this arrangement. Since their arrival, Black Mist finally spoke up. Good. This reassured Li Xian, who then took the 3 creatures to the adjacent room. Wei Mian followed Black Mist inside, closing the door and heading to the window to quietly check. Only after seeing the spider and the little girl enter the neighboring room did he draw the curtains back. He had taken note of what Li Xian said earlier and immediately went into the private bathroom. The bathroom was painted white, with a small mirror, sink, and water pipes. One side of the pipe was blue, the other red. Wei Mian hesitated before turning the pipe towards the red side. Clear water flowed out, gradually heating up. Placing his hand under the stream, Wei Mian's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 54. Neversleep had never seen hot water flow directly from a pipe. At the previous base, people like him at the bottom of society were just glad to have water. If they wanted hot water, they had to collect firewood and boil it themselves. Only the most powerful new humans would have someone prepare hot water for them at all times. Neversleep was amazed. This small pipe made him feel as if he were dreaming, and he even regretted not coming here earlier. Next to the sink were 2 brand new sets of toiletries, a small piece of soap about the size of half a palm, with 2 towels hanging nearby. On the wall was a longer pipe that appeared to be for showering. Neversleep turned off the water valve and reached out to touch the mirror. The next second, Black Mist appeared in the mirror. Neversleep immediately threw himself into his arms, grabbing his arm excitedly. There's hot water here. Black Mist noticed his delight and gently stroked his cheek. As the son of Mother Goddess, Li Xian naturally arranged the best for Neversleep. Although the house's setup was simple, it was clean and tidy, with a pleasant surrounding environment, very quiet. Neversleep looked around the rest of the house. There was a living room of considerable size and also a bedroom. Inside the bedroom, there was only one double bed, and on the bedside cabinet were 2 new sets of clothes. Neversleep walked into the bedroom, took the clothes from the bedside table and unfolded them. Judging by the stitching, these clothes seemed to be handmade by the people here. With a bathroom, hot water, and new clothes, Neversleep hugged the clothes and looked toward Black Mist. I want to take a bath. Good. Black Mist extended his hand to help him with the clothes. Let me help you. He meant no harm. In the past, by the stream, he indeed helped Neversleep. Neversleep's face instantly flushed red, hugging the clothes tightly. No need. After finishing, he left the room alone, carrying the clothes into the bathroom and closing the door. The door inside had a simple lock, which Neversleep engaged. He hung the clothes on the iron hook by the door, then moved inside and took down the hanging pipe. At the end of the pipe was a homemade but functional makeshift showerhead that could release hot water as well. Neversleep checked the water temperature, hesitating for a while before taking off his clothes. Next to the door stood a small bamboo basket. After some thought, Neversleep determined this must be for dirty laundry. He folded the clothes he changed out of and placed them carefully inside the basket, including the top that spiders had woven for him. Lastly came the hat. After some hesitation, Neversleep hung the hat on the doorknob. Li Xian didn't provide him with a new hat, and despite this one being dirty, he still needed to wear it. Having finished everything, Neversleep returned under the pipe and turned on the hot water. The temperature was perfect, and he washed for a long time. Even when his skin began to turn red, he didn't want to stop. He wasn't sure if the hot water was rationed or whether it might cut off midway through his washing. Guilt over wasting water competed with his unwillingness to stop. If the people here could use hot water every day, it would truly be too luxurious. Without any windows in the bathroom and the door tightly closed, the steam started making Neversleep's breathing uneasy. Reluctantly, he turned off the water faucet and went to the mirror to grab a towel to dry off. After hanging up the towel, as soon as Neversleep picked up a piece of clothing, something flickered before his eyes. The steam in the bathroom suddenly darkened, and before he could react, the familiar face of Black Mist appeared. Startled, Neversleep quickly retreated. Black Mist caught him in time to prevent him from bumping into the sink behind. He touched his reddened cheeks and frowned. You've been washing for too long. Worried, he had come in to check on him, a mere door couldn't stop him. The bathroom was filled with steam, and Never Sleep's body felt scorching, as if he'd just come out of a steamer. I've already finished. Never Sleep took shallow breaths. Black Mist's presence brought in some fresh air. Go out first. I'll be done soon. He had also washed his hair, the water dripping down his strands. Black Mist brushed aside his wet bangs, ensuring there was nothing wrong. Never Sleep's lips were also red, and due to slight oxygen deprivation, his gaze was confused and slow. Black Mist momentarily paused in his actions before leaning down to kiss him lightly. Subsequently, he took the clothes from Never Sleep's hands, intending to help him dress. But Never Sleep quickly snatched the clothes back and hugged them to his chest. I can do it myself. Black Mist didn't move, seemingly pondering why he refused. In his view, this was no different than helping Never Sleep wipe his body in the past. Never Sleep's face grew even redder as he awkwardly urged, hurry, go out. Black Mist finally gave in, all right. Once again, he dispersed into wisps of mist and left through the door crack. Never Sleep let out a sigh of relief as his racing heartbeat gradually calmed down. In the past, being wiped down was just that. He still wasn't ready to calmly let Black Mist dress him like this. Never Sleep quickly put on his clothes, took his hat, and opened the door to go out. Black Mist was waiting right outside the door. He touched his damp hair gently. Let me help you. There was no third person in the house. Without wearing his hat, Never Sleep sat on the couch with Black Mist. He leaned against Black Mist's neck, half closed his eyes, and fell into a doze. Black Mist's fingers gently combed through Never Sleep's hair, drying it bit by bit as they passed over it. After bathing, and being in such a peaceful environment for the first time in a long while, no vast empty woods or ruins everywhere, no need to worry about believers or monsters suddenly appearing, nor interruptions from others, Never Sleep drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, the sky outside had already grown completely dark. A lamp inside was lit, its glow dimmed by layers of mist wrapping around the shade, soft enough not to disturb the sleeping Never Sleep. After Never Sleep woke, Black Mist finally withdrew the mist, making the room noticeably brighter. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, Never Sleep asked, how long did I sleep? Not long, Black Mist replied with a kiss to his cheek. Lucien came by earlier and will send dinner over. They had arrived at the base late already, and with their stay by the lake for so long, Lucien planned to arrange their meeting for tomorrow. Unfamiliar with the other tribespeople in the base, there was no need for Black Mist and the three creatures to appear. Not long after, Lucien made a second visit, confirming that Never Sleep was awake and delivering some warmed food. Dinner was much richer than what they'd eaten outside, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a bowl of soup, alongside a full bowl of rice. After the hot water, it had been a long time since Never Sleep last ate rice. Most often, he cooked a few sweet potatoes to stave off hunger. The base of the followers must have more fertile farmland, or perhaps everything provided to Never Sleep was the best. Suddenly feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Never Sleep said hesitantly, I can't eat this much. Black Mist didn't need to eat, all this was going to waste for just one person. Lucien smiled kindly. It's fine. I didn't know what you liked, so I took a bit more. He placed the food down, then explained that they could leave the dishes outside the door after eating, where someone would collect them. He added, the friends next door. I'll also deliver fresh food to them. Thank you. Never Sleep quickly added. Luna and Choo Choo only eat vegetables, and, there's another who eats everything. It was only then that he realized he hadn't named the little girl yet. Seeing Lucien's expression hesitate, Never Sleep hurriedly explained, the spider and the smallest one eat vegetables. Good, I'll arrange it right away. Lucien responded promptly. Without lingering, he turned to leave, closing the door gently behind him. Having an independent living space, access to hot water, and a rich meal greatly improved Never Sleep's impression of Lucien and the entire base. He sat down at the table and picked up the chopsticks, tasting each dish slightly. These dishes tasted different from the grilled meat they used to cook in the wild. Black Mist observed silently, judging if Never Sleep liked them based on the subtle expressions on his face. Black Mist's stare was hard to ignore, but when he looked too long, Never Sleep offered, does Atang want to try? Black Mist remained silent, and Never Sleep took that as agreement. There was only one pair of chopsticks, so he picked up a piece of meat and fed it to him. Black Mist opened his mouth to take it, then suddenly reached up and removed Never Sleep's hat. Since waking, Never Sleep's hair had dried completely, and he had put his hat back on. His new clean clothes were unlike the old worn-out jacket he usually wore, and the grey dusty hat was very mismatched. With the hat off, his soft hair and sheep horns were revealed, looking much more pleasing. His horns exposed in the air, Never Sleep felt slightly uncomfortable, but as there was no one else in the room, he didn't stop Black Mist's actions. He fed Black Mist a bite of vegetables, his hand trembling slightly, showing signs of nervousness. Black Mist followed by swallowing the food and then rose, sitting close to Never Sleep, their proximity almost touching. Familiar warmth surrounded him, driving away the strange uneasiness in Never Sleep's heart. In the past, Never Sleep seldom went without his hat unless he was about to sleep, not under bright lights like this. But once Black Mist approached, his discomfort vanished instantly. In Black Mist's gaze, Never Sleep saw a faint reflection of himself, his horned image staring back. Black Mist glanced briefly before lowering his eyes. As Never Sleep stopped offering food to Black Mist, he ate quietly on his own, pairing it simply with the rice. After he had his fill, Black Mist finally held him close and began to kiss the tips of his ram horns as though offering both a reward and comfort. Don't be afraid, you're very beautiful. Never Sleep edged closer into his embrace before lifting his head slightly, Black Mist kissed his forehead. Are you still sleepy? Having just woken up from a nap, Never Sleep felt no trace of drowsiness and shook his head. Black Mist asked again, would you like to take a look outside? Never Sleep was intrigued, he indeed wanted to see what the base looked like. Hesitatingly, he inquired, but, should we find Lucien? They would need Lucien to guide them around, but at this late hour, it might not be appropriate to bother him. No need, Black Mist said, I'll take you. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of mist spread out from his body, quickly enveloping Never Sleep entirely. Never Sleep felt himself being lifted into the air, his vision blurred by the mist, only hearing the sound of the door opening and closing. Amidst the pitch-black night, cold winds blew through, and faint lamps twinkled sparsely across the surroundings. Unnoticed by anyone, a large mass of fog darted swiftly past from the corner. Chapter 85. Fog silently drifted through the air, its speed varying from slow to fast. It was already quite late at this time. Most parts of the base were shrouded in darkness, with only a few scattered lights still on. Wei Mian was enveloped in the fog, with just a small patch of visibility ahead. The black mist embraced him from behind. Actually, as soon as he stepped out, Wei Mian somewhat regretted it. It was too late now, and without the night vision that the black mist provided, all he could see below was a dark expanse of land, where neither the terrain nor the facilities were distinguishable. But since he had already come out, Wei Mian didn't feel right about turning back so quickly. As gentle winds blew through the cracks in the fog, he instinctively leaned further into the embrace of the black mist. Even though his vision was dimmed by the fog, he could tell that the base was significantly large. Compared to the places Wei Mian had lived before, it was easily 4 or 5 times bigger. Li Xian had assigned Wei Mian's living quarters to the residential area. There were also vast fields of farmland behind, even including a small grove. As Wei Mian carefully looked down, he noticed a pond nestled within the forest. The fog meandered through the base and came to a halt at the very center. There stood an imposing clock tower, and Wei Mian hovered before it, reaching out to touch the stone-carved numerals. He had never seen the world before the apocalypse. Perhaps, it wasn't much different from the place where he now resided. The mother goddess was long gone, yet Li Xian and others could live peacefully under the protection of guardian beasts for 20 years. One could only imagine what life might have been like if the mother goddess still existed. A world free of monsters and followers, where skyscrapers stood firm, and hiding for survival wasn't necessary. Wei Mian had only encountered descriptions of the past in the few remaining books within the base. What he couldn't perceive through mere words seemed vividly close right before him now. Yet, however peaceful this place might be, it was merely an illusion. The pre-disaster world could never return. And with what purpose or mindset had Li Xian found him, the descendant of the mother goddess? Wei Mian suddenly felt afraid and wanted to flee. His arrival here might come at a price. Before coming in, Wei Mian and the black mist coexisted alongside 3 monsters outside, eating meals under harsh conditions. Each meal they consumed meant thinking where to look for the next. Yet Wei Mian never minded, as simply staying alive fulfilled him. Wei Mian did not voice his inner thoughts to the black mist but turned around amidst the fog beneath his feet, burying himself deeper into the black mist's arms. Let's go back. The black mist replied, all right. Apart from a certain awkwardness that inexplicably arose in Wei Mian's heart, the believer's base was indeed commendable. Not only could Wei Mian access hot water anytime, but there was also a soft, spacious bed. Upon lying down, he instinctively stretched out his arms, his palms caressing the new sheet. Closing his eyes, he discarded all jumbled thoughts from his mind. The black mist was by his side, extending his hand gently to remove Wei Mian's hat and turn off the light. The windows in the room weren't fully closed, the curtains had been pulled halfway, leaving a narrow crack through which moonlight streamed in. In the dim sight, Wei Mian rolled over, habitually snuggling closer to the black mist. The black mist stroked his hair. Do you like it here? Wei Mian hesitated for a moment, then lifted his head after some while. If I say I don't, would you take me away? The black mist answered without hesitation, yes. Regarding the solution to the divine power inside Wei Mian, he thought of interrogating Li Xian thoroughly. His repeated tolerance toward the believers was essentially due to consideration for Wei Mian. Though Wei Mian hadn't known about this previously, he truly was the son of the mother goddess, and Li Xian and his group, as believers of the mother goddess, shared intricate ties with Wei Mian. Should Wei Mian not favor staying here, he wouldn't need to consider so many aspects. Wei Mian trusted him, his lips curving slightly. I don't dislike it. With the black mist beside him, perhaps he didn't need to worry so much. For some reason, Wei Mian recalled that time when Nest entered his dreams. He grabbed the black mist's hand, as if asking, yet also murmuring to himself, what exactly do you see in me? Nest misunderstood their relationship and history, believing these words could drive a wedge between them. But in truth, even if what Nest said was true, Wei Mian willingly let the black mist absorb the overflowing divine power from his body. This had nothing to do with whether the black mist liked him, it was because Wei Mian had fallen for him. The black mist gave no reply but drew closer, planting a kiss on Wei Mian's lips. Wei Mian responded gradually, mumbling incoherently, "Want to touch the horns." Obediently, the black mist extended his hand while the other arm held Wei Mian tighter. "Go to sleep." The next day, Li Xian brought breakfast for the two of them, along with a new hat. The hat was naturally for Wei Mian. Li Xian must have noticed that although Wei Mian changed his clothes yesterday, he didn't change his hat and assumed he had this need. Wei Mian was still in bed when He Wu opened the door, accepting the breakfast and hat on behalf of Wei Mian with a simple, "Thank you." Li Xian hastily replied, "No no." He could hardly accept thanks from He Wu, bowing deeply and not daring to straighten up until He Wu firmly closed the door again. With a long sigh, Li Xian picked up another serving of breakfast to deliver it to the neighboring room. At the knock on the door, a little girl opened it. She looked up at the food in Li Xian's hand, her hollow pupils flickering with something indescribable as she quickly grabbed the tray. Then, a slightly eerie smile crossed her face, though her voice rang clear, "Thank you." She appeared human but wasn't entirely so. A monster having grown into this semblance of humanity was far more unnerving than the black mist which was merely condensed vapor forming He Wu's body. Li Xian managed a weak smile, "You're welcome." Wei Mian didn't wake until close to noon. Upon opening his eyes, he stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings before coming to. He Wu was by his side, stroking his cheek. "You're awake." The sunlight outside the window shone brightly, and Wei Mian sat up. "Am I late getting up?" Actually, he woke up twice in the middle of the night, probably because he wasn't used to the new bed. But the bed was indeed too comfortable, making Wei Mian unable to argue against continuing sleeping even after waking up twice in the middle of the night. He Wu acknowledged, "It's almost noon." The breakfast Li Xian delivered earlier had already gone cold and needed reheating. Hearing the time, Wei Mian got out of bed immediately, put his hat on properly, and went to the bathroom to wash up. By the time he came out, He Wu had already warmed all the food on the table. Li Xian had sent over porridge with meat and one boiled egg that morning. Wei Mian took a sip of the porridge first, then began to peel the boiled egg after tapping its shell lightly to crack it. Before he finished 2 cracks, He Wu gently took the egg from him, removing the outer shell for him. After finishing the porridge, Li Xian arrived again, this time bringing lunch instead. Wei Mian apologetically said, "I woke up too late today. I've already eaten." "All right, no worries," Li Xian nodded, handing the tray to a subordinate behind him. Although Wei Mian had woken up late, his good complexion indicated he slept well enough, giving Li Xian some reassurance. "The weather is fine today," he tentatively proposed, "why don't I show both of you around the base?" Since they had just arrived on the second day, it would be better to get familiar with the environment first before rushing into other matters. Wei Mian looked at He Wu, then nodded, "Sure." Last night, He Wu had briefly shown him around. But during the day, things felt quite different. In fact, it was more akin to how Wei Mian imagined the world was before the apocalypse. In the Believer's base, only pure humans existed, thus, there were none of the rules and classes typical of normal mixed bases, and everyone was equal. With ample supplies, no one went hungry or dressed poorly. Just looking at someone passing by, Wei Mian could make rough guesses about their condition. He began to feel envious, not only for himself. Li Xian had once mentioned that the number of surviving believers at the beginning was not much. They had continuously welcomed incoming pure humans ever since. Not everyone was as fortunate as this. For instance, Wei Mian wouldn't count among them. Most pure humans incapable of contributing anything would be sent outside to be infected by followers in all mixed bases, following this routine. As Li Xian led the way ahead and described everything along the path. They walked through the residential area and arrived at the small forest and pond Wei Mian saw the previous evening. A person sat on a large stone beside the pond, with a tray of food beside them. Li Xian paused, "That's Wei Lai." Upon hearing movements behind her, Wei Lai turned her head. She appeared to be roughly the same age as Wei Mian, her face delicate yet her expression extremely cold. She carried a serenity and calmness inappropriate for her age. This was the girl who foresaw the future. When Wei Mian met her gaze, he unexpectedly felt a bit nervous. He couldn't exactly describe this feeling, it was like his initial dream where he encountered that massive tree. Lost, he yearned to approach it but hesitated to step forward. However, in the next moment, Wei Lai turned her head back as if uninterested in their arrival and unfamiliar with Wei Mian. Chapter 55. "Let's go somewhere else," Li Xian whispered softly, "there's no way through over there." Wei Lai usually preferred quiet surroundings. Although she had foreseen the location of Wei Mian and guided Li Xian to bring him back, she did not recognize anyone except when revealing her prophecies. Li Xian stepped aside to wait for them as they were about to head off elsewhere. Wei Mian looked at the figure by the pond and paused momentarily before leaving with Li Xian. He glanced back halfway through and noticed that Wei Lai, sitting by the pond, made no further movements. Before coming, Wei Mian had heard Li Xian mention this girl and was rather curious about her. His decision to accompany Li Xian included a hope to see if he could meet her. Based on Li Xian's descriptions, Wei Mian could roughly picture what Wei Lai might look like, yet when he met her in person, he realized she was very different from his imagination. He recalled the expression on Wei Lai's face when she turned around, and even to Li Xian, she seemed to view him merely as a stranger. The black mist that commanded such reverence and apprehension from Li Xian hadn't once drawn Wei Lai's glance. As if not caring or lacking the energy to care, just as Li Xian had said, Wei Lai's mind was crammed with things not her own, she could no longer be considered human. The base was enormous, and Wei Mian walked stop and go with Li Xian. Occasionally, they encountered passers-by, who invariably cast curious or probing glances at them. They likely all knew the identity of the black mist, so they neither dared to look closely nor come too near. They greeted Li Xian briefly before hurrying away. Wei Mian noticed that everyone's clothing here was embroidered with the mother goddess emblem, some on their chests, others on their sleeves. His outfit, however, had nothing, causing Wei Mian to instinctively raise his hand and touch the position of his birthmark through his shirt. A few more people passed by together, casting looks in his direction. Wei Mian lowered his head and pulled down the brim of his hat. The cap Li Xian had sent him was slightly different from his old one, the brim wasn't large enough to hide much of his face entirely, though it managed to cover his goat-like horns. Wei Mian wasn't accustomed to exposing his face in front of strangers and found it difficult to adapt. He shifted positions, moving to the inner side opposite Heiwu. Li Xian caught the subtle movement and guessed somewhat what Wei Mian was concerned about, testing the waters by saying, "Actually, there are no outsiders within the base, you two need not conceal yourselves. To enter here, one must first pass the guardian beast test and agree to become a worshipper of the mother goddess. There are almost no secrets between worshippers, the history between the mother goddess and the nest is known to all. Thus, even if Wei Mian took off his hat and showed his goat horns openly, no one would find it strange. And since Heiwu was not human anyway, if he truly revealed his mist form, it would undoubtedly terrify the guardian beasts. Still, Wei Mian kept his head low, quietly grasping Heiwu's hand, muttering softly, "All right." Though agreeing, there was no indication that he intended to take off his hat. Knowing better than to rush him, Li Xian said no more. By the time the afternoon sun grew less intense, Wei Mian had mostly toured the entire base. He returned to the door he had entered yesterday, where two guardian beasts lay basking in the sun. Upon seeing Wei Mian, the guardian beasts sat up, shaking their bodies as any ordinary animal would. Wei Mian carried the aura of the mother goddess, much like the spiders, which caused the guardian beasts to feel a natural attraction, yet restrained due to Heiwu's presence. Guardian beasts lacked human cognition, their instincts warning them that this man was dangerous. At this moment, few people were at the gate entrance, most were preparing dinner. In the middle directly facing the gate was a small flower bed. Wei Mian approached, reaching out to touch the leaves. The flowers in the flower bed were an unknown species, tiny blooms mingling with weeds in a messy display, rare and hard to find in this post-apocalyptic world. Even ordinary bases wouldn't have room to cultivate these kinds of plants. A breeze rose, and Wei Mian bent down to sit on the stone steps by the flower bed, adjusting his hat brim. Heiwu crouched naturally in front of Wei Mian, placing his hand on his knees, tired. Wei Mian shook his head. Though his physical constitution was weaker than the average person, he wasn't unused to long journeys, and he wasn't particularly exhausted now. Heiwu moved his hand lower, gently massaging Wei Mian's calf, then lifted his arm, "Let's go back." His motion suggested he was about to pick him up, and Wei Mian instinctively leaned towards him. Seizing the moment, Heiwu wrapped his arms around him, helping him to stand. Li Xian stood nearby, having witnessed everything clearly. As Heiwu lifted Wei Mian into his arms, the surrounding mist quickly enveloped them both, disappearing from Li Xian's sight moments later. Li Xian sighed inwardly and headed toward the kitchen. In the evening, Li Xian came over with the food as usual and said to Wei Mian, "Regarding the divine power within you, I have some guesses, but I can't be entirely sure yet. So, how about we find some time?" He was addressing both Wei Mian and Heiwu. Finally, they were bringing up the main issue. The hands Wei Mian placed on his knees curled slightly in tension. He felt a mix of nervousness and resistance, but what had to come would inevitably come. So what happens after it's confirmed? Heiwu implied that only the believers of the mother goddess know how to resolve his problem, yet deep down, Wei Mian felt it wouldn't be as simple or easy as that. Li Xian observed Wei Mian's reaction and then added, "There's no rush, Wei Mian just arrived at the base. Adapting for a while would also be good." He wasn't sure about Wei Mian's previous circumstances, given the goat horns on his head, life before meeting Heiwu couldn't have been an easy one for him. This place is much better than the other bases outside. There are no attacks from monsters or believers here, with abundant resources and harmonious relationships. Li Xian didn't force Wei Mian to like this place, staying calmly would suffice. Heiwu, however, said, "Let's go tomorrow." Wei Mian wasn't prepared at all. When he suddenly turned his head, his hand dangling by his side was seized by Heiwu. He consoled softly, "I'm with you." There was no point in dragging this out any longer. Heiwu could see the anxiety Wei Mian had accumulated over these 2 days. The situation outside remained grim, so figuring out the purpose of the believers sooner would be beneficial. It was rare for Heiwu to actively ask Wei Mian to do something, which left him somewhat unaccustomed. He opened his mouth several times and finally nodded with lowered eyes, saying, "All right." With Heiwu's affirmation, everything would naturally proceed more smoothly. Li Xian immediately agreed, setting the time for their visit the next morning without specifying where they were going. Wei Mian wasn't paying much attention and did not ask further. That night, Wei Mian spent nearly an hour alone in the bathroom. Li Xian had arranged for his subordinates to send several sets of changeable clothes, even including a set of pajamas. This made Wei Mian want to take another shower. He stayed in there too long. Heiwu knocked on the door once, and only then did Wei Mian come out in his pajamas. He wasn't wearing a hat, the skin exposed outside his clothing flushed red, making him look like he had just come out of a steam room. Standing by the door, Wei Mian closed his eyes and took a few breaths of fresh air before returning to his room to sleep. As soon as he lay down, the mist flowed and coalesced beside him, gradually forming a human figure. Heiwu embraced Wei Mian from the side, stroking his neck and asking, "Not happy?" At this, Wei Mian's eyes flickered. He pressed his lips together, "No." Actually, he knew Heiwu was trying to help him. Sooner or later, they would need to take this trip with Li Xian. The more he rested, the more anxious he might become. However, somehow, Wei Mian felt a blockage in his chest. The seeds planted when his dreams were invaded began to grow darkly and slowly sprout. All Wei Mian wanted was not to go. Heiwu decided everything for him without consulting him, even presumptuously planning the time. Next, he recalled what the nest had mentioned in his dream. Heiwu doesn't truly love him, he wants to exploit him instead. Closing his eyes, Wei Mian promptly stopped the thoughts swirling in his mind, feeling uneasy himself. How did he suddenly feel so? Wei Mian momentarily struggled to describe it. Flipping over, he got up, "I'll wash my face again. This time with cold water, just to calm down properly." But as he reached the doorway, he was stopped by a cloud of fog. Heiwu caught Wei Mian's hand from behind, "Didn't you just finish?" Although Heiwu appeared in human form, he still couldn't fully understand why Wei Mian liked taking baths so much. He also keenly noticed Wei Mian's unusual emotional fluctuations, he was deliberately avoiding him. Coming to stand in front of Wei Mian, Heiwu lifted his hand, wanting to touch his goat horns and asked again, "Not happy?" In an instant, Wei Mian's agitation surged to its peak, and instinctively, he swung away Heiwu's hand, producing a significant sound against the door. Bang! Even Wei Mian himself was startled by his own action and looked bewilderedly at Heiwu. His negative emotions continued growing, transitioning from dissatisfaction and suspicion into worry and fear. Uncontrollably, Wei Mian thought, Heiwu must be angry. He is the devouring god, yet here he was staying with this weak human who always needed to consider others. But contrary to what Wei Mian imagined, Heiwu didn't flare up in anger but re-grasped Wei Mian's hand, asking gently, "What's wrong?" Just as always, this warmth and care shattered every malicious suspicion and conjecture, making Wei Mian snap back to reality. Shaking his head lightly, traces of black smoke evaporated from his body. As soon as the black smoke touched the air, it dissipated completely without a trace. The black mist quietly held Wei Mian in his arms. His gaze turned slightly cold, he hadn't expected the nest's insidious influence to run so deep. Fortunately, the nest wouldn't dare leave more of its presence behind. This must be the last bit of it. Wei Mian had not noticed the black smoke, and the black mist did not tell him about it, fearing it would only scare him. He gently stroked Wei Mian's back and asked, "Do you still want to wash your face?" Wei Mian shook his head, "I won't go." Furrowing his brows, he felt that for a moment there, he wasn't even himself. Lifting his head, Wei Mian looked bewildered and said, "I." Holding the hand with which the black mist had struck the door, he felt both regretful and at a loss, "I'm sorry." Of course, he knew such pain meant nothing to the black mist, it was barely even an itch, but Wei Mian just couldn't figure out what he was doing moments ago. The black mist leaned forward and kissed his lips lightly, pulling him into a tighter embrace as he coaxed, "Go to sleep." Wei Mian's nose was filled with the familiar scent, and he affectionately leaned against the black mist's shoulder, "All right." Chapter 85. The moment the influence of Zhongjiang's enchantment completely dissipated, 1,000 miles away, the Yumi Sea surged with towering waves. Dozens of believers cowered on the shore, the abnormality under the sea filling them with immense fear, yet they dared not retreat even slightly. Occasionally, fleshy tentacles covered in viscous liquid would rise above the water surface only to quickly submerge again into the seawater. Its enchantment had failed for the first time, perhaps due to an insufficient dosage, but this still enraged Chao immensely. The backlash of the failure caused him pain, just as when the black mist expelled it from the body of the Eden leader, consuming its power and resulting in the death of some believers. Chao should have been glad that there wasn't much of its enchantment left inside Wei Mian's body, but it shouldn't have been this way. A human body, even if possessing half of the mother goddess's power, absolutely shouldn't be able to resist enchantments, especially when Wei Mian was still in his initial growth phase. Perhaps the issue lay with the mist. His unconditional protection and acceptance didn't give the enchantment any chance to take root. Chao began to feel confused, how could the devouring god, so ferocious, treat a mere demigod son with such special regard? Wei Mian's ability to withstand the enchantments was also Chao's own speculation. Wasn't the reason the black mist kept him close simply because of the leaking divine power? It would be an excellent supplement for the mist who had just awakened. As his understanding shattered, Chao fell into panic, it didn't like the feeling of losing control. Gradually, the surface of the sea calmed down. The believers at the shore became lethargic for a while, then suddenly seemed to sense something and looked up. A few bubbles, gurgle gurgle, floated upwards, as if something deep in the ocean was quietly boiling. In the deep waters, massive tangled limbs trembled faintly. Chao grew excited, it had made a mistake earlier. Wei Mian wasn't merely an unforeseen incident but also the weakness of the mist. Moments later, the slippery flesh tentacles once again emerged from the water and gently caressed the scales of the believers on the shore. Go find the last place where the enchantment disappeared, and uncover their hiding spot. The believers immediately changed from their previous listless state, their bluish-white scales regaining their luster. Ho! The fleshy tentacle retracted, and it stood up invigorated, leading the remaining dozen or so believers on the shore to turn and leave. The next day, Li Xian arrived early outside to wait. Wei Mian had just finished breakfast, sitting on the small sofa in the living room hugging his knees. Black Mist stroked his fan club member's fur, lowering his eyes slightly. Li Xian is outside. So early? Wei Mian straightened up instantly, looking out the window. Why doesn't he knock? Just as he finished speaking, knocking came from the door. However, the sound of this knocking was different from the last 2 times Li Xian had come. Black Mist lifted a hand, and the lock clicked open instantly. Come in. The door opened a crack, and a slim leg peeked in. Wei Mian's eyes brightened. Luna. It was the spider, carefully contracting its 8 legs, squeezing through the narrow door frame, followed by the little girl. There was no sign of the stick insect, probably hiding again inside the small cloth bag hanging around the spider's neck. The little girl quickly closed the door again. Wei Mian glimpsed Li Xian outside just before the door shut tightly. Li Xian stood alone on the steps nearby, tactfully refraining from entering. The monsters inside obviously disliked contact with other humans and might become uneasy. Wei Mian temporarily set aside the idea of inviting Li Xian inside and decided to wait until he knocked again. The spiders hadn't seen Wei Mian and Black Mist these past 2 days. The 3 monsters stayed in the adjacent room, eating food regularly fed by Li Xian. Without Black Mist's command, they didn't dare wander. Until today, the spider couldn't help itself anymore and came over together with the little girl. Wei Mian's clothes and hats were all new, and his overall condition seemed good, showing he was adapting well to the new environment. The spider felt slightly reassured, extending a soft limb to cautiously touch Wei Mian's fingers and quickly retracting it when Black Mist's gaze fell upon it. Compared to the spider, the little girl was even more timid around Black Mist. She didn't dare approach Wei Mian but instead ran to inspect other parts of the room. After a circuit, her pair of eyes returned to the curtain, same as over there. What? After Wei Mian asked, he immediately understood. Same room? Hearing Wei Mian talking to her, the little girl was somewhat thrilled. Her facial features tightened slightly as she secretly moved a step closer to Wei Mian. Yes. Her voice emanated from within her body without moving her mouth. During the daytime, it always felt somewhat eerie to see. In this house, 3 people appeared normal on the surface, but in reality, there was only one. No, perhaps even Wei Mian himself didn't count. His body flowed with the bloodline of the mother goddess, and he had a pair of ram horns on his head. In a certain sense, he was also a monster. Upon thinking this way, the little girl in Wei Mian's eyes became somewhat more pleasing. The little girl was the last monster that followed Wei Mian, but because Black Mist didn't quite favor it, Wei Mian actually didn't know much about it. It followed him. Could it be due to the divine power within him, attracting it as something belonging to the mother goddess? Wei Mian looked at the little girl and extended a hand towards her. The little girl appeared flattered beyond belief, turning her face toward Black Mist. Black Mist glanced coldly, yet did not stop Wei Mian's gesture. With this, the little girl finally mustered the courage, quickly stepping forward to touch Wei Mian's fingers with her own. She tried to produce a smile using her facial features, but after several attempts, it still didn't come across properly. Wei Mian watched attentively, taking her delicate and small hand. This simple touch already made the little girl feel immensely content. She happily stepped back to one side, carefully pinching the spot where Wei Mian had touched her. The spider lay obediently nearby, a small tear appearing in the cloth bag around its neck, revealing the stick insect poking out half its head. Just as Wei Mian had retracted his hand, it was suddenly grabbed again by Black Mist. Black Mist held him, gently rubbing his fingertips against the soft palm as if trying to erase and suppress all traces of the little girl's scent. Wei Mian attempted to pull his hand away, and his slight resistance caused Black Mist to grow subtly displeased, tightening his grip. Furthermore, Black Mist tried to pull Wei Mian closer, attempting to kiss him. Caught off guard, Wei Mian's lips were kissed rather forcefully. The spider hurriedly covered its eyes with a soft limb. Except for it, neither the little girl nor the stick insect knew what they were doing. Wei Mian paused slightly, looking at Black Mist's face close to his own. He realized it seemed like jealousy. But the little girl was only a monster. Wei Mian reflected seriously, recalling when Black Mist once told him he wasn't a god. He probably considered himself a monster too, lacking human knowledge about affection and failing to understand exactly under what circumstances feelings arose. That was why Black Mist showed aversion towards the little girl, disliking Wei Mian getting close to her. Wei Mian's feelings grew a bit complicated, but also slightly joyful. Even though Black Mist misinterpreted who the object of his affection was, his reaction couldn't be fake. Yesterday, he had doubted whether Black Mist truly liked him. Recalling last night, Wei Mian found it strange too. Just before, he hadn't cared about anything, yet now he was overthinking everything, seemingly unable to control himself. He worried it might stem from issues left over during the dream nesting process, but Black Mist had never said anything. Wei Mian instinctively trusted Black Mist, as if everything would resolve itself so long as he was there. The room fell silent for a moment. Li Xian continued waiting outside. Burying his face in Black Mist's chest, Wei Mian spoke up after a long while, "When are we leaving?" The spider pricked up its ears. Where were they going? Black Mist smoothed down Wei Mian's soft strands of hair, "Whenever." In truth, he failed to understand why Wei Mian felt repelled by Li Xian's proposal, but if Wei Mian wanted to stay indoors, then Li Xian could wait a bit longer. At this point, knocking sounded again, and Li Xian's voice came from outside, "Wei Mian?" Wei Mian hesitated as he emerged from Black Mist's embrace and actively got up to open the door. Li Xian smiled broadly, "Shall we depart now?" Wei Mian nodded silently. The spider squeezed next to him, looking up at Wei Mian, then at Black Mist approaching from behind. Where were they heading? It wanted to go along too. Black Mist's gaze swept past it, "You may." Li Xian likely guessed what Black Mist had agreed upon with the spider and didn't make any comments. Stepping aside, he signaled Wei Mian to follow. Since the spider was going, the little girl had to follow as well. Under Li Xian's guidance, they set off towards the side entrance. The two monsters drew nearly everyone's attention along the way, one being an enormous man-faced spider, the other a little girl whose appearance resembled humans entirely. The spider was uneasy, having never seen so many humans before. It kept its head low, daring not to look around. On the contrary, the little girl acted far more freely. Curious, she stared openly at passers-by. Her actions inconsistent with her outward form and hollow expression made her look extremely eerie. As she walked closely with the spider, those believers passing by noticed she wasn't truly a human child and warily distanced themselves. Upon reaching the side gate, a guardian beast lay under a shaded tree. Upon seeing Li Xian, it rose, shaking its ears and striding closer. Li Xian opened the side door, and outside were two trees intertwined with each other, just as Wei Mian had seen when entering the base. At Li Xian's touch, the tree trunk slowly untangled, revealing the view outside. The guardian beast stepped out of the side door first, followed closely by Li Xian, who then turned to Wei Mian and Black Mist and said, "With the guardian beast here, it's very safe." Although this was outside the side door, it still belonged to the base's perimeter. The place Li Xian intended to take Wei Mian was just a short distance ahead. Wei Mian stood at the doorway, gazing upon what appeared to be an abandoned city site. The structures were more intact than those he'd seen earlier, with architectural styles similar to those within the base. Wild grass covered the ground, and some tenacious vines crept upwards along the cracked stone walls. This place seemed like a residential area once used by the base, now abandoned. Chapter 58. And the side door here was probably added later. Wei Mian lowered his gaze, asked no more questions, and followed Li Xian as he walked away into the distance. The surroundings were very quiet, with not a single figure in sight, and no traces of any birds or beasts ahead. As Li Xian walked, he said, "This place used to be the residential area on the north side of the base. Not long after its construction, a tree inside mutated into a tree snake." Wei Mian's suspicion turned out to be correct, but what exactly was a tree snake? He looked towards He Wu for help, who focused his gaze ahead on Li Xian and said, "A monster." Yes, Li Xian confirmed, tree snakes are extremely difficult to deal with, and even after their death, the seeds within them can continue to infect other trees. The skin of the tree snake is extremely tough, making it hard even for the claws of guardian beasts to penetrate. However, this type of monster's weakness is that it cannot move. As long as one doesn't approach the tree snake, it poses no threat at all. In order to ensure everyone's safety, the base simply abandoned this area, with the tree snake right at the central position. This was the first time Wei Mian had heard about such a monster, so he couldn't help asking Li Xian, "Did you bring me here just to see the tree snake?" Li Xian had mentioned earlier that the place he would take him today was related to the abnormal energy within him. Could it be that this particular monster has some connection to the mother goddess? Li Xian avoided directly answering the question. The tree snake is a monstrous mutation formed from post-mouth changes, born out of the devastation of the gods during the apocalypse. Except for the believers under Chao's command, monsters could be divided into two categories. One resembled spiders, creatures that existed before the apocalypse, restrained by divine rules from entering the human world. The other type was like the tree snake, far fewer in number. Li Xian couldn't fully explain the true cause behind the formation of these mutations. Perhaps they were infected by some unknown substance, or possibly, due to the apocalypse, the demise of the gods and humanity's decline gave birth to new species in the current situation. As they moved further ahead, Wei Mian detected a faint smell of decay. In the distance, there were upright stone blocks, arranged in a circle like a fence. On the other side of these stones stood an extraordinarily tall tree with a thin trunk. The tree's trunk was pitch black, seemingly covered with some slippery, viscous material, giving its bark the appearance of animal skin. Moreover, it was alive, swaying gently under the sunlight. The few sparse branches at the top rubbed against each other, producing faint sounds. At a certain distance from the encircled stones, the guardian beast and Li Xian stopped. At the same time, the tree snake sensed the proximity of foreign presences, and its long, slender trunk bent downwards. At its tip grew a head resembling that of a snake. Its body began twisting like a snake, hissing loudly at those afar, "SSS." Despite the monster's fierce appearance and lack of food while confined here, Wei Mian involuntarily stepped back half a step. Hei Wu held his hand as a gesture of reassurance. The little girl couldn't tolerate such provocation and swiftly darted forward. Cracking open her skull, she revealed sharp fangs and mimicked the tree snake sound, SSS. The tree snake paused for a few seconds, seemingly puzzled, then the spider hurried over and pulled the little girl back. Hei Wu. Although he hadn't released any fog, the tree snake acted as if it sensed danger, its head attempting to retreat. Li Xian perceived his murderous intent and quickly said, the divine power within Wei Mian might help the tree snake return to its premutated state. This was the real reason why he brought Wei Mian here. Hei Wu must have misunderstood his intentions, thinking he sought their help to eliminate the monster. After Li Xian finished speaking, Hei Wu turned to him and asked, what do you mean? The tree snake raised its head, returning to its previous form. A few leaves on its tip rustled softly. The original divine powers of the mother goddess were only future and bestowal, Li Xian explained. After her fall, she separated future and bestowal from within her body. Simultaneously, in her fallen state, she developed a third kind of divine power. This third divine power was later inherited by Wei Mian. Without the mother goddess present, her worshippers could not obtain precise guidance. Thus, Li Xian could only make inferences based on the occasional words spoken by future. With Wei Mian now present, he could verify whether his guesses were correct. This also bore relevance to how Wei Mian would choose in the future. Wei Mian gazed at the tree snake and asked, can I help it? Yes. Li Xian continued explaining softly. The essence of the tree snake was the fusion of two substances, and Wei Mian's divine power should enable it to revert to its pre-fusion state. The spider glanced at the tree snake, then turned to look at Wei Mian. Wei Mian remained silent for a moment. What should I do? Li Xian looked towards Hei Wu and seeing that he had no intention to stop, replied, trust your intuition. Wei Mian's divine power, or perhaps his ability, had already been used a few times before. However, he himself could not control it, or perhaps subconsciously rejected it, not wanting to take control. As a human body, excessive divine power caused him pain, but ultimately, it was his own. He was born to possess it. Wei Mian's hand hanging by his side gripped a corner of his clothing as anxiety crept into his heart. Li Xian encouraged from beside, it won't hurt you. If it doesn't work, we'll return immediately. Wei Mian lowered his head without a word. His vision blurred suddenly. Hei Wu stood ahead, slightly bowing down to kiss between his brows, I'm here with you. These words proved more comforting than anything else. Wei Mian tightly hugged him before letting go, we'll give it a try. Li Xian had witnessed their interactions. He tilted his head slightly. The spider was deeply concerned about Wei Mian, following closely by his side and walking together with him a few steps forward. Wei Mian took several deep breaths, gradually emptying his mind. He recalled the previous occasions when his powers went out of control. The memories stopped at the night he first encountered Chao Yong. That towering believer, nearly 3 to 4 meters high, dissolved into a pool of blood right in front of him within an instant. And after obtaining bestowal from Eden, there were hints in his mind. Bestowal signified vitality and enhancement, yet his divine power within seemed contrary to that. Wei Mian quietly stood in place, observing the distant tree snake begin to change. Its slender trunk started shrinking and shortening, its snake-shaped head weakly wailing. Black scale-like substances fell off piece by piece, revealing fresh brown bark. With a gurgle, the tree snake's serpent head dropped, rolling in the grass a bit before disintegrating into gray mist that dispersed in the wind. In just a dozen seconds, the tree snake transformed from its original form into an ordinary tree. The spider was stunned, eyes wide open. Li Xian also reacted similarly. Although mentally prepared, this scene still struck him with awe. But Wei Mian did not stop there. His eyes reflected the image of the tree as its trunk continued shrinking, the retreating leaves presenting an eerie state. Wei Mian. Li Xian couldn't help but call out. This brought Wei Mian back to reality. He gasped sharply, feeling dizzy. Hei Wu instantly supported him, examining his internal condition. Li Xian was equally tense. He stepped forward a few paces, only to suddenly have his neck throttled by mist. Hei Wu's voice sent chills through the air, I asked you to find a way to suppress his divine power, not expedite its growth. Every use of divine power was like a catalyst, making the dormant energy within Wei Mian boil over again. He thought Li Xian had a special method to guide Wei Mian to learn how to use his divine power. But now it seemed no different from Wei Mian's previous losses of control. Struggling to breathe, Li Xian's face flushed crimson as the guardian beast growled low in its throat, intending to help him, but was blocked by the spider and the little girl. Hei Wu, enduring throughout the journey while accompanying Li Xian to the believer's base, truly harbored murderous intent at this moment. At a critical moment, Wei Mian grabbed Hei Wu's hand, I'm fine. His complexion was a touch pale, leaning sideways against Hei Wu. The leaked divine power had been suppressed by Hei Wu, allowing Wei Mian to feel better, with less pain in his body. He tugged again on Hei Wu's sleeve, who calmed down and released the mist entwining around Li Xian. Cough, cough. Li Xian's red face gulped fresh air. Yet, there was joy in his eyes, completely disregarding that he had almost died at the hands of Hei Wu moments ago. Yes. Li Xian's voice hoarse, trembling with excitement, absolutely correct. The look in Li Xian's eyes changed noticeably, showing greater reverence and caution. Wei Mian felt uneasy and shifted his gaze away. Then, he noticed that where the tree snake once stood, only a small sapling half a person's height remained. Wei Mian was slightly dazed. Unable to resist, he took a step forward toward the direction of the sapling. The tree snake had disappeared, leaving this area utterly safe. The obstructing stones were moved aside by the mist, the black flaky material swept off the ground to make the grass beneath Wei Mian's feet clean and tidy. Wei Mian soon reached the sapling, gently touching its branches and leaves with his hand. This was what he had done. He still remembered how the tree snake transformed step by step into its present appearance. Wei Mian found it hard to describe his feelings. Prior to this, he had always believed that the divine power within him carried negative connotations. Like the black goat, which symbolized evil and filth after the mother goddess's fall, the opposite of bestowal, signifying the decline of all vitality. Yet, the little sapling before him was telling him that he could achieve things with a different meaning. Li Xian followed behind, his voice still quivering with excitement as he rambled incoherently, "I'll explain to you, believe me. This is truly the mother goddess's power. It's the third kind beyond bestowal and future." But he had no right to name the property of a deity. Wei Mian retracted his hand, lowering his gaze at the young sapling, its regression. Chapter 59. The two words, Tue Hua, had once appeared in Wei Mian's mind when he couldn't sleep. Even Hei Wu wasn't sure about the purpose of the uncontrollable power within him. He'd never heard of such a name, yet subconsciously, he already had the answer. Looking at this tree, Wei Mian inexplicably felt less repelled by his former identity than he used to. This was also the first time he truly realized that he wasn't entirely useless. Li Xian's expression became even more frenzied, as if he were looking through Wei Mian towards a deity that had already vanished. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and met Hei Wu's gaze. Li Xian's body trembled, his excitement had been so overwhelming that he almost forgot how close he had come to dying in the mist moments ago. He had once promised that he would find a way to suppress the divine power within Wei Mian, but now it seemed like he was merely teaching Wei Mian how to use it. Cold sweat trickled down Li Xian's back. He sensed that if he said one wrong word next, Hei Wu wouldn't hesitate to kill him, and the remaining followers in the base, even if Wei Mian pleaded for mercy on their behalf. Bringing Hei Wu into the base had been an extremely dangerous move from the start, but with Wei Mian growing closer to him under Hei Wu's protection, Li Xian had no other choice. Strands of mist dispersed into the air. Just before Hei Wu lost his patience again, Li Xian quickly said, "Divine power cannot be suppressed or eliminated, Wei Mian must abandon his human form. He is the child of the mother goddess. As a demigod, his divine power is inherited, and it's also a talent he was born with. However, his human form cannot withstand the ever-growing divine power, it will inevitably burst his body someday, leading to his death." The mist condensed slightly, and Li Xian felt the pressure around him ease somewhat. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Closing his eyes briefly, he continued, "The mother goddess's power is scattered across the world. Only when it gathers can a new god be born." The mist retreated slightly, and Hei Wu opened his lips to say, "Gather." Yes, Li Xian exhaled, the mother goddess's divine power is exactly bestowal and future. Every god has unique talents, and divine power represents those talents. The mother goddess symbolizes vitality and continuity, and bestowal and future are her exclusive powers. In her final moments, she separated her divine power. One part went missing while the other was preserved by her worshippers. Without either of them, it cannot be considered complete. And, the new god, refers to whether the mother goddess will be reborn or if Wei Mian will become the new god. It seems Li Xian leans towards the latter. After returning from the ruins near the side entrance, Li Xian took Wei Mian to meet Fu Lai once again. Fu Lai was still sitting alone by the lake, hugging her knees on a stone, silently staring at the water surface. She faced away from them, seemingly not noticing their arrival, nor hearing Li Xian's voice. The mother of future was once the listener, Li Xian slowly explained. The number of times the mother goddess appeared in her dreams was the highest among all of us. Li Xian mentioned before that future absorbed the divine power from her mother's body during pregnancy. Repeating this now, Li Xian's tone grew weighty, revealing hesitance and inner conflict. Suddenly, Wei Mian had an ominous feeling, which turned out to be true when Li Xian continued, "For 20 years, the divine power has been completely fused with her." Not long ago, outside the ruins of the side entrance, Li Xian told them that to restore the mother goddess's power to its original state, they must combine the two scattered powers. Bestowal is temporarily stored in the spider's stomach, and future resides inside future herself. The divine power has completely merged with Fu Lai's body, and Wei Mian's regression ability can extract future from her. But if he does this, future, who is an adult, will regress back to the nascent stage in her mother's womb, she will undoubtedly die. Wei Mian froze, trembling lips shaking as he stepped backward. He hadn't fully grasped the meaning behind what Li Xian had said earlier regarding divine power fusion and the human form. Now, he understood one thing clearly, if he wanted to continue living without harm, this girl he had only seen a few times would have to die. Unconcerned about others, Black Mist acted immediately after Li Xian finished speaking. Mist materialized beside Future, wrapping around her body and neck, levitating her over to them. Only then did Wei Mian see Future's face, a girl with a delicate appearance, younger looking than her actual age, perhaps 16 or 17 years old. Her expression remained blank, and despite being bound by the mist, she showed no signs of panic or any other emotion. The mist tightened around her neck slightly as she struggled lightly. Li Xian hadn't anticipated Black Mist's decisiveness. Instinctively, he took a step forward as if to intervene, but in the end, he stayed put with a hard heart and calmed down the guardian beast. Wei Mian was also startled by Black Mist. He grabbed Black Mist's arm. You should let her go. Black Mist didn't move an inch. Future is inside her. He gestured for Wei Mian to extract the divine power from Future immediately. However, Wei Mian had just learned all the details, including how to use regression. He had only ever killed a few fish for food in the past, and now taking away someone's life seemed impossible for him. As Wei Mian retreated, shaking his head, I can't do it. When he spoke, Future turned her gaze toward him. Wei Mian locked eyes with her, and somehow the chaos in his mind gradually subsided. This face looked like that of a girl about 16 or 17 years old, yet her eyes held the turbid calmness of someone who has endured much. Under such a gaze, Wei Mian calmed further and firmly repeated again, I can't do it. Li Xian timely added, if Future dies, the divine power will be completely extinguished. Black Mist stared at Wei Mian, finally relenting. Killing Future would accomplish nothing. Only Wei Mian could extract the divine power. Future collapsed on the ground, holding her neck while coughing a few times. The guardian beast rushed to her side, supporting her as she stood up on her own. Despite what had just happened, Future showed no reaction. She paid no attention to the three people before her, turning around and heading back to the lakeside. Guardian beast nearby, Wei Mian turned his head away from Li Xian, extending his hand to Black Mist, let's go back. Since that day when they went outside the side gate, Wei Mian stayed in his room for 2 days without going out. Li Xian came once midway, seemingly with something else to say, but Wei Mian didn't want to listen. Black Mist respected Wei Mian's wishes and wouldn't allow Li Xian to approach within half a foot of the door. The 2 adjacent rooms were enveloped in thick mist. Standing on the roadside, Li Xian sighed as he instructed someone to place food on the ground and push it inside with a wooden stick. The spider and the little girl were inside, they would deliver the food over. Upon hearing this, subordinates complied and then turned to leave, while Li Xian still lingered there. He was somewhat anxious, as he hadn't finished what he needed to say that day. But Wei Mian refused to see him, and with Black Mist acting as a ticking time bomb nearby. Li Xian couldn't quite figure out what Wei Mian was thinking or where his resistance stemmed from. Could it simply be because he didn't want to harm Future? Yet as a believer, the moment Future became the carrier of divine power, she had already stopped living for herself. Li Xian knew it was cruel, but that was the truth. With one last sigh, he glanced once more at the house enveloped in layers of mist before walking away. Inside the mist, Wei Mian opened the door and accepted the tray from the spider. He thanked it and invited the spider and the little girl behind her into the room. The little girl also carried a tray with food for the 3 creatures. With Black Mist's permission, they could join Wei Mian for lunch at the table. A square table offered 4 seats in total. Though Black Mist doesn't eat, he preferred sitting beside Wei Mian while the branch insect jumped onto the table and took a fruit directly from the little girl's plate. After finishing the meal, the spider took the tray and left, and the branch insect came over to nuzzle against Wei Mian's fingers before leaving. The 3 monsters arrived quietly and departed quietly, leaving only Black Mist and Wei Mian in the room. Black Mist extended his hand, and Wei Mian naturally sat into his embrace. Are you sleepy? Black Mist held his hand, would you like to take a nap? Not sleepy yet, I'm full, Wei Mian mumbled softly. After a long pause, he raised his head and looked at Black Mist. Since that day when they returned, neither of them had mentioned anything related to divine power or Future. Wei Mian chose not to speak, and Black Mist didn't ask. When Li Xian visited yesterday, Black Mist had prevented him from entering after seeing Wei Mian didn't wish to talk to him. Now it was Wei Mian losing patience first. Lifting his other hand, he gently touched Black Mist's chin with his fingertips, asking softly, are you angry with me? Chapter 70. Black Fog looked down, what's making you angry? Wei Mian hesitated and said, because. I don't want to use my powers on the Future. He knew everything Black Fog did was for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here at all, and as the devouring god, Black Fog surely didn't care about a random human's life. But Wei Mian simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Black Fog hugged Wei Mian tighter and kissed his forehead, I'll find a way. He respected Wei Mian's decision. His current condition wasn't that bad yet, all the leaked divine energy was being absorbed by Black Fog. As long as he stopped using regression, things would be fine. Human lifespans were merely several decades, at most 100 years, and eventually, the person carrying the Future would reach the end of their life. The rest could be handled by him. He would ensure Wei Mian lived well, no matter what it took. Black Fog only said this one sentence, nor did he tell Wei Mian what the method was, but these words greatly comforted him. As long as you're not mad at me, he leaned on Black Fog's shoulder, muttering, I knew it, it wasn't that simple when Li Xian brought me back. Wei Mian had already sensed that Li Xian needed him to do something. But he never imagined that it would involve taking another person's life. Li Xian could have told him everything before coming to the base, but he waited until now, likely just to keep Black Fog calm. Otherwise, even if Wei Mian agreed to come, Black Fog wouldn't have been so patient. This was also why Wei Mian didn't want to see Li Xian these past few days. That day when Black Fog grabbed hold of the future, Wei Mian had also seen Li Xian's reaction. Li Xian had guessed early on what his power would be, knowing that in the end, the future must die. Wei Mian admitted he was running away from it. Even now, closing his eyes, he could still recall the look future gave him. Black Fog caressed his cheek, don't worry. Wei Mian took a deep breath and buried his face in Black Fog's neck, That night, food was brought in as usual by the spider from the roadside. Wei Mian picked up the bowl and found a note pressed under it. The note could only have been placed there by Li Xian. Hesitating for a moment, he picked it up and unfolded it. There were several lines written, indeed penned by Li Xian, apologizing to Wei Mian for acting impulsively that day and not informing him beforehand. After a quick skim, the last line asked about the whereabouts of Grant. Grant was one of the divine energies of the Mother Goddess, which could also be considered as a symbol of followers. Wei Mian didn't want it and keeping it around served no purpose. Since Li Xian had taken the initiative to ask, giving it to him made sense. Black Fog didn't object either, he cared even less about the Mother Goddess items. Thus, after swiftly finishing its meal, the spider went outside alone. Li Xian was still waiting outside for Wei Mian's reply. Seeing the spider emerge from the mist, his expression showed a bit of disappointment. He quickly masked his emotions. Did Wei Mian see the note? The spider nodded and squatted, revealing a zipper on its abdomen. Neither Li Xian nor the subordinate beside him knew what it intended to do. As they watched, the spider opened the zipper and began searching through a stack of papers. Li Xian looked surprised. Finally, from the innermost part of its abdomen, the spider carefully retrieved an orange sphere wrapped in leaves. The leaves had long since turned yellow and dried out, cracking at the slightest touch. Li Xian quickly caught the sphere along with the leaves. This is. Li Xian removed the leaves, Grant. The spider nodded, having completed its task and began tidying up the scattered papers on the ground, preparing to return. Li Xian hadn't expected Wei Mian to hand over Grant directly to him. It seemed he still didn't want to come out and see him. He handed the sphere to his subordinate to take care of and then spotted a piece of paper on the ground, catching his attention. When the spider placed the sphere, it had gone too far inside and during retrieval, many pieces of paper came out. Now, the spider kept organizing them back into its abdomen. Li Xian bent down and picked up one of the papers, studying the pattern on it for a long while, his brows furrowing more tightly. After arranging the other papers, only the one in Li Xian's hand remained. The spider extended a soft limb, silently asking for it back. At the same time, it mentally remarked how strange this man was. Had he taken a liking to its papers? Li Xian hesitated, returning the paper to the spider and asked, where did you find this one? The spider glanced at the content on the paper, tilting its head in thought. There were no words on this paper, only some drawings done by someone. Since the spider had preserved it well, the images were still very clear. There appeared to be a forest, with a person sitting under a tree. The person in the picture sat with their hands crossed, with some droplet-like objects extending from their hands to the ground. The spider looked at the drawing on the paper, seeming to recall something, and glanced back at the fog behind it. It then looked at Li Xian, contemplating whether to take out its slate to write down the answer for him. But this was too much trouble. It had just finished tidying up the mess in its abdomen, and now it would have to rummage through everything again. Moreover, Wei Mian and Black Fog didn't like this man. After much hesitation, the spider stuffed the paper into its belly, zipped it up, and turned around and left. Li Xian's expression flickered with surprise as he instinctively wanted to call out to the spider. However, the spider's figure soon vanished into the thick, dark mist. Unable to touch the fog, Li Xian could only turn back. That drawing lingered in his mind. He felt there was something strangely familiar about the content depicted. Although since the believer's base had gradually become more stable, he rarely went out anymore. If he had seen the scene in that picture, he wouldn't have forgotten it. Puzzled, Li Xian decided to wait until the next time he saw the spider to ask it again carefully. In the following days, Li Xian personally came each time the meal was delivered. The fog still hovered near the house, signaling the attitude of those inside. Li Xian was at a loss, hesitating repeatedly before heading towards the lakeside. As he approached the lake, Future was indeed sitting in her usual spot. A plate of food lay beside her, with the remains of lunch. Li Xian walked over, picked up the plate, and handed it off to someone passing through the grove, asking them to return it to the kitchen. He turned back, looking at Future's silhouette for a while before stepping forward once more. Have you been startled by anything recently? Li Xian was referring to the day when Black Fog suddenly acted, using the fog to wrap around Future and drag her over. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. Yet Future showed no reaction at all, her whole being resembling an empty shell. But Li Xian knew, when she was fully conscious, she wasn't like this. The fact that she had no visible reaction did not mean she lacked awareness. Future turned her head slightly upon hearing the familiar voice. Her gaze was hazy and vacant, but upon seeing Li Xian, it gradually regained focus. Noticing the change in her eyes, Li Xian straightened his expression. With no one else around at the lakeside, he patiently waited for Future to continue speaking. Future averted her gaze and asked, "Did you see the painting?" Startled, Li Xian replied, "Yes, the drawing hidden in that humanoid spider's belly." Future's abilities were not just limited to predicting the future, all events that had ever occurred also existed within her mind. It wasn't strange that she knew Li Xian had seen the painting in the spider's stomach, but what surprised him was that Future brought it up. Most of the past held no significance unless certain experiences played a crucial role in determining the future. The origin of that painting must be significant, and her bringing it up now indicated that it was something he needed to know. However, Future stopped talking at this point, blankly staring at the lakeside. Her mental state was unstable, and she had returned to her usual demeanor. Li Xian frowned. That day, he should have stopped the spider and questioned it thoroughly before letting it go. Now that Future had only asked one question and fallen silent, he couldn't get a definite answer, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen that painting before. He questioned Future again, but she remained silent, as if Li Xian beside her didn't even exist. Wei Mian avoided him, Future refused to give any answers, both ends resulted in dead ends. Li Xian sighed, pressing his fingers against his temples. "I'll come back another day," he said before turning to leave. Just as he took a step, Future suddenly called out to him, "Li Xian." Li Xian turned back in surprise and saw clarity restored in Future's eyes. She looked at him and said, "You still have unfinished business." These words were abrupt and enigmatic. Probing cautiously, Li Xian asked, "What is it?" Everything was fine within the base, nest was gone, and the external followers were currently calm for the time being. His recent unresolved matters were tied solely to Wei Mian, though he wasn't sure exactly what Future referred to. Under the sunlight, her light-colored pupils shimmered like amber, reflecting Li Xian's face. That child. For some reason, Li Xian felt a chill in Future's tone. "You haven't told him the entire truth yet." A thin layer of cold sweat seeped from Li Xian's palms, yet he maintained composure and responded, "Yes, I haven't had the chance yet." Indeed, there was still some information he hadn't disclosed to Wei Mian, and he didn't plan to. Yet this matter wasn't just known to Future, who now pointedly reminded him. Perhaps all that she foresaw included his intentions and selfishness. The energy within Future came from the Mother Goddess. This all-knowing energy caused her to lose her selfhood, and no one could tell whether the entity inside this shell still fell within the scope of humanity. Thus, at this moment, Li Xian felt completely unsure of himself when facing this girl who was a generation younger than him. He bent slightly at the waist, lowering his gaze. "I understand." Future did not speak further, pulling her gaze back as she turned around and hugged her knees. Having received clear guidance, Li Xian dared not disobey. He temporarily set aside thoughts about the painting and hurriedly turned to leave the grove. Chapter 50. The next day, Wei Mian found another note from Li Xian in his breakfast tray. On the note, Li Xian requested a meeting with Wei Mian, discussing the power of devolution and its other function. Another function? Wei Mian muttered to himself. That day, when facing the tree snake, he had tried devolution once and had some idea about its effects. What did Li Xian mean by the other function? The first thing that came to his mind was the new humans and believers. Although new humans and believers were fundamentally different, they both became this way due to being infected by the nest. If devolution could revert them back to their pre-infection state. Wei Mian fidgeted with the note nervously in his hand. If he guessed correctly, yet he didn't have full confidence. He still couldn't control this divine power well. That day, if Li Xian hadn't called out to him, he might have continued until the tree snake regressed into just a seed. Moreover, the black mist likely wouldn't allow him to use this power again. He had mentioned before that his body would not be able to endure it. Wei Mian's hesitation was noticed by the black mist, who took the note from his hand and glanced at it. The moment he finished reading, the note turned to ash. "Go see him?" The black mist asked calmly. Wei Mian pulled his chair closer to him, hesitating and said, "I want to go." He had been avoiding for so many days, it was time to meet Li Xian, at least as thanks for the care these past few days. In the afternoon, the fog surrounding the two houses finally dissipated completely. The spider noticed this immediately, pulling open the curtains of its room and looking outside. It saw Li Xian heading to the next door, seemingly aware of the gaze here, and turned to glance. Quickly, the spider closed the curtains and started pacing inside. The little girl lay on the couch, yawning as her skull cracked open. "What's wrong with you?" The spider made a couple of "yoo" sounds, shaking its head to indicate no need to worry about it. Although Wei Mian agreed to meet Li Xian, he was actually waiting for the other party to come find him first. Not long after the fog disappeared, a familiar knocking sound came from outside the door. Wei Mian opened the door, and there stood Li Xian, smiling. "How have you been recently?" When he asked this, Wei Mian felt somewhat awkward instead, since he had been evading him all along. Wei Mian didn't know how to answer such a question and stepped aside to let him in. Li Xian understood and kept quiet as he stepped inside. The black mist got straight to the point. "What else do you have to say?" He hated Li Xian's habit of only saying half-truths. Holding on to bits of barely useful information, he tested step by step. If it weren't for Wei Mian's reluctance to harm the humans here, the black mist would have already lost patience. There was one more important reason: Wei Mian liked this place. Compared to living outdoors and eating cold meals, the base provided food and shelter comfortably, as Wei Mian put it, allowing him to take hot showers. The black mist stayed here solely for Wei Mian. Likewise, should Li Xian have any ill intent towards Wei Mian, he would never let him off. As the swallowing god, the black mist had never been worshipped. What beliefs or followers meant nothing to him. Being the mother goddess and mother goddess son held vastly different meanings, and he never believed that Li Xian truly regarded Wei Mian as a deity. Faced with the black mist, Li Xian forced out a smile. It was my oversight. After confirming Wei Mian's divine power, I reviewed much old documentation and also sought future insights from prophecy. He told a lie: there were no records of devolution. Everything he knew indeed came from prophecy, but it was something that happened long ago. Li Xian said this hoping the black mist would believe that he wasn't intentionally concealing information but rather unaware, which is why he hurried over to inform them now. Wei Mian returned to sit beside the black mist on the small sofa. Li Xian stood by the table with a stool nearby. Wei Mian said, "Sit down while you explain." The oppressive aura brought by the black mist was too strong. Li Xian even checked quietly if any mist appeared beside him. When Wei Mian spoke, the pressure lessened slightly, and Li Xian responded by sitting down. Regarding the divine power within Wei Mian, Future had foreseen it once. Li Xian began honestly this time. Back then, Future had just turned 10 years old. She told the believers in the base that the mother goddess had a child. This child carried a third kind of divine power, which was the nest's greatest fear. At that time, Li Xian really didn't understand what those words meant until he personally witnessed the tree snakes degrade into ordinary seedlings. Devolution meant everything would revert. The nest's ability to charm comes entirely from it having swallowed the portion of power stripped from the mist. And devolution could make it spew out all its power. However, as the nest is powerful, using devolution on it would consume an immense amount of divine power. First, let's not mention whether Wei Mian can achieve this or not. Even if he could, his body definitely couldn't withstand it. Li Xian initially didn't tell Wei Mian about this because he had a selfish motive. Future could foresee countless possible futures. She said that Wei Mian possessed the third kind of divine power the nest fears, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Wei Mian would use it against the nest. This isn't something certain to happen. The mother goddess has perished, there won't be another demigod son with devolution. If Wei Mian dies, who else can extract Future? There was no precedent before, and Li Xian also didn't know if after Future's death, the divine power within her would still exist. If it disappeared, without the combination of Future and bestowal, the mother goddess would lose any chance of rebirth entirely. Between stopping the nest and taking advantage of the opportunity to fuse Future and bestowal to allow the mother goddess to be reborn, Li Xian chose the latter. He knew that black mist wouldn't just sit by while something happened to Wei Mian. He couldn't use divine power again. But for safety's sake, that day outside the side door, he decided to keep silent. However, he didn't expect that Future also foresaw his selfishness. As a believer, what he should do is give Wei Mian guidance, telling him everything he ought to know. Wei Mian has the right to make autonomous choices and refuse, even if it means facing death. Of course, Li Xian did not tell these things to Black Mist and Wei Mian. He only mentioned the effect devolution would have on the nest. Wei Mian's expression became grim. This was entirely different from what he had guessed. He knew Li Xian wasn't lying, the nest indeed stole part of Black Mist's strength. If devolution took effect, not only would Black Mist's strength be returned, but the nest would also revert to the weakest belief god in its initial state. Fighting against the nest requires a non-trivial amount of divine power. Li Xian spoke frankly. Bestowal might be able to quickly enhance your divine power inside for a short period, but your body absolutely cannot endure it. That is to say, Wei Mian would die. Wei Mian didn't speak. Li Xian turned to look at the Black Mist. He met a pair of eyes filled with rage, shocking him. In the next instant, Mist struck Li Xian completely, throwing him backward with a bang, smashing him into the wall behind. Black Mist's sudden anger caught Wei Mian off guard. Before he could react, the Black Mist approached Li Xian. Every step he took made the oppression the mist exerted on Li Xian heavier. You clearly know he can't bear it. Black Mist's tone was icy and bone-chilling, wishing to kill Li Xian right now, and yet you told him such things. In Black Mist's eyes, Li Xian's behavior was equivalent to persuading Wei Mian to choose death. Li Xian felt genuinely wronged. He also did not want Wei Mian to act this way, but Future's guidance to him was to unreservedly reveal all these. He struggled to speak up, trying hard to show his position. No, extracting Future is the best choice for Wei Mian. The surrounding mist pressing on him showed no sign of relaxing. Li Xian started truly panicking. Wei Mian was compassionate, but Black Mist wouldn't consider anyone else's life at all. He could bring Future in front of Wei Mian without hesitation, just as he could kill him right now. After saying so much, what he told Black Mist was almost useless already. At a critical moment, Wei Mian voiced out, "Can devolution be used on believers and new humans?" Li Xian seemed to have clutched a lifeline and looked toward Wei Mian with a plea for help. He was practically a dead man in Black Mist's eyes, but fortunately, Wei Mian was speaking to him now. Black Mist restrained himself, pulling back the mist. Cough cough. Once more, Li Xian escaped from death narrowly. He remained kneeling on the ground, lowering his posture further. The believers, mostly it will be ineffective. Their mutation isn't merely physical, Li Xian responded, perhaps it might work on the new humans, but I can't guarantee it 100%. Only trial would show, but given the current situation, probably no new human would willingly risk their life to abandon their previous powers. Wei Mian showed disappointment. He cared more about turning believers back into humans than dealing with the nest. He lowered his eyes, I understand. You may leave. Li Xian was overjoyed like a released prisoner, repeatedly agreeing, and hastily retreated from the room without looking back. As Black Mist heard his footsteps gradually fade away, he looked unhappy. Wei Mian got up from the small sofa and walked over, hugging his waist from behind. Black Mist turned around, his expression already returning to normal. Wei Mian knew that Black Mist had been extremely angry earlier. If he hadn't asked Li Xian that question, Li Xian would have already become a corpse by now. Wei Mian raised his hand, the palm of which gently touched the side of Black Mist's face. He is, after all, the base manager. I don't like him either, but... Wei Mian liked this place very much. The treatment he received here was something he couldn't even dare to imagine before. Even if only for the few days of care the base gave to him and the three monsters, he could not just watch as Li Xian died. Black Mist lowered his eyes without speaking, still looking aloof, but Wei Mian felt that his aura had calmed down a lot. Wei Mian leaned in and kissed his lips lightly, then retreated slightly to look at him. The last trace of hostility in Black Mist's eyes finally disappeared. Although he couldn't think or worry as much as Wei Mian, he could respect all of his decisions. After some time, Wei Mian hugged Black Mist's neck, his voice muffled, coming from near his chest, let's leave here, okay? What Li Xian wanted to tell him should be all these things. He had asked him to extract the divine power inside Future, something he absolutely could not accomplish. And in fact, Wei Mian sensed a hint of strangeness from Li Xian's attitude about what he said today. It seemed, Li Xian wasn't truly expecting him to use the divine power against the nest but still came over to suggest it. It was both abrupt and seemingly premeditated, no wonder Black Mist got angry. This base was indeed great, yet Wei Mian didn't feel a sense of belonging to it. He wouldn't stay here forever. As for when to leave, Wei Mian hadn't figured it out yet. Perhaps before leaving, he could ask Li Xian for some daily necessities, pots, bowls, seasonings, or something like a mat he could sleep on at night, so he wouldn't have to bother the spider to lay leaves every time. Wei Mian gradually lost focus, when the door was suddenly knocked on again. The sound was crisp, unlike the one Li Xian made. Black Mist lifted his hand to unlock the door, and the spider carefully pushed it open. In its pair of soft limbs, there was a piece of paper, and it looked at Wei Mian, making an noise. Chapter 72. The spider came alone, the little girl wasn't following behind it. The small cloth bag and the dry branch insect that were once around its neck were also gone. It didn't know where the piece of paper in its soft limbs came from. Hei Wu asked, what is the matter? The spider let out a low, woo-woo, and instinctively tightened its grip on the paper in its soft limb. When Li Xian arrived, the spider had seen him, and it had been keeping an eye on the neighboring situation all along. Being too far away to hear anything, it paced hesitantly by the roadside outside its dwelling, uncertain whether to go in or not. Li Xian had inquired about that painting yesterday, and today he had come over to look for Wei Mian and Hei Wu. Perhaps he would bring it up with them. The spider's body trembled slightly. This seemed to be the only thing it was hiding from Hei Wu. If Li Xian mentioned it, Hei Wu might find out that the spider hadn't told him. By the time it finally gathered the courage to knock on the door, it saw Li Xian coming out from inside. He looked displeased, his brows furrowed tightly. Seeing the spider, he merely nodded briefly in greeting and said nothing before leaving in a hurry. The spider didn't know what had happened inside. With trepidation, it approached. Seeing the paper in the spider's soft limb, Hei Wu showed no reaction on his face. The spider glanced at Wei Mian, hesitating whether to hand it over. Finally, it decided to do so. Wei Mian took it and realized it was a drawing. It was precisely the one Li Xian had seen yesterday. The lines in the drawing were very simple but smooth, unfilled, resembling something casually doodled by a child. The material of the brush used for the painting was unknown, and the yellowed paper appeared extremely old. Clearly, it was something from long ago, yet the pattern on the paper remained clearly visible as though it had just been drawn. After only one glance, Hei Wu's brow lightly creased. What is this thing? In these few days, he was already irritated due to Li Xian. Now, the spider brought over an inexplicable piece of paper and mumbled indecisively without speaking directly. Wei Mian gently pulled at his hand hanging by his side, indicating he shouldn't be so harsh on the spider. Hei Wu lowered his head and examined the painting carefully. He could only make out that there was a person sitting in the middle, with what appeared to be wood surrounding them. Beyond that, nothing else could be discerned. Did Luna draw this? Wei Mian bent down to pat the spider's head like soothing a child. Not bad. His first thought was exactly this. In the follower's base, even hot water was unlimitedly supplied, having a pen was the norm. And every piece of paper hidden in the spider's belly had writings on it. Wei Mian had seen it several times. The spider shyly looked up toward He Wu, sensing that his mood wasn't good. But neither He Wu nor Wei Mian recognized this painting. The person in this painting was actually Wei Mian. It was the scene of Wei Mian's first meeting with the spider when he fled into the forest to evade believers. They coincidentally met each other, and his left hand was scratched by the spider, which caused some blood. On the painting, there were some droplet-shaped patterns extending from the left hand of the figure all the way to the ground, looking abstract. Without an explanation, it wouldn't make any sense. Moreover, this painting wasn't drawn by the spider, but rather given to it a long time ago by someone. That person was a young woman, beautiful and fair-skinned, but her exposed arms and neck were covered with some black fine hairs. She gave the painting to the spider, telling it that if it wanted its master to regain freedom, it must act according to what was depicted. On a future day, a youth would arrive at this forest where fog was sealed. What the spider needed to do was scratch the hand of the boy. Beyond this, the spider was not allowed to harm the boy, instead protecting him. At first, the spider didn't believe a word. But back then, He Wu had been freshly sealed not long ago. Most of the followers who once followed him had fled, leaving only it behind. It lacked strength, and after trying all possible methods, still couldn't help He Wu break the seal. With great anxiety and worry, the spider felt that perhaps the sole remaining hope was to follow the instructions of the woman. It didn't know the woman's identity. She wasn't human, and her aura was peculiar. Her scent resembled that of green meadows full of blooming flowers by a creek, yet within the clear stream water lay a trace of something putrid and decaying that was slowly being polluted and eroded. After giving the painting to the spider, the woman left without specifying when the boy in the painting would return. On the next day, while the spider was weaving webs with its silk, it suddenly discovered that it could weave transparent webs, which not only served for concealment but also created a world within the web. The spider was delighted. Not caring to understand the reason, it kept the painting safely, waiting for the boy the woman had spoken of. However, this wait lasted more than a decade. At first, some humans passing by or entering the forest, as long as they could defeat the spider, all got their hands injured by it. There were both lone individuals and groups of travelers. However, the black mist was still sealed beneath the earth. Later, fewer people approached the forest until Wei Mian arrived. It had been a long time since the last person entered the forest, and the spider had already lost hope but still wanted to give it a try. And this time, it succeeded. After the black mist awakened, the spider didn't tell him about the woman and the painting. So much time had passed. What if the awakening of the black mist was just coincidence? Besides, as a subordinate of the black mist, it had listened to an unknown woman's words. Such behavior was tantamount to betrayal, and it had acted without knowing the consequences. Secondly, after the black mist awakened, he was still weak, so the spider was busy helping him find prey to restore his vitality. Moreover, the black mist had become intrigued by Wei Mian and constantly stayed by his side, not allowing the spider near. Thus, the painting remained hidden in its belly until it was found yesterday while retrieving the orb and seen by Li Xian. After much deliberation, the spider summoned the courage to speak up before the black mist questioned it, but it seemed like its timing wasn't right. Since Li Xian hadn't mentioned the painting, and neither had they recognized it, Wei Mian had also mistakenly thought it was something else. The spider lightly nodded, admitting that it had drawn the picture. There would be another opportunity to confess later, or perhaps it could individually tell Wei Mian about it. When the black mist got angry over this matter, Wei Mian would surely speak up for it. Wei Mian continued praising the spider a bit more and handed the painting back to it. The black mist still stood coldly at the same spot. The spider dared not linger any longer, neatly folding the painting and placing it back inside its belly, carefully closing the door behind it before leaving. Wei Mian had never even considered that the painting might have another significance, so he dismissed it from his mind. After the spider left, he said, "Don't scare Luna, it's already frightened." The black mist looked at the closed door, the spider's footsteps gradually fading away towards the neighboring area. He wasn't sure if he sensed anything, but he was drawn back by Wei Mian's words. He faintly replied, "I didn't scare it." Wei Mian hummed softly and reached out to the black mist. The black mist predictably took hold of Wei Mian's hand and pulled him into his arms. His slightly heavy breath fell on Wei Mian's ear, and Wei Mian placed his palm on the black mist's back. "Shall we go for a walk?" He vaguely felt the annoyance brewing inside the black mist, though it wasn't as apparent when facing Li Xian. Wei Mian began to ponder randomly, perhaps also because of the spider. It had used things from the base to paint, which made the black mist upset. They were monsters, freedom for them lay outside, not trapped in the base among humans. Wei Mian reflected, realizing that since entering the believer's base, he had rarely paid attention to the black mist's emotions and didn't know what he truly desired. The black mist refused, "No." His tone was cold and firm, and his arms around Wei Mian tightened even more. Wei Mian had no other choice and stepped back slightly to initiate a kiss with the black mist. After kissing for a while, the black mist carried Wei Mian to the small couch behind them and continued leaning over him. In fact, during these few days indoors, they had already done many intimate things. Kissing and hugging were all quite common. The foreign warmth pressed against his lower back, causing Wei Mian to instinctively snuggle closer into the black mist's embrace. He noticed that the black mist loved touching his skin. Even when sitting together casually, their hands would often be intertwined, and the black mist would gently caress Wei Mian's wrist and fingertips. It was like playing with a beloved delicate doll, exploring every spot on Wei Mian that fascinated him. Wei Mian's cheeks flushed red as he tilted his head to avoid the black mist's descending kisses, catching small gulps of fresh air. Their faces were very close, and the black mist detected some changes in Wei Mian's body. He lifted his head slightly and gently probed downward, asking, "What?" Wei Mian's face turned even redder, and he pushed the black mist away by grabbing his hand. "It's nothing." Wei Mian avoided looking at the black mist and hastily excused himself with, "I'm going to wash my face," before rushing into the bathroom. The black mist sat up slowly, appearing somewhat dazed, and watched Wei Mian shut the bathroom door. His expression carried a contemplative look. A moment later, he emitted a wisp of mist that silently slipped through the bathroom door crack. Inside, Wei Mian was completely unaware. He quickly adjusted everything, washed his face with cold water, and ensured there were no unusual signs before opening the door. The black mist was standing nearby against the wall. Seeing Wei Mian come out, he said nothing but touched his forehead with his hand. "Are you all right?" As soon as he spoke, Wei Mian's face started to warm up again, and he shyly avoided eye contact, shaking his head. The black mist understood nothing. His ability to learn and comprehend far exceeded that of ordinary people, yet he was ultimately not human and thus unable to do certain things naturally. Wei Mian and the black mist had not yet ventured into anything more intimate than kissing, and Wei Mian's own experience was essentially nil. Moreover, given the situation, he had no time to dwell on these thoughts. Wei Mian rubbed his face, clearing all stray thoughts from his mind. Wei Mian planned to inform Li Xian in advance about their departure. However, prior to that, he received another piece of news from Li Xian. The believers outside had suddenly become restless and were attacking the surrounding bases. Chapter 73. The base of the believers was located in a secluded place and had special methods for concealment, almost isolated from the world. Wenya was the first to know about the outside situation. After she and Wenyue parted ways, Wenyue successfully joined another nearby base consisting of new humans and a small number of pure humans, which suited him well. Wenyue couldn't easily go out most of the time, so once they separated, it would be difficult for them to meet again. Li Xian, considering Wenyue's feelings, left Wenyue some paper made from the hair of guardian beasts. This kind of paper was used by the believers to send messages. When the paper was burned, the recipient could receive the content written on it. Even though Wenyue wasn't familiar with how to use this method, it was sufficient for him. The recent unusual movements among the followers were precisely the information he conveyed to Wenyue. In his letter, he revealed that a nearby base had already fallen. Although Wenyue was at the base where Wenyue resided, which differed from other places, he still wanted to send a warning, urging Wenyue and her people to be cautious. Wenyue was also deeply worried about Wenyue. She brought the letter to Li Xian, hoping he would send guardian beasts to assist. However, the believers rarely interacted with outsiders. All secrets here, including the guardian beasts, remained unknown to others. Li Xian did not agree temporarily, but he informed Wei Mian immediately. "One of the bases has fallen." Wei Mian's face paled. "Is the nest resurgence beginning again?" The letter from Wenyue mentioned something similar. Li Xian shook his head. "We can send the guardian beasts to check it out, but I feel like there is something strange about this group of believers. The nest suffered heavy damage in Eden, and wouldn't be able to gather too many believers in such a short period of time. Yet, these believers seemed to have a clear purpose and were heading straight in this direction." The believers' base had been hidden for over a decade, so Li Xian couldn't help but stay highly vigilant. There were only 4 guardian beasts remaining. Everyone else in the base was made up of defenseless pure humans who needed to protect the bestowal and future. If the nest found the entrance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Though the black mist was present here as well, whose strength was immeasurable, it was unclear how much he had recovered. But Li Xian never let down his guard against him and therefore didn't rely on him to protect them. "What should we do then?" Wei Mian glanced at the black mist. "Will this place be discovered?" Li Xian hesitated. "Under normal circumstances, no, unless the nest senses something." Upon saying this, Wei Mian felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Li Xian asked right after, did the nest come into contact with anything in Eden at that time? The power of temptation was even impossible for the mother goddess to resist. But if the black mist had been caught off guard, they wouldn't still be standing here alive now. What Li Xian worried about was Wei Mian. As a human with unstable divine powers, the nest would undoubtedly start manipulating through him. Wei Mian replied, "Yes, but that happened before we entered." The nest had invaded his dreams before, only that one time. Later, the black mist confirmed that it had already left. Wei Mian told Li Xian about the dream without revealing what exactly happened within it. However, the black mist added, "The second time, the day before we went looking for the tree snake. The nest had concealed itself so deeply, which was an oversight on his part. Only after that did the nest truly leave Wei Mian's body completely." Li Xian's face changed immediately. Damn. The nest must have sensed the location here, perhaps not accurately, but since the believers started attacking nearby bases, they would eventually find their way here. Although they relied on the guardian beasts and some arrays left behind by the mother goddess to hide the base size and entrance, it wasn't entirely trace-free. He hesitated, wanting to ask why the black mist hadn't spoken up earlier, but instead said, "I'll go notify the others." At the end of the day, it was his decision to bring Wei Mian and the black mist back to the base. Even if the nest showed up, it was unavoidable. And he certainly didn't have the right to demand the black mist to explain everything in detail. Li Xian quickly left to discuss with the other members, while Wei Mian stayed rooted in the spot. He knew nothing about what the black mist had said. The day before they went searching for the tree snake, that wasn't it. "Why didn't you tell me?" Wei Mian asked in confusion, "I thought. Does the nest know we're here?" No wonder he felt his emotions were somewhat off that night. But the black mist didn't say anything, and he trusted him too much. Wei Mian felt somewhat guilty. If the nest could find them here, it might be due to him. "Don't overthink it," the black mist comforted him softly, "with me here, there's nothing to worry about." A few believers at best, even if the true form of the nest came, he would ensure Wei Mian's safety. As for the rest of the believers here, if Wei Mian wanted to save them, he could extend a helping hand. Wei Mian did not need to feel guilty. The believers had the protection of the guardian beasts and wouldn't be infected by the believers, they might be among the last group of pure humans. Without Wei Mian, the nest would still use every possible way to find Li Xian and his group's hiding place. The room was quiet as Wei Mian leaned on He Wu's shoulder, muttering dejectedly, "Then we can't leave anytime soon. They should at least wait until the issue with the outside believers is resolved and ensure the safety of the base, or else Wei Mian would have a troubled conscience." He Wu agreed, "No problem." Wei Mian was thinking about other nearby bases. Li Xian said he could send the guardian beasts to investigate, but didn't bring it up when he left. Wen Yu was also in one of those bases. If He Wu also wanted to help outsiders. Li Xian mentioned that He Wu was a god without divine nature, and he didn't care about other people's lives. Wei Mian wasn't arrogant enough to believe He Wu would comply with all his requests just because he liked him. He was a god, after all, and their positions were inherently unequal. All the way until bedtime at night, Wei Mian was still distracted. He Wu assumed he was worried that the base would be discovered by the nest. "The nest won't come," He Wu said with his eyes half closed. "Otherwise, it wouldn't have sent the believers first." Letting the believers search was also an act of probing, the nest was unsure and dared not come itself. This was his guess, and he hadn't mentioned it during the day because there was no need to tell Li Xian. Wei Mian would always be his top priority, and he didn't want Wei Mian to worry about this matter. But after hearing his words, Wei Mian's low spirits did not improve. He stared at the moonlight streaming through the window, seemingly lost in thought. He Wu keenly noticed his unusual behavior. He gently pinched his chin and turned his face towards himself. "Something on your mind?" Was there something Wei Mian was keeping from him? What was he worrying about? He Wu couldn't guess, and seeing Wei Mian remain silent, he kissed him lightly on the lips. "Tell me." His tone was deep and gentle, like he was soothing Wei Mian, while his fingertips stroked a small patch of delicate skin on his chin. Wei Mian gathered his courage and said, "I want to help the nearby new human bases." The lights in the room were off. Wei Mian felt uneasy, trying hard to make out He Wu's expression in the darkness, only to hear him reply without hesitation, "Okay." He Wu's response came too quickly for Wei Mian to believe what he heard. "You agree?" His ability was restricted by his body and useless, so helping others relied solely on He Wu's power. "Aha," He Wu responded again, "we can go whenever you're ready." His tone was as casual as deciding where to bask in the sun tomorrow, while he caressed Wei Mian's hair. Wei Mian was surprised but then deemed it normal after some thought. The surge of the nest wouldn't even scratch He Wu, so handling those believers outside would be a piece of cake. Regardless, Wei Mian was still delighted and hugged He Wu tightly. "Thank you, Ateng." He Wu gently massaged his back and suddenly asked after a pause, "What were you doing in the bathroom that day?" Wei Mian looked puzzled and vacant. "Bathroom? Which day?" It seemed like he forgot. He Wu didn't say anything more, and his hand moved forward slightly on Wei Mian's back. This action gave Wei Mian some clues, and he quickly realized, turning his face red instantly. He evaded He Wu's touch, pretending calmness. "Nothing much." He Wu's hand missed its target, instead reaching out to probe Wei Mian's burning cheek. "You didn't seem quite well in the bathroom." Wei Mian blinked stupidly. "Did you see?" He Wu stayed silent, seemingly confirming, realizing now how foolish it was since he could easily penetrate any door with his misty form when Wei Mian locked the bathroom that day. Wei Mian's brain went numb in an instant, pulling the thin quilt beside him over his entire body at lightning speed. Too embarrassing. He hadn't even noticed He Wu secretly watching him through the mist. Just imagining being under scrutiny like this made Wei Mian wish to burrow into the ground. With Wei Mian completely covered by the blanket, He Wu reached for a corner of it, only to have Wei Mian snatch it back forcefully. "Wei Mian." He Wu called out to him, simply wrapping him together with the quilt into his arms. He could have transformed into mist to seep through the gaps, but seeing Wei Mian's reaction so intense, almost like anger, made He Wu uncertain. Wei Mian rarely acted moody towards him, leaving He Wu clueless, yet instinctively refrained from messing further with the quilt. Through the blanket, He Wu found Wei Mian's nape and touched it lightly. "I didn't see." Denying it at this point truly felt disingenuous, didn't it? With his eyes closed motionlessly, Wei Mian felt his neck being softly kneaded by Hei Wu's fingers, which somewhat eased his embarrassment. After a while, the black mist seemed to draw closer, and a voice sounded before Wei Mian's eyes, "Don't be angry." He still hadn't figured out why Wei Mian had hidden himself away and wouldn't talk to him. He quickly sifted through his memories for useful information and whispered again, "I'm sorry." The breathing of Wei Mian under the quilt seemed to pause for a moment, then he heard Hei Wu promptly say, "It's my fault." Chapter 74. Actually, Wei Mian wasn't angry, he just felt too embarrassed to know how to face Hei Wu. However, Hei Wu probably wouldn't understand these feelings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked what Wei Mian was doing. After a while, the blanket was gradually pulled down from inside, finally revealing Wei Mian's flushed face. He was still held in Hei Wu's arms. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he saw the tender gaze in Hei Wu's eyes. Hei Wu didn't mention what had just happened at all. He reached out to grab the blanket, and seeing that Wei Mian didn't resist, he pulled it up to cover both of them. "Are you not tired?" He kissed Wei Mian's nose. Wei Mian didn't answer but quietly leaned over, though without any hint of sleepiness. A little while later, Wei Mian softly said, "That's not uncomfortable." He lifted his head, and the heat on his face began to rise again as he feigned calmness. "Because I like you, so." Wei Mian's voice trembled slightly, this being his absolute limit. Saying this sentence wasn't hard, but expressing his feelings because of such an event made him feel somewhat. If he didn't clarify it to Hei Wu, it left him uneasy. Hei Wu thought carefully about what Wei Mian said and responded with an affirming sound, He gently caressed Wei Mian's spine for silent comfort. As the weather recently turned colder, the warmth under the blanket was just right. Yet, Wei Mian still couldn't fall asleep and struggled to think of something else to distract himself. After letting his mind wander for a bit, Wei Mian suddenly said, "When we go to the nearby base, let's leave directly." Hei Wu had agreed to help the nearby base. Once they deal with the believers outside, they would no longer have a reason to stay. Where to go after leaving, Hei Wu would decide. Perhaps he would go search for the hiding place of the nest and retrieve the things stolen long ago. Wei Mian knew he probably wouldn't be much help, so his best effort would be to avoid becoming a burden. Even without hot water and food delivered daily, compared to those conveniences, Wei Mian chose to return to the old days. Then they could take along the three monsters. Alright. Hei Wu went along with everything, the warmth from his palm transmitted through the clothing. "When will we go?" Wei Mian thought for a moment, "Let's tell Li Xian first." Telling Li Xian that they were leaving was also a way to thank him for taking care of them during this time. Upon learning Wei Mian's decision, Li Xian immediately panicked. "Why are you suddenly leaving? What about your body?" The divine power within Future had yet to be extracted. Though Li Xian believed Wei Mian was young and inexperienced, which is why it was understandable not wanting to hurt others and giving him some more time, he hadn't expected him to leave. Did Hei Wu not care at all? Wei Mian could lose control at any moment, and he was so confident that he could save him every time. "I've made my decision," Wei Mian said. "You don't need to worry about the believers outside. A Teng will handle them, and afterward, we'll be going somewhere else." That Hei Wu was willing to offer his assistance shocked Li Xian, who realized that Wei Mian's importance in Hei Wu's heart far exceeded his expectations. But extracting Future was indeed the fastest and best method. Li Xian cautiously looked toward Hei Wu, only receiving a cold stare in return. He didn't dare speculate further and instead brought up Future. Mother Goddess divine power has not yet been fully integrated. Wei Mian paused in silence for a moment. "I don't want to harm her." Li Xian sighed. "I know, but for her, this might not necessarily be liberation. Since the day she was born, Future was no longer a normal human being. There was simply too much in her brain for her to think and choose freely." Li Xian hoped that this calamitous figure, Hei Wu, would leave as soon as possible, and Wei Mian leaving was something he couldn't stop. So, he could only try to persuade Wei Mian, encouraging him to extract the divine power within Future first. The fusion of divine powers is truly what the nest fears the most. Excitedly, Li Xian started babbling, the rebirth of the Mother Goddess. "No, perhaps you could become the new Mother Goddess." Hei Wu didn't refute. He didn't care if Wei Mian replaced the position of the Mother Goddess or not, but merging the divine power seemed like the most convenient way to solve his physical condition currently. He didn't even care about the death of a Mother Goddess worshipper. If Wei Mian was willing to do it, he could grab Future right now. Wei Mian was at a loss. He had never thought about it from Future's perspective. He purely felt that Future shouldn't sacrifice herself for him. But then, Li Xian mentioned the nest again. Caught between the dilemmas, Wei Mian hesitated and said, "I want to meet Future." He had been here for so long, heard many stories about her, but never once spoken a word to her. Even if he needed to make a decision, Wei Mian wanted to truly get to know and try to understand her first, rather than just hearing from Li Xian alone. Li Xian didn't refuse, he immediately took the two to a small grove in the center of the base. Upon arriving at the grove, a familiar figure was indeed sitting by the lake. Li Xian approached and exchanged a few words with Wei Mian. The other person still stared blankly at the water, completely unresponsive as Wei Mian and Hei Wu drew closer. "This is her usual state," Li Xian stepped back and whispered, "she's like she has no sensation." This wasn't a lie, Future's condition was even more unstable than Wei Mian's. Whether she would open her mouth to speak depended entirely on luck, or some unknown prerequisite that nobody could clearly define. Wei Mian stood off to the side, looking at Future's delicate profile, and tried greeting her, "Hello." Still no response. She seemed exactly as Li Xian had described. Most of the time, she was in need of deliverance. Despite this, Wei Mian still couldn't make up his mind. He'd never done anything like this before. Both Li Xian and He Wu nearby seemed to be waiting for him to decide. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Mian lowered his eyelashes slightly. "I would like to be alone with her for a while." Li Xian hesitated briefly. "All right." He Wu retreated to the exit of the grove to wait, where he could see Wei Mian without disturbing him. Li Xian withdrew even further, keeping a certain distance from He Wu. Only Wei Mian and Future remained by the lakeside. Wei Mian bent down, brushing his hand along some grass on the ground. "Li Xian says you need deliverance." Wei Mian lowered his head, his cap brim covering most of his face, "but I don't know." These words hadn't been said before by Li Xian. Was it because they suddenly planned to leave that he felt so urgent about extracting Future? Wei Mian felt bewildered. This just didn't feel right. But if he refused, would it be the right decision either? Unaware if Future could hear him or not, Wei Mian treated it as if he were talking to himself. "I was planning to leave tomorrow. Things seem tough outside." Wei Mian plucked some grass blades, twisting them in his fingers. "I don't know whether I should do this." Wei Mian's thoughts were chaotic. Facing Future gave him an indescribable feeling. Though he had never come into contact with her, now being alone together made him surprisingly relaxed. Without realizing it, he began confiding his feelings, hoping for some kind of response from Future. Maybe he was too hasty, torn between wanting to leave and being bound by Li Xian's request. He Wu hardly ever mentioned the divine power inside him, seeming quite confident. But Wei Mian knew it wouldn't be easy, otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. And yet, taking someone's life by one's own hands, how easy could that be? The surroundings were quiet. Wei Mian kept his head low, about to stand up when he suddenly heard Future's voice. "Wei Mian." Surprised, he looked up, locking eyes with Future. "You can talk." Wei Mian widened his eyes. "I knew you'd come." Future spoke clearly, appearing far more composed compared to her earlier dazed expression. She squatted down, mirroring Wei Mian's posture, facing him directly. Seeing this scene from afar, Li Xian furrowed his brows deeply. It seemed like Future and Wei Mian were exchanging words. Stepping forward, he wanted to approach them. Suddenly, pitch-black mist appeared, blocking Li Xian from moving any closer. Forced to retreat, Li Xian fumed silently. As a believer of the faith, he believed every word Future spoke deserved his attention. The black fog obstructing him meant only one thing. Wei Mian had earlier requested to spend time alone with Future. Having no choice, Li Xian reluctantly returned to his original spot, praying that nothing unexpected would happen. By the lakeside, Future smiled at Wei Mian. "Don't be afraid." This statement felt cryptic. Wei Mian certainly wasn't scared of her, but he did feel somewhat nervous, puzzled by why she could suddenly start speaking again. Squatting there by the lake, Future tilted her head and glanced toward Li Xian, partially obscured by the mist. "He has taken very good care of you." She was referring to He Wu. Whatever had happened between him and Li Xian earlier went unnoticed, as Wei Mian followed Future's gaze and responded simply, "Yes." Without He Wu, he might have died multiple times already during their journey. A brief silence enveloped the area, then Wei Mian broke it. "Did you hear what I said earlier?" Now that Future looked normal, perhaps this was the chance to ask her how she truly felt. "What did you say?" Her amber eyes turned towards him. Her tone was gentle, carrying a maturity unmatched by someone her age. For a fleeting moment, Wei Mian felt like the person squatting before him wasn't just a teenage girl. Quickly snapping out of it, he carefully chose his words. "Li Xian wants me to extract the divine power within you and fuse it with bestowal. Doing this would be no different than killing Future." Wei Mian was conflicted about how to tell Future, but then he heard her say, "But you will die." Wei Mian abruptly looked up. "What?" He was a little confused. The divine power to be extracted was within Future's body. Why did Future say he would die? "Li Xian didn't tell you after all." Future sighed, her gaze complicated. She continued, "When the divine power fuses, the mother goddess will be reborn. A god and the god's child cannot coexist." Chapter 75. No deity would ever have offspring. The day the son of God is born is also the day the god perishes. The mother goddess, under Nest's persuasion, would see her divine powers become corrupted. During this time of change, she had to separate bestowal and Future. Wei Ming was half human, a demigod, the son of God, inheriting the new divine power that arose from the mother goddess's transformation, degeneration. The cause of the mother goddess's extinction wasn't the separation of her power, nor was it due to being deceived into corruption, but rather the birth of Wei Ming. If bestowal and Future were reunited again, the mother goddess could be reborn. Nest knew this too, but he didn't know about the existence of Future. The worshippers had hidden all knowledge regarding the Future well and had leaked no information. Nest believed that the mother goddess only managed to leave behind bestowal. However, once the mother goddess regenerates, everything produced by the separation of divine powers will vanish into nothingness, including Wei Ming and degeneration. Wei Ming felt his understanding challenged again. Li Xian had never told him the truth. Divine fusion meant both he and the future would die. From beginning to end, Li Xian's goal was solely for the mother goddess to be reborn. Wei Ming tightly gripped his own palm and instinctively glanced toward the edge of the forest. If the black fog learned of this, he'd certainly grow enraged. Future extended her hand, seemingly trying to touch Wei Ming, but pulled back halfway. She whispered softly, "Don't be afraid." Wei Ming made every effort to calm himself down. He couldn't tell the black fog, or it might provoke him to anger and result in the deaths of Li Xian and everyone else here. He closed his eyes briefly, then asked, "Can the birth of the mother goddess stop Nest?" Even if he could understand the choices and methods of Li Xian, after all, the mother goddess was the true divinity he worshipped while Wei Ming was merely a human who faced life-threatening dangers whenever his divine powers were used. Future shook her head, no. She could foresee any possible outcome, naturally including this one. Her response left Wei Ming feeling bewildered again, though upon careful reflection, it wasn't surprising. When the mother goddess still existed, even combined efforts among the gods failed to resist Nest's invasion. Now the other gods were gone, and the black fog's strength hadn't fully recovered yet. So, Wei Ming said confusedly, should we wait longer? Since the rebirth of the mother goddess couldn't prevent Nest, then neither his death nor the death of the future would mean much. Though Wei Ming rarely dared to expect too much, he desired to live. It had been his sole wish for a long time. Perhaps, when the black fog eliminated all Nest's followers and successfully retrieved the stolen forces. Wei Ming suddenly remembered his degeneration, which was the key to making Nest spit out everything. If they did nothing, with Nest maintaining its original state, the black fog would need to continue helping him suppress his ever-growing divine powers. Wei Ming looked down at the weeds on the ground. How much more time do I have? Future's voice came from the front, not long. She added quietly, as divine power grows, not even gods can prevent it. In other words, the black fog couldn't save him either. Wei Ming's heart sank instantly as if trapped in a dead end. Retrieve the future to bring the mother goddess back, and he would die. If not, he would die anyway. There remained one last option, perhaps the best choice. Future extended her hand again. This time, she didn't hesitate but lightly touched the hair strands beneath Wei Ming's brim and behind his ears. Her touch brought warmth and intimacy to Wei Ming, along with an unspoken comfort. Drumming up his courage, Wei Ming asked, what if I stopped Nest myself? He would still die, after all, Nest wasn't like a serpent, the amount of divine power needed for this task far exceeded his body's capability. Yet doing so would at least wound Nest seriously. It would make Nest expel the black fog's power, reverting itself to its pre-apocalyptic state. Wei Ming still lacked full confidence. Maybe he would fail, or perhaps he lacked the determination to act decisively. Still, he wanted Future's answer. It seemed that if she said it was possible, he would follow through. At this moment, the young girl before him appeared more like an elder guiding him, which felt strangely intriguing. Although Wei Ming disliked Li Xian and was always cautious around him, he subconsciously trusted Future. Future paused slightly in her expression, looking lost for a moment. The fact that Wei Ming asked such a question proved he already harbored thoughts of acting on it. Among the countless possibilities regarding the future, new branches gradually appeared. Future did not respond, appearing deep in thought. Wei Ming dared not interrupt her but noticed another familiar figure approaching out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, Wei Ming saw it was the black fog. Wei Mian and Future had been by the lakeside for too long, and the two of them were saying something incomprehensible. Initially, Black Fog didn't care much, but when he saw Future touch Wei Mian's hair, his expression darkened. This simple action seemed too glaring to him. Though the Black Fog had stepped back to the edge of the forest to give them space, which was already the limit of his tolerance, he wouldn't allow any follower to have any contact with Wei Mian at this moment. The Black Fog approached and directly bent down to help Wei Mian up. A tang, Wei Mian looked anxiously at Future as the Black Fog arrived. Why did you come over suddenly? The Black Fog replied in a soft tone, I've waited for a long time. Wei Mian was at a loss, unwilling to let the Black Fog know about his conversation with Future. Fortunately, Future said nothing, merely standing up and casting an inquisitive glance toward the Black Fog's face. Li Xian was still far away, obstructed by the mist from getting closer. He could only peek anxiously through the cracks in the fog. Wei Mian hesitated for a moment before grabbing the Black Fog's hand. Let's go. With the Black Fog present, Future found it inconvenient to continue speaking. Yet, some vague ideas had already taken root in Wei Mian's mind. Before the Black Fog could respond, Wei Mian took the initiative to pull him and walk away. As they had just taken a step, Future's voice came from behind, I like white flowers. Wei Mian turned around bewilderedly, what? This comment had no relation to their previous conversation, making it completely inexplicable. Future merely smiled, waving goodbye to him. The Black Fog glanced at her, then led Wei Mian away from the lake. When they passed by Li Xian, the Black Fog finally dissipated the fog. Li Xian gave one last look at Future who remained in place before containing his urgency, let me see you back. Wei Mian looked at him and shook his head, no need. He could tell Li Xian must be curious about what Future had told him, but due to various reasons, he couldn't bring himself to ask out loud. Wei Mian also feared that the black fog might sense something, so he refused Li Xian's offer to escort them, instead leaving with the black fog. Once they left, Li Xian immediately headed to the lakeside. Future still maintained the same posture, her frail figure standing beside the rock. Future, Li Xian adjusted his expression, probing carefully, what did you and Wei Mian talk about earlier? Deep down, Li Xian knew Future would not engage in idle chit-chat with Wei Mian, and there were certain things where even if Wei Mian knew, it wouldn't be overly serious, except if Wei Mian ended up telling the black fog. If that happened, they would face more than just Nest showing up. Future countered his question, what are you afraid of? Li Xian felt a lump in his throat, opening his mouth but unable to speak. For a long while, silence reigned between the two, until Li Xian finally forced out words with difficulty, the rebirth of the mother goddess is the best path. Stopping either Mist or Wei Mian from intervening against Nest, the outcome would be twofold, success or failure. Failure went without saying, but if successful, the Mist would become another Nest. At that point, he would be the sole god on this land, with no creature able to rival him. Hadn't Mist originally been jointly sealed by the gods beneath the earth precisely to prevent such a scenario? That was also why he told Wei Mian absolutely never to let Mist regain his lost powers, otherwise, even if the other gods reappeared, they would pose no threat to the fully empowered devouring god. Now that Mist was still in development, and Nest had temporarily diverted his attention, this was the best time to resurrect the mother goddess. Future simply shook her head, not this way. She rebutted Li Xian's claim but refrained from explaining why. Li Xian didn't understand, and his tone grew increasingly urgent, should we do nothing then? Why did the mother goddess separate the two divine forces, and why was Wei Mian born? He thought all these events were orchestrated by the mother goddess, specifically for this very moment when Wei Mian reached the base of followers and used the divine power within him to extract Future and fuse it with Bestowal to revive the mother goddess. This was the mission destined for Wei Mian, and for Future too. However, the wild card in this plan was the Mist. Had they been able to find Wei Mian sooner and bring him back, perhaps he wouldn't have been expelled by the original base and thus wouldn't have ended up in the woods where the Mist resided, accidentally breaking the seal. Li Xian frowned, sensing something significant in his mind. Future watched the change in his expression and asked, do you remember that painting? The painting? Li Xian's face changed instantly. It was the painting he had seen with the spider, something he had always found familiar but couldn't quite place. Now, he finally understood. The painting depicted what Future had foretold. Right before they set out with the guardian beasts and traveled to the Eden, Future had informed them of everything about Wei Mian. When he was born, when he was banished by the base, and when he first encountered the black fog. Future did not elaborate on some details, but Li Xian remembered how Wei Mian had lifted the seal. It was his blood, he was cut by a spider, and the blood carrying the bloodline of the mother goddess seeped into the ground beneath. That simple yet abstract painting depicted precisely this moment. Li Xian stood rooted to the spot, how could it be? Did the spider draw it? But why would it do that? Future mentioned this painting to him twice. An improbable thought began to form in Li Xian's mind, and he suddenly looked up at Future. The expression on Li Xian's face indicated he already had some guesses. Future turned around, sat on the rock, lifting her legs and hugging her knees, gazing at the tranquil lake surface as she murmured softly, this is the arrangement of the mother goddess. Li Xian wasn't wrong about one point, everything the mother goddess did before her demise had reasons. He just misunderstood the direction. Black Fog's seal would be lifted by Wei Mian, something the mother goddess had foreseen long ago. This was a variable she deliberately set herself. Creating new forks at the crossroads, it might be the floating wood amidst an impossible situation, or perhaps the most perfect destination among all fates. Li Xian remained silent for a long time. As the wind picked up at the lakeside, the sound of his footsteps gradually faded away as he left the woods. Chapter 75. After returning from the lakeside, Wei Mian had been very quiet, as if he had something on his mind. Hei Wu asked him, but he only said it was because he was worried about the base outside and wanted to get out and take a look as soon as possible. Since he didn't say more, Hei Wu inquired about what Wei Mian and Wei Lai were doing by the lake. Nothing much, Wei Mian mumbled vaguely, she said some things that I couldn't understand. Hei Wu didn't doubt this. The last thing Wei Lai had said, about liking white flowers, sounded rather nonsensical anyway. Wei Mian didn't mention the divine power inside Wei Lai's body, likely still unwilling to go that route. Hei Wu therefore stopped asking. The next day, Wei Mian woke up early, and the three monsters also came to the room where he stayed. They would leave this morning, as mentioned the previous day with Li Xian. Wei Mian changed back into the clothes and hat he arrived in. Though the coat was already quite worn, after being cleaned, it was still wearable. The few pieces of clothing Li Xian gave him, Wei Mian hesitated for a moment, then folded them neatly and handed them to the spider monster, letting it tuck them away inside its belly. The spider was delighted, moving around the room and helping Wei Mian organize every item. It even used a cloth to clean the bathroom taps and water gates thoroughly, ensuring there wasn't any trace of their stay. The little girl sat at the window, her legs swinging as she watched them. Footsteps could be heard outside the house. The little girl turned her head. The spider went to open the door, it was Li Xian. One hand held a plate with breakfast for Wei Mian, while the other carried a backpack. "This is something I prepared for you, which will come in handy on your journey." Li Xian put down the backpack. "Take it." Inside were foods that could be preserved for several days, along with daily necessities Wei Mian would need. Though he would most likely not return, Li Xian still said that the base's doors would always remain open for them. The spider tried to carry the backpack itself, but it kept slipping forward. Seeing this, the little girl finally stepped in, willingly carrying the bag herself. Noticing they were indeed leaving, Li Xian said, "I've discussed with my fellow clansmen, and we have decided to send a few people with you. They would bring 2 guardian beasts. In case anything happened, these creatures could offer assistance. Even though there was a risk of exposure, right now what they should do most was stay safely within the base. But with He Wu's involvement, perhaps the nest wouldn't find them." Still, Li Xian couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling in his heart, as if something would happen soon, so he felt compelled to see Wei Mian off personally. After resolving matters with the believers outside and confirming the direction Wei Mian and He Wu would take, they could return. Wei Mian was somewhat surprised and turned to look at He Wu. He Wu did not oppose Li Xian's decision, "Do as you please." He didn't care too much about what Li Xian thought, as long as they didn't keep following once they parted ways. Relieved that He Wu agreed, Li Xian exhaled. Judging by He Wu's reaction, Wei Mian must still be keeping something hidden from him, not telling him everything Wei Lai had said. Li Xian pulled another small sphere from his pocket and offered it to Wei Mian. This small sphere, no bigger than a palm, glowed faintly with orange light inside. Wei Mian was very familiar with it. It was called granting. "What are you doing?" Wei Mian refused to take it. Hadn't this object been retrieved already? Why was it now being given back to him? Li Xian struggled to pull a reluctant smile. "As long as the divine power isn't extracted from Wei Lai, we won't need this either. I thought maybe you might find use for it." When Wei Mian locked eyes with Li Xian, he instantly understood. He must have figured out the content of yesterday's conversation between Wei Lai and himself. Handing granting back to him was meant to show his stance, wasn't it? Wei Mian lowered his gaze and reached out to take it. "All right." The sphere quickly found its way back into the spider's stomach. He Wu didn't want Wei Mian holding on to granting to prevent his body from being affected. Once everything was ready, Wei Mian took a few bites of breakfast and set off toward the main gate under Li Xian's guidance. At the gate, a few people were already waiting, along with the 2 guardian beasts. This trip's primary goal was to deal with the followers, so arranging too many hands was unnecessary. When Li Xian and Wei Mian appeared, the guardians absorbed the companions one by one into their secondary stomach pouches. When Ye stood at a distance, she hadn't received permission to join the excursion and had to wait for news at the base. Wei Mian waved at her. With the help of the fog, he climbed aboard the back of the guardian beast. The 3 monsters also perched behind him, while Li Xian sat on another guardian beast. A clansman below helped open the heavy gate. Li Xian spurred the guardian beast forward, and the guardian carrying Wei Mian followed closely. Before the 2 trees at the entrance of the base returned to their original appearance, Wei Mian looked back one last time. He silently thought in his heart that he would surely miss the hot water here. He Wu sat behind him and moved closer, blocking Wei Mian's view. He gave him a light kiss on the lips. The guardian beast headed north all the way, where there were 2 adjacent bases, one of which was where Wen Yu was located. In the messages he sent over, he mentioned the believers had also appeared from this direction. After leaving the forest surrounding the believer base, as they approached their destination, more and more believers could be seen wandering around nearby. A few believers who attempted to get close were instantly killed by the fog even before the guardian beasts took action. Li Xian's expression darkened slightly. There weren't this many believers around here a few days ago. This area had always been relatively desolate. Without food, believers usually wouldn't come here. The guardian beasts leapt over the remains of the believers. Wei Mian covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, shielding himself from the bloodiness in the air. Li Xian had a map and was familiar with the terrain, so he largely decided the route, while encountering believers was dealt with by He Wu. Sitting atop the guardian beast, He Wu maintained an unsmiling demeanor, killing believers without hesitation. The only time he showed any response was when Wei Mian turned to talk to him. "Are you tired?" Wei Mian leaned against his chest and looked up. "We can rest for a while ahead." These believers were far fewer than what they'd faced at the nest. Wei Mian simply wanted to talk with He Wu to relieve some of his silence on the journey. He Wu found it greatly pleasing, putting his arm around Wei Mian's waist. "All right." Li Xian said nothing, stopping not far ahead near some ruins, as per Wei Mian's suggestion. It was almost noon, and they needed to stop to prepare food. As for He Wu, he certainly wouldn't tire out. The guardian beasts released the several people from its secondary stomach pouches, and they brought out the food, giving some to Wei Mian and the 3 monsters. The spider and the withered branch insect didn't eat meat. They found some fruits in nearby bushes to fill their stomachs. There were believers near the ruins as well, but the 2 guardian beasts guarding the perimeter easily killed a few. After everyone rested and continued the journey, passing through the messy ruins ahead, He Wu suddenly looked up. Just after spitting out a believer's corpse, he fixedly gazed into the distance, and the mist hovering mid-air froze slightly. The guardian beast acutely sensed the change in the mist and fearfully let out an "oh" sound. Over there, Wu pointed to somewhere in the distance, there is the smell of the nest. Even though there was just a faint trace of the stench mixed with seawater, he could detect it accurately. Wei Mian tensely asked, could there be other monsters? Believers alone seemed insufficient to cause worry. Li Xian patted the back of the guardian beast's neck, let's go check. The direction Wu indicated was a sparse forest, lying between the ruins and the remnants of the city. The deeper they went toward it, the more screams of believers Wei Mian heard, and the heavier the stench of blood in the air grew. This situation was abnormal, and Li Xian, with his more experienced instincts, frowned deeply. There's trouble ahead. He slapped the guardian beast's neck again, let's go check. As the guardian beast quickened its pace, weaving through the forest filled with fallen leaves, they indeed saw several figures lying on the ground. The believers paused their biting actions at the approach of unfamiliar presence and looked up warily. Before the believers could react, mist appeared out of nowhere, pressing down on them. With Wu taking care of these believers, Li Xian quickly jumped off the guardian beast and checked the condition of the people on the ground. After a moment, he stood up and helplessly shook his head at Wei Mian and Wu. They had arrived too late, all these individuals were already dead. The mist spit out another believer's corpse, intensifying the stench of blood around. Wei Mian turned pale and averted her eyes, unwilling to see the scene in front of her. The bodies on the ground bore signs of fierce attacks from the believers, with rather gruesome appearances. There were even places where broken bones were exposed. Li Xian closed his eyes for a moment and rummaged through the corpses, finding identity badges from around their necks. There from a southern base, Li Xian wrapped the bloody badges with leaves, frowning deeply. How did they end up here? There were a few damaged backpacks on the ground as well. They were mostly empty, carrying practically nothing. Li Xian's expression became even graver. If these new humans had gone out looking for supplies, the situation might be worse than expected. The emergence of believers might have happened earlier than they knew. Li Xian tucked away the identity badges, remounted the guardian beast, and restarted the journey. The guardian beast passed over the ruins, getting further away from the bodies of the new humans and the believers. Wei Mian raised his eyes and gazed at the scenery constantly passing by around him. Is the scent of the nest still here? Gone. Wu, lost in thought about something, paused slightly with his pitch-black pupils deepening. It's a bit strange. Li Xian, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but inquire anxiously, are there any other anomalies nearby? The believers were all dead, leaving an eerie quietness surrounding them. Sparse mist hovered in the air, gradually being retracted bit by bit by Wu, who then replied, there is none. Precisely because there were no anomalies, he felt it strange. Among all the believers they had encountered so far, including those during the earlier surge from the nest, none of them bore the scent of the nest. They were merely lowly believers, numerous and beast-like, not worthy even of a second glance from the nest. When he detected the trace of the nest earlier, he almost assumed that the true form of the nest had appeared here or had possessed one of the believers. But after the deaths of those few believers, the scent of the nest vanished without a trace, leaving behind not a single mark. The two guardian beasts continued forward until the sky grew dark. The nearest base, if we start out early tomorrow morning, we should arrive before noon. Li Xian held a map in his hand, pointing toward a spot marked with a pen. We'll camp here for the night. Traveling further at night was unsuitable. The two guardian beasts would take turns standing watch, ensuring neither got overly fatigued. Wu had no objections. Wei Mian also needed rest, and he wouldn't refuse anything beneficial to Wei Mian. Li Xian had prepared for spending the night outside ahead of time, packing simple tents in the secondary stomachs of the guardian beasts, handmade by people from the base. Dinner was hastily sorted out. Wei Mian and Wu shared the same tent. Supplies were limited, there was only a thin mat inside, with no pillow available. The spider habitually went around finding soft leaves and dry grass to lay on top of the mat, allowing Wei Mian to sleep more comfortably. Afterward, it crawled into the cocoon along with the little girl and the dried branch insect. This was the first time in recent days that Wei Mian slept outdoors, and at first, he found it a bit hard to get used to. Nestled in Wu's embrace, it took him a long while before drowsiness slowly crept over him. In between moments of semi-consciousness, Wei Mian felt Wu sitting up next to him. Because of various things these past 2 days, he had already been restless. With the familiar warmth suddenly gone, he woke up abruptly, opening his eyes only to see complete darkness, unsure where Wu had gone. Panicking instantly, he touched some cool mist and called out, "A ting." No sooner had the words left his lips when a pair of arms wrapped around him. Wu pulled him close, his voice as cold as falling into an icy cavern, "It's here." Not understanding what Wu meant, Wei Mian asked, "What?" The air hung silent for a moment. All Wei Mian could hear was his own breathing, detecting faintly a slight salty smell. Wu hesitated briefly before uttering, "The nest." Chapter 77. The second one to notice the abnormality was the guardian beast. The guardian beasts had originally been stationed around the perimeter of the tent, with one responsible for keeping watch and the other lying beside it asleep. At a certain moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew in from the distance. Both guardian beasts stood up simultaneously, whimpering as they began to retreat. Something was approaching, carrying with it a cold and damp aura. Inside the tent, Wei Mian's eyes adapted to the darkness, faintly seeing that he was surrounded by mist. He was embraced by black fog, feeling considerably more at ease in his heart. With a dazed expression, he repeated, "Is the nest here?" In the next instant, he felt the ground trembling. It was similar to the commotion of a nest surge, but there was no sound of running followers. The salty, wet smell in the air grew stronger. Wei Mian had earlier thought this scent was familiar and finally remembered, it was the same briny odor as the giant monster he had encountered before with the black fog. With a splash, the entrance to the tent was opened, and through the gaps in the mist, Wei Mian saw a spider. "Brr!" The spider anxiously cried out, its 8 slender legs shaking slightly. It had also sensed something amiss, the guardian beasts had already awakened Li Xian and the others. The creature approaching from afar was very powerful. The spider, well aware of its own limitations, came directly to find the black fog in Wei Mian. Would they leave immediately, or? A little girl peeked out from behind the spider. Around her neck hung a small cloth bag filled with dead branches and insects. In a tender voice, she said, "Something terrible is coming." In the blink of an eye, the vibrations on the ground grew even more intense. Before Wei Mian could ask more questions, the mist swept in, pulling the 3 monsters inside and wrapping them together with Wei Mian. The black fog released Wei Mian and spoke coldly, "Protect him well." These words were directed at the 3 monsters, who also needed protection from the mist. But if anything else happened, Wei Mian's safety must take priority above all else. Afterward, the black fog walked out of the tent. Once again plunged into darkness, Wei Mian wanted to follow the black fog outside but was stopped by the mist. In the cramped space of the tent crowded with 3 monsters and 1 human, the mist outside layered layer upon layer, holding this plot of land firmly in place. "Ah Teng." Seeing nothing, Wei Mian anxiously called out several times but received no response. At that moment, there came a few muffled sounds from afar, as if some colossal creature had slammed into the ground. Without the black fog, the little girl finally had a chance to approach Wei Mian. She stood next to him, spreading her thin arms and embracing his shoulder. The cracks in the little girl's head widened slightly, her hollow eyes staring forward, teeth bared. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." However, Wei Mian noticed the little girl's body was trembling. She was scared too, just like the spider nearby, which had drawn its legs tightly inward in an attempt to hide itself. Wei Mian had never seen them act this way. It made him finally begin to understand what kind of existence this nest truly was. The ground continued to shake, debris and stone walls seemingly collapsing around them. Li Xian and the others' conditions were unknown, so Wei Mian once again tried to open the tent to check the situation outside. But as soon as he reached out, the mist instantly enveloped him, preventing him from advancing any further. The black fog didn't want him to go out. Having no choice, Wei Mian let go of the idea and turned to hold the little girl tightly instead. He pressed close to the spider, one hand stroking the little girl's soft black hair while leaning his head against the spider. "It'll be fine." Wei Mian consoled them softly, perhaps also speaking to himself, "Everything will be alright." But deep down, he wasn't sure. The nest's sudden attack made him wonder if there was something else planned. And he also didn't know how much strength the black fog had recovered, if he could return to the power he had before being sealed. No matter how dangerous the situations in the past, the black fog always managed to deal with them easily. Wei Mian trusted him, yet couldn't help but feel a flicker of concern now. If. In the darkness, Wei Mian looked down at the palm of his hand. If, as Li Xian said, the nest feared the divine power within him. But everything had come too unexpectedly. Wei Mian was completely unprepared and hadn't even mentioned it to the black fog. Bang! A loud boom echoed outside the tent, startling Wei Mian. He heard the low growl of the guardian beasts, some chaotic voices, and then Li Xian shouting for him, "Wei Mian. Are you inside?" Immediately, Wei Mian responded, "Yes, I'm here." "What's happening outside?" "It's not good," Li Xian's voice carried fear, "the nest has caught up to us." His tone shifted abruptly, "Can you come out?" "What?" Through the tent and the 2 layers of fog inside and out, Li Xian's voice fluctuated between near and far. Wei Mian hadn't heard clearly and raised his volume, "Where is Ah Teng?" Li Xian avoided answering directly and repeated again, "Can you come out?" He paused a moment and added, "It's not safe here. Come out first and I'll have the guardian beasts take you away." A flicker of strange discomfort passed through Wei Mian's mind as he stepped back slightly. "Come out. What's wrong?" Li Xian seemed to shift a little toward the other side of the tent. "I can't get in." "Try from this side." Before Wei Mian could respond, the little girl in his arms shivered, yet snarled fiercely, "He's an imposter." The voice mimicked perfectly enough to fool Wei Mian but couldn't deceive the little girl. Tightly gripping onto Wei Mian's hand, she repeated again, "He's an imposter." Wei Mian also noticed something odd about Li Xian at that moment. He said they couldn't hold on much longer but was speaking to him calmly without any signs of trouble. Li Xian and his people lacked special abilities, with the guardian beasts around, they would certainly hide in the secondary stomach pouch. Moreover, Li Xian never referred to the guardian beasts this way. Suddenly, all sounds outside the tent vanished, leaving an eerie silence. Under the moonlight, a black fleshy tendril emerged from a crack in the ground. Its swollen end gradually distorted into a vague human shape. Caught in the act, the tendril slowly retracted, returning to its original form. Humph, the voice spoke again. With each word it uttered, it no longer resembled Li Xian, instead becoming deeper and softer. Wei Mian had heard this voice before, in his dreams. Disgusting insect, the little girl countered bravely despite her trembling voice. I will stomp on your neck and eat you. Outside the tent, an eerie silence returned once more. Wei Mian held his breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Then there came another loud boom. Another fleshy tendril broke through the ground, causing the entire tent along with the surrounding fog to shake. You dare to die. The voice filled with malice. Having been provoked, the nest went berserk, furiously tearing at the fog surrounding the tent. In the distance, a large amount of fog was tangled by several thick fleshy tendrils. You've grown stronger, the voice of the nest rang out from below, the gaps in the ground filled with seawater. But still not enough. The last time at Eden, it had been caught off guard and severely injured by the black fog. When the charm planted within Wei Mian dissipated, it exposed his location. The nest already knew exactly where Wei Mian was hiding. The hunting of believers had restored much of its strength. It wasn't in a hurry, until the black fog and Wei Mian revealed themselves voluntarily. And those so-called mother goddess worshippers, it could smell the scent of the two white dogs from a great distance away. The dogs had hidden themselves and the inferior humans in their bellies, but the nest wasn't in a rush to find them. Killing Wei Mian was the top priority, everything else could wait. You left him there, he was terrified, another tendril burst through the soil, resisting the swallowing action of the fog, he's looking for you. The black fog seemed distracted, and the fog encircling the tent also became momentarily unstable. Seizing the opportunity, the nest discovered the reaction was quicker than expected, as the fog rapidly blocked the attack of the tendril against the tent. It seems he is truly your weakness, the nest lamented mockingly, if you had swallowed him directly, you wouldn't be in such a state now. With every word, its tone grew increasingly mocking and gloating. What made Wei Mian worth protecting? This ugly human with goat horns carried some resemblance to the mother goddess, making it feel nauseated. It had to kill him to put itself at ease. Excitement began building up within the nest as well. Once it killed Wei Mian and tore his corpse in half in front of the black fog, what would the reaction be of this former high and mighty god of consumption who thought too highly of himself? Several tendrils were eroded and consumed by the fog, but even more protruded from underground. The nest was willing to sacrifice half of its body just to delay the black fog. Its massive frame squeezed beneath the surface, producing two more tendrils around the tent in search of the guardian beasts. Wei Mian remained hidden inside the tent, listening anxiously to the sounds of the tendrils attacking the fog. Clutching tightly at his palms, he forced himself to calm down. At this point, Wei Mian heard the anguished cries of the guardian beasts. The sound drew closer, seemingly dragged over, crashing violently onto the tent. So pitiful, the nest sighed as if in sympathy, what use does a dog without its master have to continue living? The tendrils ceased attacking the tent and instead began wrapping around the guardian beasts' bodies. The guardian beasts spat out blood but still fiercely guarded the humans hidden in their secondary stomach pouches. The fleshy tendril lifted the guardian beasts high before smashing them violently onto the ground. Wei Mian smelled the metallic tang of blood and couldn't tell whether the commotion outside was real or another ruse orchestrated by the nest. With every heavy thud, Wei Mian's heart quivered in response. But he could do nothing, trapped helplessly inside the tent. Soon, the tendrils ceased their attacks, tossing aside the nearly lifeless guardian beasts as they prepared to pierce through their abdomens. At the same time, the nest's malicious voice echoed again, poor little dogs, why didn't your master make you stronger before she died? The master it referred to must have been the mother goddess. Wei Mian had no knowledge of the history between the nest and the mother goddess, but suddenly remembered that the pistol power was still inside the spider's belly. The ability of the pistol was enhancement, strengthening all forms of abilities. If it could work on the new humans, could he also use it? Chapter 78. Li Xian gave him Indao before he left, and it might be more than just to express an attitude. Outside, the guardian beast had its eyes half open, emitting a low moan from its throat. The flesh tendrils aimed at its abdomen were about to strike when they were suddenly repelled by a force. Inside the tent, Wei Mian trembled as he withdrew his hand. His burst of strength indiscriminately attacked everything around, tearing apart both the tent and the fog. Dawn was approaching. He saw the mess outside, the guardian beast lay in a pool of blood. The fog momentarily solidified, then quickly filled the gap, once again blocking Wei Mian's view. The nest outside roared with anger, how dare you hurt me? As the son of the mother goddess, Wei Mian naturally inherited the divine power of the mother goddess, but the nest didn't know what kind of power it was. It hadn't even cared, thinking that with nothing more than a human body, the divine power would be confined and suppressed under the protection of the black mist, and therefore posed no real threat. But just now, the nest felt a glimmer of danger. Wei Mian's eyelashes flickered as he said to the spider, Luna, take out the round ball in your belly. Several meaty tendrils disregarded the fallen guardian beast on the ground and swiftly struck toward Wei Mian. At this moment, another guardian beast appeared not far away, rushing over to try to stop the nest. The tendrils easily knocked the oncoming guardian beast away, maintaining their focus on Wei Mian. The nest began to panic, it was a situation it had never anticipated. Is it, Indao? Indao has amplified Wei Mian's divine power, but it should not feel fear. It must kill Wei Mian, the son of God that it had almost overlooked for nearly 10 years. The meat tendrils fiercely smashed into the tent, dispersing several threads of fog at the edges. Just as the nest prepared to attack again, the tent opened from inside. Struggling, Wei Mian pushed away the fog. The constant use of divine power made his face deathly pale. Bearing the excruciating pain throughout his body, he stood outside the tent, shielding the spider and the little girl behind him while clutching the round ball tightly in his hand. Wei Mian didn't have much time to think anymore, and it seemed like he no longer needed to think further. From the mouth of future, there were two choices he knew. Black mist could not stop the growth of divine power. He is human, and no matter what methods are used, he would die eventually. And after extracting divine power from future, coupled with his own death to bring about the rebirth of the mother goddess, the result would still remain unchanged. The third option involves using divine power to regress the nest back to its original state. He will die too, but the apocalypse will end here, giving survivors a chance to continue living. This is the best solution, and perhaps it has been foretold. The function of regress, the indao, in his hand, the nest right before him, this is the destiny laid out for him. The only regret was that he hadn't had the chance to talk to Black Mist again, to tell him about his choice. He also had some concerns. Li Xian feared that if Black Mist returned to his peak, he might become the next nest. But Wei Mian had no time to ponder more, he only hoped that the spider could deliver his words in the tent earlier, asking Black Mist not to harm others. A deity's life is endless and protracted, but he had only spent a few short months beside Black Mist. After his death, Black Mist may soon forget him. The fog sensed Wei Mian's intent, frantically wrapping around him in an attempt to contain him once again, yet it kept being driven back by regress. Wei Mian removed his hat, revealing his pale face with a black ram horn atop his head. Every part of his being exuded an air of imminent demise, as if a mere touch could cause him to shatter. Yet such a fragile man instilled genuine terror in the nest. "This can't be," roared the nest furiously as its flesh tendrils twisted together and lunged at Wei Mian. "What did you inherit from that slut? Speak fast." The surface of the flesh tendrils was covered with sticky fluid, from which glimpses could be seen of the nest's underground body, a monstrous giant. Blood mixed with seawater slowly seeped through cracked soil. Suddenly, the nest's attacks halted abruptly in front of Wei Mian. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, even the wind stopped blowing. Crack. There came several snapping sounds as the bones contorted. In mid-air, the flesh tendril rapidly shriveled, turning into a pool of bloody water. The ground began to tremble. The nest couldn't produce any sound, only struggling painfully. With what remained of its shrinking body, it managed to crawl out desperately within a brief period of time. In the faint sunlight, the dark lumps rolled incessantly, expelling huge clouds of mist. Through its senses, the nest communicated to every one of its believers. Countless pale monsters wailed and fell, dead forever. The lump continued to tremble until all the mist was expelled, and the color of its outer layer began to fade. Finally, it transformed into a small white object no larger than a palm, terrified and trying to escape. A pair of small feet blocked its way, and the nest looked up. In front of it stood a little girl around 5 years old. Her face was blank, her black hair fluttering in the wind. The girl grabbed the nest, and a crack appeared down the middle of her face and skull. It bared 2 rows of sharp teeth, its long tongue flicked across the nest's body before devouring it whole. As the nest was completely regressed, Li Xian emerged from a secondary stomach chamber. Dark clouds gathered above, tainting the sky with the fog emitted by the nest. Wei Mian had ultimately done it. Li Xian swiftly rescued the remaining people from the other guardian beast's secondary stomach chamber. "Leave quickly. We can't stay here long." The regressed nest vanished, the black mist no longer bound, merging once again with the power that had once been taken from it. Back at his peak, the devouring god had just lost the person he loved. What he might do next, Li Xian couldn't even imagine. The guardian beast lying on the ground had no more breath left. The rest squeezed into the secondary stomach chamber of another guardian beast. The surroundings darkened even further. A suffocating silence enveloped them as an ominous, oppressive feeling spread through the air. The storm was about to break, and the heavy clouds weighed down on the city. Li Xian's hands were trembling. He sent the last member of his clan into the secondary stomach chamber but did not enter himself. He knew the black mist detested him, Wei Mian's death must have made it immensely furious. If the black mist wanted to vent, he would let it do what it wished, hoping to buy some time for the guardian beast and the others. However, just as he resolved himself, the sky suddenly brightened. The dense black mist dispersed into thin air, as if a lid had been lifted. Sunshine spilled over from the edges of the clouds. Li Xian raised his head, confused and bewildered. But indeed, the black mist had departed. At the same time, the 3 monsters disappeared without a trace, and Wei Mian faded away as well. Half a month later, when you joined the base of the believers. After the nest regressed, it vanished without a trace, likely dead. All its followers perished instantly, and the new humans lost their special abilities. Fortunately, there were no strange changes in their bodies, just a return to their pre-infected state. From then on, the term new human ceased to exist, and since Wen Yu had lost his powers and now met the criteria of the believer's base, he was brought over under Wen Yu's entreaty so that the siblings could reunite. In these half-dozen days, everything seemed to be moving toward a better direction. The surviving humans started rebuilding their homes. They didn't know why the believers suddenly died or why some monsters disappeared. They lived cautiously for a while until finally gathering the courage to step outside their doors. As for the disappearance of the monsters, Li Xian guessed it might have something to do with the black mist, but he wasn't entirely sure. Would the black mist truly help humanity and suppress the monsters so they wouldn't appear again? That didn't sound like something the devouring god would do. But apart from the black mist, no other deity could possibly achieve this. Li Xian also searched the old places for Wei Mian but found nothing, not even the Indao. There wasn't a single trace left behind. Theft, regress, and Indao had evaporated him entirely. Every time he thought of Wei Mian, Li Xian couldn't help but sigh, feeling that he owed the boy far too much. A path he had once strenuously concealed and opposed now seemed to have been the best option. Still, Li Xian could not figure out why the black mist had done nothing that day. He felt neither sorrow nor anger, and certainly didn't become another nest. Did he even truly like Wei Mian? After all, he was just a human. If he died, that was that. Regarding this point, Li Xian asked Future, but she never gave an answer. After Wei Mian's death, the place she stayed daily shifted, from the lakeside to the doorway. She sat under a tree by the roadside, hugging her knees all day. When tribe members asked, she only shook her head or occasionally said, "I'm waiting for him." Whom she waited for remained a mystery to everyone. Chapter 79. Deep in a certain forest, a pitch-black shadow darted through the woods. It was Spider. It parted thick shrubs and picked several bright red fruits. The stick insect poked half its body out of the small cloth bag on Spider's neck, took one fruit, and started munching on it. On Spider's back were tied several barely alive birds. After picking the fruits, Spider returned along the same path and arrived at a lakeside. The little girl sat on a large rock by the lake. Seeing Spider return, she happily moved forward to greet it. Spider handed the birds to the little girl. "You." "Thank you, Luna." The little girl held its soft limbs. "I'll go find food for you tomorrow." Spider followed her and sat together by the lake, looking around. "You." The little girl grabbed a bird, deftly pulled off the feathers, and threw them aside casually. "Still hasn't woken up yet." Spider nodded to show understanding and went to wash the fruits in the lake water. In the distance, a white cocoon hung on a tree branch. There was a slit on the surface of the cocoon, with some wisps of mist spilling out and coalescing into a human shape on the ground. Black mist stood under the branch and asked patiently as it waited. After a while, more mist slowly seeped out. Wei Mian still wasn't quite used to his new body. After practicing for half a month, he had finally managed to transform into different shapes smoothly. His movements were slow, starting from the bones and gradually filling in the skin, and finally the clothes. Wei Mian looked down to inspect himself, making sure nothing odd happened, then sighed in relief. He joyfully flung himself at Black Mist. "I've done it again." Black Mist reached out and embraced him, bending down to place a gentle kiss on his lips. Under Black Mist's guidance, Wei Mian's learning ability had progressed rapidly. His current body and appearance looked exactly like they used to, except that the goat horns on his head were now gone. He no longer had to wear a hat all day, and appeared to be a normal human, although he was no longer human now. Back when he thought he was surely going to die, he woke up to find himself transformed into a mass of mist. Using both divine powers simultaneously had blown his body apart completely, but Spider had used its cocoon to preserve the last shred of Wei Mian's consciousness, or rather, his soul. Spider's cocoon didn't have such an effect before, perhaps it was because it had been close to Wei Mian at the time, causing the Grant to evolve it further. In any case, Wei Mian did not die, as Spider arrived in time with the cocoon to prevent Black Mist from going out of control. The materials for his new body were what emerged during the regression of the nest, which Black Mist fused with Wei Mian's consciousness after stripping out the mist. Now, he and Black Mist shared the same source, they belonged to the same kind of substance, or creature, one could say, endless fog. Black Mist gave most of his mist to Wei Mian, so naturally, he didn't return to his peak period as Li Xian had said, nor did he pose any threat to humans. Following Wei Mian's wishes, he drove away all the monsters, sending them all back into the cocoon that Spider had built. He then carefully taught Wei Mian how to condense his body. Wei Mian used to be human, and it was impossible for him to completely abandon his human identity to live forever as a cloud of mist. And Black Mist also preferred Wei Mian's human form, as he loved embracing and kissing him. Black Mist hugged Wei Mian and sat under the tree with him basking in the sunlight, stroking his smooth hair and cheeks. "Where would you like to go today?" Wei Mian closed his eyes and leaned halfway into his embrace. After a moment, he lifted his head. "Let's see the future." Previously, he had thought about visiting the base of the believers once more, but without mastering the transformation fully, Wei Mian didn't want to appear in front of anyone. Black Mist lowered his gaze. He didn't want to see those humans again, but he agreed anyway. "All right." Before leaving, Wei Mian instructed the three monsters, "Stay here and don't run around. If strangers come in, make sure you aren't discovered." Spider and the little girl both nodded, while the stick insect stood on Spider's head. Chirp. Their location in the forest was some distance from the base of the believers. Black Mist carried Wei Mian and reverted to their mist form, silently weaving through the terrain. By the afternoon, following the route from memory, Wei Mian finally found the entrance to the believer's base. Condensing into human form, he touched two intertwined trunks with his hand. How do we get in? Barge in? That might not be a good idea. As Wei Mian hesitated, he glanced over and saw a small patch of white wildflowers blooming not far away. He paused for a moment, stepped closer, and bent down to pick one. The flower was no larger than a fingernail. If it hadn't been for the cluster of flowers, it would have been impossible to spot among the grass. Black Mist stood behind Wei Mian. Do you like it? This flower seems to be nothing special, but if Wei Mian likes it, I can directly cut down all these flowers and take them back to the forest where we live. Wei Mian quickly stopped Hei's action and asked, do you remember? Future once said that she liked white flowers. It might just be a coincidence, white flowers are everywhere. But he happened to see them now, and also remembered what Future had once said at this very moment. Had she foreseen something back then, but there was no time to say. Wei Mian clenched the little flower in his hand and stood again before the two trees. At the same moment, Future raised her head. She got up from under the tree, walked to the door, and reached out to touch the switch. Li Xian came to bring her food and saw this scene, so he hurried to stop her. Future. There were no believers outside anymore, but the location of the place they worshipped had never been exposed. They were always hiding, waiting for an appropriate opportunity to show up in front of others. Still, Li Xian was one step too late, as the gate slowly opened, revealing the two people standing by the entrance. With a clatter, the plate Li Xian held fell to the ground, and his expression was filled with shock. His eyes finally landed on the empty top of Wei Mian's head, subtly guessing the truth. Future seemed to have anticipated their arrival and gave a smile. You've finally come. She looked like an 8 or 9-year-old child now, with clear, innocent eyes, surprised and delighted when she saw the flower in Wei Mian's hand. Is it for me? Future's condition often fluctuated between stable and unstable, and it seemed like she had forgotten the things she once said to Wei Mian. She took the flower from him and turned around to leave. Wei Mian's gaze followed her retreating figure, trying to speak but ultimately saying nothing. Li Xian approached, his expression complex yet seemingly accepting. Welcome back. No wonder, all his previous confusions suddenly made sense. This was truly the best ending, the best arrangement. Wei Mian being saved was not only because of his own choice but also due to Hei's choice. Looking back, everything he used to worry about stemmed from ignoring a crucial premise at the start. The god of devouring, once touched by love, ceased to be the god of devouring he once knew. Wei Mian stood in the sunlight and smiled at him. Long time no see.